When the richest parents cut off my card, the wealthy fiancé threatened to cancel the wedding, asking me to apologize to the fake young master with a scheming mind. I was desperate and swiped that dusty black card. The next day, 7 foreign underground big shots arrived in the city, causing a sensation in the entire upper-class society. At the banquet, my parents and fiancé all wanted to squeeze in to chat with the big shot, but they saw me hugging the big shot's waist, pointing at them and saying, "They're bullying me," and the woman looked indulgent, saying, "It's okay, I'll take care of them." I secretly fell in love with the woman who raised me, the leader who straddles both sides of the law, ruthless and cunning, yet gentle only to me. Externally, we call each other brother and sister, but I have feelings that I shouldn't have. Later, enemies threatened her with me. I quietly returned to my biological parents without telling anyone, and I was gone for 3 years. After returning home, what awaits me is not the guilt and compensation from my family, but the betrayal of my fiancé, and my biological parents favor the son of the maid. To make me admit my mistake, they cut off my financial resources, blocked my way out, and in desperation, I mistakenly used that black card. Just returned to the office, received a call from overseas, saw the number, my pupils suddenly contracted, trembling as I answered. "Hey, young master?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. My face froze, and uncontrollable emotions overflowed in my eyes. "The plane arrives at Gangchang at 8 o'clock in the evening, and she hopes you can personally wait for her at the airport." I suddenly held my breath tightly. She is coming to Gangchang, or she has been found. Thinking about the things I bought with the wrong card yesterday, I didn't expect her to come so quickly. At this moment, the one making the call is her assistant Lu Ling. Despite the respectful tone on the phone now, in F country, she is a terrifying presence. Even an assistant is like this. Not to mention the cold and lonely autumn at the peak behind her. "The woman who raised me," Lu Ling continued. "The lady also said you'd better prepare your statement well. Otherwise," I couldn't continue speaking, but I was already trembling all over. I was restless all afternoon, and my mind was not focused even during the meeting. Cold Qingqiu, the person from the Mu family who has always wanted to know. The person who raised me. The woman who dominates in country F. The memory of leaving country F 3 years ago flashed through my mind. Tears welled up in my eyes. At 7:30 in the evening, I held a bouquet of tulips, eagerly waiting at the airport exit. At 8 o'clock, a familiar figure appeared before my eyes. With the woman's presence, memories of moments she had comforted me flooded my mind like a movie playing out. The woman is tall and slender, wearing a long black windbreaker with a black short skirt and silk stockings, giving off a cold and aloof aura. Only I know that beneath this stunning appearance lies a different past. For eyes met, I was intimidated by the aloofness in her eyes. I quickly lowered my head, carefully handed her the tulip. "It's what you like." Feeling nervous and afraid she wouldn't accept it, the pressure on my body increased. My hand holding the flower became weak. I gently pulled her coat and softly said, "Sister," instantly softening her demeanor. Thin hands grabbed my wrist. Before I could even scream, I was pulled into her arms. "You've grown some courage." Her cold voice carried a hint of danger. "It's been almost 3 years. I haven't contacted her once. So rebellious. Just as everyone said. She spoiled me." Before I could speak, Leng Qingqiu had already let go of me, took my hand, and walked straight to the outside of the airport. Lu Ling was just outside the airport, respectfully opening the car door. When I saw the car, I was shocked. The car was even air freighted here. This is an exclusive ride. Does she not plan to leave the port city for a while? My already tense heart tightened even more at this moment. The woman raised her eyes to look at me, who was half a head taller than her, and I swallowed my saliva. Suddenly, she pushed me into the car from behind, and as the car started, her fair hand grabbed my arm. Before I could react, she had already sat on my lap. My face turned red instantly. "Sis, please don't do this. I have grown up. This posture is too ambiguous." The woman's cold fingertips lightly touched my cold cheeks, finally stopping at my chin. I dare not look her in the eye. "You've grown up, so your wings are stronger now. Have you been having fun these past 3 years?" The word happy stabbed hard at Qiao Xingye's heart at this moment. After all that had happened in the past few days, she wasn't half as aggravated, and she was as mean as a hedgehog to those people. But now that she was facing Qiao Rongchuan, her heart was a little sour, and her tears gushed uncontrollably into her tear ducts. Sniffling, "It hasn't been 3 years yet. This looks like a little kid who was bullied outside and was aggrieved." The man snorted out a laugh. "It's 2 months away. What difference does it make?" This was the time when Qiao Xingye came back to Hong Kong City, 2 months short of 3 years. Qiao Xingye wanted to lower his head. However, Qiao Rongchuan wouldn't let him. The force in his hand increased and, forcing Qiao Xingye to meet his gaze. "Nothing to tell me?" "There are many Many. Where she didn't say that. There's so much more. Every time she was bullied by those people, she wanted to get him to beat them to death. Chapter 26. Hurry up and shake out the truth about running away from home, not daring to hide it at all. Qiao Xingye wanted to send Xiao Rongchuan to a star hotel. However, Xiao Rongchuan had been holding her down on his lap, and she hadn't even found a chance to tell Lu Ling where to go. By the time Xiao Rongchuan let go of her, the car had already arrived at the basement of Jinjiang Sky City. Qiao Xingye was shocked. You know I live here? He swiped his card yesterday and he's looking to come here today. Now look at this. He should still be around for a short time. Checked her out for the last 3 years. Xiao Rongchuan took the lead and got out of the car, and Lu Ling, who was driving in front of him, said, "It's not hard for the master to know something about the. It's just that you've simply been so good at hiding these past 3 years, miss, that we didn't think you'd leave the country." Joe Starleaf. Lu Ling, you even found relatives. Hey. In short, master is very angry. This very angry sentence made Qiao Xingye's heart jump hard even more. Cautiously glancing at the man already standing outside the car, he didn't dare to delay and hurried out of the car. Back home, Qiao Xingye was about to find slippers for him, yet the moment she opened the shoe cupboard, in addition to her slippers, and a pair of worn men's slippers, Qiao Xingye felt the chill behind her. Numbly, he looked for a pair he hadn't worn from the shoe cabinet and gave them to Qiao Rongchuan. You can wear mine first. Pink slippers were placed in front of Qiao Rongchuan, with a cute little rabbit on them. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the coldness in his body was obviously thicker. All learn to serve? Joe Starleaf. At those words, his face stiffened, and the sourness in his heart became even more overwhelming. Hurrying to stand up straight, he looked at Qiao Rongchuan accusingly. You know all about it? Qiao Rongchuan grunted and changed into her slippers, which were small and ill-fitting. The man, who had never been very particular, said nothing more at the moment and walked inside to have a look around. The more you look, the more your face sinks. The Liang family is quite respectable in Hong Kong City, and they give you such a small place to live? It was fine if they didn't mention the Liang family, but when they did, Qiao Xingye's face was a bit strained. The little mouth was turned down. It's not from the Liang family. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes gave a lurch as he turned back to her. Zhou Xingye, it was bought with your money. Qiao Rongchuan. The phrase bought with your money. And somehow the coldness on Qiao Rongchuan's face dissipated slightly. He walked to one side of the couch, taking off the jacket he was wearing. He casually slung it over the arm of the couch, removing the scarf from his neck in the process. So I don't know about getting a bigger one? Qiao Xingye, it's not small. It's over 140 square feet. It's enough for me to live alone. Qiao Rongchuan still felt small. After all, when he was in the even her private cottage was no less than 500 square feet. Not to mention all those years she spent at Zhou's house. The castle manor was so big she couldn't even stroll around it in an hour. Come here. Qiao Rongchuan looked at her sternly. Qiao Xingye's eyes went forward. A meter away she stood still, not daring to get too close. However, as soon as the man's long arm reached out, she fell directly into Qiao Rongchuan's arms as she had done in the car. Brother! Qiao Xingye cried out in dissatisfaction. The man's low voice sounded overhead. You have 5 minutes. Qiao Xingye. At those words, his heart jumped hard again. 5 minutes. She naturally knew what Qiao Rongchuan meant by that. 3 years ago she left without saying goodbye. Still in the midst of the Zhou family's turmoil, though she left as a person. But there's a saying circulating among the gentry over in those who aren't pro-life can't be raised. And this is from her, Joe Starleaf. It says that she left the Qiao family when Mr. Qiao's accident happened and when Qiao Rongchuan was at his worst. Sheng family, how's it going? Qiao Xingye asked without answering. During these 3 years, she had followed every move on the side all the time. But it was that Sheng family, that had accurately pinched her Qiao Xingye's lifeblood at that time. She hadn't seen anything related to the Sheng family since a year ago. Even when I poked around with acquaintances, I didn't find out. At this moment, she directly asked Qiao Rongchuan. However, the moment the words fell, the bottom of the man's eyes also went cold. The force with which he cupped her chin was heavier and heavier. The distance closed, and warm breath splashed against Qiao Xingye's cheek, warm with danger. Qiao Xingye gulped. Brother! Qiao Rongchuan, are you concerned about the Sheng family? Or are you concerned about Sheng Knight? Hearing the name Sheng Knight, Qiao Xingye's heart is even more viciously trembling. Feeling the momentary stiffening of her body, Qiao Rongchuan's eyes glazed over. Zhou Xingye, no. The Sheng family became history in country a year ago. Is this answer satisfactory to Xinger? Joe Starleaf. History? Being completely outclassed by him? Hearing this information, Qiao Xingye's originally tense body loosened up in this instant. And the Sheng family now? You're dying to know? Qiao Rongchuan's tone was a little more dangerous. Qiao Xingye shook his head. I don't want to, as long as they can't threaten you anymore. When he said this, the stone that Qiao Xingye had suppressed in his heart for 3 years was finally moved away. Chapter 27, They threatened you and you wimped out? Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. Qiao Xingye, however, threw her arms around his neck and cried up and down. It seems to be aggravating. Her instinctive movement shattered the anger in Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Hands frozen in midair. In the hysteria of Zhou Starleaf's weeping, it eventually looped around her slender waist. Qiao Xingye hugged Qiao Rongchuan's neck tightly. Is mommy okay? Qiao Rongchuan hugged her. Still know that's mom? Thought she'd completely forgotten all about F country after she returned to the Liang family. Qiao Xingye hugged his neck tighter and cried more aggressively. 2 hours later, Qiao Xingye told all the reasons why he had left the F country 3 years ago. And, in a broken manner, while crying, she hadn't cried once in those 3 years in Port City. She didn't even cry when Liang Jia did that to her. But she cried when talking about everything that was going on in F country at that time. The Qiao family had always been the solid backing behind her. And Qiao Rongchuan, too, is the dependence of her heart, losing it all in one night. That's what it's like to be in purgatory. She'd hardly dared to look back these past 3 years. As the men had said, she had left at a time when a great wind had struck the Zhou family. If she could, how much she wanted to stay by Qiao Rongchuan's side. But the Sheng family, Sheng Chun, the woman who adores Qiao Rongchuan, having joined forces with her brother, Sheng Knight, to capture her mother in the tumultuous moments of her father's death, force her to leave Zhou's house. They were going to kill her mother if she didn't leave Zhou's house. Under that kind of duress, Qiao Xingye could only agree, leave Qiao's house and have no further contact with Qiao Rongchuan. 3 years ago, the Sheng family, in the F country, that is also a king-like existence. The suddenness of his father's departure, Qiao Rongchuan's unstable foundation. There was no way he was a match for the Sheng family back then. And Qiao Rongchuan and Sheng Knight have been at odds. And Sheng Chun adores Qiao Rongchuan, thus not allowing Sheng Knight to get his hands on those projects of the Qiao family. How dare Qiao Xingye let him fall into danger? If his own departure could be exchanged for a few moments of peace and quiet in Zhou's house, she was willing to fight for this respite for him. The more Qiao Rongchuan listened, the more chilly his face became. They threatened you and you wimped out? Don't dare not be a wimp. It's mom's life they're threatening me with. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then you really won't contact us? I wouldn't dare. As he said this, Qiao Xingye became even more aggravated. She'd spent the last few years even reading his messages with caution, especially since she was in her first year away from the Qiao family, and Sheng Chun was constantly threatening her. This was the main reason why she returned to the Liang family and even got engaged to Qi Yan. Although from the explicit news, Qiao Rongchuan has developed very quickly in these 3 years, mastered the entire underground business of the F. But she was still afraid that the Sheng family was a threat to him. Seeing that Qiao Rongchuan was still so abusive towards her even after she had made herself clear, Qiao Xingye was even more aggrieved. With red eyes, she glanced at Qiao Rongchuan. What about Song Jun? That vile, dead woman? She couldn't wait to get rid of her. Qiao Rongchuan, mutilated. In prison. Jail? You got her in jail? Qiao Rongchuan cast an icy glance at her, still looking familiar in his eyes, looking like his anger hadn't subsided. Qiao Xingye pulled on his shirt, looking at him wordlessly and accusingly. Qiao Rongchuan, useless thing. Being bullied like this and still aggrieved on your own? What did I teach you all those years? Everything was taught but that I couldn't have a heart. If she was heartless, she would naturally not be hurt by anyone. As in front of the Liang family. Because there was no heart. Those people couldn't hurt her in the slightest no matter what they did. But not Zhou's family. Her mother loved her so much, and she had known since she was a child that she had been picked up by Qiao Rongchuan. However, her mother had always treated her as if she were her own and raised her like a princess. Qiao Rongchuan snorted coldly. Qiao Xingye, is mom good or not? Well, I've been fasting for you for 3 years, and I'm afraid you've been frosted to death out there. Zhou Starleaf, beaten to death by frost? Is this a way of saying she's a delicate flower in a hothouse who can't survive out there? Still, she couldn't help but be touched to hear that her mom had been fasting and praying for her for 3 years. Eyeing Qiao Rongchuan, mommy really hasn't eaten meat in 3 years? Qiao Rongchuan gave her a chestnut to the head. Qiao Xingye covered his head in pain and didn't even dare to scream. Qiao Rongchuan, 3 years ago things happened for a reason. What about the Liang family in Qi Yan? Chapter 28, the one who used to threaten her, went to jail. I don't know if it was Qiao Xingye's illusion. Qiao Rongchuan's tone was significantly colder when he mentioned the name Qi Yan. Qiao Xingye, it's not like those people have anything to do with me. While it was true that the Liang family were her biological parents, she was entangled by Sheng Chun at the time. Returning to the Liang family and even getting engaged to Qi Yan became an opportunity for her to get rid of Sheng Chun once and for all. All in all, it was that after she and Qi Yan got engaged, Sheng Chun never contacted her again. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. It's okay? Qiao Xing Ye, Sheng Chun threatened me and I got engaged to Qi Yan so that she and Sheng Knight would let their guard down. Facing Qiao Rongchuan's cold oppression, Qiao Xing Ye directly brought everything out in one go. Sheng Chun is in jail, and it's only natural for her to say what she needs to say. Sure enough, Qiao Rongchuan's face eased. There are two sides to the conversation. On this side of the hospital, Qi Yan watched Liang Yutong being tortured by the disease. Yesterday she was able to go to the office to see him. Yet now, it's just a hospital bed. Lu Suyun is heartbroken. Yen, Prof. Jin's matter should be dealt with as soon as possible. This side of the expert consultation team said that the most important thing in Yutong's immediate future is the liver and uterine aspect. Liver surgery for this piece of surgery is a no-brainer, and there will be surgery on the heart side as well. So the uterine cancer piece, hearing that Jin Yang can regulate it, they also hoped that Liang Yutong would be spared the pain of a surgery. Qi Yan's brow was also filled with exhaustion. It's 3 o'clock in the middle of the night at the moment. Liang Yutong managed to fall asleep with great difficulty, and before she did, she had been suffering from her illness. She was physically tortured, while those who stayed with her suffered psychologically. Lu Suyun's heart is not good. Qi Yan's heart is even worse. Aha! Even if Lu Suyun didn't say anything, Qi Yan's side knew that Jin Yang had to come back as soon as possible. Find a cell phone you don't recognize and call Qiao Xing Ye. At this moment, Qiao Xing Ye in Jinjiang Sky City was still being interrogated by Qiao Rongchuan in a variety of serious ways. Just as Qiao Rongchuan was about to say something else, her phone rang. Seeing that it was a number she didn't recognize, she instinctively didn't want to answer it and just hung up. Nah, the other guy called again. Qiao Rongchuan's tone was serious. Why don't you answer? Not an important call, Qiao Xingye said without thinking. In the past 2 days, the divorce between her and Qi Yan has gone crazy. She'd blacked out all of Qi Yan's and the Liang family's phone numbers. Things were so big that they would come to her whenever they were upset. So the one who could call her from an unfamiliar number at this time, Qiao Xingye thought it was either Qi Yan, either that or Lu Suyun. She didn't want to answer it, especially not in front of Qiao Rongchuan. She hung up, yet the other side persevered and called in again. Qiao Xingye was about to hang up again when Qiao Rongchuan stretched his palm out in front of her. Qiao Xingye's eyelids fluttered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What for? Do I pick it up for you? Or do you pick it up yourself? The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. It's not an important call. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. It's not important enough to keep fighting? Joe Starleaf. Under Qiao Rongchuan's serious aura, Qiao Xingye reluctantly picked up the phone. The moment the phone was picked up, Qi Yan's tired voice came from the other side of the phone. You tell me what you want and I'll give it to you. The tone was tired and compromised. The not-so-great outside voice. Not only did Qiao Xingye hear it clearly, even Qiao Rongchuan heard it. She knew it was either Qi Yan or the Liang family. Qiao Xingye subconsciously raised her eyes to look at Qiao Rongchuan. As expected, I saw that the man had lost the slightest bit of temperature under his eyes. Qiao Xingye's hand holding the phone shook. No, I said you like money, don't you? I'll open that card for you. You can buy as much as you want. The condition is, let Jin Yang come back. Before Qi Yan could say the latter words, the cell phone in Qiao Xingye's hand was jerked away by Qiao Rongchuan, and then just hang up. The moment the four eyes met, meeting the icy coldness under the man's eyes, Qiao Xingye subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to look again. Qiao Rongchuan, he treats you well. Qiao Xingye laughed dryly. No, Qiao Rongchuan, he'll give you whatever you want. Joe Starleaf. Things are pinched, just listening to what Qi Yan said on the phone. That's probably what it's all about. It's all with an agenda. And in any case it's not affection for me. Somehow, as long as something like feelings was brought up, she was weak in front of Qiao Rongchuan, because when I used to go to school, Qiao Rongchuan often whispered to her, saying that relationships were not allowed at school. Chapter 29, Qiao Rongchuan takes a bath. Qi Yan crashes into it. It was cross-examined for hours. Qiao Xingye was exhausted and weak, and in the end couldn't carry on, directly lying on Qiao Rongchuan's lap and fell asleep. Under the bright light, Qiao Rongchuan straightened the hair on her cheek behind her ear. One picked her up and sent her straight to the bedroom. By the time he came out of his room again, Lu Ling had already appeared in the living room. See this not-so-big house? Lu Ling asked Qiao Rongchuan. Should I take Miss back to listen to the Lon Lin residence side? Listen to the Mission Woods residence, located over in Shallow Bend in Harbor City. When that land over there came down in the early days, how many powerful families in Hong Kong City want to grab it? As it turned out, because Qiao Xingye was looking at the scenery recommendation at the time and said she liked that place, the ground fell into Qiao Rongchuan's hands. Originally, those rich businessmen wanted to develop it as an ocean view home, It turned out to be fixed by Qiao Rongchuan to Qiao Xingye's liking. It was meant to be given to her for her bat mitzvah, but then something happened to Zhou's family. Qiao Xingye is also gone. Qiao Rongchuan got up, walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and took 2 puffs. Don't toss her tonight, just sleep here, and go get my bags up here. Hearing that Qiao Rongchuan was going to stay here at night, Lu Ling subconsciously looked at the modest house again. Live here? Qiao Rongchuan cast an icy glance at him. Problem? Lu Ling shook his head. I'll get it right away. It's true that when there's a young lady, master can settle for anything, nestled in this little house, and solely because I didn't want to toss the lady in the middle of the night. Lu Ling quickly brought the stuff up, waiting for Lu Ling to go away again. Qiao Rongchuan looked at the place where Qiao Xingye lived, inside and out, determining that there was no sign of a man living together. His heart, which had been tightly wounded for 2 years, finally dropped completely. Finding a new bath towel, pink and pink, it looked like Qiao Xingye's own spare. Qiao Xingye was sleeping in a daze and was woken up by urine, sleepy-eyed to go to the restroom, only to leave the door of his room and he saw Qiao Rongchuan with a pink bath towel around his waist. Qiao Xingye. At the same time, the doorbell rang sharply. She subconsciously looked at the doorway and then at Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan wrinkled his eyebrows. There are still people looking for you in the middle of the night? The wall clock, the time now pointing to 5 o'clock, was more than just a big night. It's almost dawn. Qi Yan, outside the door, rang the doorbell like crazy. When he saw Liang Yutong waking up again from her illness, he couldn't be calm anymore. Straight away, he came to Zhou Starleaf. Qiao Rongchuan, to open the door? Qiao Xingye, no need. Outside the door. Qi Yan, Qiao Xingye, open the door. Zhou Starleaf. No way. This dead man didn't stay with Liang Yutong in the middle of the night. Why did he come to her? If you don't open the door, I'll just have someone unlock it. Qiao Xingye's eyebrows jumped hard. With a locksmith? Trying to pick her door directly? This Qi Yan. How come I didn't realize he was so mean before? Qiao Xingye's brain short-circuited and glanced at Qiao Rongchuan. That. Let me hide? Qiao Xingye. This. Looking at the man's increasingly sullen face. How dare she nod? That. He and I still have some misunderstandings to deal with right now. Outside the door came Qi Yan's gnashing voice again. It was you who didn't open the. Don't blame me if you break the lock. The words were followed by a rattle in the door lock. This dog man really brought a locksmith? Qiao Xingye looked towards Qiao Rongchuan, and under her eyes at the moment, there was still anger towards Qi Yan. She turned around and went to find her baseball bat. She was going to beat that bastard Qi Yan to death. Just as he turned around, however, the door behind him opened with a simultaneous tada. Qiao Xingye turned around and met Qi Yan's gaze, who was standing outside the door, and Qi Yan, whose eyes were full of anger. His brain directly buzzed when he saw the scene in the house. If he hadn't seen that Qiao Xingye was also there, he would have suspected that he was looking in the wrong place. However, there is no mistake. Qiao Xingye was there, but this man in her house? Breathing, more and more sharply. Qiao Xingye, looking over at Qiao Rongchuan, the man's clear and elegant face under the bright light. Those eyes as sharp as eagles carried an imperial shock. Even Qi Yan, who was in the midst of his rage, was intimidated by this look in his eyes for half an instant. The eyes, little by little, moved down the man's rigid abs. It eventually landed on the eye-catching pink bath towel. Qi Yan was already breathing unsteadily, and at the sight of the man's appearance, the anger in his heart spread even more. Is this the reason you've been clamoring to withdraw from my marriage? Qiao Xingye, you're really good. He spoke icily, stepping through the door. The locksmith on the side saw the dangerous scene. Both men exuded danger. How dare they watch the fun? They slipped away. I don't even dare to ask Qi Yan for money. Chapter 30. Qi Yan was beaten. Quite badly. Qiao Xingye kinda wants to slip away too. She thought that she had just explained clearly enough to Qiao Rongchuan when it came to Qi Yan, but now feeling the increasingly dangerous aura of Qiao Rongchuan's body, she felt that it's not clear enough. Stepping forward, he gave Qi Yan a warning look. What are you doing here? Get lost. Qi Yan sneered. What am I doing here? Qiao Xingye, if I don't come. Hadn't realized you were even this kind of person. The more he said, the more Qi Yan's tone drew up, and in the end, it was directly roared out in anger. You made a big deal out of Yutong and me. The purpose is to cover up your own scandal, right? Qiao Xingye, you're so cheap. The moment the words fell, a muffled bang scattered through the air. It's Qiao Rongchuan. Iron-hard fists landed heavily on Qi Yan's face, and for a moment the scene was tense with swords. Qi Yan decided that Qiao Rongchuan was a wild man, and wild men dare to hit people. His anger was even more thoroughly burned. Not waiting for Qiao Xingye to react, the two wrestled together. Qi Yan is always in a business office, even if he works out any time he wants. Nor is it a match for Qiao Rongchuan. who walks on the tip of the knife all the time. In just 2 moves, Qiao Rongchuan subdued him and held him down on the sofa. Qi Yan was covered in mess. But on the contrary, Qiao Rongchuan hadn't even loosened the bath towel around his waist by a hair. Just now, seeing the two of them wrestling, Qiao Xing Ye was truly worried that the bath towel on his waist had fallen off. Qiao Xing Ye. Qi Yan looked angrily at Qiao Xing Ye, who was standing stupidly to the side. This damn woman, hiding wild men in her house, and she has the nerve to let wild men do it? With a fury, he couldn't do anything with Qiao Rongchuan and aimed directly at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye hurriedly picked up the jacket on one side and went forward. That, you put it on first. Hurry and drape it over Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan let go of Qi Yan and put on his clothes. From the beginning to the end, his gaze was ice cold as he looked askance at Qi Yan. Even though it was over, the aura that emanated between the two at the moment was still tense with swords. Qiao Xingye looked at Qi Yan. You hurry up and leave first. If we don't leave, we'll die here tonight. Bad luck. Qi Yan was already angry. And now that he saw that Qiao Xingye was actually telling him to leave, instead of letting Qiao Rongchuan go, the anger, more suppressed. Qiao Xingye, if you dare to humiliate her in half a word again, I promise, you won't have to leave here alive. As the words fell, the man pulled out a compact chang from the inner pocket of his suit. P.S. You know what this is? The cold black hole pointed directly at Qi Yan. Qi Yan's breathing stiffened and his pupils tightened violently. In a place like Harbor City, this man carries a chang with him? This Qiao Xingye, is she crazy? What kind of dangerous person is she getting involved with? Qiao Rongchuan spoke icily. Want to try? Try? It means let him try insulting Qiao Xingye again. Since Qiao Xingye was a child in F country, no matter where she was, no one dared to treat her like this. Come to this place. These people. Meh. The bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes were becoming more and more dangerous. This kind of danger wraps Qi Yan directly. In a place like Harbor City, where has he ever been so angry again? Eyes narrowed slightly as he locked eyes with Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan, want to try? What's the point of trying? Why don't you get lost? Qiao Xingye is also going crazy. Is this Qi Yan crazy? Didn't you see what Qiao Rongchuan was holding? Does he really want to die here? As annoying as this Qi Yan was, she didn't want him to die. After all, the two of them didn't have any deep grudges. Qi Yan looked icily askance at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye was furious. Go, pestle here. Beware of turning into a cold tombstone in the countryside for the rest of your life. Chapter 31. Even if you don't agree to get married, you still hit people? Qi Yan came out of Jinjiang Tianchang with his brain buzzing. Zhang Yuan had been waiting for him down below, and when he saw him coming down from above with an iron face, especially with a bruised face, Zhang Yuan drew a breath of cold air. Miss Qiao still doesn't agree? If you don't agree to get married, you're still hitting people? When he thought of Qiao Xingye's temper, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air once again. Qi Yan looked at Zhang Yuan. With this icy look, Zhang Yuan knew that he must have failed again. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Women all need to be coaxed. Coax? Ha! When he said the word coax, Qi Yan's tone was filled with sarcasm. Zhang Yuan was also dumbfounded. As far as Qiao Xingye's temper was concerned, it probably wasn't easy to coax her. After all, she was just a person who couldn't be bothered with oil and salt. This, then, was the impression that Qiao Xingye had in the minds of the crowd? Not much of a talent, not much of a temper. Kiran narrowed his eyes dangerously. Go and find out. What's that man she's been getting close to lately? Zhang Yuan, what? Hearing the word man, Zhang Yuan was in complete disbelief and looked at Qi Yan in shock. A man? Miss Zhou has another man with her? This can't be. Ms. Xiao is alone at all times, even if she has company once in a while. It was also Ms. Tang who accompanied her. In Zhang Yuan's words, the description of Qiao Xingye was, to put it nicely, nerdy. This is, to put it mildly, the kind of riceworm that is too good to eat and too lazy to leave the door. Not much of a talent, not much of a temper, and quite a bit of arrogance. Can a woman like that have a man around her? If it wasn't for the Liang family, she was afraid that she wouldn't even have Qi Yan as the only man by her side. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't believe it, the danger on Qi Yan's face was getting thicker. I just touched the face, there can still be a fake. Zhang Yuan, it's all coming together. Qi Yan's dangerous eyes of Qiao Rongchuan flashed through his mind, and that face always felt somewhat familiar. Just can't remember where I've seen it before. And the chang that he just randomly pulled out, he's supposed to be from the road. Qian said thoughtfully. He wanted to see who this person was, and that there was even such a character in this harbor city. Whoever it was, he was going to whip him into shape. This phrase people from the road made Zhang Yuan even more puzzled. This should not be with Qiao Xingye's temper. It's reasonable to say that he can't get mixed up with the people on the road. Downstairs, Kiran stormed off in anger. Upstairs, after such a ruckus, Qiao Xingye's drowsiness was directly lost, especially since Qiao Rongchuan was full of danger. At the moment, she was sitting on his lap again. Qiao Rongchuan seemed to enjoy hugging her, as if she had never grown up in his heart. But she's grown up and has been an adult for a long time. The person was in his arms, and what she felt was not the same kind of pampering he had given her when she was a child. At the moment, Qiao Rongchuan was full of danger. Qiao Xingye lowered his head. If you have something to say, just ask, okay? Goddamn Qi Yan. She had explained everything just now, but he stirred her up like this. It's like all that was just said was for nothing. Qiao Rongchuan was protecting him just now? Let Qian go? Qiao Xingye shook his head. No, I just don't want this place I've lived in for 2 years to get dirty. Qiao Rongchuan will kill people. Just now she felt the danger that she once felt when he killed. Underneath his gentle exterior, he has a heart as bloodthirsty as a wolf's. When she was 13 she was kidnapped. Qiao Rongchuan found her. Kill all the kidnappers in front of her. Since then, she knew that Qiao Rongchuan was not as gentle as he appeared. He's ruthless. People's lives are at stake. Just now, if Qi Yan did not go, Qiao Xingye dared to determine that he really will kill people. You can't break the law in a place like Port City, Qiao Xingye said in a small voice. Qiao Rongchuan let out a low laugh. Xinger is talking to me? Qiao Xingye's small mouth was a little. Anyway, I've told you the reason why I would have gotten engaged to Kiran in the first place. Anyway, you don't kill anyone indiscriminately. If people have a grudge, they can take revenge any way they want, but this is not a good idea to take a life directly. Even after following Qiao Rongchuan for so many years, she was still afraid of having blood on her hands. Feel the tightness in her body. Qiao Rongchuan knew that incident had left a considerable psychological shadow in her heart back then. Otherwise, if the Sheng family had threatened her so much, she wouldn't have been scared enough to really listen to the other party's demands. Think of the fear she endured inside. The coldness at the corners of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth dissipated little by little, and in its place, is still as gentle as a brother. Okay, I'll listen to Star and be a good citizen? Qiao Xingye wasn't quite convinced. Qiao Rongchuan rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair. Still sleeping? Qiao Xingye shook his head. Where she could sleep. So much had happened that she wasn't sleepy straight away now. Qiao Rongchuan, since you're not sleepy anymore, let's go. Go? Where to? Qiao Xingye subconsciously looked out of the window, now that it was dark and cloudy outside. Another glance at the time on the wall clock. 6 o'clock. It gets light later in the harbor city. Chapter 32, Her Bat Mitzvah. The most luxurious room in Hong Kong City? Qiao Rongchuan looked at the 100 square meters. Some headaches. This girl, she's given her a lot of money over the years, and this is how she takes care of herself? Lu Ling was called by a phone call. Qiao Xingye was packed up overnight and brought along to the Hearing Lan Forest residence. Looking at this huge castle manor, he looked at Qiao Rongchuan in shock. This is yours? It's yours, Qiao Rongchuan said. It was indeed Qiao Xingye's. The ownership of this manor was under Qiao Xingye's name. The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. Mine? Well, remember this place? You said you liked it before. Joe Starleaf. She said she likes more places, and for this place to have said she likes this kind of thing, she really didn't remember. But in Harbor City, this was a place she had always known. Once Qi Yan knew that no one lived in this manor and asked Zhang Yuan to inquire about who the owner behind it really was. There's buying over. It was just that Zhang Yuan had gone to great lengths to inquire about the owner behind this manor. Now that he knew that the manor was his own, Qiao Xingye was a bit shocked. We're staying here next? Qiao Rongchuan nodded. Well, there are some things to take care of over here in Hong Kong City. It's probably going to stay for a while. Qiao Xingye. Qiao Rongchuan said he had something to take care of, so she couldn't be bothered to ask more questions about his co-workers. She usually doesn't ask too many questions. Just like that, Qiao Xingye moved directly to the Hearing Lan Forest residence. Lu Ling sent her back to her room when said something like, this was supposed to be Master's bar mitzvah for Miss. I didn't give it to you on the day you turned 18, but it's not too late. With the phrase mitzvah, Qiao Xingye's eyes became even more sore. What Qiao Rongchuan had said, for her bat mitzvah, he was going to give her a gift that she really wanted. Before her father's accident, her bat mitzvah had originally been in preparation, designed by Qiao Rongchuan himself. It's just that, sadly, with a mental sigh, he nodded. Yes, it's not too late. The Sheng family had been completely suppressed by Qiao Rongchuan, and Qiao Rongchuan had completely stood at the top of the F country. No one could hurt Qiao Rongchuan or threaten her now. Rest a little longer. Miss, the kitchen is already preparing breakfast. I'll accompany you to breakfast after my master's video conference. Qiao Xingye nodded. Good. Her room, facing the sea. Qiao Xingye came in, and saw the dawn sun rising from the sea. The moment of detachment from the horizon carries with it a shocking beauty. She remembered. She did say she liked it here. The F side of the country was not by the sea. And what Qiao Xing Ye wanted to see most was the sun rising over the sea. I didn't realize that Qiao Rongchuan always remembered. Hospital side. Liang Yutong was tormented by her illness for the whole night, and her whole body was emaciated. Lu Suyun was heartbroken when she saw it. Liang Jinzhao also stood guard over here for the whole night. And last night, he also had 2 big fires. But Liang Yutong's body was already broken in so many places. Even the best analgesics were not very effective when used on her. Qian is back. Lu Suyun rushed forward. Yan, how is it? Did she promise to call Prof. Jean? Qi Yan looked at Liang Yutong with a bad expression. With that glance, even if he didn't say anything, a few people knew what the answer he brought back was. Zhou Starleaf didn't let up. Lu Suyun's emotions were completely taut. Why is she so vicious? It's a matter of human life and death. Liang Yutong looked at Qi Yan with only one glance before turning away, secretly wiping her tears. Seeing her like this, Qi Yan's opinion of Qiao Xingye grew even larger in his heart. Lu Suyun directly dialed Qiao Xingye's number. Yet an icy prompt came from the phone. Her cell phone had long been blacked out by Qiao Xingye. She couldn't get through on the phone and was all the more exasperated because of it. Hey, that really pisses me off. He hurriedly asked the nurse to borrow a cell phone. And only then did he get Qiao Xingye's number through. Pick up the moment. Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to speak, Lu Suyun counted first. Qiao Xingye, you're simply too much. It's fine if you target Yuetong at other times. What time is this to let you fool around? Is Mrs. Liang accusing me? You don't seem to be qualified for this, do you? Qiao Xingye's icy voice came over. Lu Suyun sniffed and her hand shook as she held the phone. Heart, more like a nest of fire. There is no mother in the world that would accept her own daughter talking to her like that. Lu Suyun corrected through gritted teeth. No matter what you call me, I'm your mom. Kissing mom. No one can change that. The phrase kissing mom seemed to come over the phone with disdain. Qiao Xingye sarcastically snorted, real mom? Then you've really given me an insight into what it's like to be a pro-mom. Chapter 33. Did she have a man before she went back to the Liang family? Lu Suyun's eyes blackened with anger. If she hadn't thought of Liang Yutong in this situation now, she would have taught Qiao Xingye a good lesson. Right now she didn't want to talk to Qiao Xingye that much over the phone. Taking several deep cool breaths and gritting his teeth. Where are you now? I'll come over to you. Looking for me for what? Let's talk about it. Liang Yutong's body couldn't drag on any longer. And she wanted to settle this with Qiao Xingye face to face. She would give her whatever she wanted. And only asked Jin Yang to come back soon. It was just that she was willing to compromise on anything now. And Qiao Xingye, on the other hand, didn't care. I've got nothing to talk about with you. And, well, I've said all I need to say to you, Mrs. Liang. I can't afford to go back to the Liang family. And I can't afford to have you as my own mother. So between us, it's better to pretend there's no each other. After saying that, Qiao Xingye mercilessly hung up the phone. Her phone was already hard to get to right now, and now she's just hanging up on her. Lu Suyun was even more furious and trembling, especially with her I can't afford my own mom line. Even more so, Lu Suyun felt like her heart was blocked with cotton. Liang Jinzhao came out of the hospital room and saw Lu Suyun with a pained look on her face. There was no need to ask to know that Qiao Xingye must be angry again. Seeing Liang Jinzhao, Lu Suyun painfully said, you say how she has this nature? No matter what the deep hatred is, can't we wait until Yutong's health is better? Why now? No matter what was said, he couldn't listen to the oil and salt. Liang Jinzhao frowned. I'll go over and look for her. Lu Suyun, you said it wasn't to kill her, but just for her to call Prof. Jean. How did I give birth to such a daughter when she wouldn't even do it? It's not even the turn to have to match a family member's organs. If this is really necessary, then Qiao Xingye will not send out circulars that, telling people she's not even halfway with them? Liang Jinzhao didn't say anything. Lu Suyun continued. She came back and has been reluctant to change her last name. As evidenced by this, she didn't even mean to come back to our family. And I don't know what the family that raised her is really like. I can't believe I taught her to be that way. When she had just gotten Qiao Xingye back, Lu Suyun was probably still somewhat grateful to the Qiao family. But now, those grievances she had against Qiao Xingye directly escalated into grievances against the Qiao family. She thinks the family named Zhou didn't raise her right. Liang Jinzhao frowned. You go and talk to the doctor first. Yutong was too uncomfortable last night. See if there's any special medicine that can ease her pain. Any amount of money. Lu Suyun nodded her head. Well, I'm going to go now. If you go to her, it's better to talk to her properly. Discontent is discontent. But now on Jin Yang's body, Qiao Xingye, which is a key point. Really don't dare to provoke her. Liang Jinzhao, I know. Lu Suyun went to the doctor. Liang Jinjia went directly to Jinjiang Sky City to look for Qiao Xingye. Ward. Liang Yutong was in pain all night last night, and now she doesn't know what kind of medicine the doctor gave her. Be a little more comfortable. She weakly looked at Qi Yan. Yan, am I unable to visit the sunrise lately? The sunrise is Liang Yutong's favorite. Sitting on the beach, watching the sunrise slowly rise over the sea level line, one can feel the power of life. She wants to go. Qi Yan took her hand. When it gets better, I'll take you there. On the side of the Qises, did they give you a hard time? Thinking of the way the Qi family's side treated themselves since they knew they weren't the Liang family's own daughter. Liang Yutong then especially hated those old ones, but she never showed it in front of Qi Yan. Qian, you don't have to worry about that. Liang Yutong sighed. I can't manage it now. I feel that this time. It might be hard to hold out. Kiran, don't be ridiculous. Liang Yutong's words were just finished when she was rebuked by Qi Yan in a low voice. In the heart, it was more like blocking a big stone. Stuffy and hard to breathe. Liang Yutong, so you're wedding with her. Will it still be on time? Kiran. A hint of danger crossed his eyes at the mention of the wedding. The man in Qiao Xing Ye's house last night flashed through his mind. When he entered, the man had evidently just come out of a bath, and the color of the towel around his waist, obviously Joe Starleaf's. From all of these various looks, it could be seen that Qiao Xing Ye's relationship with that man was extraordinary. But these 2 years, he hadn't seen her hanging out with any men. She kept to herself. Could that man be someone she befriended before she returned to the Liang family? And that man even had a Chang with him. It was dangerous at first sight. Yen. Qi Yan looked back at Liang Yutong. Liang Yutong sighed. If the old mansion side all recognized Qiao Xingye, you'll just have a wedding with her. A small face full of sickness, a weak tone, uttered the words for him to marry Qiao Xing Ye. This made Qi Yan's face look worse and worse. She and I won't get married, he blurted out. Yet at the utterance of these words, the already stuffy heart was more than a little breathless. Liang Yutong, huh? You? Okay, now put your body first. Qi Yan interrupted impatiently, not wanting to say anything more about Qiao Xingye. Just then, Zhang Yuan knocked on the door and came in, his eyes staring at Qi Yan. Qi Yan understood and got up. I'll go out for a while. You rest first. Yeah. Chapter 34, Want to buy shallow Ben for Liang Yutong's health? Outside the ward, Qi Yan's face was cold and heavy as he glanced at Zhang Yuan. Have you found out? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No. Hearing that Zhang Yuan didn't find out, Qi Yan's face didn't look a bit too good. What's the point of looking for him if we don't find out? Zhang Yuan, I just started investigating on my side, and there's a force behind me that's blocking me from continuing my investigation. It seems the other party's identity is not simple. The moment you check, there are forces in the way? In that case, this man's identity is indeed not simple. This, from last night in Jinjiang Sky City, when that man dialed a Chang on himself, and he knew it. It's just that this doesn't allow anyone to check his identity and make it so mysterious. Why don't you ask MS Qiao directly? Zhang Yuan suggested. Checking is definitely out of the question. Since there were forces behind him that were preventing him from investigating, the other party's whereabouts to Hong Kong City must have been kept secret. It was fine not to mention Qiao Xingye, but when Qiao Xingye was mentioned, Qi Yan's brain hurt suddenly. Now he didn't even want to mention it to Qiao Xingye, but when he thought of her with a man, it was more like swallowing razor blades in his heart. Surprisingly, there was a hint of pain. It's impossible to find out who the man with Qiao Xingye really is. Qi Yan returned to the hospital room with a bad look on his face and Liang Yutong looked at him. What's wrong? Is the company in trouble? She didn't think on Qiao Xingye. Kiran shook his head. It's fine. Yan, I want to be discharged. Qi Yan sniffed and his face sank. Don't talk nonsense. Liang Yutong's face showed pain. The smell of disinfectant. It makes me feel like I might not even get a chance to step foot out of the hospital. Yan, I'm scared. She was telling the truth, and was genuinely scared. Who wouldn't be scared of having so many diseases in their body at the same time? It's totally a big hurdle in life. It's really hard to say if you can move past it. Seeing that Qi Yan didn't say anything, Liang Yutong reached out and pulled his hand. I want to live by the sea, a place where you can look at the ocean and see the sunrise and sunset. Yan, I'm afraid this is the last moment of my life. When one is in the hospital, one always wonders if one's life can go on or not. Qi Yan looked at Liang Yutong's face that was so haggard in just 2 days. I'll have Zhang Yuan make the arrangements. He, in the end, couldn't bear it. Liang Yutong nodded bitterly. Thank you. I'm just afraid that this is my last moment. I don't want to just spend time in the hospital. Fool. Kiran sighed. It was noon when he came out of the ward again. Car. Qi Yan held a cigarette in his hand and thought for a moment. You go over to Shallow Bay. Well, the person in charge over there said that I'd like to rent out the Hearing Lane Forest residence for a while. Thinking about it, Shallow Bay should be the place Liang Yutong wanted to go the most. The place had good air, and was good for recuperation, and the windows of the rooms in that place looked out on the, whether you're watching a sunset or a sunrise, there's nothing wrong with it. One more important point, great, although he has a number of Sea-View properties to his name, none of them are too suitable for recuperating from illness, especially since the venue isn't that big. Now that Liang Yutong's body was like that, the medical team definitely had to keep up, along with all those medical instruments. So after thinking about it, Qi Yan thought it would be best to listen to Lanlin residence. Listening to the owner behind Lanlinju won't sell, which Qi Yan has known for a long time. Since this is the case, well, just rent it for a while. Zhang Yuan heard that Qi Yan wanted to rent the Hearing Lanlin residence. There was some surprise in his eyes. So the owner can rent it out? No one lives there. They know that. Wouldn't even buy it before. Rent it. Would the other guy care about the few rent dollars? Qi Yan, the rent is negotiable. It can be 5 times the market price. Zhang Yuan nodded. Okay, I know. You'll do it this afternoon. Kiran added. He had always been meticulous when it came to Liang Yutong, and this time was no exception. Although it was unacceptable, one had to believe that Liang Yutong this time, to a large extent, can't get past that. 3 diseases, but all of them are good to deal with if you get them separately. But when it was all gathered in Liang Yutong's body, it was sinister. Listen to this side of the Mission Woods residence. Qiao Xing Ye didn't sleep well last night and was coaxed to eat breakfast by Qiao Rongchuan in the morning. After that it was straight to bed for the morning. Lunch was straight up Unwanted. Qiao Rongchuan sat on the side of her bed, full of favor, and pinched her small face. Really so sleepy? Qiao Xingye was so sleepy that she rolled over and tried to go back to sleep after directly. Seeing her sleepy like this, Qiao Rongchuan stopped bothering him and got up to leave the room. On his way out the door, he glanced at the servant waiting at the door and explained, "Don't disturb her. Wait until she wakes up before you eat." Okay. The servant nodded respectfully. Qiao Rongchuan received a phone call on his side, and without even eating lunch, he directly left the Hearing Lawn Forest residence. As for Qiao Xingye's side, he slept until almost 2 in the afternoon. Tina Yang's phone call came in and said there were several places in that design. The designer's side doesn't even know how to do it right. Qiao Xingye got up from the bed. Wait, I'll come over. Good. Hang up. Qiao Xingye washed and changed his clothes, and when he went out, he saw a servant waiting at the door. Seeing her, the servant greeted her respectfully. "Miss, you're awake." When master left he said, "Let you wake up and eat first." Where is he? Qiao Xingye was still in a bit of a trance that he had been found by Qiao Rongchuan. Master got a call and went out, leaving you to eat on your own. Oh, Qiao Rongchuan has been very busy. Before in F country, when father was still there, it's also common to go a week without seeing others. He shouldn't stay long in Hong Kong City this time, and he will definitely be busy. Chapter 35, Qiao Xingye in Shallow Bay? What do you mean? The kitchen cooks all the things she loves to eat. Qiao Xingye had originally said that he wouldn't eat, but when he went downstairs and smelled the familiar smell, he couldn't walk away. Flavors that I've been eating since I was a kid. It had to be said that in the 2 years she had been in Hong Kong City, she was actually quite uncomfortable on top of eating. Once again, she ate 4 bowls of rice in a row when she got her favorite flavor, and 2 bowls of soup. The servants were shocked to see her eating like this. The landline rang. The housekeeper walked over to answer the phone, and the call was from Qiao Rongchuan. The housekeeper heard asking about Joe Starleaf. The housekeeper subconsciously looked in the direction of the dining room. Miss has already gotten up and is eating. Appetite? Well, it's good. It's been 4 bowls of rice. Joe Starleaf. She's had 4 bowls already? This much? She's never had this much in the last 3 years in Harbor City. And I don't know exactly what was said on the other side of the phone. The housekeeper hung up the phone and hurried to the dining room. Miss, master said you can't eat anymore. Qiao Xingye wanted to eat another piece of fish, and when she heard the butler's words, she looked at him uncertainly. Housekeeper, master said you ate too much. You should have an upset stomach later. Hearing that it was Qiao Rongchuan's intention, Qiao Xingye really did put down the dishes in his hand. Coming out of the Hearing Lane Forest residence, Qiao Xingye just happened to also meet Zhang Yuan at the door inquiring about the master over here. And seeing Qiao Xingye, Zhang Yuan froze. "Ms. Zhou, what are you doing here?" Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow and asked without answering, "Why are you here?" In Zhang Yuan's heart, she shouldn't be here, but in Qiao Xingye's heart, Zhang Yuan doesn't seem like he should be here either, right? Hearing Qiao Xingye ask rhetorically, a hint of concealment crossed the bottom of Zhang Yuan's eyes. Came to do some errands. Joe Starleaf. Doing business? The entire Shallow Bay is only listening to Lan Lingju this manner. Qi Yan and Xiao Rongchuan cannot have any intersection. In that case, what can Zhang Yuan do here? To do what? Zhang Yuan thought that Qiao Xingye wouldn't ask again, but she came back with another sentence. Zhang Yuan is a little bit eager to speak. Qiao Xingye looked at him like this, probably knew what was going on. It's not because of Liang Yutong, is it? This. Once he heard Qiao Xingye's words, Zhang Yuan was even more at a loss as to how to reply, and it was his inability to deny it outright that made Qiao Xingye certain of what was in his heart. Nothing more was said, and with a grunt and a laugh he simply walked away. Zhang Yuan saw that Qiao Xingye had left, and looked at the security again. The security took advantage of the gap between Zhang Yuan and Qiao Xingye talking just now and had already called the top. You go? No outsiders on the head side. And this manor now? It won't be for rent. Once he heard the other party answer so dryly, Zhang Yuan was shocked in his heart. Still not dead, did the rent this and the top say anything? After all, Zhang Yuan knew how bad Liang Yutong's illness was right now and how anxious Qi Yan was in his heart. Maybe this is Liang Yutong's last period of time. On Qi Yan's side, he'll surely do whatever it takes. It is also important to make Liang Yutong happy and as happy as she wants to be in her last hours. Security heard him say rent. A hint of disdain flashed under his eyes. Mr. Jiang, although the Qi family is the #1 family in Hong Kong City, but since our master can have this estate, do you think he'll lack that rent? Zhang Yuan, that's rather. Can I take the liberty of asking who really owns this estate? We're in a bit of a unique situation on our gentleman's end, and we do need to borrow it. Rent, for borrow. In fact, Zhang Yuan could understand why Qi Yan wanted this place. It's not as if there really aren't any good places in the Qixia name. The main reason was that several of the Qi family's current elders were particularly disgusted with Liang Yutong. If Liang Yutong was really allowed to live in one of the Qi family's estates, those elders would definitely step in. At that time, not to mention letting Liang Yutong recuperate at ease, it would probably cause even more unrest. Seeing that Zhang Yuan wanted to inquire about the person behind the scene, the security guard directly chilled his face. Mr. Zhang asked this question. All questions that shouldn't be asked. Zhang Yuan. What a great phrase. Questions that shouldn't be asked. Over the years many people have inquired about the owner behind this Hearing Land Forest residence, all wanting to buy this piece of precious land. Yet even now, no one has inquired. Who is the owner behind this? The identity is so mysterious. Zhang Yuan brought the news back to Qi Yan. When Qi Yan heard it said that the person behind it was not renting or lending, and that he had not even probed the owner behind it, the face is a little less colorful. Zhang Yuan's face was grave as he thought for a moment and said, I was over there, and I met Miss Qiao. As the words fell, Qi Yan's brow lurched. Liang Jinzhao came over with a face full of iron, and heard these words from Zhang Yuan. Where did you meet her? Damn Joe Starleaf. In the morning she knocked on the door at Jinjiang Sky City for a long time, but it didn't open at all. Now that he heard Zhang Yuan say that he met her outside, she was now laid back and still hanging out. Chapter 36, the collaborator Qi Yan wants to meet his Qiao Rongchuan. Seeing Liang Jintao coming over, Zhang Yuan respectfully said, Shallow Bend, listen to Lan Lingju, what's she doing there? As soon as he heard that Qiao Xingye was listening to the Lanlin residence side, Liang Jinzhao's face didn't look too good. Could it be that she wanted to completely tear herself away from the Liang family and go to that place to find a way back? That place. It's hard to believe that she was trying to seduce the master behind the Hearing Landwood residence? Quite a lot of thinking. There are not many in the entire harbor city who can look at her now. I'm afraid. The owner of the Hearing Hills Forest residence, though mysterious and untraceable, but to be able to own such a large manor in Hong Kong City, one can see that this person's identity is not simple. Qiao Xingye trying to seduce him was a fool's errand. Zhang Yuan, I'm not sure. At that time, Qiao Xingye did not even want to say one more word to him. Plus, they couldn't find out anything on the side of Hearing Lanlin residence, so how could they possibly know what Qiao Xingye was doing over there? Qi Yan's face was grim. As soon as possible, find out who the master behind this is. Apparently, he's not dead yet. Liang Yutong said he was afraid. In fact, Qi Yan was also afraid. I'm afraid that Liang Yutong won't be able to pull through this time. And so he also hoped that in what might be her last hours, fulfill her every wish as much as possible. Zhang Yuan saw that Qi Yan hadn't given up yet and nodded with some headache. Good. Ward. Lu Suyun had always accompanied Liang Yutong for the past 2 days. Watching Liang Yutong pass out time and time again from her illness was not good for her heart either. Just as Qi Yan was about to step forward, his phone rang. Von Man called. You come back here right away. On the phone, Feng Man's tone was serious, and Qi Yan looked at Liang Yutong, who had fallen asleep on the hospital bed. Aha to the phone. Hanging up the phone, he saw Lu Suyun looking at him with a sad face. I've heard that prof. Ji not only has a knack for controlling his condition, but is also experienced in relieving patients' pain. Yan, just now Yutong was tortured to faint from the pain, Lu Suyun said in pain. Qi Yan heard that Jin Yang was also experienced in pain relief for patients. More than that, he felt that getting Jin Yang back could not be delayed any longer, but he kept putting pressure on the dean from his side and also called Jin Yang personally. Results. Thinking about Jin Yang's snappy tone on the phone, even with the threats from his side, the way they didn't care over there either, Qi Yan felt a special pain in his brain. Yan, you must do something, Yutong, she's really in too much pain, Lu Suyun said in pain. Kieran nodded. Well, I'll think of something. And Yutong, now this body has been this way, between you and her. When she said this, Lu Suyun could no longer speak. She really wanted Liang Yutong to be with Qi Yan, but the doctor now has this pile of test reports, and the way Liang Yutong was tortured by her illness again and again, she knew it very well in her heart. No matter what, the Qi family won't accept Liang Yutong into their home. It might even piss off the Qi family, and then even with Qi Yan around, Liang's life won't be any easier. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Suyun took a deep breath. What's going on between you and Sheng? You can't be dragged on. That Jin Yang, come back no matter what. Previously, she had hoped that Qi Yan would stay by Liang Yutong's side all this time. But now, what if Qi Yan accompanies him? It's not like he's a doctor. Now the key doctor is connected to Zhou Starleaf again, so it's still more important to have Jin Yang back. Qi Yan's face sank straight down when he heard about himself and Qiao Xing Ye. It didn't take much thought to realize what that phone call from his mother just now telling him to go back was going to say. Damn Zhou Starleaf. That coaxes the older ones in the family so well. An hour later, Qi Yan returned to the old Qi family house. Feng Man saw him, exasperated. She blushed. What did you even promise me yesterday? You said you won't see Liang Yutong again. Word for word, Feng Man said through gritted teeth. When she thought of the kinds of diseases Liang Yutong's body had, she was so angry. Who's a good person who gets so sick together? It's not even a problem for the older ones. Liang Yutong got so many diseases at such a young age. Qi Yan's face was grim. None of you can think about what happened between Qiao Xingye and I. What did you say? Do you really want to be with that Liang Yutong? It has nothing to do with Yutong. Qi Yan directly interrupted Feng Man. To say that before last night, probably because of Liang Yutong, keeping him from making any real progress on his side with Zhou Starleaf. Thinking of the man who appeared in Jinzhong Tianchang, Qi Yan's face darkened even more. And because of what? Feng Man simply didn't believe that this had nothing to do with Liang Yutong. Qi Yan, anyway, it has nothing to do with Yutong. Yutong, Qi Yan, I'm telling you, even if it's not possible for you and Qiao Xingye, nor will you ever want to be with Liang Yutong, unless the few of us are dead. How many? These, but the 6 oldest members of the family. Those are heavyweights. Qi Yan's grandma and grandpa, grandparents, and Feng Man and his father. The words have been put to this point. Between Qi Yan and Liang Yutong, probably can only be like this. Qi Yan's brain ached with anger. There's no possibility between Yutong and I. I won't marry Qiao Xingye either. The attitude of both of them is very tough. Von Man's heart heaves with anger. He glared fiercely at Qi Yan. Fine. It's fine if you don't marry. And you should be clear that our family will be looking at the Liang family for some reason. Kiran. Naturally. No. That is, the Liang family has a rare mineral in their hands, and there are less than 5 of them in the world. The Liang family also knew deep down that if it wasn't for the Qi family, their family wouldn't have been able to keep the minerals at all. And what was extracted from that mine just happened to be what the Qi family wanted most. If the Kiss can find such a mine elsewhere, it simply didn't care to bother with the Liang family anymore. Then again, that mine is pretty much mined out and there isn't much left. Qi family now also urgently need to find other replacement. So Liang family, now Feng Man eyes. It's just an optional presence. Feng Man closed his eyes. Your uncle just got a message that the one in country F, to the harbor city, the one from F? Like the Liang family, it also holds the same kind of mine, even 10 times more than the Liang family. Qi Yan's pupils clenched violently at his words. You said? That one? Von Man nodded. The heir to the Luke family. You'll have to find a way to get on that line. With this line, the Qi family that line. And not because the Liang family mine development is completed and broken. Chapter 37 Being scolded for being so miserable a man. On Qiao Xingye's side, he had an afternoon meeting in the public studio. Just before 6 o'clock, I got a call from Qiao Rongchuan. Come down and, I'm on the road outside the entrance to the building. You can't park there, can you? Why don't you go to the basement? So you come down quickly. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Qiao Xingye just haphazardly stuffed a bunch of things into the limited edition bag. Assistant Yang Tingting was heartbroken to see her build it like this. Boss, That's a limited edition. Qiao Xing Ye, huh? Yes? She doesn't know. Tina Young. Still. Yeah? Isn't there something wrong with this Missy's common sense in life? When she buys these things, don't you know it's expensive? How much profit does she make from this studio in a year? And then think of the outpouring of, as she bought such a huge pile of stuff to give to everyone. This and the Qi family have withdrawn from the marriage is still out so generous. Yang Tingting began to suspect that what kind of little princess is she anyway? Liang Ka doesn't seem to favor her that much. Otherwise, she would have opened a studio? It was all explained down at the meeting just now. Keep an eye on it. Yang Tingting nodded. Okay. Qiao Xingye gave a brief explanation and left directly. As soon as he left the door of the building, Qiao Xingye saw the eye-catching car parked not far away. Quickly walk over that way. The phone buzzes and picks up. Having taken a number of calls from major clients today, thinking it was a call from some client, she casually answered it. Hello, where are you? Liang Jintao's suppressed voice came from the other side of the phone, even through the airwaves. Qiao Xingye could hear the suppressed anger in his tone. Zhou Xingye, what for? Liang Jinzhao, you call Jin Yang and tell her to come back immediately. Is it okay if I hit your mom? The your mom slur made the air on the phone go straight to silence for a split second. Immediately followed by Liang Jinzhao's even angrier voice rang out. Qiao Xingye, you're lawless now aren't you? Did God not know? But the law, did I break the law? Also lawless. Ha, Liang Jinzhao, my mom is also your mom. You give me one more curse to try? You're just a dirtbag. Something that's been buried in the dirt all your life and still doesn't know the depths. Liang Jinzhao, Qiao Xingye. This asshole. Let her curse. She really cursed. Liang Jinzhao was furious. Tell me, where the hell are you? Now that he'd found her, he'd have to beat the little bastard to death. I've never been able to save anyone's ass since I got home, and now I'm going overboard. What a time. And fooling around. Zhou Xingye, if you're so capable, why don't you look it up? Mound. Before hanging up the phone, Qiao Xingye didn't forget to curse. Liang Jinzhao on this side of the phone, hearing the beeping sound coming from the phone, the entire group was so angry that they almost turned their backs. Originally, when he didn't find her in Jinjiang Sky City, he had already held his fire. I ended up coming back to the hospital to call her, and my phone was blacked out. It was hard to borrow a phone to get through. That's even if I didn't say it twice. And now this is a scolding. He couldn't wait to find her now and rip her head off. Lu Suyun is by his side. Just now Qiao Xingye scolded practicing Liang Jinzhao on the phone. She heard it all. Sighing, does she hate us that much? What the hell do we owe her? Liang Jinzhao, what do you owe? What a waste of her life. After roaring, and dialing a direct line out to the, let's find out where Zhou Xingye is now no matter what. The current Liang Jinzhao had only one idea. To find that arrogant Qiao Xingye first. As arrogant as she was on the phone, he was going to make her beg for it. Lu Suyun sighed and looked in the direction of the ward. Alright, don't you still have to attend Pei Lao's birthday banquet tonight? Hurry up and don't delay. Then Zhou Starleaf sighed. Liang Jinzhao was uneasy about Liang Yutong. Lu Suyun, I'll go to her first when we find her people. She could sort of see now that for this Qiao Xingye, the means of threatening would definitely not work. Then let's coax it first. No matter what, let Jin Yang come back first. Zhou Xingye got in the car. It was only then that I realized there was one more person on the passenger side. Brother Yannick? Yan Li, a renowned cardiologist in F, especially in this aspect of surgery, has never missed. People call him Ghost Dr. Sage. Yan Li, who was in front, turned back to look at Qiao Xingye and teased with a smile. Dead girl is quite good at hiding. It's made your brother look good all these years. If he doesn't find you again, I doubt he'll be able to dig his way to Hades to see what's in store for him. Did you hide it there? Hearing that Xiao Rongchuan had looked for himself over the years, Qiao Xingye felt a pang of weakness. Carefully, she glanced at the cold man beside her. Xiao Rongchuan took her cell phone over, and Qiao Xingye's eyebrows jumped hard. What for? Xiao Rongchuan, don't talk. Zhou Starleaf. No, this. Watching Xiao Rongchuan look through his address book, and messages, WeChat, and various communication software. So this is checking her out? Qiao Xingye tangled and snatched the phone back with one hand. What are you doing? I've been out of school now for years. They used to say you can't fall in love when you're in school. And now you're not in school. Xiao Rongchuan looked over at her and let out a low laugh. Hooking the back of her head as he did so, just scooped her up onto her lap. Qiao Xingye, no. You this. Yanli brother is still there. As soon as the words left his mouth, the fender in the center of the car went straight up. Qiao Xingye still felt uncomfortable. Wriggling in Xiao Rongchuan's arms, he was about to get off his lap, and duly reminded, brother, I'm so grown up. Xiao Rongchuan laughed lightly. Really? So the stars want to fall in love now? The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. What to fall in love with? she just didn't think about it. Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, and Qiao Rongchuan continued, or will the engagement to his, take it for real? Getting married in a few days lol, if I don't come, are you really going to marry him? With these words, Qiao Xingye clearly heard a hint of danger in Qiao Rongchuan's tone. No. Qiao Rongchuan didn't believe it. Lu Ling checked everything out. After seeing the information that from the beginning to the end, Qiao Xingye did not put up any resistance. Qiao Xingye, who was currently wrapped in danger from the man, couldn't take it. He won't marry me. It's the truth. The reason why she hadn't been forceful about this was because she knew that Qi Yan wouldn't marry her. Especially Liang Yutong will not let him marry himself. And she does not know that the Sheng family is dead, worried that those people were keeping an eye on them in the shadows, and that if they rebelled against it would threaten Qiao Rongchuan because of it. So sure? Then you saw that he dumped me for another woman. Qiao Rongchuan. The phrase other women brought the mood in the carriage down again. Although Qiao Xingye's affair with Qi Yan had made Qiao Rongchuan very unhappy, but he was even more upset when Kiran abandoned her for another woman. The baby you've grown up with in your own hands, suffering this in front of another man? The bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes flashed a trace of depth. No one knows, at this moment, the depths of this eye. Hidden. What kind of danger? Chapter 38, Provoked? Take it easy. When the car stopped, Qiao Xingye realized that Qiao Rongchuan had brought her to a banquet. This family she recognized. The highly respected Pei family of Hong Kong City. In the past few years, Pei's old man's birthday banquet, Liang's family all came back. If I remember correctly, I heard last year that it was 80 years old this year. Just look at the scene of this banquet. It's more extravagant and luxurious than previous years. Luxury cars are gathered, and the lights are as extravagant as day. Lu Ling respectfully opened the car door. Master, Pei Xiao is waiting for you. Qiao Rongchuan nodded and looked at Qiao Xingye beside him. Hungry? Qiao Xingye sniffed and looked at the time on her cell phone. Kind of hungry. She's always on time for dinner. At this hour, it's time to eat. Qiao Rongchuan, if you're hungry, go eat something at the banquet. Pei Xiao and I will talk for about half an hour. Joe Starleaf. He's here to talk. Thought he was here for the birthday dinner. Looking out of the car at the guests that kept going in. Men in suits. Women in dresses of all colors. Qiao Xingye looked down at the loose, casual little suit he was wearing, plus today's casual white shoes. So, do I just go in? Qiao Rongchuan, problem? Joe Starleaf. No problem? Lu Ling, no problem. Joe Starleaf. Qiao Rongchuan glanced at Yanli who was sitting on the passenger side playing games. You accompany her. Yanli was in the middle of a fight and looked back at Qiao Xingye. Very hungry? Qiao Xingye, well, Pei's family's cook cooks very well. Yannick. No. What good food hadn't she eaten when she was in F? Surprisingly, he still thought that Pei's cook was good at cooking. Qiao Rongchuan gave Yanli a look. Yanli immediately put away his cell phone. Okay, your sister is my sister. I won't let my sister go hungry. So get on with your business. It's really a dainty in the palm of your hand. When she was little, it was enough to worry about her being hungry at all times. But now that she's so old, and you're worried she can't take care of herself? Qiao Rongchuan's face turned cold. Who is your sister? The corner of Yan Li's mouth twitched. Okay, I won't let your sister go hungry. To be stubborn in front of this Yama is to find a pit for yourself. Qiao Rongchuan is gone. Yan Li looked at Qiao Xingye. Star, let's go. Brother will take you to eat. Qiao Rongchuan hadn't gone far yet, and this brother directly made his back go a few points colder. Even Yan Li, who was separated by distance, felt it and didn't dare to talk nonsense. And so it was that Joe Starleaf, in his casual attire, just show up at the grungy party with Yanni. Yannick led her straight to the refreshment area. You eat here first. I'm not finished with this one yet. It's such a big snack area. How come there's enough for all of them? Yannick found a seat next to him. Qiao Xingye was really hungry and took a piece of cupcake. Just as he was eating it in his mouth, Tang Crisp's voice rang out. Leaf? Qiao Xingye looked up, and met Tang Crisp's gaze and Tang Crisp looked around her. Who did you come with? Why do you look like this? Tang Crisp is wearing a black deep V gown tonight. The gown with sequins sparkled in the light. In contrast to Qiao Xingye's outfit. Tang Crisp, Qi Yan brought you here? Don Crisp thought. This would be Qi Yan's attempt to crack the public opinion of the current withdrawal between him and Qiao Xingye, right? One didn't need to think about it to know that the Qi family must be crazy to attack Liang Yutong right now. Qiao Xingye swallowed the cupcake in her mouth, the word no still coming out. Suddenly a sharp and sarcastic voice interrupted her. Yeah, who is this? She's retired from marriage with Mr. Qi, and to show up for an occasion like this. Qiao Xingye and Tang Crisp looked over together. It was then that they saw Pei San walking towards them, and together with her, there were two unrecognizable raw faces. Seeing Pei San, Tang Crisp immediately lost her good face. Pei San and Liang Yutong are BFFs and she likes Liang Jinzhao. During the 2 years Liang Yutong was gone, she was at odds with Qiao Xingye at all times. But every time I'm here in Qiao Xing Ye, I'm at a disadvantage. Pei San came to Qiao Xing Ye. How did you get in? Do you have an invitation? Tang Crisp pulled Qiao Xing Ye behind her. Invitation? Since when is it your turn to be in charge of this Pei family? Pei San grunted. I can't make the call, and I know that she doesn't have an invitation today. She and her mother prepared the invitations this time. She sent them to the Liang family, deliberately wrote the entire Liang family, including Liang Yutong, but not Qiao Xingye's name. No invitation to come in and mingle? Qiao Xingye, who the hell gave you that face? And what the hell are you wearing here? You've withdrawn from marriage with Mr. Xi, so you've lost the money to buy a gown, haven't you? Look at you. The tone was all contempt. At this moment, the refreshment area is full of youngsters. Seeing Pei Sun treating Qiao Xingye like this, all of them cast a watchful glance at Qiao Xingye. Tang Crisp was exasperated. It's none of your business what she's wearing on her body. Are you dressed yourself? Looking at Pei Sun's gown, which was so low that her breasts were squeezed out of shape, Tang Crisp didn't give her a good face either. Pei San, Tang Crisp, what are you meddling with here? This is my home. My grandfather's birthday banquet. If you want to be in the company of Joe Starleaf, then get out of here together. Qiao Xingye put down the dinner plate in his hand. Looking to Pei San, are you sure? Ha, what kind of tone is that? Threatening me? Our Pei family didn't invite an outlaw woman like you. Pei San had all heard about it from Liang Jinzhao's side. Qiao Xingye even let Jin Yang leave the country without treating Yutong. Such a disgusting woman. She's annoyed by the sight of it. Qiao Xingye smiled and nodded. Indeed, I wasn't invited. So how did I get in? When these words came out, everyone in the room looked at each other in disbelief. Yes, today's birthday banquet of the Pei family can be to come in with the invitation, even if there is no invitation. That must be honorable too. And Qiao Xingye, the rags to riches young lady who wasn't invited and at the same time wasn't treated well by the Liang family. How did it get in? Pei San grunted. Tang Crisp brought you in, right? No matter who brought you in, you get out of here right now. What's the ruckus? Liang Jintao's voice rang out from outside the crowd. All the gazes that were on Qiao Xingye were also directed toward Liang Jinzhao, and with him, and Qi Yan. The two of them appeared together, both with a cool and reserved body, attracting the attention of all the thousands of golds. Pei San saw Liang Jinzhao and raised his steps to walk over. Jinzhao, why is she here? Because of the Liang family's attitude towards Qiao Xingye, Pei San didn't even need to hide it in front of Liang Jinzhao. Liang Jinzhao looked at Qiao Xingye. When he saw that she was wearing a professional outfit, he instantly blacked out. Qi Yan also saw Qiao Xingye. With only one glance, he averted his gaze, unwilling to look at her again. Obviously still angry about seeing men in Jinzhong Tianchang, Liang Jinzhao came to Qiao Xingye's side and whispered, how did you get in? Why are you dressed like this? Qiao Xingye, I'm wearing this. Is there a problem? Liang Jintao, what do you think? Any more questions? At this moment, Liang Jinzhao really felt that Qiao Xingye had been taught bad by that original family. Capriciousness is all out of place and embarrassing. Chapter 39 Doubles, and the eggs are broken. Liang Jinzhao, even if you want to find Qi Yan, you shouldn't do it in such a way. The Pei family didn't invite you this time. Actually, it was Liang Jinzhao's intention to not invite Qiao Xingye. She's always fussing about Liang Yutong these days. He didn't want her in these conspicuous places anymore. The phrase looking for Qi Yan directly made Qiao Xingye laugh out loud. What am I looking for him for? What are you doing showing up here if you're not looking for Qi Yan? Who is Qi Yan to let you make trouble too? Now you know you're in a hurry? Qi Yan had already let it be known at the hospital today that he would not marry Qiao Xingye. In Liang Jinzhao's opinion, it was that Qiao Xingye had made too much noise in the past 2 days. Who is Qi Yan? It was fine for her to be a little capricious, but in the past 2 days, she had made too much of a mess. It's another direct public withdrawal from the marriage, and it's another for Jin Young to leave the country. With all that had happened, it was a wonder that Qi Yan could tolerate her. I can tell you that things between you and Qi Yan are completely over, and it's all your own doing. Just die completely. It's useless now even if we help you put in a good word in front of him. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. That said as if you'd put in a good word for me. The irony of that statement. I also wonder if these people are blind or deaf, or are they in a constant state of self-paralysis? She's all over town because of the withdrawal, and these people still think that she would come for Qi Yan. See this attitude of hers. Liang Jinzhao came even more furious. Anyway, you leave here right now, dressed like this. Shame on you. Qi Yan also stepped forward and looked at her with a serious face, especially after seeing what she was wearing. The bottom of her eyes couldn't hide the flash of disgust. Leave right now, since our wedding is cancelled. As you wish, Qiao Xing Ye. If I, Qi Yan, ever want to marry you in this life, I'm a dog. Pei soon heard Qi Yan's words and stepped forward on her high heels. Do you hear me? Kishore won't want you. Your dream of being the first young grandma of the Hong Kong city's most powerful family is at an end. Qiao Xingye looked to Pei San. I beg to differ. Hong Kong city's no. One young mistress of the rich and powerful? Is this a dream for her? Even if it was a dream, it was a bad luck dream for her. Pei soon heard her say this and laughed even more sarcastically. You're just being tough-talking. You can't marry Qi Xiao. You've gotten yourself into such a state even. Liang Jia. And when you go out to beg for food after a while, I'll see how high and mighty you'll still be. Tang Crisp was even more pissed off. Who's talking about begging for food? Even without the Qi and Liang families. So what? Think Auntie is dead? Seeing the way Tang Crisp always protected Qiao Xingye, Pei San sarcastically said, how long can you protect her? By the way, you've been so protective of her, Tang Crisp, you're not interested in her, are you? Also it's not uncommon nowadays for men to be with men and women to be with women, but you don't need to look at such a load even if you're going to fall. Don Crisp, pop. A crisp slap landed on Pei San's face, and even Tang Crisp's words behind it were blocked. It's Joe Starleaf. Originally, I didn't want to take care of a busty woman like Pei Soon, but hearing her humiliate Tang Crisp like this, Qiao Xingye couldn't bear it anymore. That slap goes down. The scene, straight away, was quiet. Everyone looked at Qiao Xingye in disbelief. All of them couldn't believe that she actually hit Pei San with her hands. Pei San covered her face and looked at Qiao Xingye in disbelief. Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? What's so daring about hitting you? Qiao Xingye's tone was contemptuous. With a mouth like yours, you can't tear it up 8 times out of 10. Liang Jinzhao reacted to the fact that Qiao Xingye had hit someone on such an occasion, and was even more furious. Stepping forward, he pushed Qiao Xingye away. Are you crazy? Is this a place for you to fool around? Jia Xingyi looked down at her flipped-off nails. I didn't control the force just now. This didn't do the nails for a long time. So ruined. He was already in a bad mood, but now he was even more upset. Isn't it about time I fooled around? And it wouldn't be the first time? Liang Jinzhao, Seeing this arrogant and domineering look of Qiao Xingye, he was so angry that he raised his hand and, swinging his arm round, he was about to give Qiao Xingye a slap in the face. This rebellious girl deserves to be beaten. Thinking of the arrogant fuss she's been making all this time, Liang Jinzhao couldn't wait to give her a slap and send her flying. Let her learn this lesson well. However, just as he was about to hit Qiao Xingye in the face with full force, the slap, just less than a foot away from Qiao Xingye's face, when his wrist was gripped hard. At the same time, Jia Xingye's knee reached his crotch. Immediately after that, Liang Jinzhao let out a sound, his face twisting in pain in this instant. Qiao Xingye, Yan Li, who grabbed Liang Jinzhao's wrist, was originally going to give 2 punches to this who hit a woman with his hands. As a result, Liang Jinzhao curled up on the ground twisted in pain. The corner of Yan Li's mouth twitched. What for? Bumping porcelain? He hasn't even done this yet. But this is not like touching porcelain because Liang Jinzhao's face is really too painful. Tang Crisp looked over at Qiao Xingye, who lowered her knees. At the same time, Yan Li also saw Qiao Xingye's face as he calmly lowered his knees. The corners of his mouth, moreover, could not help but twitch. He had just thought that she would have been beaten if he had not made a move. As it turned out, it didn't look like he needed to do anything at all. Imabari. Pasoon pounced in front of Liang Jinzhao and saw that Liang Jinzhao was in great pain. Roaring, what the hell have you done? Ambulance, call an ambulance. Liang Jinzhao felt like his eggs had broken. This Qiao Xingye, a girl's family, even photographed the man that plays kick. Shame or not, pissed off, Qi Yan saw Liang Jinzhao suffer a loss at the hands of Qiao Xingye. Angrily, she walked towards her. What the hell are you making a scene about? Let me tell you, even if you were to turn the entire harbor city over right now, there's no way I'd marry you. Joe Starleaf. Yannick. Qian had this look that he would never sacrifice because of anyone. It made Yanli couldn't help but look at Qiao Xingye. And it was also Qi Yan's words that made the eyes of those present look at Qiao Xingye with even more contempt. Some of the mouth breathers are talking on the spot. Someone won, wasn't she the one who announced her intention to withdraw from Qi Xiao earlier? Now this is regret? Someone too, so what if you regret it? Isn't Qi Xiao's attitude that he can't marry her at all now? Someone 3, this woman. In some cases still have to be virtuous. Look at her shrewish appearance. No wonder the Liang family and Qi Xiao don't like her. With her current appearance, who likes her? Just as Qi Yan was about to say something else, suddenly the phone vibrated. It was Lu Suyan who sent a picture of Liang Yutan lying on the hospital bed. She woke up, curled up in the hospital bed in pain at the moment, her hair wet with cold sweat. Seeing Liang Yutong in this state, Qi Yan was especially distressed. The anger that had originally been piling up against Qiao Xingye was also laid to rest by the sight of this photo. He looked over at Qiao Xingye and took her wrist as he pulled her up. "Don't make a scene yet, okay?" Qiao Xingye frowned slightly. "Let go?" At the moment she could not help a flash of disgust, subtle as it was, under her eyes and, still, Kiran captured it clearly. Chapter 40. Who dares to bully her? She's in the hospital. She loathes him because of Yutong? Or is it because of the wild man in her house? Thinking of this, Qi Yan realized clearly at this moment that Qiao Xingye might, really don't want to marry him. The three words, unwilling, suddenly made Qi Yan feel a touch of suffocation. He had a death grip on Qiao Xingye's wrist. "You come with me. Qiao Xingye, I'll say it again, let go." Kiran turned back. The moment the four eyes met, Qi Yan saw from the bottom of her eyes. What he saw was endless coldness. She's too cold under her eyes. Cold to the point of having no temperature whatsoever. "Qiao Xingye, wanna make a trip to the hospital just like Liang Jinchao?" Kiran. At this time Yan Li reacted, stepping forward and grabbing Qi Yan's wrist. "Mr. Qi, you're afraid you'll have to let go of Starleaf. And who are you?" Kiran growled out in a low voice. "We just saw a wild man in Jinjiang Sky City last night. And now another one?" When looking at Yan Li's face, Qi Yan's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. "Yannick, why is he here? This medical genius of F, especially in heart surgery, never had a record of failure. How many wealthy people have wanted to invite him to surgery over the years? It's just a shame that 2 years ago, for some reason, Yannick suddenly ended his medical career. That said, he is not accepting any patients at this time, but his medical skills are still mentioned from time to time. It doesn't matter who I am, but if you continue to hold on to her like this, I guarantee you that Kishore, tonight, can't get out of this party alive." Yan Li's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, the bottom of his consistently warm eyes clearly erupted with unprecedented danger. Even if it was Qiao Xingye, seeing Yan Li like this, his heart couldn't help but tighten. This sentence of not being able to live caused an unprecedented chill to rise up in Qi Yan's body, but still little by little loosened Qiao Xingye's wrist. The moment she got free, Qiao Xingye was directly pulled behind Yan Li. He asked her in a low voice, "How was it?" "It's okay." Qiao Xingye rubbed his somewhat sore wrist. Yan Li also shook off Qi Yan as soon as he looked at Qiao Xingye's eyes and, filled with favor, "Had enough? Joe Starleaf. Just one bite of." But seeing the gang, she couldn't eat this, so she could only nod. "Aha. Let's go when we're full. The air in this place is filthy," Yan Li said nonchalantly. After saying that, he took Qiao Xingye with him, and everyone there was shocked, especially Qi Yan, seeing Yan Li treat Qiao Xingye that way. Yan Li, how did he treat Qiao Xingye? What's the relationship between Qiao Xingye and him? And the man who carried a Chang with him last night at Jinjiang Sky City? At first glance, the status is also extraordinary. Is it possible that by leaving herself, she's variously paving the way? If that's the case, then I have to say, she's pretty smart. This looking for a back way is one more than the other. Liang Jinjiao lying on the ground, for a while did not slow down. Qiao Xingye down-legged too hard. Qiao Ronchuan and Pei Xiao Pei Jingyao came down from upstairs. Just saw the dessert area in disarray not far away. His family is hosting this party tonight. All the design is done by him alone. While he and Xiao Ronchuan were talking about things, his assistant came to report the situation at the banquet. Said his sister and Liang's own daughter got into trouble. Xiao Ronchuan didn't look too good somehow. After hearing the assistant's report, he immediately got up and was about to leave. They have not even finished talking about this. Do they think that the banquet accident is the Pei family's bad style? Thinking this way, Pei Jingyao was also a bit annoyed. Xiao Ronchuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the scene. Not seeing Yan Li or Qiao Xingye, Pei Jingyao had a headache. "Master Qiao, it's not a big deal. My sister has always been willful and unintelligent. It's all kid-sum. Let's go back to the study and get the contract." "Pei Xiao, if you can't even manage your children at home, I'll have to deliberate more carefully on this cooperation." Pei Jingyao, no, shouldn't this be public and private? What does poor child control at home have to do with their cooperation? Without waiting for Pei Jingyao to figure it out, Qiao Ronchuan went down the stairs with big strides. Pei Jingyao's entire body was confused. The ambulance came quickly, and when it pulled Liang Jinjiao away, Pei San had to follow it. Pei Jingyao grabbed her. "What are you doing?" "I had to go and take a look when I got beat up by that Xiao Xingye this morning." "Ha? Now that she was Liang Jinjiao's recognized girlfriend, she naturally had to go with him. Pei Jingyao has a headache with this sister, and he absolutely despises the Liang family. That Liang Yuton looks like she's pretending. I don't know what kind of blindness this sister and that Liang family have become. Now seeing Liang Jinzhao beaten like this, it didn't take much thought to realize that it must be his own sister, Qiao Xing Ye, who couldn't stand it anymore and made a move on him again. Seeing Pei San wanting to follow him was even more infuriating. Go to what? Get your ass back to your room. Shame on you. Pei San, what have I lost face for? Hurry up and let go of me. Uncle Chen. Yes, Major. Take her back to her room. As soon as Pei Sun saw that Pei Jingyao was going to come for Rial, he became even more anxious. What are you doing? Pei Jingyao glared at him fiercely. I'll clean you up later. After saying that, he took a big step to chase after them. Xiao Rongchuan came to Hong Kong City this time with great difficulty and agreed to meet with him. This goddamned Pei San. Pei San didn't want to go upstairs. She was going to find Liang Jinzhao. You guys let go of me. I want to go to the hospital. The whole scene was a mess. Or Butler Chen was worried that he would be rebuked by Pei Jingyao. Hurry up and have someone force Pei San to take him upstairs. This side of the car. Xiao Rongchuan's face sank so deeply that Qiao Xingye didn't dare to utter a single breath and obediently sat beside him. Xiao Rongchuan lowered his eyes and gave her a dangerous look. Those people bullied you? Nothing. Qiao Xingye shook his head. Yan Li in the front hurriedly picked up. I can testify that she really wasn't bullied. Just now. Who dared to bully Qiao Xingye? It was so hard that people were hospitalized. Xiao Rongchuan's face remained bad. Buzz, buzz. Both of their phones rang at the same time. Qiao Xingye's was from Tang Crisp, while Xiao Rongchuan's was from Pei Jingyao. Xiao Xingye picked up the phone. Crispy. Yeep, are you okay? Don Crisp asked in a low voice. In fact, she wanted to ask how she had gone with Yan Li, an internationally famous heart genius, much more famous than Jean Yang. How does she even know such a big shot? Xiao Xingye, it's fine. I'll take you to eat hot pot tomorrow. Hang up. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Xiao Rongchuan, on the other hand, didn't answer the phone and heard that Qiao Xingye not only answered the phone, and to take each other to hot pot and blush even more. Pei Jingyao's call came in again, and Xiao Rongchuan hung up without saying a word. And this time, he pulled the plug on someone. I'm really not being bullied. Can you stop being so dark? Jia Xingyi muttered. Xiao Rongchuan, really no? No. Xiao Xingyi said firmly. Xiao Rongchuan snorted coldly. All these years, this is how it's been. Joe Starleaf. That was a direct question to the point. And he was right. That's how she had been all these years. People say that one has to suffer to be liked more. She probably has so many people disliking her because she's too much to eat. Chapter 41. He puts her first, and she puts him first. Just as Qiao Rongchuan darkened his face and was about to say something else, Xiao Xingye's stomach grumbled. The next moment, Xiao Rongchuan's face darkened even more. Not full? Xiao Xingye muttered in aggravation. Just one bite. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire space was somber and Xiao Rongchuan glanced icily at Yan Li on the passenger side in front of him. Yan Li was jolted by the look in his eyes. No, I asked if you were full, and I thought you said you were. Yes, he did take Xiao Xingye to dinner, but she's too old to have to feed herself, right? Yannick is really going to die of speechlessness. Xiao Xingye, I don't blame brother Yan Li. It's that there was someone looking for trouble after only one bite. Yanni, see, my sister said so. It really has nothing to do with me. Yannick is going crazy. This madman has always held this baby he raised in the palm of his hand. It seems like this little girl never grows up, but whenever there was some kind of aggravation, then the people around Xiao Xingye would definitely have to suffer. Buzz, the phone rang again. From an unfamiliar number. Qiao Rongchuan picked up. Hello, Master Zhou. It's me. No, what's going on here? How come it's gone? I'm here. Pei Jingyao's voice of suppressed collapse came from the phone. However, before he could finish his words, Xiao Rongchuan simply hung up the phone. Lu Ling. Yes, Master. In a moment, you call Pei Jingyao and say. Speaking here, Xiao Rongchuan paused his tone and glanced at Qiao Xingye, who was sitting beside him. Xiao Xingye was made weak by this look in his eyes. I didn't suffer. Feeling that this one was about to lose control again because of herself, Xiao Xingye hurriedly said. However, it didn't work at all. I only heard Xiao Rongchuan say, tell him that it's useless to dwell too much on it. It's better to deal with the family matters first. Joe Starleaf, take care of the family first? He's trying to get Pei Jingyao to beat Pei San to death, isn't he? What happened at the banquet today was a conflict between her and Pei San. If Pei Jingyao knew that the cooperation was cancelled because of Pei San's nonsense, according to Pei Jingyao's rights in the Pei family, Pei San will definitely not be able to eat. Lu Ling, okay, don't If Pei Jingyao is a good person to work with, don't mess with this. Xiao Xingye said hurriedly. Anyway, she didn't suffer any loss. She has always been like this. with Qiao Rongchuan's interests as the first priority. No matter what, Lu Ling glanced at Qiao Xing Ye and Qiao Rongchuan in the rearview mirror. Couldn't help but sigh. This Miss Pei's family is not good at messing with anyone, but has to mess with this person who was on the tip of her heart. Once upon a time in F, there were also some unknowing Qianjin who mocked Qiao Xingye for being just an adopted daughter of the Qiao family. Later, no one in the outside world knew what happened to those thousands of gold, but Lu Ling was clear. How much Qiao Rongchuan protected Qiao Xingye. That was from the time Qiao Xingye was first born. Just the kids he picked up. He held it in his heart. How could he let others bully him? Qiao Rongchuan directly brought Qiao Xingye back to Shallow Bend. The kitchen had already prepared dinner, and at the table, Qiao Xingye was really hungry and hard. Qiao Rongchuan slowly and methodically pinched food for her. Eat slowly. No one will grab it with you. Yanli saw how fast Qiao Xingye was eating this meal. I can't help but sigh. Boy, it's better to be loose. Look at that. That's a much better behaved meal than before. When these words came out, Qiao Rongchuan directly passed with a cold stare. Yanli bristled. I'm telling the truth here. In the past, when I was in F country, every time I had dinner with Qiao Xingye, she's all about not eating this or that. She's a picky eater. Now look at Qiao Rongchuan giving her some vegetables and she's eating them well. That's what a meal looks like. You can't even gag on food? Qiao Rongchuan opened his mouth coldly. Yanni, the plug's on. After saying that, he even stuffed himself with a piece of meat in response. And Qiao Xingye, looking at him like this, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hospital side. Lu Suyun didn't know where she got the news that Yan Li had appeared at the Pei family's banquet. As for those things that happened at the Pei family banquet, she was not aware of them. Qi Yan in a hurry. Kiran was now being watched very closely by the people at the old mansion. But he got a call. Still the righteousness rushed in. Ah Yan. I didn't necessarily mean to disturb you at this time. I was worried that the doctor had left, so it was a rush to get you over here. As you know, Yuton's health is in bad shape right now. It's very demanding in terms of doctors. It's the truth. Now Liang Yuton has problems in several parts of her body. Treatment plan. That all comes with strict requirements. But where one party is not cooperating well and giving her more than her body can handle, she's all going through 1,000 times more pain. Kiran nodded. I know. Which doctor was it? Yan Li, a famous cardiologist over in F. You know that, right? That doctor has been out of the medical profession for the past 2 years. Not to mention speaking out of F to save patients. Speaking of Yan Li, Lu Suyun's tone was urgent. Ever since I found out that Liang Yuton was sick, she had been asking around about various famous doctors all this time. A doctor like Yannick, who's never failed a cardiology procedure 100% of the time. She was even the most detailed inquirer. The moment Qi Yan heard that it was Yan Li, his face directly sank. It had to be said that Yan Li was a genius with excellent medical skills. He's out of the medical profession, and it may not be so easy to win him over. More importantly, he's involved with Zhou Starleaf, and to fight for him, probably as tough as fighting for Jin Yang. The thought of Qiao Xingye being taken away by Yan Li made Qi Yan's teeth itch with anger. Lu Suyun, then we have to fight for it. Think of something, okay? With a body like Yuton's, there's a great need for a doctor like him. You know. Lu Suyun's tone became more urgent. She was doing all of this now for Liang Yuton to successfully pull through this difficult time. Qi Yan and then added, how did you know he came to Hong Kong City? I heard it from someone. I heard that he went to Elder Pei's birthday banquet. He can't be wrong. Xian, and did the other man tell you that he went with Qiao Xingye? What? Instantly, Lu Suyun's face was full of shock as she looked at Qi Yan in disbelief. With whom? Qian, Qiao Xingye. What do they have to do with each other? As soon as she heard that she was going with Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun's face instantly looked bad. In his mind, he flashed through their fight for Jin Yang in the past 2 days, as well as Qiao Xingye's attitude. If Yanli was related to Qiao Xingye, it didn't take much thought to realize that. It's hard for them to fight for this Yanni too. Damn, how come there's a Zhou Starleaf everywhere? But these two doctors are really important to Yuton. You know, Lu Suyun said painfully. She was really hoping that it would be Yan Li and Jin Yang who would cooperate now. If she had those two on board, Liang Yuton's body will definitely pull through. But it is related to Qiao Xingye. It must be fought for, no matter how much it costs. Lu Suyun painfully took Qi Yan's hand and said, Chapter 42, Sleeping and Coaxing? I just spoke to Qi Yan about Yannick. Lu Suyun received another call that Liang Jinzhao had entered the hospital, and she didn't even have time to ask about the situation. He hurriedly handed Liang Yuton over to Qi Yan, then rushed to Liang Jinzhao's hospital room himself. Seeing Liang Jinzhao's face full of misery, what's wrong with you? How did it turn out? Liang Jinzhao gritted his teeth and roared. You can't open a card for Qiao Xingye. Absolutely not this time. There was still strength to make heaven and earth. So it seemed she hadn't been starved too hard, since she's so capable of. Then even if she sold herself next, she wouldn't want to let another penny be spent on the Liang family. Lu Suyun nodded. I know. Don't open it for her. What? This injury of yours has something to do with her? Liang Jinzhao was furious. Will pay old birthday banquet? All the things to Lu Suyun said once. And the more Lu Suyun listened, the more her face sank. She looked at Liang Jinzhao in complete disbelief. The eyes kept moving downward, eventually landing at the crotch of his pants. Almost wasted you? Lu Suyun was breathing heavily. It's too much. Too lawless. I knew she had a bad temper before. Now it seems that it's not just bad-tempered. It's also rebellious. Even rebellious to the point of being over the top. Liang Jinzhao, I checked. Jinjiang Tiancheng that area a lot of just these 2 days to pay rent. You don't pay her. Not only don't you open the card, you don't get a penny in cash to make her so capable. Lu Suyun was furious. Wait until she begs me. Is it time to pay the rent? Okay, that's a lot of rent. She'd like to see how hard the dead girl can be. She couldn't believe that she was still hard this time. These years have been relying on the Liang family's money to support, but also so built, really give her spoiled. That's all. As soon as Lu Suyun and Liang Jinzhao clapped their hands, they said that they wouldn't open a card for Qiao Xing Ye, and won't give her any money, no matter what was said. This time it would have to wait until Qiao Xing Ye begged them, and at that time, Qiao Xing Ye had to agree to their various demands, such as letting Jin Yang come back and another example is to get Yan Li to agree to cure Liang Yutong as well. This side of the ward, Qi Yan looked at Liang Yutong, who was full of weakness. Another glance at the barely touched meal on the small table next to him. No food? Liang Yutong, the smell of disinfectant water is too strong for me to eat. It's the truth. People who are unwell have no taste in whatever they eat, and with her current body, it also needs to be absolutely light. The smell of the disinfectant water made her gag. Yen, will you let me out of the hospital? I told Mom and she won't let me. This place really makes me so desperate. Yen, I want to be discharged. Every time the doctor came to examine her, when he saw her test report sighed and shook his head. At that time, Liang Yutong even felt that she probably wouldn't be able to leave the hospital alive. She's too scared. So I'll get you another hospital? Qi Yan said compassionately. Liang Yutong shook her head. No, I don't want to be in the hospital. I really want to go. I'm really scared. Do you know, Yen? I'm in the hospital every day now. I feel like death is very close to me. I feel like death is going to take me at any moment. The feeling that life could pass away at any moment was really too suffocating, and she was really scared. Kiran, don't be ridiculous. I'm serious. Yen, you don't know that every time you undergo a sickness, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to see the sky outside the hospital or not. It's a feeling that only someone who is truly terminally ill would know. That fear that you could die in the hospital every day is really scary and frightening. Meeting the despair in Liang Yutong's eyes, Qi Yan backhanded her hand. Don't worry. I'll take you out of the hospital. Really? Well, Zhang Yuan is already working on it. I'll let you out of the hospital when everything is arranged. You'll see sunrise and sunset every day then. Liang Yutong's desperate eyes flashed with a hint of expectation when she heard this. She backhanded Qi Yan's wrist. Really? Really? At this moment, Qi Yan's mind once again flashed back to the Hearing Lawn Forest residence over at Shallow Bay. That place, he was bound to take it down. Coming out of the hospital, Qi Yan asked Zhang Yuan to inquire again. And this time, no matter what, take down Shallow Bend as well. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but have a bit of a headache once he heard that he was being asked to do this again. The owner behind that has made it clear that he won't sell or rent it. Renting and selling are hopeless. Even if he went again, Zhang Yuan felt that it would be in vain. Qi Yan, even if you pay double, or even triple the market value to buy it. Zhang Yuan sniffed and was shocked. That place is worth hundreds of millions of dollars on its own, and with this double and triple that would be. Still not going? Zhang Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Qi Yan's icy coldness. Zhang Yuan returned to his senses and nodded his head. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Now it's the middle of the night and you can't see the owner if you go. After eating on Qiao Xingye's side, she took a shower and plopped down on the toffee couch in her room to draw her manuscript. There was a knock on the door, and without looking up, she spat out the word, "Enter." Qiao Rongchuan came in with a glass of milk. Seeing that Qiao Xingye was drawing something, he went forward and placed the milk on the small table next to her. Come closer, look at it. What is it? Qiao Xingye, studio draft. I'll draw the key parts myself. Qiao Rongchuan directly pulled the pencil out of her hand. It's late, drink the milk and go to bed. Qiao Xingye wanted to draw for a while longer, and reached out to snatch the pencil back. However, the next moment, her wrist was pinched by Qiao Rongchuan. The man's hot skin made her subconsciously shrink back as if she had been electrocuted. Only, the man's grip tightened. leaving her nowhere to run, especially on the man's deep eyes. Qiao Xingye's heart subconsciously tightened. Brother, Xiao Rongchuan, to coax? Qiao Xingye's brain exploded with a boom. No need. Even the tone of his voice had become stuttering. What was this person talking about? How old is she now? How can you possibly need coaxing? Xiao Rongchuan's heart couldn't help but tremble as he watched her eyes dodge and her small face turn petulantly red. I'll take you back to F first in a few days. Mom misses you. Hearing that she was going back to F country, Qiao Xingye nodded. Okay. Xiao Rongchuan let go of her and turned to go out. Qiao Xingye was still in place, her little heart still unable to resist poofing, looking at the milk that Xiao Rongchuan had brought in for her, warm and fuzzy. It was then that she remembered that she hadn't seemed to drink milk at night in the years since she had come to Port City. Even a lot of habits in F country are missing because of the run of life. At this moment, when I see you again, I can't help but feel a little sour in my heart. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Qiao Xingye looked at the number. Another unfamiliar number. She didn't want to answer and just hung up. Now all these strange phone calls seemed to her to be either from Qi Yan or the Liang family. Just as soon as he hung up, the other person dialed in again. Finally, picking up. Hello, Qiao Xingye. You. Pei San's angry roar came from the phone, and it was obvious that Pei Jingyao had gone back to clean her up. Qiao Xingye wasn't a vegetarian either, and immediately scolded back. You're sick, right, idiot? Chapter 43, in Xiao Rongchuan's heart. She's still a child. This is Zhou Starleaf. That's what she'd been through all these years away from Zhou's house. People hit her. She hit them back. Someone scolded her. Then she would definitely scold back. Taking a loss? It doesn't exist. She wouldn't be the one to take a loss. Pei San, hee. I'm stupid? What are you? No wonder Qi Yan doesn't want you. He'd be damned if he'd want you for a watery woman like you. Qiao Xingye, are you blind? I'm the one who publicly dumped him. For the likes of Pei San, Qiao Xingye had always disdained to take care of them. She is extremely close to Liang Yutong, and for all these prejudices against her, to say that there is no Liang Yutong's cause, that's absolutely impossible. Pei San, you dumped him? It's you who has your eye on a higher branch, right? Qiao Xingye, I tell you, there's going to be times when you'll regret it. Qiao Xingye was riveted and about to curse back furiously. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth, she heard Pei San continue to taunt. You don't know yet, do you? Qi Yan was willing to throw hundreds of millions of dollars for Yutong and bought the Hearing Lawn Forest residence in Shallow Bay. Do you know what the Hearing Lawn Forest residence is? Zhou Starleaf. By Hearing Landwood residence? Qiao Xingye looked at the room he was in at the moment. Pei Sun, where do you such a bumpkin know what the Hearing Lanlin residence is? To tell you the truth, that's the best located ocean view manor in the entire harbor city. It's bigger in there than any park you've ever been to in your life. And you've been his fiancé for 2 years. What goodies did he give you? Even if you want to regret it now, you won't have a chance. Probably by Pei Jingyao repair hard. At this moment Pei Suwa in the phone crackling is Emil. Qiao Xingye grunted. Listen to Lanlin residence? Are you sure Qi Yan bought it for Liang Yutong? Already in the process of buying it. Just you wait. You've never had it in your life. Qiao Xingye, after he buys it, you can come back and show it off for Liang Yutong. It's silly to the extreme. If you're trying to please Liang Yutong, you're doing it for Liang Jinzhao, right? It's just a shame that this Pei San doesn't know that either. Does she know what Liang Jintao is or not? Such a scumbag. And she's still a treasure. Although Liang Jinzhao is still unmarried, his child is already 2 years old, born by a woman outside. Qiao Xingye hung up the phone directly. Wasting time with people like that is a waste of bedtime. Just hung up. Don Crisp's call came in. Qiao Xingye picked up. Crispy, I've just gotten a message that Qi Yan is going to buy the Hearing Lawn Forest residence for Liang Yutong. Now it's turning over to find the owner behind Shallow Cove. Do you think he's crazy? Zhou Starleaf. Tang Crisp, do you think this Qi family also do not care about it? I don't know how many times I've been disgusted by Liang Yutong's face, but now that she's so high profile, Don Crisp looked even worse. An adopted daughter of the Liang family, squeezing her own daughter out of position and grabbing everything. What's this about now? Letting the whole harbor city know that. How honorable is her position as an adopted daughter? What a living hell. Qiao Xingye also knew that Tang Crisp was disgusted by Liang Yutong and snorted. Don't worry. This time, whether the Qi family cares or not, Qi Yan won't be able to buy the Hearing Lawn Forest residence. How can you tell? He hasn't been hitting on Shallow Bend for more than a couple of years, and he could have bought it long ago. Now that you can hear the news, it's mostly because Liang Yutong wanted to use this method to put pressure on Qi Yan. That's too gross, isn't it? Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, Qi Yan doesn't know anything. When the time comes because the owner behind it can't buy it, he becomes a joke, not to mention Liang Yutong. Before Qi Yan wanted to buy shallow bends. This is also known to everyone. But this time, one was added and it was bought for Liang Yutong. In that case, Qi Yan will surely want to buy it even more sky high? If he can't buy it, when the time comes to face, it's up and down that can't be done. Liang Yutong had made this commotion to get shallow bay, but she hadn't thought about the relationship behind it. Don Crisp, no. How can you be sure? They can't buy it? The joke was that she wanted to see it. After all, this Liang Yutong and Qi Yan joke. This is a revenge joke. Who does not want to see it? It's the fear of this last buy. I've heard all about it. He's going to pay 3 times the market value. Are you sure the owner behind this shallow bend won't be moved? Qiao Xing Ye, no way. How do you know? Because the master is me. Don Crisp. The air on the phone, straight away, went quiet. To Tang Crisp, there was no need for Qiao Xingye to hide it. After all, now that it was hidden, it was only a matter of time before we found out. The air, for all intents and purposes, was quiet for maybe 30 seconds. Immediately after Don Crisp said, I feel like there might be something wrong with my ears. What did you just say? Am I deaf? Did you lie to me? What was Qiao Xingye's position in the Liang family? Could she not know? Can she afford to buy shallow bend? Let's not talk about her studio that makes millions a year. Even if there were 10 studios like that, can't afford it either. Yeep, how much are you hiding from me? Thanks to me. I was worried that the Liang family had starved you to death before? Don Crisp's voice exploded right over the phone. When she thought of the Liang family stopping her card earlier, she even pitied her for a while, calling the Liang family something they are not. As it turned out, she herself was the poor one, and she needed the poor charity of this sister. It's a long story. Is it something to do with the family that raised you? Then it seems that the family that raised you treated you quite well. The only thing Tang Crisp thought of now was the family that raised Qiao Xing Ye. Aha! Qiao Xing Ye just responded faintly. Tang Crisp, really? Then I don't have to worry about you. You can't starve. Joe Starleaf. Tang Crisis, not only can't you starve, now even if there are 10 Qi Yan, they can't help you. Can love Qiao Xing Ye to the point of, give her shallow bend value so big place. Not to mention 10 Qi Yan, even 100 of them can't help her. The two chatted on the phone for a while before Qiao Rongchuan came in and she hung up. The man was wearing a robe. The legs under the robe were straight and slender, with dripping hair and deep eyes, alive and well, like the king who walked out of a comic. Call who? Qiao Rongchuan's tone was deep, obviously, not happy with her behavior of not obeying her and going to bed. Another glance at the milk on the small table next to him was also undrinkable, and the displeasure under his eyes intensified a little. Zhou Xing Ye, Crispy's on the phone, I'm asleep. When she finished, she crawled straight for the bed. When he saw the milk, he reached out and was going to pick it up and drink it first. Qiao Rongchuan, however, snatched it away. It's cold. Go to bed first. I'll have someone bring you a hot cup. Qiao Xingye wanted to say no. She could do without milk now. Just as the words reached his mouth, Qiao Rongchuan had already gone out. Not long after, the maid brought her warm milk, and Qiao Xingye obediently took it and finished it. Chapter 44, Is Qiao Rongchuan playing with Qi Yan? The other side of the den. When Lu Ling came, he saw Qiao Rongchuan with a cigarette in his hand and an ink-colored robe. The whole thing looked a little deeper too. Lu Ling stepped forward. Master, Mister, she wants to see you. Qiao Rongchuan's eyebrows moved slightly as he sniffed. Eyes deep, he looked at Lu Ling. Qi Yan? Lu Ling nodded. He should be our mine. The Qi family suddenly picked on their adopted and real daughters 2 years ago, and it should also be because the Liang family's mine has been pretty much mined. Qiao Rongchuan took another drag on the cigarette in his hand. The corners of his mouth rose little by little, eventually raising a hint of sarcasm. Picking and choosing? Lu Ling sniffed and froze, and then nodded. Yes. When did the stars get their turn to pick? Lu Ling. Got it. Stabbed this one in the weak spot again. In this way, it was almost unlikely that Qi Yan would want to gain cooperation from Qiao Rongchuan. A hint of coldness crossed the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Lu Ling thought about it, but still said, but 2 years ago miss. Should not know. It seems like this marriage was a private decision between the Liangs and the Qises. As the words fell, the entire study's atmosphere became colder. Lu Ling thought of something and added, by the way, Mr. Qi's assistant, it's been dealing with the security side, wanting to see you, saying they want to buy this Hearing Lane Forest house. Qiao Rongchuan, buy here? Yes, it is used for that adopted daughter of the Liang family to get well, and before that it was said that it was rented and borrowed. In short, it was quite urgent. Qiao Rongchuan sneered. Just retired from a marriage with a star. In a hurry to spend that much money on this place for your adopted daughter's health? Lu Ling scratched his head. Come on, this Qi Yan. Now every step is stepping on this one's minefield. It was practically bouncing on his head. That one should affect them quite a bit if it breaks off. Otherwise it wouldn't have flopped around looking for a replacement. Wanting to collaborate is serious, but at the same time bouncing around the Qiao Rongchuan minefield is very serious. Qiao Rongchuan flicked the ashes of the cigarette in his hand. Lu Ling, want to meet? Qiao Rongchuan, you tell him he's been a little busy lately, etc. Wait a minute? Lu Ling glanced at Qiao Rongchuan with uncertainty. He usually hated it when anyone gave ambiguous answers. Anyone who gave him a response like that in those years was generally taken by him as if it was a trick on him. So, is this his way of playing Qi Yan now? What? Seeing that Lu Ling didn't answer, Qiao Rongchuan cast an icy glance at him. Lu Ling instantly returned to his senses with a jolt. I'll do it now. Just play it. The Liang family hadn't taken good care of Miss in these 2 years, and Qi Yan had humiliated Miss any time she came along. Fooling them is light. Hard times are ahead. Getting up the next morning, in a daze, I received a call from Yang Tingting, saying that she said yesterday that she had to go to the company for a meeting this morning. It's almost time. Qiao Xing Ye took a look. It was almost 9 o'clock. Just after hanging up on Tina Yang, another call came in and she picked up. Hello, your rent is due today, right? Lu Suyun's voice came from the other side of the phone. Joe Starleaf. Who the hell told them that their house in Jinjiang Sky City was rented? What's the drop? Asking her for rent at this time must not have any good intentions. Lu Suyun, want to open a card? Qiao Xingye, how do you want to say it? How do you say it if you don't want to? The phrase want to open a card? Which made it even clearer in Qiao Xingye's mind that the call wasn't that simple. Lu Suyun, you don't want to? Cut the crap. Qiao Xingye's patience had run out. If you're looking for me to talk about Jin Yang, then you can die. Just like Liang Yutong. Seeing her come back, he had thought of a big move waiting to deal with her. As a result, within 2 days, the person went straight to the hospital and is now seriously ill. Even if she didn't torture her herself, she was still tormented. What does Lu Suyun really think? How dare you want yourself to ask Jin Yang to cure her Liang Yutong? She'll be lucky if she doesn't kill her herself. Qiao Xingye, I told you that Yutong didn't do that thing. Why don't you believe me? I know in my heart if it's her or not. I don't need you here to defend her. Qiao Xingye's tone was also tougher than ever. As for Lu Suyun on this side of the phone, she couldn't believe it when she heard Qiao Xingye's attitude on the phone. Qiao Xingye is kind of facing a dilemma right now, isn't he? Doesn't having no money teach her anything? Lu Suyun gritted her teeth in anger. I think you don't want to open the card. You think I really care about that $20,000 you gave me? Don't care though. But this Liang family really doesn't have a bag of brains. A random piece of jewelry for an adopted daughter is more than $100,000. When you get to your own daughter, you're still shutting the card around anytime you get 20,000 a month out of pocket. Will you guys still give a direct drop to 2,000 for Liang Yutong's sentence next time? Totally sure. It doesn't even take much to make it possible. They believed Liang Yutong's words as much as anything. Lu Suyun, so you think the money is too little? Do you think it's a lot? Mrs. Liang, what is $20,000 in your eyes? Probably when you bought Liang Yutong a bag. You were too cheap and embarrassed to let her carry it out, right? Lu Suyun, instantly, dumbfounded, because what Qiao Xingye said was the truth. All those years when Liang Yutong went out with those girlfriends of hers, representing the Liang family, naturally, she wouldn't let her take cheap stuff out. What are you comparing yourself to her for? It's not like you're in the same circles as her. What do you need to waste all that money for? Qiao Xingye had a smile on his lips. Listen, it's a waste when it comes to her. Yes, I'm wasted. I like to be wasted. Okay? Lu Suyun, too little money? Fine. I'll raise it back to the original amount. How about $100,000 a month? She spoke in an exasperated manner, with the implication that she didn't want to continue to tangle with Qiao Xingye. Not waiting for Qiao Xingye to speak, Lu Suyun then said first, it's settled. I'll call the bank in a few minutes to open up $100,000 for you, but there's one thing you have to do for me. Qiao Xingye, there are conditions. Ha! She'd almost gotten used to it over the past 2 years, but at this moment, when I heard Lu Suyun speaking on terms, I didn't need to think about it. This condition must be because Liang Yutong spoke it. Lu Suyun, don't be so gloomy with me. You tell Jin Yang to come back. Besides, you know Dr. Yannick, don't you? Qiao Xingye, Yanli? You and he both went to the Pei family banquet. Don't pretend to me that you don't recognize it. Lu Suyun said fiercely. Qiao Xingye snorted out a laugh. All know so clearly? I didn't want to pretend, but look at the rush she gave me. However, she wasn't even going to say half a word about a Jin Yang before, and now there was one more Yanli. Lu Suyun, as long as you promise that they'll come to this side of the hospital together tomorrow, I'll call the bank right away and open your line of credit. One bite, one purpose, all for Liang Yutong. Qiao Xing Ye couldn't help but tsk twice, $100,000. And you want to buy Liang Yutan's life? Is that all she's worth in your hearts? Chapter 45, You're a real mom? You've really opened my eyes. The moment these words came out, Lu Suyun on this side of the phone was about to blow up directly. Going from 20,000 to 100,000 isn't enough? What do you want then? 100,000. In Lu Suyun seems to Qiao Xingye, is not a small amount of money. And don't look at the poor family she came from. The reason they haven't been willing to tell them what the family is like is because the family is so poor, right? Even if she is her own daughter. At this moment Lu Suyun can't help but feel in her heart that the Joe Starleaf is overly hypocritical. Those are at least her adoptive parents who raised her. How can they dislike them? 2 years ago they asked her if she'd tell them who those people really were. The other side also gets a fortune. For now, let's just forget about it. Raise your children to them like this and dare what gratitude? I don't want anything. Well, think about it. If you can't pay that rent now, don't blame me for being a heartless mom when you get kicked out. The meaning of this statement is obvious. If she couldn't live in Jinjiang Sky City, she would never want to go back to the Liang family. Qiao Xingye fluttered her eyelashes and looked out the window at the great sunshine. A real mom to this extent. It's really grown on me, too. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Suyun on the other side of the phone to react, Qiao Xingye's side hung up the phone first. Being a mom. Ha! Qiao Xingye was really hoping that Lu Suyun would forget this identity of being her Qiao Xingye's mother. At this moment, Qiao Xingye had quite the feeling that he was being blackmailed. Lu Suyun on this side of the hospital. Hearing Qiao Xingye hang up the phone again, his eyes blazing with anger, he dialed again and pulled the plug again. Liang Jinzhao came over. I saw Lu Suyun furious. You say who the hell did she learn this crap from? Not moving to pull the plug. Pissed off. Really pissed off. Lu Suyun felt like she had never been so angry in her life. But now to Qiao Xingye, she was really angry. Liang Jinzhao's face was still a bit pale. Seeing that Qiao Xingye had laid that knee last night, really almost wasted him. How are you doing? Well, it's okay now, Liang Jinzhao said. I say it's fine, but I'm actually on fire. Last night Lu Suyun all told him about Yan Li. Liang Jinzhao also had a headache. How come one or two of the doctors are related to Qiao Xingye? That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? She didn't just say yes? Lu Suyun, promise what a promise. You say how she must and you at on cross? Just think about it and get pissed off. Liang Jinzhao blackened his face and didn't say anything. Lu Suyun looked at him again. Hey, how do you think she knows people of Jin Yang and Yan Li's status? Liang Jinzhao. Lu Suyun, in terms of the environment she grew up in, there's no way she could have known these two. This was something that Lu Suyun couldn't figure out. Liang Jinzhao frowned, thought for a moment and said, the Jin family has been doing charity in poor mountainous areas all these years. Did her knowing Jin Yang have something to do with it? Lu Suyun nodded. It's possible. So if she knows Yan Li, it's also related to Jin Yang? Jin Yang and Yan Li both studied medicine. And even if they were in different departments, they were still considered peers. Thinking this way, Lu Suyun and Liang Jinzhao didn't suspect too much. How is Yutong doing now? Liang Jintao looked into the sick room. It's fine if we don't talk about it, but if we do. Lu Suyun then sighed and said, I woke up twice last night from the pain. Hey, when she thought of Liang Yutong suffering from her illness at any time now, her heart ached. There are two sides to the conversation. Early in the morning on Zhang Yuan's side, he was called up by Qi Yan to deal with Shallow Bay. Just as he was about to go out, Qi Yan called again and said that he wanted to go over to Shallow Bay to talk in person. And to think that last night, for some reason, is now a big deal. It says that Qi Yan is going to buy Shallow Bay just so Liang Yutong can recuperate at ease. With all this going on, this Shallow Bay is going to be a real pain in the ass if we don't end up buying it. You went earlier and never saw the steward there? Yes. Zhang Yuan nodded. Qi Yan's face was obviously quite gloomy. Zhang Yuan didn't dare to speak either, knowing that Qi Yan was sure to blame him for his incompetence. Lu Suyun's phone call came over. Just now. Qiao Xingye's sighed. What can we do about the refusal to help call Yan Li and Jin Yang? Qi Yan felt a headache as soon as he heard about Qiao Xingye. Now he even think that this Qiao Xingye is heaven sent to overcome him. I'll figure this out. Don't call her. On Jin Yang's matter, their side had thoroughly seen Qiao Xingye's attitude. What are you calling her for? To humiliate yourself? Ku Yutong's side. The latter words Lu Suyun did not say down. Throat has choked a word cannot say. Qiao Xingye is simply too ruthless. How could she be so indifferent in the face of a matter of life and death? How in the world did that family raise her to be so cold? The more Lu Suyun thought about it, the more angry she became. Qian, okay, I'll take care of it. Don't call her. Yeah. Hanging up Lu Suyun's phone, Qi Yan felt even more fire in his heart. Pinching his aching brow, he asked Zhang Yuan, who was driving in front of him. How does she know Yan Li? It's, not clear. How did Qiao Xing Ye know Yan Li? Seriously, this was a bit of a surprise. After all, with Qiao Xing Ye's status, it was simply impossible to cross paths with someone of Yan Li's status to be right. Maybe it's because Ms. Tang befriended them? Zhang Yuan thought about it and guessed. Shi Yan thought about it and also felt that this was the only possibility. After all, with Qiao Xing Ye's own little ability, there was no way he could know someone of Yan Li's status. This side of Shallow Bay. When she went downstairs, she saw that Xiao Rongchuan was already sitting in the dining room, the man holding a laptop in his hand. Hearing the commotion, he raised his head and glanced at Qiao Xingye. Awake? Why don't you get some more sleep? Qiao Xingye muttered. What time is it already? It's still early? It's not early. It was 9 o'clock when I got up. As a result of answering Yang Tingting's and Lu Suyun's phone calls, it was now directly 9:30. Xiao Rongchuan favored her with a glance. Go eat breakfast. Aha. Qiao Xingye was also a bit hungry. The housekeeper, seeing that she was already up, had the breakfast that had been left for her rushed to the table. Xiao Rongchuan had already eaten, and his work schedule had always been regular. Qiao Xingye quickly finished breakfast when Xiao Rongchuan received a call and put down the tablet in his hand. When Qiao Xingye saw him get up, he himself hurriedly put down the bowl in his hand. Are you leaving now? Take me for a ride. Xiao Rongchuan glanced at the time on his wristwatch and frowned. What are you doing out? The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. I work. Xiao Rongchuan sniffed and looked to the side to come in Lu Ling. Lu Ling, miss, do you want me to go close that studio for you? After all, if Master were to leave from Hong Kong City, she would definitely have to go back to F country together. So much so that there is no need for that studio of hers to exist. Close what? I'll just find a management when the time comes. At least it's making money. Don't just shut it down. Now those designers are all brought up by themselves, and the guys are doing a good job. If she shuts this down, everyone will have to find jobs again. Let's go. Hurry up. I have a meeting. When Qiao Xingye stepped forward, she took Qiao Rongchuan's wrist and walked outside together. At the same time, Qi Yan's car, too, arrived outside the Hearing Lawn Forest residence. Chapter 46, Qi Yan personally bumped into Qiao Xingye in Shallow Bay. Just out the door, Qiao Xingye then received a call from Yang Tingting saying don't forget to bring that what's-his-name file. Qiao Xingye remembered that the documents were still in the room. Go ahead brother. I'm going to find a file, or if you're not in a hurry, wait for me. After saying that, Qiao Xingye let go of Qiao Rongchuan's arm and directly turned around and ran back again. Looking at her cheerful back, Qiao Rongchuan was helpless, and the corner of his mouth raised a doting smile. Still so bubbly. Lu Ling also looked in the direction where Qiao Xingye disappeared and said, after all, you didn't have to worry about it before. Now that I'm a boss in size, I'm learning to worry. Hearing this size as a boss, the favor in the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes also grew a little thicker. The little girl has grown up. Lu Ling nodded. Yes, get in the car. Qiao Rongchuan glanced at the time on his wristwatch. Have the housekeeper arrange another car for her? We'll go first. Good. Lu Ling started the car while dialing the inside intercom. Let's arrange a car for Joe Starling Leaf. Leave only after everything has been arranged. Passing by the gate, Qi Yan was seen leaning his back against the door of the Bentley, and Zhang Yuan was negotiating something with the security. Master, it's Kishore. Qiao Rongchuan sniffed and lifted his eyelids to look out the car window. Sure enough, he saw Qi Yan leaning against the car door with a grim face, smoking a cigarette. Lu Ling, I didn't realize that for the sake of that adopted daughter of the Liang family, he'd personally come out to buy this place, offering such a high price and coming out to talk in person. So how important is that Liang family's adopted daughter in his heart? There was some coldness under Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Tell the housekeeper to ignore him. Is it important? The more important it is, and the less it can be done, the more the heart itches. Lu Ling, okay. Hurrying to call the housekeeper's side, he passed on Qiao Rongchuan's original words to the housekeeper. The butler said, it hasn't been hitching a ride. The message from above had been clear, and the steward was not inclined to waste time. That's why Zhang Yuan lie. He has never seen. Hanging up the housekeeper's phone, Lu Ling asked Xiao Rongchuan again. Should I remind miss? No. She's smart as a whip. When talking about Qiao Xingye, the bit of coldness in Xiao Rongchuan's tone dispersed all over again. When he hadn't found Qiao Xingye before, he was variously worried that Qiao Xingye would be bullied outside. But now that the person was found and seen how she protected herself, this little tiger, where's the need to worry? She's smart enough to protect herself. Now the whole Liang family and Qi Yan were all made by her heart 7 on the bottom. Especially on the Liang family's side. Hearing Qiao Rongchuan say this, Lu Ling also nodded. Okay, this way. Qi Yan saw a top-of-the-line Mirage exiting from inside the, looking towards Zhang Yuan who had returned from the failed bargaining. People live here? No, Zhang Yuan said. It's never been inhabited. Turning his head, he went to check with security again. However, the security here was well trained. I won't say a word about what I shouldn't say, especially about something like my master's whereabouts. Their mouths are even tighter and they can't be pried. Not much longer. Another car came out of it, and it wasn't going very fast. Kiran, pull the car over. It should be someone who lives here. As soon as Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately stood on the side of the road and waved. In the car, the driver's face went straight to black when he saw someone blocking the middle of the road. Qiao Xing Ye, who was sitting in the back seat, was reading the information when she heard the driver in front of her say, "Miss, someone stopped the car." Qiao Xing Ye? At those words, he raised his head and looked out, and saw Zhang Yuan standing in the center of the road, and there's a Bentley parked on the side of the road. That car Qiao Xingye recognize, is Qi Yan's. Qiao Xingye charged straight through. These guys, it's so in their face. The driver got the order and put his foot on the gas. Zhang Yuan, who was standing in the center of the road, was a little alarmed when he saw that the car not only didn't slow down, but also accelerated. The security guard also rushed over. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't want to die. Get out of the way." The security guard was about to go and push Zhang Yuan away. However, a force suddenly came from his back end. It was Qi Yan who kicked him out of the way. The driver saw several people directly in front of him in disarray, including his own security. Zhang Xingye also saw it. Headache said, "Stop the car." Originally, Zhang Yuan was alone, and this rushed over to him. He would definitely dodge away from it. As a result, the pickups are now twisting on the highway, and these few lives that Zhang Xingye is still not that cold-blooded. The car was forced to stop. Qiao Xingye didn't wait for Qi Yan to come forward with a face full of anger before he pressed down the window. 4 eyes. When Qi Yan saw that it was Qiao Xingye sitting in the car, his pupils shrunk for no reason. "Why you?" Qiao Xingye grunted. "Is it strange that it's me? Why are you here?" Kiran asked, gritting his teeth. He's still mad at her for seeing a man in her house at Jinjiang Sky City. And now she's here? Why can't I be here? Qiao Xingye asked without answering. Kiran clenched his hands into fists. That look at Qiao Xingye was like looking at she was a woman who came here to sell. Speaking again, his tone was also colder. "Don't you know what your status is? You're not ashamed enough, are you? They've made enough of an embarrassing mess now." If people outside knew that Qiao Xingye had just withdrawn her marriage to him, turning around and showing up in a place like Shallow Bay, that would only embarrass the Liang and Qi families even more. Offhand, this dead woman doesn't know how to keep a low profile. Not waiting for Joe Starleaf to speak, Kiran stepped forward. He was about to yank her out of the car. "Where the hell do you put the faces of the Liang and Qi families? It's not just stopping your card? Are you that cheap? Why on earth did you stop your card is unclear. Knowing what got you to this point, shouldn't you give yourself a soft time? Why would you need to do that by selling yourself?" Kiran was really going crazy. He would take her back to the Liang family now, so that the Liang family could discipline her properly. However, just after grabbing Qiao Xingye's wrist, the next moment there was a bang and Kiran grunted out in pain. The wrist that was originally grasping Qiao Xingye was also loosened at this moment, and his hands covered his belly in death. "Sir!" Zhang Yuan was shocked at the sight and hurriedly went forward to check Qi Yan's injuries. It was Qiao Xingye who nonchalantly kicked Qi Yan in the abdomen. Qi Yan's temples were bruised from the pain. Deadly glare at Qiao Xingye, "You woman." Qiao Xingye slowly and methodically straightened her messy little dress. 2 words were thrown out icily to the driver in front of him. "Drive." Zhou Xing Ye. Qi Yan was even more furious. Standing up, he was about to grab Qiao Xingye again. "Get down here. Do you want face or not? How dare you ride in anyone's car? This woman. What else is she afraid to do?" Before Qi Yan touched the car door, the body rushed out like an arrow off the string. If Qi Yan hadn't dodged quickly, the wheel probably would have rolled over his foot. This woman. Crazy. Really crazy. Chapter 47, Making Pei San apologize to her? Joe Starleaf is gone. Yet the smell of gunpowder on the scene didn't take away half of the fire that nearly burned through Qi Yan's sanity. "You saw it. It was her, wasn't it?" Qi Yan looked at Zhang Yuan angrily. Zhang Yuan nodded. "Yes, I saw Miss Qiao over here yesterday as well." "Yesterday too? How many times does she have to sell herself? How many times does she want to sell herself? No wonder his black card is not rare now. And it doesn't matter to her if the Liang family opens the card or not. You think she's being supported by a couple of guys out there?" Zhang Yuan felt the anger in Qi Yan's body and only dared to nod. Not saying much, but it was this nod of his head that caused Qi Yan to explode with anger. "Check. Find out for me who the man in his Jinjiang Sky City really is. And here. What kind of eyes do these men have? How do they look at Qiao Xingye like that?" The more Kiran thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhang Yuan wanted to say that he probably couldn't find out exactly who it was by listening to the man on this side of Lanlin residence. But think of Yanli who appeared at the banquet with Qiao Xing Ye last night. Could this place belong to Dr. Yan, a doctor? Xi Yan gritted his teeth. This tone of voice was so hateful that it couldn't wait to eat Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan. It doesn't seem like it should be. Although Yanli is a good doctor and has his own hospital in F. But to buy this place in Shallow Bay, it doesn't seem likely. This side of the car. After Qiao Rongchuan looked at the surveillance at the door, the curve of his mouth, directly suppressed, rose upwards. Lu Ling, Miss didn't suffer, did she? That little tiger, how could he lose? Xi Yan, such a big man, was kicked by her and curled up on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Seeing this, Qiao Rongchuan was also finally certain that Qiao Xingye did not actually have any feelings for Qi Yan. If I had, I would not have been able to lay down such a hard hand. Lu Ling nodded. Miss has grown up quite a bit over the years outside, and has learned to protect herself. The phrase learn to protect yourself caused the corners of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth, which had originally risen, to press down again. Learn to protect yourself? If he could, he'd like her to stay in her carefree years forever. Buzz, the phone vibrated interrupting his thoughts. Qiao Rongchuan picked up. Hello, Master Zhou, it's me. Pei Jingyao's voice came from the phone. Don't hang up on me yet. Don't hang up. Probably sensing Qiao Rongchuan's intentions, Pei Jingyao said positively. Qiao Rongchuan spat out a word icily. Speak. That, I would like to ask. Ms. Qiao Xing Ye, what is her relationship with you? Last night, Qiao Rongchuan had a good talk with him, and suddenly he backtracked. Pei Jingyao was so angry that he went back and looked into what happened at the banquet. As a result, nothing else seemed to have happened at the banquet other than Pei San and Qiao Xing Ye getting into a fight. It's just that this Pei San and Qiao Xing Ye quarreled. Isn't that a common occurrence? Qiao Rongchuan, what do you think? Not answering the question, and with such a sharp tone, Pei Jingyao has not seen any scene before, and at that moment, he did not ask more questions, and tentatively asked, or else, I'll have my sister apologize to her? I've checked, it's all my sister's fault. I'll make sure Ms. Zhou is satisfied with this. Qiao Rongchuan hung up directly. Lu Ling in the front heard that it was Pei Jingyao calling and probably knew what Pei Jingyao was going to say. This Ms. Pei probably didn't get a lot of criticism last night. Qiao Rongchuan grunted. That's all it takes? Lu Ling, come on, that's a small price to pay. She humiliated their lady in public. Although Miss fought back, the master's hurdle didn't pass easily. Then what do you think? How will Pei Shao satisfy Miss? Qiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette and took a drag. Satisfied? Difficult. That little thing's heart is like what it is. He can still not know. If Pei San hadn't given her a hard time these past 2 years, now Pei Jingyao wanted to get a forgiveness from her mouth. I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. Pei Jingyao, on this side of the phone, heard Qiao Rongchuan hang up the phone directly and his face turned green with anger. Eat, that's all you know how to do. Pei San was carefully eating her breakfast, and she didn't dare to utter a single breath the entire time. However, in the end, it didn't escape being spared. Pei Jingyao was so angry that he directly lifted the table with one hand. Everything happened so suddenly that Pei Sun didn't even have time to avoid his own bowl of unfinished porridge. It just knocked over her skirt in one solid motion. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you mad at me for not getting the deal done? Just catching her when mom and dad aren't around is abominable. It's okay not to mention the matter of talking about cooperation. Mentioning talking about cooperation, Pei Jingyao was even more angry with his brain fuzzy. Now, get your ass out there and apologize to Qiao Xingye right now. Pei San sniffed and looked at Pei Jingyao in disbelief. What did you say? Who am I apologizing to? Paizan thought he heard wrong. To Qiao Xingye? That dear daughter that the entire Liang family didn't give a damn about? The Zhou Starleaf who's a straw man in everything she does? Is she worth apologizing for? Brother, you're crazy, aren't you? If you can't get a word of forgiveness out of her today, I'll show you what crazy is. The corner of Pei San's mouth twitched, almost certain at this moment that Pei Jingyao wasn't joking. All he said was that he was going to make himself go apologize to Qiao Xingye. I'm not going. Immediately, Pei Sun didn't even think about it and threw out 3 words with a very strong attitude. Pei Jingyao, not going? Okay, then go pack your bags now. Get the hell out of here. Pei San, what did you say? You, how dare you throw yourself out for Qiao Xingye? Pei San couldn't believe it. Pei Jingyao, do you know how many people are now staring at what that person is holding? The whole Kishore family is watching, not to mention Qi Yan, and many others. Is this a bad time to completely insulate him from working with that person? Pei San, yes. Is it that serious? Then what exactly is his relationship with Qiao Xingye? At this moment, Pei San was also going crazy. What the hell is all this about? Pei Jingyao, how the hell should I know? Anyway, you don't get Qiao Xingye's forgiveness. It's not over. Pei San. Even if she apologized, she still had to get Qiao Xingye's forgiveness? Where could she get that? She and Qiao Xingye had always been at odds, and whenever they met it was a sword fight. It's hard enough to get her to apologize, but to get her forgiveness? Pei San was going straight to madness. Over here, Qiao Xingye had just arrived at the studio. As soon as I entered the conference room, I got a phone call. Hello, me, where are you? Pei San's suppressed tone came from the other side of the phone. This I made Qiao Xingye clearly hear the anger in her tone. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. What for? I need to see you. What is it? It was never a good thing if Pei San sought himself out. Qiao Xingye thought it would be the same this time. However, the next moment I heard Pei San spit out 2 words. Apologize. What the hell? Qiao Xingye thought he had heard wrong. You're asking me to apologize? Are you out of your mind? You don't even look at yourself to see what kind of person you really are. And you want me to apologize to you? Qiao Xingye thought that Pei Sun was asking her to apologize for last night's incident, and was instantly nonchalant. Chapter 48 Pei San wants to apologize? I don't believe it. Pei Sun on this side of the phone was so angry that his brain was bursting with pain. If it wasn't for Pei Jingyao staring at her from the side, she would have had to fight with Qiao Xingye on the phone sideways. But now that Pei Jingyao was right next to her, she didn't dare, holding back his anger. I apologize. What the? You're apologizing to me? Now Qiao Xingye thought even more that he had heard wrong. Pei Sun apologized to herself. There shouldn't be such a good thing, right? Every time this woman sees herself, both hated to fight themselves. She was Liang Yutan's loyal licking dog because of Liang Jinzhao. As long as Liang Jinzhao doesn't like it, she dislikes it together. And Liang Jinzhao likes it. She liked it along with her. All in all it's just very no-brainer. Yes, I apologize. Where are you? Now Joe Starleaf knew that he had heard clearly. Why are you apologizing? For more than that, just please forgive me, okay? Joe Starleaf. For more than that, and asking for forgiveness? Why do I get the feeling that it's not like you're trying to apologize to me with that attitude? Instead, you hate me? Is this an apology? This is about to get her in a fight, isn't it? If it were any other time, Qiao Xingye would naturally accompany her. But right now, she doesn't have the time. Her big gold master's manuscript had to be done in an overnight meeting. Pei Sun stomped her foot in anger. I really came to find you to apologize. You hurry up and tell me where you are. Qiao Xingye, I'm not going to fall for your tricks. You have this mindset or find somewhere else to use it. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Pei San's entire body was dumbfounded when she heard the hang-up sound coming from the phone. Looking toward Pei Jingyao, who had been staring coldly at him, by all means, you must obtain her forgiveness. No, why is that? As you can see, she doesn't give a damn about my apology. Is that collaboration really that important? Pei Jingyao, it's her business if she doesn't care, but she has to forgive you. The main thing was that if this wasn't forgiven, this cooperation between him and Master Qiao would really go down the drain. Thinking this way, Pei Jingyao also felt like he was going crazy. What the hell is going on here? Pei San was once again forced to call Qiao Xingye's phone number. The result, pulled the black. She pulled the plug on me. Use mine. Pei Jingyao handed Pei San his phone. Pei San was very reluctant, but he didn't dare to disobey this present-day Pei family's power holder. One could only take the cell phone and dial Qiao Xingye's number. Just as the other side of the phone picked up, Pei Sun said first, I really came to apologize to you. Beep. Just before he opened his mouth, the other side of the phone gave out again. Called again and the number was blacked out. Pei Jingyao heard the cold beep on the phone and his brain hurt from anger. What's wrong with this? Is it really okay to just pull a black guy? Unbeknownst to them, both the Liang family and Qi Yan had eaten through this bitterness of Qiao Xingye in the past 2 days. One slip of the tongue and the person gives no contact. Who the hell spoiled you by being so capricious? It's really going crazy. Pei San, who can spoil her? Who would spoil her? She was raised wild in the countryside, right? You saw how wild that nature of hers really is. You shut the up. Pei Jingyao's liver hurt from anger. Immediately, he got his assistant, Ms. Huang. You, right now, immediately go and find out where exactly Qiao Xingye is. The yellow court lady had short, sharp, shoulder-length hair. Nodding gravely, good. I want to know where in half an hour. Pei Jingyao was furious. He knew very well just how many people were staring at what he had in his hands this time when Xiao Rongchuan came to Hong Kong City. Every second counts for him now. Pei soon saw that Qiao Xingye did not answer the phone, and Pei Jingyao had to find her somewhere. Unknown, what are you checking her out for somewhere? What are you talking about? You're the one who started it, so why don't you fix it? Right now it is impossible to hear Pei Sun speak, and when he hears Pei Sun speak, Pei Jingyao's fire is going to explode. Pei San, You don't still want me to come to the door and apologize, do you? Look at Pei Jingyao's meaning. Totally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Court Lady Huang to find out exactly where Qiao Xingye was. Just now, Qiao Xingye had already given her so little face on the phone, and if this came to her door, the woman might even taunt herself. It didn't take the yellow court lady half an hour at all. Just a few minutes and she was back. Worthy of being the female special assistant who had followed Pei Jingyao for 5 years. Even Pei Jingyao, such a turtle hair can be taken down. It means that her means are not ordinary. Mr. Pei, M.S. Qiao is now on the 26th floor of Building 1 of the Oriental International Mansion. What is she doing there? Pei Jingyao frowned. The Oriental International Building, which is usually the office area for some small companies and studios over there. Pei-san, what else can I do? I'm going to work there. Now that the entire Liang family won't give her a penny, she mustn't find some way back. That's what she, with that little paycheck, can look at. To Qiao Xingye, but whenever he could belittle, Pei Sun would never look at her in a high light. I really can't understand why Pei Jingyao asked her to apologize to such a person. Pei Jingyao frowned and glanced at Pei San. He doesn't feel like it. A woman who can make Qiao Rongchuan angry for her. What kind of backstory does she need? Go. Not wanting to say that much to Pei San, Pei Jingyao turned around and left. Pei San, you really want me to come to the door and apologize to her? No. You get out of the Pei house forever? Pei San. No. Is it really that bad? Seeing Pei Jingyao's attitude like this, how many rebellious words Pei Sun had. Now he didn't dare to say a single word more. Hospital side. Lu Suyun is furious. Tell all the companies that she's not allowed to hire her. I want to see how hard she can get. This time, Lu Suyun was completely pissed off. After all this good talk, Qiao Xingye still had that same attitude. Then there's nothing more to be said between herself and her. She's going to cut off all her backs. Without a back door. She wanted to see how long she could remain hard. Liang Jintao nodded. Well, it's already been arranged. Mom, don't do this because of me. She'll only hate me more if you do. Liang Yuton, who was on the hospital bed, weakly pulled Lu Suyun's clothes and said, so says the mouth. But hearing that they've now suspended Qiao Xingye's card and are keeping her from finding a job, the heart just couldn't stop smiling. She just couldn't believe that under such high pressure, Qiao Xingye had to obediently call Jin Yang and Yen Li. Lu Suyun, don't put in a good word for her. Just hate her. She's so ignorant. Not to mention you. Hate even me. That white-eyed wolf. Have I treated her badly these wild years? How dare she do this to me? Speaking of Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun felt that she was a stone that couldn't be muffled. But, Yuton, Mom is right. Don't put in a good word for her. Now if we don't press her like this, then Yen Li and Jin Yang. I don't know yet when I'll be able to join you in your rescue program. It's all about Qiao Xingye herself. She's greasy, so no wonder their side uses strong-arm tactics. Chapter 49. Pei San knew about the existence of the studio, this side of the Oriental International Building. When Qiao Xingye came out of the conference room after the meeting, Yang Tingting came forward. Boss, big deal. What's the big deal? Someone is trying to drive a wedge into you. Qiao Xingye raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting, Liang's side is now putting word out to all the big and small companies that no one needs to hire you. We got the message on our end, too. Joe Starleaf. Hearing this, a chill flashed under his eyes. Eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of his mouth lifted in a little bit of a smile. Ha, okay. So do you want to return the favor? Yang Tingting knew Qiao Xingye's status in the Liang family and felt that this Liang family had really gone overboard, doing this to his own daughter. And it doesn't take much to realize that it's entirely because of that adopted daughter. What kind of family is it that drives their own daughters so hard for their adopted daughters? It's simply abominable. Qiao Xingye, fight back. No need. Someone will clean them up. Originally, Liang Yutong was terminally ill anyway, so her side didn't want to go through the trouble of cleaning up after them. It's kind of a peace and quiet if no one is dealing with each other. But it's just, the Beamers think the good old days are too good to be true, since they feel that the current days are too calm. Then she, too, when he thought of this, a hint of mocking coldness crossed the bottom of Qiao Xingye's eyes, toward the office. Suddenly, the voice from the receptionist came, Mr. Pei, why are you here? Is there a project going to our studio? Qiao Xingye sniffed. He saw Pei Jingyao and Pei San come in together. Pei Jingyao, with an annoyed look on his face, had already seen Qiao Xingye, and when he saw her, he took big steps forward. He also yelled lowly to Pei Sun behind him, don't hurry up and follow. Qiao Xingye frowned when he saw the two men walking towards him, not waiting for her to think anything. Pei Jingyao had already brought Pei San to her. Xingye, it really made me look around. Let's talk? He looked around. It wasn't a big studio, but for a small one, the scale doesn't seem too small. There are people all around. Pei Jingyao looked at Qiao Xing Ye. Find a quieter place? Pei Jingyao had personally come to the door, so Qiao Xing Ye naturally wouldn't be so capricious as to refute anyone's face. Nodded. Follow me. Turning around, he led the two directly to his office. Entering the office, Qiao Xingye casually pointed to Pei Jingyao's position on the sofa. Sit. And after that, she sat down directly behind her desk and, to Tina Yang, who followed in behind, she said, 2 cups. When she said this, Qiao Xingye looked at Pei San. You're very picky. Probably not used to my coffee here? Pei San's entire body was dumbfounded at the moment, seeing the spot at the desk where Qiao Xingye was sitting. It brought her mind back to every time she went to the company to look for Pei Jingyao. Qiao Xingye, why is she sitting in that position? Is she? Seeing that Pei San didn't say anything, Qiao Xingye looked at Yang Tingting. A cup of coffee will do. Okay, boss. Yang Tingting nodded and turned down. Pei Jingyao had already sat down, and Pei Sun stood there dumbfounded with a complete lack of reaction. Qiao Xingye picked up his own cup of water and took a sip. What is it that Mr. Pei is looking for me? Pei Jingyao was also a bit stunned. But he was different from Pei San. All these years in Pei's, what kind of scene hadn't seen? Soon, he guessed the identity of Qiao Xingye here. Thinking about it, a woman who can make Xiao Rongchuan angry. How can you be reduced to needing to find a job? Glaring hard at Pei San, who hadn't reacted yet, to Qiao Xingye's voice couldn't help but lower a few points. It was Pei Sun who was unintelligent last night. I brought her here to apologize to you. Qiao Xingye sniffed and lifted his eyelids to look at Pei San. Yes? Pei Jingyao nodded. Yes. Seeing the two of them talking, this Pei Sun hasn't even reacted yet. Pei Jingyao was so angry that he kicked over. The kick was so sudden that Pei Sun didn't stand still and fell directly onto the carpet. She looked up just in time to meet Qiao Xingye's gaze. In this moment, she felt all the embarrassment. After all, it was in front of Qiao Xingye, the person she had always despised. What are you doing, brother? Pei Sun gave Pei Jingyao an annoyed look. Pei Jingyao just gave her a cold stare. Pei San instantly snapped back to what the hell they were doing here. Breathing uncontrollably, turning back to look at Qiao Xingye again. She only saw Qiao Xingye looking at her with eyes full of mockery. Sitting in her executive chair, she looked like a superior person. Pei Sun thought of all the taunts she'd made at Qiao Xingye before, and contrasted them with the current. Suddenly a cutie pie himself. What is she? Really? Here, boss? Does she really own this place? With great difficulty, he got up from the ground, and instead of apologizing directly, he first asked, why are you here? I tell you Qiao Xingye, you less pretend here. Pei San. Pei Jingyao interrupted her in a cold voice, his tone full of warning. Pei soon came back to her senses, gritted her teeth, and very reluctantly said to Qiao Xingye, I'm sorry. Louder. Pei Jingyao growled lowly. Pei San was shaken by the yelling, looked at Qiao Xingye again, and finally bowed his head and, again, through gritted teeth, he said, I'm sorry, is that okay? She's here, she's apologized, and that should be the end of it, right? That's what Pei San thought. However, the next moment, Pei Jingyao's tone was a bit colder, and, Pei San thought about what Pei Jingyao had said to her before she came here. Obviously, on this trip, she not only had to apologize to Qiao Xingye, but also get her forgiveness. Meeting Qiao Xingye's mocking gaze, Pei Sun's heart, liver and lungs ached with anger. Can Qiao Xingye forgive herself for the way she looks now? Whatever. Pei San closed her eyes. Can you forgive me? Pei Sun, who had spoken these words, was even more furious. She thought that if Qiao Xingye was smart enough to, her own brother in this capacity had accompanied her. If she knows what she's doing, that's the end of the matter. Ran. Qiao Xingye put down the cup of water in her hand and didn't pay attention to Pei San, but raised her eyebrows at Pei Jingyao. Mr. Pei, the backbone in your sister seems to be quite hard. Do you think she is sincere in obtaining my forgiveness? Pei San, you. Hearing Qiao Xingye's words, anger, moreover, burned through her heavenly soul. Qiao Xingye's gaze remained on Pei Jingyao. Mr. Pei. Pei Jingyao's face was a bit cold as he looked at Pei San, who wasn't sincerely apologizing. The danger and warning in his tone was also a bit thicker. You have one last chance, Pei San. At those words, his heart couldn't stop sinking. Facing the Qiao Xingye at this moment, she felt a strong sense of humiliation. Good. So good. How dare she humiliate herself like that, right? Then she won't have a good life in the Liang family either. She'll definitely tell Liang Jinzhao everything that's happening right now. See if the Liang family will still give her a point. In the future, and the word money in the back has not yet been thought out. Pei Sun stopped in time, looking at the luxuriously decorated office, and the high-fashion professional clothes that Qiao Xingye was wearing at the moment. Pei San suddenly realized that, Why the warning the Liang family had given her over the past 2 days was not even on her radar. Feeling that she doesn't need a single penny from the Liang family at all? Chapter 50. So this forgiveness. Do I give it or not? Yeah, she doesn't need it at all. Otherwise, why would she dare to be so arrogant and completely disregard the warning given by the Liang family? Pei Jingyao, Pei-san, he reminded in a somber tone, and Pei-san snapped back to his senses with another jolt. The eyes that looked at Qiao Xingye became more and more suffocated. Just as she was embarrassed and wondering if she could be forgiven by Qiao Xingye today or not, Qiao Xingye took the lead and spoke up. Mr. Pei, if your sister doesn't want to, you don't force her. This reluctant apology still have to find me to ask for a forgiveness. Mr. Pei, you say this forgiveness. Is it give or take? With those words, Qiao Xingye's tone was all about difficulty. It doesn't seem good to not give it. This to say to give it. But Pei soon this apology. Pei Jingyao himself think this is the attitude of apology? In one sentence, Qiao Xingye threw all of her attitude at Pei Jingyao. Pei Jingyao's heart was heaving with anger, glaring fiercely at Pei-san. Get the hell out of here. Qiao Xingye this meaning, he is not unable to hear. Pei soon she will not forgive. After all, Pei soon and Liang Yutong hadn't embarrassed Qiao Xingye a lot before when they hung out together. So what was that bit last night? The excessive ones were there before. And he didn't care then. Now because Qiao Rongchuan brought someone to the door to apologize. If Qiao Xingye really had Qiao Rongchuan behind him, then this attitude of forgiveness or not depends entirely on her mood. She has this capricious capital. The bias Pei soon does not know anything. But even Pei Jingyao was furious and gave Pei-san a stern look. Pei soon didn't want to stay here in the first place, and hurriedly and obediently turned around and ran out of the office. There were only 2 people left, Qiao Xingye and Pei Jingyao. Pei Jingyao took out his cigarette and prepared to light it, but when he saw that there was no ashtray on the coffee table at all, tucked it back in. He got right to the point and asked, "Ms. Qiao, can I take the liberty of asking? You and Master Qiao, what's the relationship? Joe Starleaf, what do you think?" No answer to the question. Pei Jingyao looked at her, and their gazes locked together. The bottom of Qiao Xingye's eyes were all starry-eyed laughter. Pei Jingyao was a bit shaken by this smile of hers. Spreading his hands, "Your conflict with Pei-san should not be brought into my work with him. Joe Starleaf, I'm not influencing your cooperation or any of his decisions. Yes? I gave him my word that there was no need to get so worked up over me. And as for Pei-san, you are the one who has to manage it." The words had been said to this point, and Qiao Xingye's attitude was obvious. It is to let Pei Jingyao not bring Pei-san to annoy her. Apologizing or not, she didn't care at all. It was just that seeing Pei-san's face was disturbing. As for the cooperation between Xiao Rongchuan and Pei Jingyao, at this point, Qiao Xingye had always had Xiao Rongchuan's interests at heart. He felt that Pei Jingyao could cooperate as long as he could, without bringing in her relationship with Pei-san. Anyway, she said what she had to say. As for whether Pei Jingyao could work with Xiao Rongchuan, that's up to Xiao Rongchuan himself. She also believed that in front of the huge benefits, she couldn't influence Xiao Rongchuan at all either. Hearing Qiao Xingye say this, Pei Jingyao naturally understood. The relationship between Qiao Xingye and Xiao Rongchuan is not simple. As for Pei-san, Pei Jingyao nodded. "Don't worry, I'll discipline her. Thanks a lot." After saying that, Pei Jingyao stood up and didn't bother Qiao Xingye much. Just as he was about to turn around, Qiao Xingye glanced at him with a desire to speak, but thought better of it. Pei Soon's kind of nature. If he really said that Liang Jinzhao has a child outside the house, she might even say she's stirring up trouble. People teach people and become bad people. Things teach people, once and for all. What else does Miss Qiao want to say? Pei Jingyao could see that Qiao Xingye wanted to speak. Qiao Xingye, nothing. Just think that if Pei Soon really likes Liang Jinzhao, marriage could actually be on the agenda. A family like the Pei family. If it did involve marriage, the other person would certainly be investigated. As soon as Pei Jingyao heard about marrying Liang Jinzhao, he instantly blackened his face, and he didn't like the Liang family. He had also been against Pei-san and Liang Jinzhao's affair. Now what does Joshing Yahuan mean by bringing this up? She's still young. There's no rush to get married. Pei Jingyao didn't understand that Qiao Xingye and the Liang family had gotten into such a mess. How can you still mention the marriage with Pei-san to yourself for Liang Jinzhao? But marriage, forget it. Now the last leaning of the Liang family is already emptying little by little. Or else, why was the Qi family so adamant about Liang Yutong before? In the past, when that mine was in his hands, Pei Jingyao's side couldn't even look at it. Not to mention now, Qiao Xingye. So, Pei Xiao is condoning his sister playing outside? Playing is a double-edged sword. That's a bit of a loaded statement. Pei Jingyao frowned, finally nodded and turned to leave. He had just left when Xiao Rongchuan's call came. "Take you to lunch at noon and be good." "Good. Just now Pei Jingyao came to find me." Qiao Xingye didn't hide it in the slightest. Xiao Rongchuan, what did he come to see you for? Let me not jeopardize your work with him. Brother, if it's a good interest, don't let me get in the way. Public and private. Xiao Rongchuan, I know in my heart. That's good. With Xiao Rongchuan's words, she was relieved. Even if you don't end up working with Pei Jingyao, it's because it's in the hands of Qiao Rongchuan. There are good enough replacements. Hanging up on Xiao Rongchuan, Qiao Xingye picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a sip, and the moment he put it down, a glint of essence flashed under his eyes. It's time for the beamer's self-righteousness to shatter. Xiao Rongchuan, on this side of the phone, hung up the phone, the bottom of his eyes full of coldness. Call Pei Jingyao. That's a bad way for him to foul. Lu Ling, who was driving in front, sniffed and nodded. Good. Just now he heard the voice outside the phone. Pei Jingyao actually went to find Qiao Xingye. Who doesn't know in the whole F country that after that incident at the Sheng family, Xiao Rongchuan hated the most? It's the lack of separation between public and private. He is most disgusted by the unsuccessful cooperation of those who want to start from the back of their family members to take the back door. Pei Jingyao turned to Qiao Xingye because of the problems with Xiao Rongchuan's cooperation. It's a big offense against him. What's the schedule for tonight? There's a social engagement. Should I bring the lady? Lu Ling asked. Xiao Rongchuan, no need. For these occasions, Xiao Rongchuan never takes Qiao Xingye out. Lu Ling regretted it after asking that question. He had seen with his own eyes to what extent Xiao Rongchuan had protected Qiao Xingye over the years. No matter what the storms of his world really were, he had always raised her in a greenhouse. Xiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette and took a drag. That's sunward light. How's it doing? It's almost done. The lady should like the complimentary birthday present. Speaking of birthday presents, the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes went cold, because Qiao Xingye's birthday this year was spent alone. The corner of his mouth raised a hint of coldness. Liang family, Chapter 51, break her economy and it turns out to be a joke? Pei Jingyao and Pei San came out from inside together. Pei Jingyao's face sank to the ground, and he was radiating low air pressure all over his body. But Pei San still couldn't help but go up and ask, brother, she's the owner of this studio? I don't think so, boss. No way. So, Qiao Xing Ye is pretending, right? Just now, she came out of Qiao Xingye's office and roughly scanned the office. There were dozens of them. That's quite a studio size. Liang's family hasn't given her any money over the years, so where did she get it? Even if she was related to that partner of her brother's, it was a recent hookup, right? If she really had a backer these past few years, why would she be living like that in the Liang family? Pei Jingyao cast an icy glance at Pei San and didn't say a word. Just as his phone rang. Seeing the number, he hurriedly picked it up. Assistant Lu. Hello. I don't know what was said on the other side of the phone. Pei Jingyao's already bad face directly sank. What? This? You can tell Master Zhou again that I really only brought my sister here to apologize to Miss Zhou. Nothing else. Responding to him was the sound of hanging up from the phone. At the same time, Pei Jingyao's body exuded an appalling hostile aura. When Pei San saw his own brother in this state, he was too scared to utter a single breath. Pei Jingyao glared at her fiercely. And if his eyes could have eaten people, peasant is all chewed up now. Don't you ever mess with Qiao Xingye again, and stay away from her whenever you see her. Pei San. Pei Jingyao, if you offend her again. Offended again. How? Pei Jingyao didn't say the latter words again, but it was full of dangerous warning looks. It made Pei San instantly dismiss the idea of Qiao Xingye pretending to be a boss. To be able to make Pei Jingyao so angry last night until now, her identity may really not be simple, especially after he took that call. Pei San asked cautiously, so, do I still have to go apologize to her? Pei Jingyao, go to what? She's already complained to that person's ears, so if you go again, you're completely screwed. Pei San, what? She's still suing? All how old? Shut up. Pei Jingyao was furious. Anyway, Lu Ling's meaning on the phone just now was obvious, telling him not to bother Qiao Xingye. Pei San was trembling with anger. From last night until now, she had been aggrieved by Qiao Xingye. On what grounds? What does that woman have to do with it? An hour later, Pei San, who had separated from Pei Jingyao, came directly to the hospital. Walking to the door of the ward, I heard Liang Jinzhao and Lu Suyan say, Qiao Xingye definitely won't last more than a week. In their minds, the path to work is now blocked and the cards won't open for her. She has basically stepped into the difficult stage of life now. Lu Suyun nodded. Well, at that time, she had to obediently call Yanli and Jin Yang. Liang Jintao, yes. Pei San pushed his way in. Seeing Pei San, Lu Suyun first froze, and then stood up with a big smile on his face. Sugiru's here, while enthusiastically pulling over Pei San. While doing so, he also gave Liang Jintao a look that, it's not clear what exactly the mother and son were dealing with. Pei San politely called out, Auntie, How is Yutong? Saying that, he looked at Liang Yutong who had fallen asleep on the hospital bed. Lu Suyun sighed. AI. The body is getting worse and worse, and I don't know how the hell she's taken care of herself the last 2 years. Pei-san, it's going to be okay. She didn't know how to be comforting, and that was all she could say. Lu Suyun nodded. You and Jinchao talk first. I'll go see what I can bring for Yutong to eat. After saying that, Lu Suyun walked straight away. Pei-san looked at Liang Jinchao. I'm sorry last night I was supposed to come to the hospital together. As a result, Pei Jingyao didn't let her come no matter what he said. So he was really angry. Liang Jinchao, it's fine. Why did you come over at this hour? Looking at the time, it was almost lunchtime. Pei-san, I've just met Qiao Xing Ye. You saw her? Where is she? Upon hearing that Pei-san had met Qiao Xing Ye, Liang Jinchao instantly came to life, and there was still hidden anger under his eyes. In the past few days, Qiao Xingye's phone is not working and he can't be found. Oriental International Building. What's she doing over there? Got a job? As soon as he heard that Qiao Xingye was over at the Oriental International Mansion, Liang Jinchao thought the same as everyone else, thinking that's where Joe Starleaf went to get a job to work. Pei-san shook her head. Not getting a job. So what's she doing over there? She has a studio over there. It doesn't look too small. It should be quite lucrative. What? The air in the hospital room, straight away, froze. Liang Jinchao looked at Xiao-san in disbelief. Did you see it wrong? How could Qiao Xingye have a studio? Where did she get the money to open a studio? Besides, what kind of studio can she run if she's a good-for-nothing and can't do anything? Pei-san saw that Liang Jinchao didn't believe it. I didn't believe it at first either, but it's true that it's her. I heard that studio employee call her boss. 2. Liang Jinchao. The air, once again, was quiet. Liang Jinchao looked at Pei-san, his eyes still disbelieving. You're really not mistaken? Pei-san, it's impossible to be mistaken. My brother brought me to apologize to her today. I've been face to face like that. How can I be wrong? Seeing how Liang Jinchao didn't want to believe it, Pei-san simply didn't hide his purpose for going to find Qiao Xingye today. After all, it's all face to face like that. So even if you're blind, you can't mess with the wrong person. Liang Jinchao, admit fault? Admit what mistake? For last night? Gee, it's a long story. For this matter, Pei Suwa is now unwilling to say one more word. Just the thought of how Qiao Xingye treated herself made her hate her teeth. What a way to give that woman face. Liang Jinchao's face became more and more sullen. No wonder she doesn't bow down no matter how this side presses her. She has some money of her own? Pei-san, no. So money must not be able to push her head down. It's ironic just thinking about it. Liang's side of the family made efforts to break her financial and job back. Who would have thought that she is not short of money at all? Liang Jinchao sneered. Just money won't do? That's fine. When Lu Suyun came back, Pei-san had already left. Seeing Pei-san's absence, Lu Suyun, you know clearly what Pei-san thinks about you. The one out there you break off in a hurry. People send away. Liang Jinchao frowned. Got it. Originally, if it wasn't for this incident with Yutong, you and Pei-san would have had to do it first. Hey, speaking of Liang Yutong's body, Lu Suyun was in pain again. That Qiao Xingye is simply too much. When I say Liang Yutong, I can't help but mention Qiao Xingye. If she was willing to call both Jin Yang and Yan Li, why would they be so upset? Even if she agrees to let Yan Li and Jin Yang treat Yutong, I'm going to keep her off the card for another month too. I'll teach her a hard lesson this time. I'll show her that in this city, who she lives by. Liang Jinchao, it's useless to stop the card. She has a studio. I just checked. She made over $7 million last year. What? Lu Suyun was instantly shocked. Chapter 52. The whole Liang family was dumbfounded when they earned so much money in a year. The sudden news made Lu Suyun feel like there was something wrong with her ears. $7 million. Did Joe Starling earn that? That's impossible. Liang Jintao, Sugi went to see her. Also saw her studio over at the Eastern International Building. The air in the hospital room went straight to silence. Lu Suyun's pupils tightened. Shock spreading little by little. Is everything you say true? Really? She did make over $7 million last year. Lu Suyun's breath caught. $7 million? That's not a small amount of money. And she managed to make that much? How the hell did she do that? No wonder no matter how much we threaten her with money these days it doesn't work. So she is. Over $7 million. How the hell did she do that? That studio? You can't keep her open. Lu Suyun was furious. Just the thought that Qiao Xingye had made so much money without her knowledge made her very angry. How dare you compare yourself to Yutong and be so calculating when you're making so much money? So much for that studio that she doesn't open it. Liang Jintao nodded. Don't worry. It's already been arranged. He had already asked his assistant to greet all the companies in Hong Kong City and forbid them to work with Qiao Xingye. He couldn't believe that she could still be patient enough to go with a foreign company. What little she had, she could only misfire. Thinking this way, Liang Jinzhao felt that soon, Qiao Xingye would have to rely on the Liang family again. Lu Suyun was still angry. How do you think she has that kind of ability? Suddenly there was a feeling that he and the girls were just cuties in front of Qiao Xingye these days. The feeling of their side of the family cut off her cards and job paths like crazy, and she ended up making 7 million last year. Liang Yuton, who had been keeping her eyes closed, had actually woken up a long time ago. She heard the conversation between Pei San and Liang Jinzhao, the call from Liang Jinzhao in the back, and now the conversation with Lu Suyun is even more furious that she is spitting blood. Damn Qiao Xingye. Where the hell did she get her skills? Lunch. Xiao Rongchuan took Qiao Xingye to eat a snack that was very famous in Hong Kong City. Qiao Xingye muttered as he ate. I was supposed to have fondue with crispy for lunch. No more of that stuff. It's not healthy. She had grown up in the Qiao family with a very light diet and everything, and Xiao Rongchuan wanted to make sure she was healthy. Qiao Xingye, what's unhealthy? People eat for heaven. Food for pleasure. Understand? When I was around Xiao Rongchuan before, I had never eaten anything spicy. In the past 2 years, I've eaten every flavor. Eating around, her favorite is fondue. Xiao Rongchuan, happy with a stomachache? Joe Starleaf, just shut up. Don't tell me. Drinking cold Coke and eating hot pot. That's a soulful pairing. It's the stomachache in the back that's soulful too. This restaurant is famous and it's a 5-star one. The second floor is for snacks. The third floor is seafood. After the meal, Xiao Rongchuan pulled Qiao Xingye's hand out of the restaurant and ended up in the elevator, where he met Qi Yan. Qi Yan's gaze shifted downward, finally landing directly on the hands that Xiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye were pulling together. At that moment, the anger on his face could barely be hidden. This pair of dogs, in broad daylight, whose face is this going to rub off on? Zhou Xing, word for word, almost grinding out of the grooves of Qi Yan's teeth. When Qiao Xingye saw Qi Yan, she couldn't help but sigh a sense of grievance in her heart. But it's not like the enemy is something that can be met over a meal. It's just perfect. Xiao Rongchuan exuded chills all over his body. A pair of deep eyes, like an icy cold pool. Refracting a light that chills the whole body. Qi Yan was now completely out of his mind, not feeling the slightest bit of the danger he was in. Let's just say you're going to back out of the marriage with me because of this man, and dragging her out with you to flaunt it? You're not afraid of being humiliated, and the Qi and Liang families are going to be shameless together? Qiao Xingye, what does the face of the Qi and Liang families have to do with me? Kiran, already breathing rapidly, now that he heard Qiao Xingye's words, he couldn't suppress the fire in his heart even more. It's too much. It's really too much. The elevator is here. Xiao Rongchuan was about to go straight out of the elevator when he pulled Qiao Xingye. Qi Yan, however, grabbed Xiao Rongchuan's arm. Don't you go, tell me everything today. Kiran was particularly angry. He was on the side of being dumped by Qiao Xingye, and that made him particularly uncomfortable. He needs to know when the hell they got together. The scene, completely still. Qiao Xingye looked at Qi Yan's hand that was pulling on Xiao Rongchuan's arm, and in the next moment, without waiting for her to react, there was a click. Broken bones. Kiran, Xiao Xingye felt pain just looking at Qi Yan's agonized expression. Has this person forgotten or not? That when in Jinjiang Sky City, he saw Qiao Rongchuan with a gun. How dare he mess with that? Throughout the entire process, Xiao Rongchuan didn't even let go of the hand that was pulling Qiao Xingye's hand. One hand took care of Qi Yan. With a look of disgust, he shook it off and pulled Xiao Xingye out of the elevator. Let's go. Xiao Xingye glanced at Qi Yan. Qi Yan, who was still raging just now and wanted to settle the score with them, was now reeling in pain. Couldn't care less. At the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw Qiao Xingye and a man coming out hand in hand. I can't believe it. Qiao Xingye glanced at Zhang Yuan and threw out a few words. Call an ambulance. Zhang Yuan's eyebrows jumped fiercely when he heard this. An ambulance? Another fight? So this man is the one Mr. met in Jinjiang Sky City? This aura. It's an extraordinary status at first glance. As soon as Qiao Xingye and Xiao Rongchuan got into the car, the man reached out with one hand and pinched her lower back with both hands. And the next moment Qiao Xingye was in his arms. Qiao Xingye's small face tightened. Brother. This brother? In the small space of the moment, she herself did not notice how ambiguous it was. The man's warm breath splashed against her neck. Having his assistant call an ambulance. Heartbroken? Qiao Xingye, no. What's wrong with you? With Qi Yan, it doesn't exist. The force of Qiao Rongchuan's grip on her waistline heaved. Really not? Qiao Xingye shook his head. It's really not. You believe me. When she said this, she was still trying hard to get a little too close to Qiao Rongchuan. especially with his breath puffing on her neck. It gave her the illusion of not knowing otherwise. There was just nowhere for her to run in the man's ironbound arms. Brother, this, Qiao Rongchuan, what? Qiao Xing Ye, I've grown up, she re-emphasized. Qiao Rongchuan, so, no hugging? When he said this, his tone clearly had more than a hint of coldness to it, and Qiao Xingye's heart shook fiercely. Chapter 53 Whoever calls your mom is a loser. So give me a break. Qiao Rongchuan directly sent Qiao Xingye to the Oriental International Mansion. When he got out of the car, he also told Qiao Xingye that it was the chauffeur who came to pick her up in the evening. Tell her to eat well when she gets back. Qiao Xingye said he wanted to have dinner with Tang Crisp. Qiao Rongchuan said then let the driver take her to the hotel. Qiao Xingye didn't want to because she wanted to go eat hot pot with Tang Crisp, but looking at Qiao Rongchuan's meaning, it's just not allowed. Okay then. Qiao Xingye weakly replied that he couldn't eat hot pot, a little unhappy look in his tone. Qiao Rongchuan glanced at her and smiled, letting Lu Ling drive away. Qiao Xingye stood still, her small face still red. Yang Tingting, who had returned from lunch, saw Qiao Xingye standing at the entrance of the building with a red face. Come forward and take a closer look. Qiao Xingye was startled by her action and hurriedly took half a step back. What are you doing, boss? Your face is very red. Are you in love? Speaking of falling in love, before Qi Yan was Qiao Xingye's fiancé. Who at the studio doesn't feel sorry for her? Qi Yan has Liang Yutong in his heart. This is something everyone knows. They all felt unworthy of Qiao Xingye, thinking that if they really married a man like Qi Yan, she's going to be miserable for the rest of her life. I didn't realize that this was not her intention to marry at all. Qiao Xingye, what kind of relationship? Don't talk nonsense. That's her brother, the one who raised her. Yang Shishir, it's okay for you to fall in love now that you're a free agent, right? Joe Starleaf. The reasoning is so true. It's just that she doesn't want to. A hint of darkness crossed the bottom of her eyes, and Yang Tingting didn't understand what emotion that was. The studio in the afternoon was busy. Qiao Xingye was busy, and answered several phone calls from the side of big clients in the afternoon. It went on until near the end of the day, when call after call came in that had nothing to do with work. First Qian, Qiao Xingye, tell me, who the hell is that man? That mid-air roar must have been a wrist catch. Qiao Xingye's tone was careless. Why are you asking? I'll rip his head off. Qi Yan was really mad. The bruise on his face from the beating he received at Jinjiang Sky City hadn't yet dissipated, and today he broke his wrist. If he doesn't find this man and destroy him, where will he hide his face? Hearing Qi Yan this imposing, Qiao Xingye grunted and laughed. You're so capable. Go find out who the hell he is yourself. Why are you asking me? Qian, Qiao Xingye, he roared out again. If Zhang Yuan could find out who that man really was, why would he still be here asking her? Joe Starleaf, faulty. After dropping 2 words, he hung up and, not surprisingly, the number was blacked out as well. Soon after, Lu Suyun called. What's going on with that studio of yours? How much are you hiding from me? Qiao Xingye, hiding it from you? Is that necessary? She then didn't hide it. That is, she didn't need to say more than half a word to the Liang family either. Lu Suyun once again exploded with anger. What do you mean there's a need for this? I'm your mom. Isn't it enough to have 2 losers? Liang Jinzhao and Liang Yutong, calling you mom? Don't wreak havoc on me. The implication is that anyone who calls her mom becomes a loser. Lu Suyun has always known that this daughter's mouth is very poisonous, but today this poison, it still nearly made her vomit blood, especially in the last 2 days. Whenever she communicates she just looks like she wants to break it off. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. So it's because he made money last year. No wonder he's so arrogant. Where are you? I'll be right with you. Qiao Xingye, you'd better be busy taking care of that sick kid Liang Yutong. I don't have time to see you. She's too busy making money to have that foreign time for her to waste. Qiao Xingye hung up the phone directly. She kind of regretted why she hadn't used 2 cell phones, separate for work and personal. It's also not so bad that you now have to answer unsaved calls when you see them and worry about missing customers. The main reason was that before, neither this Liang family nor Qi Yan would take the initiative to call her. The frequency of calls these days was literally more than she had been called in the previous year. It's annoying. Lu Suyun on this side of the phone returned the phone to the nurse with an angry face. She suspected that if she kept this up, the entire hospital of nurses would be done with her phone calls. You find out where she is now. Lu Suyun was furious. Liang Jinzhao, on the 26th floor of Oriental International Building 1. This one. He checked out. He doesn't look good, either. Because just now, his assistant called him and said, those companies have refused to work with Qiao Xingye when they heard that they said they would not work with him. It was like he was afraid of something. As for more, the other side can't give any information at all. There's another one that's even more powerful. That's Star River International, which just came to Hong Kong City the year before last. When his assistant called, The other party started cursing directly, saying something like, "What the hell? We can work with whoever we want. What do you care?" This arrogant attitude is not at all like a new company that just moved to Hong Kong City. Even if you put up the QI family, and even cursed the QI family together. This arrogance. It's almost as if it's the same as Joe Starleaf. Lu Suyun couldn't sit still after hearing that. And now those companies won't release her from their partnership? Hearing her ask this, Liang Jinzhao's face became even more gloomy. Waking up on one side, Liang Yuton, who hadn't said anything, interjected. How the hell did she get those collaborations? She suddenly came to such a sentence. Lu Suyun and Liang Jinzhao looked at each other. There was a mountain of emotions welling up under each eye. Obviously, under Liang Yuton's words, Lu Suyun and Liang Jinzhao directly thought the wrong way. Damn, she's not really doing anything with those in charge, is she? Come to think of it, she was raised by a country family. What can make over $7 million in a year? This to say that Qiao Xingye didn't pay something? Lu Suyun didn't believe it. I'll get her right away, Lu Suyun said with her head smoldering in anger. Over here, Qiao Xingye received 2 more phone calls. Luckily they weren't from people like Lu Suyun and Qi Yan. Otherwise, that's really too annoying. Just as she hung up, Don Crisp's call came, saying he was taking her to Hot Pot tonight. Qiao Xingye can't eat. Piped? It really is true that she truly loves her. This has just come. Even the diet is controlled. It's true that her own mother is not as close as the one who raised her. But when you think about it, it seems like you're closer when you grow up around it. Qiao Xingye grew up around Xiao Rongchuan. Not also pro? But no matter how close you are to the adopted ones, the kind of parents in the Liang family are still rare, and for the sake of the adopted ones, to the pros like that. Nah, if we go out to eat, we'll probably have to go for something light. I don't want to eat light. As soon as she mentioned light, Tang Crisp refused without thinking. That kind of flavorless. She couldn't accept it. Then I'll go back and eat. Fine. We'll go to fondue one day when you're not under control. Qiao Xingye But Xiao Rongchuan was in Hong Kong City, so she probably didn't want to touch it. The two chatted on the phone some more before hanging up. It was almost time to get off work, when Xiao Rongchuan called. Getting off work? Qiao Xingye muffled a Have the driver come directly to pick me up and take me back to Shallow Bend. Not going to get together with your friends? Qiao Xingye, we all want to eat hot pot. Okay? No good, Xiao Rongchuan said without thinking. It was hard to carry her when she was a child, and now that she had this body. I don't know how many times I ran to the hospital. Now you want to go to a hot pot and just build it? No way. Chapter 54, to sever ties with the Liang family. Hanging up on Xiao Rongchuan, Qiao Xingye stuffed everything into her bag. When Yang Tingting came in, she saw her haphazardly building her bag again, and just looking at it, were worried she'd give it a scratch. Boss, let me help you load it. Yang Tingting rushed forward and freed the bag from her hand, then carefully put the stuff in for her. These bags are most delicate and expensive. If you scratch it, it depreciates in value. Qiao Xingye, what's the point of being so careful? Yang Tingting, the material of this kind of bag is very fragile. You should just carry a canvas bag next time. That one is casually loaded and built. At least that kind of rough treatment doesn't have to hurt. Now this kind of bag, if she doesn't feel sorry for herself, Yang Tingting will feel sorry for her. Qiao Xingye, okay, then buy one for me. I'll give you the money later. She had quite a bit of stuff in this bag and didn't think this bag would hold much. Tina Young. No, she really wants it. By the way, there's a lady named Lu who wants to see you. And by the look on her face, she's not coming from a good place. Qiao Xingye sniffed and frowned. Lu Suyun? You came straight here? Qiao Xingye blushed a bit less well. Here we are. Just one door? The front door is connected to the back door. You know, the front door could see the back door very clearly. So if Qiao Xingye were to go through the back door now, Lu Suyun waiting at the front door could see it at a glance. When he heard this, Qiao Xing's face looked even worse. Annoyed, he said, then let her in. Yang Tingting nodded. Okay. When Yang Tingting went out and was left alone with Qiao Xingye, at the moment she was calculating in her mind that this time it's going to be a little tougher. Otherwise she's not going to be quiet in this office for the rest of the day. Soon, Lu Suyun was brought in. As Yang Tingting said, looking at her face, I could tell she was coming from a bad place. Boss. Yang Tingting respectfully looked at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye waved his hand, signaling Yang Tingting to go down. Yang Tingting nodded and turned to go out. The moment the office door closed, Lu Suyun angrily carried her bag forward, stomping the bag hard against her desk. The stance was rather like that of a man seeking to settle a score with her. Tell me, how the hell did you get your hands on those collaborations? Qiao Xingye, our Liang family is also a dignified one. You're just so cheapening yourself, aren't you? When Qiao Xing Ye heard this, his face sank directly. You come in here and just straight out say I cheapen myself without asking questions? Who told you that? Or do you have proof? Lu Suyun, you still need evidence for this? You're a girl who makes $7 million a year. Qiao Xingye, don't tell me that all of this is because you're capable of getting people to give you the project with a mouth. At this moment, Lu Suyun, who had already lost her mind with anger along the way, speaking to Qiao Xingye, was also snappy. A cold light also flashed under Qiao Xingye's eyes. Who told you that? Don't you care who told me? Just tell me how you took those projects. Lu Suyun roared. But even if she didn't say it, Qiao Xingye knew it was Liang Yutong who said it. That white lotus, always with the most innocent tone, twisting the stupid thinking of the gang. To Lu Suyun's aggressive questioning. Qiao Xingye, does it matter to you how I took it? What are you to me? Lu Suyun, I am. It's what? It's mom. Did I ever admit you were my mom? I remember. I'll just go back to Liang's house and leave in less than 3 months, right? 2 months in the hospital. The rest of that month, after seeing what that game of chess was like in the Liang family, she immediately pulled out. It's the same group of people who seek her out whenever they can, acting like they're relatives while they're at it, using their self-perceived majesty to try to lord it over her. At this moment, this sentence, have I ever admitted that you are my mother, directly made Lu Suyun angry and spit out blood. Qiao Xingye, questioning me? What position and identity do you use? Even if you don't admit it, then I'm still your mom. Lu Suyun was furious. Qiao Xingye dialed Tangcrist's number directly. The other side picked up quickly. Yeah. Qiao Xingye looked at Lu Suyun. Without hesitation, he said to the phone, you immediately post a word for me that I am not the daughter of the Liang family. The content will say that the Liang family made a mistake. I'll send you the relevant paternity test in a moment. You send them out together. You're crazy. Lu Suyun couldn't believe what she was hearing. Going forward, he snatched the cell phone in Qiao Xingye's hand and directly pressed hang up. Crazy, crazy, crazy. She's really crazy. How dare you cut us off? Are you crazy? Lu Suyun turned on her, yelling hysterically. Qiao Xingye snatched back his cell phone. Isn't it normal to cut ties with you guys? You ungrateful daughter. Yo, ha. Qiao Xingye laughed out coldly, feeling like he had heard a huge joke. Even if I have filial piety, it's not your turn to be filial, is it? Who are you? Lu Suyun. Who are you to say that? Who are you? The words, all of them, were cutting her off. Lu Suyun was so angry that she almost turned her back as she looked at Qiao Xingye with resentment in her eyes. I hemorrhaged when I gave birth to you. I almost even lost my life. And this is how you treat me? Qiao Xingye morally kidnapped me? Not enough strong-arming and suppression, but now moral abduction? However, when you looked for me to come back, Liang Yutong also helped you to ask for it back. I was also hit and hemorrhaged, and I almost lost my life. At the time of the accident, she was really close to losing it. A big hole in the brain, a lot of blood, and the person was off for a while. If it hadn't been for the resuscitation, it would have been gone. I got this life back from the doctors. You were in the hospital for a month at most when you had me, right? I'm 2 months. Double that. That's not how the score is settled. I gave you this life. You can't break it. Well, that's fine. It's fine if I don't cut you off. Then is it okay to let Liang Yutong break off with you guys? Don't even think about it. Once she heard Liang Yutong, Lu Suyun was even more unable to control her anger. When she brought Qiao Xingye back, she had promised Liang Yutong that no matter what, she is still her daughter. She didn't do that car accident thing, so don't take it out on her. As things stood, Lu Suyun was still on Liang Yutong's side in this matter. Qiao Xingye would be lying if he said he wasn't chilled, not cut off from this or that. You're quite greedy. Anyway, if you post that word out there, I'm gonna refute it and say you're lying. You'd better not do anything like that if you don't want to be too embarrassed. You want to threaten me after all this? Threaten her? Qiao Xingye thought it was funny. It seemed that this group of people still hadn't gotten much of a lesson. Keeping the daughter of the nanny who voluntarily switched your daughter around is even. And you're threatening your own daughter, who was so hard to get back, because of the nanny's daughter? Mrs. Liang, you're out of your mind. Ask any normal thinking person who wouldn't hate the nanny who replaced their child. This Liang family is so good. It's a real eye-opener. Chapter 55, Xiao Rongchuan takes a shot at the Liang family. The phrase brain problem was even more irritating on Lu Suyun's nerves. Lu Suyun, that woman has paid the price. She's dead. Isn't that enough? Qiao Xingye, not enough. She spat out 2 words icily. And this appearance was even more ruthless in Lu Suyun's eyes. She died to pay for the sins of the year she traded away my sins. And Liang Yutong has to pay back it's her own sin. She didn't do it. So why don't you believe that the crash was just an accident? Lu Suyun was going crazy. What she hated the most was that Qiao Xing Ye had been biting at Liang Yutong about that incident back then. Qiao Xing Ye, you don't want to cut ties with me, do you? Okay. As soon as he said that he was talking about those old stories from the bending years, Qiao Xing Ye didn't want to get involved with her that much. No patience. Standing up, he just picked up his bag and was about to leave. Lu Suyun saw her leaving. What are you doing? Things haven't been made clear yet. Qiao Xing Ye, how else do you want to clear? What qualifications do you have to ask for a clear one from me? You've come this far, and you're still talking? It's okay to say yes. Qiao Xingye directly dialed Lu Ling's phone, and that side quickly picked up, not waiting for Lu Ling to speak. I heard Qiao Xingye say first, my so-called relationship with the Liang family. You handle it. Okay. Qiao Xingye hung up the phone. Lu Suyun heard her deal with this Li. The heart is choking for no reason. Who do you call? Who did you ask to handle it? Handle what? There was a sense of foreboding in his heart. Qiao Xingye didn't bother much and gave her a direct look before carrying her bag away. The moment she opened the office door, she externally shouted, Ting Ting, ask the person out of the. No need to be too polite. Hearing her say that she didn't need to be too polite, Lu Suyun was even more furious as her brain popped. This is the daughter you gave birth to do this to yourself. I'm sure it's just not much of an emotion when you're not raised by yourself. Yang Tingting came in, Miss Lu, do you want to leave with some decency? Or should I ask you out in a nonchalant way? Lu Suyun glanced at Yang Tingting, her brain swelling with anger. And soon enough, her tough guy attitude towards Qiao Xingye backfired. When he came out of the Oriental International Mansion and was still on his way to the hospital, Liang Panming's phone call came. You've been looking for Qiao Xingye again? Lu Suyun, yes. I'm telling you, she's not at all as simple as we realized. I can't believe she made $7 million last year. No wonder she looked like she didn't care this time. No matter how much I cut off her finances, she's simply too deep in her heart. Listening to Lu Suyun's constant chatter, Liang Panming had a headache and didn't have the heart to listen at all. All he knew was what kind of pounding their side was taking right now because of Qiao Xingye. I'm telling you, whatever she asks for now, you grant her. What do you mean? Liang Panming suddenly came to such a sentence. Lu Suyun, who was in the midst of rage, directly did not understand. Qiao Xingye had angered herself to such an extent, and still she gave herself whatever she wanted? How can that be? Panming Liang, half an hour ago, I got a call. Said if she couldn't meet her demands, the company wouldn't open. And you believe that? In this harbor city, who can easily threaten them? The point is, who made this call? She just came out of Qiao Xingye's side half an hour ago, right? Liang Panming, you think Lousy will believe it? But in this half hour, I've gotten calls from 2 more partners who want to cancel. Those 2 partners, both of them are crucial to Liang. In just half an hour, it made Liang lose 2 big projects. How uncomplicated the identity of the person behind this is can be imagined. Lu Suyun was shocked when she heard this. You mean it was caused by the fact that I went to Qiao Xingye and didn't agree to her request? The naming is because of her, isn't it? Lu Suyun was directly speechless. Liang Panming, what did she ask of you? She wants to cut us all off. Is that something I can agree to? Thinking about that last phone call Qiao Xingye made just now, he thought she was scaring herself. Now it seems not at all. A little girl who makes over $7 million a year. I'm sure there are some real people behind that, but the way she used. Thinking of this, Lu Suyun is painfully aware that in the end, that is her own daughter. How can she stand it? Liang Panming's breath sank when he heard that Qiao Xingye was asking for this. She really said that? Or else what? Or else what do you think she's asking that I can't grant her? With things having come to this point, Lu Suyun was hoping that Qiao Xingye would make some demands. Like jewelry, asking for a house, asking for money. If she can make these demands, as long as Jin Yang and Yan Li both treat Liang Yutong, what's not to say yes to this yourself? What Qiao Xingye wanted was not that. What she wanted was to sever her relationship with herself. Could she agree to that? Lu Suyun was furious. Liang Panming was also furious. What exactly did you argue with her about again? The tone was rather like he was blaming Lu Suyun. That phone call to him was no joke, and he had every confidence that the other guy had the power to do that. Let the whole Liang be overthrown. Lu Suyun, she made $7 million a year last year. I have to figure out how she actually made it. She's my daughter after all, and I don't want her to cheapen herself. Liang Panming, so you asked her directly? Or what? You. Liang Panming was directly exasperated and unable to speak. In his opinion, every time Lu Suyun could get into a fight with Qiao Xingye, all because she doesn't watch the way she talks to herself. Originally, he was not brought up by his own side, and this temperament and other things are not too clear. If you use too much forcefulness here, there's no way that Qiao Xingye will eat this. How many times have I told you to be patient with her? You patience? Didn't you say not to open a card for her when you came back from Jinjiang Tiancheng? Neither of them could say anything about the other when it came to Qiao Xingye. Liang Panming, I'm not going to say so much. In any case, this matter you hurry to deal with. What am I going to do about it? She's not answering my calls or seeing me right now. It was hard to see her just now. Look at her attitude. If this matter isn't handled well, you'll probably come to an end as Mrs. Liang. Liang Panming was so angry that he directly hung up the phone. I didn't realize that all the things that happened in the company this time were related to mother-daughter conflicts. What is this called? Liang Panming called Qi Yan from his side. When Qi Yan heard on the phone that something had happened to Liang, it was still all related to Qiao Xing Ye. He instantly thought of the man beside Qiao Xing Ye. That man, is that capable? Stopping Liang's 2 big projects in half an hour? That man, what is he? Yan, you know the attitude of your father's side toward me now. This matter, originally, the Qi family was all kinds of dissatisfied with him because of Liang Yutong, and now there was an unrecognizable pinch-out. Liang Panming felt like he couldn't live this day anymore. Qi Yan's face sank to black. Got it. I'll handle this matter. Hang up. Karen glanced at his left hand in a cast. Asked Zhang Yuan's tone. All chilled some, still did not find out who that man around her? Hearing Qi Yan's icy tone, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yuan's spine. The forces behind this keep getting in the way. Can't find out. By now, their side didn't even know what the man's name was. Chapter 56. By what manner? You just by the cemetery. Zhou Starleaf's side. When he was almost at the Hearingland Forest residence, he received a phone call from Liang Yutong. Liang Yutong's tone was obviously much weaker than before, but the words that came out of her mouth were so smug. You shouldn't know yet, right? Yin is trying to find a way to buy the Hearingland Forest residence over at Repulse Bay. It's intended to be used to nurse me back to health. Every word carried Liang Yutong's braggadocio. Listen to Mission Hills Forest residence. How many posh families have wanted that place in Shallow Bay alone over the years? It is said that that place not only has good scenery and air, but also has excellent feng shui. In big families, it's all about feng shui. Qiao Xingye, I already know. Oh, so what did Karen buy you before? Zhou Starleaf. What did Qi Yan ever buy her? Bought. Jewelry and everything had been bought. She just couldn't remember what those things looked like. It was probably because he had too much from a young age. So those things weren't even in Qiao Xingye's eyes. It's just Liang Yutong showing off here. Qiao Xingye mockingly laughed softly. Liang Yutong, you're a person who's about to die and you don't cultivate your body and mind. What else is there to compare here? You. Her sarcastic over-directness caused Liang Yutong on the phone to be directly shocked. Qiao Xingye continued. Qi Yan bought you here Lanlin residence to recuperate? As far as I know, the owner on the other side of the family wouldn't even sell to him. He'll find a way to buy it. Liang Yutong was unconvinced. Qi Yan said that as soon as he heard Lan Lingzhu come down, he would immediately pick her up and discharge her from the hospital. She was sure Qi Yan would be able to do it. Qiao Xingye, if I were you, then let's wait until he buys it. You're showing off with me now. Don't get to the point where you can't live in it until you die. What Shallow Bay to buy? Better to buy the cemetery to go. Burn to a handful of ashes. And still want this and that. Liang Yutong's breath hitched. You, cursed me. This phrase graveyard and burnt to a handful of ashes completely made Liang Yutong's breathing unsteady. She needed the conviction to live now. And living? Completely dominating everything that belongs to him in his hands, not allowing Qiao Xingye to taint the slightest bit of it. It's what she believes in. Qiao Xingye's curse. At the moment Liang Yutong couldn't listen to half a word of it. She had everything in the Liang family and enjoyed such a life. How could she want to die? Not only can't you give it up, but you're very afraid of it. Qiao Xingye, what happened to cursing you? You should be glad you're terminally ill right now. Where else would the days be as peaceful as they are now? If it wasn't for Liang Yutong's terminal illness, she would be flipping right now for that car accident back then. Anyway, now Liang Yutong, before and after, is a dead end. If you can't cure the disease, burn it to a handful of ashes. Cured. And those accounts from Qiao Xingye are waiting for her. The pain of staying in the hospital and the pain of being discharged from the hospital. And the pain of being discharged from the hospital. And the pain of being discharged from the hospital. It is the torture of the law. Qiao Xingye, you are simply too vicious. Lu Suyun's angry voice suddenly came from the other side of the phone. Qiao Xingye's eyes narrowed slightly. Yeah, I'm just vicious. What's up? She's vicious. What's wrong with that? Lu Suyun was furious. Tell me, who exactly is the man who called and threatened your father? Who did you call when you were in your office just now? Qiao Xingye, a girl has to know self-love, don't you know? You want money, don't we have money in the Liang family? That said, it was as if she, Qiao Xingye, just had to ask, and she, Lu Suyun, had given it to her unconditionally before. Your Liang family's money has nothing to do with me either. Qiao Xingye, am I wrong? You can't have forgotten, can you? that you gave me a card for $20,000 a month. Gee, the Liang family has a lot of money. Lu Suyun. Hearing this sarcastic tone from Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun was so angry that she almost turned her back. So you're too little? She said through gritted teeth. This tone of voice was rather like thinking that Qiao Xingye had a big appetite. Qiao Xingye, it seems like you still don't understand what happened to the Liang family until now. And I don't know why the encounter. The word encounter was bitten extremely hard by Qiao Xingye. This instantly reminded Lu Suyun of the call that Liang Panning had just made to her. The loss of two large collaborations heralded into her mind. And she blanched in shock. You, the man who called your father, was that really your doing? Qiao Xingye, if you figure it out, we'll break off our relationship, don't you think? What sounded like a consultative tone. At this moment, however, it made Lu Suyun feel endlessly threatened. She threatened herself. And Qiao Xingye even threatened her. Simply too much. Where the hell did she get the courage and qualifications? Qiao Xingye, take your time to think about it. I'm hanging up. Wait. Seeing that Qiao Xingye was about to hang up the phone, Lu Suyun called out to her urgently. It would have been difficult to find her now. And it's been hard to establish a connection. It's natural to ask some questions. What's the deal with that guy of yours anyway? It seems that you haven't figured out what kind of being you really are with me. Lu Suyun. At those words, the heart choked even more. Without waiting for her to speak, Qiao Xingye had already hung up the phone. Listening to the sound of the phone hanging up, Lu Suyun was so angry that she couldn't wait to drop the phone. What kind of presence? She means, in front of her, not recognizing her place? What is her position? What existence? Herself as her mom. Mom, don't. Seeing Lu Suyun about to drop the phone, Liang Yutong pulled her back. Don't drop it. This phone is borrowed. It's just so hard to call Joe Starleaf now that their numbers are almost blacked out. And she had just taken a few calls in a row. And two of the nurses' numbers had been blacked out. What is she doing now? She's mercilessly blacked out any caller who's heard their voices. No room for error at all. Lu Suyun forced herself to hold back her anger and smoothed out her breath. Uncharacteristic. Really uncharacteristic. His own daughter, now letting himself figure out his position before her. So she's serious about cutting herself off? Lu Suyun didn't expect that shutting down Qiao Xingye's card this time would cause her to react so strongly. Mom, don't be mad. Liang Yutong weakly persuaded. Seeing Liang Yutong in this gentle and tender manner, Lu Suyun was only slightly comforted. In the end, he was raised by his own side. The heart and all that is good. I'm not angry. 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 I don't want a daughter like that. Lu Suyun's tone was full of disappointment in Qiao Xingye. She thinks she can make $7 million a year on a man and she'll always make $1 million? This isn't going to work. Mom, do you really want her to destroy herself? Liang Yutong said sadly. Lu Suyun, what can we do then? I'll tell Yan to screen any future cooperation for her. Don't let her make those messy partnerships. To put it bluntly, it's about blocking Qiao Xingye's studio. Liang Yutong thought fiercely in her heart, but she couldn't let all these people transform over. Consider this to be a plus for Joe Starleaf. As expected, her phrase messy collaborator once again made Lu Suyun's anger skyrocket. Chapter 57, threatening to shut down her studio? You're right. She should never be allowed to associate with those messy partners. If you break off the relationship, then break it off. But even if you break it off, it's her Liang family's face that's being disgraced. She was at least recognized by the Liang family for 2 years. Lu Suyun suppressed her anger and pulled over Liang Yutong's hand. Then you give Yin a good talk. Ha? Liang Yutong nodded. Good. Lu Suyun, if you can, just cut off all cooperation and have that studio shut down. She felt that the existence of that studio would be a curse sooner or later. This time, they all dared to make money from that studio and disobeyed themselves so much. Then in the future, there was no telling what shameful things she would do with that studio. When Liang Yutong heard Lu Suyun's words, a trace of smugness crossed her heart even more. The face feigned, but then she'd make a scene. Wouldn't she? Make a scene. Make a scene. Has she made a scene any less? Lu Suyun said without any good humor. She can make trouble because she has the studio, can't she? If it's gone, let's see what she can do with it. Thinking this way, Lu Suyun felt even more like she had to shut her down before she could do so. It's better than her pulling the entire Liang family into disgrace when the time comes. And rightly so. Liang Yutong nodded. I'll give Yin a word then. Seeing Liang Yutong always obeying herself, Lu Suyun felt better in her heart. Thinking of Qiao Xingye's curse on Liang Yutong on the phone just now, she came in just in time to hear the phrase burn to a handful of ashes. She pulled over Liang Yutong's hand in pain. AI. To have such an unintelligent one, really not letting people worry. If only she was as good as you. The misbehaved ones make themselves angry. And the well-behaved ones, now that they are so sick, also make themselves upset. I've heard that Yan is trying to find a way to buy shallow bend over to you to nurse you back to health. He's been so good to you. What do you say to this QI family? Do not talk about the Qi family, okay? Talking about the Qi family, Lu Suyun felt that the Qi family is really too cruel. I can't believe I'm breaking up two lovers. Originally, if Liang Yutong and Qi Yan were together, they would have been fine by now. Now this thing is a mess. The pro-daughter also did not enter the Qi family. The adopted daughter Qi family cannot see. Blame it on Qiao Xing Ye, the clueless one. Now the Qi family was also exerting constant pressure on their company, all of which was caused by Qiao Xing Ye. Mom, I'm already contented that Yan still cares for me when my body is like this now. It's really hard on you. If we all hadn't gone to Qiao Xing Ye at that time, the QI family won't know you're an adopted daughter. And you and QI Yan are already married and together. Stop it. She's your own daughter. It's only right that you look for her. Every word reveals understanding, which makes Lu Suyun even more heartbroken. Qiao Xingye didn't say much more than that. She was content with half of Liang Yutong. You're the only one who knows what you're doing. It's even more heartbreaking for Liang Yutong. After the two of them chatted for a while, Qi Yan came, and he brought Liang Yutong something suitable for her to eat. When Lu Suyun saw him coming, she was very sensible and left the space for the two of them. Qiao Xingye's side can't be counted on anyway, even if the Qi family side doesn't see Liang Yutong. So upset. That's no fear. There's at least one more Qi Yan in the middle. If the Qi family really wants to make trouble with the Liang family, that too. If you want to get upset with Qi Yan first, just Qi Yan and Liang Yutong were left. Liang Yutong froze when she saw Qi Yan's left wrist in a cast. Yan, what's gotten into you? When he heard Liang Yutong ask about his hand, Qi Yan's face darkened. At the moment she had the urge to find that man and dismantle him. He wanted to get him killed. It's okay, I just fell. So careless? It hurts, doesn't it? Liang Yutong's tone was full of heartache. Qi Yan opened the food box with one hand and didn't answer Liang Yutong's question again. In a light voice, he said, "This soup is good for your body. Drink more." Liang Yutong saw that he didn't say anything, especially since his face didn't look too good either. Mentally, there was a hint of speculation about the injury. Actually, you don't have to run like that all the time. Qi Yan, I'm busy during the day and I want to keep you company at night. These words moved Liang Yutong. She looked at Kiran, wanting to say something. Qi Yan could see what she was trying to say and his tone was a little softer. What's wrong? Liang Yutong, it's Shenger. Just now Mom told me that she opened a studio. Last year she made over $7 million a year. So much money, and I don't know how the hell she made it. Kiran, studio? Liang Yutong nodded her head. Yeah, even Mom doesn't know. She made over $7 million last year with her studio. $7 million or so. That's nothing for Qi Yan. Hit to Liang Yutong. But it is not a small amount of money, especially since the money was earned by Qiao Xingye himself. Qi Yan's face grew darker and darker, and the light under his eyes grew colder and colder. Qiao Xingye actually has a studio, opened it last year, and made $7 million. It's amazing that he didn't know about such a big deal. Hearing about the lanolin house was a great meal tonight. Qiao Xingye couldn't control herself to eat 3 more bowls before she realized that the cook was from F country. It wasn't until she was on her second bowl of soup that Qiao Rongchuan's phone call came. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight from eating so much at night? Qiao Xingye froze at his words and looked at the housekeeper. The housekeeper sheepishly avoided her gaze. Qiao Xingye muttered, "Didn't you always want to fatten me up before? Previously in F. Especially as a child. She was notorious for her baby fat. It messes with the fact that she's only 10 years old and she's yelling about losing weight every day." Qiao Rongchuan snorted. "You were small before, but now aren't you clamoring to grow up and stop loving beauty? A girl's gotta love beauty." Qiao Xingye decisively put down the spoon in his hand. "When are you coming back?" "In a while. You go to bed early." "Aha." Hearing someone talking on Qiao Rongchuan's side, Qiao Xingye didn't say much to him and obediently hung up the phone. Qiao Rongchuan was in the box at the moment. Hull, sitting next to him, couldn't help but ask, "Who is it? So gentle." Hull, is Qiao Rongchuan 2 years ago to recognize? The two people counted not to fight, not to know each other, developed into a friendship relationship. The only way the Sheng family can go down is if Hull and Qiao Rongchuan join forces. Having known Qiao Rongchuan for so long, Hell had never seen him so gentle. Qiao Rongchuan laughed lowly, a hint of gentleness overflowing from the bottom of his eyes. "The children at home, not very obedient. You have a child? How come I didn't know?" "This child." Straight away, shocked Hell into a wide-eyed stare. "Qiao Rongchuan, sister. You said feathers." Qiao Rongchuan also had a younger sister, Xiao Yu, with whom he was a dragon and phoenix child. Hull, that's not really a child, is it? Can you be considered a child when you're his age? Qiao Rongchuan, not Xiao Yu. There is a sister. A few years ago lost, only to be found. It's naughty. Hull, there's another one? This he really doesn't know. But looking at the way Qiao Rongchuan's eyes were all doting when he spoke about this sister, he just thought that little sister must be cute. Chapter 58, Unable to be suppressed. The collective chickens come home to roost. Qiao Xingye felt that she must ask young Ting Ting to get her a working phone number, separately. Otherwise there's really no end to these guys. Qi Yan growled low on the phone. You have a studio. How did I not know? Qiao Xingye, what? I have a studio and I have to report to you? Is it possible that he hasn't been making enough of a scene in the past few days to keep it straight? Or were they really too weak before? So much so that this group of people, without moving, had to question her in all sorts of ways. What a downer. Kieran, how many other things are you hiding from me? Need I hide it from you? What's my business with you? Bottom man. No. Is Liang Yutong not sick enough right now? 3 types of cancer. Why don't you go find her a good feng shui cemetery? What do you keep coming to pester me for? Qi Yan was completely furious, Qiao Xingye. Especially this graveyard. Now but whoever is on Liang Yutong's side. Both are very leery of hearing those 2 words. It's a totally vicious curse. Qiao Xingye, what's all the shouting about? Qi Yan, you wait for me. Giving a stern message, he hung up first. Qiao Xingye heard the beep coming out of the phone and chirped. Just wait. She will see what this Qi Yan can still turn out a flower. Qi Yan's side was really pissed off. Checking into that studio of Qiao Xingye's, and then checking into the fact that she even made so much money last year. He was straight up green with anger. Taking a hard drag on the cigarette clutched in his hand. Do you think we look like a joke these days? Zhang Yuan, who was sitting on the co-pilot. Cold sweat broke out again down his spine when he heard the words. Don't tell me. It was a joke. On the side of Qi Yan and the Liang family, they cut off Qiao Xingye's financial resources, trying to use this to force Qiao Xingye to bow down. Even the timing of when most of the tenants pay their rent over at Jinjiang Sky City, it's all pretty much settled. Just think, when faced with the high rent, Qiao Xingye should not be able to hold out. Will bow down. Results. She bought the house in Jinjiang Sky City and she made over $7 million last year. Having money in a house and cutting her finances is just ridiculous. To put it bluntly, you still don't know Miss Qiao very well. Zhang Yuan spoke up. This was even more ironic to Qi Yan's ears. Qiao Xingye had been his fiancé for 2 years, and he surprisingly didn't even know that woman too well. Thinking of her deception of herself, Qi Yan instantly lost his mind. Go take care of it. Deal with what? Anyone who dares to work with that studio of hers is working against our Qi family. Zhang Yuan, that's not good, is it? I want her to have the studio completely collapsed within a week. Not giving Zhang Yuan a chance to speak at all, Qi Yan said fiercely. Zhang Yuan forehead cold sweat came out, but that man behind her. Zhang Yuan didn't dare to say the latter words. If Qiao Xingye had always had a backer behind her, they obviously wouldn't be able to suppress her. Qi Yan, I'd like to see who that man behind her really is. Men? Since they can't find out who the other party is on their side anyhow, let's see who stepped in to help her this time. Who would it be again? Zhang Yuan understood Qi Yan's meaning and nodded. Okay. Qiao Xingye has a studio this matter. Pei soon opened a gap after it blew up in the entire Liang family, especially knowing that the house in Jinjiang Sky City was also Qiao Xingye's own. It was even more explosive. Hospital side. Tell me, guys, how much is she hiding from us? Lu Suyun paced back and forth in the hospital room in anger. Liang Panming also came over. Liang Jinchao was also there. Qi Yan was called away by a phone call from Fengman. Liang Panming's face was dark without any temperature after knowing the whole story. Lu Suyun, what does she take us for? Like monkeys? Okay mom, don't be mad at me. I think the stars should be before that we give less money is not enough to spend. She can completely tell us we. When she said this, Liang Yutong paused her tone. But even if she didn't say anything else after that, all of them now also felt that Qiao Xingye didn't know any better. It was even determined that the money she made was not clean. Now all the guys are thinking about how to shut that studio of hers down. Coming out of Liang Yutong's hospital room, Liang Panming asked his assistant to contact Qiao Xingye. The assistant also changed several phone numbers before he was able to get Qiao Xingye on the line. Qiao Xingye was planning to play a game. Liang Panming's assistant said on the phone, Miss, Sir is now in the cafe across the street from Jinjiang Sky City, so come out here. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. I'm not coming out. So what? If you don't come out of that studio, you probably won't be able to keep it. The assistant was particularly forceful. Another threat? Qiao Xingye grunted and laughed. Then let him shut me down if he can. Don't BB here if you can do it. They've been BBING here for days. Stopping cards and threats again. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly and nonchalantly. Liang Panming's assistant on this side of the phone heard the phone being hung up and looked at Liang Panming in a bit of a daze. The waiter just put down the coffee that Liang Panming wanted and walked away. Seeing that his assistant's face did not look right, Liang Panming frowned. What? The lady said that she wouldn't come to see you if you could just shut the studio down for her. Liang Panming sniffed and instantly turned blue. Ahem. Ahem. This rebellious girl? You didn't tell her I'm right here in front of the cafe? Said she's not coming. Then go knock on the door and call her out to me. Liang Panming was furious. Forget it, I'll go by myself. He and Liang Jinzhao didn't exchange information, and now they didn't know that Qiao Xingye didn't live in Jinjiang Sky City at all. And so with great vigor he went over and knocked on the door. And after 10 minutes of knocking, there's no movement at all in there. Qiao Xing Ye, open the door for me. Quiet. Still quiet. Because of the loud knocking on the door. And eventually, because the neighbors complained, it also brought the property over. Liang Panming was furious and went downstairs, only to look up and see. The windows of the household belonging to Qiao Xing Ye were dark. No one's home? What time is it? The assistant looked at the time on her cell phone. It's already past 10. A girl, not coming home at this hour. At that time she didn't want to live in Liang's house to move out. I didn't agree. So, she's out of control since she moved out. So she's just messing around, right? Hurry up and call and ask where she is. I just called from a borrowed phone at the coffee shop, and my number was blacked out by the lady. The phrase pulling the plug is even more exasperating. She was now catching and hacking everyone, even him as a father. Liang Panming was furious, and returned to the hospital to Lu Suyun is an accusation. Accuse her of not disciplining her as a mom all these years. When Qiao Xingye came back, Lu Suyun was also angry. What do you mean I didn't discipline her? Who can discipline her when she's like that? You? Doesn't she want to be in charge? Over the years, Qiao Xingye has held onto Liang Yutan's affairs, and even after driving Liang Yutan out of the Liang family, she didn't want to live in the Liang family either. What she herself wanted to manage, Qiao Xingye didn't even give her a chance to manage. Mom and Dad, stop it. Seeing the two of them arguing, Liang Yutan was agitated, and she was guilty of twitching her body again. That look was hard to bear. Liang Panming and Lu Suyun were also startled when they saw her like this. Lu Suyun screamed, Yutan, what happened to you? Don't scare mommy, don't you? Doctor, call a doctor. Chapter 59, the Qi family and the Liang family directly quarreled. This side of the old Qi family mansion. Fengman saw Qi Yan's arm in a cast and frowned. What's wrong with you again? And this face? After 2 nights of fighting with Qiao Rongchuan, Qi Yan had a bruise on his face that looked even more hideous. There was also a cast on the arm, which looked like it was the result of a fight with someone. Karen, nothing. What's looking for me this late? It's your father. He's waiting for you in the study. Karen nodded and turned to go up. Von Man looked at his back, his gaze falling on the cast of his arm, pondering. To the butler on the side, he said, go and call Zhang Yuan in for me. Okay. Upstairs study. As soon as Qi Yan entered the study, he smelled a strong odor of smoke. Qi Jin had retired for a year. On his body, he still carries a majestic aura. In this year, the whole Qi clan is Qi Yan is the master. Qi Jin also rarely asks about the company's affairs. And now, Qi Jin's eyes looked majestically at Qi Yan. The heir of the Luke family from F country has arrived in Hong Kong City. You know that, right? No. Kiran nodded. Kijin, see? Not yet. Kiran said. Zhang Yuan's side had been making appointments to meet with his assistant, but there had been no response from that side. Qi Jin, Pei Jingyao. See, Kiran, what? At his grandfather's birthday party. When he said this, Qi Jin's tone was clearly a little displeased. The Liang Yutong thing tripped you up? Qiao Xingye directly made the annulment public, and it was no longer a secret that Liang Yutong had returned. Hearing the mention of Liang Yutong, Qi Yan's face stiffened. Immediately after, he said, this matter has nothing to do with Yutong. I'm handling it on Mr. Luke's side. Handle? I've heard that people have been coming this way for the 3rd day, and you haven't seen anyone yet. Qi Yan, do you know that he has something in his hands? And how many people are staring at him wanting to cooperate? Karen, I know. Liang Yutong, if you really like her, just be a thing. If she's a problem for you, then what? Qi Jin didn't continue with the latter words as he took a drag on the cigarette in his hand, looking at Qi Yan's eyes, but also more sharp, the meaning of which even without saying, Qi Yan also understand. 2 years ago, that was it. Qiao Xingye was making a lot of noise, and the entire Qi family, too, had issued a deadly threat to Liang Yutong. Kiran nodded. Got it. His tone wasn't exactly good, but the words that came out were not the words of martial rebellion. Kijin waved his hand. Go on. A few simple words, each of which carried an absolute deterrent to Qi Yan. Exit the study and go downstairs. He saw Fengman looking at Zhang Yuan with a bad face, while Zhang Yuan which was mortared there with a heartfelt look on his face. Hearing footsteps, Von Man looked up, eyes icy cold. He glanced at Qi Yan. You've really let me down. Liang Yutong tripped you up, and Qiao Xing Ye made you lose control and fight someone. When these words came out, Qi Yan's eyes were very cold as he looked at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan already had a weak heart, and was even more afraid to raise his head by this glance. Qi Yan came in front of Phone Man and moved his lips to say something, yet in the end he didn't say anything out of desire. Gone. He spoke to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan hurriedly nodded his head to follow. Just as she walked to the door, Phone Man's voice sounded at the door. That Liang Yutong. Don't let her come out swinging for me. Now the whole harbor city is in an uproar. Says Qi Yan is going to buy Liang Yutong a shallow bay to use for her health. What's that place in Shallow Bay? She's had her eye on that side before, trying to buy it for her own retirement. I'm not even that attached to my family to have that kind of heart for a sick kid. She went to check it out. The message. It was sent by Liang Yutong. What is this? Making it known that Qi Yan will be disgraced if he doesn't buy it for her? She's sick now. What do you think she's going to be able to wiggle out of? There was a clear displeasure in Kiran's tone. He didn't like anyone's targeting of Liang Yutong, especially the prejudice her family had against her. Phone Man heard the defense in his tone, and his face sank even further. Yes, all sick like that, and showing off. Mom! Qi Yan's tone couldn't help but weigh heavily. He turned back to Von Man. Phone Man's eyes were gloomy. Liang Yutong's mind is not as simple as you think. You mustn't think her too innocent. Did Joe Starleaf say something to you guys? Do I need Qiao Xing Ye to tell me what she is? You mean I can't look at a person and see? Kiran. Phone Man, it's true that I've spent a lot of time with people like Liang Yutong. It's a habit to put potshots at people for everything. You. In the face of such sharpness from his mother, he was too angry to retort a word. Eventually it just went away. Looking at Qi Yan's angry back, Phone Man's eyes narrowed slightly. Qiao Xingye really has a man? Yes. After checking, that wound on young master's face was inflicted at Jinjiang Sky City. The wrist was from the elevator during the day when we were socializing. Phone Man listened and was even more furious. He doesn't like Zhou Xingye. What's the fight with her man? What's wrong with this? And that Qiao Xingye even have a man? Phone Man was half dead with anger and directly picked up the phone and called Lu Suyun. Lu Suyun just picked up the phone. Phone Man is crackling. You say you. Qiao Xingye is your own daughter you can't teach well. And you can't teach your adopted daughter well when she's raised by your side. Mrs. Qi, you're going too far with that. Such a blunt accusation made Lu Suyun also instantly come to fire as well. What do you mean? She can't teach her adopted daughter or her own daughter. And according to Phone Man, if the two families are ruined, it's all her fault? Excessive? Am I wrong? Qi Yan and Liang Yutong broke off their relationship 2 years ago. What do you mean you're always looking for him now because of Liang Yutong? The more he said, the sharper Phone Man's tone became. Lu Suyun also can't help but feel a little weak. It wasn't because of Liang Yutong that she was looking for Qi Yan. Mrs. Qi, Yutong is the one you've watched grow up since you were little. She's sick now. Very sick. I know. Uterine cancer. I don't know how it got there. Did you ask her how she really lived abroad? What do you mean? Lu Suyun was completely on fire. Von Man, just telling you that this is a strange disease. The kind of disease you want me to sympathize with. What's wrong with your brain? Von Man was outright nonchalant. Originally Liang Yutong she didn't like very much. Just now Lu Suyun, what was the meaning of those words? She is not a cutie. In the face of people like Lu Suyun, she was given to putting down her basic qualities. But I've checked everything. It's not just Liang Yutong herself who's pestering Qi Yan now. You also often call Qi Yan about Liang Yutong. Mrs. Liang, you're at least Qiao Xingye's own mother. You've really given me an insight. People say that it's hard to be a mom and have real feelings for anyone but the children you've given birth to. This Lu Suyun is good. Said what raised from childhood to shed. Can't afford to give this up, it makes sense. But the idea of stealing a man at the hands of your own daughter for your adopted daughter is just too much to contemplate. The entire Liang family is in a mess. Don't you dare force our Qi family to make you even more messy. Chapter 60 Drunkenness that makes one spit out the truth. The meaning of that is clear. If Lu Suyun finds Qi Yan this and that for Liang Yutong again, she will not be polite. After saying that, Phone Man directly hung up the phone. Lu Suyun on this side of the phone was also furious after receiving this call. Liang Jinchao was right beside her. They're outside the ward. Listen, what kind of arrogance has the Qi family become now? Do they really think our family can't make it? Pissed off, Liang Jinchao frowned. Thinking about a month ago, his father said that they were in the situation of that mind development. Lu Suyun held back her anger. Don't let Yutong know about this. No. Liang Jintao nodded his head. Now where would one dare to let Liang Yutong know this? Her body is now messed up like this. Qi Yan was her psychological pillar. Lu Suyun closed her eyes. We still need to find a way. It's only fair to get Professor Ken and that Professor Yen Li together. Today the doctor agreed on a surgical plan for Liang Yuttong. Her heart skipped a beat just listening to it. How can one man? How can he afford it? Liang Jinzhao, I'll go find Qiao Xing Ye again. Your father was there a while ago. Didn't you hear that he didn't find anyone? I doubt it. She's not living in Jinjiang Tianchang right now. No? Then where is she? In what place? I don't know. Lu Suyun felt her head hurt even more. Qiao Xingye's circle of friends, she understood. She shouldn't have been hanging out together that late at night. So, Lu Suyun now suspected that she didn't live in Jinjiang Sky City. I don't know. You sneak around and find out. Mom! Liang Yutong's voice came from the hospital room, and Lu Suyun made a silent gesture to Liang Jinzhao. Liang Jinzhao nodded, understanding what Lu Suyun meant. Qiao Xingye can open such a studio. There must be someone behind this. What the hell is it? Their side needs to figure it out as soon as possible. Lu Suyun went inside. Seeing Liang Yutong sweating profusely and looking pale, she was especially distressed. What's wrong? Is it hurting again? Liang Yutong, Xinger, you guys need to care more. Don't let her ruin herself. These words, Liang Yutong said with a tone full of pain. Hearing Liang Yutong's words, Lu Suyun's heart also hurt more. Silly child. You still care about her. I overheard Yen talking to Jiang Yuan about something, and he met up with that man at Jinjiang Sky City. What? Mom, after all, it's your own daughter. Don't let her find some messed up guy. Even if it's not possible for her to be with Yen, she can't just be with any old man. This old man completely ignited Lu Suyun's anger. Heart and mouth. Also at this moment, constantly rising and falling. Seeing that she was already speechless with anger, Liang Yutong lowered her eyes between the. A hint of ruthless smugness crossed the bottom of his eyes. Listen to this side of the Mission Woods residence. Qiao Xingye's cell phone lit up and dimmed. Dimmed and lit up again. It had probably been awfully loud these past few nights. She had an extra eye on the phone now and simply muted it. In a sleepy daze. Suddenly, there was a movement at the door of her room, and she opened her eyes in confusion and he saw Qiao Rongchuan standing at the door with a drunken face. Brother! Zhou Xingya rubbed his eyes and stood up. The next moment the man came in. The door was closed, and he took off the middle-length coat he was wearing and, followed by a smoky gray scarf around the neck. People are so good-looking, they really don't do anything to keep them alive. Qiao Xingye instantly sobered up and rolled over to get off the bed. You've been drinking? Qiao Rongchuan does this every time, and his face gets a little red when he drinks. The moment the words fell, the man took a step towards her with his long, slender legs, and Zhou Xingye felt that something wasn't right. However, the man didn't give her a chance to react at all. The next moment she was scooped up in the arms of a man. Immediately afterward, cold with a hint of light red wine breath landed on her lips. With a boom sound, Qiao Xingye's entire person, instantly as if struck by lightning, completely lost his reaction to the whole body was petrified, and because her lack of reaction seemed to the man to mean she wasn't resisting, the kisses became more unrestrained and ferocious. Attack of the city. After 5 breaths of time, Qiao Xingye finally reacted and she subconsciously put her hands against her chest to resist. The next moment, however, the slender wrists were shackled by the man and clipped back behind him. Don't! She murmured softly. The man who had already pinned her down opened his drunken eyes to look at her. Eyes deep and hazel. Qiao Xingye was not sure he had any sense at all now, and she wrenched her hands free and one cupped the man's face. Tell me, who am I? The side of his heart that he dared not show suddenly turned into a two-way run. Qiao Xingye could not believe it. After all, it was when Qiao Rongchuan was drunk. She doesn't know when she started liking him, thinking about him, loving him. They are not related by blood, but she's still scared, especially in her childhood. When Qiao Rongchuan often said outside that she was the child of the family, she then felt that Qiao Rongchuan's feelings towards her might just be that of a brother towards his sister. He pampered and loved her like a sister. Once one has laid before him the deepest feelings of one's heart, if he didn't mean that to himself at all, then the kinship between them that they had grown up with would be completely shattered. She didn't want to crush any feelings between them. Seeing that the man doesn't say anything, a hint of disappointment flashed under Qiao Xingye's eyes. Don't recognize who I am? At that, there was a hint of sourness in her tone. Qiao Rongchuan still did not answer her, but counter-cupped her small face, mouth suddenly to be again when Qiao Xingye tilted his face to the side. Brother, will you wake up? If Qiao Rongchuan was awake at this moment, what happened next between them? It happens and it happens, but he's not sober. She was afraid he'd wake up tomorrow and realize it was her, and it would all be over for them. And I wonder who he thinks he is at this moment. Exactly. To think that in the years that I wasn't in Zhou's house, things could have been different. Qiao Xingye just couldn't stop the pang in her heart. Qiao Xingye got free and personally went to cook a sobering soup for Qiao Rongchuan. Although she couldn't cook anything else, she was very good at things like sober soup, because when I was in my dad and mom used to go out and socialize a lot. Qiao Rongchuan also gets drunk anytime. They were always reluctant to drink the sobering soup cooked by the household servants. Then Qiao Xingye studied online and researched a flavor out on his own. And it just so happens that they both like it. Brother, sober soup, have some. Qiao Rongchuan had fallen asleep on the couch in her room, and as soon as Qiao Xingye wrapped her arms around his neck, lift him up off the couch. As heavy as the man's weight was, it was a breeze for Qiao Xingye. Don't ask her why she's so strong. It's a credit to Qiao Yu, and the Qiao family's explicit business is nothing of the sort. But Qiao Rongchuan, too, is the heir to the Luke family, the biggest Junhua merchant that walks in the darkness of the night. That's a different thing to face at any time. Adding to the fact that Qiao Xingye was kidnapped when she was 13, Qiao Rongchuan worried about her at all times. Zhou Yu couldn't stand to watch, so he took her to train for 3 months. Chapter 61, Sober and Needing a Hug? Yes, that's 3 months. In those 3 months, Qiao Rongchuan was afraid that Qiao Xingye would suffer, and looked for her like crazy. As a result, she was hidden away by sister Zhou Yu to practice hard. There was no danger after that, but this stamina was coming up. Letting the man lean in, she fed him the sobering broth. Starlet, the man murmured softly, so gentle in his drunkenness. Joe Starleaf, I'm in. Don't run or break a leg. Joe Starleaf, that's drunkenness without forgetting to threaten yourself. It was hard to feed the sober soup to Qiao Rongchuan, trying to get him back to his room. Qiao Xing Ye, however, wasn't as strong. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and the villa's servants had almost all gone to rest. Having no choice, Qiao Xingye let him sleep on the sofa in his room, got him a thicker quilt. Only then did he turn around and go to bed himself. There had been too many things to do this day, and Qiao Xingye had been exhausted. Closing her eyes and going to sleep, the sunlight came in through the gap in the curtains and shone on Qiao Rongchuan's face. He was a little lost in thought as he looked at the quilt covering his body. When he looked at it, he realized that he was in Qiao Xingye's room, and that some of the memories of last night's, all of it came to mind. His heart tightened, and he subconsciously glanced at Qiao Xingye, who was still wide awake on the bed. She should have been too tired yesterday, so she hasn't woken up until now. The phone buzzed and vibrated. It was Qiao Rongchuan's. Looking at it, it was Lu Ling calling. Pick up. Hello, master. Kishore has been asking for your appointment. Leave him alone. See him? Ha! Qiao Rongchuan's gaze dotted on the tiny, arching mass on the bed. And he wants to buy the Hearing Lane Forest house? Lu Ling, yes. Qiao Rongchuan grunted. He's quite attached to that white moonlight of his. Tell him directly. Let's just say we're not considering working with him. Instead of slow torture, it's nice to let people just despair. Qi family what is now? Qiao Rongchuan can be too clear. To really cannot find a replacement. The industry of QI's light item is going to be directly decimated. There was naturally no need to say what kind of impact this would have on the Qi family. While they were now mocking the Liang family, they weren't much better. We're all on the same rope. Who can run away? So if Qiao Rongchuan directly gives Qi Yan the news that he won't cooperate, the entire QI family will be in complete chaos. Beamer, it's messed up. The Qi family, naturally, couldn't be too calm. In life, it's good to be lively. When Qiao Xingye woke up, Qiao Rongchuan was no longer in the room when she went to the restroom to brush her teeth. Suddenly, she realized a fatal problem, which was that her lips were so swollen. The image of being bitten by Qiao Rongchuan last night flashed through her mind, and she straightaway drew a breath of cold air. Hiss, that's atrocious. How can she go out and meet people? Last night I didn't feel much pain at the time, but now it's so swollen that I can't even wear a mask without it. When everything was packed up and Qiao Xingye went downstairs, he saw Qiao Rongchuan in the dining room, saw her coming down with a mask on. Qiao Rongchuan wrinkled his eyebrows. What are you wearing that thing at home for? Qiao Xingye laughed dryly. I'm not hungry. I'll go to the studio first. Stand still. Just as he turned around, a man's low chortle came from behind him. Qiao Xingye wanted to cry as he turned back and shouted lowly, Brother, come here, eat. What's not hungry? People aren't made of iron. There's no such thing as not being hungry. Qiao Xingye didn't want to go over there. If you have to take off your mask to eat, you'll be seen by Qiao Rongchuan. Since she was a child, even if she was bitten by a mosquito on her body, he had to ask the maid during the day. Then if he asked today, he wouldn't really know how to answer himself. Seeing that she wasn't moving, Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. What? Want me to go over and hug you? I am just not hungry. As the words left his mouth, the man had risen from the dining chair and was striding toward her. That pair of long, slender legs made Qiao Xingye's mind simply not react yet. The man had then come to her. Picking her up in a cross-armed hug, he headed for the restaurant. Qiao Xingye let out a ya, and her face, hidden under the mask, couldn't help but redden. Ouch. Man, you put me down. I can walk by myself. Qiao Rongchuan looked down at her. Now you want to get up and listen? I thought I'd been out in the wild for a few years and had rebelled too much to clean up. With these words, Qiao Xingye's small face turned even redder. What a rebel. Well, after so many years away from home, it seemed to Qiao Rongchuan and even his mom that it's probably all in the sense that she's rebellious. Qiao Rongchuan carried her directly to the dining room and sat down. Mask off. Qiao Xingye didn't dare to disobey this time, and nimbly removed the mask from his face. Qiao Rongchuan was sitting on the opposite side of her, and when she took off her mask, naturally, he also saw her red, swollen lips. What's wrong with your mouth? At those words, images of last night flashed through both of their minds at the same time. The light under Qiao Rongchuan's eyes, getting deeper and deeper, and the corners of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. See, she knew it, he would ask. I don't know. She wouldn't dare tell him straight out that he kissed her, in case he does not remember anything about last night. It feels scary to think about it. No? Qiao Rongchuan's gaze towards her grew deeper and deeper. Qiao Xingye smacked her little lips. I really don't know. Maybe it was a bug bite. The phrase bugs instantly made the atmosphere in the restaurant eerie. Qiao Xingye didn't even dare to look at Qiao Rongchuan's face. Qiao Rongchuan looked into her eyes and asked again meaningfully. That bug, is it annoying? Nasty? Why did it feel like? She wasn't just asking about bugs. Qiao Xingye raised her head and met Qiao Rongchuan's gaze, preferring not to see any under the man's eyes. Curious, obnoxious. After Qiao Xingye finished stammering, she lowered her head and panically picked up the porridge in front of her and drank it. And she didn't know that at the moment her little face was as red as a boiled shrimp. Qiao Rongchuan looked at her, the doting in the bottom of his eyes getting a little thicker. Qiao Xingye finished breakfast in torment, then left in a panic. That back, rather like fleeing. When Yanli came in from outside, he just happened to meet up with Qiao Xingye. Naturally, he also saw her reddened little face, looking at Qiao Rongchuan. It's early in the morning. Why did you tease her face so red? What did you say? You're dying to know? Qiao Rongchuan gave Yanli a deep look. Yanli was looked at by this look in his eyes, and his heart moved hard. No, don't want to. Qiao Rongchuan picked up the milk in front of him and took a sip. Yanli directly sat down where Qiao Xingye sat just now, yelling to the servant off to the side. Add me a set of dishes. I haven't eaten yet either. Qiao Rongchuan, get up from that position and sit somewhere else. What do you mean? Yannick didn't get it. Qiao Rongchuan, if you don't want to go outside and sit with the dogs, you'd better get up. Yanli hurriedly got up when he heard that. The man is a man of his word, hurrying to change to another spot. What? That place is stars? Aha. Yannick. Sure enough, this sister-controlling, pampering demon. Chapter 62 directly blocked Qi Yan's path. It's just sitting in a restaurant for a meal. It's not like he's really trying to take over Qiao Xingye's position. Look at his demeanor. The Liang family contacted me, saying they're going to treat that what's-her-name Lian Yutong. The fee offered for the visit was pretty high. Yanli already knew that Qiao Xingye was the Liang family's own daughter. Originally she was found by her own biological parents. Those 2 years of life should have made them more at ease. However, who would have thought that this investigation would lead to all of this Liang family not being human? Even if adopted daughters and real daughters can coexist, it shouldn't be the real daughters who are removed, should it? This Liang family is good. Qiao Xingye hadn't lived in the Liang family for the past 2 years. It was evident that this Liang family had not treated her much better when they got her back. Everything will be handled according to Star's wishes, and you will make the words clearer to the other side. Yan Li's eyebrows jumped. What kind of nature does your sister have that you don't know? This is to make it clearer. I'm afraid it's going to make those people die of despair. Instead of telling them that it's all up to Qiao Xingye, they should say that they're not going to make any visits. After all, Qiao Xingye's meaning could be much more ruthless than his no-show. The corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. They haven't bullied Xinger much in these 2 years. They need to be shown what it means to be a man mad and in trouble. Yannick, what's wrong with people who are crazy? That was a rare thing to hear coming from Qiao Rongchuan's mouth. May I ask who can be more crazy than him? Qiao Rongchuan. In the past 2 years in F country? He said second. No one is in first place. Okay, I got it. You want them to be desperate? Okay. Lu Suyun's side received a call from Yan Li's assistant, who clearly told her on the phone that it's up to Ms. Qiao whether or not Professor Yan Li wants to attend the clinic. What? Lu Suyun was instantly startled. Originally, Qiao Xingye's side didn't come forward, so that's why she privately asked someone to contact Yan Li. Just think about avoiding Qiao Xingye. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope. However, I didn't expect to wait for this result. According to the other side of this meaning, It seems that Yanli and Qiao Xingye are really familiar. Why should it depend on her? Prof. Yanli has excellent medical skills. He saves lives and helps people. Does anyone else need to agree? Lu Suyun's emotions went straight to the edge of collapse, saying that looking at Qiao Xingye's meaning, it's like asking her to accept that Liang Yutong is the result that will die. Qiao Xingye won't save Liang Yutong. She's too tough. One can't find a shred of hope at all. Mrs. Liang, I've brought Prof. Yanli's message to you. You might as well figure it out from Miss Zhou's side. The other person put down the words and simply hung up the phone. When Lu Suyun saw this, she was directly going crazy. She trembled and looked to Liang Jinzhao on the side. Yanli and Qiao Xingye are also very familiar. Liang Jinzhao's face didn't look good either. This Qiao Xingye, just how many of these people does she know? These people's identities are not simple. And this she can recognize? Here, call Yan. You call Qi Yan. Lu Suyun said shakily. Qiao Xingye's meaning. This result made her feel like going crazy just thinking about it. Why should it be up to Qiao Xingye? What kind of person is Qiao Xingye to these people? Lu Suyun was furious. It was only last night that Feng Man warned Lu Suyun. But Lu Suyun had no way at all, and could only let Liang Jinzhao call Qi Yan over, and Qi Yan, at the moment, was at the door of Qiao Xingye's studio, receiving a call from Liang Jinzhao. After Liang Jinzhao finished talking about the situation, the bottom of his eyes, too, were full of incredulity. Yan Lijin knows her well? Thousands of times. We've received news on our side about whether Yanli can cure Yutong or not. Everything is up to Zhou Starleaf. The other guy said it so directly? Yes. Qi Yan's face grew more and more somber. Liang Jinzhao, what did you say about her relationship with Yanli? Why does Yanli want to see her? Looking at Qiao Xingye's meaning, the words, just by listening to them, made people feel that the relationship between the two was not simple. Qi Yan's face grew sullen. Yanli, and the man from Jinzhong Tianchang, this Qiao Xingye, the anger in his chest, completely drowning his sanity. The countless of those words that said Qiao Xingye was not his own flashed through his mind. Then, associating it with her cold and icy attitude towards herself, Qi Yan's anger completely burned through. He suddenly a little unable to accept. Qiao Xingye simply do not love himself this fact. She doesn't love herself and has a man out there. This ing woman, how dare she? Yan, Yutong's illness is deteriorating rapidly now. There are consequences we can't afford if these two important level doctors aren't able to be there. What this consequence says naturally goes without saying. Liang Yutong will die. She'll die of the disease. Okay, I got it. Qi Yan's voice was a bit hoarse, seemingly burned by anger. Lift your head. Just saw Qiao Xingye get down from an Aston over there. She also turned around and said something to the driver in the car. That smiling face. At the moment, in Qi Yan's eyes, it looked downright flattering. The car is gone. Qiao Xingye turned towards the entrance of the building and froze when he saw Qi Yan standing in the doorway. Qi Yan looked at her with eyes that could almost spit fire. Qiao Xingye remembered at this time that when she got up in the morning, she looked at her cell phone. Quite a few unfamiliar numbers called her last night, and not surprisingly, one of them was Qian. Qiao Xingye, are you cheap? How many men have you had in the end? He roared out in anger. Qiao Xingye was already unhappy at the sight of him, and with this voice coming down, he was directly furious. Stepping forward, she slapped him across the face. How many men does my old lady want you to yell here? It's past the rush hour, but there are still people coming and going. That slap goes down. Qi Yan's entire face turned green. He looked at Qiao Xingye and gritted his teeth. Qiao Xingye, louder, you shout. Qiao Xingye slapped him again on the other side of his face. Qi Yan couldn't send out his anger. See that he doesn't yell anymore. Qiao Xingye wrapped his arms around his chest. Is there something wrong with you? Now that the whole harbor city knows that we've retired our marriage, why are you still coming to see me? And ask me how many men? How many men do you care how many men I have now? It's not your turn to get your number in line from here to Rome. So what? You still want to eat me? Qi Yan's anger went straight to the sky. Qiao Xingye, besides, this marriage is all about freedom. What are you doing? Feeling engaged to you? Am I even free to choose? The little mouth gave a blazing shellacking, and Qi Yan couldn't intervene at all. Just saw her little mouth moving all the time. Wait, why does it feel like her mouth is swollen? Kiran was no longer some love-struck youngster. What the hell was up with that mouth of hers? He understood at once. The anger under his eyes grew thicker. How long have you been with that man? Did you sleep together? You did it, didn't you? Qiao Xingye, hey, I say you people. Slurs. Qiao Xingye was straight up nonchalant and kicked towards Qi Yan. This time Qi Yan dodged fast and didn't let her get away with it. Chapter 63 The man behind mess. Qiao is too fierce. We dare not end our cooperation. 10 minutes later, Qi Yan followed Qiao Xingye to the studio, and after a cursory scan of the Qi Yan knew that this studio had not been in existence for a short time. At this glance, the visual estimate was that there were dozens of people. That's really not a small scale for a studio. I didn't realize this woman had such skills behind the scenes. $7 million a year. This is no joke. Especially for Qiao Xing Ye, who was only in his 20s now. Yan Tingting poured a cup of coffee for Qi Yan and hurried out when she saw that the atmosphere between the two was not right. There were just Qiao Xing Ye and Qi Yan left, and Qiao Xing Ye looked at him with her arms around her chest. Kiran, this studio is closed. What? Off? Kiran, broke it off with that man. Qiao Xing Ye, what do you mean? Word for word. Qiao Xing Ye looked at Qi Yan with complete incomprehension. Qian, literally. Whether it's the Qi family or the Liang family. It doesn't even require you to be out there throwing your weight around. Shut down and kept by you guys? $20,000 a month? That's a lot. That 20,000 might be enough if you're in a 3rd or 4th tier city. But what kind of place is Hong Kong City? It's expensive. Prices and everything. Not to mention living frugally. It's hardly being able to live well. Qi Yan lit a cigarette in annoyance. Don't compare yourself to Yutong. What happened between us? It's nothing to do with her. It doesn't matter whether or not she had anything to do with me and you. And it wasn't supposed to matter much. Not very relevant? What does she mean? It means that her withdrawing from her marriage has nothing to do with Liang Yutong? When this thought crossed his mind, Qi Yan's brain was even more about to explode in this instant. His thin lips pursed as he looked at Qiao Xingye, with eyes that were almost ready to eat her up. I'll marry you and you'll be young Mrs. Qi, Joe Starleaf. No. This guy just got slapped twice down there and got confused instead? You marry me? Isn't that what you always wanted? Qi Yan throws everything away at this moment. There is a voice in his heart. He wants to marry Qiao Xingye. Must marry her. No matter what. Must not be a drag between them. Qiao Xingye hissed. I thought. You must come up with me and. It's here to talk to me about Liang Yutong. Marriage? What's wrong with people over here? Kiran. The whole Liang Yutong thing instantly sobered her up. Yeah. He came to talk to her about Liang Yutong. Yan Li, Jin Yang. These two existences that were vital to Liang Yutong were in favor of a single word from Qiao Xingye. Kiran clamped his cigarette with a heavier force. Yan Li and Jin Yang, what conditions will allow them to join the medical team? Qiao Xingye laughed. Right. That's what he came to see him about. Qiao Xingye picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a sip. You guys have been threatening me before. Now what is this? Kiran. At that, his eyes narrowed slightly. Took a hard drag on the cigarette in his hand. He knew that Qiao Xingye was now turning over old scores. Joseph Sinji, again. You're cutting off my finances. You're trying to keep me from getting a job. Let me guess. If you don't get the results you want from me today, the next step will be to threaten me with this studio. Right? Whether it's about Jin Yang or Yan Li. It was only logical that it had been Qi Yan and the Liang family who had been begging her. The results. The gang was soft on her. Qi Yan lifted his eyelids icily to look at her. What do you want? What do I want? Since you already know I have this studio, that also tells you how much money I make a year, right? These people, even if they habitually hit people with money, they also threaten people with money. That arrogance when he broke her card before. Now that he thought back on it, Qiao Xingye wanted to laugh. Qi Yan's face grew darker and darker. Qiao Xingye looked at him. I make millions a year by myself. What do I want that I can't buy by myself? Besides, it's not like I'm some gold digger who has to go after the ones I can't afford. This money I'm making now is enough for me to square away all the trouble I've been in. So what does Kishore think I need? These words left the man who was accustomed to solving everything with money outright dumbfounded, as Qi Yan was doing now. He directly couldn't find words to refute Qiao Xingye. Qi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Have the two of you join her in her healing team right away? I'm cutting her off. You think that's what I want? Kiran, so what else do you want? Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. Put down the glass of water in your hand. Listen. What more could you want? That's the word. It was as if he, Qi Yan, had made a great sacrifice in this matter. To ask for more would be a lion's share of her money. Qiao Xingye, what I want? I wouldn't want you. You have a bad temper. And you're not good to me. There are still people in my heart. I can earn millions a year myself. What kind of man can't find? But you? Kiran, you. His brain exploded with a boom. And his temples were jutting. And his veins continued to ripple all over his body. In the end, Qi Yan didn't know how he got out of Qiao Xingye's studio. As soon as he came out, he called Zhang Yuan. I don't care what method you use. Put her studio out of business today. Arrogant. Simply too arrogant. Thinking of Qiao Xingye's mouth, Qi Yan used the word arrogant. All her arrogance that. It's nothing more than relying on that studio of yours. You can make money on your own, can't you? Wings are hardened. Then he'll break her wings. Zhang Yuan on the phone heard today. Not even a little buffer time before. So just how angry is Mr. Self here? It's hard to do? Hearing the hesitation in Zhang Yuan's tone, Qi Yan's tone became a few points colder. Zhang Yuan, you want to shut down MS Qiao's studio? I'm afraid it won't work. The word no made the air on the phone go straight to ice. Zhang Yuan continued. I've been arranging this all morning, but the notices that were sent out have been answered one after another, saying that they are afraid to end the cooperation. Don't dare? This dare not caused Qi Yan's face to sink once again. Those companies that worked with Qiao Xing Ye even said that they didn't dare to end their cooperation with her? So the man in Jinjiang Tianchang is much more capable than they wanted? There's also a family, Hashikawa International, that's particularly arrogant. Kiran, arrogant. Yes, outright calling us kiss what we are. Kiran, breathing, momentarily unsteady. In Hong Kong City, there was still a company that dared to provoke their Qi family so openly and bluntly. Zhang Yuan, I have a feeling that it's the handiwork of the man behind Miss Xiao. That sentence doesn't really need to be said anymore. First the studio, and now they can't shut her down. They say she doesn't have a man behind her. No one even believes it. Qi Yan closed his eyes and forced his heart to hold back his anger. Zhang Yuan had said what he needed to say here, just waiting for Qi Yan's instructions. So what do we do next? How do we do it? Anyway, according to the current situation, they must recognize the fact that Qiao Xing Ye, they're not even a threat anymore. Chapter 64 The bugs that bit you are so bad that your mouth is swollen. Hanging up Zhang Yuan's phone for a long time, Kiran sat in the car, his mind a mess. 1 year. That studio opened up last year. People were right under his nose. It had grown so much that he couldn't grasp it. She was his fiancé. Yet in an instant, she destroyed it all with a single word. Who is that man behind her? Really? Noon. Tangchrist finally managed to have dinner with Qiao Xing Ye. What happened to your mouth? Why is it swollen like this? Qiao Xing Ye, bug bites. It's so bald that anyone who sees her today has to ask about a mouthful. When Tangchrist heard her say bug bites, she couldn't help but mutter. What kind of bugs are so powerful? Joe Starleaf. What bug? Can't answer. Tangchrist saw the wooden stake that was not far from the pestle and couldn't help but sweat a little. That brother of yours. It's too good for you too, isn't it? Just to get her to come out to dinner and not be allowed to eat hot pot. She even had someone follow her the whole time to keep an eye on her. Qiao Xing Ye, don't you think that's too much control on his part? Such a controlling brother, please give me a dozen. I love it so much. Qiao Xing Ye directly gave her a blank stare. Virtue? To think that there's even a desire to be in charge. How many people have rebelled against their families for that little bit of freedom? A couple of her girlfriends in F-State are just that. Rebelling against all sorts of things to keep their parents from being too strict. Tangchrist, you don't understand. I've been on my own since I was a kid. There's just one missing that reads itself. Qiao Xing Ye's hand holding the chopsticks paused as she sniffed. There was also heartache in the eyes that looked at Tangchrist. Unlike her, Don Crisp's life is a bit of an opening hell. He was dropped off by the family nanny, or at least picked himself up and went back to Joe's. Never let her suffer. Not so with Don Crisp, whose father ran off when she was first born. The typical irresponsible kind of man. She's a single parent. However, her mother, being busy with her livelihood, left her with her aunt, who gave her monthly maintenance. Though later her mother had the skills and became one of the top figures in the harbor city. But since she was a child, it was all about the lack of affection. As of now, she doesn't live with her mom. You'll see how annoying it is when it does. Qiao Xing Ye comforted her. Tangchrist grunted. Not buying it. You just don't know what you're in for. No matter. She wanted a brother like that. The kind who couldn't get enough of a dozen. But now that you're like this, you don't need to be king-minded. Before, I was really worried that the Liang family had starved you to death. Qiao Xing Ye smiled and didn't pick up the Liang family's words anymore. That family, when you think about it, you can't find the right words to describe their brainless behavior. How's Auntie doing? Good. Good enough. For his own mother, Tangchrist didn't know what to say. To say that there was no emotion, right? But her mother gives her tons of pocket money every month. She wasn't stingy with Don Crisp, but companionship, she never had. He's busy making money all day long. He's got so much money and he's still working so hard. He's just so tough. I'm skeptical that she's trying to money bomb anyone. Qiao Xing Ye, did you kill it with money? Don Crisp nodded. No, not really. It's like you're trying to catch up with someone, and then put the other guy underfoot. Otherwise, Don Crisp really couldn't understand his mother's desperation. Said to spell. But every time he was talking about money, Don Crisp sensed a kind of hatred in his mother's tone. Has Auntie looked for your father over the years? I don't know. She never lets me know that. Don Crisp shook his head. She was emotionless when it came to her own father. I guess I'm used to it, so it doesn't really matter if it's there or not. Alright, Let's not talk about these obscure things. Let's talk about Qi Yan and the Liang family. Joe Starleaf, it's bad luck for me too, but it's just bad luck. She and Don Crisp always had that obscure person when it came to family. Tang Crisp stuffed a piece of mushroom into his mouth. It didn't have much flavor. It was too bland. For those who have long enjoyed a bit of spice, this flavor is just not good enough to eat. Then I must also remind you that Liang Jintao is a villain. Qi Yan was also very brainless for Liang Yutong. They'll definitely trip up your studio now. Brightly Tang Crisp is not afraid. After all, Qiao Xing Ye has a brother like that behind him. But these villains are secretly tripping. There's also that green tea, Liang Yutong, who has a lot of other underhanded tricks besides blowing in her ear. Qiao Xingye understood Tang Crisp's meaning. Don't worry, no matter if it's explicit or implicit. I'm ready, as long as they dared to come. She, Qiao Xingye, would see what she could do. Of course, in this process of dismantling the moves, the one who suffers is definitely the other side. Tang Crisp was relieved to hear her say it was all ready. Now that the other side is being pushed, they'll use any nonsense trick they can get their hands on. But Zhou Xingye was different. She was prepared to wait for them. But where they dare to come, it is the pit that awaits them. That'll do. Tang Crisp nodded his head and continued to add, anyway, if there's anything you need from my side, you just talk and I'm not afraid of them. Although the Qi family is the most powerful family in Hong Kong, but Tang Crisp has also been spoiled by her mom over the years to be fearless. Don's mother was rarely with her, but whenever someone went to her because of Don Crisp to say something, she just said, she did it all. What can I do? In short, she doesn't care when her daughter is fine, and she's tough when someone is looking for trouble. Typical, Mama Bear. Qiao Xingye smiled. Okay, lunch is over. Just as the two were about to leave together, the driver who had been waiting not far away came forward. Miss, Master is waiting for you outside. Tang Crisp raised an eyebrow at Qiao Xingye and laughed. He's really a sister controller, isn't he? Is it a matter of how much you eat? Qiao Xingye sniffed, and naturally these dinner times flashed through his mind. Whenever Qiao Rongchuan is outside he has to call back and tell not to eat. People are worried about the kids at home not getting enough to eat. He's worried about eating too much. Seeing that Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, the corner of Tang Crisp's mouth twitched. Really care? Jia Xingye nodded. True pipes. Tang Crisp's eyes were full of envy. I wouldn't mind 100 such brothers. Joe Starleaf. 100? Does she want to experience a sense of teacher in her first grade class? When I open my eyes, 180 questions come flooding in, and the CPU burns out. Zhou Xingye got in the car. The familiar scent of reserve enveloped her. She looked cautiously at Xiao Rongchuan. Specially here to wait for me? Xiao Rongchuan, so did you eat? Eaten. Then go back? The moment the words fell, the man scooped her up in his lap again. Qiao Xingye's body instantly tensed up. Originally now grown up, being hugged up and down by Qiao Rongchuan, just very uncomfortable. Coupled with last night's incident, Qiao Xingye was even more stiff now. The man's coarse fingertips sharpened on her lips. Why is it getting swollen? That bug is that bad? Xiao Xingye's brain buzzed at his words. For some reason, she always felt that Qiao Rongchuan's words were somewhat meaningful. Chapter 65, Qiao Rongchuan didn't teach her humility and kindness, but she couldn't see anything under his eyes, and it wasn't good for her to guess anything at random. Breathing, increasingly sharply, he nodded uncomfortably. Yes, it is quite impressive. She couldn't breathe at the time. Can it not be great? The little face reddened uncontrollably. The man's husky voice rang in his ears. Did you rub the medicine in? Nope, it's not even broken. What's she gonna say when she goes to the drugstore? That she was kissed? The drugs are not even sure what series to buy. Will you let me sit by myself? Qiao Xingye stammered. If he really only had sisterly feelings for himself, then he has to have some sense of boundaries with her now. Otherwise, how bad is this when you have a woman you love later? The thought that Qiao Rongchuan would have a woman. Qiao Xingye suddenly had a stuffy feeling in his heart. Qiao Rongchuan, huh? He feigned ignorance of the situation, and looked at her tangled little face as, the bottom of his eyes suddenly came a hint of teasing interest. Qiao Xingye, it's just that it's not good. If the person you like knew about our kind of contact. Not good. Why not? Joe Starleaf. What's wrong with it? Does this person really not understand or is he pretending not to? Do you know what it means to be a woman who avoids her father? Qiao Rongchuan, I'm your father? Joe Starleaf. No. Totally don't know what to say about Qiao Rongchuan. Is this a dad or not dad thing? Men and women, when they grow up, as long as it's not their significant other, anyone of the opposite sex should keep their distance. You taught me that before. Yes, Qiao Rongchuan had taught her this before. Speaking of Qiao Rongchuan's parenting of her, it was simply to say that she was both a father and a mother. Even with her mom raising her herself, he is not comfortable with the fact that he still teaches what needs to be said over and over again. The phrase you used to teach me made the smile under Qiao Rongchuan's eyes grow a little thicker. So Star is very much at my mercy? Listen. All the time. Qiao Xing Ye nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, looking at her well-behaved appearance. Qiao Rongchuan doted on her and touched her pilled head. The Liang family contacted Yan Li's assistant and said they want Yan Li to treat Liang Yutong. What do you say? No cure, Qiao Xing Ye said without thinking. She even crossed her to call Yan Li. If Yan Li really cured her. And then they'll say something like, you're not kind. You can't stop a healer. Anyway, this is not going to go down well no matter how it's done. There are so many doctor specialists in the world. And even more specialists in cardiology and obstetrics and gynecology. After finishing righteously, Qiao Xingye looked at Qiao Rongchuan again. Will you think I'm ruthless? It's not like I'm asking you to go to charity. Joe Starleaf. As well. Over the years, Qiao Rongchuan and Xiao Yu had taught her everything but how to be humble and kind. Especially after being kidnapped at the age of 13. They've indoctrinated her with the idea that if you feel your life is threatened, then leave no stone unturned to get the other guy first. Then I don't do good, Zha Xingyi muttered, looking at her in this rather vindictive little way. The favor in the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes grew a little thicker. Just like that, Qiao Xingye had been sitting on Qiao Rongchuan's lap back at the Hearing Lawn Forest residence. Get out of the car. He also had to carry her around, as he had done as a child, every time he went out and came home. Qiao Xingyi, oops, I can walk by myself. With that, she struggled to get down from Qiao Rongchuan's arms. The body was as soft as noodles. Qiao Rongchuan pinched the lower armpit. Don't move. Be honest. Lu Ling, who got off the bus after her, heard Qiao Rongchuan's obviously much gentler tone. It was also a lot more comforting. If he couldn't find it again, he suspected that Master was really going crazy. But good to find. It wasn't until they were inside that Qiao Rongchuan let go of her. Not going to the studio this afternoon, are you? Wanna go? Qiao Xingyi muttered disgruntledly. How could he allow her to work at the studio when he was coming back here? You didn't send yourself to the studio just now. And now here you are asking yourself under false pretenses. Qiao Rongchuan looked at her disgruntled appearance and touched her forehead. Go and take a nap. I'll go to the study with Lu Ling. Aha. Qiao Xingyi turned around and cheerfully ran upstairs, looking at her spiritually jumping back. The doting under Qiao Rongchuan's eyes also grew a little thicker. Enter the study with Lu Ling. Lu Ling looked at Qiao Rongchuan. I haven't seen that in the past few years. Miss has toughened up quite a bit. What Lu Ling remembered most about Qiao Xingyi was the way she cried the year she was kidnapped. Qiao Rongchuan, it's a lot stronger. The heart, too, doesn't seem as soft as it used to be. Lu Ling definitely didn't have bad intentions when he said that. He's been with Qiao Rongchuan for years. Naturally, he also knew that soft-heartedness was a big no-no for the Zhous and the Luke family. Qiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette and took a drag. It doesn't matter what her character is, as long as she can protect herself. On the matter of Liang Yutong, many people might say that Qiao Xingyi is evil-minded and inhuman, but in Qiao Rongchuan's opinion, she was doing fine. After all, if she made a move to save Liang Yutong, then Liang Yutong, in front of Qiao Rongchuan, but there's really no way to live. Heaven collects and spares him one more life in his hands. Lu Ling sniffed, a little surprised. Thinking about it, though, it's not surprising that he nodded. Yes, Qiao Rongchuan spoiled Qiao Xingye too much, and was also very arrogant towards her, when she used to be in F country. Just hope she's bossy. That way, it will be feared and no one will dare to mess with it. It's a pity. Man teaches man. He never teaches man. She's innocent by nature. She doesn't know the dangers. Plus being too well protected by Qiao Rongchuan. After all those years away from home, meeting again, Qiao Rongchuan would always see a hint of coldness in her brows. And all this coldness was undoubtedly caused by the beginning of the Sheng family. Together with the Liang family and Qi Yan in Hong Kong City, it had completely worn away those original natural good intentions in her. This is good for Qiao Rongchuan. How are those things checking out? When Qiao Rongchuan asked about those things, Lu Ling respectfully said, checked. It has nothing to do with Pei Jingyao. Oh, on the contrary, the Qin family may be involved. A cold light flashed under Lu Ling's eyes as he said this. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Qin family? Lu Ling nodded. Yes. Qiao Rongchuan's breath was cold and dangerous. Then keep an eye on Qin Chang's side. Good. Lu Ling thought for a moment, looked at Qiao Rongchuan, and couldn't help but ask again. That, on the Liang family and Qi Yan side, you really don't need to help Miss out? Right now, the Liang family needs Yan Li and Jin Yang, and they still need a nod from her side. So let her take her time to play. Lu Ling, play? This let her play. Lu Ling clearly heard from Qiao Rongchuan that he was indulging Qiao Xingye, but thinking about it, before they came to Hong Kong City, those people couldn't help Miss. Now that you're here, right under your nose, how could Master let anything happen to Miss? Thinking so, Lu Ling stopped talking too much. Chapter 66, She Dies, I Live. Qiao Xing Ye had originally planned to take a nap, but what happened was that there was call after call from the studio side. It wasn't good for her to just turn off the mute during the day, but after answering Yang Tingting's call, the unfamiliar number Lu Suyun borrowed called. On the phone, Lu Suyun cried, not being able to catch her breath. Xing Yi, even if mom begs you, please, will you let Jin Yang and Yanli go to the hospital? Joe Starleaf. 1,000 wrongs are mama's fault, don't hate your sister, it was I who tried to teach you well. But you're stubborn and I'm just. On what? In the latter words, Lu Suyun, in the midst of her emotions, was already at a complete loss as to how to continue. Qiao Xing Ye, I'm bad-tempered? Naughty? Starleaf, I. Lu Suyun was obviously not in a good position to say those bad words afterward. After all, it was Jin Yang and Yanli she was anxious about right now. After all was said and done, she was still doing it for Liang Yutong, so she even endured all of it. Qiao Xingye, Mrs. Liang, I was found by you and stayed in the hospital for 2 months. Going back to Liang's house doesn't even count as a month's stay. During that month, you and Mr. Liang were almost constantly out socializing, so that. How did you know I was bad-tempered and stubborn? Between the words, every word, all sharp, Lu Suyun, this, momentarily, dumbfounded. Yeah, how did she know? Qiao Xing Ye, remember, the first time you got me in trouble. What was it about? Because of what? Because Liang Yutong's wrist fell with a gash. Remember what Liang Yutong said to you? Lu Suyun. Qiao Xing Ye, she said something to you. It has nothing to do with the stars. You guys don't blame her, and then you chopped into me. After so many years, at this moment, hearing Qiao Xingye talk about these minutiae, Lu Suyun still remembers it vividly. The details, they were all right, but at the moment, listening to it coming out of Qiao Xingye's mouth, she always had a feeling that something was wrong. And a hint of suffocation. Zhou Xingye continued, did you see me push her? Lu Suyun's breath caught once again. No. No. Qiao Xingye's tone was overly sharp, especially now, and there wasn't the slightest bit of temperature. You didn't see me push her. You're not even sure if that wound she has is because of me, so why do you assume? Why? Yeah, why? Lu Suyun also couldn't help but ask this question to herself in her heart at this moment. She, indeed, didn't see Qiao Xingye pushing Liang Yutong. There was also no way to determine if that injury had started because of Qiao Xingye, but somehow deep down inside at the time, it was decided that she did it. Later, do you remember how many times Liang Yutong said, it's not Xinger's fault, it's all my fault? In that case, how many times? Lu Suyun was breathing more and more rapidly. Qiao Xingye, you're not even sure yourself, are you? But just remember, what you've done to me every time she's followed that statement is enough. This latter sentence is very light. However, when it fell on Lu Suyun's heart, it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Did what? There are some things that can't be determined, but what she did to Zhou Xingye that, and yet she remembers. Every time, it's an accusation that. All she said was that she couldn't tolerate Liang Yutong and so on. Let's not talk about that now, okay? Starleaf, she's in a lot of pain. You didn't see the way she came out of the resuscitation room today puking her guts out and couldn't keep down a drink of water. Joe Starleaf, heal her first. How much does mommy really owe you? Mommy will pay you back later, okay? Okay? Every word carried the careful supplication of Lu Suyun. Listen, first we must cure Liang Yutong. Then we'll talk about what she owes herself. Qiao Xingye, has Mrs. Liang forgotten that I owe this life to you? How do I owe you? This was what Lu Suyun had said to her earlier. How tough was Lu Suyun's attitude at that time? First softening her up for Liang Yutong's sake. Now that I know that even if I cut off my finances and tell all the companies not to hire me, couldn't block my back either. So you're begging instead? The moment the words fell, the air on the phone, straight away, went quiet. Only Lu Suyun's increasingly rapid breathing remained. Lu Suyun, who was at the end of the corridor outside the ward at the moment, when she heard Qiao Xingye's words, the blood in his body couldn't stop flowing backwards. Qiao Xingye on the phone saw that she didn't say anything and grunted. You compensated me? If Liang Yutong is really good, then it's time for you guys to settle the score with me, right? For this group of people, Qiao Xingye simply knew too well. After all, it wasn't the first time in these 2 years that they had sought to settle the score for Liang Yutong. To talk about this Liang Yutong, she is also really capable. Even far away, the gang would still be looking for trouble because of her. Anyway, the flip-flopping was that it's not about Starlet. It's all my fault, and I don't know what she's saying has nothing to do with me. It's her bad. But as soon as she said that, the gang would decide that they were because of all the Liang families. Couldn't tolerate Liang Yutong, thus seeking to settle the score with himself. Lu Suyun was anxious. No, it won't. Mom is now sincerely apologizing to you. Yes. For Liang Yutong, what do you do that is not sincere? Ah? Lu Suyun. Hearing Qiao Xingye's words, she was even more anxious. At this moment, she had even forgotten about those guiding topics that Qiao Xingye had just said to her. Remembering only that, Qiao Xingye still refused to agree. She didn't agree to call Jin Yang, nor did she agree to let Yan Li treat Liang Yutong. So what do you say? Exactly? As she said this, her tone grew out of control. Qiao Xingye on the other side of the phone, she dies her life. I live mine. What can I do to her? After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. With this attitude, she once again let Lu Suyun see her ruthlessness. Qiao Xingye was annoyed. There was a knock on the door. Come in. As soon as the words fell, the door to the room was pushed open, and Xiao Rongchuan's tall and clear figure appeared in the doorway. Seeing that he had put on his coat and was obviously going out. You didn't take a nap? Xiao Rongchuan wrinkled his eyebrows and came in from outside as he spoke. Qiao Xingye nodded. No yet. You're going out? Xiao Rongchuan said. I have to go out, so I should be able to make it back in time to have dinner with you in the evening. You be a good boy and get some sleep. Hearing Xiao Rongchuan say that he would rush back for dinner in the evening, Qiao Xingye nodded her head obediently. The bit of depression from Lu Suyun blowing up on the phone just now was swept away. Forget it, those are irrelevant people. Why should one be angry for those people? It's a little better to think that way. Xiao Rongchuan gave 2 more explanations and left. Over here in the hospital, Lu Suyun was furious, and it took almost 5 minutes before she slowed down. When he was about to go back to the ward, he met up with Qi Yan. Chapter 67 The truth of the car accident came out of Liang Yutong's mouth. See Qi Yan. Lu Suyun just couldn't stop aching. Yan, Yutong, she's in pain. Her medical team had been replaced with Qi Yan's people, and the ones she had gotten were some of the top experts. Probably because they heard about Jin Yang and Yan Li's reputation. Lu Suyun always had the illusion that as long as these two joined Liang Yutong's treatment, it will help Liang Yutong ease some of her pain. The outcome was promising, not to mention that even the process would make Liang Yutong less miserable. So every time he saw Liang Yutong in agony, Lu Suyun also becomes more insistent on having Yan Li and Jin Yang join her in her treatment. Qi Yan frowned and said somewhat helplessly, I know. How is it possible to have so many diseases and not suffer half the pain? Now Liang Yutong is definitely in pain. Lu Suyun, make sure to include Yan Li and Jin Yang in her treatment. I'm really worried. Yan, I'm worried that Yutong won't be able to pull through in every illness. Every time I witness Liang Yutong enduring pain, Lu Suyun was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to pull through. Qi Yan, if Yan Li and Jin Yang join, their treatment plans should be similar. In his opinion, Liang Yutong was already sick like this. To say that half of the pain was not borne, it's impossible. Lu Suyun, no. They're good at what they do, and they have a good reputation. They can definitely make Yutong less painful. Yan, I'm begging you to think of something. You must have a solution. That heartless one, Qiao Xingye, she doesn't care what I say now. That oil and salt look is desperate. Kiran. When he heard the name Qiao Xingye, the bottom of his eyes dimmed uncontrollably. After that, Lu Suyun was still saying something, and on Qi Yan's side, he was completely out of earshot. Yan. Seeing that Qi Yan hadn't responded, Lu Suyun realized that something was wrong and looked at him. Sure enough, I saw him walking away. Kiran was shouted at several times before he came back to his senses. That Jin Yang and Yan Li. Still need to find a way to get them back. You know, Yutong's body can't withstand the treatment program at hand right now. It really hurts too much. She can't take it. Speaking of Liang Yutong pain, Lu Suyun cannot stop choking. Qi Yan could only nod his head. Well, I know. I'll go check on Yutong first. Okay, go for it. Lu Suyun nodded as well, and in her brows was a worry for Liang Yutong that could not be dissolved. Kiran turned around, heading in the direction of the hospital room. Lu Suyun thought for a moment and also followed Qi Yan's footsteps, continuing to read about Yan Li and Jin Yang. In the meantime, on this side of the ward, Liang Yutong, who was full of weakness, at the sight of an unsaved number flashing on his cell phone. In that instant, the heart fluttered uncontrollably. To the caretaker off to the side, he said, okay, go ahead and get out. Okay. The caretaker stopped massaging her legs and got up to go out respectfully. Only when Liang Yutong was left alone did she pick up the phone. Hello, it's me. A middle-aged man's muffled voice came over the phone. It's been almost 3 years, and after that car accident, the man disappeared completely. At this moment when the voice was heard, Liang Yutong couldn't stop her heart from shrinking hard. Why are you still calling me? What happened between them was silverware at the time, and it was over for good at that point. Now that she received this call, Liang Yutong had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, The next moment I heard the man on the other side of the phone say, "I'm short of money and need it." "What do you mean?" "When we made the deal, we agreed that I'd give you $5 million. You go abroad and never come back." Liang Yutong lowered her voice to a low growl, some uncontrollable fire evident in her tone. "I've come back." "What did you say? You're back?" Hearing the man say he's back, Liang Yutong's suppressed voice directly and uncontrollably rose in volume. "Back and in touch with her. Even the cuties knows what's going on." Liang Yutong's already somewhat sickly little face was even whiter without the slightest trace of blood color at this moment. "What do you want?" "My mother just passed away. My daughter is seriously ill. And it's too expensive over there in foreign countries. We can't afford to live." The phrase "can't afford to live" kind of explains why they came back. And now his daughter is seriously ill. Which is more than enough. In short, 2 words, want money. Liang Yutong was so angry that her brain was dizzy. "But what should be yours? I gave you back then. It was just a deal between us." "It's a deal. But Ms. Liang, I'm out of ideas. You said I was going to ask Ms. Qiao for this money. Or did you ask for it?" If he looked for Qiao Xing Ye, he would undoubtedly have to send the evidence of that car accident to Qiao Xing Ye. At that time, her Liang Yutong's mouth would be known to the Liang family and Qi Yan. "Are you threatening me?" Liang Yutong gritted her teeth in anger. Yes, this man was threatening her. Not only did he threaten her, but the man came back prepared for a. Surprisingly, she also knew that it was the Liang family that she cared about, and it was Qiao Xingye who was at odds with her. "I'm desperate, or I wouldn't want to be this dishonest. You were the one who offered $5 million back then, and I didn't even bargain with you." This sentence of no integrity, moreover, completely angered Liang Yutong at this moment. The man, however, always just said, "I can't help it. I'm really cornered now." Liang Yutong closed her eyes. There's no way. No way. Who's got a solution now? She spent a lot of money abroad in the last 2 years. All those previous savings in the Liang family were pretty much spent. Now that the Liangs are treating her and she's in the hospital, she can't spend much money. So the Liangs didn't give her any extra money. "You can't help it. So you can't come to me?" "What do you mean you came to me? I don't owe you," Liang Yutong said fiercely. She was almost certain now that she was being blackmailed by this man. Facing Liang Yutong's hysteria, the man's tone was calm, also firm. "I want $1 million. Liang Yutong, where do I have $1 million? Where do you want me to find you $1 million? It's crazy. It's really going crazy." At this moment, Liang Yutong hated to break the other party into pieces. "Ms. Liang, I know what position you have in the Liang family, and you can be compared to that dear daughter all these years. There's much more status." Liang Yutong. At those words, the bottom of his eyes sank even further, and the knuckles that were squeezing the phone, because they were so hard, it's all a little white at the moment. "You blackmailed me? I really need money." "Ms. Liang, don't say it so harshly." Liang Yutong closed her eyes, exuding hostility. At this moment Qi Yan and Lu Suyun had already arrived outside the door. Lu Suyun thought of something. "Oops, just now Yutong said she wanted to drink crab pavilion soup. Yan, you go in first. I'll have someone go get it for her." "Good." Kira nodded, turning, having just opened the door a crack. Liang Yutong was heard shouting into the phone. "Fine. You'll go to jail then too." Qi Yan's face flushed, and he directly pushed the door in. Chapter 68. Kiran hears it and questions it. The moment the door was turned, Liang Yutong also noticed it. Turning back, he saw Qi Yan standing in the doorway, meeting those familiar eyes. Liang Yutong's pupils tightened, and her heart pumped hard at this moment, and the mind raced. Almost without thinking, he hung up the phone. Kiran frowned. The bottom of the eyes that looked at her also scratched at depth at the moment. Who's going to jail? He really heard it. Liang Yutong's breath was even more viciously shaken. "Ah, you heard it all. Yutong, a scam caller. I told him don't scam. You'll go to jail in time." What were you thinking? Pretending to be calm on her face. However, at this moment, Liang Yutong's heart had already panicked to the limit. What happened back then should never be known to Qi Yan and the Liang family. Once she knew, there was absolutely no way for her to live. "Is that so?" Qi Yan looked at her with eyes that were still deep. Liang Yutong nodded. "Yeah, what else do you think it is?" Qi Yan reached out and dotingly rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair. "It's nothing." At this moment when Liang Yutong couldn't see his eyes, underneath Qi Yan's eyes, there was a distinct flash of depth. Their cell phones are specially treated for fraudulent calls, which usually don't come in. "Yan, when can I be discharged?" Liang Yutong wrapped her hands around Qi Yan's lean waist, a hint of anticipation in her tone. She really wanted to get out of the hospital. And, as has been asked by several of my previous little sisters, wasn't it true that Qi Yan had bought the Hearing Hills Forest residence in Shallow Bay for her? That tone was all envy. She all but told them she had bought it and would move there as soon as she could to get well, and they said they were going to celebrate her. There were a few things to celebrate and people to invite, and they were already enthusiastically making arrangements for her. She believed that Qi Yan would definitely buy the Hearing Lawn Forest residence for her, and at this moment Qi Yan, he stiffened uncontrollably as she encircled his waist, not even knowing why. There was also a hint of resistance in the back of his mind. Soon, without moving, he grabbed both of Liang Yutong's arms and, gently pulling her hands off her waist. Liang Yutong didn't notice that something was wrong with him, and pathetically, "I didn't mean to embarrass you, but smelling this disinfectant water every day is really too much." Kieran nodded. "I know." When he thought of that Hearing Lan Lin residence, he couldn't help but have a bit of a headache as well. The owner behind it now won't even sell it, rent it, or borrow it. In short, how not? Also, I'd like to see Starlet. Qi Yan frowned when he heard that she wanted to see Qiao Xing Ye. What are you doing seeing her? Speaking of this Qiao Xing Ye, Qi Yan remembered that both himself and Jiang Yuan had met Qiao Xing Ye over there earlier. What's she doing over there? Could it be that she was related to the owner of the Hearing Land Forest residence? She's been making a lot of noise because of me this whole time, and she beat up her brother, too. I want to explain it all to her face to face, or you'll both have a hard time. Kieran, don't see it. No, to see, Liang Yutong said in a firm tone. She looked to Qian. Mom won't let me see it either, but I know that. You're all in trouble with her now, and all of this is because of me. Yen, will you bring her for me? I want to talk to her properly, and that studio of hers. I'm genuinely worried that she's using those shady tactics to get cooperation. She's Mama's own daughter, and her life is what I made it. I don't want to watch her fall. Word for word. Liang Yutong's tone was all pain and pleading. Kieran sighed. You're thinking of her, but she won't talk to you properly. Whether she'll talk to me properly or not, I want to fight for it, okay? Kieran. Seeing Liang Yutong like this, those words of refusal reached the edge of her mouth and had to be swallowed back. Hey, okay. If she didn't let Liang Yutong see it, she was afraid that she wouldn't give up. It's just that Qiao Xing Ye, now she's just a greasy salt. What's the point of seeing someone like her? Qiao Xingye hadn't planned to go to the studio this afternoon, but one call from Tina Yang and she showed up at the studio again. It's almost 6 o'clock, after an emergency meeting. Thinking of Qiao Rongchuan saying that he was going to go back to have dinner with her in the evening, she doesn't dare to delay on her side. Explaining to Yang Tingting, you keep an eye on this side, and if you work overtime at night, order food for them. Just order the crab court. Where? As soon as she heard about the Essentials crab courts, Yang Tingting couldn't believe her ears. Zhou Xingya, crab court. So many people at boss. Quite expensive. Do not need to order so good. I give the other side a direct line that the bill is on my head. The corner of Yang Tingting's mouth twitched. Thank you boss. Crab court She loved the buns in there so much. They were just so expensive. But the boss had given the word. And tonight she was going to have 2 cages. As soon as Qiao Xingye entered the elevator, Yang Tingting then shouted into the office hall. Guys, step it up tonight. The boss said that order you the crab court meal. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it was the crab court. Not many people can afford to go to that starred restaurant on a regular basis. They were giving them such expensive employee benefits before and now they are ordering crab court meals. All of them reacted by cheering and working harder with their hands. Qiao Xingye came down from upstairs, and just as she exited the elevator, she bumped into Qi Yan, who had come looking for her. Seeing Qi Yan, Qiao Xingye froze, but immediately afterward directly raised his steps to go past Qi Yan. Qi Yan saw that she didn't even want to talk to herself, and was even more furious as the fire went up to the sky. A grip on her slender wrist. Wait, shaking your own wrist again? The disgust under Qiao Xingye's eyes could no longer be hidden. She looked at Qi Yan and kicked him without saying a word. Qi Yan couldn't dodge, and was kicked in the crook of the leg behind her knee, and if she hadn't stabilized in time, just went straight to his knees. Joe Starleaf. Qi Yan growled lowly through clenched teeth in anger. Yet even then, he didn't let go of Qiao Xingye's wrist. Eyes full of anger, he looked at Qiao Xingye, with eyes that were itching to eat her up. Qiao Xingye, don't let go yet? Qi Yan said viciously. Are you a woman or not? Damn it. With her virtues, how can Yanli and that man from Jinjiang Sky City even look at her? You don't want the gentle one. You want her shrew? What a strange taste. But why? At the thought of having Yannick beside her, and that man, he was also bored inside. Qiao Xingye grunted and laughed. Whether I'm a woman or not, you don't have the chance to verify it anyway. What's all this fuss about? You. With these words, Qi Yan's brain buzzed even more. This woman. Simply. At this moment Qi Yan no longer knew what to say about Qiao Xingye, nor did he want to say so much to her. standing up straight through the pain. You're coming with me to the hospital first. The bend of my knee hurts. This damn woman. How can she kick so hard? It felt like my knees were cracked from the kick. Qiao Xingye, what's the point of going to the hospital? Yutong wants to see you, Qi Yan said. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. She wants to see me? Yes. She said she had something very important to tell you. Qiao Xingye grunted and laughed, and without saying a word, he gave Qi Yan another kick, the hardest in terms of force. Qi Yan grunted out in pain, feeling as if his entire body's strength had been drained away. Chapter 69, Can't you give my baby a trip report? What can she and Liang Yutong have to say? Just go straight for the hardest one. But Qi Yan had come to her in person, so he didn't need to think about it. This woman hasn't been honest about any of her 3 cancers. It seems that this heaven is not hard enough. Since there is a moth, the line, then she'll stay with her and have some fun. Hold on. I'll make a call first. Call who? Can't I call my baby to check in on the trip? Qi Yan, a mouthful of blood almost smothered in the heart, cannot come up. Direct gasping to death. You. Qiao Xingye shook him off and walked to the side to dial Qiao Rongchuan's number. The other side picked up quickly. The man's warm voice came. Off duty? Qiao Xingye, I have to go to the hospital for some fun. I'll be back in about half an hour. Have you gone back yet? Not yet. Oh, I'll go first then. Looking for the Liangs to have fun? Are you that bored? Qiao Xingye muttered. Before going back to F country, we must first play to death. After saying that, Qiao Xingye directly hung up the phone. There was always her business with the Liang family to deal with, especially that Liang Yutong. It's better if she gets sick and dies herself before she goes back to F. If she doesn't get sick, and she's going to send her to jail. Just about to turn around, Don Crisp's call came through. Qiao Xingye picked up. Crispy, I've got my eye on a piece of emerald. Send it to you. Take a look at it for me. I don't have time now, so send it to me and I'll show it to you later. What are you busy with? Liang Yutong is acting evil again. Don Crisp. Hiss. This white lotus flower. The drama is not the usual. This is 3 kinds of cancer. And still have the strength to make? Qiao Xingye, it's not great. I'll go see if she's really sick. Don Crisp, that's something to look at. Don't be pretending to be sick. All kinds of potty mouths for you. Got it. Qiao Xingye hangs up the phone. Turning around, she saw Qi Yan not far away, already waiting impatiently towards her. With a limp, it looked like a pretty bad kick in the pants. But Qiao Xingye didn't think it was enough, and to give him a few more kicks. Scrap it. Is the call over yet? There was fire in his tone. Qiao Xingye put away his cell phone. Finished typing. Let's go. Thought half an hour before and after would be enough. I didn't realize that the hospital where this Liang Yutong lived was quite far from her studio. It took 40 minutes just to get to the hospital. Ward. Qiao Xingye crossed his legs and held a manicure blade in his hand, constantly grinding his nails. The nails flipped when I hit Paysan and haven't gotten around to redoing them yet. Liang Yutong saw her in this careless, not at all sad look. The heart hated it. Looking to Qi Yan to the side. Yan, you go out first. Xinger and I have something to talk about. When Qi Yan saw Liang Yutong letting herself out, there was a hint of worry in his eyes as he looked at her. In Qi Yan's opinion, Qiao Xingye is just a not so stable emotionally. For example, beating up Liang Yutong in front of Qi's door before. That stance. Said to do it. In short, no doubt with madman. Liang Yutong saw that Qi Yan was worried about herself and felt even more pleased with herself. It's fine. Go out. Kira nodded, turning to give Qiao Xingye a warning glance. Yutong just had her treatment. You'd better not mess around. Qiao Xingye grunted. I can't guarantee that. If Liang Yutong really wants to be a, who cares how many types of cancer she has? She wasn't afraid of being touched anyway. The word forget it was never in her vocabulary. She'd had enough of being threatened by the Sheng family a few years ago in F. And she'd had enough of it in the past few years. Now that the Liang family's gang can't threaten Xiao Rongchuan, she'll be damned if she's going to put up with it. Qi Yan, you. Hearing Qiao Xingye's words, Qi Yan was simply furious. Liang Yutong, alright Yan, don't always carry this prejudice against the stars. I'll pay attention to it. Qi Yan was still uneasy, especially since Qiao Xingye had said this. But Liang Yutong said over and over again that she would pay attention. Eventually, Qi Yan went out, but he didn't dare go far. Right in front of the ward door, he rushed in as soon as there was any movement inside. There was just Qiao Xingye and Liang Yutong left when the 2 of them were left. Qiao Xingye didn't even bother to give Liang Yutong more than a single glance. Seeing her being so arrogant, Liang Yutong held back even more fire in her heart. Yan, going to buy me the Hearing Lane Forest house. You know that, right? Didn't we talk about this on the phone? I said you can't live in that place, but Yan told me today that it's been bought and is now being processed. It won't be long before I'm allowed to move into that place to recuperate. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. He told you that? Bought it? Ha, This Qi Yan is really appeasing Liang Yutong. Liang Yutong nodded. Envious? Qiao Xing Ye directly threw out a blank stare, then congratulations. When will you move in? Having a party to celebrate? Remember to invite me. You're definitely invited. Just wait. I'm definitely moving into that place in less than half a month. Listen to the Mission Woods residents. How many powerful families have wanted to buy that piece of feng shui land over the years? The ones who couldn't buy it in the end were also inquiring to hear about the owner behind Lanlin residence. Wanted to marry his daughter to the mysterious master behind that. At this moment, Liang Yutong decided that she was about to live in that place. She'll be the mistress of the place. Thereby, she was also the envy of the women in the entire harbor city. Qiao Xing Ye, I remember what I said. Right. Leave Hong Kong City. Nothing here belongs to you. Liang Yutong's tone carried the triumph of a victor in every word. This was said back in the year when Qiao Xing Ye came back. That time she was lying on the hospital bed. Liang Yutong then said that she should leave Hong Kong City. Nothing here belongs to her. The beam house was not the place for her to go back to either. Qiao Xing Ye grunted and laughed. You're arrogant. It's ridiculous for an adopted daughter to be arrogant to this extent. Liang Yutong, how about it? Do you want to leave now? Leave? You think I, Qiao Xing Ye, would be a threat to you? And threatening her here? It's ridiculous. Liang Yutong, I know, you have a studio that makes $7 million a year. But don't worry. That place won't exist anytime soon. As she said this, the smugness in Liang Yutong's tone intensified. The bottom of Qiao Xing Ye's eyes, however, went cold at this moment. How so? Liang Yutong, your own brother, your ex-fiancé. The two of them teamed up together, you know? They're going to shut down that studio of yours. The news, as expected. Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao know about their studios. They'll surely do something in secret. This was something that Zhou Starleaf had thought of long ago. But now when she heard Liang Yutong's added tone, under her eyes, she was still cold. Meh. Liang Yutong, your closest family never accepted you. And Qi Yan never treated you sincerely. Qiao Xing Ye, you've been back in Hong Kong City for so long, and you still have nothing here. Why do you need to be here to annoy people? It's better for everyone if you leave here early. You're keen for me to leave? Qiao Xing Ye raised an eyebrow at her, stopping the movement of the armor-thwarting knife in his hand. The eyes that looked at Liang Yutong were even deeper than ever before. So irritating for her to leave. Ha! Qiao Xing Ye, still in a hurry for me to leave. Liang Yutong, let me guess you this. What's my hurry? Liang Yutong's heart jumped, directly interrupting Qiao Xing Ye's words. Yet at the moment she was weak inside. She was in a hurry to get her out of there. She couldn't let her continue to stay just now. The man was coming for her. If Qiao Xing Ye caught it, things would definitely not end. Qiao Xing Ye raised his eyebrows and laughed lightly. Is that so? But I see you. Why are you quite anxious? Liang Yutong. Chapter 70. Can you die quickly? Don't delay me. Yes. She wants Qiao Xing Ye to leave Hong Kong City. That man was back. And if Qiao Xing Ye stayed here, she was worried that it would really cause trouble. And with $1 million this time, she was worried that it was just the beginning. So Zhou Xingye has to get out of here. Seeing Liang Yutong's silence, Qiao Xingye, not only do you want me to leave, you seem to be in a hurry? Liang Yutong's heart jumped once again. What's my hurry? I'm just feeling pathetic for you. Instead of being tossed around here for nothing. Instead, why don't you take that money you made last year, sell the house in Jinjiang Sky City, and go live your own life? Zhou Xingye. Oh, Liang Yutong, so much money to go to a small city in the 3rd or 4th tier. Enough to clothe and feed you for the rest of your life. It's the truth. The sale of the house in Jinjiang Sky City, together with the money she had made, amounted to a little over $10 million. It is indeed laid back and rich to take such a sum of money to a small city. But what to do? I just don't want to go. And you want me to go? I just want to wait here to see you die before I leave. When are you going to die? Use the Liang family's cold face to stimulate her? Fine. Let's see who gets irritated first. As expected, her last sentence irritated Liang Yutong to no end. Now that she had 3 major illnesses, the last thing she wanted was for anyone to say the word death in front of her. You. Instantly, the face paled. Qiao Xing Ye, moving into the Hearingland Forest House? Shut down my studio? Yeah, that's fine. 2. Then how about I wait until my studio is closed and I finish my celebratory drink of you moving into the Hearing Lane woodshed before I leave? Liang Yutong's originally pale face, hearing Qiao Xingye's words, a glimmer of light instantly lit up underneath his angry eyes. Really? Let Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao cheer. You cheer too. Fuel up to close her studio and fuel up to move into the Hearing Lane Woods residence. Only, she, Liang Yutong, probably couldn't move into that place until she died. Qiao Xingye stood up and, looking at Liang Yutong, who was lying on the hospital bed with a weak face, do you have any more plays behind you? If not, I'm leaving. If you have a move, hurry up and take it yourself and go. Don't be such about it. Can do it, don't want to spend time BB. Liang Yutong, you. The drama once again irritated her nerves, and she looked at Qiao Xingye with her heart heaving with anger, trying to say something, yet at the moment her heart was heaving, making her feel like it was hard to even breathe. Couldn't say a word at all. Qiao Xingye saw her hand shaking continuously as she pointed at her. What kind of play is this, Liang Yutong? It's hard. It's really hard. Qiao Xingye saw this unseen trick of hers and didn't want to bother with her, turning straight around. Since it's not working out, I'm leaving. Xiao Rongchuan was still waiting for herself to go back together for dinner. She didn't want to delay. As a result, just as he opened the door, there was a poof dash behind him. Qiao Xingye turned around and saw Liang Yutong spitting out a mouthful of blood. That mouthful of blood visually spat out quite a lot. The quilt was touching. Qiao Xingye's heart shook. It was probably because Liang Yutong had done too much theater in front of her, so she now thought that it was still theater. The play, though, was a bit harsh. Not waiting for her to clearly distinguish between the real and the made-up, her body was suddenly slammed away from the. Qi Yan's figure was like the wind and had flashed in front of Liang Yutong. Yutong. There was panic in his tone. Immediately afterward, Lu Suyun also ran into the hospital room, and saw Liang Yutong's mouth full of blood, and the quilt on which the. She also screamed out in terror. Yutong, what's wrong with you Yutong? What did you do to Yetong? Did you poison her? Seeing that Qiao Xingye was there, Lu Suyun hissed angrily at her. Qi Yan hurriedly pressed the call bell on the head of the hospital bed. The glance he gave Qiao Xingye was filled with chills. It was only at this time that Qiao Xingye completely reacted. There was a flurry of confusion as doctors and nurses rushed into the room. By the time Liang Yutong was sent to the resuscitation room, it was already 5 minutes later. Lu Suyun and Qi Yan were both kept outside the resuscitation room. Liang Jintao came over, looking to Qiao Xingye. What did you do to her? Qiao Xingye, what the hell did you do to her? Lu Suyun also stepped forward in exasperation. I said that. Her illness must be a priority for all of us during this time. So why are you fighting for favor at this time? Speaking in the heat of the moment, Lu Su raised her hand and was about to give Qiao Xingye a slap in the face. However, Qiao Xingye was the one who raised his hand and shrugged it off as soon as he caught her wrist. Lu Suyun was unsteady and fell directly into Liang Jingzhao's arms. She was already angry, and now her anger was spreading all over her body. Call the police. Call the police immediately. It must be her who poisoned Yutong. Lu Suyun shouted angrily. In her opinion, it must have been Qiao Xingye who poisoned Liang Yutong. Or else, why did Liang Yutong suddenly vomit blood? Her body is being watched over by a team of top specialists these days. When Qiao Xingye heard Lu Suyun's words, the bottom of her eyes became even colder. Call the police? She's going to call the police for Liang Yutong? Though never cared for this real mom or any motherly love from her. But at this moment, the fact that she wanted to call the police for Liang Yutong still made Qiao Xingye's eyes go cold again. Lu Suyun, you're so vicious. I don't have a daughter like you, she said viciously, turning back to Liang Jingzhao, who was holding her up. He yelled, what are you still standing there for? I told you to call the police. Liang Jingzhao looked at Qiao Xingye, a hint of hesitation flashing under his eyes, but thinking that Liang Yutong had entered the resuscitation room because of her, she felt that she should also be taught a little lesson. In the end, took out his cell phone and dialed the police. The reason for calling the police was that Qiao Xingye poisoning. An hour later, listening to Lanlin residence, Qiao Rongchuan just arrived, and before he even got off the bus, he received a call from Qiao Xingye. Brother, let Lu Ling fish me out. Qiao Rongchuan, huh? I got caught. The moment the words fell, Qiao Rongchuan's body exuded a regal chill. Lu Ling, who was driving in the front, was all jolted. I only heard Qiao Rongchuan say in a cold voice, where is it? Central District Police Station. Got it. Qiao Rongchuan hung up the phone and said to Lu Ling, within 10 minutes, rush to the Central District Police Station. Lu Ling, the distance from here to there is at least half an hour, plus it's still rush hour. However, Qiao Rongchuan's orders didn't care that much. Eventually Lu Ling took the least favorite trail in his life, reducing the wait at stoplights. The speed of the car even exceeded the speed limit, and I don't know how many people were abused along the way. Eventually, within 10 minutes, arrived at the police station in the Central District. Qiao Xingye was being interrogated at the moment. They said you poisoned. What did you poison? I'll wait for my brother. She's been brought in here for almost 20 minutes, and no matter what the people here try to do, Qiao Xingye just said, wait for my brother. This pissed off her interrogator so much that he slammed his pen right down on the table. Today the King of Heaven is here, you have to explain clearly. Wait for you what brother? Hurry up and say. As the words fell, the The door to the interrogation room flung open with a bang. Chapter 71, is this her brother? It does look like the Heavenly King. The loud bang shook the collective hearts of those inside. Eyes looked towards the door in unison, only to see the director and a man with a clean-cut figure appear. See, the director has shown up. The two interrogators looked at each other and stood up respectfully. Director. The director looked at the two interrogating officers with a serious face. Did you bring back the evidence as well? Interrogator. It's still on trial. It's only natural to report a crime and bring the people involved in it in for questioning. No. No, what are you arresting indiscriminately? The two interrogators blanched. No. Director. We're here. What's this? Is that what I taught you to do? The director came down with a direct chop. 3 minutes later, he turned to look respectfully at Qiao Rongchuan. Mr. Qiao. Qiao Rongchuan icily swept his eyes inside as he arrived in front of Qiao Xing Ye. Qiao Xing Ye stood up and whispered, Brother. Qiao Rongchuan looked her up and down and asked, Did they give you a hard time? A couple of interrogators who just got yelled at, feeling the pressure radiating from the man at the moment. All of their gazes glanced curiously towards Qiao Rongchuan. Is this the brother who just kept saying he'd wait? It does look a bit like a diva. Qiao Xing Ye, if you don't come, they're probably going to beat me up. Director. Interrogator. At those words, all of them stiffened. And then they all looked at Qiao Xing Ye in unison. Especially the interrogators. Miss Qiao, we didn't mean to hit you. Don't slander people, okay? Zhou Xing Ye, you dropped me with a pen. Interrogator. The pen. It was dropped. Wait, when that pen popped up just now, it seemed to have landed on Qiao Xing Ye. Now that's not saying much. The director was already angry. And when he saw that the interrogator was not going to speak up, exasperated, he slapped the side of his head again. I really didn't mean to hit her. I really didn't. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes were icy. Can we go now? The director nodded. Well, that's fine. Interrogator, I can't. I'm here. Shut the up. Qiao Rongchuan, in this matter, I want the truth. Check. For sure. Chief, yes. Don't worry. We'll check it out. I also wonder what the status of this one is, with all the calls coming down from above. Eventually, amidst the sweaty faces of several people, Qiao Rongchuan left with Qiao Xingye. Get in the car. Qiao Xingye was then carried by Qiao Rongchuan to sit on his lap. The feeling of weightlessness made Zhou Starly frightened. Subconsciously, she hugged Qiao Rongchuan's neck tightly. Why are you hugging me again? This guy, he doesn't move to hug. Is that really good? Qiao Rongchuan's tone was chilling. Didn't you say you were going to play? That's how you play? Play. He's not against it. But this plays out and boxes itself right in. Zhou Xingye, it was an accident. I thought this was Liang Yutong's play, but it turns out she's actually in the resuscitation room. That Walala spit out so much blood. I may have to stay in the hospital tonight. The force of Qiao Rongchuan's grip on her waist couldn't help but get heavier. How many of these accidents have there been over the years? Qiao Xingye simply stopped talking, because there were too many of them. As long as something happened to Liang Yutong, they would definitely get themselves indiscriminately. Seeing that Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, Qiao Rongchuan probably guessed what was going on, and the bottom of his eyes became a few points cooler. Hospital side. Liang Yutong is out of danger. Being pushed into the hospital room, her small face was still a bit pale. Yutong, it's all because I've wronged you. You said how I gave birth to that. The doctor came in after him, to Lu Suyun and Liang Jinzhao and the others. She said, Miss Liang also had her stomach washed. Her blood was tested over here, and she did get a little poisoned. But she's fine now. She really poisoned it? Hearing that Liang Yutong's blood had toxins in it, Lu Suyun's emotions became even more agitated. The doctor nodded. Miss Liang's body can't withstand this kind of torture right now. You guys might want to be careful. Lu Suyun looked at Liang Yutong's pale little face and was even more pained. The doctor gave a few more instructions then went down. Liang Jinzhao and Qi Yan's faces didn't look good either. Lu Suyun's hand that was holding Liang Yutong was trembling, as if she almost lost Liang Yutong. Yutong? You said this. Mom, I'm fine. You guys don't blame Starlet. Why did you eat what she gave you? How dare you eat what she gave you? You know full well she doesn't get along with you. Lu Suyun said anxiously. Liang Yutong, she's my sister. I don't want to suspect her. It doesn't say anything about eating anything given by Zhao Xingye. But with her words, she was undoubtedly confirming the poisoning of Qiao Xingye in Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao's hearts. Lu Suyun looked at Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao. It seems that she can't continue to stay here in Hong Kong City. This almost killed Yutong today. While talking about this, Lu Suyun's tone was full of hatred. Liang Jintao nodded. I think so too. Kiran didn't have any objections either. Mom, don't do this. Brother, don't listen to Mom. Xinger already has a big problem with you guys in her heart. And if you guys do this, I'm afraid she won't even recognize you guys. Lu Suyun, are we still afraid she'll disown us? She never recognized us. When she said the word recognize, Lu Suyun was even more pained by Qiao Xingye. We had a hard time getting her back, and she won't even change her last name. Never called me mom either. It's okay to make a scene between her and Lian Yutong. But before making a scene, Lu Suyun thought she had treated her well during that time. She's a hothead, but she hasn't warmed her heart. In the end, she didn't even get a mom from her. When she thought about it, she was particularly disappointed in Qiao Xingye. What he said to Liang Jinzhao was also tougher. Go ahead and do it. Have her leave Hong Kong City tomorrow. If we stay any longer, Yutong's life will be lost. Does she know that she didn't talk to Yutong properly after she came back? She carried a consultative attitude. But what about Qiao Xingye's attitude? Forget it, don't think about it. During the time that Yutong was being treated, no matter what was said, Qiao Xingye could not be allowed to remain in Hong Kong City. Liang Jintao nodded. Got it. Mom, don't you dare put in a good word for her. Whatever is said in the meantime must be done with you in mind. Liang Yutong wanted to say something else, but Lu Suyun directly interrupted her. Qi Yan also said, let's do as Auntie said. Indeed, Qiao Xingye should be sent away from Hong Kong City for the time being, not just because of Yutong's illness. And then there was the fact that he hoped that sending her away this time would break her off with those men. Liang Jinzhao couldn't wait to send Qiao Xingye away, so that night, he went in person to the police station in the central district to make representations. I hope to send Qiao Xingye out of the harbor city as soon as possible. Results. It shocked him. Picked up by a man? What man? She's guilty of poisoning. It's not good enough for us to hold people without proof of what they're doing. Now this is something we're looking into on our end. Liang Jinzhao was furious. What do you mean there's no evidence? My sister almost died tonight. He growled angrily, and in his heart he was angry at Qiao Xingye. To the point of hating the death of 1,000 cuts. Chapter 72 quickly. Let your brother get them all killed. Liang Jinzhao brought the news back to the hospital. Lu Suyun gasped and cursed for 10 minutes. Family misfortune. It's really family misfortune. How could I have given birth to such a corrupter of the family? She must be sent away, no matter what is said. This is to not send her away. She stays here in the harbor city. If those rich and noble wives knew that Qiao Xingye, for the sake of some lucrative projects, if you take yourself out, where will the Liang family's face go? Liang Yutong was also surprised that Qiao Xingye had left the police station so quickly. It was even taken by a man. It seems that I had underestimated her before. I had thought that she only had Qian. I didn't realize there was a spare tire. Great. She'd like to see what kind of man was fishing for her this time. No matter who it was, she definitely snatched it. And she, Qiao Xing Ye, would never want to have any in this harbor city. It's really pissing me off. Pissing me off. Lu Suyun was so angry that her heart was heaving. Kiran's fire went up. The man Liang Jinzhao said, is it Yan Li, or is it the man from Jinzhun Sky City? Qiao Xingye hadn't realized that the hospital had so much more to follow tonight. After coming back in the evening and having dinner with Qiao Rongchuan went over to the study, followed by Lu Ling. Qiao Xingye had just laid down on the bed after taking a shower when she saw Tang Christ calling. Yi. I got word that Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao are teaming up to shut down your studio. My mom's side of the family all got the message that they absolutely weren't allowed to work with you, and she asked me to let you know. Shut down her studio? It's been a covert operation before, and now it's straight up a big deal? Just how much do these people listen to Liang Yutong? Thank Auntie for me and tell her that I have plenty of projects and she doesn't need to be embarrassed. She gave you a big project. Joe Starleaf. Oh, Tang Crisp also envied herself. She also like her mama. Then thank Auntie for me. You're welcome. So is there anything else you need help with on your end? I'm sure you don't need to. Let your brother get them. If it was before, Tang Crisp's side was probably really worried that Qiao Xingye wouldn't be able to handle the Liang family's gang of assholes. But don't worry about it now. With such a powerful brother, it's a matter of minutes to get them killed. Qiao Xingye, no need for my brother. I have a plan on my side. It's not fun for my brother to step in and get it all in one go. Tang Crisis, that's right. Liang Yutong's kind of S***T. You have to gouge out your heart and cut it with a knife. It's too cheap to give her pain. Seeing the tone of nothing on Qiao Xingye's side, Tang Crisp was also relieved. The two talked on the phone for a little while longer before hanging up. An unfamiliar number called immediately afterward. Qiao Xingye didn't hang up this time and picked up. Hello, did Yannick come to fetch you, or was it the man? Qian's voice gritted his teeth over the phone. Qiao Xingye couldn't figure out what he was angry about. Was he angry that he hadn't locked himself up? Think about it. After all, at that time, in that situation, he and Liang Jinzhao, and Lu Suyun, together we all want her to pay for Liang Yutong. The result? What to think now of their angry suppression at the time? It all has that element of ridiculous self-importance. Qiao Xingye laughed lightly. Does it matter who fished me out? Anyway, it's not you, the ex-fiancé. The words ex-fiancé were like thorns in Qi Yan's ears at this moment. Very sharp sting. Qi Yan was already in a rage. Now that he heard this careless tone from Qiao Xingye, the coldness penetrated the airwaves even more. Qiao Xingye, are you cheap? What good are you to yourself if you fall like this? So is it okay to keep your body for you? After all, you don't deserve it. Kiran. This mouth. Now he had the urge to sew her mouth shut. Where are you now? What for? I'm on my way to Jinjiang Sky City now, so you'd better tell that man to hurry up and leave. Qiao Xingye, you still dare to go to Jinjiang Tianchang? Is your hand ready? The air on the phone thinned right out of that statement. Qi Yan on this side of the phone subconsciously looked at his left hand that was in a cast. Speaking into the phone, he was even more angry and gritted his teeth. Qiao Xingye giggled out. Want to seek justice for Liang Yutong? But this justice, you're afraid you won't be able to get it. For your own protection, you don't want to mess with the men around me again. Qiao Xing Ye, Kiran gasped with a heavy tone. However, Qiao Xingye, who was on the phone, had already hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound, Qi Yan was so angry that he directly slammed the phone. He had never been so angry in his life, and no one in this harbor city dared to provoke him like this. If you can't ID that man tonight, you're out tomorrow. Zhang Yuan, who was driving in front of him, was shocked when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Until now, he hadn't been able to find out who the man was, but now Qi Yan is desperate to know that who was the man who suddenly appeared in the harbor city. I haven't heard of such a person in Port City. That man, what in the world is he? Why did Qiao Xingye get hitched to that man? Thinking of that man, Qi Yan was filled with anger. Lighting a cigarette, he took a hard drag. Whatever it takes, Symboline can be deployed as well. Zhang Yuan, even Green Lantern can go out? Then it seemed that the identity of that person was something he had to know in the fastest time possible. Zhang Yuan nodded. Got it. Qiao Xingye's side had just hung up Qi Yan's phone when Liang Jinzhao's call came over. All the same, Qiao Xingye picked it up. Who doesn't know how to show off? How the hell have they been beating her up the last few days? How she was going to frustrate the gang now? On the phone, Liang Jinzhao, like Qi Yan, didn't have a good attitude towards Qiao Xingye. Who was the man who brought you out? Qiao Xingye, does it matter that much who it is? At least it's not you. My own brother. Same as when he was sarcastic about Qi Yan just now. Now when Liang Jinzhao heard the words dear brother, it also felt just as harsh as ever. Even the heart was tight for a moment. Liang Jinzhao held back his anger. Qiao Xingye, behind you is the Liang family. Who allowed you to do these things that tarnish the Liang family's reputation? What did I do? Who was that man you were with? The one I like. The one I love. When Xiao Rongchuan pushed the door in, he heard Qiao Xingye's phrase, the one I love. His grip on the doorknob couldn't help but stiffen. And when Qiao Xingye saw Xiao Rongchuan who suddenly barged in, his heart couldn't help but tremble. No, this. Her small face brushed red as she met the man's deep eyes and there was also a hint of heartfelt dodging under his eyes. Liang Jinzhao on the phone heard her say it was a love. He was even more furious. The person you love? How long have you only been out of marriage with Qi Yan? Qiao Xingye, do you want face or not? Just got out of a marriage and says there's love in the air. Seeing that she was on the phone, Xiao Rongchuan turned around and went out, also closing the door behind him. The moment she closed the door, the hardiness under Qiao Xingye's eyes dispersed, and her fighting strength soared again. I don't have a face. You have a face. You have a face and you have children with women out there. You still don't give people a name. And you're still having an affair with Pei Soon while you're at it. What kind of face do you have to say I'm shameless? Chapter 73, Tell Brother Who Starry Loves. Verbal attacks are what she does best. Of course if it was a close combat, Liang Jinzhao wouldn't be her match. When these words came out, it directly exasperated Liang Jinzhao on the phone with his heart pounding. Hearing that Qiao Xingye even knew this, Liang Jinzhao toughened his attitude of sending her away. It's a curse if this doesn't go, both for him and Yutong. I won't talk to you that much. Mom said to leave Hong Kong City immediately. Will you leave on your own, or will I send you away? The three words send you away Liang Jinzhao said through gritted teeth, and once Qiao Xingye heard that he wanted to come on hard. Now that it's torn up, then she didn't have to pretend. What's the point of hiding what she's going to find out sooner or later? Straight away he grunted. You send me away? Are you capable of sending me away? Liang Jinzhao. Qiao Xingye, since that man was able to fish me out tonight, he naturally has the ability to protect me from myself. So you tell Liang Yutong that I, Qiao Xingye, really won't leave, pulling off such a serialized routine tonight. Again with the verbal stimulation and trickery. This Liang Yutong seemed to be in a hurry to get her out of Hong Kong City. To say that there was no reason behind this, Qiao Xingye definitely didn't believe it. She wanted to see why this Liang Yutong was so anxious to make her leave. Sarcastic words, arrogant attitude. Directly, Liang Jinzhao on this side of the phone gasped and turned his back. You what? What's the point of talking to me when you have that kind of power? I don't trust you guys to show me mercy. If you can send me away, come on, I'll wait. Don't fight me if you don't have the ability. You can't win a war of words. Liang Jinzhao was so angry that he directly hung up the phone. If he continued to talk to Qiao Xingye, he would really be pissed off. Lu Suyun and Liang Yutong had been talking for quite some time. When he came out, he saw Liang Jinzhao's angry face. Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to go to the police station and bring her out and send her straight out of Harbor City? Liang Jinzhao glanced at Lu Suyun and said, Qiao Xingye, I'm afraid we can't send them away. What? As soon as I heard that I couldn't send it away, Lu Suyun's face directly grimaced. What's going on? She's been taken by a man of no small stature, and she doesn't live in Jinjiang Sky City now. So where does she live? I don't know, Liang Jintao said with a headache. Suddenly, he realized that he probably never really recognized Qiao Xingye. Used to think that she had been brought up by a country family with no background, punks who can't do anything. But with all that's happened in the last few days, and all the people she's gotten to know, it all seemed to indicate that she was not simple. Yan Li, Jin Yang, the man who fished her out. If she doesn't leave, then won't Yutong have to suffer from her at all times? As soon as she heard that Qiao Xingye couldn't send it away, Lu Suyun got angry. Liang Jintao, we may have to figure some things out on her first. What's that? What could she have on her? A country-bred one? But she knows people who aren't simple. Qi Yan said that the man in Jinjiang Tiancheng's identity was not simple at first glance, and looking at his relationship with Qiao Xingye, he didn't just meet him, and that Yannick, and the studio she runs. These are not people of low status. She's a little girl running a studio that big. Who gave her that kind of money for startup? Hearing Liang Jinzhao say this, Lu Suyun's eyes also flashed with a trace of doubt. It's like she never recognized this real daughter of hers either. Then let's figure it out. And fast. Lu Suyun said. She had almost killed Yutong tonight, so she couldn't let her stay in Hong Kong City for too long. Liang Jintao nodded. I know. Just as the two were about to say something else, the instrument alarm in the hospital room went off sharply. Liang Jinzhao and Lu Suyun glanced at each other. Both of their faces changed greatly before rushing into the ward. Liang Yutong on the hospital bed had her eyes closed with a pale face. The instrument dripped with a sharp alarm, and Lu Suyun freaked out. Yutong, call a doctor. Liang Yutong weakly opened her eyes and feebly grabbed Lu Suyun's hand. Mom, I'm in pain. These words, more than anything else, broke Lu Suyun's heart. Qiao Xingye's attitude was so arrogant tonight. Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao's side are bound to check out the men around her. Listen to this side of the Mission Woods residence. At this moment, Qiao Xingye was being held down in Xiao Ronchuan's arms, the man holding her waist in one hand. One hand lifted a strand of her long hair. He seemed to enjoy having her sit on his lap and had enjoyed holding her that way since she was a little girl. But Qiao Xingye was now a bit uncomfortable. Brother, this, that. What to say? She doesn't even know what to say. Growing up like this, it's not right for them to end up like this. I don't know how many times I've said that in the last 2 days. However, Xiao Ronchuan seemed to automatically filter and didn't even listen or something. Qiao Xingye felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Xiao Ronchuan, the person you love? Who is it? Fingers, curled around Qiao Xingye's hair, asked with a hint of playfulness in his tone. Qiao Xingye's brain buzzed and her small face reddened uncontrollably. Why is there such a coincidence in this world? I just let Xiao Ronchuan come in and hear those words. At this moment, Qiao Xingye's small face was red. That, you let go of me first. Starling has really grown up and has someone to love. Xiao Ronchuan's voice was gentle and still carried his unique doting on Qiao Xingye. In the face of his gentleness, yet at this moment, Qiao Xingye's little heart was tightened to the limit. This, that. Stumped and completely at a loss for where to start. Tell brother who Star loves. Can I not say it? No. Star, say who it is exactly that you love, and brother will do it for you. Qiao Xingye heart wanna cry. Do what the Lord she this can say? Totally afraid to say that. It was too risky to say some of the things that were in her heart, and she didn't dare to risk them at all. I didn't. I just made that up. No? No. But why do I look? There. Zhou Xingye, you're looking at it the wrong way. Really? Qiao Xingye shook his head, not daring to say anything at all. Xiao Ronchuan let out a low laugh and released Qiao Xingye, without continuing to embarrass her. Go to bed early. Don't be too playful. This greedy phrase was talking about her to the Liang family and Qi Yan. He could see that Qiao Xingye was playing them now. Those guys are suffering inside right now, but even if they love to play, they can't stay up all night playing. Qiao Rongchuan went out of the room. And when Qiao Xingye saw that he didn't continue to ask, the heart is always relieved. 2. Lu Ling saw Qiao Rongchuan come out and respectfully stepped forward. Master. Qiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette as he walked. The child is older and can hide things in his heart. That was a profound thing for him to say. Lu Ling, however, heard what he was saying. Miss definitely only has you in her heart. You don't have to worry about that. Qiao Rongchuan exhaled the smoke in his mouth. Really? Lu Ling nodded. Yes. When he heard this, the corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth lifted up in a pleasant arc. Speed up that thing. The air isn't very good in this harbor city. Lu Ling understood. Chapter 74. After pushing away completely and then having to beg her, the Liang family was anxious. This night, Qiao Xingye slept extremely well at the Hearing Lane Forest residence. However, the hospital gang, they had a hard time sleeping through the night. This night, Lian Yutong was tortured to death. Early in the morning, the cardiologist came over and found Lu Suyun, Mrs. Liang. There's something I need to talk to you about over here, so come out for a minute. Seeing the expert's grave face, Lu Suyun had a bad feeling in her heart. Subconsciously glancing at Lian Yutong in the hospital bed, he nodded and followed the expert out. Corridor. Lu Suyun looked at the expert with a worried face. Is there something wrong with Yutong's body? The expert nodded. In the past 2 days, my team and I have carefully studied Ms. Liang's heart condition. The surgery on her heart was quite complicated. I'm afraid we don't have much on our side. Lu Suyun's heart jumped at the words. What do you mean? You're not sure? You guys are the experts in this field. If you're not sure, who's sure? As soon as she heard this expert say that she didn't have much certainty, Lu Suyun was directly anxious. Originally, during this period of time, because of Lian Yutong's illness, they had been tortured and suffered a mental breakdown. Lian Yutong suffered from her illness, and they, too, suffered the mental torture of the fact that she might not wake up at any moment. Now that she heard this from the expert, Lu Suyun's face went straight to white. Specialist, I'm just going to lay out for you what's at stake, but there's a doctor that. The success rate of this surgery will also increase dramatically if you guys can fight your way through it. Which doctor? Hearing that there are doctors who can improve the success rate of surgery, Lu Suyun's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Only, when the expert told her the man's name, it knocked her to the bottom again. Yannick, a very young doctor, but he's very somewhat gifted in this area, and he's been exposed to these complex surgeries on a regular basis and hasn't failed. Lu Suyun only heard the name Yan Li. As for the words behind the expert, her mind went blank and she heard nothing. Yan Li, how come it's him? This person who was related to Qiao Xing Ye. They had fought for it before. Is there no one else besides this Yanni? Lu Suyun asked anxiously. With such vast global medical resources, she didn't believe that only one Yanni could have such a success rate. Expert, I wouldn't dare recommend anything else to you. After all, this surgery of Ms. Liangs is just too complicated for us to have seen before. It is only natural that complex surgery should be performed by those who have the most control over them, especially Lian Yutong's position in the Liang family, which was for everyone to see. Therefore experts must make these clear, lest something goes wrong when the time comes and this Liang family bites the dust. Lu Suyun. At the moment, she felt a little weak all over. Numbly, he nodded. Okay, I get it. Expert, here's the information about the guy. We called him and he refused to. You guys figure it out yourselves. The expert gave Yan Li's contact information to Lu Suyun. Lu Suyun numbly took it. The expert is gone. When she was left alone, she leaned her back against the cold wall and, feeling tortured inside at the moment. What do we do? What the hell are we gonna do? On Yan Li's side, she hadn't thought of a way. The head specialist in gynecology found her again. Ms. Liang is now in a tricky intrauterine situation. After some research on our end, for surgery, we're going to just remove her uterus. Lu Suyun's breath hitched. What did you say? Anger shot up under his eyes. Remove her uterus? We paid so much for you guys to come and, is it for you to come and take away her right to be a future mother? Lu Suyun was furious. She looked at the doctor angrily. Now the Qi family already had a strong opinion of Liang Yutong, and if the Qi family knew more, Liang Yutong is not even fertile in the future, then she and Qi Yan are really finished. Now between Qiao Xingye and Qi Yan, the future has been considered completely broken. If even Yutong and Qi Yan were out of the question, then the Liang family and the Qi family of this road also can be considered completely gone to the end. You quacks, you big bunch of you, can anyone save her womb? Doctor, the main reason is that Ms. Liang's health is so bad right now. She also has liver cancer, and a lot of the drugs over here aren't working for her. Liver cancer, which means that there are significant limitations in terms of medication, and her body can't afford to drag it out anymore. Lu Suyun. At that, The heart choked even more. The doctor continued. There's a Professor Ken. You know him, don't you? Lu Suyun choked and looked at the expert. What do you mean? She's very deep in this area. And despite her young age, but it can't condition a lot of patience over the years. If you can win her over, keep Ms. Liang's uterus. Maybe there's a silver lining. Lu Suyun. At those words, his brain exploded with a buzz. Jin Yang, Yan Li. All that being said, it comes back to these two. Are those two really that good? So many of you can't replace them? Speaking of which, Lu Suyun was even more angry with her brain. Yan Li and Jin Yang's side, both involved with Qiao Xing Ye. Thinking about Qiao Xingye's attitude in this matter, the doctor fell silent outright, and it was evident that some talent on the part of. There is no substitute for effort. Lu Suyun saw the doctor's silence and became even more furious. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Useless thing. Exasperated. She was outright nonchalant. The doctor didn't look too good either and turned away. In fact, you can't blame the doctor for this. It's mainly because Liang Yutong has too many diseases. Each of these cannot be delayed. When Shi Yan and Liang Jinzhao came together, they saw Lu Suyun's miserable face. Mom, what's wrong with you? Immersed in her thoughts, Lu Suyun came back to her senses. Looking to Liang Jinzhao and Shi Yan. What other ways are there to force Qiao Xingye's hand now? Kiran. Liang Jinzhao. What's the best way to force Zhou Starleaf? There's nothing to be done. Money or power oppression. Now Qiao Xingye's body that. None of it seems to be working. Liang Jinzhao, there's nothing to force her now. Then tie her up. Upon hearing that there was nothing that could be done, Lu Suyun picked up the conversation in exasperation. Qiao Xingye walked around the corner and had just come out when he heard Lu Suyun come with this sentence. Tie her up? Under his eyes, it was instantly grim. A few people hadn't noticed her yet, and continued. There's no way out of this. Now no matter what, we have to get Jin Yang and Yan Li back first. Since she's toast, there's nothing I can do. Qiao Xingye came out from around the corner. So is Mrs. Liang still planning to, with me punished and not eating, you just tore up the ticket? Lu Suyun, Shi Yan, Liang Jinzhao. Chapter 75, After beating up Liang Jinzhao, Qiao Xingye still wants to break off the marriage? At those words, several people looked towards the voice together and he saw Qiao Xingye standing not far away in a beige coat. She had her hands in her pockets and a smile on her brow. The trio's hearts were also in their throats at this instant. Qiao Xingye walked towards them carelessly, with a Lu Ling behind her. Lu Ling didn't look too good either. The information is investigated, but the reality of seeing it with your own eyes is still surprising. Accidentally they would do this to their own flesh and blood. Qiao Xingye came to Lu Suyun, discussing kidnapping me? For Liang Yutong? Lu Suyun's nerves were strained to the limit at the moment. She didn't expect Qiao Xingye to hear it. How could it be such a coincidence? Taking a deep breath, Jean, let Jin Yang and Yan Li come back. What if I don't? Are you going to kill me? Yeah, right? Just now. She heard it all. To think that for Liang Yutong's sake, they've already discussed kidnapping her, forcing her to call Jin Yang and Yan Li. What does blood? Really? Count 4? Lu Suyun couldn't say a single word at this moment in the face of the rambunctious Qiao Xingye. Liang Jinzhao saw that Qiao Xingye was full of authority and pressure towards Lu Suyun. Exasperated, he stepped forward and pushed Qiao Xingye away. Enough. Is this the way a latecomer to your elders should be treated? The moment Qiao Xingye was pushed away, Lu Ling held Qiao Xingye with a hand, followed by a kick to Liang Jintao's stomach. A sharp pain came from the abdomen. Liang Jinzhao held his stomach, his face blanched in pain. Lu Suyun saw Liang Jinzhao being beaten and hurriedly held her up with one hand. The face that was suppressed by Qiao Xingye just now was even more crushed at this moment. What are you doing, ah? Qi Yan looked at Lu Ling, and the bottom of his eyes were also full of danger. Another man? This? Again? Who is it? Sensing the harshness in the man's body, Qi Yan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Qiao Xingye, come here. At this moment, he was uncomfortable to the limit. Why is she surrounded by so many men? In just a few days, she has changed 3 men around her. Seeing Qi Yan's icy tone towards Qiao Xingye, Lu Ling asked Qiao Xingye with a slight sideways glance. Want to make a move? Kiran, do it? What does he mean? You just beat up Liang Jinzhao, and now you want to do it to yourself? Anger, straight to Qi Yan's heavenly soul. Qiao Xingye. He gritted his teeth and looked at Qiao Xingye. The atmosphere at the scene had reached the point of saber rattling. Qiao Xingye's gaze fell on Qi Yan's still slightly bruised face. Look again at the wrist in the cast. Better not. He's gotten enough beatings in the last 2 days. When these words came out, Qi Yan only felt his brain buzzing and felt a strong sense of humiliation. Lu Ling nodded before saying to Qiao Xingye, then let's go see old lady Sheng first. Good. Qiao Xingye and Lu Ling passed by Liang Jinzhao and Lu Suyun in large strides. Qi Yan looked at her like this, and the bottom of his eyes became even colder to the limit. Qiao Xing Ye. Stop right there. Lu Suyun couldn't bear it, especially when she saw Liang Jinzhao, who was lying on the ground and could no longer get up. She was going crazy. It hadn't been smooth sailing in the past 2 years in the matter of Qiao Xing Ye. Now that she saw Liang Jinzhao being beaten like this, she couldn't lift this breath even more. Qiao Xing Ye paused and looked back at her. What's wrong? Let Jin Yang and Yanli come back, and I'll agree to whatever conditions you want. Mrs. Liang is really capable of bending and stretching, soft and hard to the point of death. As a pro-mom, just a moment ago, he had threatened to kidnap her, his own daughter, and now his attitude had softened again. Over the years shameless people Qiao Xingye has seen a lot, but Lu Suyun like this, it's really the first time I've seen it. Lu Suyun's heart felt even more suffocated when she met Qiao Xingye's gaze full of sarcasm. Can't be helped. Liang Yutong's illness is imminent. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Not only is it soft, but it also unconditionally admits its mistakes. This cry of sorry was all for Liang Yutong. Joseph Sinji, you are in the wrong, and I will have my attorney contact you That's when he gave you the papers. Sign them. Documentation of the severance of ties. Just these people. Dip. It's bad luck. Qiao Xingye dropped his words and left with Lu Ling. Looking at Qiao Xingye's back, Lu Suyun's heart was even more suffocated. Liang Jinzhao struggled to get up from the ground, and the pain in his abdomen was only slightly better at this time. That man beside Qiao Xingye must be a practiced man. This kick out kick over. He felt his internal organs are going to rupture. Especially painful. What papers is she going to make you sign? Lu Suyun. What file? Thinking about what Qiao Xingye said earlier about cutting ties with all of them, it was more of a pissed off brain. What other papers could it be? She wants to cut all ties with us. Liang Jinzhao. Qi Yan. Hearing Lu Suyun's words, gazes looked at her in unison. Lu Suyun, before, I didn't know exactly where she got this kind of backbone from. It kind of makes sense now. That was even more viciously said. Earlier, when Qiao Xingye proposed to break off the relationship, she was genuinely unaware that she had so much behind her. How dare you try to cut us off by relying on those men? There will be a time when she regrets it. Liang Jinzhao said fiercely. He felt that Qiao Xingye would definitely regret it, and at that time, they wouldn't give her a chance to regret it. Lu Suyun didn't say anything, but she also thought the same as Liang Jinzhao. But what is to be done at the moment? You sign and let Jin Yang and Yanli come and treat Yutong first. Liang Jinzhao said without thinking. He didn't believe that this Qiao Xingye couldn't be cured. I'll find a way to get rid of her. I've checked out all those men. Lu Suyun nodded and choked. Right now, this is the only way. In any case, let's get the 2 doctors back first. On the way to see old lady Zhang, Lu Ling looked at Qiao Xingye more than once. Zhou Xingya, ask whatever you want. Miss is not the kind of person to be aggrieved. How come she's been so caught up by these people these past 2 years? Lu Ling had followed Qiao Rongchuan for a short period of time. In his eyes, Qiao Xingye had been raised by Qiao Rongchuan to be a little princess. It was only right that she shouldn't suffer any indignities. According to her temperament, she ran away when she first realized something was wrong. Where else would you let these people touch the porcelain and stain it? Qiao Xingye, what's the deal? It's not like I'm being aggravated. But according to your temperament, hasn't there been no connection for a long time? The fact that he was even engaged to Qi Yan was the last thing Lu Ling could understand. Qiao Xingye looked at him and laughed. Yeah, according to my temperament. But shouldn't it be long gone? Yet I remember why I left Zhou's house and why I stayed away from my brother. Speaking of leaving Zhou's house for that matter, even after such a long time had passed, now that he thought back, Qiao Xingye still couldn't stop his heart from aching. At that point, she was in pain to the core. Those were Qiao Rongchuan's hardest days, and she wanted to be by his side, wanted to get through it with him. However, she couldn't. Lu Ling, is it because of the Sheng family's people, who have been staring at you from the shadows? Qiao Xingye lowered her eyes and looked at an inconspicuous scar on her hand. Eventually a muffled hum was uttered. Chapter 76 Qi Yan was also beaten and walked with a limp. After watching old lady Zhang come out, Qiao Xingye still had to pass through the door of Liang Yutong's hospital room, and Qi Yan was waiting for her at the door. Seeing her, Qi Yan frowned and stepped forward to stop her on her way. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. Do you want another beating today? Qian, how have you fallen into such a state now? His tone was icy cold, and his eyes glanced grimly at the man following behind Qiao Xingye. Lu Ling exuded an unearthly aura. This was also the reason why it was identified by Qi Yan as, again, another man for Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye grunted and laughed. None of your business? If you really cut ties with the Liang family, what do you think you are? Those men still want you? While talking about those men, Qi Yan's gaze also subconsciously looked at Lu Ling. Lu Ling's body, even more, exuded coldness. He stepped forward. Miss, why don't you go wait for me in the car? Kiran. Miss? What lady? Qiao Xingye also didn't want to talk so much nonsense with Qi Yan, nodded and looked at Lu Ling. You might want to watch your step. The Qi family was, after all, one of the biggest positions in Hong Kong City. Qiao Rongchuan was going to stay in Hong Kong City himself this time, and the things he had to do were naturally not simple. If he really pissed off the Qi family because of Qi Yan, it would be bad for him at that time. Lu Ling knew that Qiao Xingye was thinking for Qiao Rongchuan and nodded. Understood. Qiao Xingye looked at Qi Yan, who hadn't returned to his senses, and walked away. As she passed by Qi Yan grabbed her wrist. Tell me clearly, MS, was that what he understood it to be? However, without waiting for Qi Yan to ask anything else, the next moment his body lost weight and the brain hit the wall with a boom. To humiliate their young lady like this, Lu Ling couldn't bear it. If he brings the news back to Qiao Rongchuan and lets Qiao Rongchuan know that he didn't do anything, he'll be eating his words, too. Qi Yan was furious. You bastard. Immediately, and Lu Ling fought. He is also some body hands. At the moment even if one hand, but also against Lu Ling. Qiao Xingye didn't bother to look at it anymore and just turned around and left. Qi Yan saw Qiao Xingye leave. Even angrier, Qiao Xingye. He was just about to go after Qiao Xingye. Yet Lu Ling once again pestered him. In the end, Qi Yan only had one hand to use, and Lu Ling's body was not bad. Within a few moves Qi Yan was down. Lu Suyun and Liang Jintao are in Liang Yutong's hospital room. When they heard the commotion, they all came out. Seeing Qi Yan and the man fight, all startled. Ima! Lu Suyun anxiously shouted at Liang Jinzhao. Before Liang Jinzhao could step forward, Lu Ling threw Qi Yan away, and at the moment he was covered in hostility. Kishore, if you keep fighting, you won't be able to keep your other hand. Are you sure you still want to fight? Qi Yan has one leg hurt at the moment. He looked at Lu Ling with eyes full of danger, a cold light flashing under his eyes. Lu Ling slowly and methodically straightened out his somewhat disheveled suit, and then turned to leave. Liang Jinzhao came to Qi Yan with a pale face. How are you? Saying that, his eyes also subconsciously glanced toward Qi Yan's somewhat trembling legs. Liang Jinzhao's own stomach also hurt a lot. Just now that person's hand was not light. Qi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, without waiting for him to speak. At this time Liang Yutong in the hospital room moaned out from the pain. Lu Suyun was the first to rush into the hospital room. Liang Jinzhao looked at Qi Yan. It's really sick as a mountain. Before she loved beauty so much, he said. I woke up in the morning and realized that my hair was falling out badly. Oops. When he said this, Liang Jinzhao could no longer speak. The words were filled with heartache for Liang Yutong. Qi Yan glanced at Liang Jintao, then at the door of the hospital room. Just when Liang Jinzhao thought Qi Yan was about to go in to see Liang Yutong, he turned around. His back was austere, his steps a little wobbly. Apparently he had been injured a bit in the fight with the man earlier. Liang Jinzhao froze. Ugh, this, right here? Hearing Liang Yutong's agonizing sounds that kept coming out of the ward. There was also the constant soothing sound of Lu Suyun. Kishan won't go in to have a look? What do you mean he's gone? For a moment, Liang Jinzhao was a bit confused by the situation. Zhou Starleaf sighed. Lu Ling sent her directly to the Oriental International Mansion, and Qiao Xingye was getting out of the car. Lu Ling said to her, Master has some things to talk about today, so he can only accompany you for dinner. Okay, got it. Qiao Xingye nodded curtly, then turned and walked away. Lu Ling looked at her back and pulled out the phone to call Qiao Rongchuan. Master. Seen Mrs. Yang? Lu Ling, I've seen it, but we also met the Liang family and Qi Yan. The words fell, and the phone went straight to silence for a split second. Even through the airwaves, Qi Yan felt that the aura that Qiao Rongchuan gave off was particularly biting. Kiran seems to be free right now? Lu Ling, the entire Liang family is idle, always revolving around that woman. But it's just idle? Not to mention hiring a whole team of specialists, a couple of them had to be accompanied in person. Qi Yan even went to the hospital every day to see Liang Yutong in person. What was Star's reaction? When asking this, Qiao Rongchuan's tone was obviously a bit colder than just now. Apparently, his real concern wasn't whether the gang was idle or not. Rather, they were concerned about what these people were doing, and whether or not it was affecting Qiao Xingye emotionally. Lu Ling, Miss doesn't have much of an impact. She doesn't seem to care about these people. The breath on the phone softened considerably when he heard this. Qiao Rongchuan faintly though it was only a single sound that. Still, Lu Ling clearly heard the pleasure in his tone. Lu Ling, but Qi Yan and the Liang family discussed kidnapping Miss. The words fell, and the phone turned bitterly cold once more. Over here, Qiao Xingye had just arrived at the office shortly before Qi Yan approached him. Seeing him come, Qiao Xingye naturally wouldn't have a good face. What are you doing here? No greeting. Don't you know that everyone's time is precious? Qi Yan's already bad face. Now hearing Qiao Xingye's words, anger that. It spreads even more under the eyes. How many people are getting through on your phone right now? That came with a hint of fire. Now, besides him, I'm afraid that the entire Liang family and the entire Qi family can't get through to her. Facing Qi Yan's anger, Qiao Xingye had nothing to say. He picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a sip. If you can't get through, just don't call. It's not a relationship that has to be connected anyway. Not a must-connect relationship? Then who are you in an obligatory relationship with? The men? The phrase not a relationship that must be contacted was a direct irritation on Qi Yan's nerves. And to think she blacked out everyone. What does she rely on? Then? The men? Think of all those men. Qi Yan's face also sank more completely. What did that man in the hospital just now mean when he called you miss? What kind of lady are you? From a nightclub? You guys just met? He doesn't even know your last name? Call the lady directly. Qi Yan thought about it on the way here, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of lady Qiao Xingye was. There's only one possibility. This studio. You really opened it with unclean money? Several consecutive questions slammed into Qiao Xingye, and Qi Yan's anger went straight to the sky. Anger that burned him right out of his senses. Ice and fire. Qiao Xingye splashed directly towards Qi Yan with the cup of water in his hand. The water in the glass was getting a little cold. The splash on Qi Yan's face was icy cold, and it also pulled his sanity back from his anger. Chapter 77 splashed a bucket of toilet washing water to Qi Yan. It stinks. Qiao Xingye looked at Qi Yan with eyes full of ice. Are you awake now? If she wasn't sober, she'd go straight to the basin to catch it and douse him directly. Qi Yan gritted his teeth and looked at Qiao Xingye, his heart heaving with anger. You, a lady from a nightclub? Qi Yan, with this brain of yours? I now suspect that for Qi Yan's management. You've always reported the good news. Kiran, what do you mean? With an IQ like yours, you can't do anything but tell lies to your aunts and uncles. It's hard not to run the company into the ground? Anyway, she didn't believe it. Qiao Xingye's meaning was obvious. It was saying that Qi Yan was retarded and feeble-minded. Qi Yan almost fainted with anger. You woman! You weren't even qualified to question me in the first place, and you come to humiliate me? You're afraid you haven't figured something out yet, have you? Kiran, this ing woman. I want to sew her mouth shut. What is it? At this moment, Qi Yan was already furious, his heart heaving. Qiao Xingye, however, continued to make up. First, I dumped you, and the whole Hong Kong city knows about it. Kiran, Qiao Xingye, secondly, you guys are still begging me about Yanli and Jin Yang, right? Kiran, not to mention Yanli and Jin Yang are okay. Speaking of those two people, Qi Yan was even more furious. Two healers who have linked human life to the mouth of Qiao Xingye. What kind of healers are they? Qiao Xingye, humiliating me while begging and threatening me? Thinking that when they were in the hospital, Lu Suyun and Liang Jinzhao even said that they wanted to kidnap themselves. A hint of coldness crossed the bottom of Qiao Xingye's eyes. Qi Yan, who had come in a rage, couldn't say a word at the moment. Especially the look on Qiao Xingye's face as she stabbed a knife in his heart. So seriously. This makes him finally realize clearly at this moment that she is serious about withdrawing from her marriage with himself. Suddenly, there was some blockage in his heart, suffocating and uncomfortable. Blushing a little, he said, then tell me what's the relationship between that man at the hospital just now and you? He called you a lady. What kind of lady are you anyway? Qian is here for that. He wouldn't leave today without getting this straightened out. Qiao Xingye looked at him with a smile on his lips. Why should I tell you? The rhetorical question was a bit sharp. And what Qiao Xingye asked was also the truth. Yes, why should she tell Qi Yan? Was what I just said not clear enough? Tell me, what else don't you understand? I'll tell you again. Okay? What a retard. Retarded as he is. How on earth did QI manage so well by him? Not to mention, right now Qiao Xingye was really a bit skeptical that Qi Yan might really be reporting the good news without reporting the bad. Outside looking in Ki is standing at the top of the pyramid. In fact, there's no telling what he's caused inside this. Kiran looked at her icily. Seeing that she didn't answer, she also automatically ignored Qiao Xingye's rhetorical question. So let me ask it another way. Why do you live at Hearing Lan Woods residence? Who is the owner of the Hearing Hills Forest residence? Zhou Xingye, you want to know? So anxious to know the owner behind that. Is he trying to buy it for Lian Yutong to get well? Though it's hilarious to see this done. But Qiao Xingye still felt a little bit of bad luck. His own house, but coveted by a sickly man. Which, if dead inside, that's just obscure as hell. Xian, is it Yan Li? Or the man who was with you in Jinjiang Sky City? Or was it the man at the hospital today? In the face of this humiliating question, Qiao Xingye's patience completely reached its limit. She tried to splash Qi Yan with another glass of water and realized that the glass was empty. Boom slammed the mug on the desk while getting up. Wait for me. Dropping the words, Qiao Xingye took a big step towards the office door. Qi Yan saw her go out and frowned, wondering what she was going to do, but listened to her and waited here. He would like to see what kind of statement that woman was going to give herself in a moment. Yes, that's what Qi Yan thinks. He thought it was his own rhetoric that was too sharp, too aggressive. Qiao Xingye is going to chill out. We'll be back to give a reasonable account of myself when I'm done calming down. Yang Tingting saw Qiao Xingye come out of the office and respectfully stepped forward. Boss. Qiao Xingye went straight to the restroom and picked up the mop washing poke that was commonly used by cleaners. The water in the bucket hadn't been poured yet, and Qiao Xingye directly carried it in the direction of the office. Seeing this, Yang Tingting hurriedly stepped forward to help. Boss, why did you mention this stabbing? I'll help you. This water is the same water that Auntie used to wash and mop the toilet mop just now, so you can't lay your hands on it. No, busy yourself. Tina Young. By the sound of that, it doesn't seem like things are going too well. And to think that the person in the office right now is Qi Yan. Yang Tingting probably knew what she was going to do with this bucket of water. Office. Qi Yan saw Qiao Xingye push the door in so quickly. Calm down so quickly? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Qiao Xingye carrying a bucket in his hand. A not-so-good feeling crossed his mind. In the next moment, he heard a poof sound, and he was also chilled to the bone in this instant. Dang! With a sound, Qiao Xingye stomped the bucket hard into the ground. Qi Yan yelled angrily, Qiao Xingye, this ing woman. At the moment he was soaked to the skin, and the water from his hair was constantly dripping down, making his eyes a little hard to open. And what's that water smell? It stinks. Qi Yan viciously wiped the water from his face and looked at Qiao Xingye with eyes full of anger. Qiao Xingye wrapped his hands around his chest. Are you awake now? Is there anything you still don't understand? Kiran looked at her angrily. If eyes could eat people, right now Qi Yan would probably just bite her to pieces. Seeing that Qi Yan was too angry to speak, Qiao Xingye repeated, but there's still something you don't understand? Next time it won't be a splash of cold water. It'll be straight up boiling water. Questioning her like that? If she didn't give these people a little color, did she really think Qiao Xingye was a vegetarian? Qi Yan had been so angry that his entire body went blank. He's never been treated like this before. Since childhood, partly because of the Qi family, and later after taking over the Qi. Who doesn't treat him with respect? This Joe Starleaf. I see you don't want to open this studio anymore. Kiran rose to his feet with an angry roar. Full of pressure. His body was constantly releasing pressure on Qiao Xingye at the moment. However, Qiao Xingye was not the least bit fearless. Then wait until you can shut me down here as well. The mighty faced the provocation. Qi Yan's one pair of eyes could almost spit out fire. Yet facing Qiao Xingye's silkiness and fearlessness, it was as if the fire had met water directly, watered clean at its peak. You wait. Putting down his harsh words, Qi Yan then walked towards the door full of anger. Behind them, however, came a ch from Qiao Xingye, and at this moment, this tone was as disdainful as it needed to be. The coldness of Qi Yan's back was a few points thicker as a result. There was an air that he just wouldn't stop until Qiao Xingye was sent to hell. Chapter 78, Can Xiao Rongchuan give her a name? Kiran was pissed off. Yang Tingting dog sneakily probed in and saw that Qiao Xingye's face was okay before she dared to lift her steps in. God knows how scary it is when the boss is angry. Boss, people gone? Jia Xingyi asked. Yang Tingting nodded her head. Gone. That's a wretched look. And it stinks. Joe Starleaf. Yang Tingting, all wet and limping. Boss, you beat him up so badly. Zhou Xingye, I didn't fight. No fight? Why do I get the feeling that there isn't a single good piece of ground left in Kishore's body? Arms and legs were hit. Qiao Xingye was directly silent. To say that Qi Yan had taken a beating, he had taken a lot of beatings in the past few days. Before it was Qiao Rongchuan, after that it was her, and then it was Lu Ling again. Hey, it can't be helped. Retards are such a pain in the ass to teach. Tina Yang, huh? Kishore is retarded? That's not true, is it? Managing such a big kiss. If this is retarded, the last chairman of the board that was too irresponsible. Qiao Xingye, what a retard. Can't even fight. At the moment, in Qiao Xingye's opinion, Qi Yan really was a retard. Between them, where her side should have made it clear, and had long since made it clear. But Qi Yan was too hard to understand. This should have been said, and when it was time to fight, it was time to fight. How is it that you still don't get it? It's really annoying. Kai sighed. Zhang Yuan was waiting for him in the car and was shocked to see Qi Yan getting into the car covered in water. Especially, what does he smell like? Sir, you're Qi Yan. If Qiao Xingye around those men in the still cannot find out, she's moved to Hearing Lane Wood's residence now. Before Qi Yan finished his words, Zhang Yuan hurriedly flung out the latest news and hurriedly topped himself. The words are at the air in the compartment. Straight away, was quiet. Qi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. What did you say? Qiao Xing Ye moved to Hearing Land Forest residence? Zhang Yuan nodded. Miss Qiao moved away from Jinjiang Sky City. She's now living in Hearing Land Forest residence. This news, like a bomb, instantly blew Qi Yan's sanity away. His entire consciousness was completely blank and confused at this moment, and his thoughts could no longer be reorganized. Qiao Xingye lives in Hearing Land Forest residence? She went so far as to, are you sure? Halftime. Kiran choked out his mouth. He could barely hear himself at the moment, his mind buzzing. Zhang Yuan nodded firmly. Okay, Kiran. Okay. Qiao Xingye actually lived in the Hearing Land Forest residence, and even moved right in? Why? What's the reason? Before Qiao Xingye appeared over there, he still thought that she was brought in by the men there. She's just going in. Going in. For what? When he thought of this, Qi Yan's heart became even more clogged for no reason. Why does she live where she does? Kiran choked and opened his mouth, asking the question in his heart. Although Qiao Xingye hadn't treated him as rumored in these 2 years, had strong feelings for him and was not even married to him either. But she was also clean around her and never had any of the opposite sex. Her life is also very simple, and she even has only 2 friends, Jin Yang and Tang Crisp. Why is she surrounded by man after man now? Why is she staying at the Hearing Land Forest house? And who exactly is the man who listens to Mission Hills Forest residence? Zhang Yuan, it should be because of the owner of Hearing Lanlin residence. I've checked from my side. Haven't seen definitive evidence of the property though, but that land was bought then. And when it went to sign the contract, it was a 58-year-old gentleman who went to sign the contract, surnamed Chan. Kiran, 58? Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes, by recruitment that land was bought 8 years from now, so that one is 66 years old. Kiran. The air in the small compartment was quiet once again. 66. In other words, the owner of Hearing Lanewood's residence is now 66 years old? Qiao Xing Ye. With someone like that? Kiran's breathing became more and more rapid. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to say something else, the phone buzzed and vibrated. It's Lu Suyun calling. Zhang Yuan looked at Qi Yan. Sir, it's Mrs. Liang. You pick up. Kiran was instinctively returning 2 words. He couldn't even hear his own voice, nor did he hear what Zhang Yuan actually said. All I could think about was that Zhou Starleaf might be with a 66-year-old man. She'd cheapen herself to that extent for a man? Zhang Yuan picked up the phone. Mrs. Liang. Zhang Yuan, is Yin having a meeting at the company? I can't get through to him on my side. Zhang Yuan looked at Qi Yan in the back seat, whose face was becoming more and more sullen. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to say anything to Lu Suyun, Qi Yan pushed open the door of the car as soon as he could and directly got out of the car. Zhang Yuan's heart jumped hard when he saw this. Subconsciously, she said to Lu Suyun on the other side of the phone, yes, sir is in a meeting. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a car's horn sounded from the mouth over there waiting for the stoplight. Zhang Yuan. Lu Suyun heard it too. A meeting? Why do I hear you guys out there? Zhang Yuan, this, Mr. is busy. Mrs. Liang will do this first. After saying that, Zhang Yuan directly hung up the phone, not wanting to deal with it at all. This way, Qiao Xingye was preparing for a meeting when she saw Qi Yan, who had gone and returned. He was still wearing wet clothes. Yang Tingting's eyelids followed suit when she saw Qi Yan return in this state. Subconsciously, he looked at Qiao Xingye. The next moment, however, Qi Yan stepped forward and returned to the office with a tug on Qiao Xingye's wrist. The whole thing was swift and still had fire in it. The moment the office door closed, Qiao Xingye also shook off Qi Yan's hand. Her eyes were cold and her tone was disgusted. What are you doing? Qian, I'll marry you. Zhou Starleaf. What the hell? What's he talking about? Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to react, the office door was pushed open. Qi Yan and Qiao Xingye's gazes went towards the door in unison. He saw Qiao Rongchuan, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing in the doorway. His serious face and biting eyes all caused Qiao Xingye's heart to leak half a beat. When Qi Yan saw Qiao Rongchuan, the bottom of his eyes sank even more uncontrollably. What brings you here? Qiao Xingye reacted and walked towards Qiao Rongchuan. Lu Ling. But he said he had something important to do today, and he didn't even accompany himself for lunch. She was planning to meet Crispy for hot pot later. Qiao Rongchuan took off the coat on his body and removed the scarf from his neck as well, handing it to Qiao Xingye. There was a reserve in her hands and feet, and a dominance that was impossible to ignore. Zhou Starleaf. What's this guy doing with his clothes off? Got a bad feeling about this. As expected, Qiao Rongchuan didn't even say anything to her when she took the clothes off the table. Straight away, he walked towards Qi Yan. You want to marry her? As soon as he opened his mouth, his icy tone carried a danger that one could not ignore. Qi Yan gave Qiao Rongchuan a somber look. Yes, I can give her a name. Can you? Joe Starleaf. Hearing this sharp rhetorical question from Qi Yan, her heart missed half a beat, also subconsciously looking towards Qiao Rongchuan's back. Flashes of him kissing himself when he was drunk flashed through his mind. It was the beginning of a kind of muddle between them that Qiao Xing Ye had wanted to ignore and forget. But now that Qi Yan had asked this question, she suddenly wanted to know Qiao Rongchuan's answer as well. A name? Can he give himself? Chapter 79. People wrapped their little feet. You were wrapped your little brain. The atmosphere in the office at the moment was terribly cold. Qiao Xingye looked at Qiao Rongchuan's back without a word. The two men were looking at each other, and there was ice in the bottom of their eyes. Qi Yan looked at Qiao Rongchuan with eyes that grew a little sharper. Do you know what kind of person she is? Are you okay with all her messed up behavior? The phrase chaotic behavior fell. If this were normal, Qiao Xingye would have given Qi Yan 2 blows, but at the moment, she was just looking at Qiao Rongchuan's back. After all, such topics are not easily brought up in normal times. Now that I mention it. Then she got an answer at this point too. What is her chaotic behavior? Qiao Rongchuan opened his mouth grimly. Kiran, you're not the only man she's with. There's me as her fiancé. You don't mind? So you mind? Kiran. It was Qi Yan's turn to be silent. Do you mind? Sure. Mind. He couldn't wait to beat up Qiao Xingye, and he couldn't wait to break the men around her into pieces. I don't know why, but all this clearly has nothing to do with him, as Qiao Xingye said, nor should it be something he cares about. But now, he even hated to break Qiao Rongchuan into pieces, and when Qiao Rongchuan saw that Qi Yan didn't say anything, the bottom of his eyes became a little more chilly. Do you mind? Kiran. Still. Silence. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. There's one lying in the hospital that cares, and here's one that minds the past. Kiran, you are so greedy. Kiran breathed, drawing tight again. Apparently, he didn't expect the man to be sarcastic in return. What does he mean? Is it because he doesn't mind that Qiao Xingye has so many men? Don't mind. That equals. Don't care? As he thought so, Qi Yan subconsciously glanced at Qiao Xingye one more time. Just as Qi Yan was about to say something else, Qiao Xingye said to Qiao Rongchuan, wait for me here for a moment. We're going to fondue later? Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. I gave you permission to eat hot pot? Joe Starleaf. Well, she could kind of see that as long as this ancestor was around, she would never want to eat hot pot in her life. So you'll wait here for a bit and you'll take me out to eat later? That'll do, won't it? Qiao Rongchuan didn't say anything and walked directly to one side of the sofa to sit down. Qiao Xingye walks towards Qi Yan, who has a bad look on his face. Qi Yan sees these two getting along so well. At the moment his face was cloudy as hell. Qiao Xingye came to him. Let's go. I'll send Qi Xiao down? The phrase Qi Xiao. The tone was all about her detachment from him, and Qi Yan gave her an icy look. With just one glance, he landed his eyes on Qiao Rongchuan on the sofa. Qiao Xingye bristled. What? You still have legs and arms to keep limping now? When these words came out, Qi Yan's face was even more mountainous. But after seeing the cold thing pinned on Qiao Rongchuan's waist, he finally turned around in anger and left directly. In a place like Harbor City, that man carries a gun with him? What the hell is he? Anger and doubt were constantly intertwined in Qi Yan's mind. Qiao Xingye sent him downstairs. Kiran looked at her, moving his lips to say something, those questioning words that, eventually it was all swallowed back. Finally said, you break it off with all those men and I'll marry you. This, he said firmly. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. You married me? Why? Don't say. Now Qi Yan this attitude, but also really will her to get some not quite understand. Kiran was already irritated. Now that she heard Qiao Xingye's words, she was even more enraged. What's with all the whys? You are meant to be my fiancé, and I am fulfilling my duty by marrying you. Joe Starleaf. Fulfillment of responsibilities? Qiao Xingye couldn't help but hiss in his heart. Qi Yan. Women in the old world wrapped their little feet. Are you wrapping your cerebellum now? Kiran. At that, the brain buzzed. Joe Xingye. He, furious. Wasn't that what she wanted? Wasn't all this time to force him to bow down? However she is now. It's not a farce. Qi Yan, once again, was sure that Qiao Xingye was not making a scene. You've got it all figured out. There's no way those men are going to marry you. Do you want to keep living in such depravity? I'm depraved. At least I'm alive. You'd better worry about whether Liang Yuton's sickly child can survive. What a cerebellum wrapped too tightly to unwrap. Qiao Xingye dropped his words and turned around. Thinking of something, she added, and, I'm not gonna marry you. You're not exactly what I want either. Is that clear enough? Is that clear enough? If the man can't understand it, then the man's brain must be wrapped too tightly. Qi Yan looked at her back, trembling with anger. Zhang Yuan came behind Qi Yan. Sir, Qi Yan is breathing heavily. You say, could it be that she wants to marry the owner of that Hearingland forest dwelling? Zhang Yuan. This, people are living over there. so it shouldn't be a problem if you marry, right? After all, living in that place. Qiao Xingye even took the first step that not many women could take. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, Qi Yan continued, the owner of Hearing Lan Lin residence can look at her? Although Qiao Xingye was the real daughter of the Liang family, but listening to the owner behind Lan Linju, Qi Yan intuited that the identity would not be too simple. Who would that be? Could it be the man who was just in Qiao Xingye's office? How many thoughts were constantly intertwined, making Qi Yan's mind completely confused. Zhang Yuan, I'd better send you back to change your clothes first. It's soaking wet and it stinks. How grumpy is this Miss Zhou? Qiao Xingye's side returned to the office. Yang Tingting saw her and hurriedly came forward. Boss, I poured a cup of coffee in. Aha. Qiao Xingye nodded and directly raised his steps into the office. Yang Tingting, on the other hand, was standing curiously at the door with a few of her co-workers. The man who went in just now was so handsome. He was even more handsome than Qi Xiao. The aura on your body is also strong. Qiao Xingye entered the office. He saw that Xiao Rongchuan was sipping his coffee, and there was a hint of dislike in his brows. Apparently the flavor of the coffee was not pure enough. At the sound of movement, the man glanced up at her. The depth of those eyes, like a deep, dark pool. Xiao Xingye felt like he was about to be sucked in. She stepped forward, lowered her head to stand in front of Xiao Rongchuan, and softly called out, "Brother." Xiao Rongchuan put down the coffee cup in his hand and yanked her into his arms. Outside, Tina Yang and a couple of office workers, through a crack in the ruffled window, he saw Qiao Xingye fall into the man's arms. All fell back on their heels. Sure. The boss dumped Kishore because of this man. But this man is really handsome. Not just any handsome. And that Kishore. I can't believe I like a sick kid. It's a good thing their boss has such a great spare tire. Otherwise it's a real pain in the ass. Now that it's better, they all feel free. Kishore or whatever. Let's leave it to that sick bastard. Their boss deserves better. In the office, Qiao Xingye was scared and hugged Xiao Rongchuan's neck. Her eyes were aggravated. What are you doing? How many times has this been said? She's grown up. Moreover, Xiao Rongchuan didn't remember that night, which made Qiao Xingye annoyed. He's going to marry you? He believes it even when his brain is wrapped in words. Qiao Xingye muttered. Chapter 80. The person who was in that car accident had been threatening Liang Yutong. It's the truth. It seemed to her that Qi Yan could still say marry this thing to her today. Purely brain-wrapped. Of course, it wouldn't be bad for too long. And by the time he was confronted with Liang Yutong's, it will get better immediately. Xiao Rongchuan's eyes were still deep. What about Xinger? What's wrong with me? Her brain wasn't wrapped up. You can still tell the difference between human words and dog words. Xiao Rongchuan, Xinger, happy? Happy about what? He said to marry you. Zhou Xingye, what's there to be happy about? Xiao Rongchuan, you're engaged to him. Qiao Xingye, engaged. It's really not over. I'm engaged to him because of the Sheng family. That's a bit of an involved story when it comes to this engagement. Anyway, it could be for any number of reasons. Just not the ones rumored by outsiders. Saying something about her liking Qi Yan or something like that. At the mention of the Sheng family, the atmosphere between the two became even more subtle. Qiao Xingye heart weakly lowered her head. She knew that Xiao Rongchuan hated it when he hid anything from him. Back then in the Sheng family matter, even though she was the one who was threatened, he still wanted to clean her up. As expected, a blast of chestnuts hit Qiao Xingye directly on the side of his head. Well, Qiao Xingye grunted out in pain. Xiao Rongchuan, will you dare next time? Don't dare. The next time was the next time. But in front of Xiao Rongchuan absolutely did not dare to have a rebellious mind. Seeing her like this, the depths under Qiao Rongchuan's eyes only faded slightly. Standing up with her in his arms. Come on, let's eat. Zhou Starleaf. This sense of power. He stood up so easily with her in his arms. And in the end, it was the strength of his. Or are you too light? You put me down and I'll walk by myself. This was at least her own studio. How bad would it be to be carried out like this? Xiao Rongchuan lowered his head and looked at her with eyes that were once again deep. I can't see anyone? See? Yeah, that's not the way to see it, is it? Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to react again, Xiao Rongchuan directly hugged her and left the door. Lu Ling came up. Just wait at the elevator. Seeing Xiao Rongchuan come out with Qiao Xingye in his arms, the entire office's breath stood still. This is a turnaround. Lu Ling respectfully stepped forward. Sir. Xiao Rongchuan swept his eyes over the large office and dropped. Order them lunch at Crab Court. The crowd sniffed and their eyes lit up once again. The future boss's father is rich and generous. This definitely needs to be turned around to deserve this generosity of his own. The mind is on the boss and the person is generous. Isn't this too much better than that Kishore who has someone in his heart? Qiao Xingye was carried to the car by Xiao Rongchuan, and the entire time she buried her head at his chest. Don't dare show your face. As soon as she got in the car, she immediately rolled to the side. Brother, what's this? Qiao Xing Ye stammered, completely speechless at the moment. She grew up and, it's really grown up. It's okay to cuddle at home, but also in public. What about me? Meeting the panic in her eyes, the corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. Qiao Xingye, if this gets out, it's easy to create misunderstandings. Even though you gave me a bath when I was a kid, it's not the same now. You'll have a life of your own in the future, and so will I. So that if our future significant others find out we're this old, it's bound to be upsetting if we still get along like that. I don't know which sentence pissed off Qiao Rongchuan, and the curve of his mouth went down and the eyes seemed a little colder too. Faced with such a change in Qiao Rongchuan, Qiao Xingye felt a little furtive in her heart. Next moment, she was then scooped up into Qiao Rongchuan's lap. Joe Starleaf, did you just say that for nothing? Or was he, like Qi Yan, so wrapped up in his brain that he couldn't understand what he was saying at all? At this moment, Qiao Xingye couldn't even help but begin to doubt himself as well. If this was some kind of Martian language being spoken, Qi Yan couldn't understand, and neither could Qiao Rongchuan. LOL, it can be so bald. Chin, pinched by the man's bony fingers. You're in love? Love? That's a bit of a jump in the conversation, isn't it? I'm just getting my relationship with Qi Yan out of the way. What's the point of being in love? Even if you have that heart, it's not that fast, and besides, thinking of something, Qiao Xingye glanced at Qiao Rongchuan, and those words that were on the edge of her mouth, she swallowed back, and then added, but it's only a matter of time. As he said this, Qiao Xingye felt stuffy inside. The bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes flashed even more with a trace of imperceptible gloom. He let go of Zhou Xingye. Qiao Xingye got free and hurriedly escaped to the other side to sit down. But Qiao Rongchuan didn't say anything else, but he looked out the window and wondered what he was thinking. He didn't speak, and he exuded an aura of intimidation all over his body, which made even Qiao Xingye not dare to open his mouth easily. Finally, Qiao Rongchuan took her to the restaurant, which was still light, but the flavor was okay. During that time, the breath on his body did not diminish. Qiao Xingye peeked at him several times. Brother, why are you angry? After thinking about it all the way, Qiao Xingye didn't think of anything at all and simply asked Qiao Rongchuan directly. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow at her. Eat your food, Joe Starleaf. No, what's this all about? As she thought about it, she didn't seem to have said anything, much less anything misbehaving. Why are you suddenly angry? This meal, eat Qiao Xingye, heart more or less trembling. This side of the car, Qi Yan had already changed his clothes, and Jiang Yuan subconsciously asked, Sir, do you want to go to the hospital to have your leg looked at? When he came out of the hospital, his legs were a bit unnatural when he walked, and Jiang Yuan was worried that something might be wrong. As soon as these words came out, the air in the entire compartment, as a result, went cold. Jiang Yuan added, also, Mrs. Liang's side said that Miss Liang started chemotherapy, and she's in a lot of pain. Been clamoring to see you. At the moment Qi Yan's mind was full of Qiao Xingye and that man, especially thinking about the other guns on that man's waist. Suddenly, Qi Yan had a voice in his heart that could not delay the matter with Qiao Xingye any longer. But Qiao Xingye's attitude towards herself, could it be that she really never moved her heart towards him in these 2 years? At the heart, the more it choked. Sir, Jiang Yuan, who was driving in front, saw that no matter what he said, Qiao Rongchuan's side did not react. 2 consecutive shouts. Qi Yan snapped back. To the hospital. Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded. Hospital side. After Liang Yutong was given special treatment, she was slightly better and her face improved. But after all, it's a sick body, which is naturally not comparable to a well body. Lu Suyun, you take a good rest first. I'll go make a call. They still have to think of something on their side about Yanli and Jin Yang. On Qiao Xingye's body, Lu Suyun had an intuition that he couldn't think of anything at all on her. Thinking of Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun, in this heart, couldn't help but feel a gust of suffocation. Liang Yutong nodded her head obediently. Go ahead, Mom. I can do it myself. Seeing Liang Yutong being so understanding, Lu Suyun felt even worse in her heart, took the phone and went out to make a call. When Liang Yutong was left alone, her phone also rang, and at a glance, it's that number again. She hated to pull the plug, but didn't dare, eventually picking up. Hello, and you hit me with $100,000? Over there? Anger was evident in the man's thick voice. Chapter 81. What are those partners afraid of? They don't dare to terminate her contract? Liang Yutong was no better, and her entire mind had been controlled by anger. She roared into the phone. Do you think $100,000 is a small amount? Where am I going to get you $1 million? 100. 000. That's quite a lot already. After all, it's been a long time since they've had a clean relationship, and now this one's pestering. Liang Yutong was already not feeling well, and now she was being threatened in such a burst. She can't even recuperate in peace with this recuperation. I don't care. I want $1 million. If you don't give me $1 million, I'll just go and ask Qiao Xing Ye for it, and I'm sure she'll be willing to give me the money. Liang Yutong, hearing the other party say that they were going to find Qiao Xingye, her heart instantly felt as if it was blocked with a piece of cotton, choking and uncomfortable. Ms. Liang, if I wasn't desperate, I really had no choice. If you can't help it, can I? I'm sick. 3 types of cancer. I'm dying. And to be threatened by you? Liang Yutong couldn't help but growl out. Originally, she came back from abroad because she wanted to properly recuperate under the Liang family's protection. She wanted to be in the Liang family, wanted to be where there was Qi Yan. This phone call, however, shattered all her serenity. It's hard enough that I'm sick, and you have to threaten me. Her voice trailed off after the angry roar. For a moment, pity penetrated straight through the waves of electricity and passed directly to the man on the other side of the phone for threatening her. On the phone, there was silence. Liang Yutong continued, I'm losing my life. Do you think I care about the faults I've had? Pity, and the hopelessness of the past. If this fell on other people, they would probably feel pity for Liang Yutong. How could that man across the street, however, have such emotions? In just an instant, the man over there said, in that case, then with the rest of Miss Liang's life, help me trade for $1 million. You. Instantly, Liang Yutong's pupils tightened. She was in complete disbelief that the man across from her could be so cold-blooded and heartless. I need money too much, the man said in a cold tone, which completely shattered the fluke in Liang Yutong's heart. She had used this trick on the Liangs almost 100 times, yet this time, it failed? She can't believe it. You're going to force me to die? When you die, the Liang family will still be able to buy a very nice cemetery for you, and they need money to heal. Liang Yutong, you're an asshole. A roar of rage that resounded throughout the entire ward. At this moment Liang Yutong had the heart to kill the other party. Qi Yan side has arrived at the hospital, just out of the elevator. I saw Lu Suyun answering the phone, only to hear her roar angrily to the other side, making me sign a document to sever my relationship? Qiao Xing Ye, why are you so cruel? She actually came for real. Lu Suyun was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Originally said something like breaking off the relationship. Qiao Xing Ye just talk. I didn't expect her to come for real. Qiao Xing Ye on the phone. The lawyer has brought the documents to the hospital to find you. Her tone was cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. At this moment, Lu Suyun couldn't even hear half of her lingering love for the Liang family in her tone. 2 years. How could she, a mom, have never stepped into the depths of Qiao Xingye's heart? It choked her even more inside. What do you think you are? Now that you've severed ties with the Liang family? Even if those men are protecting you now, so what? Now when there's freshness they go along with you and protect you, and when the freshness wears off, you don't match their status, you'll only be left behind. Suddenly the mother-daughter relationship had come to this point. Lu Suyun had a kind of unexplained panic in her heart. Surprisingly, she didn't want to break off her relationship with Qiao Xing Ye. Qiao Xing Ye, whether I'll be abandoned or not isn't your concern. You'd better be a good boy and sign the papers. After saying that, Qiao Xingye on the other side of the phone directly hung up, especially the last one. There was a clear threat in her tone. This even made Lu Suyun's brain dizzy with anger. When she saw Qi Yan, she was even more pained. Yan. Qi Yan stepped forward. Qiao Xingye's phone? Lu Suyun nodded. Yes, to cut ties with us. Saying that in a moment that document still needs to be signed by old Liang. What the hell do you think she's making a scene about? It had to be an untenable situation. Lu Suyun at this moment had a strong opinion of Qiao Xingye. It seemed to her that they had enough on their minds right now. Why can't Qiao Xingye behave? Or is it because of that studio that makes $7 million a year? If that's what she thinks, then she's really ratty. Opening doors for business is all about luck. And just because she was able to make $7 million last year doesn't mean she can this year. Make a $7 million profit and make a stink about cutting ties with them. So made. She would like to see how long Qiao Xingye can make this time. That's just it. Let her make a scene. Lu Suyun didn't want to talk about Qiao Xingye anymore. If you want to break it, break it. Just thinking about the result that I just got from contacting Yanli and Jin Yang's assistant over there. Lu Suyun's already bad face was even more furious when she thought of the result she got now. Liang Jintao came over. Seeing both Lu Suyun and Qi Yan were serious. What happened again? Seeing Liang Jinzhao arrive. Lu Suyun, what else could it be? Qiao Xingye just called me and told me to break it off and asked me to sign the paperwork. It's been 2 years and she basically doesn't offer to call herself. This unsolicited phone call turned out to be about breaking it off. Liang Jinzhao sniffed and his face sank. She's made it to this point? Break it off. And she's serious about it? I thought she was just talking about it before, and that it would be okay when the anger subsided. That anger of hers wasn't going to go away. Lu Suyun sighed again, looking at Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao. How's that studio of hers coming along? When will it be closed? Kiran. Liang Jinzhao. It's okay not to talk about shutting down Qiao Xing Ye's studio. Talking about shutting down her studio. Both of their faces sank. Apparently, they had underestimated Qiao Xing Ye this time. It's amazing that she was able to get that studio up and running, and that she has a knack for keeping it. Thinking about the responses given by those who work with Zhou Starleaf, Liang Jinzhao and Qi Yan's faces grew worse and worse. She can't shut down that studio. Those collaborators are on her side. Lu Suyun, what? Anyway, that's it. Don't pull her studio rip. Speaking about this matter of shutting down Qiao Xing Ye's studio, Liang Jinzhao felt that his face did not look good. After this incident at Qiao Xing Ye's studio, they also realized that today, in Hong Kong City, just how many people did not regard their Liang family in their eyes. Not only the Liang family, but also the Qi family. Qi Yan is also in the name of QI this time. Wanted to directly cut off all cooperation from Qiao Xing Ye that studio. As it turns out, so far, none of the companies have bought in. Alright, let's go see Yutong first. Liang Jinzhao didn't want to say any more and took the lead to raise his steps towards Liang Yutong's hospital room. Qi Yan looked at Lu Suyun, moved his lips, and ultimately said nothing. Directly followed Liang Jinzhao's footsteps. Lu Suyun was furious and stomped her feet in place, chasing after Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao's footsteps together. Ward. Liang Yutong is still on the phone. The moment Liang Jinzhao opened the door, he heard Liang Yutong roar into the phone. Okay, then we'll all go to jail together. Liang Jinzhao, Qi Yan, who was following him, also heard this violent roar from Liang Yutong. Lu Suyun also heard from. Chapter 82. Her appearance of listening to the wall made Xiao Rongchuan laugh. Ward. Liang Yutong looked at the three people standing in the doorway, and her entire body was dumbfounded. Faces looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Qiao Xingye's voice broke the calm. Is this old lady Zhang important to him? I've made 2 trips here. It's pretty important. Lu Ling's voice came. Qiao Xingye just didn't want to come here, especially since going to that old lady's ward would also involve passing by Liang Yutong's ward. Seeing Qi Yan, Liang Jinzhao, and Lu Suyun all standing in the hospital room, all 3 men stood as if they were stumps. It was like being struck by lightning. Qiao Xingye looked at Lu Ling, who also looked at the 3, and in the end, Qiao Xingye didn't say anything. Fast pass. She didn't want to come back to this hellhole for a moment longer. Directly after passing through, Qiao Xingye asked Lu Ling quietly, "What's wrong with them? Struck by lightning?" Lu Ling, there's no thunder indoors. Is there? I think it's scared. Scared by Liang Yutong? There was only Liang Yutong in that ward, but no one else. Liang Yutong is going to be sick and die, and she can still scare these 3 people? Lu Ling, I should have heard something I shouldn't have. Those guys really did look like they were blown away because they heard something unimaginable. Zhou Starleaf. Hearing what shouldn't be heard. Flashes of Liang Yutong irritating herself and wanting to get herself out of Hong Kong City as soon as possible flashed through her mind. When he looked at Lu Ling again, Qiao Xingye's gaze was significantly deeper. Lu Ling, miss? Qiao Xingye, go and check. Did something happen to Liang Yutong? Liang Yutong suddenly saw herself and said those words. Qiao Xingye felt more and more that it was because she was trying to hide something. Lu Ling nodded. Okay. The 2 men stepped a little faster. When they came over after visiting old lady Zhang again, Liang Yutong's ward was closed, and the 3 men were gone. Something came faintly from the ward. What exactly was being said was inaudible. Miss, you. Just when Lu Ling thought that Qiao Xingye was going to pass through as quickly as he did just now, Qiao Xingye, however, carefully peeled himself against the door. Hearing Lu Ling call her in a low voice, Qiao Xingye hurriedly gave him a silent gesture. Lu Ling, when did Miss learn to listen to corners? Qiao Xingye pressed his ear against the door. Though listening to the wall was not a virtue, but she's lost all her virtue over the years. So what does she care about virtue? The way the men had just stood frozen in the doorway. Obviously it was just like what Lu Ling had said. Those few people seemed to have heard something they shouldn't have. Unsurprisingly, a few people were supposed to be talking about that, and she listened to what it was. What if, because of that? Thinking so, Qiao Xingye listened with more vigor. The way she was carefully picking at the door. Lu Ling somehow ghosted a picture, then sent it to Qiao Rongchuan. At the moment Qiao Rongchuan is with Hell. Hall handed him a glass of red wine, and saw the corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth raise in a doting smile. Unsure, He looked toward his cell phone. What are you looking at? However, the next moment, Qiao Rongchuan put away his cell phone. Hull, Yanni, I should be looking at my sister. Just ask who else in this world has that ability to make Qiao Rongchuan smile so favorably? Qiao Rongchuan directly passed a look to Yanli, who said, come on, I won't talk about it. I have a sister too. He could sort of see that Qiao Rongchuan was defending his sovereignty against Qiao Xingye. That wasn't a general defense of sovereignty. Both watched Qiao Xingye grow up, and Qiao Xingye called him brother every time. As a result, because of such a title, Qiao Rongchuan was not happy with him. It makes it sound like someone is trying to steal his sister from him. Who doesn't have a sister anymore? Qiao Rongchuan, you have the balls to bring your sister out? Yannick. As soon as he heard that, he just stopped answering. Just that man-child. Bring out. This does not know also thought he Yanli is the same. It's been misunderstood that way before. Really? They're both sisters. Why is your sister different from someone else's? People's sisters wear dresses and have long hair and dress up super cute. His sister. She cuts her hair short and joins the army. Strong as an ox. Okay, my sister can't bring it out. Okay? Your sister is the only one who looks good. But one has to admit, that little thing, Qiao Xing Ye, is really good looking. Especially in the years since I left F. That skin is as good as an egg. Qiao Rongchuan was satisfied and once again looked at the photo sent by Lu Ling in his phone. Messaged Lu Ling back. What's she doing? Lu Ling, listen to the wall. Qiao Rongchuan looked puzzled. Listen to who? From the Liang family. Qiao Rongchuan, where did you learn that? If she wants to know something, can't her side get the information to her? As for picking the door? Hospital side. The atmosphere in the hospital room at the moment was a bit tense. A few people, just like this, looked at her, and Lian Yutong's heart went straight to her throat. He also had no idea how much the men had actually heard or what they were thinking at the moment, but looking at their faces, it was obvious that they suspected something, especially Qi Yan, who has already heard it once, and now again. At this moment, Liang Yutong really had the heart to tear that person apart. Taking a deep breath, you guys, what are you looking at me like that for? With soft and sticky words, Lu Suyun took a step forward. Just as she was about to say something, Kiran was the first to speak. That scam again? His tone was too deep. This made Liang Yutong's heart, once again, tense up. She tried to nod her head, but when she met Kiran's deep eyes, for a moment she didn't know what to nod. Or should I shake my head? But she knew that she couldn't shake her head, and once she did, she didn't even know where to explain, eventually nodding his head. Liang Jinzhao frowned. Fraudulent call? Then why are you so angry? Just hang up the phone straight away. Liang Yutong, I also want to hang up, but the other party has been pestering me this. What's this? She didn't know how to go on with the latter words, and that one has come back. Now this is just the beginning. Face, getting whiter and whiter. Lu Suyun saw that her face didn't look right and hurriedly stepped forward. Alright, it's just a scam call. What's there to ask? She took Liang Yutong's hand. In the future, you have to receive fewer calls like this, okay? Even if you do, hang up immediately. Don't fight each other hard. Those poor and vicious people. If you curse with him, if you make the other person angry, in case those people get vengeful, after all, they're in the dark. Liang Yutong nodded her head obediently. Got it, Mom. I'll just hang up when I get this kind of call in the future. When she heard this, Liang Yutong should have breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the next moment, I only heard Lu Suyun come back with, by the way, I saw your card go out for $100,000. What did you do with it? Liang Yutong's heart, which had just fallen, once again tensed. Chapter 83, so good? The words came out. Liang Yutong's heart trembled once again. That money was just cheated. Lu Suyun, what? You, tricked? A deepness crossed Qi Yan's eyes, and no one could see what he was thinking at the moment. On the contrary, Liang Jinzhao did not have the slightest doubt. I only heard him laugh. Tricked? Ha? No wonder you got into a fight with the other guy just now, and send the other guy to jail? Liang Yutong's heart was beating fast, and she nodded her head carelessly. Yes, cheating me out of 100,000. I'm angry. Lu Suyun was also relieved to hear that she was just being lied to. It's only $100,000. No need to argue with the other side. Liang Jinzhao also dotingly rubbed the top of Liang Yutong's hair. Yes, just being tricked. Next time don't answer these nonsense calls. With this look, it was obvious that both Liang Jinzhao and Lu Suyun believed Liang Yutong. On the contrary, Qi Yan, the depths of his eyes remained still. Liang Yutong sensed something was wrong and looked at him. Yan, what's wrong with you? His eyes were too deep. This made Liang Yutong momentarily unable to tell whether he believed in himself or not. Qi Yan shook his head. It's nothing. There's something else on my side. I'll leave first. Call if anything happens. Oh, Good. Liang Yutong nodded her head. At the moment she didn't dare to say anything, much less face Qi Yan. It wouldn't be a good time to spill the beans. Outside the ward, Qiao Xing Ye saw that Qi Yan was leaving and didn't continue to listen, hurriedly taking Lu Ling with him to slip away. Yet Qi Yan came out of the hospital room and saw her anyway. He followed in stride. The three of them entered the elevator together, and when he saw that she was followed by Lu Ling by her side at the moment, Qi Yan's face looked even worse. Several men a day switching. This ing woman. The elevator arrived quickly, and with a ding the doors opened and Qiao Xingye and Lu Ling walked together. However, a force came from her wrist, and Qiao Xingye turned back to Qi Yan. Her tone cold. Let go. Qi Yan, you really want to cut ties with the Liang family? Before that, it was always assumed that she was messing around. Also think a lot of things she just talks about. But now it seems that this woman is not at all as simple as she says. She actually asked her lawyer to send documents to Lu Suyun, and when it was too late, the lawyer had already come over. Seeing Qiao Xingye, she respectfully stepped forward. Miss, go ahead and get things cleaned up. This is good. For Qi Yan do not need to say more. This is already the most direct answer. The lawyers are here. How can this be fake? Qi Yan took Qiao Xingye's wrist and heaved. Why? Because of Yuetong? Qiao Xingye, that bucket of water today. It hasn't cleared your head yet, has it? Still here asking why. Does she need to give him half a word of explanation for her why or what? Kiran. When he heard her mention the bucket of water, his face went straight to a grimace. This damn woman. What is it with this temper? What do those men think of her? Kiran wanted to say something else. However, a force came from his wrist. It was Lu Ling who took hold of his wrist, and with a slight effort he just let Qian feel like his wrist was going to be crushed. Kishore, let go. Kiran looked at him with a face full of anger. Qiao Xingye, what? Still want to fight? Seeing that Qi Yan still wouldn't let go, there was a hint of gloom in Qiao Xingye's tone. Qi Yan's face darkened even more. In the end, he let go of Qiao Xingye's hand, and Qiao Xingye got free and took Lu Ling with him, looking at her back as she left, so determined and cold, as if there was no room to turn back. Suddenly, a piece of Qi Yan's heart was empty. Qiao Xingye's side said to Lu Ling, $100,000 went out on Liang Yutong's account. Find out where this money is going. The Liang family members all believed Liang Yutong's words. What with being lied to, Qiao Xingye would never believe it anyway. Lu Ling nodded. Yes, check. Naturally. Evening. Qiao Xingye returned to Hearing Lanlin residence. Qiao Rongchuan hadn't returned, and after Lu Ling sent her back, rushed straight over there. The table was still filled with her favorites from her time in F. But midway through the meal, Qiao Rongchuan's phone call came, and this time, without waiting for the housekeeper to answer it, Jia Xingyi went ahead and picked it up. Don't you say that. I've got a full stomach and I've only had one bowl, making it seem like she's a child and he has to worry about how much she eats. I don't know whether this Qiao Rongchuan's heart is tired or not. Don't get your heart tired by then and say that she's not grown up enough to be independent and that he has to worry about her. That's not a pot she wants to take. Qiao Rongchuan, so good? The warm tone of his voice carried the unique doting on Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye, when I can't eat. Naturally, I don't eat. Will you stop worrying so much? With you, it's impossible not to worry, Qiao Rongchuan said. Qiao Xingye directly stopped talking. Well, yes, it's not okay to not worry about yourself. And since he likes to worry so much, then he'll worry about it. When are you coming back? Have you been drinking? Qiao Xingye's voice was obviously much gentler as well. Qiao Rongchuan, there's about 2 hours left to get home. I've had a little bit of wine, so don't wait up for me. Go to sleep first by yourself. Got it. Hang up. Qiao Xingye once again returned to the dining room, asking her not to eat more. That was impossible. She wanted to eat. The housekeeper couldn't help but sweat a little when he saw Qiao Xingye eat 2 more bowls. A good appetite is actually a blessing. Just after dinner, Qiao Xingye went to the yard to cool off. When Qi Yan's phone call came, when she received the call, Qiao Xingye hated to hang up the phone. What for? What the hell are you doing? It's over, isn't it? On the phone, Qiao Xingye now disliked Qi Yan as much as he wanted to, always disliking him for being annoying. Qi Yan's breathing became even more rapid when he heard this tone of hers. Who is the owner of Hearing Lan Lin residence? Zhou Xingye. What for? Ask him. I'll buy whatever he wants. Zhou Starleaf. Hearing Qi Yan's eager tone, it must be the hospital that Liang Yutong said something again, right? Get. When it came to Liang Yutong, Qi Yan had always been prone to losing control. He's not going to buy it, so just die. Qi Yan stormed out. Tell me who that master really is. I've heard all about it. That master is 66 years old this year. Qiao Xingye. And you're with a man with his neck buried in the dirt like that? These days Qiao Xingye will be a man for a while. Now who exactly was the owner of the Hearing Lane Forest residence? Qi Yan could not figure it out. Together with Liang Yutong's illness, he simply did not have any extra thinking space. In short, his brain was very messy. Joe Starleaf. Here the 66. She had a feeling that this Qi Yan was more than just her cerebellum being wrapped around her. It's the whole thing wrapped up, isn't it? I want to inherit his legacy, okay? I can't see the old man looking at you. How long do I have to deal with that mess of people in your house? It's good to be an old man. No mom. No dad. No aunts. What a wonderful life. Kiran. Heart attack. Sudden. Chapter 84, The Tiger's Ferociousness. Caught in the act. Qiao Xingye's mouth was simply too powerful, a bit too much. Disliked Qi Yan on the phone. That's the way she is. You say one thing about her and she has 10 things waiting to come back to you. Brain. Very dizzy and headache. Qiao Xingye was still undeterred, and once again added, you'd better go see a doctor. Cerebellum wrapped up like that is also really great. After saying that, without waiting for Qi Yan on the other side of the phone to react, Qiao Xingye directly hung up the phone. This side of Qi Yan. At the moment, people are still on the way to the hospital. Hearing Qiao Xingye say that his cerebellum was wrapped up, he was even more angry and wanted to beat someone to death. Just now Lu Suyun called to say that Liang Yutong sneaked out of the hospital. Kiran pinched his aching brow, his head aching. At this time, Liang Yutong could hardly take half a step away from the hospital. She even sneaked out of the hospital and she really doesn't even want to live. Zhang Yuan. Yes, sir. You say, Joe Starleaf she what? Speaking of Qiao Xingye at the moment, Qi Yan's mind was confused. The faces of those men kept switching in his mind. Which, in the end, is her fixed man? Yan Li, or that, the man who went to see her today? It's messed up. All messed up. Several men suddenly appeared around Qiao Xingye, directly confusing Qi Yan's mind. The hospital arrived quickly. As soon as Qi Yan arrived at the hospital room, he saw Lu Suyun crying for air. You say you, now that this body is like this, how dare you go out? Do you really want to die? Liang Yutong, I'm sorry mom, for making you worry. What do you think would happen if something happened? It's hard for you to walk now. When she found Liang Yutong, she was sitting on the edge of the green belt, unable to catch her breath. Liang Yutong looked at Lu Suyun like this and moved her lips to say something. Yet at the moment she couldn't say a word. She was going after the man. She was going to kill the bastard. But she didn't realize her body, now, had become like this. Lu Suyun saw Qi Yan return. Yan, persuade Yutong. Tell her to stop messing around. It really scared me today. Liang Yutong's body is like this now. And the one who is most upset in her heart is Lu Suyun. Kiran nodded. Lu Suyun stood up, looked at Liang Yutong and said, you and Yan have a nice talk. I'll go ahead and have food prepared for you. These are getting cold. When the food delivery came and realized that Liang Yutong had disappeared, it was a rummaging search. Lu Suyun went out. Just Qi Yan and Liang Yutong were left. Liang Yutong looked at Qi Yan with eyes full of guilt. I'm sorry for making you worry. Qi Yan pulled a chair aside and sat down in front of the hospital bed, sighing, why did you run out? Do you know that Auntie and the others are worried about you now that you're like this? Liang Yutong lowered her head, tears bearing down her face. I really can't stand the smell anymore. Yan, you have no idea how desperate I am to smell this disinfectant. From the moment I stepped into this hospital, it was as if I was cut off from all the sky outside, and I was afraid that I'm afraid I'll never get the sun again. I don't want to be in the hospital. I don't want to. Places like hospitals. Only someone who has been sick and lived in a hospital for a very long time will understand how desperate it is. Liang Yutong is actually having a hard time right now. She didn't want to make things easy for Qiao Xingye, but in reality she wasn't doing well herself. Hearing her talk about the smell of the hospital, Qi Yan's brows tightened. Then you can't just sneak out. But will you guys let me out of the hospital? You guys won't at all. Your body simply won't allow it right now. And even if you were to be discharged, you'd have to do a lot of preparation, like getting the medical team all up to speed, and all those instruments and whatnot that need to be used. Bring it all along too. Anytime you want to check, you need to be able to check on it, not the way it is now. This was why Qi Yan had always wanted to buy the Hearing Lane Forest residence. Liang Yutong now had almost 20 people on her medical team alone. Hearing that Mission Woods residence is big enough for people to go and stay there, there's also those instruments that can be partitioned out in a special medical room. So will I ever get out of the hospital in my life? Will I just die in the hospital? Shut up. As soon as he heard the word death, Qi Yan directly chided in a low voice. Liang Yutong, she really shut up. At this moment, she looked at Qi Yan with tears in her eyes, and Qi Yan was even more worried when he looked at her like this. Sighing, he reached out and rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair, resulting in several strands in his hand. Liang Yutong saw it too. Seeing the hair in Qi Yan's hand, She couldn't stop trembling. Yen, Qian, don't worry, when it gets better these hairs will grow back. Is there any chance of it growing back? Yes? In Liang Yutong's opinion, hair is a person's life. Once the hair starts falling out because of the pathology, it also means that life may be coming to an end. I'm really scared. I want to get out of the hospital. I don't want to stay in the hospital, she said in desperation, completely glossing over the truth of why she was out there. Qi Yan also thus stopped asking more questions, looking at Liang Yutong in this desperate, agonized state. Qi Yan sighed and held her in his arms. Okay, out of the hospital. Soon. Yen, I promise I'll let you out of the hospital in a week. Ha? Hearing this figure, Liang Yutong smiled. Really? Well, really. At this moment Qi Yan's tone through his voice, and when Liang Yutong heard this, her heart was finally a little more comfortable. She really doesn't want to be in the hospital. Here, the smell of sterilized water would really bring her endless pain and she was really scared. Zhou Starleaf sighed. Qiao Rongchuan came back, and at the moment the two of them were sitting opposite each other, and Qiao Xingye glanced at him somewhat uncomfortably. Why are you looking at me like that? Qiao Rongchuan was slightly drunk, like the old man? Want to inherit? Zhou Starleaf. When the hell did this guy get back? This shouldn't be heard. It's all over him. So what? Didn't Qi Yan say that the one who listens to Lan Lingju is a 66-year-old man? I'm irritating him here. Just irritating him. Have a mouth to make it clear. Especially in front of Qiao Rongchuan. If she couldn't speak clearly, the one who would ultimately suffer would be herself. Xiao Xingye doesn't want to suffer this. Xiao Rongchuan laughed when he heard her lame explanation and dragged Xiao Xingye into his arms. Warm fingers sharpened her chin. Qi Yan's people can't do it. Now we still haven't figured out who actually owns this hearing Lan Lingju? Xiao Xingye, it's not great. To Qiao Rongchuan's side, she had to say whatever was clear. Not so patient with Qi Yan. Aren't they always so self-righteous? 1 minute we're going to stop her cards. The next minute we're going to cut her off. And make her close the studio later? Then he can find out whatever he wants to know himself. She also didn't expect Qi Yan's investigation to end up with such a result. Chapter 85, worried that she ate too much and came back early. Anyway, now Qiao Xingye felt that it wasn't just Qi Yan's cerebellum that was wrapped up, but those around him as well. Useless as hell. Also 66-year-old man. I really don't know how the hell this information checks out. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for another 2 hours? How come you're back so soon? When I called, I also said that she should put herself to bed early. Xiao Rongchuan, you're getting more and more unrestrained at night now? Qiao Xing Ye? You're so old. And you're not worried about getting fat at night and eating so much. In fact, it was because he was worried that she had eaten herself out of existence that Xiao Rongchuan had rushed back. The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. Is that why you came back? Or what? That's not reason enough? Zhou Starleaf. Enough. Simply too much. Then it's not like I didn't eat much properly before. Xiao Xingye muttered in a small voice. Qiao Rongchuan, huh? No. Nothing. Hurriedly burying her head in the man's chest, she dared not speak again. However, Xiao Rongchuan heard it all, dotingly touching her thin back end. How could he not know that she hadn't eaten properly all these years? Otherwise I wouldn't have been overeating for the past few days and still wanting to eat this and that. Brother. When are we going back to F? This harbor city is so annoying. She doesn't like it here. Xiao Rongchuan, there's still a few things to take care of. So if you find them annoying, just let Lu Ling take care of it. The latter one let Lu Ling handle it. And the gentleness in the man's tone dispersed quite a bit. The little girl he held in his hands and grew up, was bullied by them so, For the next few days, Qiao Xingye has been busy with the studio, and Lu Suyun has been avoiding lawyers. That day went to the hospital. Lu Suyun gave a direct hiding, so did not sign the agreement to break the marriage. I don't know what the hell these guys are hiding, but Lu Ling checking on where Liang Yutong's $100,000 when has already made an appearance. Third morning, when Qiao Xingye got up, a message was sent on his cell phone. I'll be discharged from the hospital in 4 days. Zhou Starleaf. Liang Yutong sent it. It was an unfamiliar number. I was posting yesterday and the day before and kept reminding myself when she was getting out of the hospital. Zhao Xingye thought it was kind of funny. What did she have to do with herself when she got out of the hospital? Yesterday's number had been blacked out and today she changed to another number. I don't know where the hell these people find so many numbers. In short, when they contacted one, Qiao Xingye's side would pull the plug on the other. She just couldn't believe it and pulled the plug. She thought about changing her number, but come to think of it, with all these people trying to annoy her so much, this would probably come straight to her and annoy her if she did change her number. She wasn't in the mood to deal with that, and she didn't have the strength to beat them up. It's not like yesterday. Today, Liang Yutong added, I'll be staying at the Hearingland Forest residence directly after I'm discharged from the hospital. I heard Yen say before that you like to watch the sunrise too. Showing off. Barely showing off. It's still a confident show-off. Qiao Xing Ye laughed out softly, feeling that this person was drunk. For the first time in her life, she didn't remain silent as she had the previous 2 days. Flying on the screen, he typed down a line, listen to Lanlin residents. You live in to talk about it. Put it here to show off and it will be another joke in time. Liang Yutong, Yan personally promised me that there would be no change in this matter. She said it with conviction, truly believing Qi Yan. Qiao Xing Ye grunted and laughed, then I wish you success. Sent, number blacked out. For these people, Qiao Xing Ye has always been very dry. As soon as they found out that the number was theirs, straight to black. This was also why it was difficult for both the Liang family and Qi Yan to contact Qiao Xing Ye now. Downstairs, Xiao Rongchuan was already sitting at the table. He was instructing the housekeeper. From now on, instruct the kitchen to make smaller portions and not so many. It's good that a young lady has a good appetite. Some of them don't even want to eat in order to stay in shape. Yes, it's unhealthy for her to eat fat and toss her body around. The butler nodded. Yes, the reasoning is really the same. Girls love beauty. There are even times when they go to extremes for the sake of beauty. Xiao Yu used to love to lose weight when she loved beauty, and once she directly starved herself into the hospital. After that, Xiao Rongchuan especially forbade them from overeating. Qiao Xingye sat across from him obediently. Does brother think I'm eating too much now? Xiao Rongchuan, yes. Joe Starleaf. No, that, and he's worried about the family being eaten out of house and home? Forget it. He's doing it for his own good. He's afraid he'll get fat and act like Sister Qiao Yu. Ed myself into the hospital to lose weight. Qiao Xingye picked up the porridge and took a sip. When did you come back last night? 2 past. That late? And have you been in my room? When Xiao Rongchuan heard this, his face gave a lurch, and he couldn't help but cross a flash under his eyes, gazing deep into her eyes. What? Not much. Qiao Xingye shook her head. Maybe she was dreaming. She felt a coldness envelop her as she fell asleep. And being held by that breath. She wanted to struggle, yet her entire body was as if she was in a nightmare, and she couldn't break free at all. Maybe it's a dream. After breakfast, Qiao Xingye left first, and Xiao Rongchuan had to go to the study for a video conference before leaving. It was past 10 o'clock when I came out. Lu Ling stepped forward. Master. Aha. Young Qi has been asking to meet you. And young Pei. Now Qi Yan and Pei Jingyao both want to work with Xiao Rongchuan. Pei Jingyao had at least met Xiao Rongchuan once. And on Qi Yan's side, no one has been seen so far. Although the message had been put out to tell Qi Yan that they were not considering cooperation, Qi Yan clearly would not rest. That woman in the hospital, Liang, has been clamoring to get out of the hospital. Qi Xiao is still investigating the owner behind this hearing Lanlin residence. What do you say? Should we put the message to him so that he will die? Xiao Rongchuan grunted. For that sick kid in the hospital, he clearly has a sense of not dying until he's in the Yellow River. That woman would be worth it even if she died at this point. A hint of playfulness crossed the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Put up any news. Let him slowly check. If he doesn't figure out who owns this place before the woman dies, that would be a real joke. Dead hearts don't use them. It's the anxiety that's the most abrasive. Lu Ling, he already knows that Miss lives here and has been asking Miss who the owner is for the past few days. Caught the owner asking who he was. Like a little cutie. Speaking of Qi Yan asking Qiao Xing Ye, Xiao Rongchuan thought of the 66-year-old a few days ago. I don't know where on earth Qi Yan got the information from. It says the owner of the place is 66 years old. It's a great ability, and I don't know how I've managed to keep QI to this day. Don't bother with him, Xiao Rongchuan said. The most abrasive thing in the world is probably the fact that the other person knows everything, and one doesn't know anything about it. Qi Yan is now because he does not know anything, so this heart will be anxious and demonic chaos. Qiao Xingye just arrived at the studio. Yang Tingting then rushed forward and whispered, Boss, Pei Xiao is here. Qiao Xingye sniffed and raised an eyebrow. Pei Jingyao? Yeah, he came as soon as we got to work. I called you and you didn't answer. Qiao Xingye, the phone is muted. Qi Yan had been calling her for the past few days about hearing about the Lanlin residence. That look was obviously anxious for Liang Yutong to hurry up and get well. If you give Liang Yutong your own house to nurse her illness, then let Liang Yutong wait and die. Enter the office. He saw Pei Jingyao sitting on the sofa. Seeing her come in, Pei Jingyao stood up. The man's figure was straight and lean. It carries an air of reserve. Qiao Xingye subconsciously looked at the ashtray on the coffee table. There was no cigarette but Pei Jingyao stepped forward, smiling and full of enthusiasm, and pulled her arm through. Sister Qiao, it's really a big flood. You said you're actually Master Qiao's sister. Qiao Xingye sniffed and glanced at Pei Jingyao. Pei Jingyao came today because he had already checked out the relationship between Qiao Xingye and Xiao Rongchuan. Chapter 86, Master Qiao is jealous. He didn't realize that Qiao Xingye was Qiao Rongchuan's adopted sister. Meeting Pei Jingyao's gaze full of laughter, Qiao Xingye's mind couldn't help but waver. Subconsciously, she was about to wrench her arm out of the man's grasp. However, Pei Jingyao took out a box and handed it to her. A gift to make amends. Zhou Starleaf. A gift? Glancing at the red velvet box that Pei Jingyao had handed over, the symbol on which where would Zhou Xingye want it? This expensive jewelry, at first glance, is a bribe to her. Mr. Pei, what's going on here? Pei-san was unintelligent before. I'll make amends for you in her place. I've got her locked up now, and she has no way of getting in touch with the outside world right now. You can rest assured that she won't be around to bother you now. Zhou Starleaf. Is this annoying or not? Pei Jingyao shoved the velvet box into her hand. Help me talk to your brother? This partnership is really important to us. In the past few days, Pei Jingyao almost beat Pei-san to death. Before Qiao Rongchuan came to Hong Kong City, they were in good contact on the phone. As a result, because Pei-san stirred up trouble, there is also the relationship between this Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan, which is something Pei Jingyao really didn't expect. The sister that Qiao Rongchuan personally picked up and raised. That's it? That's how bad the guys are? He saw what happened to the Sheng family in Country F. This woman is a total pain in the ass to mess with. This Pei soon. Thinking of this Pei-san, Pei Jingyao hated to just beat her to death. And Qi Yan and the Liang family, Pei Jingyao simply couldn't dare to think about what would happen to them next. In the past few days, just by finding out how much Qiao Rongchuan was protecting this sister, he was in a cold sweat for them. Qiao Xingye shoved the box back into Pei Jingyao's hands. If I say this good thing, you're really screwed. Pei Jingyao's eyelids jumped fiercely. This, Qiao Xingye, Mr. Pei just found out about my relationship with him. Didn't you ever find out that he hates backdoors? Pei Jingyao. This one checks out. He is not thinking. Qiao Xingye, this backdoor will be different. After all, it was the person Qiao Rongchuan held in his heart. But it's true that the partnership between him and I fell apart because of you. Right at my grandfather's birthday party. It was good, but it turned out to be directly yellow because Pei Sun and Qiao Xingye quarreled. I have seen a brother treating his sister well, but Pei Jingyao has really never seen Qiao Rongchuan this kind of sister control. Anyway, it's a hell of a thing. Qiao Xingye, if Mr. Pei says so, then I have nothing to say. Don't. What do you mean there's nothing to say? If Zhou Starleaf has nothing to say, then his cooperation with Qiao Rongchuan would really be over. Qiao Xingye walked straight to the side of the office chair and sat down. Pei Jingyao was on the opposite side of the table, putting the gift box back on the table and pushing it towards Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye sighed. Let me make a call for you then. Pei Jingyao and Pei San are completely different concepts. Pei Jingyao's reputation in Hong Kong City is still good. Qiao Xingye didn't know if Qiao Rongchuan's flip-flopping component was himself or not. But look at Pei Jingyao's posture today. If she doesn't walk this back door, he won't stop. Just like that, Qiao Xingye dialed Qiao Rongchuan's phone in front of Pei Jingyao. The side picked up quickly. Starlet. Brother, what do you think of Pei Jingyao? That person? Qiao Xingye opened the door. When Pei Jingyao heard this, it was his eyebrows that twitched. No, this ancestor asked her to put in a good word for herself. It wasn't for her to discuss her character with Qiao Rongchuan. Forget about it. Just discuss it. He thought of himself as having no fault to pick with his character. However, the fact that Qiao Xingye threw this question to Qiao Rongchuan at this moment still made Pei Jingyao's heart lift. The phone was on speakerphone. The doting in the tone of the man over there to Qiao Xingye, Pei Jingyao heard clearly. Such a Qiao Xingye who was held in the heart of the hand. The Liang family gang even casually trampled on. What the hell to say about them? Pei Jingyao? Why do you ask about him? Qiao Xingye, just asking. Brother, do you think he's a good person? The air on the phone was quiet for a moment. When Qiao Rongchuan's voice sounded again, his tone was clearly a little less right, only to hear him ask in a chilling voice. Starling likes him? Zhou Starleaf. Pei Jingyao. No. This. She just asks herself how she's doing as a human being. If she's a good person. How did Qiao Rongchuan rise to like it? Also, what does he mean by bossy upset in his tone? The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched as well. No. I'm just asking. The family can't manage it. People like that can't be trusted. Put away those thoughts of yours. The tone was noticeably colder. Qiao Xingye, I really didn't like him. I'll pick you up for lunch at noon. Be good and hang up. Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to say anything else, Qiao Rongchuan directly hung up the phone. And Pei Jingyao, who didn't get a definite answer, was confused. Why did he get the feeling that a mountain of rain was coming? Qiao Xingye looked at him. Mr. Pei, heard that? You don't have half a degree of credibility in my brother's heart. So it's because of you after all. It is not because of me. It is because of Pei San. And through Pei San's character, my brother sees a lot of things. Pei Jingyao was even more anxious. Our cooperation has nothing to do with Pei San. Pei San has nothing to do with the company. Qiao Xing Ye, in my brother's mind, if things are not managed well at home, it means no integrity. So this is going to be difficult to work with. Pei Jingyao's entire body was about to explode. The reasoning seems to be the same. That if a person can't even control the people in his family, how can you manage a company that big? This Pei San really want to be angry. It was this Qiao Xing Ye who was now speaking to Qiao Rongchuan with a mouthful of brother. He's heard all about it. After Qiao Xingye returned to the Liang family, do not say to Liang Jinzhao that brother called a brother, even to Mr. Liang and Mrs. Liang, that is not even a mom and dad called, but it's understandable. People, for sure, will befriend those who are good to them. The Liang family's entire mind was on their adopted daughter, and they hadn't been kind to Qiao Xingye, so that, in accordance with the temper of Zhou Starleaf, returning to them in the same manner, it's simply too normal. She grew up in Zhou's house. The Qiao family, what kind of place is that? A dark king who walks the underground army of F country. It's natural for a family like that to be confronted with something out of the ordinary. Living in a pack of wolves, where would you find a white rabbit? Pei Jingyao, the Qiao family, and the Liang family as well? What? Pei Jingyao, you're also just the adopted daughter of the Qiao family, and I've watched them treat you well. How are they treating their own daughters? The moment these words came out, Qiao Xingye's face directly sank. You're using the Qiao family as a comparison to the Liang family? The Liangs are not worthy of it. The Qiao family, and the Liang family, that essential difference can be too big. Liang Ka, the family business is not big, but the heart is not small. Liang Yutong is playing mind games with her, and all the Liang family trusts Liang Yutong, even to the point of driving their own daughters to extinction. How can such people who can't even see the basic issues be the same as the Zhou's? Zhou's heart is in the right place whether pro or protege. The interests and well-being of family members are forever bound together. Pei Jingyao's heart trembled when he saw Qiao Xingye's face sink. I'm sorry. Chapter 87, Proposal Ring? Hell, what's he doing questioning the Zhou's here? Why did Qiao Xingye leave the Qiao family back then? Didn't he find out everything on his side? It's because of the Sheng family, who used Mrs. Qiao and Qiao Rongchuan to threaten Qiao Xingye. She left to buy Qiao Rongchuan a breath of fresh air. How can it be the same as Liang Yutong? That who only wants to dominate the Liang family's interests? The Qiao family also had a daughter who was also very close to Qiao Xingye, and the two had been inseparable since childhood. In short, Qiao Xingye was the baby in Qiao Rongchuan's hand and Qiao Yu's cherished sister, and the Qiao family is the same family that Qiao Xingye is trying so hard to protect. I was wrong. Don't be angry. Pei Jingyao had a bit of a headache. Qiao Xingye grunted. Instead of spending time with me, Mr. Pei, might as well let my brother trust you properly. It's not good for you to think of something. You have to try to go through the back door. Does Zhou's family have a back door? Even if there was, it was sealed to death by Qiao Rongchuan, and no one could leave. Pei Jingyao scratched his head with a headache. But I investigated. Your brother, he loves you. How dare you check our house? Pei Jingyao. Well, in a hurry, all the old money is shaken out. I don't dare to. I'm not trying to figure it out. It's really important to work with your brother. Told you. There's no back door in our house. A mouthful of our family. This is now more for Pei Jingyao to know the difference between the Qiao family and the Liang family. Harbor City is a very busy place these days. Liang Jia and Qi Yan were trying to find a way to shut down this studio of Qiao Xingye, but he knew all about it. This group of people, Pei Jingyao sat and waited for their downfall. He had been looking at Qi Yan with displeasure for a long time. Qi Yan also wants to work with your brother, Pei Jingyao said. Qiao Xingye sniffed and raised an eyebrow at him. Pei Jingyao, I don't mean anything else. I'm just telling you that the mine and the Qiao families, we, the Pei family and the Qi family, are keeping a close eye on it. You can't keep an eye on it, Zhou Starleaf said directly. It's the truth. What Qiao Rongchuan has in his hands is only a matter of his word, and no one should be able to keep an eye on it. Pei Jingyao, that's a little harsh, but true. But if your brother is working with Qi Yan, wouldn't that be a blockage for you? When straight doesn't work, you want to go curvy. Qiao Xingye, even if we cooperate, we can't block my heart. And there was no way Qi Yan would work with Qiao Rongchuan. At this point, Zhao Xingye could still be sure. Then can you show me the way? Now Qiao Rongchuan directly disappeared from him, which made Pei Jingyao is scratching his heart these days. Zhou Xingye, you have no personal issues involved here. It should be the contract you gave him that's the problem. Pei Jingyao, contract? Qiao Xingye nodded. You're different from Qi Yan. You have absolutely no personal component here. Really? What am I lying to you for? Pei Jingyao. Contracts. Contractual issues? Wait. Being told this by Qiao Xingye, Pei Jingyao suddenly remembered one of them. Pei's contract of cooperation with others, that are unified, without any change. Could it be that the one, which was used to restrain the other, displeased Qiao Rongchuan? Think about it. Pei Jingyao slapped his hands together. Oops, what carelessness. Zhou Starleaf. Pei Jingyao, many thanks. I'll let someone handle it now. That. The what? He glanced at Zhou Starleaf, and then he reminded. The connection between Liang Yutong and Qi Yan is not without a reason. Liang Yutong once saved Qi Yan. Don't get involved in this kind of benefactor-to-lover territory. It doesn't work. In return for Qiao Xingye's reminder, Pei Jingyao revealed Qi Yan's old self to her. Although at the moment, Qiao Xingye's attitude towards Qi Yan was tough, and the withdrawal was also her initiative to spread the news. But how many of these girls' hearts can be seen clearly? Anyway, Pei Jingyao reminds Qiao Xingye not to waste time on Qi Yan. Men like that end up getting what they want, barely scraping by in life. It doesn't end up coming together for the rest of your life. Qiao Xingye's eyebrows twitched, not realizing that there was such a layer between Qi Yan and Liang Yutong. Thanks. Pei Jingyao still left the velvet box behind. Go away. You take this gift. It was originally brought to her to give her. Where was the sense in bringing it back? He, Pei Jingyao, had no precedent of taking things back. Pei Jingyao came out of Qiao Xingye's office just in time to bump into Qi Yan, who had come to look for Qiao Xingye. Kiran didn't look too good. Seeing Pei Jingyao come out of Qiao Xingye's office, his brain was even more buzzed. A certain thought, again, came naturally to him. As the two staggered past each other, Qi Yan grabbed Pei Jingyao's wrist. What are you doing here? In his opinion, Qiao Xingye and Pei Jingyao didn't have any interactions. In that case, Pei Jingyao now came to the door to find Qiao Xingye. Because of what? Pei Jingyao looked at Qi Yan with a smile on his lips. What do you think I came for? Looking at Qi Yan's face, he knew that he must have misunderstood. If this were any other person, Pei Jingyao would more or less have to remind him twice. But with Qi Yan, he didn't. Seeing him move and think of Qiao Xingye as that kind of person, he sat back and waited for the scene where Qiao Rongchuan would thwart Qi Yan. Pei Jingyao's carelessness completely enraged Qi Yan. Just before he made his move, Pei Jingyao spoke first. Your hand isn't healed. There seems to be something wrong with the leg as well. Sure you want to fight me? Don't blame me when you can't walk. Not to say this is good. Say this. Qi Yan face anger is even more cannot be suppressed. His hand is fractured and the doctor said this cast will last at least a month. The leg injury isn't serious, but it still hurts a bit, so I walk with a slight limp. What the hell are you doing here looking for her? Qi Yan asked, word for word, gritting his teeth. Pei Jingyao, none of your business. She has told the whole harbor city and you backed out of the marriage. Is it okay if I go after her? Kiran. Anger that instantly built up throughout his chest. Pei Jingyao shook him off and stopped tangling with him. After all, this was Qiao Xingye's territory. If he were to cause any misunderstandings by striking out with Qi Yan here, if it gets to Qiao Rongchuan's side, it will be himself who will suffer. From what Qiao Xingye said, Qiao Rongchuan came to Hong Kong City this time. The Kiss are the ones he kicked out of the game for good. He'll go back and blah 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 the contract on his end first, so there might be hope. Wait to take Qiao Rongchuan's side say. Qi Yan counts for nothing. Put aside this waste of time. Pei Jingyao is gone. Standing in place, Qi Yan was so angry that his brain was spinning. This damn Qiao Xing Ye. What's the deal with her and Pei Jingyao? Pei Jingyao thought of Pei S growing momentum like the sun after he took over Pei S. Yang Tingting tried to stop Qi Yan. However, Qi Yan where she could stop her just because she wanted to. Qiao Xingye said no. But Yang Tingting couldn't stop her and was so angry that she wanted to call the police. The office door was thrown against the wall with a bang. Inside, Qiao Xingye had just opened the velvet box that Pei Jingyao had left behind. A big, shiny diamond ring caught her eye, and before she could think anything else, Kiran then rushed in with a fury. When Qi Yan also saw the ring, his brain instantly froze. Is this from Pei Jingyao? So Pei Jingyao came just now to propose to her? Chapter 88. Do you want the Liang family's melons and jujubes? If you want your brother to snatch them for you. At this moment, Qi Yan's mind went completely blank. His eyes were full of anger as he looked at Qiao Xingye, moving his lips to say something, yet at that moment, instead, he couldn't say a word. Qiao Xingye looked at Qi Yan and then at the large diamond ring in the box. Just now that glance she thought she had misread it. This is really a ring. No, this Pei Jingyao, an apology gift, but it's a proposal gift? Is he too simple to realize what the ring really means? Or is it, like her, a marriage proposal is out of the question? Even the most brain-dead person couldn't give away a ring, could they? So, one can only say that Pei Jingyao's brain is rusty to the point that he doesn't even know the meaning of the ring? Qiao Xing Ye. Kiran roared out angrily. This roar carried all his anger. Qiao Xingye, you're crazy. Why are you yelling? Even if he proposes to me, so what? It's got nothing to do with you. Eardrums almost shattered for her. It is true that the cerebellum is wrapped up in people who have come to the point of being completely unraveled. It wasn't like he didn't know that she and Pei Jingyao almost didn't even cross paths. And to associate it with a marriage proposal. That's a brilliant IQ. Qi Yan breathed in sharply. You? Not bad. So many dependencies behind you. No wonder you dared to withdraw from my marriage. And dare to cut ties with the Liang family. Yeah, it's just so much to fall back on. What's the matter? Getting in the way of you suppressing me? Don't say that Qi Yan and the Liang family were so annoyed right now, but that was really the reason. They used all sorts of tricks, just waiting for Qiao Xingye to miserably beg for mercy on them. And what happened? Begging for mercy didn't wait. Instead, he saw the powerful force behind her. Yes, there is great power behind her. All this time Qi Yan was trying to figure out how to check on her. There's just a mysterious force behind her that's stopping it, and she has so many other men around her. This Qiao Xing Ye, just how much does he not know? At this moment Qi Yan once again realized that Qiao Xingye was never seen clearly. Qiao Xingye stood up and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling windows on one side. Look at the ant-like traffic on the road below. The smile on his face, too, was more sarcastic. Going to suspend my card and shut down my studio? What do you want? To make me unable to pay my rent? Apologize to Liang Yutong. Get down on my knees and beg you. Begging you to open your cards for me. Or begging you not to let me starve to death? Word for word. At this moment, Qiao Xingye's tone was full of sarcasm. Kiran's heart rose and fell. Although these were the things they had been doing before, but now that they were being said so by Qiao Xingye, he actually felt a pang of embarrassment. More like a stifling blockage in the heart. Don't you pull Yutong here? You did it yourself and now you want to drag her along with you? What did I do? As soon as Qi Yan's words were finished, Qiao Xingye asked sarcastically in return once again. At first, I don't think I did anything. Did I? Kiran. Qiao Xingye, in the beginning, you guys didn't know that I owned the house in Jinjiang Sky City. Didn't know I had this studio either. What in the world did I do to provoke you guys back then? To make you all drive yourselves against me? Anger? At the moment Qi Yan was angry, but to Qiao Xingye, his anger at the moment was the same as the Liang family's. It's because they've been working so hard for most of the day that they simply can't keep her down. So they're all angry. Qi Yan's breathing was unsteady. Don't you dare talk about that here. Oh, no more. Ah, then tell me what you're here for now? Kiran, what are you doing here? He gave it a moment's thought. This damn woman. She's got this knack of always being there for special times. Will you be so angry that you forget everything? Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. It's because you came to hear about Lanlin residence, isn't it? Speaking of that place, Qi Yan's heart shook hard again. Indeed, he came here for that place. He promised Liang Yutong that he would be discharged within a week, and it's still moving to the Hearing Lane Forest House. He told her that he wanted her to live in that, to be able to see the sunrise in the morning, room to see the sunset in the afternoon, let her feel the sound of the sea. Now it's the third day. Listen to Lan Linju if you can't take it down again. Then by then, Kiran choked a little at the thought. You've been staying at the Hearing Land Forest House for the past few days? He's gone and checked. She doesn't even live in Jinjiang Sky City. Haven't been back to that place for a couple days. Plus, Zhang Yuan and he had both met Qiao Xingye at the Hearing Land Forest residence. So now Qi Yan was certain that Qiao Xingye was living over there. Qiao Xingye, yeah, I live right over there. What's the problem? Kiran. Hearing Qiao Xingye admitted himself. His heart, once again, choked. That place that Yutong wanted to go the most. Qiao Xingye was surprisingly living there now. Who is the owner there? At this moment, Qi Yan's entire personal thoughts were confused, and he was almost already going to be unable to hear his own voice. Qiao Xingye, you're asking me? Aren't you very capable? Didn't we find out it was a 66-year-old man? There it is again. That's how it was before. But anytime she asked about listening to Lanlin residence, that's what she came up with. Kiran, tell me who it is. He spoke again, asking through clenched teeth. Qiao Xingye snorted sarcastically as she watched him get anxious. So, is Kishore going to admit in front of me that he's incapable? Kiran stormed off in anger. She had such a knack for that. A mouth that could infuriate someone into a heart attack at any time. Qiao Xingye, I'll tell you if you admit it yourself. Do you admit it? Kiran. Admitting in front of her that she's incapable. This ing woman. It was just so blatantly humiliating. Qi Yan took several deep breaths and couldn't suppress the stifling weight in his heart. The eyes that looked at Qiao Xingye became colder and colder. That's very kind of you. Qiao Xingye turned around. His arms wrapped around his chest. I am indeed good. I'll wait for your backstab. You let your horse go? This time, without waiting for Qi Yan to drop a you wait for me. This time, not waiting for Qi Yan to drop the sentence you wait for me. Qiao Xingye then gave him the go-ahead to let go of the horse. Such an arrogant provocation. In Hong Kong City, no one had ever dared to do this to Qi Yan. But now Qiao Xing Ye, she's like this. Eventually, Qi Yan was pissed off. Before he left, he couldn't let go of his own harsh words. But still came the sentence. I'd like to see if you can marry Pei Jingyao or not. Pei's family, that's a pool of deep water. Don't think that Pei Jingyao has proposed to you. You'll get what you want. When he said these words, Qi Yan said it with gritted teeth and viciousness. Tina Yang came in. Boss. Qiao Xing Ye put down the cup of water in his hand. People are gone? Yang Tingting nodded. Gone. That expression is vicious. Not at all like the man who carried the boss away. Good for the boss. Good for the owner's employees too. What is this QI youngest, other than being the heir to the QI family? It's downright depressing to be with a man with such a temperament. Qiao Xingye laughed out loud. He's never looked better. Tina Young. How on earth did the boss put up with someone like that for 2 years? Yang Tingting put the papers down and went out. Xiao Rongchuan called on the phone. The money from the Liang family. Do you want it? Qiao Xingye? Why are you asking all of a sudden? That 3 guy. Seriously. Ever since returning to the Liang family, Liang Yutong had been fighting her to the death. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Starleaf never looked up. In particular, every time Lu Suyun bought something for Liang Yutong, she would brag about it for half a day. However, she didn't know that in F country, those things Qiao Xingye are too many to count and pile up. It's even still many times better. Xiao Rongchuan, it's melons and dates to you, but it can be fat meat to them. One cannot live without meat. It's especially torturous to lose the thing you value most. Although they were Qiao Xingye's blood relatives, they must not be able to get past Xiao Rongchuan for treating her like this. Qiao Xingye heard what Xiao Rongchuan meant. If brother says yes, I want it. She didn't care anyway. When she didn't have Xiao Rongchuan around, she tried to protect herself. When there was Qiao Rongchuan, she listened to all of Qiao Rongchuan. How about I give and you take? The man's magnetic voice, full of pampering, but it made it impossible for Qiao Xingye to ignore the regal dominance and power in his tone. All as you wish. Qiao Xingye returned obediently. In fact, even if she said she didn't care, the Liang family would definitely lose a layer of skin. Just when Qiao Xingye thought Xiao Rongchuan was going to hang up the phone, the man suddenly said, "Did you miss me?" Qiao Xingye's heart trembled at his words, and his small face involuntarily reddened. Chapter 89. She was careful to say that she wanted to. Xiao Rongchuan's sudden words made Qiao Xingye's small heart tremble. Subconsciously, he spat out the word, "Think." As soon as those words came out, she felt her temperature rise quite a bit, and her little face was even hotter. The man on the other side of the phone let out a low chuckle. That's a good boy. Well, then, can I have a hot pot? That little heartless one. Think he's associated with eating fondue? Qiao Xingye said carefully. It's been a long time since I've had any. Since she came to Hong Kong City, her favorite food is hot pot. At first it was because of that numbing, spicy sensation that it would briefly numb her tormented missing of everything in F. It's been a favorite for a long time. When she was in F country, Xiao Rongchuan never let her eat spicy things for fear that she would get a stomachache. It doesn't matter if you've never had it, but you can't quit when you taste it. The man on the phone, listening to her pathetic tone. Okay, no eating out. Let the kitchen do it. This was already Qiao Rongchuan's biggest concession, and he was demanding about the ingredients. Qiao Xingye was the one he watched grow up. She was hospitalized twice in her childhood because of food problems, so he was particularly strict in his control. As soon as Qiao Xingye heard Xiao Rongchuan loosen up, his tone was instantly lighthearted. Long live Big Brother. What are you going to do about the Liang family? Just now, I talked about the Liang family's 3 melons and 2 jujubes. It's not much, but over the years the Liang family and that adopted daughter, because of that little bit of gua jujube, all sorts of give Qiao Xingye aggravation. This temper does not give them pinched. Xiao Rongchuan heart-hidden anger is difficult to calm. As for people, Qiao Xingye heard Xiao Rongchuan mention the Liang family at this moment. It seemed to faintly hear a hint of his temptation towards himself. After thinking about it, he said, every minute they face me now is torture. It's the truth. Liang Yutong's illness urgently needs Yanli and Jin Yang. Yet these two people, in their perception of it's all tugged in the hands of Qiao Xingye. Can it not be tormented? Xiao Rongchuan, haven't you had enough fun yet? There's no need for me to play them at all. They're tormented themselves. In addition to the fact that Xiao Rongchuan had just said that the issue of the gua jujubes was clearly a move against the Liang family already. Then, needless to say, it's even more torturous. And the Liang family will directly turn into a pot of rotten porridge next. Seeing that she didn't say anything good about the Liang family, Xiao Rongchuan laughed out in favor. Good girl, he said. Have the kitchen make you fondue tonight. Good. Kiran was furious. Just the thought of how Qiao Xingye treated him made him smoke cigarette after cigarette as he got into the car. Zhang Yuan looked at his face in the rearview mirror and didn't dare to speak at all. In the last few days, because of what happened over at Shallow Bay, their side was also in a state of anxiety. Listening to Lanlin residence, when it really scratches the surface, that message is especially hard to check. Except for the day we found out it was a 58-year-old man who went through the contract. Nothing else can be found. Like, where is the old man now and who is he? All of this, it's not clear. Qi Yan took a hard drag on his cigarette. Do you think it's true that she never really laid eyes on me all those years? Zhang Yuan, what? This Qi Yan said suddenly. Zhang Yuan did not understand at all. What the hell did he mean by that at the moment? Her? Talking about Qiao Xing Ye? Did it matter to him whether or not Qiao Xing Ye had ever been attracted to him? Qi Yan closed his eyes, his body exuding a sinister aura. It's too cold. Shall I get you a blanket then? There are blankets in the car. Zhang Yuan didn't understand what Qi Yan was saying about Qiao Xingye's heart being too cold and her attitude. Bubba's going to get him a blanket. Qian, why do you think she's engaged to me? Zhang Yuan. Hearing this, the breath caught in his throat. At this time Zhang Yuan also realized that Qi Yan was saying that Qiao Xingye's attitude was too cold. Indeed, Qiao Xingye's attitude towards him had actually been very cool. It was just that now that Liang Yutong had returned, the coldness in her attitude was a little more obvious than before. From these attitudes, it could be seen that Qiao Xingye should have never moved on Qi Yan. In that case, why did she agree to get engaged to Kishan? Zhang Yuan thought for a moment. Qiao, it might not be as simple as what we see. He saw things differently from Qi Yan and the Liang family. In his opinion, Joe Starleaf's studio managed to make over $7 million last year. That's if she's not too bad in her own right. If Qiao Xingye really didn't have any power, even with 100 men behind her, she couldn't pull it off. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Qi Yan smiled. She is indeed not simple. After all, it's her skill to confuse so many men. Zhang Yuan. It was a comment that left him unsure of how to take it. Just the ability to confuse men? There are plenty of women who can charm men, but I haven't seen many that can stand tall on their own. He still felt that Qiao Xingye might not be simple behind it. At least it's more than just men. So did Ms. Joe tell you who the owner behind the Hearingland Forest House is? In the past few days for this matter, Qi Yan came to block Qiao Xingye almost every day. As a result, Qiao Xingye didn't come for the past few days. Now we all know that. Qi Yan was already working on the matter of letting Liang Yutong go to Hearing Lanlin residence to recuperate. On the Liang family's side, they were already starting to help Liang Yutong pack her things. Kiran. Hearing this question from Zhang Yuan, his face sank once again. This Joe Starleaf. Seeing that Qi Yan didn't say anything, Zhang Yuan knew that he definitely didn't ask anything from Qiao Xingye's mouth. Qiao Xingye's mouth was so tight that he simply let people pry it open. Qi Yan now kept wondering what the reason was that Qiao Xingye would have engaged him at that time, though it was the Liang family that did the honors. But judging by her current temperament, she's not the type of woman to go against the grain. All the way to the hospital, he hadn't figured it out. Liang Yutong saw Qi Yan arrive and smiled a gentle smile. Yan, you're finally here. Kiran nodded. When Lu Suyun saw Qi Yan, she couldn't stop smiling on her face. She was especially happy for Liang Yutong when she knew that Qi Yan was going to buy Hearing Lanlin residence for her. Regardless of how the Qi family's gang objected, Qi Yan's heart was the most important thing. You guys talk. When she finished speaking, she turned and exited the hospital room, closing the door behind her in the process. When Qi Yan and Liang Yutong were the only two left, Liang Yutong pulled over Qi Yan's sleeve with a gentle face. Noticing Qi Yan's bad face, he asked softly, "What's wrong?" Her tone was gentle. Qi Yan could see that since promising her that she would be discharged from the hospital in a week, or moving to the Hearing Lane Forest residence, Liang Yutong's mood got a lot better. The man was in a better mood and seemed to be in better health. Hearing the words that Lan Linju might not be able to move in, Qi Yan couldn't say anything at the moment. Nothing. Have you been a good boy and eaten? Qi Yan dotingly rubbed the top of Liang Yutong's fine, soft hair. Though she was in a better mood, Qi Yan could still hear that. Because of the physical, she was talking a little breathless, thinking of Qiao Xingye's lively appearance and the feeling of midair. Why can't Yutong have a good body? Yan. Qi Yan came back to his senses and looked at Liang Yutong with even more heartache in his eyes. Liang Yutong, what are you thinking about? Called you several times but didn't respond. Thinking about the company and wanting to say something? Liang Yutong, I said, if I move to listen to Lanlin residence, I want to change the curtains to sunflower ones. Kiran. At that, he couldn't stop his eyebrows from jumping hard. However, when he met Liang Yutong's gaze full of expectation, he still nodded his head in an unforgiving manner. In fact, he knew in his heart at the moment that Hearing Lanlin residents probably couldn't move in. Don't tell me it's not clear who the real owner is in there yet. What's the point of figuring it out? Qiao Xingye lives over there now. And there's no telling what kind of pillow talk she'll give the man. Buying is definitely out of the question. If I can live in the Hearing Lane Forest residence, I will be satisfied even if I die in it. Don't be ridiculous. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qi Yan chided in a low voice. There was an almost instinctive flurry of panic in his tone. Liang Yutong, I'm serious. Yan, I'm dead. Can you not send me to the crematorium to be burned? Can you find a place by the sea for me to be buried in the ground? I'm afraid of burning to a handful of ashes. I really am. In her words, Liang Yutong constantly spoke of fear. She's really scared too. Find a place facing the ocean with mountains and trees, okay? No more talking. I won't let you die. Ha! Kiran choked. Death? That word is really too heavy for them these days. A topic that was once distant to them, but now, really heavy and painful. Because Liang Yutong could leave at any time. Liang Yutong was about to say something when Qi Yan's phone rang. It's Von Man calling. You come back here right away. Your father is waiting for you. On the phone, Von Man didn't sound too good. Moreover, Qi Yan's father, Qi Jin, after handing over the company to Qi Yan, basically seldom asked Qi Yan anymore. It was the second time in the last few days that he had to see him, and it didn't take much to realize that it wasn't good. My side of, Qi Yan, don't push me. You should know very well that Liang Yutong can't afford any heavy blows. Before Qi Yan finished his words, Feng Man on the phone spoke in a chilling voice. Looking at Liang Yutong, who was pulling on his sleeve, he finally gave in to the phone. Got it. Hanging up the phone, he looked at Liang Yutong. Liang Yutong also heard what Feng Man said on the phone. Little by little, he let go of the man's sleeve. You should go back now. Von Man is no joke when he gets angry. Her current body, as Feng Man said, really couldn't take any heavy blows. Chapter 90, not only a sister-controlling brother, but also a sister-controlling sister? Zhou Starleaf sighed. Received a message from Liang Yutong. Yan said that after moving into the Hearing Land Forest residence, to change the curtains in my room with sunflower ones. Qiao Xing Ye, then you can start preparing the curtains. This flaunts. Ha, there's still the last 4 days to go. Let's see how Qi Yan really ends up then. The face of the heir to the first mansion of this Hong Kong city, just lost, laughed to death. This side of the hospital. Seeing that Qiao Xing Ye replied so painlessly, a flash of sinister underneath Liang Yutong's eyes. Just as she was about to send a message, Lu Suyun came in. Liang Yutong deleted the message she had sent and handed it to the nurse on the side. Thank you. You're welcome. The nurse took the phone and smiled respectfully at Lu Suyun before going out. The smile on Lu Suyun's face did not diminish. How is it? Have you finished listening to the Lanlin residence? When she thought of Liang Yutong moving into the Hearing Lan Forest residence, she couldn't stop feeling happy. These days, she would always be taunted by the rich wives about what a drag she was raising. Just kidding. How could her Lu Suyun's adopted daughter be a drag queen? She'll marry Qi Yan and will live in the Hearing Land Forest residence. Hearing Lu Suyun mention the shallow bay side, Liang Yutong nodded. Aha. He also said that when I move in, I'm changing my curtains to sunflower ones. The smile on Lu Suyun's face intensified. He, is very attentive to you? You should cherish it in the future. After hearing Lu Suyun talk about it, Liang Yutong's heart couldn't stop moving. Will there really be a future between her and Qi Yan? Hopefully, there will be a future between them. When she's better, she wouldn't dare fool around. Man, it's better to live life to the fullest. The lawyer's been looking for you for the past few days. Mom, you still can't let go of Starleaf? Liang Yutong asked softly. Qiao Xingye and the Liang family are in such a mess. Thought Lu Suyun's side would be the first to sign the broken parentage agreement. I didn't realize she was avoiding lawyers. What does that mean? Still can't let go of that little who defies her at every turn? Speaking of Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun's face didn't look too good either. Hey, in the end it's my daughter. Yutong, I'll deal with her when you get better. Lu Suyun didn't dare to sign that heart easily. She was worried that she would regret it later. All the decisions she'd made about Qiao Xingye during this time had been in a fit of pique. One can't take any decision lightly when one is angry and pissed off. Liang Yutong couldn't stop her heart from trembling when she heard her say that. Decide when you're better? What does that mean? It means that at that time, she's going all out to make it up to Qiao Xingye? If that's the case, then yourself. Thinking of this, Liang Yutong's heart rose and fell a little, and her face couldn't stop going a few shades of white. Great. It seemed that she had still underestimated Qiao Xingye. Originally, I wanted the Liang family to personally send her out of Hong Kong City. Now it's good. The economy is not cut off. The studio is not closed. And the people can't be sent away now? Then what's all she's done before? For nothing? Lu Suyun sighed. Yutong, I'm really hurting. How do you think she was raised that way by that family? What does it say about her that she would be raised like that? That the family doesn't love her? It must be that family that doesn't love her. That's why she's of that nature, isn't it? Speaking of that family, Lu Suyun was furious in her heart. It seemed to her that if that family had really raised Qiao Xingye well, Qiao Xingye would definitely be as warm and gentle as Liang Yutong. Where is the one like now? If you say one sentence to her, she can return 10 sentences to you. And what is even more infuriating is that she will also do it, thinking that that family might not treat Qiao Xingye well. She, as her own mother, the heart is actually not good, but she also really regretted getting her back every time she made herself angry. Liang Yutong, okay mom, you can actually spend more time with her. I'm okay with it. You're the one who knows what's going on. Both she was heartbroken. The past few days had been avoiding Qiao Xingye not seeing, and Lu Suyun had fought a lot on her side. Liang Panming is right. After all, she didn't raise him, and if she takes a preachy stance, Jia Xingyi definitely won't buy it. It's just a matter of waiting for Liang Yutong's health to get better. Between thoughts, Liang Yutong directly screamed out in pain. Immediately afterward she curled up in the hospital bed clutching her stomach. Lu Suyun was also pulled back from her thoughts at the first opportunity. Seeing Liang Yutong like this, she was startled. Yutong, what's wrong? It hurts. Doctor. Seeing Liang Yutong's face turn white, Lu Suyun called for the doctor in panic. The doctor came quickly. A moment of soldiering ensued throughout the ward. Lu Suyun stood outside the hospital room with her heart clenched, watching the doctors come in and out. The sound of Liang Yutong's pain was still coming from time to time from the hospital room, and her heart was already hurting to the limit. An hour later, the two experts who had approached Lu Suyun earlier had once again mentioned to her about Yanli and Jin Yang. If we want to save Ms. Liang's uterus, we still need to get Professor Jin back as soon as possible. Lu Suyun's heart went straight to her throat. The uterus, naturally, was to be preserved for Liang Yutong. After all, Qi Yan had that heart for her, and they would definitely be together in the future. Originally, the Qi family didn't like Liang Yutong. If she couldn't give the Qi family a child, even if Qi Yan liked her as much as he did, this could easily go wrong down the line. Thinking this way, Lu Suyun choked. Paul, surely is to protect. No matter what, this uterus has to be saved. Then we need to get Professor Ken back as soon as possible. Dr. Yanli should also join as soon as possible, the old professor on one side added. Lu Suyun felt her heart clench together. Yanli, Jin Yang, why does it just have to go through Zhou Starleaf? Over the past few days their side has tried to look at various offers to get the two back, but no matter what kind of offer their side made, those two were unmoved. So when all is said and done, it's still going to be the same path as Zhou Starleaf's. Zhou Starleaf's side, Tang Crisp came over and said they were going to have lunch together at noon, but they actually came to gossip about it. The harbor city is buzzing with activity these days, especially the reaction to Liang Yutong from the Qi family's side. There's also the Liang family and what Qi Yan wants to do for Liang Yutong. This Liang Yutong is truly the reincarnation of a blooming white lotus flower. Qiao Xing Ye laughed. Or a white lotus flower that doesn't have a long life. Jin Yang says that Liang Yutong's illness is not faked and that her examination was done with Jin Yang's participation. At first Qiao Xingye thought she was faking her illness. Don Crisp, that's what she gets. It's not a long life. It's a real retribution. Qiao Xingye, but it is retribution how? What do you want to eat at noon? Don Crisp, hot pot. Okay? Qiao Xingye, no. If this is forcibly eaten back, the night will inevitably be Qiao Rongchuan all kinds of chanting. And Xiao Rongchuan had promised her to have the kitchen make it for her in the evening. When she saw Tang Crisp come in just now, she had already sent a message to Xiao Rongchuan, said he wanted to have dinner with Don Crisp, and what Xiao Rongchuan replied back was, no eating hot pot outside. The toughness of the man's attitude could be felt through the screen. Tang Crisp hissed, is that brother of yours a sister controller? Keeps you on such a tight leash. There are stricter ones. Who? Sis. The corner of Don Crisp's mouth twitched. You have a sister in that house? Jia Xingye nodded. Yes, she had a sister in that family, Zhou Feather. She, for one, really wanted her. Chapter 91, who would have bad thoughts about a baby? She'd missed everyone in Zhou's family over the years, all the time in the shadows, carefully watching for news of them. Don Crisp, you and that family, life is good. On the contrary, this Liang family, since the Liang family found Qiao Xingye, Liang Yutong are looking for how many things? To say that there is a difference between close and distant, but Qiao Xingye was also an adopted daughter in the Qiao family, and didn't she coexist well with those people? Zhou Starleaf, it's probably different. I went to that one as a baby. Tang Crisp nodded. That's right. Little babies are soft and cuddly. Who would have bad thoughts about a baby? But there's one more thing. Don Crisp thought. Hearts are hearts for hearts, and you've certainly been good to them. As for the bad blood between Qiao Xingye and Liang Yutong, that was also because Liang Yutong wanted her life in the beginning. She got into this mess between her and the Liang family, and also the Liang family's indiscriminate accusations against her. In short, the number of encounters was so high that the Liang family was prejudiced against Qiao Xingye, their own daughter. He hadn't had a few moments of truth for Qiao Xingye since he got it back, and Qiao Xingye, who had been spoiled by the Qiao family since childhood, naturally had little patience to deal with them. Come on, let's eat. Qiao Xingye didn't want to say anything more about the Liang family. Get up, pick up your bag and leave. Don Crisp stopped talking, too, but still said Qi Yan. Qi Yan is now rummaging around looking to hear about the owner of Lanlin residence. I really want to see how he will react when he realizes that the owner over there is you. Those who don't know anything. Those who know now. Looking at Qi Yan and the Liang family's doings, it was like watching a big joke. Qiao Xingye, don't tell him. Silly. Tang Crisp snorted out a laugh. Don't tell me. Qi Yan is really like a little cutie. The two went out to dinner together, and just as they went out the door on the front foot, Lu Suyun came on the back foot. Yang Tingting wanted to call Qiao Xingye to inform him. As a result, Qiao Xingye turned his cell phone off mute and couldn't get through no matter what. In the dining room, Tang Crisp cut the steak, while saying, Pei Sun has been locked up at home by Pei Xiao for the past few days. The door won't even let you out. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. Really locked up? When he heard Pei Jingyao say it, Qiao Xingye thought he donkeyed his own. After all, it was his own sister. If they were really locked up, then Pei Sun wouldn't have made a mess. I don't know what is so good about this Liang Jinzhao that it even caught Pei San's eye. Tang Crisp nodded. But it's not just locked up. If it was before, anytime I'm shopping with this and that, I don't see out of the house for days now. In short, to Pei San, Tang Crisp was also 100 times unpleasing to look at. It was the same as how Qiao Xingye couldn't stand the Liang family. Qiao Xingye, it's time to shut it down. Otherwise something big will happen. Then the Pei family will lose face. Shame on you? Qiao Xingye, Liang Jinzhao is no gentleman. Speaking of this Liang Jintao, Tang Crisp remembered something and looked around. The guests watching the table were farther away. It was only then that she moved in the direction of Qiao Xingye. In a low voice, he said to Qiao Xingye, I suspect Liang Jintao has a woman outside. Qiao Xingye sniffed, and her hand with the knife and fork gave a start. Don Crisp, yesterday, my niece had a fever, and my mom told me to go to the hospital. Guess what I saw? See what? Liang Jinzhao was with a woman, and he was holding a child of about 2 or 3 years old in his arms. Zhou Starleaf, a child of 2 or 3 years old. Isn't Liang Jinzhao's child 2 years old? Tang Crisis, when I look at that child's eyebrows, it seems to have some resemblance to Liang Jinzhao. Afraid it's not his? How dare you look closer? Which it can be. It's that the kid is so much alike. You can tell at a glance. Don Crisp said breathlessly, getting close to see. That getting close to see. Liang Jinzhao still have to find a way to silence her? Qiao Xingye was a bit surprised. The marriage between the Liang and Pei families, Lu Suyun and Liang Panming had always been more concerned. By all rights, Liang Jinzhao should not have brought that woman out in public. Seeing that Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, Tang Shui, did you know? Yeah. Qiao Xingye nodded. Tang Crisp directly drew in a breath of cold air. It's really his? Then what's going on with him and Pei San? The Pei family, can they tolerate such things? This Liang Jinzhao is also too bold. Right, to do such a thing. Really do not worry about the Pei family will cut him to death? Qiao Xingye, it's a long story. I think it said the woman was a box service princess for the night. Ahem. Tang Crisp had originally wanted to drink some water, but in the end, when she heard Qiao Xingye's words, she directly sprayed it out. A service princess of the night? This Liang Jinzhao surprisingly. Qiao Xingye handed her the tissue. That's why the Liang family has never accepted that woman or that child. Tang Crisp, in that case, what didn't Liang Jinzhao fight for that woman? What can be fought for? Do you think someone like him would have any heart? That's right. Liang Jinzhao might have wanted to have some fun and ended up killing someone. That woman originally wanted to hold her son hostage to the throne, and the child was 1 year old before she came to Liang Jinzhao. It didn't work out. When Tang Crisp heard this, he couldn't help but be staggered. That's so powerful. I can't believe you didn't even tell me. Tell you what for? You know, I'm not one for casual gossip. Don Crisp. Well, Qiao Xingye was just a person who didn't like to gossip casually or show off much. Otherwise, that studio of hers made $7 million last year. Her side could not know? Unobtrusive. She won't talk if you don't ask. Then if this Pei Sun knows about it, it mustn't make too much noise. And Pei Jingyao, that person. Thinking of Pei Jingyao, Tang Crisp felt that this Liang Jinzhao was really tired of living. What's wrong with him? He had to do something like this. If Pei Jingyao knew about this, wouldn't he carry a gun to Liang's house and raid him? Qiao Xingye, see, that woman isn't like a light. A woman who can get pregnant the whole time without looking for Liang Jinzhao, waiting for the child to come out to bring the paternity test to come. This is a clear attempt to get to the top. Tang Crisp nodded. Definitely not a saving grace. If she lets that woman know that the Liang and Pei families are going to be joined in marriage, she might also take the initiative to cause trouble. Joe Starleaf. Hearing Tang Crisp's words, the bottom of her eyes suddenly lit up. You say that woman is up to something? Don Crisp, if you really don't want anything in return, you'll be sure to hide your children to the end. Definitely won't come to Liang Jinzhao. So, to put it bluntly, that woman is still trying to blackmail her son into power. In this way, letting that woman know that Liang Jinzhao was planning to marry Pei soon, she would definitely explode. Seeing that Qiao Xing Ye didn't say anything, Tang Chui, what are you trying to do? Joe Starleaf, so they're allowed to screw me and I'm not allowed to screw them? Don Crisp, come on. She gets it. Liang's been making a name for himself in Qiao Xing Ye's world all this time. That Qiao Xing Ye was certainly no slouch either. You want chaos, don't you? Everyone chickens out together and it's a great crowd. The more Qiao Xing Ye thought about it, the more excited she became, and immediately called Lu Ling. Check out that woman in Liang Jinzhao. I want to make a big deal. Qiao Rongchuan's side had already made a move, so she had to keep up. The corners of Tang Crisp's mouth twitched even more uncontrollably when he heard her say that she wanted to get big. Qiao Xing Ye hung up the phone. I've been so busy this whole time. I hadn't thought to use that woman. If Qiao Rongchuan hadn't come, things probably would have gotten messed up. Just remembered now. Con. Chapter 92. Will you dare to run around from now on? No, I don't dare. Separate from Don Crisp after dinner. Qiao Xingye had just returned to the studio when Lu Ling sent all the information on that Liang Jinzhao woman. It's still really nocturnal. I was over there earlier and it said it was a service charter with an address and phone number on it. Just as she was about to return to her office, Yang Tingting stopped her. Boss, I called you 3 times. Why didn't you answer? Shizun, what's wrong? It's after work. It's a pain in the ass to try to find her. Qiao Xingye was a person who very much disliked working overtime. From the establishment of the studio until now, Yang Tingting always knew that their boss was actually very lazy. She worked overtime a handful of times. That MS. Lu was here. Joe Starleaf. You Su Young? Again? It seemed that she had to get something going for the Liang family. Otherwise, this always came to bother her. Nor would they sign the severance letter. It's so annoying. How long has it been here? Tina Yang, been waiting for you for 2 hours. Joe Starleaf. To be able to have this patience to wait for himself, it must be because of Liang Yutong's matter. Thinking of Liang Yutong's bragging to herself on the phone, Qiao Xingye snorted out a laugh. Just as she was about to lift her steps to her office, the phone she held in her hand rang. Qiao Rongchuan called. Qiao Xingye picked up. The man's warm and doting voice then came. What did you have for lunch? Steak. It wasn't very good, so I didn't eat much of it. She didn't like that stuff, but if she couldn't eat her favorite, nothing else would matter. Qiao Rongchuan, I'm down here. Are you coming down? Or should I go up? Qiao Xingye, you came to see me at this time? Well, there's something for you. Wait for me then. Lu Suyun is here. It is not that she is afraid. It is that she does not want to cause a dispute. More importantly, it is also not wanting to let Qiao Rongchuan Qin Yan see how disgusting his blood relatives really are. Although it is extremely hard to draw a line, but after all, it is something in the bloodline. The heart is more or less a little diaphragm. Qiao Xingye once out of the big shaman. From a distance, he saw Qiao Rongchuan's customized and exclusive car. She strides over and Lu Ling respectfully opens the car door for her. Qiao Xingye got right into the car. Got something for me? Meeting the man's deep and reserved gaze, Qiao Xingye's mind couldn't help but waver. It felt as if he, was going to be sucked into it. Qiao Rongchuan took out a necklace from a blue velvet box, and with just one glance, that pendant is beautifully mesmerizing. This is the light to the sun? This coloring Joe Starleaf recognized at once. She'd seen the diamond when it was auctioned off at the time, and marveled at how good the diamond looks. Pure texture, extraordinary craftsmanship, and amazing detail done at every step. Now it was surprising that Qiao Rongchuan had taken it out and made it into a necklace. Qiao Rongchuan, hair. He gently reminds Joe Starleaf. Is this for me? Put it on for you. Joe Starleaf. This is too expensive, isn't it? But when she met Qiao Rongchuan's deep gaze, she didn't dare to easily say the words of refusal. Otherwise, according to this man's temper, he could have just thrown him out of the car on the spot. Rush to ruffle your hair. The man possessed her, and in that instant, his breath poured over her neck. The combination of warmth and the coldness of the necklace made Qiao Xingye feel like her heart was going to stop, especially with the man's scent enveloping her whole. There was a feeling of being completely protected under his wing. This feeling was familiar, so familiar that, surprisingly, It gave Qiao Xingye the urge to cry. Qiao Rongchuan helped her organize it and was satisfied. It's beautiful. Qiao Xingye sniffled. Why are you suddenly giving me this? It's also so expensive. Qiao Rongchuan, make up for this year's birthday present. Joe Starleaf. At those words, the heart couldn't help but shake once again. Birthdays, presents. Her mind flashed back to how cold she'd been alone in Jinjiang Sky City on her birthday this year. The people of the Liang family and Qi Yan all flew abroad together to accompany Lian Yutong. And for her, they didn't even have a phone call. Did they forget their birthdays? No. How could they forget? He himself had the same birthday as Lian Yutong. At the end of the day, it's still about not caring. It didn't matter. One never cared about them anyway. Just why is it that you are now reluctant to sign the severance agreement? Thinking about what? Qiao Rongchuan saw that she didn't say anything, and her gaze was still growing empty, and opened his mouth to pull her back into her thoughts. Qiao Xingye, nothing. It's just that I haven't gotten a gift in years. Ever since she left Qiao Rongchuan's side, she had barely received a birthday present. The moment the words fell, Qiao Rongchuan ripped her into his arms. At this moment, Qiao Xingye clearly felt Qiao Rongchuan's unsteady breathing. There was a hint of low breath in the magnetic voice. Dare you run around in the future? Qiao Xingye's tears rushed up to her tear ducts uncontrollably. Don't dare. Never again. The damn Sheng family had already been overthrown. So where would she find a reason to stay away from Qiao Rongchuan in the future? The force with which Qiao Rongchuan held her was a little heavier. Brother, I'm sorry. Qiao Xingye wrapped her hands around his lean waist, and her small head rubbed against the man's chest. Qiao Rongchuan smoothly rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair in response. What sorry? At the time he was burnt out from all those industries and a lot of people in the underground were making moves. He couldn't care about her at all back then, which was what allowed those scum of the Sheng family to take advantage of her. It was already half an hour later when Qiao Xingye returned to the office again. Yang Tingting saw that when Qiao Xingye came back from a trip out, she had a nice necklace hanging around her neck. Wow, boss, you have a nice necklace. Why do I look so familiar? It's on that what's his name cover coming up. Light to the sun. Hiss. Qiao Xingye interrupted Yang Tingting. And Yang Tingting instantly drew a breath of cold air when she heard the origin of this necklace. The light to the sun. What was their boss's status to have such an expensive necklace? This diamond has been speculated to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The Liang family can't afford it, right? Is it that man? Qiao Xingye glanced at Yang Tingting. Good looking? Yang Tingting nodded. It's nice. It's really nice. How could it not look good when it's worth so much? Qiao Xingye smiled. And she thought it looked good too. Is the surname Lu still there? The phrase surname Lu directly made Yang Tingting confused for a moment. Only then did he react to who Qiao Xingye was talking about and nodded. Yes. As soon as he spoke of Lu Suyun, the smile that had managed to raise on the corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth was suppressed again. Into the office. On Lu Suyun's face, it was obvious that she was slightly impatient because she had waited too long for Qiao Xingye. It was too late to put it away when I heard the door open. Barely squeezing out a smile. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a while. You don't answer the phone when someone from your studio calls you. Speaking of the phone call, Lu Suyun was a little angry in her heart. They've borrowed every phone in the hospital in order to call her, and it's all blacked out on her. It's not often you see someone so cold-blooded and heartless, so much so that now she's trying to find her own daughter and is being made to look kinda passive. Let's wait until Yutong gets better. She'll go back to the family that raised Joe Starleaf and have a good talk. How in the world did you raise a child like that all these years? Will you raise a child or not? Qiao Xingye directly threw the bag onto the table. Say it. What is it that you want from me? There is probably nothing else, but what happened to Lian Yutong? The moment she sat down, the light toward the sun was reflected by the sunlight from the window, and it was breathtakingly beautiful. This dazzling degree. Lu Suyun want not to notice, can not you? This necklace is? The light of the sun? It's the light of the sun, isn't it? This one, which she had seen auctioned off at the time, was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Why is it on her neck? Chapter 93, Broken Marriage Agreement Signed. Life-saving death. At that time, Lu Suyun personally came to the scene of that auction, and also brought Lian Yutong along. When she saw this big yellow diamond on display, Lian Yutong acted especially wanting it. But that was something worth hundreds of millions of dollars. That wasn't something the Liang family could just buy with a casual word. I didn't realize that the person who filmed it had made it into a necklace that, and now it's hanging around Zhou Xingye's neck? What exactly is the relationship between the person who took the shot and Joe Starleaf? Zhou Xingye, light to the sun. Lu Suyun, it's really a light to the sun. Breath shuddered uncontrollably. Lu Suyun, who gave it to you? What's your relationship with that person? Does it concern you? Qiao Xingye asked directly and sarcastically in return. Lu Suyun's breath sank once again. You wanted to say something, but thought of the purpose of his visit today. And the snappy words that she swallowed back with an effort. All this time Qiao Xingye had been acting very cold in their relationship. But then again, she's her mother, and she's treating herself this way over and over again. Get to your business. Qiao Xingye spoke in a cold voice. Care that much about how she got her necklace here? Lu Suyun's heart was once again a little unsteady, and she took a deep breath. Jin Yang and Yan Li must come back. It can't be delayed any longer. Think of the team of experts who have asked these two to join them again and again. Lu Suyun knew that these two people were afraid to be crucial in order for Liang Yutong to survive. Qiao Xingye hummed and laughed. You've been avoiding my lawyer for the past few days. I thought you didn't want Liang Yutong to live either. Lu Suyun. Her already not-so-good face was even worse at this moment when she heard Qiao Xingye mention the lawyer. I'm not going to cut you off. Any more than that, you're my daughter. You were born to me. When she said this, Lu Suyun's attitude was slightly tougher. Those who didn't know this thought that she cared more about Qiao Xingye as her daughter. But Qiao Xingye was too sober. She grunted out again. Is it me? Your daughter? That you care about? I see that what you care about. It's what's behind me, isn't it? Suspending the card didn't help. Kicking them out of the house didn't help. And the studio couldn't keep it down. Even the cutie also sensed that there must be something behind her. What's the point of playing mother-daughter with her here? When she stopped her card, she didn't see Lu Suyun remember that she was born to her. Lu Suyun's face stiffened. Qiao Xingye, I'm looking at making $7 million a year in this studio. And you guys thought of that. Yet I'm the one behind the resources that make me $7 million. You. As if she had been spoken to, Lu Suyun's face once again turned embarrassed. Qiao Xingye was indifferent and continued. In the end, it's a businessman nah. Even the feelings are colored with interest. But it also surprised Qiao Xingye. This bunch of people from the Liang family, surprisingly, gave their heart to Liang Yutong. And I have to say that at this point, Liang Yutong still has some skills. Being spoken of in such a bad light, Lu Suyun was completely furious. The original spin collapsed straight away, and impatiently said, Is it really necessary for me to sign? That's why you're letting people back in? Lu Suyun's breath was unsteady, and she now thoroughly didn't want to tangle with Qiao Xingye. If she must be made to sign for those two to come back, then that's what she'll sign. She couldn't stand Qiao Xingye anymore completely. Good or bad, let's just break it off. Let's see if those people can continue to be her dependents after she breaks it off with the Liang family. Did she really think that those people were looking at her as a person? It's more like people are trying to get on the Liang and Qi families through her. Lu Suyun's thoughts were confused by her anger. The most important thing right now was to get Yan Li and Jin Yang back to Kiryuatong. Qiao Xingye didn't say anything and looked at her in silence. Lu Suyun met the firmness in her eyes and nodded her head through clenched teeth. If this is really what you want, alright then, I'll sign it. Does that satisfy you? The words fall out. Qiao Xingye took the file straight out of the drawer and handed it to her. Sign it, Lu Suyun. At this moment, Qiao Xingye's attitude was clean and sharp. She seemed to have really no half-hearted attachment to the entire Liang family. This made Lu Suyun's heart heaving with anger even more. Break it off, right? Fine. Then break it off. We'll take our time with her when we regret it. The furious Lu Suyun completely ignored the power behind this Qiao Xingye that carried absolute control. Finally biting his tongue, he picked up a pen and signed the severance agreement. The moment the final stroke fell, Qiao Xingye the agreement away. The look seemed to fear that she was backtracking. Lu Suyun looked at her like this and became angry, but in the end did not send. Holding back his anger, he asked as patiently as he could, when will the people be back? She asked for a signature, and now that she signed it, it should all be over, right? However, Qiao Xingye put the papers in the safe and locked it up, and then looked at her with a face of uncertainty. People? What people? Lu Suyun. At those words, his heart sank instantly. What do you mean? She asked. Who? What does she mean? You. Lu Suyun choked as she looked at Qiao Xingye, a bit unable to believe what she was thinking. However, Qiao Xingye looked at her with a blank expression, as if she really didn't know that. She's talking about someone. Foiled. When this thought crossed Lu Suyun's mind, she was instantly unable to calm down. Yan Li and Jin Yang, you promised me, Lu Suyun said shakily. Qiao Xingye clearly said it all. She said that as long as she signed the severance agreement, just let Yan Li and Jin Yang come back. What did she mean by looking at herself so blankly now? Was she going to talk out of her ass? Looking at Lu Suyun's anxious appearance, Qiao Xingye snorted out a laugh. Are you kidding me? Yan Li and Jin Yang, they're mine to make? Mrs. Liang is so funny. They're people, not objects. I'll give them to you when I say so. Besides, they're not my subordinates, so they can listen to me? Lu Suyun was trembling with anger. She was tricked. That is, by Qiao Xingye. You. She pointed a trembling finger at Qiao Xingye. and her emotions were on the verge of breaking down. Right now, no matter if it was her or the entire Liang family, they all hated whoever joked about Liang Yutong's matter the most. And Qiao Xing Ye now. This is for her. Qiao Xing Ye laughed out softly. Mrs. Liang, this broken parentage agreement has already been signed. There's sort of nothing between us now, is there? From now on the glory and disgrace of the Liang family can have nothing to do with me. Spoken as if it had something to do with her. After being retrieved by them, the Liang family didn't give her half a favor, not to mention that they also gave her a hard time at any time. Lu Suyun's eyes blackened with anger. That the severance agreement was all but signed was more than enough to make her mind go blank. Human life is at stake. You're joking with me here. You hurry up and get Yan Li and Jin Yang back. Qiao Xingye locked up the broken marriage agreement. If you're capable, you can hire yourself. I won't stop it. At best, if you can invite it back, that's on you. As for asking me to go and hire it for you, Liang Yutong, a person who wants me dead. It's not like I, Qiao Xingye, am sick. Rushing up to save her? What has Liang Yutong been showing off to her these days? Demanding her while stepping on her? If you're so happy to step on it, then survive it yourself. Beg for what? Lu Suyun, you lied to me. How can you? Trembling, she couldn't get a word out of the latter. Qiao Xingye had deceived her. Qiao Xingye had actually deceived her. Why are you so malicious? That's life. Do you realize how much she really needs Jin Yang and Yan Li's treatment right now? Lu Suyun said painfully. Qiao Xingye, what does this have to do with me? If I die, I die. With so many people dying around the globe every day, am I going to go cry about it? Chapter 94, questioning her? It's over. My brother heard it. Lu Suyun deceived. Qiao Xingye tricked her into signing the severance agreement, yet Jin Yang and Yan Li's affair. Instead, she backtracked. You're just too much. A breath of fresh air. Lu Suyun's entire body fainted with anger. Qiao Xingye slowly dialed the intercom to Yang Tingting. Call an ambulance. Someone fainted. Ah, swoon, that Lu fainted? Looking so fit, coming to faint in this place. Are you trying to blackmail the little boss? I'll be right there. Blackmail? Yang Tingting, was the first to say no. A 120 call was made. Then several consecutive reminder calls were made that it took more than 10 minutes to rush the ambulance over. A whole lot of pandemonium. Lu Suyun was pulled away by an ambulance. Yang Tingting returned with a sweaty face. Boss, I'm afraid this isn't a heart attack. You'd better see less of this kind of people in the future, in case you get blackmailed. The relationship is already bad. If the other party has a blackmail idea, it's still troublesome. And with that gang's virtue, blackmailing Qiao Xingye was entirely possible. Qiao Xingye, what heart attack? She was angry. I'm pissed. Tina Young. How ruthless is the boss if he can make people angry like that? But when she thought of this Liang family against Qiao Xingye, Yang Tingting felt that she deserved it. Why don't you just get pissed off? Qiao Xingye, alright, don't gloat. Now go and do something. I'm emailing you stuff. Saying that, Qiao Xingye wrote down the address and phone number of the thing Lu Ling had found out. Together, they handed it to Yang Tingting. Print out the stuff and mail it to this address. This Liang Jinzhao is quite willing to give up. Probably because that woman gave him children. So he gave a pretty good place to live. It's a villa area. The information clearly states that the woman now travels with a special driver. Liang Jintao spent a lot of money on her. Except for not giving her the position of young Mrs. Liang. Almost everything that should have been given was given. Yang Tingting took it. Okay. Lu Suyun was furious and fainted. Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao would definitely bear the brunt of Qiao Xingye's troubles. No. Not long after Yang Tingting went out, she came in to report. Boss, Liang Xiao is here. Speaking of Liang Jinzhao, Yang Tingting's tone at the moment clearly had contempt in it. Should have just seen those things. A man with 2 feet. There are a lot of men like that, but it's the not so many part that's so despicable. Qiao Xingye, let him come in. You add that woman's WeChat and send her part of it first. Okay. Yang Tingting understood what Qiao Xingye meant. Now that the gang had time to bother her, they were just too idle. The gang won't let her have any peace, and she's just going to mess up the gang's world. All on their own. Yang Tingting turned down and Liang Jintao came in. He grimaced. Haven't seen you in days. In the past few days, he hadn't been able to figure out exactly what was going on with the man behind Qiao Xingye, though, but it's kind of seen the power of it. Especially thinking about Star River International's sentence for cooperation. We can't break it, and we don't dare. And that's not all. He even gave him a line when he was faced with the aftermath. Who are you? A company as big as Star River International said that it wouldn't dare to break its cooperation with Qiao Xingye. Who believes it? That last sentence. Who are you? Arrogant, not to mention sideways, insinuating the power behind Qiao Xing Ye. Is that man so precious to her? Surprisingly, what their side wanted to do to Qiao Xing Ye was one thing that didn't get done. What I thought was just a soft persimmon turned out to be a chestnut. Tear it up with your bare hands. Got stuck with a handful of thorns. Liang Jinzhao was filled with anger as he pulled out a chair and sat down. You're really good at this. We all underestimated you before. Who would have thought that Qiao Xing Ye would have such a skill? People are opening such a big studio right under their noses and no one even knows about it. Qiao Xing Ye, didn't you say before that you were going to shut down the studio for me? It's been days since then. How come I don't see you in action either? This last action had the most mockery in its tone. Liang Jinzhao's face was infuriated green on the spot. He would have turned it off for her if he could have. She thought she could still be arrogant here. Liang Jinzhao did not want to pull this plug with Qiao Xingye at the moment. Mom was carried out from your place. What did you do? You guess. Compared to Liang Jinzhao's anger. At this moment, Qiao Xingye's tone was all carelessness. This sentence, you guessed it, directly exploded Liang Jinzhao's nerves. That's your mom, relying on a capable man. And you don't even have the basic virtue of respecting your elders? Qiao Xingye lifted her eyelids to look at him. Sorry, not anymore. How dare these people talk to her about virtue? Do they know what that is themselves? Liang Jinzhao sniffed and his breath sank. What did you say? Qiao Xingye picked up the cup of water in front of him and sipped it absently. In a moment you'll be out of this place in less than an hour. The broken marriage agreement she signed would have flown all over the harbor. That's when everyone knew you guys broke it off with me. These past few years you and Liang Yutong have been acting as if I'm going to steal your mom from you. Don't worry, I'm not that rare. Severall. And henceforth honor and dishonor will not be shared. When she first came back, Liang Yutong had caused so much trouble. Wasn't it because she was afraid that she would steal the Liang family? And this Liang Jinzhao is even more ridiculous. Afraid that he will share Liang Yutong's poor and pathetic love. Do you really think she cares about? Liang Jinzhao couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was completely unwilling to believe it. What broken marriage agreement? Do you really want to cut ties with the Liang family? Liang Jinzhao clapped his hands. The slap hit the desk hard enough to make him feel numb. Qiao Xingye cast an icy glance at him. I have nothing to do with the Liang family anymore. Who are you yelling at here? You. Liang Jinzhao's breath sank. Qiao Xingye, do you know how to write the word qualification? Your Liang family is nothing to me now. Nothing qualifies. So I advise you to get the hell out of here right now or... Speaking here, Qiao Xingye paused his tone. Getting up. He braced one hand on his desk and with a single jump flipped right over the desk in front of him. The figure was lithe and athletic, with a hint of competence. Qiao Xingye wrapped his hands around his chest. Do you know how Qi Yan's hands and legs were injured? You hit it? No, but I can fight too. Liang Jinzhao, you're going to hit me? There was a thud, and as soon as he said that, he received a solid punch to the face. Liang Jinzhao's brain numbed with pain. The taste of blood spread thick in his mouth, and he reached down and touched it. And sure enough, he was bleeding. There is also a tooth that seems to be loose. Qiao Xing Ye. Liang Jinzhao was furious and roared out at Qiao Xingye. However, the next moment Qiao Xingye's fist came back towards his face to greet him. He subconsciously tried to grab her wrist, yet in the moment of holding it, he realized that he was surprisingly not as strong as a girl. Another solid punch to the face. The punch was close to the temple and Liang Jintao was hit like his brain was shattered. Qiao Xingye wiped the wrist he had held in disgust. Yell at me again and I'll make sure you don't get out of here today standing up. Remember, once the severance agreement is signed, the Liang family and I will no longer have anything to do with each other. You are no longer in a position to question me. I'm your brother. The word brother only came out halfway, and Qiao Xingye's dangerous tone that. It made Liang Jinzhao have to swallow back all the words that followed. Brother. It was also at this time that he remembered that Qiao Xingye had seemingly never called him brother. Liang Jinzhao's heart was heaving with anger. Barely standing straight. You'll pay for what you did today, he said viciously. Yet the next moment the office door was pushed open. Xiao Rongchuan stood in the doorway covered in cold. What price do you want her to pay? The man's tone was light, yet this thick sense of oppression was so regal. Chapter 95, Xiao Rongchuan saw the ring. Liang Jinzhao turned around and met Xiao Rongchuan's gaze as sharp as a falcon's. Feeling the aura radiating from the man's body, Liang Jinzhao's heart couldn't help but tremble. The aura on this man was too strong. Even with a single look from him, Liang Jinzhao felt the danger radiating from him. Xiao Rongchuan narrowed his smoke dangerously. Threaten her? Liang Jinzhao gulped as he looked at Xiao Rongchuan and then at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye wrapped his arms around his chest. Threaten me? The two men spoke as one. While Liang Jinzhao felt depressed, he also realized that Qiao Xingye was unfamiliar to that. He never really seemed to recognize it. The already cold and depressing office was more dangerous than ever at the moment. Liang Jinzhao he clenched his hands into fists, and his breathing became more and more unsteady. I'm what? The rest of her eyes subconsciously flicked toward the man in the doorway. What a powerful aura. Who the hell is he? I haven't even seen him in Hong Kong City before. Qiao Rongchuan stepped away from his slender legs to Qiao Xingye's side, tugged her to her side. He just said, "Who is he to you?" He said it was my brother. The words came out. The temperature plummeted again. It was obviously warm, but Liang Jinzhao felt a chill down his spine. Why was it that when he heard Qiao Xingye say that he was his brother, the aura on this man's body would become more and more dangerous? Qiao Rongchuan looked at him dangerously. You'd love to be her brother? Liang Jinzhao. He would have been, but not anymore. Zhou Starleaf has said it all. And the mother signed the severance agreement. In this way, from now on, he, Liang Jinzhao, would not have her as his sister. No matter if she begs for food outside or her corpse remains in the future, she has nothing to do with the Liang family. Liang Jinzhao grunted and laughed. Where would I want a sister like her? Dropping the words, he laughed, full of anger. You want to break it off, don't you? Okay, it's good to break it off. He would like to see what Qiao Xingye still counts in the hearts of these people after he really leaves the Liang family. Liang Jinzhao was furious. He came out of his office in a rage, and went all the way to the elevator. And it took him a moment to realize that his spine was wet with cold sweat. The aura from that man just now was too dangerous. That's the one who injured Qi Yan, right? And the one behind Qiao Xingye? That man had a much stronger aura than Yan Li and the man he met in the hospital corridor. Thinking about the extraordinary aura of that man, how on earth did he see Qiao Xingye? The more Liang Jinzhao thought about it, the more angry he became. Just out of the elevator, the phone buzzed and vibrated. Liang Jinzhao looked at the number. Pick up. What's up? Liang Jinzhao, you want to marry another woman? The woman's hysterical roar came over the phone. Liang Jinzhao's heart trembled at the words. She knew about herself and Pei San? Without waiting for him to speak, he heard the woman roar again. You lied to me? You said you'd let me wait for you. You said you'd make sure the kid got rid of his illegitimacy before he went to school. Have you told your family about us or not? Liang Jinzhao. The woman threw several questions in quick succession. Sharply. At this moment, Liang Jinzhao only felt a sudden pain in his brain. It was said. How it was not said. But no one in the family accepted her. He pinched his aching brow. You home now? I'll be right there. Okay, come over here and explain it to me properly. The woman on the phone yelled and simply hung up. Liang Jintao stood by the car, closing his eyes. He couldn't help but squeeze the phone tighter. Not waiting for him to get on the car, Lu Suyun's phone call came. Jinzhao, what do you think you should do? Lu Suyun's tone on the phone was all pain. Liang Jinzhao also had a terrible headache, but his tone was still as gentle as possible. You're awake? Aha. Speaking of this incident where she fainted, Lu Suyun was just all kinds of angry at Qiao Xingye in her heart. Yutan's doctor just told me that if Yan Li and Jin Yang don't join Yutan's treatment again, she'll likely only live 3 months, then operate right away. We can't count on Qiao Xingye's side, Liang Jinzhao said without thinking. Since Jin Yang and Yan Li can't fight for it, the ones who can't keep it can't keep it. For example, Liang Yutong's uterus. The reason he had been fighting to get Jin Yang back before was to save Liang Yutong's uterus. Now when it's a matter of life and death, naturally it's life that counts. On Qiao Xingye's side he could sort of see that the dead girl wasn't close to them at all. Not only that, she hated for Yutong to die. That mischievous dead girl. Lu Suyun, it's useless. What? The doctor told me that she's been spreading a lot in the last few days. It's already kind of a missed optimal time for them to have surgery. Now they're trying to control it as best they can. But the stakes are pretty high right now with this surgery. They may not be able to get her off the operating table alive. Anyway, all said and done, we still need to get Yan Li and Jin Yang to make it work. It would have been okay if the surgery had been done earlier, but now it's been put off too late. Liang Jintao, didn't it only drag on for a few days? Just a couple days. How can you say something like it's too late? Lu Suyun sighed. Time flies for ordinary people. While cancer patients live and die at all times, it's those few short days that could be their whole life. What's more, Liang Yutong is suffering from several fatal diseases. Liang Jinzhao's breathing was once again unsteady. Lu Suyun, what the hell do you think we should do now? Qiao Xingye, she lied to me. She said she'd let Yan Li and Jin Yang come back if I signed the broken marriage agreement. She didn't keep her word. Speaking of Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun's tone was full of anger. And she lied to you? Liang Jinzhao's breathing was once again unsteady. He knew that his mother had fainted over here, so he came straight over, originally to settle the score with Qiao Xingye. As a result, the account was not settled and she was punched twice. At the moment the cold wind hit him, and he felt that his teeth had leaky cracks that nourished the cold. Lu Suyun's tone is full of sadness. She lied to me to sign. Clearly said as long as I sign the Jin Yang and Yan Li will then come back to treat Yutong. That's what was said before. And Liang Jinzhao knew it. Liang Jinzhao even wondered why his mother didn't just sign that day. Right now it was definitely Yuton's body that was important. It turns out that, signature or no signature, Qiao Xing Ye didn't even intend to let Yanli and Jinyan participate in Yueton's treatment. Liang Jinzhao was furious. She's simply too much. I'll go find her. Exasperated, he turned around and was about to turn back again to find trouble with Qiao Xingye. However, just after hanging up the phone, he then thought of the man in Qiao Xingye's office who smelled of danger. If he goes back now, thinking that going back at this time would be another conflict, Liang Jinzhao clenched his hands into fists in anger. Couldn't stop shaking. The phone vibrated again. This time it was Liang Panming calling. Without waiting for Liang Jinzhao to speak, Liang Panming spoke first. You come to the company immediately now. What's wrong? Something's wrong. On the phone, Liang Panming spoke in a serious tone. Such seriousness made Liang Jinzhao vaguely feel a hint of uneasiness. Hanging up the phone and looking at the entry and exit halls of the Oriental Mansion, he eventually thought about not going back to Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye, who was in the office at the moment, was also confused as a whole. She was subconsciously about to snatch the velvet box back from Xiao Rongchuan's hand, yet it was already too late. Xiao Rongchuan avoids it lightly and has opened it, glanced at the large diamond ring in the velvet box, and then his eyes looked slyly at Qiao Xingye. Stars. What is it? The tone was gentle. However, it made Qiao Xingye's heart and liver tremble as he listened, and he began to stutter in his speech. Brother, don't misunderstand. That thing I'm telling you, the person who gave it away is sick in the head. Absolutely sick. Pei Jingyao said it was a reparation gift, and she was confused when she opened it. Who sends an atonement gift with a big diamond ring? This is the end of the line. Chapter 96. Does Xinger like it when I hold you like this? The corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth lifted into a smile. It was obviously a smile, but that smile looked downright scary to Qiao Xingye. Don't laugh like that, brother. I'm scared. Qiao Xingye pitifully stepped forward and carefully pulled on Qiao Rongchuan's sleeve. However, the Qiao Rongchuan at this moment was not so easy to get through. He drew out his own sleeve, the smile disappearing from the corners of his mouth. Who sent this? There was a chill in his tone. A diamond ring of this size is enough to show the other person's intention. Or was there something about her in Harbor City that he didn't have a very good grasp of? She actually has a boyfriend? The moment this thought crossed his mind, the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes couldn't stop chilling even more. Qiao Xingye, Pei Jingyao, she said without thinking. She never took the fall for anyone, no matter what kind of cooperation Pei Jingyao was to Qiao Rongchuan. And whether or not there's some kind of misunderstanding behind this ring. Anyway, she wouldn't let herself get caught up in the misunderstanding, especially to Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan, Pei Jingyao? A flash of surprise crossed the bottom of his serious eyes at the sound of the name. But then it got a little more chilly. Pei Jingyao. He can be really nice. Qiao Xingye nodded. It's Pei Jingyao. He said this is a reparation gift to come. Speaking of this, Qiao Xingye felt an incomparable headache. She said that she was making amends, but when she said this, not to mention that Qiao Rongchuan didn't believe it, she herself didn't believe it either. What kind of brain is this Pei Jingyao? This is too unreliable, right? Sure enough, Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. Reparations? Disbelief was evident in his tone. Qiao Xingye nodded. Yes, didn't his sister Pei soon fight with me? He said it was a reparation gift. If she wants her to say that this is Pei Jingyao through the back door. She also put the word down then that no matter what he gave, this back door would not go. No, Qiao Xingye didn't say half a good word for him. With a pop, the flannel box in Qiao Rongchuan's hand closed and then it was thrown straight into the trash. He looked askance at Qiao Xingye, the emotion under his eyes not easing up at all. Give you a ring for compensation? Do you believe that? Joe Starleaf. Brother is so mean. Qiao Xingye skimmed his mouth and eyed Qiao Rongchuan. Right. Do you think he's out of his mind? At the time I saw it was a ring. I'm all confused. At least he is the heir of one of the several big mansions in Hong Kong City, and you don't know what to give someone as a gift? This is too unreliable, isn't it? No wonder Qiao Rongchuan didn't even want to bother with his cooperation. Qiao Rongchuan's gaze remained deep as he looked at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye was a bit flustered by the look in his eyes and once again reached out to take his hand. Brother. At the moment, she looked like a little girl who had done something wrong and didn't dare to make a mistake in front of her parents. Qiao Rongchuan reached out and scooped her into his arms. Warm fingers cupped her tiny chin, and the moment the four eyes met, Qiao Xingye clearly caught a hint of gloom in the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. The depths almost sucked her into the abyss where he belonged. Such an explanation seemed a bit lame to Qiao Rongchuan, but he spoke again and there was a noticeable softness in the magnetic voice. So you still take it? Pei Jingyao is sick in the head, but she was sober as she explained. Since she knew the ring couldn't possibly be a reparation gift, she still accepted it? Qiao Xingye, I didn't take it. He insisted on keeping it. By the time I opened it to look at it, the others were gone. Really? Of course it's true. I swear to God. I didn't even have a half-dozen encounters with him in Harbor City before. You should know all about it. It swore filled with Joe Starleaf's desire to live. Qiao Rongchuan various interrogations. She was directly anxious and she couldn't believe that Qiao Rongchuan didn't know that she didn't have any interactions with Pei Jingyao. As Qiao Rongchuan looked at her anxious appearance, the force of his palm on her waistline couldn't help but be heavier. Qiao Xing Ye, brother, you don't believe me? Believe. Of course he believed in his Xinger. As for Pei Jingyao, Qiao Rongchuan's gaze subconsciously flicked towards the trash can, and there was an obvious coldness crossing the bottom of his eyes. Hearing those two words, Qiao Xingye was slightly more at ease. Qiao Rongchuan let go of her. It was only then that Qiao Xingye asked, "Why are you here at this time?" Qiao Rongchuan stopped by to take a look. Joe Starleaf. He's a man of the day. And this, by the way, the people down there should be scratching their heads, shouldn't they? Qiao Rongchuan did not say that he was aware that Lu Suyun fainted and went out. And then Liang Jinzhao came. This Liang family didn't treat his Xinger as a relative, probably even something like taking her life for that adopted daughter. In the afternoon, Qiao Rongchuan stayed in Qiao Xingye's office, and Qiao Xingye also had 2 meetings. The whole studio treats her with respect. When Qiao Xingye returned to the office again, she met Qiao Rongchuan's deep and doting gaze. The aura of the meeting just now was completely gone from Qiao Xingye's body. Small hands clutched together as he stepped forward. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Qiao Rongchuan pulled her into a sitting position on his lap. Joe Starleaf. The body instantly tightened. This guy, is he still not reacting from the fact that she's all grown up? That's not good. Qiao Rongchuan played with her slender, small, cold little hands. Xinger has grown up after all. That one-dimensional little look just now made Qiao Rongchuan think of her childhood. She was spoiled beyond belief by him and had to be the boss whenever she played with the kids. That milky little look surfaced in his mind, and the doting in the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes grew a little thicker. A grown-up sentence made Qiao Xingye mutter, "Then why are you still hugging me like that?" Star doesn't like it? These words made Qiao Xingye unable to help but look at Qiao Rongchuan. Could she say she liked it? If he said he liked it, could he hold her like that for the rest of his life? Seeing that Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, Qiao Rongchuan squeezed her small hand again. "Don't like it? Joe Starleaf. Oh, it's killing me. Can I say like?" As she said this, Qiao Xingye didn't dare to look at Qiao Rongchuan at all and directly glanced her little face to the side. Like? What kind of like? Qiao Xingye felt like her liking for Qiao Rongchuan had been unclean. The dirty kind of liking. The love of brother and sister. The love of man and woman. But 2 completely different feelings. Thinking of the words male and female, Qiao Xingye didn't dare to think any deeper than that. Nor did he dare to test Qiao Rongchuan at will. If he only had a brother-sister crush on her, then she was definitely going to be done for if she poked through the window paper. Joe Starleaf in between thoughts, not noticing at all that, because of this like of hers, the breath of the man who held her. It's all a lot softer as a result. Qiao Rongchuan let out a low laugh. Slender fingers curled around her soft hair. "I had the kitchen make you fondue tonight." When Qiao Xingye heard the word hot pot, he instantly came to life. Really? Sure. Before, when there was no Qiao Rongchuan over here, she and Tang Crisp would eat at least once a week. As a result, Qiao Rongchuan came and was dead set against eating. Now that she saw Qiao Rongchuan finally let go, Qiao Xingye hugged Qiao Rongchuan's neck and the excitement almost gave way to a kiss. Chapter 97, The Ring Thing Can't Be Passed. Pei Jingyao is finished. After hours, Qiao Rongchuan pulled Qiao Xingye's hand out of the office. He was full of a biting, wolf-like aura of authority and it became a stark contrast to Qiao Xingye's small, sheep-like face. It gives a softness in the senses that goes straight to the heart. As soon as the two entered the elevator, a colleague came up behind Yang Tingting. "Is that the boss's boyfriend? It looks much better than Kishore, and it's good for the boss. Go. Cut the crap, like that's the boss's brother." Yang Tingting had heard Qiao Xingye. It seemed like he was calling Qiao Rongchuan brother. It's okay to be a brother. With such a brother, Qishao still dares to bully our boss like this. Just wait for the board. Tina Yang, it's taken a beating. She did not believe that Qi Yan that hand that leg This Hong Kong City there are other people dare to beat. How many years has the Qi family been running rampant in Hong Kong City? No one else dares, but the man next to the boss does. Serves him right. And then there's Liang Jintao. I'm sure he's not a very good person. And even if he doesn't distinguish between close and distant relationships, he still wants to marry a rich girl even though he's keeping a mistress outside the home. He's got all the ingredients for a real scumbag. Qiao Xingye and Xiao Rongchuan returned to the Hearing Lawn Forest residence together. As soon as she entered, Qiao Xingye smelled the hot pot and threw away Qiao Rongchuan's hand and ran towards the restaurant. Qiao Rongchuan felt an emptiness in his hand before looking at Qiao Xingye's cheerful back. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly. Lu Ling followed behind him. Mrs. Appetite this time is much better than before. Lu Ling's side checked it all out before he came. Qiao Xingye actually doesn't usually eat well. Well, except for when Tang Crisp takes her out for hot pot. Other times it's one meal with and without. Very irregular. Qiao Rongchuan, it's a blessing to be able to eat. As he said this, Qiao Rongchuan's gaze had been on Qiao Xingye, who was not far away. The look was indescribably tender. Lu Ling, then he still doesn't let people eat more? These days, but whenever I'm out and can't make it back, I have to call the housekeeper to watch her. But whenever she was found to be disobedient, she had to be rushed back in person. Qiao Rongchuan took off the jacket he was wearing and handed it to Lu Ling. On Pei Jingyao's side, you tell him we have no intention of exporting our minerals. Lu Ling's movement to take the clothes was a beat. No? You were talking about decentralizing? And at first he thought Pei Jingyao was a good alternative. How now? Lu Ling was unsure, but didn't dare to casually speculate on Qiao Rongchuan's mind. Nodding her head, good. I'll notify his side. Qiao Rongchuan didn't say anything else and lifted his steps in the direction of the restaurant. And Qiao Xingye was currently looking at a pot of clear soup, sighing with disappointment. Qiao Rongchuan sat down beside her and reached out to rub the top of her fine, soft hair. What's wrong? Can this be considered fondue? Not a single chili blossom in sight. Obviously. We agreed to have hot pot. And her brother lied to her. Qiao Rongchuan hummed before saying, it's healthier to eat this way. Qiao Xingye, that occasionally eat a little is nothing. Can not affect the health of what? Qiao Rongchuan, you used to take it every week before. Not too often? Qiao Xingye skimmed his mouth and gave Qiao Rongchuan a resentful look. The maid respectfully handed Qiao Rongchuan the sterilized hot towel. Qiao Rongchuan wiped his hands before he began to help Qiao Xingye iron the vegetables. Look at her commiserating. Qiao Rongchuan let out a low laugh. Don't want to eat? Qiao Xingye looked at the pot, then at the bowl already filled with seasonings, and nodded decisively. Eat? How can you not eat it when you've at least done enough hot pot? She hadn't eaten much steak for lunch, and she was a little hungry now. The corners of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth smiled more intensely as he placed a piece of scalded beef into Qiao Xingye's small bowl. Qiao Xingye picked it up and shoved it hard into his mouth, biting down hard. I could tell by the grit in her teeth that she was taking offense at the fondue. Just after tasting the flavor, the aggrieved baba on her face instantly dispersed again. It's quite tasty. The flavor of the sauce in particular is so unusual. Qiao Rongchuan, delicious? Qiao Xingye nodded. Delicious, really delicious. The disappointment on my face was swept away, and for the first time, I realized that the non-spicy hot pot was actually quite tasty. The atmosphere at the table was instantly harmonious. Pei Jingyao, who was far away from Pei. Just as he entered the office from the conference room, he felt a shiver run through his body for no reason. To the yellow-cord lady behind her, she said, turn the heat on enough. This damn weather is getting colder and colder. The yellow-cord lady had a question mark on her face. Is it cold? This didn't feel like much to her. Pei Jingyao glanced at the thin professional clothes on Huang Chang's body. You're not cold? Huang Chang, I'm not cold. Could it be that you have a cold? Mr. Pei, it's really not cold. The heating in the office is on at a constant temperature now, so where would it be cold? Pei Jingyao dropped a line. I'm not going to catch a cold. The yellow-cord lady nodded and didn't say anything else. Okay. He always says he doesn't have a cold, then he doesn't have a cold. Turning around to organize those papers that were just as sent up, Pei Jingyao entered the office and just sat down. The phone just buzzed and vibrated. Picking it up and looking at it, old Lu, did you get that ring done? It's done. I'll have it delivered to you tomorrow. Saying that, Pei Jingyao even went to feel in his suit pocket and, as a result, the pocket that originally held the ring was empty. He blushed, and undeterred, he touched it again, and it wasn't there. Finally another box was felt in the other side pocket. An instant relief. Only when he opened the box, he was instantly dumbfounded. It's not a ring in there. It's a bracelet. Why not the ring? Where's the ring? The man on the other side of the phone didn't notice Pei Jingyao's instantly tightened face. Still going on. Thanks a lot then. It's still you. That Lin Jiao keeps staring and just steals it from me. He's really snatched it away from me. I don't want to live either. Pei Jingyao now had a terrible headache. The two of them are still not well now? Lu Yan and Lin Jiao are both Pei Jingyao's closest friends, and the wives of these two men used to be bosom friends. I don't know how it flipped 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, the two of them have been competing to the death. But whenever there is something a little bit of anything good, they will grab it. If the other guy snatches it away, the days are numbered. This time, Lu Yan was also forced to do nothing and borrowed Pei Jingyao's hand to snatch it from Lin Jiao. Because it was Pei Jingyao, Lin Jiao's wife definitely didn't dare to make a scene. and both he and Lin Jiao were able to escape. I don't know. We had coffee together last time. We were fine. 2 hours later there was another fight. Speaking of this, Lu Yan was on fire. Pei Jingye looked at the bracelet in the box and was in no mood to pull their wives with Lu Yan. Hurriedly hung up the phone. Then he searched the drawer again, inside and out, only to fail to find the box with the ring in it. Ms. Huang knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Pei, these documents you will have to sign. They are all expedited. Pei Jingyao, when you were packing up your office, did you see the ring I auctioned back the day before yesterday? The ring? Didn't you take it to Miss Zhou? Pei Jingyao. What the hell? Chapter 98. He does everything when he's drunk, but he doesn't remember anything either. What that ring is really for, the yellow court ladies don't know, but Pei Jingyao did take it to Qiao Xing Ye, because Pei Jingyao said he was making amends. So at that time, when he took that ring away, the yellow court lady was quite puzzled. But the boss's mind, how dare they, the people below, speculate freely. Pei Jingyao heard Huang Chang say that he gave the ring to Qiao Xing Ye. His face couldn't help but shake. I gave it to Qiao Xing Ye? The yellow court lady nodded. Yes, you gave it to Ms. Zhou. Pei Jingyao. It's over. To think that I forcefully shoved that box at Zhou Starleaf. Pei Jingyao then slapped his forehead in a hurry. It's killing the old nose that he took the wrong thing. Glaring fiercely at Huang Chang. Why didn't you warn me if you knew? A ring to make amends? This is all called a thing. Ms. Huang, when I asked you about it, you said it was for Ms. Qiao, and I didn't dare to say more. Pei's people all know that Pei Jingyao hates it when people try to figure him out. He had said at the time that he was giving it to Qiao Xingye, so naturally, Huang Chang didn't dare to say another word. At this moment, looking at Pei Jingyao's expression, Huang Chang was puzzled. Was it a wrong delivery? Who have you seen make amends and give a ring? Pei Jingyao's tone was hateful. Yellow court lady. Means yes. She wanted to ask at the time, but Pei Jingyao was distracted by Pei San and Qiao Xingye's mess. That face was grim and scary. Ms. Huang couldn't help but ask again. What should we do then? Go and ask for it back? As soon as these words came out, Pei Jingyao gave her even more of a hard look and Huang Chang hurriedly shut up. Want it back? What he, Pei Jingyao, had given away. There was no reason to ask for it back, but this atonement for giving away rings, Pei Jingyao felt a good headache. It's not a good idea to ask for it back, but his instincts told him that ring was definitely going to get him into a lot of trouble. True enough, right at this time Pei Jingyao's phone rang. It was Lu Ling calling. A second face change picked up. Assistant Lu, our gentleman says that we have no intention of exporting our minerals. Mr. Pei had better not bother with anything else. What? There's no exit for that. But you were clearly picking the right partner before. Before Pei Jingyao could finish his words, the other side of the phone simply hung up the phone. Pei Jingyao's entire body went numb. He is telling the truth. Xiao Rongchuan to use the minerals international connection. This news will not be wrong. Can't say it now? When he thought of Pei soon quarreling with Qiao Xingye first, Xiao Rongchuan had that long drawn face at that time. And then thinking about Lu Ling's words on the phone just now, this made Pei Jingyao have to think of the ring he had given to Qiao Xingye. Is it really because he saw the ring? Hiss. Pei Jingyao couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air as his brain implants jolted with pain. After thinking about it, he said to the yellow court lady, "Find me Qiao Xingye's phone number." Okay. The yellow court lady pulled out her cell phone and was about to start looking for Qiao Xingye's number. Sent it to Pei Jingyao with the fastest speed. It's just that Pei Jingyao didn't dial out, and at this point it's not likely that Xiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye are together. From the mouth of Qiao Xingye, to cooperate, the word. Xiao Rongchuan hated it when someone was associated with the Qiao family, so he couldn't directly look for Qiao Xingye at this time. Forget it, wait until he went to work tomorrow. Lu Yan's phone call came. I'm downstairs at your company now. I'll come get the ring. Take what? Don't look for me if you need anything from now on. You can't even control the women at home, and you have to come to him for a broken ring. What now? If you send it to Qiao Xingye, won't that offend Xiao Rongchuan completely? Xiao Rongchuan's heart for Qiao Xingye isn't that simple. It was obvious from his handling of the Sheng family. Lu Yan this, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have gotten himself into such a mess. What's going on here? Just thinking about that ending of the Sheng family, he couldn't help but feel terrified of Qiao Rongchuan in his heart. Pei Jingyao's sudden outburst of anger made Lu Yan on the other side of the phone a little upset. What do you mean? You wouldn't have given the ring to Lin Jiao, would you? What are you giving? One or two of them can't even handle a woman. Don't say you know me when you go out. Hey, no. What the hell kind of ghost fire are you throwing? He was fine on the phone a minute ago, and now he's giving him this? Lu Yan's breath was unsteady. Tell me honestly, did you give the ring to Lin Jiao? Lin Jiao's, Pei Jingyao, who was now burnt out, didn't bother with Lu Yan and directly hung up the phone. Now he was annoyed when he heard the word ring. What a tie ring. It's annoying. However, just after hanging up, Lu Yan called again. Tell me honestly, did you give the ring to Ringo? I'll give you the big one. Pei Jingyao was furious. Lu Yan, then go ask my grandpa for it back. Pei Jingyao. Headache. The corners of Huang Chang's mouth couldn't help but twitch when she heard Lu Yan's words over the phone. Both of their grandfathers seem to have died quite a few years ago. Listen to this side of the Mission Woods residence. Qiao Rongchuan accompanied Qiao Xingye out after dinner. Didn't get back until 12 o'clock at night. Qiao Xingye was also busy until late because of that design from Xingchuan International. The sound of an engine was heard coming from outside. Qiao Xingye was worried about Qiao Rongchuan's drinking, and directly got up to go down to see. She just happened to be thirsty for water as well. Sure enough, when I reached the stairway, I heard Lu Ling's voice coming from the master. Doesn't even need to bother with those people, so why drink from them? Qiao Rongchuan was sitting on the sofa at the moment, taking off his glasses and pinching his aching brow. He didn't say anything. Lu Ling, I'll have someone make you a sobering soup. You go back first. Qiao Rongchuan spoke in a low voice. Even from a distance, Qiao Xingye could hear the drunkenness in his tone. It also looks like it's been drinking a lot. Lu Ling had just turned around, and when she heard Qiao Rongchuan's words, she looked back at him and finally nodded. Lu Ling is gone. Qiao Xing Ye went downstairs. The man turned back when he heard the footsteps and saw Qiao Xingye. The bottom of his eyes, which were always serious and deep. A touch of tenderness crossed through the drunkenness at the moment. Starlet, come here. The gentle voice made Qiao Xingye's heart stifle a shiver. Then he raised his steps forward and looked at Qiao Rongchuan's reddened cheeks. Qiao Xingye couldn't help but reach out and touch his forehead. No fever this time. Sometimes when Qiao Rongchuan drank, he would be prone to fever, and she would be tossed around all night along with him, because a drunken Qiao Rongchuan will definitely not spend the night outside. Every time, Lu Ling personally sent him home. When he got home he wouldn't let anyone else near him, and was almost always accompanied by Qiao Xingye. Looking at Qiao Rongchuan's reddened face, Qiao Xingye couldn't help but say, didn't Special Assistant Lu say that you don't even have to bother with those people? In that case, why did he drink from those people? The moment the words fell, the slender wrist was wrapped in the man's warm palm. Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to react, the next moment he was pulled into Qiao Rongchuan's lap and sat down. Qiao Xingye was off guard, and her entire body lunged towards Qiao Rongchuan. The lips fell just short of the man's. Qiao Xingye's pupils tightened and subconsciously had to back away, without waiting for her to get up. However, the man cupped her tiny chin and kissed her, spreading out soft, cold lips, the smell of wine mixed with the flavor of roses. Qiao Xingye subconsciously struggled. However, in just an instant, she was rolled over and pressed onto the sofa by Qiao Rongchuan. In this instant, Qiao Xingye felt like her heart was going to jump out of her throat. Brother! Qiao Xingye's breath hitched and he shouted down to Qiao Rongchuan, and this cry of brother caused Qiao Rongchuan, who was crouching over her, to instantly quiet down. He braced himself to look at her, with four eyes facing each other. Qiao Xingye clearly caught a hint of tenderness from the bottom of his mesmerized eyes, and it was also this tenderness that struck right at a certain place in Qiao Xingye's heart. The fortress that had been trying to yard up all these years seemed to have collapsed in the same instant. With just one glance, Qiao Rongchuan pressed down again. Chapter 99, Liang Jia's company was screwed. I don't know who it was. How many people couldn't sleep this night? Needless to say, on the hospital side, Liang Yutong was seriously ill, and the pain kept her awake all night, whereas Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao had accompanied them before. Tonight, in a rare occurrence, neither of them came. Only Lu Suyun is alone in the hospital. In the middle of the night, Liang Yutong was in a lot of pain. One rolled over to find her hair all over the pillow. Her heart choked and her eyes reddened in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Suyun comforted her. When it gets better, it will still grow back. Liang Yutong sniffled. Where's Yen? As soon as she opened her mouth, Liang Yutong's tone was all weakness. Lu Suyun said there is now an important cooperation object in Hong Kong City, to delay a little time. It was Vaughn Man who said this to her. Said that Qi Yan's side is going to meet a very important cooperation partner in the next 2 days. Said the cooperation partner? But really, that collaboration isn't even taken down right now. Nothing can go wrong at this juncture. Originally, because Liang Yutong was in too much pain, Lu Suyun called Qi Yan. I hope Qi Yan can think of another way to Jin Yang and Yan Li. Qiao Xingye lied to her. So this path for Qiao Xingye was out of the question. But they certainly couldn't give up on their side. It turned out that it was Feng Man who answered the phone. Feng Man scolded her, and finally dropped words at her in a snappy manner, saying something like even if Liang Yutong dies in the next 2 days, she should not look for Qi Yan. Hearing Feng Man say this about the child she raised, Lu Suyun naturally felt bad in her heart. but she didn't dare to say anything nonsense, so she could only endure the breath. Who let the Liang family company is now getting worse by the day. The Qi family is done using them. What a flip-flop. Hearing Lu Suyun say that, Liang Yutong was instantly depressed. So, let's not bother her then. Lu Suyun, he shouldn't be coming over for the last few days. Listening to Feng Man, that partner is very important. She also threatened that if that cooperation was messed up because of Liang Yutong, she would definitely settle the score with them. Feng Man has said so. Lu Suyun naturally does not dare to find Qi Yan at will now. Liang Yutong's face stiffened when she heard that Qi Yan wouldn't come over for a few days. Not for a few days? She was due to be discharged in 3 days. Qi Yan had promised her that she would go to the Hearing Lane Forest residence to recuperate. Now that it says he won't be coming to the hospital for a few days, will he still be discharged on time? Lu Suyun nodded her head. Yes, it won't come for several days. And you shouldn't call him for the next 2 days. That Von Man is no joke when she's on fire. That's A. As soon as she heard Lu Suyun say not to contact Qi Yan, Liang Yutong looked at her and instantly burst into tears. Lu Suyun couldn't stand to see her like this. Don't cry. It's only for a few days. It says that collaboration is really important. If it wasn't important, Feng Man wouldn't have gotten so mad at himself. So will I still be discharged on time? Liang Yutong choked back a sob. Lu Suyun. Discharged? Thinking about Qi Yan's promise to her, Lu Suyun thought for a moment. Listening to Lan Linju's side should have already been arranged. I'll call in the morning hours and ask. If he doesn't come, we should be discharged or not. Liang Yutong wanted to be discharged from the hospital, and Lu Suyun knew it. She didn't like the smell of disinfectant water in this hospital and wanted to go over to the Hearingland Forest residence to recuperate. Honestly, the air is really good over there. Hearing Lu Suyun say that, Liang Yutong also felt slightly better in her heart. I don't know if the curtains have been changed or not. I've always talked about replacing it with a sunflower one before, signifying new life and health. She wants to get well soon. The smell of disinfectant in this hospital was so strong that she didn't want to stay for a moment. Lu Suyun, it should be changed. Qi Yan was so attentive to her that he should have just been dealing with that side wholeheartedly for the past 2 days. Don't worry, Yan only has you in his heart, and you shouldn't always be so dreary-minded. It's not good for your health. Thinking about what the expert said to her, Lu Suyun couldn't help but feel a little torn. She didn't even know even now if Liang Yutong would be able to pull through this time or not. Liang Yutong, I just can't help it. Mom, I always feel like I'm. This time. Don't say it. Before Liang Yutong could finish her words, she was directly interrupted by Lu Suyun. That intuition that this man has sometimes is the scariest of all. The doctor said your condition has been well controlled for the past 2 days, so don't get any ideas. Liang Yutong gave her a tearful look. Is that so? Of course. Lu Suyun nodded firmly. Hearing this, Liang Yutong's heart also felt better. After having a hard time putting Liang Yutong to sleep, Lu Suyun walked to the hospital corridor to call Liang Jinzhao. As a result, Liang Jinzhao did not answer, and several consecutive calls were naturally hung up. I don't know. Liang Jinzhao had been in a meeting since he was called to the company by Liang Panming. It's still in the conference room at 3 a.m. Lu Suyun gripped her heart and looked at the closed ward door. Her heart was empty. It always feels like there's nothing to fall back on. Liang Jinzhao and Liang Panming had this meeting until past 7 in the morning. Neither of them looked too good as they exited the conference room and returned to their offices. It was only then that Liang Panming saw the bruises on Liang Jintao's face. What's wrong with your face? Suddenly being asked about his face, Liang Jinzhao's face sank. Subconsciously, he touched his face, and the moment he touched it, that swelling pain it made him huff, accidentally bumped. Both sides hit? Liang Panming frowned. The marks of that injury were not as simple as a bump at first glance. Liang Jinzhao, speaking of this injury, it's time to talk about Joe Star Leaf together. Thinking about the phone call my mother gave me yesterday before I came to the office. Seeing that Liang Jinzhao didn't say anything, Liang Panming didn't bother to ask again. Some headaches held his forehead. Do you have the feeling that someone is behind us this time? Suddenly so many collaborators are making noise about terminating their contracts, and some are even cutting off resources outright. Liang Jinzhao frowned and looked at Liang Panming. Liang Panming, could it be the Qi family? It shouldn't be the Qi family. Qi Yan wouldn't allow it. Liang Jinzhao said without thinking. Now, although the Qi family was dissatisfied with the Liang family, they wouldn't strike at this time. Even if they strike, the impact of the Qi family on the Liang family's company won't be so great. This time it's straight up a bit of a trick for their side. Upon hearing that it wasn't the Qi family, Liang Panming's face looked even worse. Then who could it be? Liang Jinzhao, who is? The man in Qiao Xing Ye's office naturally flashed through his mind. Is it that man? Listen to this side of the Mission Woods residence. Qiao Xing Ye looked at those bruises on his neck and his little heart clenched together. She had been hiding in her room, afraid to come out. Her ears perked up to hear the movement of the car outside. However, this directly wait until 9 o'clock in the morning, did not see Qiao Rongchuan go out. Instead, it was Qiao Rongchuan who came knocking on the door. Xinger, it's time to get up. Ah, a little tired. I'd like to sleep some more. It's too extensive on the neck, and on the lip, and it hurts, and this is going to go out and he's going to see it. I don't even know how to explain it when asked. It's really sinful. Chapter 100, You drink and do bad things. Who am I going to blame? Qiao Rongchuan standing in the doorway, hearing Qiao Xingye say that he was tired. A hint of a smile that one could not easily detect crossed the bottom of his deep eyes. Glancing at the time on his wristwatch, it's 9 o'clock already. Lazybones. Qiao Xingye, I'm really tired. I want to sleep some more. I'm going in. Qiao Xingye. No, come in for what? In a hurried tone, he said. Don't. I'll be up in a minute. As soon as she heard that Qiao Rongchuan was going to come in, Qiao Xingye's voice changed to a panicked one, and hurriedly pulled up the collar of his shirt to cover his neck more tightly. Qiao Rongchuan, hurry up. Breakfast has been warmed several times. Got it. Qiao Xingye in the room wanted to cry. She searched her closet for silk scarves, and found that they covered so little of the. Straight away I found a scarf to put around it. When she went downstairs, she saw Qiao Rongchuan sitting on the sofa. The laptop was on his lap taking care of business. Hearing the commotion, the man turned back to her, and sure enough, his eyes were dark. Really didn't sleep well? Qiao Xingye made a muffled sound. How could she sleep after a night of accelerated heartbeats? Looking at Qiao Rongchuan, looking at his demeanor, it was as if he had forgotten all about what happened after drinking again. When he thought about it, Qiao Xingye couldn't help but feel a bit stifled. It was a good thing he hadn't just forced her. It would have been too much for him to remember if he'd found himself in charge of him. Qiao Rongchuan saw the scarf around her neck. You're cold? It's not cold. Qiao Xingye replied subconsciously. She regretted it when the words spilled out. The next moment I heard Qiao Rongchuan say, why are you wrapping such a thick scarf around your neck if it's not cold? It's all heated indoors. Not at all. Joe Starleaf. Hearing this, her small mouth fluttered and she directly didn't know how to answer Qiao Rongchuan. Why? He didn't do it yet. The housekeeper saw Qiao Xingye come downstairs and had the servants bring the warmed breakfast to the table. Qiao Xingye directly didn't answer Qiao Rongchuan's question and went to the restaurant sullenly, took a sip of porridge, looking to Qiao Rongchuan, who was still in the living room. Aren't you going out today? It's going to be late. Oh, no wonder it's still here. Qiao Rongchuan put down his laptop and walked towards the restaurant. He was very tall, about 1.9 meters. Those straight legs, just looking at them, made the blood swell. How much Qiao Rongchuan had really pleased the girls over the years, Qiao Xingye knew. It's just that he's so full of his own cold air that not many people can get close. Of course there were those who drugged him. It's just not known what the consequences of that drugging were. And in any case, they haven't been seen since. Qiao Rongchuan sat down across from her and looked at her with a ghostly gaze. Qiao Xingye's heart jumped. Why are you looking at me like that? Qiao Rongchuan, why is your mouth swollen like this? Qiao Xingye's brain buzzed and the blood in his body sped up again. The man really doesn't remember anything. Surprisingly, she asked her how she swelled up like that. Qiao Xingye had a headache. Do you remember how you got back last night? Qiao Xingye. Really don't remember. It makes one's head go bald just thinking about it. Without waiting for her to say anything else, Qiao Rongchuan's hand suddenly reached over and removed the scarf from her neck. The moment Qiao Xingye felt a cool breeze pour into his neck, while his heartbeat instantly stopped, she subconsciously had to go and snatch the scarf back. As a result, because of too anxious, directly jumped into the arms of Qiao Rongchuan. Joe Starleaf. Crowd. The air, in this instant, stood still. The butler and the servants' hearts tightened, and they reacted in just a second, hurrying to run away en masse. Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye were not related by blood, and everyone here knew it. In case Mr. Next tries to do something to Missy, they'll have to have that eye candy. See what you shouldn't, and beware of being silenced. There were only two people left, Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Xingye looked at Qiao Rongchuan and blinked, her heart missing half a beat. Subconsciously, she was about to get up from Qiao Rongchuan's arms. However, the next moment Qiao Rongchuan held her down. What's going on with this neck of yours? There was a deep tone in the magnetic voice. Qiao Xingye's heartbeat inexplicably missed half a beat again. She stammered, this and that. I was bitten by a bug last night. Anyone who could ask such a question would have to have no recollection of the bit that happened last night. The thought of him forcefully holding himself down on the couch last night. If he hadn't been able to break free, how could he have left such extensive marks on his neck? Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. Bugs again? Qiao Xingye nodded frantically. Yes, bugs again. What else could she do but let the bugs take the fall? You can't just say he kissed Xiao Rongchuan, right? Gentle is also really gentle, but at the same time it's a dog. Look at all the bites to her lips. And she wakes up in the morning with a pain like a dry crack. The man's warm fingertips sharpened on her soft lips. That's a bit of a powerful bug. It's all giving the place a bite. Qiao Xing Ye's small face burned uncontrollably. Again the head nodded balefully. Well, it's pretty impressive. Can't even open it. Qiao Rongchuan held her slender waist with a heavier force. And you hit him? Zhou Xingye, hit it, she said in all seriousness. In fact, where dare to hit her strength is so strong. A slap grip down designated to give him wake up. That was the big unexplainable scene. So that was the kind of slap she didn't end up having the courage to give. Qiao Rongchuan let out a low laugh. Have the housekeeper give your room a good insecticide. It's time for a good killing. And can you stop drinking when you go out? It was already a bad stomach. Besides, what person in the world would he need to will to bow down to? What's the point of drinking from those people? What's more, drinking is a mistake. And there's no way to get at him for doing bad things. So angry, Qiao Rongchuan curled his fingers in her hair. What's the relevance of you being bitten by an insect and me drinking? I don't know if it's just Zhou Xingye's fault. She always felt that Qiao Rongchuan's tone at the moment carried a hint of deeper meaning that people could not easily detect. Seeing that he had his hair curled around his fingers, Qiao Xingye took it down with an exasperated sigh and, struggling to get down from his arms, yet the force on her waist didn't loosen at all, making it impossible for her to escape. Qiao Xingye whimpered and shouted, "Brother, let go of me. You haven't told me what the connection is." Zhou Xingye, not relevant. The correlation is that he can't remember anything when he's drunk. Probably even if they put themselves to sleep and have an extra child in 10 months, and ask who the baby's father is. Thinking of this, Qiao Xingye gave Qiao Rongchuan a resentful look. Anyway, you shouldn't drink in the future. Looking at her exasperated appearance, Qiao Rongchuan doted on her and pinched her little face, not waiting for the two to say anything else. Lu Ling came over. Seeing him, Qiao Xingye subconsciously had to struggle out of Qiao Rongchuan's arms. This time, Qiao Rongchuan didn't tease her, and when he let go of her, he said, "Be good and eat." The warm tone was as if he was coaxing a child. Lu Ling had little expression on his face, as if he was used to this image. Qiao Rongchuan got up and walked towards the living room. Lu Ling raised his steps to follow. "Master, Qi Jin wants to see you." Qi Jin, Qi Yan's father, because Qi Yan's side has not been able to see Qiao Rongchuan. Qi Jin's side is a bit anxious. The Liang family's minds have dried up, and new replacements are now key for the Qi family. It was not uncommon for Qijin to appear in person. Chapter 101, Secretly Fixing Qi Yan. Before, Qiao Rongchuan glanced at the time on his wristwatch, and his eyes glanced towards the restaurant. Seeing that Qiao Xingye was very good at eating, a touch of softness crossed the bottom of his eyes. Qi Yan is still busy listening to Lanlin residence? Listen to the Mission Woods residence. Qi Yan has always wanted to buy it for that adopted daughter of the Liang family to support her illness. Qijin was also a man of steel in his youth. The wolves gave birth to a dog pup, and this heart is afraid to be bad. Lu Ling nodded. Yes. Xiao Rongchuan, call Qi Jin back and say. When he said this, Xiao Rongchuan paused his tone and, because he saw Qiao Xingye spit out the bun he had stuffed into his mouth, as if he had eaten something dirty, Qiao Xingye even yucked several times and drank water to rinse his mouth. The bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes couldn't help but darken. The tone of voice followed not so well. Let's just say it's important about your son. Lu Ling. What's important about your son? If Qi Jin heard this, he was afraid that he wouldn't want to beat Qi Yan to death, right? What's going on with Qi Yan now? Just hitting it off with Liang Yutong. One of the most anxious is this Hearing Lane Forest House. Speaking of Qi Yan, Lu Ling just couldn't help but exclaim. How did this Mr. Qi give birth to such a thing? You have to find a decent object to be amorous to. He's really trying to cut off the Qi family, and that Liang Yutong's character. From the investigation, all in all, the woman that this Qi Yan looked at was simply a sight to behold. Qiao Rongchuan let out a low laugh. So that means Mr. Qi should be anxious about his son first now. Lu Ling heard and understood what Qiao Rongchuan meant. This belly aching, that gang. Qiao Rongchuan's side didn't seem to care to make a move, but they had treated Qiao Xingye so well over the years. Naturally, I won't let it go. Lu Ling nodded. I'll reply now. Lu Ling is gone. Qiao Rongchuan beckoned to the butler in the shadows to one side, and the butler respectfully stepped forward. Master, everyone in the kitchen is fired today. The butler's heart shook at the words. Okay. Qiao Rongchuan walked towards the dining room, and Qiao Xingye had already eaten almost all of it. Qiao Rongchuan glanced at what she had spit on the tissue. Not good? There are stones. The butler following behind Qiao Rongchuan couldn't help but feel his heart tremble at the words. Think it's not wrong at all for the kitchen to be fired. Who didn't know that Qiao Rongchuan had extremely high requirements for food, especially for Qiao Xingye? Qiao Xing Ye didn't have the slightest idea that she had brought down the entire kitchen with this truth. Are you going out? Qiao Rongchuan nodded. The Liang family should be in disarray by now. Unsurprisingly, the Liang family had a meeting all night last night. Of course, if they reacted to what was going on before looking for Qiao Xingye's side. If you're stupid, you'll just have to suffer for now. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. What did you do to them? Those melons are so wasted in their hands. Zhou Starleaf. Guazo. Come to think of it, Qiao Rongchuan said he would give her the entire Liang family. In fact, she didn't care for it at all. But after seeing that Qiao Rongchuan was leaving, she didn't say anything else. As Qiao Rongchuan thought, the Liang family was really stupid. Until now, it was not clear what was happening. Qiao Rongchuan just left. On Qiao Xingye's side, she received a call from Yang Ting, saying that Pei Jingyao had come to the office to find her. Once Qiao Xingye heard about Pei Jingyao, she didn't need to think to know that it was because of that ring. You tell him I'll wait an hour. Okay, it's about an hour past this way. Hanging up the phone, Qiao Xingye got up and went upstairs to change, just about to go out. The cell phone then received a message from an unfamiliar number. The curtains on the side of Hearing Lane Forest residence have probably been changed already. Looking at the content, I knew it was from Liang Yutong. Qiao Xingye just couldn't understand. Where on earth did she get the strength to come to her own Hian now? It's all getting sick. But it was also fortunate that Liang Yutong had 3 types of terminal illnesses. Otherwise her side would have to trouble out to deal with them. Unbeknownst to her, Liang Yutong could only find comfort in her now, because when she got up in the morning, she saw the big bushel of hair that had fallen off her pillow. The heart has been seized to the core. Qiao Xingye breathlessly returned. Isn't that still an approximation? Not sure, right? Is Qi Yan still cheating on Liang Yutong? And Liang Yutong herself wasn't sure if she could move into the Hearing Landwood residence or not. Liang Yutong, sure or not? Yan doesn't even have anything to do with you anymore. Yo, kinda arrogant. Qiao Xingye, aren't you afraid that I'll show this message to Qi Yan? Liang Yutong, you show him. It's not like the cell phone number is hers. Anyway, when the time came, it would be up to Qi Yan to see if he believed in himself or in her. Qiao Xingye, how about $1 million in bets? I bet you can't move into the Hearing Lawn Forest residence. Since Liang Yutong loved to show off so much, she herself would play along with her. How pointless to take out something to show off without a bet. Liang Yutong, on this side of the phone, saw Qiao Xingye send such a message, and her breath sank, a flash of malice under his eyes. How dare you ask for $1 million? Qiao Xingye, you can't afford to gamble, can you? What's the point of being embarrassed? What's a face? Playing for money is the most practical thing. Liang Yutong looked at Qiao Xingye's arrogant words. A clench of teeth, okay, bet. Isn't it just $1 million? She believed Yan wouldn't let her lose. If Qiao Xingye lost, just give her $1 million. Think of the dead man who keeps threatening you. Plus she's been in the hospital all this time. The Liang family also thought to themselves that she couldn't spend much money from her side. And she didn't even have much money in hand to deal with the man. It would be just right to get $1 million from Zhou Starleaf. Thinking that Qiao Xingye that studio earned more than 7 million last year. It is not too much to give yourself $1 million. Thinking so, Liang Yutong sent another sentence to Qiao Xingye. Remember, willing to gamble, willing to lose. The $1 million was offered by you. Qiao Xingye, yes. Willing to bet, but hopefully you won't be selling tea by then. The word selling tea stimulated hard on Liang Yutong's nerves. Qiao Xingye, have the guts not to say I bullied you. Say what you don't have $1 million. Don't dare say such disgusting things then, or I'll tear your mouth off. Seeing this, Liang Yutong almost fainted in anger. Exasperated, he deleted all the messages and handed the phone back to the nurse. Qiao Xingye's side couldn't get a reply from Liang Yutong, so he knew that he had successfully gagged her. She was going to be ugly. God knows that every time I see Liang Yutong's tea-selling look, she just really wanted to rip her mouth off. Got to the studio in exactly 1 hour. Pei Jingyao saw her and got up. Sister Qiao, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a while. The tone of voice, completely self-effacing. Those who didn't know thought that he, Pei Jingyao, and Qiao Xingye had some kind of extraordinary friendship, especially when Pei Jingyao wanted to hook her neck. Qiao Xingye subconsciously avoided it. It seems that this person hasn't learned enough lessons on Qiao Rongchuan's side. Qiao Xingye said directly. Pei Xiao has something to say directly. Don't be so affectionate. It makes people feel weird inside. Chapter 102. Which country bumpkin can raise a child to be such a loser? Qiao Xingye threw his bag on the sofa quite casually. Looking at this skillful movement of hers, Pei Jingyao couldn't help but cross a trace of deep meaning under his eyes. The handmade customized bag was made by her like this. Are all the people in this Liang family blind? What on earth makes you think that Zhou Starleaf was raised in the country? What countryman is so posh that he raises his children to be such losers? Thinking about what Pei San said earlier, that Sister Liang Jinjiao is the one who came back from the countryside and doesn't know anything. The beamer can't even bring it out. He'd believed it when he heard it at the time, but now he thought that the guys were blind. Pei Xiao? Seeing that Pei Jingyao didn't say anything and kept staring at his bag, Qiao Xing Ye frowned. Pei Xiao likes my bag? Pei Jingyao, huh? Qiao Xing Ye, I'll give it to you if you like it. Pei Jingyao. So generous? Several 100,000, almost millions of customized bags sent at will. Really worthy of being raised by Qiao Rongchuan. But as far as the Qiao family was concerned, Qiao Xingye couldn't be defeated. No need. It's an expensive bag. But what does he use a women's pouch for? Give it to a woman? He doesn't have a woman. Hurriedly pulled out a box from his coat pocket and placed it on his desk to push it toward Qiao Xingye. Zhou Xingye saw another flannel box and his mind couldn't help but waver. What is Pei Xiao doing? This crop of gift giving? Or is he not dead set on going through his own back door? But this back door of hers doesn't work well at all with Qiao Rongchuan, Pei Jingyao said with some embarrassment. That box, have you opened it and looked at it? Pei Jingyao, the things in that box. I sent them by mistake. This is for you, Zhou Starleaf. It really was sent to the wrong person. Let's just say that she's at least the heir to one of the several great families in Hong Kong City. It's impossible to give someone a gift without knowing what to give them. Previously, I thought that this Pei Jingyao was sick in the head. The sentiment is not a sick one, but a total misdelivery. Does Pei Xiao mean that you want the one you gave me before? Back? Pei Jingyao nodded. Yes. The corners of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched as he sniffed. Eyes also subconsciously looked towards the trash can over there, only to see that there was nothing in it. Apparently the trash cans were replaced. End of the request. Qiao Xingye, that, I might not be able to pay back. What do you mean? As soon as he heard Qiao Xingye say that he couldn't pay it back, Pei Jingyao's heart couldn't help but tremble. Qiao Xingye will be here yesterday when Xiao Rongchuan was here and saw the ring in that box, one by one. Speaking of which, Qiao Xingye had a grudge against Pei Jingyao and really scared her to death yesterday. At that time, with that expression on Xiao Rongchuan's face, one slip-up would probably be eaten by him without any crumbs left. And when Pei Jingyao heard that Xiao Rongchuan was still upset by this, his heart trembled once again. So that phone call from Lu Ling yesterday really had something to do with that ring? Pei Jingyao looked at Qiao Xingye with a complex and stoic expression. Then you didn't tell him that. Could I have gotten the wrong one? How am I supposed to know if you've got the wrong one? At that time, she only cared about her own life. As for what Pei Jingyao will end up in the end, could not care. Totally unmanageable. Pei Jingyao breathed in sharply. What about the ring? He lost it. In the trash. At that time, when I saw Qiao Rongchuan throw it into the garbage can, Qiao Xingye was still subconsciously thinking about picking it up and returning it to Pei Jingyao. It turned out that there was no chance at all. And after that Xiao Rongchuan was always in the office. Where would he dare to pick it up himself in his presence? Fearing that his life is too long, Pei Jingyao drew in a breath of cold air. And you didn't help me pick it up? Qiao Xingye, I don't dare. Pei Jingyao, I don't dare. In front of Xiao Rongchuan Qiao Xingye don't dare to words. Then there is someone else dare to do what? Then surely no one would dare. Who changed the trash cans? That's almost $10 million worth of stuff. And you're just going to lose it? It's nothing to him though. But his money didn't come from the wind. Plus the ring was still Lu Yan's. Qiao Xingye, I'll ask for you. With that, he lifted the internal line and dialed out, directly calling Yang Tingting in. Yang Tingting heard said trash can. I took it with me when I left work yesterday. And did you see the ring box in the trash can? No. It's all paper. Who's got nothing better to do than go through a trash can? Qiao Xingye looked at Pei Jingyao. It's over. The garbage was put out yesterday. So I'll probably have to look for it at the main garbage dump now. Right? Pei Jingyao looked at Yang Tingting. You didn't see it in such a big box? Yang Tingting looked innocent. No. Qiao Xingye looked at him. The box isn't big. It's really not that big. The box that holds the ring. How big can it be? Pei Jingyao felt a good headache, thinking that Lu Yan had just given him a call back. That means it's not over with him. It means that the ring can't be found, and he made a mistake in helping. Pei Jingyao held his forehead. Then you can't go through it? At least it's your boss's trash can. What if she accidentally left something important in there? Yang Tingting looked uncertainly at Qiao Xingye, then at Pei Jingyao. Nothing seems to be important to our boss. Designer bags are just thrown and smashed. What could be worth going through the trash? Pei Jingyao's face shook, looking at Qiao Xingye, and then thinking about the way she had just dropped her bag without any care. Being raised by Qiao Rongchuan, it seemed like nothing really mattered in her world. Qiao Xingye waved his hand at Yang Tingting. You go out first. Okay. Tina Yang turned to go down. There were only Qiao Xingye and Pei Jingyao left in the office. Pei Jingyao's expression at this moment was indescribable. Really lost? Qiao Xingye, didn't you hear everything? Pei Jingyao, are you sure she didn't just rummage through the trash? He's still praying that thing gets picked up. When these words came out, Qiao Xing Ye was a bit upset. What do you take my people here for? They simply won't. Hearing her tone, Pei Jingyao originally wanted to make sure. Never mind. If we really upset this one, Master Zhou's side will only get more upset. It was evident at the old man's banquet that he was protecting this girl tightly. Pei Jingyao held his forehead. Then help me explain to your brother that I really gave that ring to the wrong person. It doesn't matter if you get your stuff back. The most crucial thing right now was not to let Qiao Rongchuan misunderstand. He was certain that the phone call Lu Ling made to him yesterday was definitely related to that ring. Qiao Xingye, that's fine. Seeing Pei Jingyao in such a hurry, Qiao Xingye also took out the phone and dialed Qiao Rongchuan. It only rang twice before the other side picked up. Starlet, brother, Pei Xiao came to me for the ring. Pei Jingyao couldn't stop his heart from jumping when he said this. This ancestor, can you explain why you asked her for the ring first? With such a direct mouth, was she sure she wasn't digging another big hole for Qiao Rongchuan in front of him? Chapter 103, Don't accept gifts from other men. Hearing Qiao Xingye speak, Pei Jingyao felt his head go bald. But he couldn't get angry. Is simply afraid. Sure enough, once Qiao Rongchuan on the other side of the phone heard Qiao Xingye's words, his tone directly went cold. Let him go, Pei Jingyao. The corners of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched as she subconsciously looked at Pei Jingyao. Pei Jingyao brain pain numb? Not. Qiao Rongchuan, what does this mean? Make it sound like he's bullying Qiao Xingye. Subconsciously about to step forward, he heard Qiao Xingye say to Qiao Rongchuan on the phone. He's the one who said he sent it to the wrong person and wants it back. Finally explained. Pei Jingyao thought, this is always okay, right? Yesterday he sent the wrong one, and he had someone directly inform him that he wouldn't cooperate. So now what? Just as Pei Jingyao was waiting with a full heart for Qiao Rongchuan's answer. As a result, Qiao Xingye, good and bad, came back with, he brought a bracelet to trade with me. Qiao Xingye had already opened that box, and seeing that inside was the bracelet, he said in a nutshell. As soon as Pei Jingyao heard her say bracelet, he felt that something big was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, I heard Qiao Rongchuan on the other side of the phone say again, tell him to get out immediately. Dropping his words, Qiao Rongchuan over there directly hung up the phone. Pei Jingyao had never had a moment where he was so skeptical of life as he was now. Qiao Xingye saw Qiao Rongchuan hang up the phone and looked to Pei Jingyao. You saw that? Good words simply won't do. So it's better to give up on going through her back door. Pei Jingyao looked at Qiao Xingye, moving his lips to say something, yet at the moment he was too angry to speak. Did she put in a good word for herself? Didn't say anything at all. I don't care if I didn't say anything nice. I didn't even explain the basics of the situation, and said it spoke well for itself. Pei Jingyao took several deep breaths and pressed down the stuffy weight of his heart. Very reluctantly, he spat out two words. Thanks a lot. But thanks to her, the great God, being so bad at talking is all because he was spoiled by Qiao Rongchuan. This office Pei Jingyao can't stay for a moment. He felt like Qiao Xingye was really quite a killer. Really, Pei Xiao, do you want me to compensate you for that ring? Pei Jingyao, who had already walked to the door, stumbled and spat out two words through clenched teeth. No need. Dare he ask her for compensation? The moment he pulled the door open, Qiao Xingye had come up behind him and, a hand pulled on his sleeve. This, Pei Xiao had better take it back. It was the bracelet that Pei Jingyao had just retaken to her. Pei Jingyao pushed it back. No need. This was meant to be an atonement gift for you. I wouldn't dare ask for it, Zhou Starleaf said. From a young age, Qiao Rongchuan had taught her that she should never accept any gifts from men, not even a single needle. The ring thing almost ate her up yesterday, and if she dares to accept this bracelet, she really can't tell. She wouldn't dare bounce in Qiao Rongchuan's restricted area. And just now when talking about the bracelet, Qiao Rongchuan let Pei Jingyao roll. Pei Jingyao looked at Qiao Xingye and then thought about the words that Qiao Rongchuan had just put out on the phone. Never mind. Picking the box back up. What about Pei San? Forget it, Zhou Starleaf said. Said to forget, but at this moment Pei Jingyao listened to her this tone. How to feel not quite right look. Based on his understanding of Qiao Xingye, he felt that this girl was not a good person. Why does this forget it she's saying now sound and feel so watered down? It's just that he's annoyed as hell here too. After that phone call Qiao Xingye made to Qiao Rongchuan just now, things got even more troublesome. He still had to find a way to go to Qiao Rongchuan's side to explain this, and he had absolutely no time to deal with Qiao Xingye. Pei Jingyao is gone. Yang Tingting came in. Boss, did Pei Xiao lose something? I'm afraid he's not trying to blackmail you, is he? Now Yang Tingting looked at anyone as if she wanted to blackmail Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye, you think it's all Lu Suyun? Yang Tingting. She's not worried about her. They've been running this studio for over a year. Almost two. I haven't seen so many people come over as guests before. Lu Suyun was carried out from here yesterday, and today Pei Jingyao said he lost something here. It made Yang Tingting wonder if they were all trying to harm her boss. Qiao Xing Ye, he is really losing a ring. Eyeballing that texture should be worth almost $10 million. Tina Yang, cough, cough. It's not, is it? Are you sure you're not trying to blackmail their boss? Once you come to the boss's office, you lose tens of millions of dollars of things, which to say is not trying to blackmail. Yang Tingting absolutely did not believe it. I feel sure he's trying to blackmail you. Boss, you shouldn't think of people as too innocent. Qiao Xingye, and don't think too dirty of people's hearts. Be careful of not having a boyfriend in the future. Tina Yang, too dirty? Who goes to someone's house as a guest and just throws away tens of millions of dollars? I'm afraid this isn't intentional. Is it? Qiao Xingye, alright, get me a cup of coffee. It didn't matter if she was blackmailed or not. The point was that she had no one to blackmail here either. It's a good thing she doesn't blackmail people. Last night, Xiao Rongchuan drunkenly tossed her around, and she's still a little groggy. Yang Tingting nodded and went down. Just as Qiao Xingye was left alone, the phone buzzed and vibrated. It was Xiao Rongchuan who called. Qiao Xingye picked up. Brother, Pei Jingyao is gone? A low voice came from the man's land, with a hint of oppressive seriousness. Zhou Xing Ye, gone. If we don't leave, we'll wait for him to come and skin us? Xiao Rongchuan, where's his bracelet? Give it back to him. Qiao Xingye said immediately. Luckily it was returned. Listening to Qiao Rongchuan's tone now, if she hadn't returned it, absolutely finished. Qiao Rongchuan, what did I teach you before? You can't take a man's gift. I'm not taking it. In the latter sentence, Qiao Xingye said it in a small whisper, with a small amount of aggression. Sensing Qiao Rongchuan's seriousness, she also hurriedly added, I really confiscated it. Qiao Rongchuan, well, that's good. Qiao Xingye's head was full of black lines. Good boy. Was that word? Sure it was still appropriate to use on her now? So I can never receive gifts from men? I'm all grown up now. The words were, more or less, tentative. Although it was said that there were no other women around Xiao Rongchuan now, yet she had already grown up. And last night, thinking about last night, Qiao Xingye's small face couldn't stop blushing slightly. Although Qiao Rongchuan didn't remember anything, Qiao Xingye still wanted to test that he was, to himself, exactly what kind of arrangement. The words fell silent on the phone. Qiao Xingye's heart, at this moment, was also seized to the limit. About 5 seconds later, Qiao Rongchuan, a man's gift. How does Xinger feel about putting it away? I didn't receive it. In all honesty, she really hadn't received any gifts from the opposite sex during her years in Port City. Xiao Rongchuan, I didn't buy it for you? Zhou Xing Ye, Qiao Rongchuan, what does it feel like? Zhou Starleaf. This question was asked so suddenly that Qiao Xingye couldn't react at all. Chapter 10 for the matter of training children is nobody's business. Pei Jingyao's side. When he came out of Qiao Xingye's office, he received a call from Lu Yan. Lu Yan still had the same line about wanting the ring. Yesterday, Pei Jingyao changed his face too quickly, which made Lu Yan have to be suspicious. Was the ring given to Lin Jiao by Pei Jingyao? Pei Jingyao, where are you now? At home. You're bringing it to me? What are you giving me? The ring's gone. There's no way to get it back. Is it hard to get him to go through the garbage terminal? I'll be right with you. Dropping his words, Pei Jingyao directly hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Pei Jingyao drove to Lu Yan's place. Lu Yan, where's the ring? Get in the car. Lu Yan, no. Where's my ring? Get in what car? He wants the ring. Pei Jingyao, I'll take you to get it. Lu Yan, go get it? This bastard. He really gave the ring to Lin Jiao? This time, Lu Yan fire got a little big. With an exasperated huff, he pulled open the door and got in. Go get it, right? If he doesn't get it back today, he's not finished with Pei Jingyao. Lu Yan thought Pei Jingyao was going to take himself to Lin Jiao. It's just that the car is driving in the wrong direction more and more. This isn't the way to Lin Jiao's house. Where are we going? Pei Jingyao, soon you'll know. Lu Yan, and you sold my ring? Pei Jingyao's brain was particularly painful. And right now with Lu Yan, he didn't want to talk much at all. The car drove for a full hour, finally stopping at the entrance of a secluded tea room. The waiter respectfully stepped forward. Pei Shao, which compartment is Master Zhou in? The waiter's face stiffened at his words, and he looked at Pei Jingyao with some difficulty. Pei Jingyao pulled out a few bills from his wallet and handed them over. Don't worry, it won't make things difficult for you. I really don't dare. The waiter is in a difficult position. The owner of this tea room was Qiao Rongchuan, and the place looked elegant and serene on the outside. But truthfully, anyone who works here knows how scary the bosses really are. Not to mention Qiao Rongchuan, even a Lu Ling, they are scared to death. Because of their fear, the people here were also absolutely loyal to Qiao Rongchuan. Lu Yan's face directly froze when he heard Pei Jingyao say the words Master Qiao. Shocked, he looked at Pei Jingyao. Master Zhou? Is that the one he's thinking of? The waiter pushed the banknotes back to Pei Jingyao with difficulty. I'm really sorry, Pei Xiao. Pei Jingyao frowned. Then I'll go in and find it myself. It won't work. The waiter stopped him. Pei Jingyao gave the waiter a stern look. Attendant, I can inform you. You can't break in. If they go in hard, then all of their staff here today will not be able to eat. Qiao Rongchuan is meeting someone over here today. Lu Ling was there. The waiter came over and whispered in Lu Ling's ear. Mr. Lu, Pei Xiao is here. To see Mr. Lu Ling's face sank when he heard that Pei Jingyao had arrived. Glancing at Qiao Rongchuan, who was sitting face to face with the crane-haired old man not far away, in a bitter tone, he said, tell him to wait. They've found their way here, and if they don't see them, they're not going to stop. The waiter nodded and went down. Lu Ling glanced at Qiao Rongchuan who was not far away, lifted his steps forward and came behind him. Master, Pei Xiao is here. Qiao Rongchuan sniffed. Without moving, he picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. The cell phone sitting on the wicker table buzzed. A message came in, and looking at it, it's from Qiao Xing Ye. Brother, what am I going to eat for lunch? Brother, it was accompanied by a pathetic little soybean emoji. Through the screen, Qiao Rongchuan could feel Qiao Xingye's obedient appearance. Without answering Lu Ling, he directly picked up his cell phone and was about to send Qiao Xingye back. However, the next moment, Qiao Xingye's message came back in. How about I eat with shortcake? Tang Crisp. The alias in front of Qiao Xingye is Crispies. Qiao Rongchuan had wanted to say he'd go pick her up, but she'd already said Tang Crisp. Mostly already have an appointment. It finally came back with one word, good. Immediately after that, he added, no spicy food allowed. This time, Qiao Xingye came back with another expression of a little yellow bean wanting to cry. The corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth lifted into a doting smile, and he returned two words, obey. Putting down his cell phone, he said to Lu Ling, tell him to wait. Good. Lu Ling nodded and went down. Qiao Rongchuan picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board, and once this piece was dropped, the face of the old man on the opposite side was directly serious, bastard, and half-hearted. Qiao Rongchuan picked up his teacup again and said carelessly, when have you ever watched me lose? Just because you haven't lost doesn't mean you won't. Just wait. Sheng Knight and Mern Vaughn, hooked up. At those words, Qiao Rongchuan's face lurched, and a sharp flash passed under his eyes. Mern Vaughn? Yes. You know what Sheng Knight has in mind for little starlet. Otherwise he wouldn't have condoned Sheng Chun to pull that stunt. He could have been looking for Xiao Xinger for the past few years as well. It's just that Qiao Xingye is too good at hiding it. Qiao Rongchuan was filled with coldness, putting down the teacup in his hand, the sharpness under his eyes getting thicker and thicker. He closed his eyes dangerously. The old man on the opposite side, Feng Haoyan, looked at him with a serious gaze. That time it's about trying to drive a wedge into him, isn't it? Qiao Rongchuan opened his eyes, the bottom of them dangerously clear. Yes, he just wants to drive a wedge into Shang Yi. Qiao Rongchuan, what's left of the Sheng family now? There's nothing left. So what's the difference between what he did to the Sheng family at that time and driving them to extinction? Feng Haoyan, it's true that there's nothing left, but Mern Vaughn has some of what you know in the Y underground, and he can hook up with this guy. So in short, watch out. If he dares to go back to F country again, he will only die. That time he let Sheng Yi run away. If he didn't, Sheng Yi, would be a handful of dust right now. As the words fell, Qiao Rongchuan once again dropped a piece under the chessboard. This makes Feng Haoyan old man had no chance of winning, and now it is a son directly blocked the dead end. It was not good for him to say anything more on the matter of Sheng Knight. Who let the dead kid move this one's beloved favorite? Joe Feather called me yesterday to ask where you were. Qiao Rongchuan frowned. What does she want? When I heard you'd found Starchild and wanted to come over to see her, I told her to stay put for a while. Don't interfere with your child training. Qiao Rongchuan. Outside, Pei Jingyao's heart was directly relieved when he heard that he was told to wait. To let himself wait. It means willingness to meet. It's good to be willing to meet, but it's good to be afraid of avoiding it. Lu Yan twisted his head in shock and looked at Pei Jingyao. Master Qiao, isn't it the one from Country F? He had gotten word that the one had come to Hong Kong City. This is really good news. He also wanted to meet Qiao Rongchuan, but couldn't find anyone to connect him. A person like Master Qiao is not a person they can see if they want to see it. Can Pei Jingyao? Pei Jingyao Receiving this response from him, Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and immediately afterward he asked, what are we here to see him for? Did he sell the ring to Qiao Rongchuan? In that case, he wouldn't dare to ask for it back, so he could just give it to him. Did you sell the ring to Master Zhou? Then I don't want it. Lu Yan hurriedly said, tell me about it. It was an honor for him to see what he saw in Master Qiao as well. so how dare he ask him for it back. Chapter 105, then Qi Yan and the Liang family. Won't they both be finished? Pei Jingyao gave Lu Yan a look at the little cutie. A glance. Lu Yan was a bit confused. Why are you looking at me like that? Pei Jingyao, do you think that person cares about a ring like yours? He won't even take the initiative to send it to the door. And Lu Yan is making it seem like someone is trying to hack his stuff. Lu Yan, also. Then what did you bring me here for? Pei Jingyao, the ring was lost by his sister. Lu Yan. No. This. How did things get this way? Sister? What sister? Hearing the word sister, Lu Yan was directly shocked. No. Who is Master Zhou's sister? His ring? How could it be lost by Qiao Rongshuan's sister? What did Pei Jingyao do? That's a bit of a circle, isn't it? Pei Jingyao, does Qiao Xing Ye know? Lu Yan, who? Zhou Starleaf. Lu Yan. Qiao Xing Ye. Why is that name so familiar? Wait, isn't that the fiancé that Qi Yan didn't want before? Isn't that the Liang family's own daughter? The fiancé that Qi Yan didn't want? Lu Yan almost exclaimed in shock. The news that Qiao Xing Ye and Qi Yan had withdrawn from their marriage during this period of time was making a lot of noise. With that, it also reveals the cruel fact that real daughter's status in the Liang family is inferior to that of her adopted daughter. Now say, that's Master Zhou's sister? Pei Jingyao directly gave him a blank stare. Correction. It was Qiao Xingye who didn't want that fiancé Qi Yan. The news of the cancelled wedding was all over the place at that time, and the dominant person behind it was Zhou Starleaf. To put it bluntly, it was Qiao Xing Ye who kicked Qi Yan. What do you mean Qi Yan doesn't want a fiancé? She's the one who doesn't want Qi Yan. Lu Yan. Then if she's Master Qiao's sister, wouldn't this Liang family and Qi Yan both be finished? This is too exciting, isn't it? Qiao Xingye is actually Master Qiao's sister? There's no need to say how the Liang family treated Qiao Xingye over the years, and after Qiao Xingye returned to the Liang family, basically didn't show up much. Originally, she was a biological daughter, but the Liang family had never officially disclosed her identity to the public. Even Mrs. Liang said that her daughter was Liang Yutong or something like that whenever she went out to Mrs. Circle. Even if Liang Yutong and Qiao Xingye made a mess 2 years ago, it didn't affect Liang Yutong's status in the Liang family in the slightest either. Treating your own daughter like that, that's abuse, isn't it? Pei Jingyao nodded. Well, mostly finished. Hearing that Qi Yan is going to be finished, Lu Yan's eyes even brighter. Then Qi Yan has not always wanted to cooperate with Master Qiao? What's the point of cooperating? Because the Liang family's minerals are about to run out, and the Qi family side is looking for a replacement because of the jumping up and down in a hurry. That mine is too rare. The beamer didn't know what kind of luck he had before. The only one that replaced it now was also in Qiao Rongshuan's hands. This is directly offending at Qiao Xing Ye. Stabbing a hornet's nest. Pei Jingyao grunted, just this and you still want to cooperate? Dream on, right? I don't think he even knows what he wants Master Zhou's last name to be right now. After all, Qi Yan's entire mind was on Liang Yutong during this time. I don't know if the chairman of the Qi family will be angry and have a heart attack if he knows. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth twitched. You mean Master Qiao will take personal revenge? Is he that kind of person? A sentence about is he that kind of person. Pei Jingyao's face sank directly as he said responsibly, he is. Lu Yan. Hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes couldn't help but light up even more. Like Pei Jingyao, he had also been looking at Qi Yan for a long time. Rabbits still don't eat grass in their nests. Sisters' fiancés in one family switching around. What a slag thing. Lu Yan, this is so exciting. There's a good show coming up. But there's one thing that I don't quite understand. Then why didn't she say that Qiao Xingye is Master Qiao's sister? It's not as if you're living that life in the Liang family after all is said and done. Pei Jingyao, does she care about the Liang family giving her a good life? Lu Yan directly stopped talking. Also, there's a dark emperor underneath the F. What kind of scum are the rest of them? Then it's thanks to Liang Yutong who still fights with her hysterically, messing up half the time she doesn't even care. That's the truth. It also maps the stupidity of the Liang family side by side. And everyone out there can see that Liang Yutong is no good. On the contrary, the Liang family still treated her as a treasure, and it was even more needless to say that she was sick during this period of time. Qiao Xingye's side just sent a message to Qiao Rongshuan. In fact, was testing Qiao Rongshuan angry or not. I don't know when it started, but whenever she sees the opposite sex, she gets weak, especially since she doesn't have much for those of the opposite sex either and doesn't know what she's being vain about. Seeing that Qiao Rongshuan wasn't angry, she was relieved. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Qiao Xingye looked at the number. It was Fengman's. Thought about it, hung up, and then pulled the plug. She didn't even have anything to do with the Liang family now, and these people would be even less likely to care. She didn't like ineffective socializing, especially not dealing with these self-proclaimed elderships. Not long afterward, a landline called in. She figured it was the QIs again, and still hung up. Leahy. She didn't pick up until Jin Yang's call came in. Yang. The Liang family is going crazy right now, Jin Yang said. Qiao Xing Ye, crazy is crazy. Just crazy. And it keeps bothering you? Well, it's been bugging me that Time Liang Yuton's had a change of specialists and professors, and I don't know what's wrong with it. It keeps biting me dead in the ass. Joseph Xinji, because it's so complicated. Not to mention having several types of cancer? Jin Yang, from what I heard from the hospital, it's been getting worse, to the point where it's hard to control. Qiao Xingye sniffed and raised an eyebrow. In that case, wouldn't Liang Yutong be dying? And does she still have the life to give herself that $1 million they bet between them? In case she loses a breath and can't lift it straight to the air. Jin Yang, I don't know if I'll die, but the Liang family and Qi Yan are going crazy right now. And did they threaten you? Threatening people? A trick the Liangs and Qi Yan were used to. It was obvious from all the tactics that had been used on her before, hating to just hold her down. This threat directly caused Jin Yang on the other side of the phone to laugh wistfully. Do they dare? Qiao Xing Ye, don't dare. How could she forget that there could be a He Changfeng behind Jin Yang? A low-profile but unchallenged existence. No wonder Qi Yan and the Liang family have been catching themselves in the act. The sentiment is that they don't dare to come hard on Jin Yang at all. Where would she have taken her curved path if she had dared? When are you coming back? Brother Changfeng asked me to stay over here with him for a while, and I won't be going back anytime soon. Qiao Xing Ye, then you're really in a hurry to kill Qi Yan and the Liang family. Now they were probably starry-eyed about Jin Yang, but it turned out that Jin Yang never came back. Wouldn't that make them anxious? Jin Yang, if I don't go back, will the Liang family give you a hard time? Jin Yang and Tang Crisp hadn't spoken on the phone, so naturally they didn't know that Qiao Xing Ye had Qiao Rongchuan nowadays. She was a bit afraid of pissing off the Liang family and making Qiao Xingye suffer. Qiao Xing Ye, don't worry, their little ability can't help me yet. That's fine. Just tell me if you need anything, Jin Yang said. As long as Zhou Starleaf doesn't make it difficult. She hated the Liang family the most, once when the Jin family was just in decline. That Mrs. Liang's face. She remembers it to this day. It's true that the wind and the water have turned, and her Liang family also had the day to beg her. The two talked on the phone for a while longer before hanging up. Qiao Xingye called Tang Crisp. Tang Crisp heard another meal. Cannot help but come to the sentence, eat again. That brother of yours should have a problem with me. A sister-controlling brother who dares to steal his sister from him all the time. I'm afraid that he's not going to get retaliation. Zhou Xingye, he's busy during the day. That's fine. Once she heard that Qiao Rongchuan wasn't available at all during the day, Tang Crisp also dared to agree to Qiao Xingye's dinner. Otherwise, they would not dare to agree at all for fear of reprisals. Pei Jingyao's side. After waiting for a full half hour, he waited for Lu Ling to come out. No one has ever made him wait like this in the harbor city. However, this time, no matter whether it was Pei Jingyao or Lu Yen, neither of them dared to have half a word of comment. Being brought in together by Lu Ling, it was just a small tea house. However, along the way, Pei Jingyao and Lu Yen both noticed a number of bodyguards in the shadows. Lu Yen whispered in his ear and asked, "Did you see what else was on those people's waists?" Pei Jingyao, what do you think that is? Lu Yen, is Chang? No wonder Qi Yan will suffer in the hands of Qiao Rongchuan. Who is Qiao Rongchuan? What kind of person is Qiao Rongchuan? It's a good thing he didn't just shoot him. Chapter 106, Brother said he's going to take me to a fun dinner. Don't come over here. Under the bamboo grass hut, when Lu Ling brought Pei Jingyao over, there was already only Qiao Rongchuan. Pei Jingyao saw Qiao Rongchuan and respectfully stepped forward. Master Qiao. Qiao Rongchuan put down the tea bowl in his hand, lifted his eyelids, and glanced icily at Pei Jingyao. Lu Yen, who was standing behind Pei Jingyao, caught the moment when Qiao Rongchuan caught that regal gaze under his eyes, quickly averted his eyes. This person had such a powerful aura on him that people simply didn't dare to look directly at him. Is this Qiao Xingye's brother who raised her? There is such a thing as a presence. Lu Yen once again felt that the Liang family and Qi Yan who bullied Qiao Xingye were going to be finished. They're really crazy, when they really don't know what they're talking about. Qiao Rongchuan looked askance at Pei Jingyao. You want Xing'er to compensate you for something? Pei Jingyao. Lu Yen. Hearing the chill in Qiao Rongchuan's tone, the two men's hearts trembled in unison. Pei Jingyao said first, Master Qiao is not saying anything. How dare I ask Miss Qiao to compensate? I'm just worried about that ring causing unnecessary misunderstandings, and I want it back. Since Miss Qiao lost it, then naturally it's fine. Just don't misunderstand it. Master Qiao, how dare you make her pay for it? It's not even a big deal. This one is not happy about it. This really let Qiao Xing Ye compensation. Shall not eat him? Lu Yan listened to Pei Jingyao's respectful tone. The heart once again shocked the identity of Qiao Rongchuan, worthy of being the June Fire King in the Dark Night of F Country. In this harbor city, No one has been able to make Pei Jingyao bow down so low. Xiao Rongchuan, so what Pei Xiao means is just a misunderstanding. You didn't mean that to starlet? Pei Jingyao, kind of meaning? At this moment, Xiao Rongchuan's tone was too deep, causing Pei Jingyao's heart to once again resist tightening. Reacting immediately, he said, how could that be? I definitely don't have that kind of meaning towards him as Xiao. If it really meant that, it could have been a fishy scene next. How dare Pei Jingyao? You really don't misunderstand. Master Zhou. At this moment, Pei Jingyao was a bit regretful. At that time, when the Liang family and that dog Qi Yan did that to Qiao Xing Ye, he should have protected it. If I'd known she was behind this, I'd have protected her. Now it was more or less a favor to Qiao Rongchuan. It's just a shame that what Qiao Xing Ye showed at that time was really a nothing. Qiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette and took a drag before throwing the cigarette case to Pei Jingyao. Pei Jingyao took it. Thank you. Took out a cigarette from the cigarette case and lit it. I know that Master Qiao you have anger in your heart, but I really don't have it. When he said this, Xiao Rongchuan suddenly gave Pei Jingyao a cold stare. Pei Jingyao hurriedly swallowed back the latter words. Thinking about what Qi Yan and the Liang family are facing right now, Pei Jingyao hurriedly said, I've already locked Pei-san up. Don't worry, it definitely won't bother Miss Zhou's side. I've seen those who are good to their sister, but I've never seen one who babies her to this extent. To say that Xiao Rongchuan didn't have that kind of meaning for Qiao Xingye, Pei Jingyao definitely didn't believe it. Of course it was none of his business either. Right now he would do anything as long as this one was happy. Xiao Rongchuan cast an icy glance at him. Sure it's all taken care of? It's all taken care of. And if Master Qiao doesn't believe me, I'll put Pei-san in jail now. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth twitched. No? Is this the real brother? Lu Ling also gave Pei Jingyao an icy look. Xiao Rongchuan once again took a drag on the cigarette in his hand and didn't say anything, just glanced at Lu Ling. Lu Ling instantly understood and stepped forward. Pei Xiao's side go back first. We'll let you know. Master Zhou, our master already knows. Pei Jingyao still wanted to say something to Xiao Rongchuan, but Lu Ling directly interrupted him. Pei Jingyao glanced at Xiao Rongchuan once more, wanting to see some information under Xiao Rongchuan's eyes. Yet the man was too deep for him to see any of it. When he was sent out by Lu Ling, Pei Jingyao still couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lu, is Master Zhou still mistaken? Master is not a petty man. Pei Jingyao, isn't it? He looked just as petty, especially when it came to Zhou Starleaf. Pei soon just had a fight with her, and that's how Qiao Rongchuan's side reacted, and said it wasn't petty. Send Pei Jingyao away. Lu Ling returned to Qiao Rongchuan. Master, gone? Lu Ling nodded. Yes. What do you think of him? Qiao Rongchuan asked in a deep tone. Lu Ling thought for a moment. More than anything else, Pei Xiao is indeed a good candidate. That's him? Then, Qiao Rongchuan said chillingly. Lu Ling also nodded. Pei Jingyao was indeed a good candidate, mainly because he was ruthless enough. Don't look at Pei Jingyao as a bit of a hangdog, but from the Pei family's family feud it's obvious that he's ruthless enough. Xiao Rongchuan glanced at the time on his wristwatch. It was already lunchtime, and dialed Qiao Xingye's number. Brother, I'll get you. The moment he faced Qiao Xingye, all the coldness in Xiao Rongchuan's body was collected. Only the exclusive warmth remains. Qiao Xingye, huh? Didn't I say I was going to eat with shortcake? Push off. Xiao Rongchuan gently spat out two words, but he was also overbearing and did not allow people to reject them at will. Qiao Xingye on this side of the phone bristled. Alright then, Xiao Rongchuan, take you to a fun meal. Zhou Starleaf. Food that's still fun to eat? What's that? Instantly, curiosity was piqued. Then hurry up and come get me. Upon hearing that there were delicious food and fun, who could say no to that? Anyway, Qiao Xingye couldn't refuse. Xiao Rongchuan let out a low laugh and hung up the phone after him. Qiao Xingye hurriedly called Tang Crisp. My brother said he was going to take me to a fun dinner. You stay away. Don Crisp. Cut. See the color and forget your friends. What food is still fun? Qiao Rongchuan is not a donkey Qiao Xingye, right? Trying to coax his sister to go with him is more like it. She was born and bred in the harbor city and didn't know what was good enough to eat that was still fun. Qiao Xingye, I don't know. Anyway, Qiao Rongchuan said so, and after a couple more sentences with Tang Crisp, Qiao Xingye directly hung up the phone. After waiting for almost half an hour, Qiao Rongchuan came. Qiao Xingye went downstairs. As soon as they left the office building, they saw Qiao Rongchuan's exclusive car parked not far away. She subconsciously was about to run over. However, there was a sudden force on her wrist. It was Qi Yan. Seeing Qi Yan, Qiao Xingye's face sank. What are you doing? No? Is this guy still around? Qi Yan's face darkened. Yanli and Jin Yang, what kind of conditions do they want? So you can get them back? Qiao Xingye, this psycho. Qi Yan squeezed her wrist with a heavier force. Say, What exactly do you want? Hearing Lu Suyun say that Qiao Xingye tricked her into signing a broken marriage agreement, as it turned out that the promise to bring the two back was not honored at all, Qi Yan's emotions were completely out of control. When Qiao Xingye saw Qi Yan tangling with Jin Yang because of Yan Li, he directly lost his good temper. As soon as he did, he shook off Qi Yan. Let go you, psycho thing. Qiao Xing Ye, shouting your mom? Why are you so loud? Qi Yan gritted his teeth. This woman, Qiao Xingye, surname Lu, didn't make it clear to you, did he? Still dare to pester me? Qi Yan gritted his teeth again. That's your mom. Is it okay if I say I'm your ancestor? Qiao Xingye directly threw a blank stare at Qi Yan. Kiran, this woman. Qiao Xingye, you signed the severance agreement. Do you understand what a severance agreement is? Qi Yan, that's also your mom. What kind of state are you in? Shut up you. If you're not thinking straight, get it fixed. Do you want me to knock you out? Saying that, Qiao Xingye directly slapped Qi Yan on the side of his head. The force used was not light. Qi Yan was slapped and his brain buzzed, and his fire rose even higher. Chapter 107, How dare you pester me? Have a mixed doubles. Qiao Xingye didn't bother with him and turned around to leave. However, Qi Yan grabbed him again, and at the moment his brain was hurting so badly that Qiao Xingye was half-hearted. He felt like his medulla oblongata was going to be knocked apart. Qiao Xingye looked at Qi Yan, who had an iron head, and raised an eyebrow. Still coming? The moment the four eyes met, Qi Yan also happened to see the redness on Qiao Xingye's lips, and those marks showing on the edge of her scarf. His brain exploded with a buzz and his pupils shattered at the moment. He reached down and yanked off the scarf around Qiao Xingye's neck as soon as he could, and several strawberry prints stood out to the eye. In this instant, Qi Yan felt even more breathless. You and the men? With those men what? Kiran couldn't say the words that followed. He was a grown man. Naturally, I know exactly what those marks are. No one knew exactly how he'd gotten through the last few days, and every time he thought of Qiao Xingye with a man by his side, and he scratched his head, over and over again. In my mind, I kept telling myself that she must be angry with herself. With those men it was just a game. Now, however, is this a meeting of the minds? You're sick, aren't you? Let's talk about Liang Yutong. Why talk about her man? Is her man something he can just talk about? Qiao Xingye was about to shake Qi Yan's wrist, yet the dead man's grip was pretty tight. Qiao Xingye was so angry that she directly gave Qi Yan a geo in the stomach. At the same time there was a bang. The moment Qi Yan stifled a grunt, he also let go of Qiao Xingye's wrist. Xiao Rongchuan stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at Qi Yan with grim eyes. Qi Yan covered his stomach and couldn't take a breath back, his face looking at Xiao Rongchuan with a grimace. It was Qiao Xingye and Xiao Rongchuan who kicked him in the stomach at the same time. Qi Yan felt like his internal organs had been kicked to pieces. It hurt so much. He looked viciously at Qiao Xingye. You what? He couldn't say a single extra word at the moment. Qiao Xingye saw Xiao Rongchuan. Why are you here? When did the force value become so weak? The man took off the trench coat he was wearing and wrapped her in it. It's already cold and you're wearing so little. The deep, cold aroma surrounded Qiao Xingye. It smelled good, with a hint of sweetness that made people fond of it. Qi Yan's face was even more pale when he heard Xiao Rongchuan say that Qiao Xingye was weak in terms of force. Is there a woman with this kind of force value? Qiao Xingye. That woman is afraid that she hasn't gone to the dogs to snatch food. You're so mean. Qiao Xingye muttered. I didn't kick it, and here you are. As soon as Qiao Rongchuan took her hand, eyes warningly glanced at Qi Yan, who hadn't yet lifted his breath from the pain. Qi Yan breathed heavily, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead from the pain. He looked at Qiao Xingye fiercely. Qiao Xingye, speak clearly to me. As the words fell, Qiao Xingye felt an emptiness in his hand. Before she could react, Xiao Rongchuan walked towards Qi Yan with a cold body. Qi Yan felt the man's full body oppression and subconsciously had to step back. It's just too late. Xiao Rongchuan kicked Qi Yan prostrate on the ground, and in that instant, it was as if Qi Yan heard a click. No surprise there. His fractured hand should have been damaged twice. No sooner had he braced himself to get to his feet than there was a force on his back that. It was Qiao Rongchuan who stepped on his back. You asshole. Qi Yan was furious. No one has ever dared to treat him like this in this harbor city. Who is this asshole humiliating? Zhang Yuan, who was in the car not far away, saw this and immediately got out of the car and ran towards them, looking at Xiao Rongchuan full of danger. Even Qiao Xingye couldn't help but have his heart in his throat either. In a trance, a bloody frame appeared in his mind. It was also the bloody image that gave Qiao Xingye the illusion that the next moment this scene was going to be a deadly one. Xiao Rongchuan's tone was chilly, bullying her. It's fun? Kiran gritted his teeth. Let go of me if you can. As the words fall, the force under Xiao Rongchuan's feet became a bit heavier. Not even capable of getting up from under my feet. Let go of you. What can you do? Kiran. Zhang Yuan. Qi Yan's breath caught in his throat as he looked fiercely at Qiao Xing Ye. Qiao Xing Ye, pull your man away. Qiao Xing Ye wrapped her arms around her chest and grunted. Get up yourself if you're capable. You're not afraid to die. Kiran was furious, especially since there was a strong sense of humiliation surrounding him at the moment. He couldn't wait to tear Qiao Xing Ye and this man apart. Zhang Yuan subconsciously stepped forward. However, the aura on the man was too strong, constantly sending pleading looks to Qiao Xing Ye. However, Qiao Xing Ye was oblivious. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yuan's anxious spine. Qi Yan looked back at Qiao Rongchuan with force. Who the hell are you? I've never seen this guy before in this harbor city. Qiao Rongchuan's foot exerted a force, only to hear a click, and Qi Yan also grunted out at this moment. Because of the pain, cold sweat once again slid down his forehead in large drops. I'm going to kill you, and you Qiao Xing Ye, you damned woman. I want you dead. Qi Yan, who was extremely angry, put down absolutely ruthless words to Qiao Rongchuan. However, it was also these harsh words that caused the corners of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth to raise in a bloodthirsty smile, especially Qi Yan's sentence of wanting Qiao Xing Ye to die. The warmth at the corners of his lips was gone, only danger remained. And guess what? Do you have any life left to get out of here? After saying that, his hand had already touched his waist. Zhang Yuan saw Qiao Rongchuan's movements, especially when he saw what Qiao Rongchuan had touched out. It felt like the blood in my body was stilling its flow. Breathe, be still. Even the sound of the wind at the moment seemed to carry a cruel chill. Just when Zhang Yuan thought that Qi Yan was really going to be accounted for here today, Qiao Xingye slowly stepped forward. Reaching out, he grabbed Qiao Rongchuan's wrist. Brother. Qiao Rongchuan's reasoning returned, and his eyes looked at Qiao Xingye with a ghostly coldness. Can't bear to part with it? Business is business. Qiao Xingye reminded faintly, and for reminding, she even stomped on the back of Qi Yan's hand. Qi Yan, who was already injured, was even more aggravated at this moment, and had never been in such a sorry state. Qiao Xingye took Qiao Rongchuan's hand and took the things off his hands. Let's go first. What a giveaway. This time, Qiao Rongchuan came to Hong Kong City to stay for such a long time. There must be something serious. At this time, if something happened to Qi Yan in his hands, it would definitely cause an extraneous problem. Qi Jin, in this harbor city's position, should not be underestimated. Qiao Xingye put Qiao Rongchuan first in everything. Qiao Rongchuan looked at Qiao Xingye with eyes that were a little deeper, and eventually allowed her to put the things away. Like an angry tiger, it is pacified in an instant. Qiao Rongchuan turned his ghostly gaze toward Qi Yan, letting go of his foot with a cold snort, and then pulled Qiao Xingye away with him. Qi Yan felt the force on his back loosen and his body seemed to have lost its strength. It wasn't until Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan's car was far away that he let Zhang Yuan help himself up. What was that thing in that man's hand just now? Obviously. In retrospect, Qi Yan still had some heart palpitations. In a place like Hong Kong City, that man is so reckless. What is his identity? Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes, that's the guy. In that instant just now, Zhang Yuan clearly saw the danger in the bottom of that man's eyes. It was the kind of danger that had gone out of its mind. If Qiao Xingye hadn't stopped it, Zhang Yuan was certain that the man would really take Qi Yan's life. Carrying around that kind of dangerous stuff shows how dangerous that person is. Qi Yan's heart rose and fell in anger. Still haven't found out what that man's identity really is? Zhang Yuan, it always feels a bit familiar. It's true that I can't recall exactly where I've seen it. And the forces behind that man, the people who can stop them, can't find out anything at all. You can see that this man is really powerful. Hiss dash. Qi Yan was in pain. Quickly send me to the hospital. It hurt so much that I couldn't move my injured hand now. This side of the car. Qiao Xingye put the item back on Qiao Rongchuan's waist. Is everything done in Hong Kong City? Qiao Rongchuan squeezed over her cold little hand. What? I miss my mom and sister. Chapter 108, You've got guts. You dare to pry into my gossip? Qiao Rongchuan reached out and just scooped her up in his arms and sat down. Favoring her, he rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair. Not bad, counting on you having a conscience. The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. The man's warm fingertips sharpened at those strawberries on Qiao Xingye's neck. That bug is too powerful, isn't it? Giving you so many bites. Qiao Xingye's brain went boom. Something exploded at the same time as the blood heated up all over his body. Her small face flushed red as she grabbed Qiao Rongchuan's wrist. You still say that? Can't tell? Joe Starleaf. The little face, redder. The man's long, slender fingers, lifted her chin, and with 4 eyes, it was as if there were deep pools under the man's eyes. Qiao Xingye's already tense nerves. At this moment, facing Qiao Rongchuan with such a look on his face, he was even more stumped. Brother. Why is your face so red? Qiao Xingye, he also asked. The moment last night's images flashed through his mind. Qiao Xingye threw her arms around his neck as soon as she could. Resting his chin against the man's shoulder, he said in a muffled tone, "Consider me feverish, but don't say any more." That was a lot of words to say, and I really didn't know how to take them. Also, since he asked, that means that what happened after he drank. Don't you remember anything? When he thought about it, Qiao Xing Ye got a little upset. "Qiao Rongchuan, fever? Quickly touch it for me." Qiao Xing Ye's hand around his neck trembled, and for some reason, the phrase touching that, it made her hear a hint of color. The force of the arms holding the man was heavier and heavier. No touching, no fever. Why is that little face so red? Joe Starleaf. And ask, can you stop asking? It's a real head scratcher. What kind of fun did you say you were going to take me to? Unable to resist, he hurriedly changed the subject. As soon as we talk about eating. Qiao Rongchuan let out a low laugh. You'll know when you arrive. Qiao Xing Ye, it's kinda mysterious. The two of them chatted for the rest of the day and arrived at their destination about half an hour later. When she got out of the car, Qiao Xingye purposely covered the scarf around her neck more tightly. Don't ask anyone who sees those traces if she can live. But thinking of Qiao Rongchuan and Qi Yan's reactions when they saw those marks on their necks, Qiao Xingye subconsciously looked at Qiao Rongchuan twice more. The man noticed her gaze. What are you looking at? On the lookout. Has brother been around any women over the years? If there was no woman, it would be normal for him not to know what those marks really meant. Qiao Rongchuan's face laughed at his words. The gaze that looked at Qiao Xingye was a bit more serious. As soon as he pulled her into his arms, he cupped her tiny chin and lifted it. The nerve of the... How dare you pry into my gossip? Qiao Xingye, I didn't. I just asked. Asked? Can't you just ask? Qiao Rongchuan laughed lightly. Ask? This smile, looking more or less oozing in Qiao Xingye's eyes, couldn't help but gulp. What for? Don't give a damn about asking. So does Starlet want me to have it? Or not? Joe Starleaf. Why are you asking her? It's a total giveaway for her. I didn't realize that I dug myself a big hole with a casual remark. Qiao Xingye struggled and subconsciously wanted to escape. Yet she was in Qiao Rongchuan's arms, with nowhere to go. I don't know if it was her mistake, but the man spoke again, and in his magnetic voice, there seemed to be more than a hint of tentativeness. Does Starlet wish me to, or not? Joe Starleaf. Can she say no? It was so close that you could almost feel the warmth in the man's breath. Qiao Xingye gulped. Buzz. Just as Qiao Xingye didn't know how to reply, Qiao Rongchuan's cell phone vibrated. He let go of her and pulled out his cell phone to look at the number. Joe Xingye gets free and takes the opportunity to stay away. That's really scary. Qiao Rongchuan picked up the phone. Hello, how's my baby doing? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. It's Qiao Rongchuan's mother, Luke Lottie. It has also been the woman who has held Qiao Xingye in her heart, half-heartedly not wanting her to be wronged. Back when Qiao Yu wanted to bring Qiao Xingye for training, she was most against it. Qiao Rongchuan looked at Qiao Xingye's cheerful back. That bouncy and the spirit is still as good as it was when I was a kid. Don't worry, she's fine. Bring it back early or Feather is going to be looking for you guys. Mrs. Luke over there said. Qiao Rongchuan, tell her not to come. What kind of nature is Qiao Yu? It would surely target her in all kinds of ways because of Qiao Xingye's escape from F country. With all her targeting tactics, Qiao Xingye didn't always be able to resist. I stopped it or it wouldn't have been as simple as 3 months of training this time. It would have been about 3 years. Once he heard 3 years, Qiao Rongchuan's face sank directly. This time, no matter what, we must keep the people under close watch and not let Qiao Yu take advantage of the situation. The two talked on the phone again. At the end Mrs. Luke added, keep a close eye on the man this time. Don't lose it for me again. Sentence after sentence to me. It is evident that in all the years that Zhou Xingye has been away from Zhou's house, just how much it touches the heart. No. Qiao Rongchuan hung up the phone. Lu Ling parked his car and followed him. Miss looks like she really doesn't have that kind of meaning for Qishao. They all saw how hard they hit just now. If Master didn't go over, Lu Ling thought it was entirely possible that Qiao Xingye would beat Qi Yan to death. Qiao Rongchuan grunted. She's not blind. Don't say that Qi Yan is still attached to Liang Yutong. Even if there is no Liang Yutong, Joe Starleaf doesn't even always look good. Lu Ling, Qishao is still trying to figure out how to buy Hearing Lanlin residence. Why doesn't he just set up a tent right on the beach? Qiao Rongchuan said sarcastically. Keeping on dwelling on the matter of Hearing Lanlin residence. Are you really not worried that Liang Yutong won't be able to think of it until she dies? He's willing to spend the time. I just don't know if that Liang Yutong has that much time to spend or not. Lu Ling, that is to say, where to see the sea is not to see. Have to covet Mississippi Place. They don't know by now that the Hearing Lane Forest residence is under Star's name? Not yet. If you don't know, you're so entangled. If you know, you'll probably want to take over. That broken marriage agreement that Shinger signed with the Liang family. Send it out directly. It's natural to break off a relationship that is known to all. Don't come back to all kinds of climbing when you see a bit of favor. Lu Ling understood what Qiao Rongchuan meant and nodded. Good. The Liang family went so far as to sign a severance agreement on Qiao Xing Ye. And from this point of view, how ruthless the Liang family really is towards Qiao Xing Ye. Since we are going to be ruthless, let's be ruthless to the point where everyone knows it. Lest the future learns of Qiao Xingye's true identity and tries to cling to her again to draw blood. Qiao Xingye was also on the phone with Tang Crisp. She said to Don Crisp, I sent you that agreement. And when you sent it, send it right out enlarged where MS. Lu signed it. Don Crisp understood. How is this amplifying the signature? This is clearly amplifying the cruel fact that there is no longer any relationship with the Liang family. You're in such a hurry because you're worried about the Liang family blackmailing you in the future, right? Things like severing relationships. I hadn't seen Qiao Xingye in a hurry before, and now that Qiao Rongchuan had found her, she was in a hurry. Joe Starleaf, right. It's still true. Just those people in the Liang family. What hasn't she seen in the past 2 years? Those people, if they knew she was raised by the Zhous, there's no telling what that mouth will fawn over. Though it's true that the Liangs can't suck blood for a thing, but to her, it's all about maximizing Qiao Rongchuan's interests. As long as she's around, those guys won't be able to draw half a drop of blood. Okay, that's it for now. Hang up. Qiao Xingye hung up the phone, looking at a pool of water in front of him, a little confused. What did Qiao Rongchuan bring her here to eat? What to play? Turning back, she was ready to go to Qiao Rongchuan, but she ended up with a thud and accurately crashed into a man's arms. Qiao Xingye aggrievedly covered her head and raised, What are you doing standing behind me? Look at all the bumps and bruises I've gotten. The corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth smiled as he dotingly touched her forehead. He'd heard her call Don Crisp, and the little thing had even fought with him. Chapter 109 Live Dad. Shut up. Pei Jingyao's side. I had just sat down to eat with Lu Yan when I received a call from Lu Ling, saying that he would bring his lawyer with him tomorrow. Look at the contract first. As soon as I heard the news, Pei Jingyao directly came to be interested. Okay. Thank you Special Assistant Lu. Many thanks. The words fell, and the Lu Ling on the phone hung up directly. Pei Jingyao glanced at Lu Yan, who was sitting across from him. Order more. Lu Yan, what good thing? There was nothing that could make Pei Jingyao this happy. Pei Jingyao, Master Qiao's side notified to look at the contract tomorrow. It's done? Lu Yan was shocked. During this time, Master Qiao's side was in Hong Kong City. That is, he was personally selecting this side of the cooperation partner. How many people wanted to work with him? All eyeing the resources in his hands. Pei Jingyao picked up the red wine in front of him and took a sip. Well, it's mostly a done deal. The first step has been hit and the latter should be fine. Lu Yan, then you still have people watch Pei San in the next 2 days. Don't piss off Master Zhou's sister again. Pei Jingyao. When he heard this, the excitement on his face cracked right through. Pei Soon. That bastard. When this time the matter successfully passes, she will have to give her a good beating. Eyeless thing. Didn't the Qi family also want to work with Master Qiao? Then Master Qiao chose your side this time. Then the Qises are completely out of luck, aren't they? Pei Jingyao, it's been hopeless alright. As far as Qi Yan and Qiao Xingye's relationship is concerned, Qiao Rongchuan would be damned if he could choose the Qi family. Just wait and see. The Kishes are in for a treat. He's still dying for Liang Yutong to buy Hearing Lanlin residence. Lu Yan, is that even a problem? Pei Jingyao, Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye are now living over there. Do you think there's any problem? You mean that's Qiao Rongchuan's territory? Wasn't it before that Zhang Yuan even went over there himself and don't even know about this? Pei Jingyao, if you know, do you think he's still pulling this debt out now? Lu Yan was directly silent. Yeah, I wouldn't have done that if I'd known. Kick Joe Starleaf's ass for a dying woman. And now he's looking at someone else's brother's turf. This Qi Yan is really going to finish begging. Lu Yan looked at Pei Jingyao in shock, feeling that this Qi Yan was going to be really hopeless. Pei Jingyao put down the red wine glass in his hand. Unsurprisingly, right now, Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan are playing Qi Yan and the Liang family like clowns. A Hearing Lane Forest House, and Yan Li and Jin Yang. Now Qi Yan and the Liang family are in all sorts of hurry for Liang Yutong. Anyway, it's quite annoying. Lu Yan, that must be a clown's pastime. Look at what Qi Yan is doing now. He doesn't know anything at all. So maybe there's going to be chaos within the Qi family next. Since he was going to play Qi Yan, he was definitely not the only one to be made a monkey. If Qi Jin gets screwed over because of Qi Yan, will he kill him? On the contrary, Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan were in the shadows, watching the gang jump up and down like psychopaths. Pei Jingyao's side was happy, called home and told to make sure to keep Pei San tight for a few days. Don't come out and mess with the wrong people. She's not allowed to give her the phone either. Anyway, just keep a close eye on it. Joe Starleaf's side. looking at the calm surface of the lake, and then at Qiao Rongchuan, who was flinging his fishing rod around him. Grudge spoke. Brother. Aha. That's the fun? Make her put off lunch with Don Crisp and end up taking her fishing? Qiao Rongchuan glanced at her. Isn't it fun? Joe Starleaf. Was it fun? She knew that Qiao Rongchuan was an expert sea fisherman, and that he also particularly enjoyed fishing. Used to be when I was in F. I would still agree to go out fishing on the sea with those friends. Qiao Xing Ye was reluctant to go. Water sickness was one aspect. More importantly, boredom. She also doesn't like the fishy smell of raw fish. Qiao Xingye looked at Qiao Rongchuan, then at the calm pond. Are there any fish here? Starlet, don't underestimate this place. There are big fish in this pond that your brother raised. Qiao Xingye was looking lifelessly at the pond when Yanli and Hel came over together. Yanli saw the injury on Qiao Xingye's lips and eked. Why is this mouth of yours swollen? Bitten by what? Joe Starleaf. As soon as he heard Yanli ask his mouth, Qiao Xingye's gaze was all dodgy. She coughed dryly and glanced her little face to the side. However, Yanli didn't know if he really had no eyesight or what. He looked at Qiao Rongchuan. You can still get hurt around you? You're not doing a very good job as a brother. Qiao Rongchuan directly gave him a cold stare. Yanli, am I wrong? Hearing Lan Lingju is by the sea. Could it be that you didn't do a good job of killing the pests on your side? Hull saw that Qiao Rongchuan's face didn't look right and hurriedly bumped Yanli. Light father. Shut up. Are you a man or not? Can't you tell how that wound got there? Yannick looked at Hel uncertainly. Hull looked at him like he didn't know anything and whispered a reminder. You don't have a woman? Yanli's eyelids twitched fiercely. Does it have anything to do with whether I have a woman or not? Hull. I'd like to kick him in the pond. This brain should get more water in it to wash it out and probably smarten it up a bit. Seeing Hull's unwillingness to pay more attention to himself, Yanli instantly reacted. Looked at Joe Starleaf. Then back at Joe Starleaf. Qiao Xingye was a little bit hairy by this look in his eyes, fearing that he might see something. A few more amazing quotes out of the blue or something. I'm going to check out the flower fields over there. Find a way to get out of here. Looking at Qiao Xing is fleeing back. Yanli dropped his gaze on Qiao Rongchuan, who had a calm face. He curiously came forward. Little starlet, that mouth should not be you. When he said this, Qiao Rongchuan directly gave Yanli a cold stare, and Yanli gulped. And by the way, he swallowed back the latter words together. It's not, is it? Is that what he thinks it is? If it were any other man, then Qiao Rongchuan probably would have GA the other side long ago. To be so calm right now, it must be him. Yanni huffed backward. You're a real. When the words fell, there was a pain on his calf stomach, and Yanli was unsteady, almost directly kneeling on the ground. No, you're not. You hit him so hard. Am I wrong? How old is she? Hel stepped forward and tapped Yanni on the shoulder. Early adulthood. What Qiao Rongchuan had in mind for Qiao Xingye, almost everyone around him could see. It was that Qiao Xingye who was stupid and still dared to run. It was also fortunate that Qiao Rongchuan was good-tempered with her. Looking for her for the past few years would have driven him crazy. It's a miracle he didn't just break his leg when he found it. Hearing that Qiao Xingye had reached adulthood, Yanli directly stopped talking, but the look in Qiao Rongchuan's eyes was still unconvincing. Fish, hooked, big. Qiao Rongchuan threw Yanli directly in the face, and Yanli was slapped by the fishtail with a snap. The smell of fish filled his senses and he almost spit it out. Qiao Rongchuan, don't you go too far. Yannick threw the fish into the bucket and gritted his teeth viciously. Qiao Rongchuan, don't talk nonsense in front of her. If you scare her, I want you to eat your words. The moment he heard this, Yanli was jolted. You're worried about me scaring her? Might as well worry about what she did to me. The Wolf King can't teach a pup. Look at what Qiao Xingye did to Qi Yan and the Liang family all this time. Qi Yan's injuries were all because of Qiao Xingye. Before he came here, he also heard that Qi Yan was urgently admitted to the hospital, saying that he had broken his bones rather badly. To say that that injury had nothing to do with Qiao Xingye, Yanli would never believe it. And then there was the Liang family, who probably hated begging her on their knees these days. Chapter 110, Cooperation Object Determined. Qi family jumps up and down in anxiety. Hospital side. When Qi Yan said he had a shattered arm, his heart exploded with anger. He threw a big fit. Let Zhang Yuan figure out the man's identity no matter what he did. How dare you do such a thing in a place like Hong Kong City? Zhang Yuan was checked this person before. Has taken a lot of effort to be able to find out then. Checked it out a long time ago. Just got the wound taken care of. Qi Yan's phone rang then. Qi Jin called. Get your ass to the office right now. You went to the office? Hearing that Qi Jin had gone to the company, Qi Yan's face sank. Father hadn't been going to the office for a long time, since handing it over to him. Half an hour later, Qi Yan arrived at the company. Qi's employees saw Qi Yan in this state. All of them did not dare to take out the atmosphere. The president's injuries don't look like a fall. Qi Yan walked towards his office with a dark face. and the office door had just opened. An unidentified object flew right at him. It was a glass filled with water that hit him squarely in the head. Qi Yan's brain buzzed when he was smashed, and the warm water pounced on his face. The instant lycanthropy. Zhang Yuan, who was following him, also tightened his body when he saw this. Qi Jin moved to anger, so it was clear that what was happening now was not small. Get in here, Qijin roared. In the company a little face are not given. Qi Yan, visible, is really angry, not light. Qi Yan went in with a black face, and Zhang Yuan hurriedly closed the door outside. In fact, even if he didn't close it, and no one dares to look at it. Who dares to look at Qi Yan's hilarity? Qi Jin's face was grim. What the hell are you up to? Still messing around with that adopted daughter of the Liang family? You called me back for this? Qi Yan's tone was also bad. He wiped the water from his face and asked back in a chilling voice. Qi Jin was already angry, and now that he saw him like this, he was even more enraged. For this? Qi Yan, the one from the Luke family, has chosen a partner, you know? Kiran, what? Qi Yan looked at Qi Jin in disbelief and Qi Jin's face darkened. You don't know about such a big event? Kiran, he really didn't know. He hadn't heard a word. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qi Jin knew that he must not know anything. Tomorrow the parties are going to start going through the contract process. You haven't even seen the other guy so far. Kiran, who is it? What? Who is the Port City partner chosen by the Luke family this time? Kiran asked icily. Kijin. His heart was in his mouth when he was asked that question. If he knew who it was, he wouldn't be here talking nonsense to Qi Yan. Must have gone to meet that heir to the Luke family first. Until now, the man has done nothing but meet with the people he's selected for possible collaboration. All others thanked the guests. If I knew, I wouldn't be here talking to you. You hurry up and figure it out now. Qi Yan, I'm telling you, if we can't find a replacement, we'll lose something, you know. That ore is an extremely important raw material for them. And if there's no replacement coming up, many links will be forced to stop. Thinking about the current situation, Qi Yan still had the heart to spend on that sick kid. Kijin was then very fired up. If the company doesn't make it through this time, then Liang Yutong doesn't have to live. Qi Jin looked at Qi Yan grimly. His tone was endlessly threatening. And when Qi Yan heard this, his face was grim as he. The heart under his chest cavity was a hard shake. He knew his father as a man, and generally didn't threaten people easily. And he knew how important that replacement ore was right now. I know. Kiran choked in response. Qi Jin took a drag on the cigarette in his hand. Your mom was right. That's a curse. Scourge, said Liang Yutong. Fengman has actually seen the Liang family's game of chess clearly over the years. Liang's gang is no good. Liang Yutong, who was raised, is even more difficult to say. It's just a shame that this son of theirs is blindfolded and his brain is wrapped up. Kiran, I'll meet with the heir to House Luke right away. Don't worry, we can't run out of the ore we need. For the sake of that woman, you have some heart. Now that he knows that he is in a hurry, can Qi Jin not know that Qi Yan is in a hurry for Liang Yutong? The moment Kiran turned around, behind him, Qi Jin's tone became more and more chilly. If that person really signs a contract with the partner tomorrow, Liang Yutong sighed. What's over there? When he said this, Kijin paused in his tone, but the words that didn't come out later. However, it made Qi Yan feel endless danger. He turned back to Kijin. Don't move her. Qi Jin flicked the ashes of the cigarette in his hand. That depends on you. In the end, Qi Yan didn't know how he got out of the company. Zhang Yuan followed him respectfully, and as soon as he got into the car, Zhang Yuan took the clothes to him. The clothes on his body were all wet from the cup of water that he had just splashed. Do you want to go to the hospital first for the head injury? The old man's side hit him really hard, as if it wasn't his own son he was beating. Qi Yan's face was grim. Immediately find out where exactly that heir of the Luke family is. Zhang Yuan, heir to the House of Luke. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but get a headache. This person was simply as difficult as the men around Qiao Xing Ye. I just received a phone call, Zhang Yuan said in an apprehensive tone. Kiran raised an eyebrow. What call? Zhang Yuan, the Luke family's chosen partner this time may be the Pei family. Qi Yan, Pei family? Pei Jingyao? Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes, mostly that's a possibility. The news just isn't completely certain at this point. Kiran, hearing this, his face was once again somber. Even his teeth were clenched. Pei Jingyao. All these years, but whenever there is anything, he likes to grab it with himself. After so many years, or no exceptions, directly picking up the phone, he dialed Pei Jingyao's phone, and the other side quickly picked up. Hello, you're going to work with the Luke family? At this moment, Pei Jingyao is in Pei's house, because just now Pei soon ran out, and the person captured back. But he's still pissed off right now. Hearing Qi Yan's words, he directly jabbed without a good mood. Problems? Qi Yan, By what means did you get it? Pei Jingyao, I really underestimated you. Nuts. If you want to get it, you also use means to get it. Have the guts to get it. He himself has not been able to see the other side until now, and his own side took the, and call him to scream at him? It's really not a thing. Pei Jingyao grunted. But I can responsibly tell you that by what means you, and you won't get this cooperation, because Joe Starleaf won't let on. Xiao Rongchuan had babied Qiao Xing Ye like that, so it would be a hell of a thing if he could work with Qi Yan, at the moment far away on the estate. Joe Starleaf. The moment she saw Qiao Rongchuan pick up his wine glass, she was jolted. Just as Qiao Rongchuan was about to drink the red wine in his glass, Qiao Xingye grabbed his wrist. Qiao Rongchuan looked at her uncertainly. Xinger? Brother? I'll drink it for you. Saying that, Qiao Xingye was about to snatch the wineglass from Qiao Rongchuan's hand, but she couldn't let him drink anymore. People like this who can't remember anything when they're drunk are irritating. He'd gotten drunk before. How come he hadn't made it so hard for her then? After just coming drunk twice, both times out of character. Chapter 11, finally meeting the real master at Shallow Bend. The corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth lifted into a doting smile. Yanli on one side joked. Yo, you all know that your brother is heartbroken? Not in vain. Qiao Xingye directly threw a blank stare over. Eat your food. Yannick bristled. She's got nails, doesn't she? Look at her. Today, Qiao Xingye wouldn't let Qiao Rongchuan drink no matter what she said, and as a result, she wasn't very good at drinking herself. 2 glasses down and she was starting to get dizzy, all the way to the end. Yannick and Hull are going to play. Qiao Xingye's eyes were mesmerized as she looked towards Qiao Rongchuan and softly shouted, Brother. There was a hint of aggravation in the drunken voice. Qiao Rongchuan scooped her up in his arms and sat down, and the moment he got close he also smelled the sweet scent of red wine. In his warm voice, there was a hint of favor. Hard to get? Qiao Xingye nodded. Well, I want to go home. It's hard to drink too much. Qiao Rongchuan fished his coat from the back of a chair on one side and wrapped her in it. Okay, go home. The phrase go home inexplicably stabbed at Qiao Rongchuan's heart. He rose with her in his arms. Qiao Xingye rubbed against his heart and muttered in dissatisfaction. Brother lied. What about said fun? What does Star want to play? Joe Xingye, fun and tasty. It turned out not to be at all. The watery misty eyes looked at Qiao Rongchuan in confusion, and Qiao Rongchuan laughed out lowly. The heart is not still. Qiao Xingye became even more aggravated, and rubbed himself in his arms with even more dissatisfaction. Outside, it was windy, and cold. However, Qiao Xingye, who was wrapped in Qiao Rongchuan's clothes, couldn't feel a trace of cold. Qiao Rongchuan carried her to the car. Lu Ling in the front glanced at the two in the rearview mirror. Mrs. Drunk? Qiao Rongchuan glanced at the small, red-faced Qiao Xingye in his arms, thinking of what Yanli said just now. The bottom of his eyes was even more gentle as he slid over. The little thing has grown up. Knows it hurts. Who knew she was so incapable of drinking? 2 glasses of red wine and she was this drunk. Lu Ling, the Qi family is now looking for you over and over again. It should be knowing that we've settled on a partner and in a hurry. Qiao Rongchuan grunted out a laugh. It's good to be in a hurry. In a hurry, it's more tormenting. Lu Ling, also still inquiring about the owner of Shallow Bay. Xiao Rongchuan, it seems his people are indeed useless. Much later than expected. At least, it is the #1 family in Hong Kong City, and I thought that the people under my hand are more or less capable. Now it seems to be nothing more than that. Xiao Rongchuan glanced at Qiao Xingye in his arms and gathered the clothes wrapped around her even more. Lu Ling thought for a moment and said, Qi Jin hasn't contacted my side yet. It shouldn't be clear that you are the one behind it either. Soon, Qiao Rongchuan said. Once Lu Ling's side was contacted, Lu Ling would pass on Xiao Rongchuan's original meaning to Qi Jin. By then, the entire QI family would be in chaos because of it. Qian over here. Just after hanging up Pei Jingyao's phone, he received a call from Lu Suyun on the hospital side. Yen, what exactly does your family mean? Do you really want Yutong to die? Kiran frowned. What's going on? Your father. Sent 10 men to guard the door of Yutong's hospital room. What the hell is he up to? Lu Suyun on the phone is directly going crazy with anxiety. Now that Liang Yutong was already seriously ill, and seeing the way the two families treated her, not to mention the hardness of the heart, Lu Suyun was distressed. Yen, Yutong can't afford to be stimulated right now. Why don't you tell your dad to remove the people? What the hell is he doing? Just now, when Liang Yutong saw those people sent by Qi Jin, she directly fainted from anger. She's 2 days away from being discharged. I waited with all my heart and eyes to be discharged from the hospital and moved to the Hearing Hills Forest residence in Repulse Bay, but I didn't wait until I was discharged from the hospital. Wait for Kijin's men. What is Qi Jin up to? Now the whole Qi family is rejecting Liang Yutong. Naturally, these men were not sent to keep her safe. These people are here to spy on her. Qi Yan heard that his father had sent 10 men to guard the entrance of Liang Yutong's hospital room, also a sudden pain in the brain. I'll take care of it. Lu Suyun's tone was grave. Ah Yan, I know that none of your family supports you in Yutong right now, but she's sick now, and how else are they going to let her get well in peace when they do something like this? Kiran pinched his aching brow. I know. Lu Suyun, it's better to let Yutong be discharged from the hospital. Listen to the Lanlin residence side. Are all the arrangements made? If you've arranged it, it's better to let Yuetong go over there to recuperate first. Now that the QI family has done such a thing, they can't stay in this hospital for a single day. As soon as he listened to Lanlin residence, Qi Yan's face became more and more grave. Hurriedly, he said to the phone, it's still being arranged, so tell her to relax for now and not think too much about it. Still arranging? What do you mean? Hasn't it been taken care of there yet? The phrase still arranging gave Lu Suyun a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart at the moment. Qi Yan frowned. That's it for now. Hanging up. In the face of Lu Suyun's precise capture of information, Qi Yan was unable to answer and hung up the phone hastily. In the car, it was awfully quiet. After thinking about it, he spoke in a chilly voice. Go listen to Lanlin residence. Zhang Yuan, who was driving, froze. But we just got word that the heir to the Luke family is over at the butterfly garden fishing. It's not a good time to ask about that one's whereabouts. Now that it's so hard to find out the whereabouts of people, shouldn't they go to the butterfly garden side first? Qi Yan, go listen to Lanlin residence first. The words were somber. Zhang Yuan didn't dare to say anything else and nodded. Okay, there is an intersection ahead. Zhang Yuan did not dare to disobey Qi Yan's intention. Straight up turned signals to make a U-turn. But the moment he turned around, he couldn't help but remind Qi Yan that tomorrow they're going to go over the content of the contract with Pei Jingyao's side. If there is nothing wrong with the contract, it will also be signed on the spot. At that point, it will be impossible to undo it. And Pei Jingyao and Qi Yan have always been at odds. If he really let him get those oars, there was no way Qi Yan's side could have a share of the pie. Kiran didn't say anything. Obviously, after hearing that Qi Jin had sent so many people to the entrance of Liang Yutong's ward, he wouldn't be able to calm down. Buzz, Qi Yan's phone rang again. It's Liang Yutong calling. Pick up, Yutong. The tone, quite a bit gentler than just now. Liang Yutong, Yan, Uncle he. When she said this, Liang Yutong's tone choked with emotion. Even across the airwaves she could feel her aggravation and trepidation. Suddenly sending 10 bodyguards to guard her. How much psychological pressure it brought to her could be imagined. Kiran, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Yan, I want to be discharged. I can't stay in this hospital for a moment longer. Please let me out of the hospital, okay? Liang Yutong said prayerfully, especially when she saw this attitude of the Qi family towards her. It was a lie that she didn't panic in her heart. Kiran, okay, discharged. Faced with Liang Yutong's agonizing prayers, he simply couldn't refuse. Liang Yutong, can I, then, be discharged tomorrow? It was originally scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Somehow, originally Qi Yan promised well, but at this moment Liang Yutong was a little panicked. Probably because of her serious illness, she was always afraid she wouldn't make it out of the hospital alive. Qi Yan's brain hurt even more suddenly when he heard her say tomorrow, pinched his aching brow. Okay, just tomorrow. In that case, then no matter what is said today, the matter of listening to the Lanlin residents must be taken care of. Qi Yan's eyes flashed with unprecedented coldness and determination. Just after hanging up Liang Yutong's call, Qi Jin's call came, and he only looked at it and just hang up silently. It's a good time to call him and say what you can imagine. Listen to the Hillswood residents arrive soon. Not surprisingly, their car was stopped. Zhang Yuan looked at Qi Yan with difficulty, and Qi Yan's tone was chilling. Go and intervene. I want to see their owner. There was an unprecedented toughness in his tone. It was clear that he would not rest until he saw the owner of this place today. Zhang Yuan nodded with a grave expression on his face. Just as he was about to get out of the car, a car passed by them and it went in without a hitch. That's, the owner of Hearing Lane Woods? It's just that car. Why does it look so familiar? Wait, come to think of it. Sir, isn't that the car Miss Joe got into in front of the Oriental Mansion? I've just seen it at noon. Chapter 112. It's me who's afraid of you sucking my blood. Qi Yan's face shook at his words. Subconsciously, he raised his eyes toward the car, only to see the rear end. But even if it was the rear of the car, Qi Yan still recognized it at once. It's the same car that Qiao Xing Ye got into with that man at noon. Does that man live here too? Zhang Yuan. The man. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and finally returned. 8 or 9. If I didn't live here, where the security system is so strict, how do you put people in there so easily? Qi Yan's breathing was unsteady, and his face grew heavy. Could it be that man is the owner of this place? Zhang Yuan. Is that right? He doesn't know. But seeing how the security guards treated that car with respect just now, Zhang Yuan, that should be it. The words came out. The whole compartment was cold and appalling. Not a 66-year-old man? The words were almost yelled out by Qi Yan. Zhang Yuan's spine broke out in cold sweat at his roar. Yes, it was indeed a 58-year-old man who signed the closing papers when we checked earlier. Qi Yan angrily pulled out his cell phone and directly dialed Qiao Xingye's number out. Yet all that came over the phone was an icy beep, and she had long since blacked him out. Qi Yan was furious, and there was no place to send the fire yet. In the meantime, a big event is also happening in the harbor city at this moment. At 3 p.m., several phrases dominated the various lists of hot searches at breakneck speed. Hashtag the Liangs don't think their own daughter is good enough and have given up. Hashtag Qiao Xingye is never again the daughter of the Liang family. Hashtag Mrs. Liang personally signed off on her own daughter. Hashtag both biological and adopted daughters. The Liang family chooses adopted daughters. Hashtag raised with a bond that's just not normal, and biological can't replace it. Hashtag. The public opinion about the Liang family swept across the entire harbor city. Qi Yan fretted. Lu Suyun sighed as well. The news was exposed in such a mess that several wives called to ask her what was going on. The words sounded like persuasion, but in actuality they did not hide the mockery at all. Lu Suyun was so angry that her heart, liver and spleen were about to explode. She dialed Qiao Xingye's number like crazy, borrowing cell phone after cell phone. Finally, Qiao Xingye answered. Hello, Qiao Xingye. How could you do such a thing? Severing your relationship is what you wanted. Now make it sound like we've done you wrong. It's obvious that you used Yanli and Jin Yang to tempt me to sign. You cheated me, and now it's plunging me into unkindness. Lu Suyun crackling is a mess. She's still aggrieved in this case. She's the aggrieved party. She's being lied to. As a result, now it's screwed up and she's the least of the people. Qiao Xingye on this side of the phone, who was in a daze at the moment, thought, are you benevolent? You. Lu Suyun almost fainted from anger. You tell me what the hell you're doing? What have I ever done to you that? Are you going to do this to me? Now she was really regretting it. Regretting bringing Qiao Xingye back. If she had known she was like this, what if she didn't have a real daughter? Whether she's dead or alive out there, what does it matter to you? You want money, don't you? Lu Suyun choked. Making all this noise must be too much to live with out there, right? So trying to get money from her that way? That must be it. The more Lu Suyun thought about it, the more angry she became. You want money, you tell me, or that family wants money? Do you have any brains at all? Those people aren't even related to you. You still want to bring them along to suck the Liang family's blood, don't you? At this moment, Lu Suyun was directly angry to the point of confusion, completely forgetting that Qiao Xingye has a studio with a few $1 million a year, and forget about the necklace around her neck that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. At the moment, she decided that Qiao Xingye had pulled this stunt just to ask for the Liang family's money. I think you're poor and crazy. Qiao Xingye quietly listened to Lu Suyun finish frying, lazily rolled over on the bed. Yes, oh. Returning to the Liang family almost gave me a poor death. Poor? This word she returned to the Liang family is $20,000 a month, and it's not paid regularly. Luckily, I didn't count on that money to live. If I did, she would have starved to death. You. Hearing Qiao Xingye's words, Lu Suyun was even more furious as her eyes flared up. Qiao Xingye, sucking the blood of the Liang family? Does the Liang family have blood? And bring the Zhous along for blood sucking? There's not enough blood for them to take a sip. You're just too much. So tell me, what do you mean you're pulling that stunt now? Zhou Starleaf. What do you mean what? She hadn't even seen what was actually posted here yet, but she made such a mess. Naturally, I'm afraid you'll suck my blood. Although she didn't care to suck the Liang family's little bit of blood, but in case she knew she was raised by the Qiao family. What if the Liangs want to suck the blood of the Zhous? So naturally this severing of ties has to be as big a deal as possible. When Lu Suyun heard this, she was even more furious. We sucked your blood? Suck your $7 million? You're also too underestimating the Liang family. Your little tripe is not something the Liang family cares about. Hearing that Qiao Xingye had pulled this stunt because of this reason, Lu Suyun immediately took a high profile. Qiao Xingye, then Mrs. Liang will remember what she said today. It's only right that you remember. Lu Suyun was so angry that she directly hung up the phone. Qiao Xingye heard the beeping sound on the phone and bristled. Just remember. Whoever can't remember is not human. When Xiao Rongchuan came in, he saw Qiao Xingye huffing and puffing and rolling around on the bed. The maid had just changed her into a nightgown, and with her rolling around like that, her calves were all exposed. The knot in Xiao Rongchuan's throat rolled as he watched, and his body heat raced through his body uncontrollably. Angry about what? He came forward with the sobering soup. He suddenly made a sound, and Qiao Xing Ye was startled and, hurriedly shrinking under the covers. Brother, why don't you knock when you come in? Now that she's all grown up. What if she's changing? Xiao Rongchuan placed the sobering soup beside the bed, and he sat down beside the bed. Reaching down, he yanked the covers off her head. What part of you haven't I seen before? Ha! When Qiao Xingye heard this, his brain even more buzzed and his body rolled at this moment. She snatched back the covers and was about to hide in them. As a result, Xiao Rongchuan was quick to pull her into his arms and sat down. Good girl, drink the sobering soup before you go to sleep. The collar of the robe was a bit large, and Xiao Rongchuan could see at a glance just how well developed the girl was. Coughing dryly, he pulled up the covers and wrapped her a little tighter and, only then did he bring her the sobering soup. Hurry up and drink it. Qiao Xingye struggled to get out of his arms. I can drink it myself. Xiao Rongchuan, behave. A hand pinched her waist, and the warm tone carried a hint of command that could not be ignored. She didn't like the taste of sober soup. Qiao Rongchuan knew that if he let her run away from the arms of, I'm going to say this and that later. Anyway, there are many reasons not to drink. Qiao Xingye sniffed the bowl. Well, can it cool for a while before I drink it? So I'll feed you? Qiao Xingye. Feed? How to feed? Carefully. He looked at Xiao Rongchuan. When she met the man serious and full of earnest eyes, Qiao Xingye couldn't stop her heart from skipping a beat. Chapter 113, is that man the owner of Shallow Bend? Introduce me. Qi Yan's side has gone crazy. Seeing the man's car go in, all the events of that time overlapped in his mind. Since when did this house have an owner? Not long, probably just this recent month. Zhang Yuan said after thinking about it. Previously, everyone knew that this side of Hearing Lane Wood's residence was vacant. Kiran, this last month. May. A lot had happened in the past month, since he'd had to postpone his wedding to Qiao Xingye. Things just came one after the other. But he wouldn't forget meeting that man at Qiao Xingye's Jinjiang Tiancheng either. It seemed like it was after he met that man that he hadn't seen Qiao Xingye in Jinjiang Sky City. After that, it's where you meet. So that man is the owner of this place, right? Qi Yan closed his eyes, a nourishing chill emanating from his body. Qiao Xingye, how come she is such a ghost? The matter of Yan Li and Jin Yang has something to do with her even if it's not. Now you're hearing that she's involved in the Lanlin residence? She did it on purpose, didn't she? The more Kiran thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and asked, should I ask MS? Xiao. From the looks of things, Qiao Xingye is the one who lives over here. And if Qi Yan wanted to buy this place for Liang Yutong to recuperate, he would have to go through Qiao Xingye. Qi Yan also thought of this, and his face became even more gloomy and scary. Ask her what? Ask her to humiliate Yutong? Zhang Yuan. Humiliated? If you look at it now, during this period of time, no matter if it's Qi Yan's side or Liang Yutong's side, it's all being played by Qiao Xingye. Thinking about the fact that they've been exhausted all this time trying to buy and listen to Lan Linju, yet Zhou Starleaf lives here. Qi Yan's heart wasn't normally in a fury. Buzz, the phone vibrated. It was his father Kijin calling. Qi Yan did not want to pick up. Qi Jin called Zhang Yuan's phone. Zhang Yuan did not dare not answer. Old man. He picked up, his tone respectful. Kijin, give the phone to Qi Yan. On the phone, Qi Jin's tone was both serious and dangerous. It was evident how much the current Qi Jin wanted to tear Qi Yan to shreds. Zhang Yuan glanced at Qi Yan, who had his eyes closed in the back seat, and covered the phone receiver. Sir, it's the old man's side. Qi Yan opened his eyes and took the phone. Father, you went to the Hearing Land Forest House again? When Qi Jin opened his mouth, his tone was all chill. All this time Qi Yan has been pestering to hear about the acquisition of Lanlin residence. The reason for such a large sum of money is to give Liang Yutong a chance to get well. Kiran, Qi Jin, it seems that you are really taking my words for granted. Kijin's tone was dangerous. Kiran, I'll be meeting the heir to the Luke family today. Word by word, Qi Yan's serious and solemn tone of voice, at the moment threw a wave of exhaustion. Kijin, no need. He dropped 3 words icily and hung up. Hearing the hang-up sound coming from the phone, Qi Yan was a little surprised at Qi Jin's lack of pestering, but in his heart, there was also a vague uneasiness. Qiao Xingye's side was sleeping in a daze. The phone kept vibrating and she simply turned it off the mute and slept until after 7 in the evening. When I got up, I noticed a number of missed calls on my cell phone from unfamiliar numbers. I was just about to check my communications when the strange call came back in. One accidentally pressed answer. Zhou Starleaf. Qi Yan's voice of hidden anger came from the phone. Qiao Xingye's breath sank. Are you a ghost? So ghostly. So all those strange calls were from him too? So long a string of all unfamiliar numbers. The entire QI staff's phones have been commandeered, right? That man is the owner of the Hearing Lane Forest House, right? Word for word, Qi Yan said through gritted teeth. Qiao Xingye's brain woke up completely. How? Tell him to sell it to me for any amount of money. Joe Starleaf, at the moment, from the tone of Qi Yan's voice, could hear how uptight he'd been on his own phone calls all afternoon. It's so hard to get through now. He spoke directly, without beating around the bush, and with a forcefulness that could not be ignored. Qiao Xingye skimmed his lips. Sell it to you. Ha? Yes, any amount of money. Qiao Xingye grunted and laughed. Not that I'm saying why do you have such a big face. He can buy such a big piece of land in Shallow Bay. Why does he still lack your little melodrama? Qi Yan on this side of the phone. When he heard the word Guajeo spit out of Qiao Xingye's mouth, his face instantly turned ironic. What did you say? This damned woman. She's underestimating the Kislephs? Qiao Xingye, Qi Yan. Let's not say anything in the dark. The Qi family is the #1 family in Hong Kong City. Yes, but how much can you come up with? Kiran. The words, in this instant, poured out sharply, the brutal truth that no one behind the scenes dared to casually discuss. Qiao Xingye is so naked right now. Fruit said it. Her tone was mocking, and it was also clear that she was being sarcastic towards him. Qi Yan. Seeing that Qi Yan didn't say anything, Qiao Xingye grunted and laughed. Everyone in Hong Kong City says that you are the best heir to the Qi family. What's the best? That's because your mom gave birth to just one son. There's no choice. The guys are holding you up and you're taking it seriously. Straightforward. Sharp and still true. Qi Yan almost fainted in anger. You woman. Qiao Xingye, you're the president of Qi's now. Yes, but which one is really in charge do I have to remind you? Kiran, you shut up. Qiao Xingye, your father doesn't look like he's going to the office much anymore. But how much money can you Qi Yan spend on the books? Anything over $100 million requires your father's signature, right? How much more to sell you? Can you take that much money? Could uncle say yes if he knew you bought it to nurse that sick boy? Hearing this nonchalant blathering from Qiao Xingye, Qi Yan's brain almost exploded from the noise. This woman. It's either her hands or her mouth. Now Qi Yan wished she'd either beat herself up or stop talking so much. Too much bad mouth. But it also had to be said that Qiao Xingye was telling the truth. Ever since Liang Yutong came back, the procedure for spending money on the company's side of the ledger was changed. Large expenditures are not counted on the signature of the executive president alone, but also on the signature of the chairman of the board above. Qiao Xingye said is not right. Not 100 million. Is 10 million starting to be Qi Jinsai to sign? Qi Yan's eyes blackened with anger. Then what conditions did you say? Qiao Xingye, I've told you that you can't afford it, and you're still here asking me what my conditions are. So what? You're a hard robber, aren't you? When these words came out, Qi Yan directly spat out blood. He hated to just hang up the phone, but when he thought about how hard it was for Qiao Xingye to call right now, eventually it was held back. Qiao Xingye, hard robbery at my place? It really gives you face. I'm not. Then can you afford to pay? This place in Shallow Bay is at least $500 million, right? 500 million. Qi Yan's face darkened even more when he heard this figure. Subconsciously, he wanted to say that Qiao Xingye had asked for a lion's share of the money, but he also had to admit that. That's really what the market cap is over there right now. Qi Yan took a deep breath. I can't get that much money right now. This damned woman. Why didn't I realize she was so smart before? It's amazing how accurately Ki has dissected the inside of Ki. She got it right. Originally delegated to his father. Since Liang Yutong's return, what appears to be a change in the bylaws. In effect, taking back most of his power. Qiao Xingye, oh, no money? So you're just begging me? With that attitude just now? Kiran. When he heard the word beg, his face darkened even more completely. Begging for Qiao Xingye? Who does she think she is? I just want you to introduce me to that one. That one. He'd actually had 2 or 3 run-ins with that one. And every time he'd had a bad time. But right now, he had to see him. Qiao Xingye, that's also begging. This is your attitude of begging? Kiran. Qiao Xingye picked up the water cup by the bed and took a sip when Xiao Rongchuan pushed the door in. Just saw the cunning in the bottom of her eyes. This little thing. What's it doing again? And I don't know what was said on the other side of the phone. I only heard Qiao Xingye say, it's no good for you to beg me now. Whoever wants to live here should beg. After saying that, she hung up the phone because she saw Xiao Rongchuan. Xiao Rongchuan was holding a plate of fruit in his hand. The flesh was red and tender, looking very enticing. Qiao Xingye rolled over and got out of bed. Xiao Rongchuan stepped forward and placed the fruit tray on the cabinet next to the bed, and touched her forehead in passing. No fever. Thought I was like you, drunk and high on fever. A hint of a smile crossed the bottom of Xiao Rongchuan's eyes. Whose call was it just now? Qi Yan's. Xiao Rongchuan. When he heard the name Qi Yan, the gentleness under his eyes froze for a moment. What else does he want with you? Qiao Xingye forked up a piece of fruit and put it in his mouth. He knows that you're the owner of this place now. Let me introduce him to, just finished. The teeth are then choked by the nuts in the fruit. Qiao Rongchuan subconsciously reached over, as Qiao Xingye had done when she was a child. If you choke on something you need to spit it out. At this moment, Qiao Xingye froze when she saw the man's palm reaching out in front of her. Hurrying, he turned around and went to the restroom. When she came out again, she had a grumble in her eyes. Why do you like this so much? The seeds in it are too hard on your teeth. It's a red heart guava. Qiao Xingye's teeth couldn't take it every time he ate it, but Qiao Rongchuan loved it. Looking at her complaining, Qiao Rongchuan laughed out softly. You can't be picky. Joe Starleaf. Is this a picky eater issue? This stuff simply detracts from the eating sensation. Qiao Rongchuan doted on her and pinched her nose, didn't directly scold him just now. He still liked the way she was a little tiger, and it didn't hurt to be out of sight. Chapter 114. Is it possible that it's a relationship? Dinner. Qiao Xingye had only eaten one bowl when Qiao Rongchuan had someone put away her dishes. Qiao Xingye looked at him accusingly. Brother. The little blear-eyed eyes couldn't have looked more pathetic. Qiao Rongchuan, what's wrong? I didn't see you eating so well behaved in the morning. Yes, Zhou Xingye eats completely upside down, and the medical science says to eat more in the morning, and to eat well. But she basically eats very little in the mornings, and lunch is fine, but in the evening, that appetite will be better than at noon and in the morning, especially eating more. Qiao Xingye, then I. No more eating. Before she could finish her sentence, Qiao Rongchuan interrupted her. Qiao Xingye muttered her little mouth, and Qiao Rongchuan looked at her with the same doting eyes as he got up and took her hand. Walk you out. Qiao Xingye, okay. She'd like to have some more. It wasn't her fault that by the end of the day she was more hungry for food, and the bit she'd just eaten at, it didn't feel full. Just as he reached the door, Lu Ling came over. He looked serious. Qiao Rongchuan let go of Qiao Xingye's hand. Go take a look behind the villa. Something? Well, fun. Joe Starleaf. Fun? Why is he so unconvinced? Saying it was fun at noon and ending up taking her fishing was quite fun for him. Qiao Rongchuan. But Zhao Xingye really didn't like it for that. However, now that it was obvious that Lu Ling had something going on, Qiao Xingye didn't bother them and wisely left first. Watching Joe Starleaf walk away, it was only then that Qiao Rongchuan spoke. Is there a situation on Qi Jin's side? Yes. His butler contacted my side and said he wanted to see you. Did you bring him the message? Yes. So tonight on the side of Kisna, the sky is sure to turn upside down. Also, the Liang family side is jumping up and down in a hurry right now. There has been an all-night meeting last night and the problem is still not solved. It's not that it's not resolved. It's that it's not resolved at all. The corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth smiled. They'd had too good of a time to be too crazy all these years. But where little Starlet was over here, they gave half a care. And it wasn't like that. Instead of taking care of her, she was bullied in every way. Lu Ling, yes. The Qi family and the Liang family have really gone wild over the years. And even Pei Jingyao is not used to seeing them. Qiao Rongchuan walked outside while saying, on Qi Jin's side, take a stronger attitude. Yes. Lu Ling nodded. Qi Jin is now obviously getting that their side has already chosen a partner and is in a hurry. So take it personally. He's taken it upon himself to show up. And it turns out that if it has anything to do with his son, that must be hating to break Qi Yan into pieces right now. Behind the large villa, when Qiao Xingye saw so many bunnies, he lovingly held them in his arms. Whoa, you're so soft. Nice touch. She loves this furry pet. Nah, I'm not too good at taking care of it myself because I'm afraid I won't be able to feed it. That's why she hasn't bought a small pet in the years she's been in Harbor City. But she's a little fox in F country. Qiao Rongchuan went forward and looked at Qiao Xingye holding the bunny eyes are softened a lot. Like to touch? So soft. So fuzzy. Love it. Can we take these with us when we go back to F? Of course I can. Qiao Rongchuan knew what Qiao Xingye meant. And in her mind, if she couldn't be held accountable for the, just don't mess with it, she would have been devastated if she had been told that she couldn't take the bunny back. Sure enough, hearing Qiao Rongchuan say that he could, Qiao Xingye instantly became excited. So cute, dorky and soft. And, how's my Yuki? Xiao Shui, an adult gift given to her by Qiao Rongchuan when she was 15 years old. A little snow-white fox. Joe Starleaf is precious as hell. When the Qiao family changed, when Sheng forced her to leave, she didn't want to take anything with her. Just want to take Yuki with me. It's just that she's not sure what the road ahead of her leaving F is really like. Couldn't bear to have the little thing running around with him. Good. All good. Qiao Rongchuan dotingly rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair. It's quiet on this side of the shallow bay. Elsewhere in the harbor city, however, there has been chaos, especially Kijin. It was hard to find out the contact information of the assistant next to Luke's heir, but when contacted, the other guy gave him this. Even he did not react for a long time. Von Man was also clouded. Did the other side really say that? Yeah, the other guy just said that his son's education was the priority, and then hung up the phone. What do you mean? Son first? Phone man, what does this have to do with Yan? How did Yan provoke them? I haven't even met him yet. How is it that their son's education is the priority? What does their son's education have to do with them? Von Man was a bit angry, but thinking that the other party was now holding what they needed most, she couldn't say anything more. Qi Jin's face was also dark. Call Qi Yan immediately and tell him to get his ass back here immediately. No wonder he hadn't been going to meet the heir to the Luke family. Had he already offended someone? If that was the case, he'd have to slash that brat tonight. Phone man, hurry up and call the young master. Indeed, Qi Yan should have been called back first to ask for clarification. The other side could be signing a contract with the chosen partner tomorrow. If we don't get things completely straightened out tonight, it doesn't take much to figure out what kind of risk this would pose to Ki. Even if Phone Man favored his own son, his heart was especially irritated at this moment. Kian sighed. He was still scratching his head about buying the Hearing Lane Forest residence when he received a call from the old mansion. In a straight-up tone that wasn't exactly nice, he said, "Not back. Qi Yan, you've grown up. Hurry up and get your ass back here." Von Man said viciously on the phone. "Karen, Mom, you should know exactly what will happen if the Luke family is not handled properly tonight. Right now, it's going to be about this." Feng Man's tone already had a warning in it. Don't forget what those 10 people at the entrance of Liang Yutong's ward are for. They're not for decoration. Kiran, hearing the threatening tone, the force of his squeeze on the phone subconsciously heaved, finally suppressing the anger in his heart. He compromised. "I know. I'll be right back." Hanging up Feng Man's phone, Qi Yan's brain ached. He wanted to keep calling Qiao Xing Ye's number. However now, it was no longer reachable. At least the phone in his hand was no longer working. Qi Yan had never imagined that one day he would come to this point with Qiao Xing Ye, where he couldn't even get through on the phone, almost to the kiss house. Qi Yan, who hadn't said anything all the way, finally spoke. "Do you think that How long has she known that man?" "Zhang Yuan, I think we just met." Miss Qiao didn't have much socialization before, Zhang Yuan said with some uncertainty, but after saying that it's even more uncertain that, before, they had always thought that Qiao Xingye was a simple person. She had nothing except to rely on the Liang family to support her. But how can she be half socialized when she has a studio that makes $7 million a year? At least it's not as simple as they think. Since that one is the owner of Hearing Landwood residence, his identity is naturally not simple. Perhaps Ms. Zhou was working with him before. Zhang Yuan added, to say that Qiao Xingye and that man had just met, it would be better to say that they might have worked together before. A partnership developed into a lover's relationship? Qi Yan's tone was chilling. The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched. Is it possible, by any chance, to be lovers? Chapter 115, A Beauty Plan to Send a Sick Child? Who are you kidding? Hearing the word lover's relationship, Qi Yan's face once again couldn't help but sink. You think someone of that stature could look at her? Zhang Yuan. It seems, too, but judging from the running of that studio of Qiao Xingye, she's not a bad Yahoo herself. In Zhang Yuan's opinion, Qiao Xingye was actually very good, and at the young age of 20-something. And it got that way. And that studio, the Liang family didn't even know about it, let alone pay for it. Zhang Yuan also knew exactly how much money the Liang family had given Qiao Xingye every month for the past 2 years. Qi Yan's tone was chilling. But that person's identity, you have to figure it out quickly. All these years it was known that the owner of the Shallow Bay had an uncomplicated status, but no one ever knew. Now I can't believe I've been hitched to Zhou Starleaf. She is, indeed, good at what she does. The kishes have arrived. Qi Yan went in by himself, and as soon as he entered, a UFO flew towards him. Thunk! The sound of a good death. It slammed right into the same spot where he had been injured during the day. The second injury, that swelling and pain, don't mention it. Kijin was furious. Feng Man had always been protective of her son, and at this moment, she was also turning pale and glaring at him fiercely. Kiran took a deep breath. I told you, they'll meet the heir to the Luke family tomorrow before they go over the contents of the contract. His tone was somber. Obviously displeased with Qi Jin's actions twice a day. Qi Jin, you see him? You've pretty much offended people, and you're still going to see them? When did I ever offend him? Hearing this, Qi Yan directly refused to comply. He hadn't met anyone until now, so how could he be offended? Kijin, and you say you haven't offended him? Then why did the other party ask me to keep you in check? Kiran. When he heard this, his face sank even further. Let you control me? What the hell is this Luke heir doing? What's he doing meddling in someone else's family business? What does that mean? Why is he a little confused? A trace of bewilderment crossed the bottom of Qi Yan's eyes, and it was also this bewilderment that made Qi Jin, who was already angry, even more enraged. This side got in touch with his assistant, and his assistant said that the one who meant to Let me control you first. And you say you didn't offend him? Kiran, I've never even met him. Qi Jin copied the ashtray in his hand and slammed it directly at Qi Yan. Never seen the other side would say something like that? This time Qi Yan avoided it, and the ashtray slammed solidly against the door behind him. There was a muffled thud sound, and the door was smashed with a mark out. I can imagine that if that ashtray flew over his head, it would definitely be a scene of bloodshed again. The fire, which was constantly running amok between Qi Yan and Qi Jin, facing Qi Jin's wrath. Qi Yan was also wronged. I really haven't seen him. This is killing me. He's never seen anyone on his side. Where can he go to offend him? It's so hard to find him. Thinking of the word laborious, Qi Yan felt that it was quite laborious to do anything these days. All in all, it was, well, annoying. Qi Jin's heart rose and fell in anger. You still say that? I really haven't seen it. Qi Yan also held fire in his heart. He really didn't see it here. Foam Man, who hadn't said anything, finally couldn't bear to watch the two men saber rattling. Okay, you really haven't seen it? Kiran nodded. No. Qi Jin, no. Then how exactly did you offend someone? Kiran, Von Man. The question, again, comes back to the original point. Yeah, not having met the heir to the house of Luke. How in the world did you offend someone? Foam Man and Qi Jin looked at each other. And in that instant, Foam Man's eyes sank. Could it be because of Liang Yutong? Qi Yan, Qi Jin. When these words came out, the two of them looked at Foam Man in unison. Qi Yan's face was especially gloomy. Von Man, if memory serves, Luke heir and Liang Yutong. It was back and forth to Port City. Not long after Liang Yutong came back to Hong Kong City, the heir of the Luke family also came. Could it be that the two are really related? Qi Yan's face tightened at this reminder. Qi Jin looked over at him, the resentment in his eyes almost spilling over. Qi Yan subconsciously said, it has nothing to do with Yutong. Shut the up. As soon as the words fell, Qi Jin passed by with a cold stare. Qi Yan, True and Yutong. Go on, get in touch with that one's assistant. Qi Jin didn't even listen to what Qi Yan said, being reminded by Foam Man. He also felt that this matter might have something to do with Liang Yutong. This Liang family can be really good. Raised an uncompromising redhead, or a thin life. Looking directly at the butler to the side. Just say, Liang Yutong, I will personally deliver it to him. Father. Kiran was outright anxious. The butler nodded. Yes. Qi Jin didn't want to say anything more to Qi Yan and gave him a cold and warning look that turned straight around and went upstairs. Qi Yan subconsciously wanted to follow, but Foam Man stopped him. You want Liang Yutong to live well. Better stop. What time is it now? It's not too much to say that the QI family is at its most critical time. To say that it's a matter of life and death. That Liang Yutong would have been absolutely unacceptable to their family. And Qi Yan has been fighting with her all this time. Von Man's side has long wanted to explode. Now Qi Jin himself is dealing with it. If it's really related to him, then it's time to clear the air completely. Von Man hugged the dog and turned to head upstairs as well. Kiran, Mom. Foam Man paused and looked back at Qi Yan. Yan, that one is holding the deadliest thing we have right now. The implication is that their side simply cannot afford to be offended. Qi Yan, what if it wasn't for Yutong? Qi Yan was completely anxious. Liang Yutong's current body couldn't withstand any tossing and turning. That Foam Man didn't answer him, probably didn't bother to talk anymore, and just hugged his dog and left. Qi Yan was so angry that he kicked the coffee table, resulting in a click that. There was also a sharp pain coming from the pole of the leg. Qiao Xing Ye didn't eat much at night. At 10:30 p.m. I was so hungry that I turned over in bed several times and couldn't sleep. Eventually went downstairs quietly, trying to find something to eat in the kitchen. As a result, I didn't expect Xiao Rongchuan to be in the living room. Lu Ling was there. I only heard Lu Ling say, Master, just now Qi Jin's housekeeper called to say that, to give Liang Yutong to you. Qiao Xing Ye was descending the stairs, and when he heard Lu Ling's words, he directly slipped 2 steps with an unsteady foot. If she hadn't been quick to grab the railing, she would have fallen right off. Xiao Rongchuan turned around when he heard the commotion and saw Qiao Xingye's terrified appearance with her hands clasped tightly around the railing. His eyes sank as he put down the laptop in his lap and got up to stride toward her. As soon as he picked her up, how old are you to fall while walking? Qiao Xingye skimmed his lips. It's really what Lu Ling said that's too shocking, alright. And this Qi family, what does it mean to give Liang Yutong to Qiao Rongchuan? Do they also want what Qiao Rongchuan is holding? Using the back door with a beauty trick? Why don't you find a decent one? Who are you trying to embarrass by giving him a sickly girl? Chapter 116 Nonsense. I'm doing a good deed. Xiao Rongchuan directly carried Qiao Xingye downstairs. Glancing at the nightgown she was wearing, he simply tossed her the jacket he had just hitched to the couch. Qiao Xingye took it and wrapped it up. The clothes still seemed to have the temperature left behind by Xiao Rongchuan. What are you doing downstairs so late? Qiao Rongchuan asked her. Zhou Starleaf. She wanted to say she was hungry and wondered if Qiao Rongchuan would let her eat. He's very particular about what he eats and when he eats it in general. Late night snacks and all that. He used to be strictly controlled. But at the moment, Qiao Xing Ye really couldn't stand it. I'm hungry. She spat out 2 words pathetically. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. You've eaten quite a bit at night. It was only a bowl of rice, but there was also a lot of food, which is quite a lot all in all. Qiao Xing Ye looked at him blearily, her large eyes watery. Qiao Rongchuan couldn't stand it when she looked at him in such a way that made one's body hot. It's tempting to bully her. Really hungry? Well, very hungry. Qiao Xing Ye nodded heavily. Lu Ling couldn't look away. Better inform the kitchen to make some late-night snacks. Look for hungry kids. How much Qiao Rongchuan controlled Qiao Xingye? Lu Ling knew. As far as he could remember, Qiao Rongchuan didn't let Qiao Xingye eat much at night. He directly interpreted it to mean that Qiao Xingye had never had enough to eat. Sure enough, when those words came out, Qiao Rongchuan gave him a direct look. Lu Ling spared his head. Miss is too hungry. People can't sleep when they're hungry, and neither can he, and it couldn't be a sad feeling. When Qiao Xingye saw Lu Ling's rare kind words for herself, she looked at Lu Ling with gratitude in her eyes. This little look Qiao Rongchuan naturally didn't miss it. One dragged her into his arms. Then we have a deal. No reckless dieting. The one time Zhou Yu lost weight in the past, the doctor said that because of chronic malnutrition, thus causing the body to be deficient in that whatsoever element, which is quite a lot. After that time, Qiao Rongchuan had a mental shadow, afraid that Qiao Xingye would give him this same trick. No. Miss was not originally a fat-prone body. It's fine. Lu Ling said. It was the truth. Although Qiao Xingye looked a little baby fat, she seemed to have always been like that. It just hasn't been skinny, and it hasn't been fat. Qiao Rongchuan pinched her little face. Let kitchen auntie make it for you. Aha. Hearing Qiao Rongchuan's relief, Qiao Xingye also let out a sigh of relief. Quickly, she ran to ask her kitchen aunt to cook her a bowl of beef noodles. She was really hungry. She noticed a change in the kitchen, but didn't think much of it. When they came out, they heard Qiao Rongchuan and Lu Ling talking about Qi Jin again. Qiao Rongchuan laughed out coldly. This Qi Jin's will. Ha! Giving him Liang Yutong's sickly child? What are you thinking? Lu Ling, I'm surprised too. When I heard the reply from there, it also said that it would make Qi Yan never see Liang Yutong again. Lu Ling knew they'd gotten the wrong idea. Qiao Rongchuan picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a sip, the bottom of his eyes gloomy and deep. Lu Ling, master, then our side? Qiao Rongchuan, it's not necessary to give it to me. Lu Ling nodded. Yes, definitely not necessary. How could I possibly look at someone like Liang Yutong, let alone a sick one? The ones that aren't sick don't even make the cut, but it's a good offer to keep Qian from seeing it. Lu Ling, then in that case, the Qi family side will definitely misunderstand that you and Liang Yutong have something. Stupid brain. No way. But Qi Yan, racked on the fire is not bad. That Qi Jin would be so understanding was something Qiao Rongchuan hadn't expected. But it's nice to straighten out Qi Yan in a smooth way. Qi Yan's entire mind was now on Liang Yutong. If the Qi family won't even let him see them now, what kind of torment will it be? Lu Ling, okay, I'll reply. Go on. Qiao Rongchuan put down the glass of water in his hand. Lu Ling walked away and he looked to Qiao Xingye who was standing in the kitchen doorway. Why don't you come over? Qiao Xingye lifted his steps toward him. Brother, you're trying to stick it to me. Not letting Qi Yan see Liang Yutong anymore. What's the difference between that and letting Qi Yan die? Qiao Rongchuan pulled her onto his lap and sat down. Nonsense. I'm doing a good deed. Zhou Starleaf. Should he listen to what he's saying? Is this something a good person would do? The Qi family hates Liang Yutong like the plague right now. Am I not doing a good deed? Zhou Starleaf. When you hear it that way, it seems like a good thing. But this is good for the whole Qi family. Only for Qi Yan, it's a rack on fire. Well, you do sort of do good. It's just that the next Qi Yan and Liang family are having a hard time. The Liang family seems to be in a marriage with the Qi family, but it's actually a dependent relationship. The Liang family has always been dependent on the Qi family. Originally, because of Liang Yutong-Liang family relationship is relatively stiff. To put it bluntly, it was after the Liang family had a conflict. The Liang family was dependent on just Qi Yan alone. If the Qi family doesn't allow Qi Yan to see Liang Yutong now, this was undoubtedly going to make the Liang family jump up and down in a hurry. Qiao Rongchuan squeezed Qiao Xingye's small hand. Xinger has been over here all these years. Isn't there any joy in it at all? Yes. Qiao Xingye thought about it for a moment and answered very seriously. Qiao Rongchuan frowned. Who gave it to you? Those things that Lu Ling had found out, just by reading the information. Qiao Rongchuan felt a gust of suffocation. Qiao Xingye, I have a very profitable studio. Geez, don't call me tomorrow. I'm going to be in the studio all day tomorrow. Why? Overtime. The big gold master's design still needs to be done properly. Because she left Xiao Rongchuan, she tried to make her life better. He is also particularly serious about his work. Now it can't be that when Xiao Rongchuan found her, she crossed the river and didn't even do her job properly. Xiao Rongchuan, big money? Well, brother, I'll tell you. That studio of mine made money last year. 90% of it comes from a company called Hashikawa International. Speaking of Xingchuan International, Qiao Xing Ye had a satisfied face. I really don't know what kind of nice person is behind this, giving her so many projects. And the design fees given for each project are not low. Originally that studio made maybe $1 million or so last year. As a result, because of this Hashikawa International, hard-earned a full $7 million. Anyway, with that Hashikawa International, she felt her back was especially straight. She was full of excitement, not realizing at all that the flicker of tenderness under Qiao Rongchuan's eyes when he heard Xingchuan International. Looking at Qiao Xingye's little smug look, Qiao Rongchuan kindly laughed. So powerful? That's because the boss of Hashikawa International had the vision to find such a fisheye like me. Otherwise, with her completely unrecognizable design studio, she could make so much money in a year? Qiao Xingye looked at Xiao Rongchuan. So how did Qi Jin think of giving Liang Yutong to you? This is hilariously dead. Xiao Rongchuan, probably senile. Qiao Xingye. Kishan. You're not really old, are you? Not to mention, Qi Yan's father, Qi Jin. Long is really especially handsome. Good character, too. Hardly the messy kind. How did you get such a son? He's probably had his lungs blown out all this time, hasn't he? Chapter 117. So, she lost the bet? Sure enough, after the news from this side was delivered to Qi Jin's side, Qi Jin was even more furious, still saying it's not related to Liang Yutong. You call this not related? Also that Qi Yan is not allowed to see. Feng Man was also gloomy after hearing the butler's reply. Qi Jin glanced at her and said, tomorrow, on the hospital side, you will personally go and walk. What about the Luke heirs side? It's going to be over the content of the contract with their chosen partner tomorrow. Kijin. Once he heard this, his face became even more grim, itching to grab Qi Yan back and beat him up. Von Man has that thought now. After Qi Yan's side came out from the Qi family's old mansion, been asking Jiang Yuan to find out where the Luke heir is now. Before the location was checked over here, Feng Man's call came first. I only heard Feng Man say on the phone, from now on, you should not see Liang Yutong. Word for word, the tone was somber and dangerous. Qi Yan frowned. This matter has nothing to do with Yutong. He spoke firmly. This attitude was very trusting of Liang Yutong. Feng Man, that side replied, telling you never to see Liang Yutong, and you say it's nothing to do with her? Kiran, what? Qi Yan, Liang Yutong is a demoness. I don't know how she's lived these past 2 years abroad yet, coming back from contracting a disease, so don't think too much of her. Hearing Feng Man's stern tone carried a clear hint. Qi Yan's thin lips pursed, displeasure flashed under his eyes. Don't talk about Yueton like that. Then tell me how the hell she contracted her uterine cancer. Do you have to be married or have children to have this disease? Kiran's tone was upset. During this period of time, regarding Liang Yutong's illness, many people were secretly bad-mouthing her. Other people were fine, but his own mother had watched Liang Yutong grow up. He didn't want her to think like that and everyone else. Mother, I think you know exactly what kind of person Yutong is. Von Man, I always thought she was no good. Why else would she have looked at Qiao Xingye when she was still in her hospital bed? Because Liang Yutong had always been a girl with a deep heart in Feng Man's heart. If such a woman really marries home, there will be no peace in the house. And now this has happened to the Qi family before they even got married. And if they really let her in, what's left of it? Kiran's breath sank instantly. Feng Man continued, remember, don't see Liang Yutong from now on, especially not before putting the partnership with the Luke family on the table. You know, we can't afford to offend the Luke family at the moment. Feng Man couldn't care less what happened after that, but right now if Qi Yan dared to meet Liang Yutong, she must get Liang Yutong killed. The coldness in his tone made Qi Yan clearly know Feng Man's attitude. Hear that? Seeing that Qi Yan did not speak, Feng Man's tone became colder. Kiran, I hear you. Since this is the other side's request, until the deal with the Luke family is finalized, don't see Yutong. Satisfied, Von Man hung up the phone. Although of right now he couldn't go to see, Qi Yan still dialed Liang Yutong's phone. Liang Yutong was happy to receive a call from Qi Yan. Yan, I have everything packed. In the weak tone, there was a trace of rare excitement, and it could be seen that Liang Yutong was in a good mood. Even now Kijin's men were still guarding the door, but she just didn't believe that Qi Jin could really get tough with his own son. Once Qi Yan heard that her things were packed, his brows tightened and his brain couldn't help but jolt. Yan, Liang Yutong on the other side of the phone saw that Qi Yan didn't say anything and shouted at him twice more. And actually, right now Qi Yan was at a loss as to how to answer Liang Yutong. A week ago, he swore to Liang Yutong that he would be able to let her move to Hearing Lanlin residence to recuperate. But he himself didn't expect that he would be able to do it at all. Ever since he was a child, whatever he wanted Qian got what he wanted. This time, I didn't expect to meet a problem that money couldn't solve. There's something I need to ask you. Qi Yan spoke in a somewhat hushed tone. Instead of picking up on Liang Yutong's words, he directly digressed. Liang Yutong, what is it? You and the heir to the Luke family know each other? The Luke family? You mean the Luke family of F? Kiran, yes. Liang Yutong on this side of the phone. No, I don't recognize you. What's wrong? The heir to the house of Luke? How could she possibly recognize it? Back in F. She'd like to get acquainted, but there's no chance at all. Kiran, don't recognize? Well, not recognizable. Really? Of course it's true. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly asking me this question? The Luke family, if only they actually knew each other. It's a powerful family in F. A lot of powerful families in F want to get married to it. It's just a shame I didn't get the chance. Qi Yan, this time, the Qi family has a very important cooperation to make with the Luke family. So, sorry I can't help you. Hearing Qi Yan say that, Liang Yutong thought that Qi Yan was trying to get her to help. Kiran, it's fine. Liang Yutong wasn't the least bit interested in who the Qi family was going to work with. Just ask, will you pick me up yourself tomorrow? She wanted Qian to come in person. After all, Qi Jin's men were still guarding the outside right now, and she was worried that those people would come across to her. Qi Yan's heart sank when he saw Liang Yutong turn the topic back again. When Liang Yutong saw Qi Yan was silent again, her heart was also obviously a bit flustered. What's wrong? Before, if she had said anything, Qi Yan would have responded quickly. What was wrong now? Qi Yan, Yutong, you probably won't be able to leave the hospital tomorrow. What? Liang Yutong's face stiffened at his words. Breathing was also in his throat at the moment. What did it mean that he couldn't be discharged from the hospital? Is it because of the Liang family? Or because of Qiao Xing Ye? As soon as she heard Qi Yan say that she couldn't be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, Liang Yutong couldn't help but panic. No. Yan, you clearly said I could be discharged tomorrow. You promised me. Why did you say you couldn't? When you had promised to do so? She all bet with Qiao Xing Ye. That's $1 million. As long as he moves to Shallow Bay tomorrow without any problems, he'll be able to get $1 million from Qiao Xingye's side. Why just? Qi Yan, Yutong, I'm sorry, the Shallow Bay side isn't being dealt with right now. What do you mean? You didn't handle it? The other owner is not willing to sell. Liang Yutong, not willing to sell? So, hearing about the Lamblin residence, you didn't buy it at all, did you? All that talk earlier about her going over there to get better was a complete empty promise? Liang Yutong felt like she was having trouble breathing. Kiran didn't know how to respond. Liang Yutong choked and spoke. Then can I still be discharged from the hospital? Kiran, can you? Naturally you can. It's just that. Yes. Let's see if the Liang family has a suitable place for you to recuperate. Liang Yutong, Liang family? Doesn't he have one in his name? Liang Yutong couldn't believe what she was hearing. Clearly Qi Yan had promised well before. She was supposed to be discharged the day after tomorrow. Said he'd be out tomorrow. And he promised. Yet now he says he's able to get out of the hospital. But to go to a property in the Liang family's name to recuperate? Yutong, let's not see each other for a few days. For now. After saying that, Qi Yan directly hung up the phone. That attitude, more like fleeing, and Liang Yutong was cold. For a long time, she couldn't feel the temperature on her body. When Lu Suyun came back, she saw her lost and thought, Yutong, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you asleep? It's late. Liang Yutong choked and looked at Lu Suyun. Mom, Yan just said that. Let's not see each other for a few days. Lu Suyun's face stiffened at his words, then reacted. Didn't I tell you before? The QI family has had a very important collaboration lately. And he's busy. No, it's not as simple as being busy. And he didn't buy the Hearing Lane Forest residence. It's been a week. In a week, he's done nothing for her? Lu Suyun heard Liang Yutong say listen to Lanlin residence also did not buy it. Also blushing, didn't buy it? Didn't you say you bought it? Didn't you say the curtains were replaced with your favorite ones? Liang Yutong. Yeah, didn't we all say we'd buy it? It also says that the curtains will be replaced with your favorite ones. Then what the hell was he talking about? Chapter 118, teasing her like this, be careful of getting mad at you later on, after a night of chaos. Whatever chaos the Qis and Liangs were going through last night, Qiao Xingye did sleep well through the night. First thing in the morning, she was up early and had planned to go to the studio. As a result, Xiao Rongchuan brought her to the hospital. Qiao Xingye was puzzled. Then why does old lady Zhan want to see me? Mrs. Zheng, the old lady who helped Xiao Rongchuan come to the hospital before, called Xiao Rongchuan last night and said, would love to meet Zhou Starleaf. No. Early in the morning Qiao Rongchuan brought Qiao Xing Ye over. Xiao Rongchuan, probably because I like you. Ha, but we've only met twice. Is she having some kind of grandchild? That's usually what old ladies hit on if they like a girl a lot. Xiao Rongchuan laughed. Favoredly, he pinched Qiao Xing Ye's small face. Do you think that if this is the reason that, would I have brought you here? Zhou Starleaf. Well, not at all. To think that when I was only 15 or 16 years old, those powerful families almost stepped over the threshold of Zhou's house. For the sake of trying to settle the union with her, the heir to the Zhou family and their own daughter are beyond their wildest dreams. So a lot of it went to Zhou Starleaf. It was a pity that they were all later dismissed by Qiao Rongchuan on the grounds that she was still young. She was young then. But now, when she thought of this, Qiao Xingye couldn't help but look at Qiao Rongchuan twice more. The car is parked. Qiao Rongchuan, let Lu Ling accompany you. Oh, there was an extra driver in the car when they went out today. And Qiao Xingye knew that Lu Ling must have other arrangements. I didn't realize it was because I accompanied myself to see old lady Zheng. Lu Ling got out of the car and respectfully pulled the door open for Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye glanced at Qiao Rongchuan. I'll go then. Wait. Just as Qiao Xingye turned to get out of the car, the man suddenly called out to her. There seemed to be a hint of repressed lust in the magnetic voice. Qiao Xingye turned around. What's wrong? Qiao Rongchuan scooped her back up, her back to the car door as the man reached toward her chest. At the sudden movement, Qiao Xingye's body tightened violently. Forgetting to react for a moment, the little face also reddened at that moment. Brother. Stuttering, she opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet at the moment she couldn't utter a single more word, and little hearts are going to jump out of their throats. However, the heart tugged at his clothes. Looking down, she saw Qiao Rongchuan's bony fingers, slowly and methodically helping her button up. Zhou Starleaf. This. Qiao Rongchuan also made a point of checking the buttons and said unhappily, the buttonholes are a little loose. This dress can't be worn. Qiao Xingye's small face turned even redder. Qiao Rongchuan took the scarf off his neck and put it around her, the ends of the scarf hanging down and just covered. When he looked up, he saw Qiao Xingye's reddish little face. Qiao Rongchuan's face stiffened. What are you blushing about? Qiao Xingye, that sweat. With his sudden movements just now, she thought that something. Qiao Rongchuan thought of something. A starry smile colored the bottom of his eyes. What did little starlet think I was going to do to you just now? Qiao Xingye's already reddened little face was even redder now that she heard Qiao Rongchuan's words. Don't say it. Hastily, he turned around and was about to get out of the car. Just as he turned, however, a force came from his wrist, and with a slight effort in the man's hand, Qiao Xingye slammed straight into Qiao Rongchuan's arms without defense. Qiao Xingye, brother, you. A man's low laugh came from overhead. Little Starling has really grown up. She even knows how to be shy already. You don't say. Qiao Rongchuan pinched her little face. Tell me, what did you think I was going to do to you just now? I don't know. Don't ask me. The shameful thoughts in her heart just now could not let Qiao Rongchuan know about it. If he hadn't meant it at all, he might have laughed at himself for the rest of his life. Joke and par for the course. Zhou Starleaf was terrified that it would be the former, the latter not daring to bet on it at all. I'd rather go by myself on old lady Zheng's side. You can just let Lu Ling accompany you. Qiao Xingye didn't want to face any acquaintances at all right now. Struggling out of Qiao Rongchuan's arms, he hurriedly fled and jumped out of the car, not daring to turn back at all. Fly away. Looking at her cheerful back, the smile at the corner of the man's mouth grew a little thicker. Lu Ling also looked in the direction Qiao Xingye left. Misunderstands everything now. Know what? Still a little fool. Qiao Rongchuan was still doting in his tone. Lu Ling couldn't help but glance at Qiao Rongchuan, wanting to say that teasing Qiao Xingye so much. Beware of her getting cross with him later. But think about it. It's good that master is happy. Qiao Rongchuan, go follow her. Don't let the Liang family gang bully her. Yes. Lu Ling nodded and followed. The heart said, where did the Liang family bully Qiao Xingye? It was almost as if Qiao Xingye had gotten them killed. Giving Qi Yan that kick, he probably had to run to the hospital. Now Qi Yan didn't even have a good piece of ground on his body. His hands were broken, his legs were injured, and his face was bruised. Maybe there's damage to the internal organs in the stomach. In short, everywhere. Qiao Xingye didn't really want to come to the hospital, because you have to pass by Liang Yutong's ward to go to old lady Zheng's ward. I don't know what the old lady really likes about her. Just got out of the elevator. A ghost was heard not far away crying, let me out. I want to get out. Get out of the way. Yeah, who are you to keep us out of the hospital? Get out of the way. I'll be damned. It's bad luck to come across this scene this early in the morning. Qiao Xingye hated to fold back, Liang Yutong shouted hysterically, and Lu Suyun was also on fire. From afar, Qiao Xingye saw several bodyguards in suits at the entrance of Liang Yutong's hospital room. Judging from the reactions of the two of them, this person should not be sent by Liang Panming to protect them. So, that was sent by the Kisna family? Thinking about it, it's right. After all, the Qi family is most resentful of Qi Yan and Liang Yutong coming and going right now. Apart from Qi Yan's parents, there were 4 other old men who didn't agree. However, during this time Qi Yan was always entangled with Liang Yutong. This is going to make those old people who are waiting for their grandchildren very anxious. When this man is in a hurry, he is extreme. The elevator door next door opened and Lu Ling came out of it. Miss, let's go. Joe Starleaf, aha. He went directly over that way, not looking at Lu Suyun and Liang Yutong in the slightest. Now in Qiao Xingye's heart, the Liang family has nothing to do with her anymore. The severance ones went out anyway. Lu Suyun's face first stiffened when she saw Qiao Xingye appear, and then subconsciously, he let go of Liang Yutong's hand and walked directly towards her, directly stopping Qiao Xingye's path. I have something to ask you. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. This lady, are we familiar? Lu Suyun. This lady? Is that what she calls herself now? To think that she made a big deal out of the breakup, and it's still festering out there. Lu Suyun was then filled with anger. Qiao Xingye, I've complied with you when you said you wanted to break off the relationship. Why are you making a scene like this now? The announcement was well known. And now the entire Liang family is a joke in Hong Kong City. Between last night and now, Liang Panming had called her 3 times, telling her to hurry up and take care of this matter. It also says that the company has suffered as a result. The Kisas are now pulling this stunt, and it must be because of this. Qiao Xingye, didn't I say it? I'm afraid you'll suck my blood later. At those words, Lu Suyun's breath caught. Chapter 119, suddenly mentioning the truth about where the 100,000 went. Scared to death. How many times do I have to say it on the phone before these people understand? Lu Suyun's breathing was unsteady. Well, that's the same reason she used on the phone and still does, isn't it? Lu Suyun was furious. Qiao Xingye already didn't want to pay any more attention to her by half, and was directly about to pass by her. However, Liang Yutong stopped up again. Shinger, what have you said to the Qi family? Why are they doing this to me? Joe Starleaf. Lu Ling. As soon as these words came out, Lu Suyun instantly looked at Qiao Xingye with stern eyes. Yeah, what have you said to the Kishas? Why did they send so many people here? All these people are here to spy on Liang Yutong. Jia Xingye looked at the men, and then his gaze fell on Liang Yutong. Do you think too highly of yourself? What did she say to the Kishas? Ha, you don't think, until now, that the Qi Yan and the Qi Yan family, whom you've always babied, I must be rare too, right? You. Liang Yutong breathed a sigh of relief. Meeting Qiao Xingye's gaze, she gritted her teeth. If it's not you, then who could it be? Lu Suyun was also furious when she heard this. Although the Qi family already had an opinion of Liang Yutong before, now these people. Surprisingly, it was sent by Qi Jin, who almost rarely asked about his junior's affairs. If it wasn't for Qiao Xingye taking it all to Qi Jin's side and getting Qi Jin all riled up, it shouldn't have happened either. Thinking about the fact that she would break off the relationship also made the whole harbor city known. Lu Suyun then breathed unsteadily. She choked and looked at Qiao Xingye. What have you said to the Qi family? Are you still thinking about Qi Yan? Joe Starleaf. Lu Ling. Upon hearing this, Zizi was speechless. Especially Lu Ling. Looking at Lu Suyun and Liang Yutong both, it was like looking at a little cutie. Like, Miss will think of Qi Yan? How can that be? What kind of eyes and brains do these people have? Liang Yutong stepped forward and pulled Qiao Xingye's sleeve. Shinger, I know you're blaming me. Blame me for coming back and ruining you and Yan. But you. Let go you. Before Liang Yutong could finish her sentence, Qiao Xingye shook off the hand she was pulling herself with in disgust. Looking at the clothes that had been touched by Liang Yutong, his eyes were filled with disgust. Liang Yutong was thrown off her feet and fell directly to the ground, screaming out in pain. Lu Suyun even screamed in terror. Ah! She rushed forward to check on Liang Yutong. The doctor said that Liang Yutong should be especially careful not to fall. She wasn't in good health to begin with. Yutong. Lu Suyun was heartbroken and was about to pick up Liang Yutong. Yet Liang Yutong was pale. Mom, don't blame Starlet. I'm the one who's sorry. It's all me. Joe Starleaf. Lu Ling. What's this all about? For Liang Yutong, this betrayal of the tea drama now. Qiao Xingye was really a bit unintelligible. To put it mildly, she cared about Qi Yan or the Liang family. But whether it's the withdrawal from Qi Yan, or the relationship with the Liang family, isn't it all cleaned up? Why is she selling tea here so vigorously? Qiao Xingye wrapped her arms around her chest. If you don't want me to hit you, You'd better put away your current acting skills. Lu Suyan looked at Liang Yutong's pale face and looked at Qiao Xingye angrily. Get lost. You get out of Harbor City. There had never been a moment when he regretted bringing her back as much as he did now. Lu Suyan angrily took out her cell phone and dialed Liang Jinzhao's number. The side quickly picked up and Liang Jinzhao's tired voice came out. Mom! I don't care what methods you use. You have to drive Qiao Xingye out of Hong Kong City and tell her to get the hell out of here. Joe Starleaf. Waiting for her here? When he thought about Liang Yutong's act earlier, it seemed that it was also to get himself out of Hong Kong City. So it's not enough to cut ties with Qi Yan and the Liang family. She wants to make herself leave Hong Kong City? Ha! In his mind, he flashed through the whereabouts of the $100,000 of Liang Yutong that he had asked Lu Ling to check earlier. I think it's about the $100,000, isn't it? Let yourself leave the harbor city. Behind this, there's something hidden. Liang Jinzhao, what's wrong again? The company was already quite annoyed with the past 2 days. And last night there was a whole all-night meeting. Now when he heard Qiao Xingye's name, Liang Jinzhao felt annoyed. Lu Suyun roared hysterically. If she continues to stay in Hong Kong City, Yutong will be dead. She killed Yutong sooner or later. Hearing this, Liang Jinzhao had an even bigger headache. What's she doing messing with Yutong again? Didn't she cut ties with the Liang family? Now that the relationship has been severed, there should be no further interaction. Lu Suyun, I don't care. Anyway, you find a way to get her out of here. At this moment, Lu Suyun only wanted Qiao Xingye to get the hell out of Hong Kong City and die of old age. Liang Jinzhao listened with annoyance. When he thought about what happened in Guan Qiao Xingye's studio before, he didn't dare to casually agree to this matter at all now. The studio can't even be shut down. Can you kick people out of Port City? After the last incident of shutting down the studio, Liang Jinzhao also thoroughly saw that the man behind Qiao Xingye is not simple. Did you hear that? Seeing that Liang Jinzhao didn't say anything, Lu Suyun was even more enraged. Immediately afterward, he added, do you really want to see Yutong die? Upon hearing this, Liang Jinzhao's breath sank as well. I'll take care of this. Eventually, he reluctantly replied with this. The phone hung up. Lu Suyun looked at Qiao Xingye fiercely. Just you wait. Wait? Still have to wait. Ah, the Liangs are so capable. I thought I could get the hell out of Hong Kong City today. That's an exasperating statement. Lu Ling couldn't help but look at Qiao Xingye one more time. Qiao Xingye raised his eyebrows and looked at Liang Yutong in Lu Suyun's arms. The corners of his mouth lifted into a light smile. Lu Ling. Yes, ma'am. What happened to that $100,000 I asked you to find out where it went before? Liang Yutong's breath caught at his words. The moment she lifted her head to look at Qiao Xingye, panic flashed under her eyes and even his body couldn't be stabilized with a hard shudder. Qiao Xingye raised his eyebrows, a light smile at the corner of his mouth. Aren't you going to act? Then let's have some excitement. Liang Yutong's face is so pale. 100,000. Is she talking about the $100,000 she gave the guy? Why would she know about the $100,000? When Lu Suyun heard Qiao Xingye say 100,000, a flash of doubt flashed under her eyes. What 100,000? What does she mean? Also, why was Yutong's body shaking like this at this moment? Lu Suyun subconsciously looked at Liang Yutong in her arms, who was bloodless. Seeing Lu Suyun looking at her, she tried to steady herself. But I can't stabilize it. My body just shakes uncontrollably. The corners of Qiao Xingye's mouth grew thick with smiles. What 100,000? This is certainly something to ask Ms. Liang Yutong. The already bloodless little face was even whiter as a ghost at this moment. She knew that she meant the $100,000 she had given to the man? I can't believe she knows. Why does she know? Countless whys crossed Liang Yutong's mind. Her breathing became more and more rapid. The heartbeat was also uncontrollably out of balance. Chapter 120, Letting Master See Her Being Bullied? It's time to see blood then. The bottom of Lu Suyun's eyes crossed with gloom. Uncertainly, she looked at Liang Yutong. Yutong, what does she mean by that? Who did you give that 100,000 to before? Even if it is a little cute. Lu Suyun also knew at this moment that what Qiao Xingye said. It's the $100,000 that went out of Liang Yutong's card earlier. Just how did she know about this? When Liang Yutong saw Lu Suyun directly ask herself, she looked at her blankly. Ah, that. It's for the fraudsters. What was said before was given to fraud, wasn't it? Qiao Xingye suddenly brought it up. Everything happened so fast that Liang Yutong at the moment couldn't react at all. Lu Suyun, hear that? It's for the fraudsters. Qiao Xingye sneered. Really? Sure it's not for a murderer? Hearing the words murderer, Liang Yutong's breath stuttered even more. Qiao Xingye slightly sidled her head. Lu Ling, what you found out seems to have been given to a murderer, right? Yes, it's a Class A fugitive. Lu Ling nodded. Qiao Xingye, Class A fugitive. You gave him $100,000, what was it for? Could it be that you have some kind of deal? Liang Yutong. At those words, his brain exploded with a buzzing sound, his face turned even paler, and panic flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Knowing that, Qiao Xing Ye knew it all. She actually knew it all. Lu Suyun was directly confused when she heard this. She looked at Qiao Xing Ye, then at Liang Yutong. No, Yutong, what's your connection to a Class A fugitive? Why did you give her money? Yeah, why are you paying A-list fugitives? Lu Suyun and Qiao Xing Ye's back-to-back questions directly asked Liang Yutong's mind to go blank. Only 2 words drifted through my entire mind: it's over. She looked at Qiao Xing Ye, her heart beating faster and faster, and finally couldn't carry it directly. Both eyes rolled white. Fainted in Lu Suyun's arms. Lu Suyun was originally puzzled and saw Liang Yutong directly fainted, especially when her lips were still purple. She screamed in horror. Yutong! Yutong! Somebody, call a doctor! Call a doctor! Lu Suyun shouted hysterically in a hurry. Watching Liang Yutong pass out with purple lips, Qiao Xingye felt bored. Turning, let's go. Yes. Lu Ling followed. All the time I turned the corner, I could still hear Lu Suyun's hysterical shouts. It was obvious how nervous she was about Liang Yutong. Lu Ling gave Qiao Xingye a worried look. That Liang Yutong is very cunning. Don't worry, the relevant evidence will all be clarified soon. Her money did end up in the hands of a murderer, but not directly out of her account. It went through several hands in a row and should have been washed through by money laundering. Qiao Xingye was indifferent. There's no rush. Looking at Liang Yutong's appearance just now, those illnesses of hers were really not faked, as Jin Yang said. If Liang Yutong's body was in good shape, he was now going to kill her with his own hands. But just that body she has now is a godsend. Look at that hair fall. It's almost bald. Liang Yutong had always loved beauty, and the mere fact that she was now racing against the time of her life was enough to torment her. Hearing Qiao Xingye say that there was no hurry, Lu Ling understood exactly what she meant. You scared her a lot just now when you said that. Qiao Xingye snorted a laugh that was somewhat mischievous. Such cheerfulness couldn't help but infect Lu Ling, and he suddenly understood a little that why Qiao Rongchuan liked Qiao Xingye so much now. She was loose, and that cheerfulness seemed infectious. It makes a man in the darkness feel constantly alive. Buzz. The phone vibrated. It was Qiao Rongchuan who called. Qiao Xingye picked up. Brother. No naughtiness. No lingering. Joe Starleaf. At those words, he subconsciously looked at Lu Ling, who was following him. Lu Ling's eyes looked away and directly flicked his gaze away. Then what? Isn't Master worried about her being bullied by the Liangs? So just now, she recorded a video of her scaring the Liang family to Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Xingye muttered. I haven't been naughty. Qiao Rongchuan, so good. The man was probably really busy and hung up the phone after a few hurried words. Qiao Xingye looked at Lu Ling. Did you record my fiercest moments for him? Lu Ling. Qiao Xingye, I'm telling you, next time you're going to record what I'm doing with him behind my back. Just record when I'm being bullied. Lu Ling. That's not there either. Whenever he followed her around, she was hardly ever bullied. That little tiger is just so fierce. Besides, if she really recorded a video of her being bullied for the master, then this harbor city should be seeing blood. Lu Suyun was panicked when she saw Liang Yutong surrounded by doctors to rescue her. She called Liang Jintao first. As soon as Liang Jinzhao heard that Qiao Xingye had infuriated Liang Yutong, he fainted, said to come to the hospital right away. Hanging up the phone, she called Shi Yan again, and the phone just connected before she shouted, Yan. The result was an empty hand as someone stood behind her and jerked the phone right out of her hands. Lu Suyun, who was already anxious, turned back angrily. It turned out to be Von Man. Seeing her, Lu Suyun's breath hitched. Mrs. Feng Man looked at the number on his cell phone. His face was gloomy, and he directly pressed the phone to hang up. Lu Suyun, seeing Feng Man like this, she couldn't help but stiffen her face. Feng Man gave her a gloomy look and threw the phone directly to her. Lu Suyun did not catch it and, straight away, he let the phone fall to the floor. Feng Man, I told you, right? Don't look for yen these days. Lu Suyun, but Yutong Shi. What is she? And why does she need yen for all her business? Before Lu Suyun could finish her words, she was interrupted by Feng Man's stern voice. This phrase "what a thing" fiercely irritated Lu Suyun's heart and mouth. She choked and looked over at Von Man. Now her Yutong is still being resuscitated inside. Yet Feng Man, who had watched her grow up since she was a child, said such things here. At this moment, Lu Suyun could not help but feel a bit chilled. Mrs. Shi, before Qiao Xingye came back, Yutong had been very close to Yen. Feel free to go to your Kish's house as well. You've kind of watched her grow up. How can you say such thinly veiled things? A thinly veiled sentence made Von Man narrow his eyes dangerously. She grunted and laughed. I'm thin-skinned? Lu Suyun, What kind of out you've raised yourself? Really? Or do you really have no idea how she's been living? Exactly. These past 2 years abroad? This latter statement was made sarcastically by Von Man. The Liang family believed Liang Yutong, but she was different. Liang Yutong suffered from these diseases at the same time. Her own son is still in love with her. She had to find out what kind of person Liang Yutong was abroad. All those years in Harbor City, I thought she was good at pretending. This time it checked out, and it really wasn't a good one. Lu Suyun heard the sarcasm in Feng Man's tone, even more unbearable. What does Mrs. She mean by this? Trying to throw dirt on Yuetong? Feng Man, she's full of dirt. Does she need me to splash dirty water additionally? Mrs. Liang, haven't you ever personally asked her if she's had any boyfriends abroad in the past 2 years? And how many? You're just too much. This a few. Thoroughly irritated on Lu Suyun's nerves, the two immediately argued in the hospital corridor. Qiao Xing Ye accompanied old lady Zhang back from a game of chess. Lu Suyun and Feng Man were also seen arguing. Von Man was furious. Maybe she's still what's left of the Luke family's playfulness. What's the point of pretending to be innocent in front of Yen? You really raised her extremely well, and taught her to steal her own daughter's fiancé. You're really growing on me. Lu Suyun was instantly almost fainted from anger. How can you say such words? Yutong is clean and innocent abroad. She's innocent? Shall I remind you why she left Harbor City 2 years ago? It's because you guys had to send her away when it came out that you almost killed Qiao Xing Ye, right? Feng Man interrupted her sharply. Lu Suyun's breath sank once again. Feng Man, your adopted daughter almost killed your own daughter, but you're defending your adopted daughter. Lu Suyun, it's really bad luck for Qiao Xing Ye to have a mother like you. It's no wonder she doesn't recognize you, she'd be out of her mind if she did. Lu Suyun, you. Chapter 121, where she was injured. Xiao Ronchuan always remembered. Out of nowhere, she saw Qiao Xingye, and her face sank even further. Qiao Xingye's face was cold, and he didn't even bother to give her an extra look. Instead, it was Lu Ling, who was following behind Qiao Xingye, who had a gloomy face at the moment. Qiao Xingye directly passed by Lu Suyun. Feng Man saw her and moved her lips to say something, yet at the moment it was not clear what to say. Joe Starleaf is gone. Feng Man looked at Lu Suyun, treating fish eyes as pearls. Real pearls that. It's still worth a lot of money somehow. Remember, if you dare to contact Yen because of Liang Yutong again, I'll let Liang Yutong die. Word for word. Feng Man's tone was full of danger, half unlike a joke. Lu Suyun's heart trembled as she listened, choking as she looked at Feng Man, unable to say a single word. Von Man is gone. Lu Suyun leaned against the cold wall, shivering. Liang sighed. When Liang Jinzhao heard that Liang Yutong had been infuriated by Qiao Xingye, he immediately had to go to the hospital to see how things were going. As a result, just after leaving the office, she was bumped into by Liang Panming, who came over to look for her. You're going out? Liang Jinzhao nodded. Mom said that Qiao Xingye quarreled with Yutong in the hospital and made Yutong dizzy. Resuscitate now. Liang Panming's face sank. What time is it now? Can't you figure out the priorities? There's a lot going on in the company right now, and it's not easy to deal with all of it. Where is the time to care about the family? As soon as he talked about the company, Liang Jinzhao's breathing tightened even more. 2 days, and I don't know who exactly is targeting the Liang family company. Those partners are just dying to get out of the partnership. When Liang Panming learned that it was Lu Suyun who called Liang Jinzhao, he was even more fuming. You're going to the Sincere Group right now to meet their president. Make sure you find out exactly why you're dissolving the partnership. Admittedly, it worked best with Liang before. Thinking about it, Liang Panming felt that the most important thing at the moment, it's all about figuring out why there's such a massive uncooperation this time. Liang Jinzhao nodded. I'll go over right away. Liang Panming, this matter should be fast. Good. Liang Jinzhao naturally knows what the company is facing now, and if this time the matter is not handled well, Liang's bankruptcy is all but a possibility. As soon as Liang Jinzhao left, Liang Panming then dialed Lu Suyun's phone, and the phone just connected. He was a chopping block. How many people are you going to ask to serve Liang Yutong in the hospital? He sounded bad. Originally, Liang Panming was a rather chauvinistic man, and in his consciousness, it's the man who is in charge and the woman who is in charge. It's the women who are supposed to run the household. Like when someone in the family is sick and hospitalized, the Liang family doesn't lack the nursing fee, and you've got to make the whole family jump out of their skin? Liang Panming was especially dissatisfied with Lu Suyun's performance during this time. Now that this question was asked suddenly, Lu Suyun's breathing froze. What do you mean? Liang Panming, if Yutong is sick, then cure her. Why do you keep looking for Jinzhao? Is he a doctor? Lu Suyun. At those words, his breath sank even further. Liang Panming continued. And on Starleaf's side, what the hell have you been doing? How the hell are you a mom? This time in Qiao Xing Ye severed relations, especially where Lu Suyun signing. Zoom in and the whole harbor city sees it. It was absolutely impossible to say that this matter had no effect on Liang at all. Liang Panming was particularly unhappy about this. Lu Suyun heard him blame himself for all the faults. Anxious, how can I be a mom? You don't know what that Qiao Xingye is like. You can't do anything about her. Can you? I can't help it. That I don't have time. You specialize in staying home with your kids and parenting them. Have you really had the patience to teach her since she came back? Lu Suyun. Patience? She'd like to be patient with her. But does she give a chance? Liang Panming was annoyed. Forget it. You'll see to things at home during this period of time. Things are in a lot of trouble at the company right now. How much trouble? Upon hearing that the company's affairs were troublesome, Lu Suyun subconsciously asked out loud. Liang Panming, if this goes on it's going to be bankrupt. How troublesome do you think it is? Yes, it's that bad? Hearing this, Lu Suyun's heart tightened. Liang Panming, the company is in big trouble this time. Probably someone behind the scenes is specifically messing with us. With things having developed to this point, Liang Panming wouldn't even believe it if it wasn't someone messing with them. Someone messed with Liang? Who is it? Is it Qi? Not like that. Liang Panming had a headache. And some of the partners had no relationship with Qi at all. Once she heard that it wasn't Qi, Lu Suyun panicked even more. Then could it be related to Qiao Xingye? Liang Panming, what did you say? Lu Suyun, she must have some powerful men behind her. You know, that studio of hers made over $7 million last year. So how could she be so capable if not for her awesome man? Liang Panming on this side of the phone sniffed, his brows knitting tightly. Could it be that it really has something to do with Qiao Xingye? Qiao Xingye's side just arrived at the studio. Xiao Rongchuan's phone then called. On the phone, the man's tone was warm. Pack up. I'll be right there to pick you up. Qiao Xingye, huh? Where to? Soak in the hot springs. Qiao Xingye looked at the sky outside the window. It was cloudy and foggy today. I don't know. It's really nice to go to a hot spring in this weather. And the hot springs in Harbor City's Spring Mountain are the most famous. But it's a long way from the city. There's also the design of Hashikawa International that can't be delayed. I'm busy here. Just hook me up. As soon as he heard that he was going to the hot springs, Qiao Xingye was moved. Especially since her legs started hurting again last night. It's so hard every winter. Xiao Rongchuan laughed lowly. Busy with what? Didn't I tell you last night that there's a big moneymaker whose designs I'm going to do myself? Which big money man? Star River Internationals. For this company? Qiao Xingye couldn't mention how seriously he took it. The main thing is that the other party gave the price. That's several times the market price and it's not much to ask. But just for that design fee, Qiao Xingye would definitely take it seriously. Xiao Rongchuan, you mean Star River International? I know their president very well. Get him to give you a few more days of grace? Qiao Xingye, you're familiar with the president of Xingchuan International? No way. This has something to do with him too? Xiao Rongchuan, well, very familiar. Qiao Xingye, that's not necessary. In fact, that what? Hurry up and pack. Before Qiao Xingye could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qiao Rongchuan. Zhou Xing, yeah, okay. Hanging up the phone and shutting the laptop he just opened again. Then put it in a bag ready to take along. Quanshan is so far away. If you go there today, you definitely won't want to come back. This side of the car. Lu Ling looked to Qiao Rongchuan. Miss, that leg should be almost as good these years. Back then, after the injury, the doctor had said to take her to the hot springs more often in the winter. When she was in F country, almost every winter Qiao Rongchuan would take her there several times. Qiao Rongchuan looked out the window. Last night she slept and it hurt again. When the weather is bad, it hurts easily. Lu Ling's breath stiffened at his words. It seems that old injuries are indeed not easy to fully recover from. Chapter 122, You've grown up. You really won't give me a hug? Qiao Xingye packed up his things and went out. Yang Tingting saw her walking with a slight limp. Boss, isn't there anything else you can do with this leg? Seen a doctor yet? Every time the weather changes, it hurts. Qiao Xingye, it's an old problem. It won't get in the way. It's only hard when the weather changes anyway. Other times it doesn't matter. The doctor. Naturally, I have seen. Every time the pain is unbearable, I will see a doctor. But aside from the physical, the pharmaceutical side of things hardly works very well. Probably because of her physique. Last night when she was sleeping in the middle of the night, she was confused and felt pain. But back there, it seems like it's because it's warming up, and it doesn't hurt as much. And then nothing. Looking back now, that warmth last night seemed to be a little wet. Just after giving Yang Tingting a couple of explanations about work, the phone vibrated again. Qiao Xingye thought it was Qiao Rongchuan calling and picked it up without looking. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Lu Suyun's questioning voice came from the other side of the phone. Qiao Xing Ye, it's you, isn't it? Qiao Xing Ye, what the hell? What is she? Come up here and pull a stunt like that. Lu Suyun, all those troubles Liang is having right now, you brought them on, right? Zhou Starleaf. Hearing this, Qiao Xingye probably knew that it should be Liang's side that had reacted. After all, if anything happened to Liang at this time, the first thing they would suspect would be the Qi family. Now it is probably clear that the Qi family did not take action against Liang, but not directly think of her side? Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to speak, Lu Suyun continued to roar. It must be you, right? Qiao Xingye, do you have any brains at all? What do you think those men are after if they do help you against our family? At these words, Lu Suyun directly roared out in anger. At the moment she was even thinking that those men supported Qiao Xingye's that studio making so much money a year. In fact, it is also to bribe Qiao Xingye, thus trying to do something to the Liang family? A sense of great intrigue instantly permeated between Qiao Xingye and Lu Suyun. Lu Suyun was directly going crazy. Qiao Xingye grunted, figure what? Figure what will not figure your Liang family's 3 melons and 2 dates, right? Lu Suyun, you, that mouth. I'd like to tear her up. Qiao Xingye, Mrs. Liang, you probably haven't really realized what the kiss are up to with all those tactics, have you? You think it's just a matter of replacing your adopted daughter with your own? Lu Suyun. At that, the breath caught in his throat. Without waiting for her to speak, Zhou Starleaf continued. The ultimate root of it's just that your Liang family's mind is depleted and worthless. You shut up. Lu Suyun was completely mad. She couldn't stand to hear anyone say that the Liang family was just a target to be utilized for the Qi family. Their two families have always been close before. Qiao Xingye probably knew the naive thoughts in Lu Suyun's heart. The Qi family is at least the #1 family in Hong Kong City, and the Liang family is holding such an important mine. Surprisingly, it doesn't have much of a place in Port City. Why is that? Lu Suyun. At that, the breath caught in his throat again. What are you babbling about? What do you mean the Liang family has little standing in Hong Kong City? She's talking about something. Qiao Xingye, if the Liang family has a position in Hong Kong City, then what have you been bothering to please the wives all these years? Lu Suyun's fire instantly rushed up to the sky. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that what Qiao Xingye said was the truth. Qiao Xingye, are you trying to tell me that that was a basic social call for you? But if the Liang family's status is really on par with the Qi family's, shouldn't those wives be entertaining you? Look at you. You're the one who's been pushing your way into their circle all these years. They don't take you very much. Lu Suyun, you. Qiao Xingye laughed with increasing sarcasm, still saying it's not 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Sharp words, sarcastic tone. Lu Suyun almost fainted in anger on the spot. Just tell me, all those troubles Liang's having right now, were you behind it or not? Don't want to be talking to Qiao Xingye. Say it again, really want to die of anger. She's learned the hard way that this mouth can really piss people off. What a shame to be raised by a country shrew. Zhou Xingye, guess. Lu Suyun, you. Qiao Xingye, we're not related anymore. Don't call me when something's wrong. This whole thing makes people who don't know think how much you miss me. Lu Suyun on this side of the phone felt like she was going to have a heart attack. Without waiting for her to say anything else, the phone had hung up. It was like this every time. But whenever there was contact with Qiao Xingye, her side was unable to take advantage of the situation in half. Who the hell did she learn to be so good with that mouth? This side of the studio. When Qiao Rongchuan came up, he saw Qiao Xingye limping towards the elevator. He took her in stride and picked her up in his arms, and it was also a hug that made the entire office area cry out in secret. It looked really sweet. Qiao Xingye hugged Qiao Rongchuan's neck. What are you doing? Let me down. I can walk by myself. The weather in Harbor City hasn't been very good for a while now, so she's having a bit of a hard time of it. Qiao Rongchuan directly carried her and entered the elevator. In the office area, a small designer came to Yang Tingting's ear. The boss's brother is really handsome. That cool temperament. Well, it's just great. Yang Tingting directly gave her a blank stare. Don't wish for it. Can't you eat and think about it? Yang Tingting was speechless. Beware of the boss chipping you. Qiao Rongchuan directly carried Qiao Xingye to the car, and Qiao Rongchuan took a blanket for her to put on her lap. Even though the temperature in the car had been perfect, Qiao Xingye suffered under the change in weather. Why didn't you say anything about the pain? Qiao Xingye, not all used to it. Qiao Rongchuan's hand that was arranging the blankets for her gave a beat. A dark light in the bottom of his eyes crossed, and he didn't say anything. Just ask, did you stick with acupuncture? As soon as he said this, Qiao Xingye's gaze flickered a bit. Qiao Rongchuan looked at her. No, Qiao Xingye muttered. So what? I'm afraid of pain. Although acupuncture is actually not that unbearable, she is afraid of needles. The sight of a needle scares me. Because of this, her 2 years of winters in Harbor City have been especially difficult. Qiao Rongchuan said to Lu Ling in front of him. Have Yan Li bring the stuff with him. Qiao Xingye's heart trembled. Brother, listen. Qiao Rongchuan's tone was warm, and had an excellent calming effect on Qiao Xingye. She's really scared of needles. Any needles. Because one of the women in the group that kidnapped her back then liked to zap people. Lu Ling called Yan Li and then took another call afterward. Turning back to Qiao Rongchuan, he said, Pei Xiao is already on his way to Quan Mountain. The deal was to go through the contract today. Going to Spring Mountain was a temporary decision on Qiao Rongchuan's side, and Pei Jingyao's side naturally didn't dare to say anything. You can only follow Qiao Rongchuan's itinerary. Qiao Rongchuan hummed, and then said, You and old Yan go and meet. Okay. Lu Ling nodded. It was almost noon by the time we got to Springside. When he got off the bus, Qiao Rongchuan wanted to hug again, and Qiao Xingye grabbed his hand. I can walk. Qiao Rongchuan, huh? You've grown up and you don't even let me hug you anymore? Joe Starleaf. This guy still knows he's grown up. Huh? But it's just that it's getting too big to hold anymore. Looking at her dumbfounded appearance, Qiao Rongchuan laughed softly and picked her up in a horizontal hug. Stride in the direction of the wooden building. Chapter 123, Did Xingchuan International move against Liang? Ki's side of the company. Jiang Yuan hurriedly knocked on the door and entered Qi Yan's office. Mr. Qi, Mr. Pei and the others went to Quanshan. Kiran raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? They're going over the contract today. Kiran. Contract. Right. Pei Jingyao is going over the content of the contract with the Luke family side today. He rushed over to Quanshan at this hour. Is that where the appointment is? That must be it. Kiran whooshed to his feet, fishing for his suit jacket on the backrest of the couch in the process. The old gentleman is on his way there too, Jiang Yuan said. Qi Yan frowned. Father went too? Jiang Yuan nodded. Yes, Kiran. So, it must be the Luke family over there. Thinking of his father's current actions towards the hospital side, Qi Yan was well aware that, if he couldn't get the cooperation from the Luke family this time, Liang Yuton would probably be dragged down by him. Come on, let's go over there too, and take a copy of the contract with us. Seeing that person today, Qi Yan is determined to take down the cooperation and sign the contract by the way. Even if that person was going to work with Pei Jingyao, he still wanted a piece of the pie. Jiang Yuan, good. I'll have the legal department prepare immediately. Jiang Yuan went out. Qi Yan didn't stay long on his side and went straight out of the office. Today, the cooperation from the Luke family's side, no matter what was said, his side had to take it down. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Qi Yan looked at the number. It was Liang Yuton calling. Straight away I pressed answer. Yuton. Yan, are you busy? Liang Yuton's choked voice came out. Kiran frowned. What's wrong? Liang Yuton, I can't live in this hospital anymore. Uncle and aunt. Speaking here, Liang Yuton choked on her tone, and the words that followed could no longer be said. Kiran, my mother? Didn't father send someone to the hospital? Is mother there too? When he thought about it, Qi Yan's face turned ironic. Liang Yuton, auntie came to see me. There was more aggravation in the choking as he said this. That's how I knew that phone man must not have given Liang Yuton anything good when she went to the hospital. It's also extremely hard to say. Kiran had a terrible headache. Without waiting for him to speak, Liang Yuton spoke again. Yan, can't I be discharged? Of course I can. Just wait. Then listen to the side of Lanlin residence. The owner over there isn't selling, so I'll pick another place for you. For hearing Lan Linju, now Qi Yan is to give up. He didn't tell Liang Yuton that Qiao Xingye lived in it, and that the owner of that house that it's also the one of the man behind the current Qiao Xing Ye. In that case, he probably won't be able to take it down this time, no matter what it costs him. Liang Yuton, that's right. In her tone, there was a bit of disappointment, which paired with the weakness of her illness, made it all the more heartbreaking and compassionate. In fact, at the moment, she was thinking about the bet with Qiao Xingye and the bragging she had done in front of her earlier. Now Qi Yan was telling her that she couldn't live there completely? Liang Yuton directly choked. Jiang Yuan came back and took the contract. Qi Yan hurriedly said to the other side of the phone, there's something else on my side, so I'll hang up first. Right now, the one from the Luke family is important. Together with Pei Jingyao's sake, their side couldn't delay any longer. After saying that, without waiting for Liang Yuton on the other side of the phone to respond, Qi Yan hung up the phone first. Liang Yuton, on this side of the hospital, heard the sound of the phone hanging up, and her entire face didn't look too good, and he hung up on her. Lu Suyun came out of the restroom and asked her, called Qi Yan? Called? He hung up on me. Lu Suyun sniffed and her face was a bit unhappy. Now what is the meaning of Qi Yan's attitude? Although Feng Man had put words in her mouth today, Lu Suyun still felt that you can't lose Qian's side. If Qi Yan and Liang Yuton really broke up, what would Liang Yuton do in the future? but now Qi Yan hangs up on you Tong. What does that mean? Why did he hang up on you? Did you guys have a falling out? Is it possible that you've been chasing after hearing Lan Woodshed too hard and it's upsetting him? Hearing that Lanlin residence was worth a lot of money and was dedicated to Yutong's recuperation, the Qi family's side would definitely have a problem with it. Plus the annulment of the wedding between and Qiao Xing Ye had originally made those elders of the Qi family uncomfortable. So this time, they will definitely put pressure on Qi Yan as well. Liang Yutong was even more upset when she heard this. It's not like I took the initiative to ask for it. He's the one who said to give it. Everything was a promise he made, and now that it's not being fulfilled, why is he upset? Thinking of Qiao Xing Ye's mouth, he might be taunting her next, and that $1 million. At the time, she dared to bet herself, with conviction, that did she already know she wouldn't be able to live there by then? The more she thought about it, the more Liang Yutong's face sank, and even her breathing was not smooth. Hospital Lu Suyun and Liang Yutong had a bad day. Qi Yan did not come to the hospital again. Liang Jinzhao did not. Before, Liang Yutong's hospital room, Liang Jinzhao and Qi Yan had to make at least one trip to it. But in the past 2 days, not a single person has come. I don't know. Liang's days are not easy right now. After Liang Jinzhao returned from a trip to the Changran group, finally got everything straightened out, he said to Liang Panming, it's Star River International, Sincerity's president, who was classmates with Liang Jinzhao, knew what Liang Jinzhao was looking for him for. He asked him directly if he had offended Hashikawa International. Liang Panming, Xingchuan International? Liang Jintao nodded. Yes. Liang Panming frowned and looked at Liang Jinzhao suspiciously. When have we offended them? In Liang Panming's impression, they had little to no cooperation with Xingchuan International. That company, although it was founded only in the last 2 years, was so large that it was also not something they Liang could climb up to. Liang Jinzhao's face was grave. He'd thought a lot about this journey back. The more he thought about it, the worse he blushed. He looked at Liang Panming. We have not offended them. But we've been having a lot of trouble with Joe Starleaf for a while now. To think that he and Qi Yan had tried to shut down Qiao Xing Ye's studio earlier. That's why they checked out all of Joe Starleaf's partners. As it turned out, none of the partners dared to agree to their demands. When they hit Hashikawa International, the Hashikawa International side was especially arrogant. Liang Panming, what do you mean? Liang Jinzhao, Qiao Xing Ye and Xingchuan International have close dealings. Hashikawa International basically does everything for her as long as it's design stuff. So this time, Xingchuan International is playing tricks on Liang behind his back. To say that it had nothing to do with Qiao Xing Ye halfway, he definitely didn't believe it. Liang Panming frowned. You mean, the stars messed up? It must be her. Liang Jinzhao said through gritted teeth. Liang Panming's face sank as well, taking off his glasses and pinching his aching brow. His mind in turmoil. This side of Spring Hill, Qiao Xingye thought he was going to go to the hot spring when he arrived. But it turned out that because it was almost noon, Xiao Rongchuan took her to lunch first, and took an hour lunch break before letting her go. Out the door, Xiao Rongchuan handed her a thick robe. Put it on when you change to go out. Don't catch a cold. It's just a few steps, Joe Starleaf said. The locker room is a short walk to the spa. Xiao Rongchuan, then keep warm too. Okay. Zhou Xingye took it. Seeing her so obedient, Xiao Rongchuan pinched her little nose in favor. So good. Chapter 124, A Call from Sheng Night. The two were just about to leave together when Xiao Rongchuan's phone rang. And I don't know who's calling. He only looked at it and his face darkened. Rubbing the top of Qiao Xingye's fine, soft hair, his tone remained warm. You go first. Good. Seeing that he had something to do, Qiao Xingye turned around and left first. It was only after watching the sound of Qiao Xingye's footsteps coming down the stairs that Xiao Rongchuan picked up the phone. You found Starlet? On the phone, came the man's evil voice. Listen carefully, there is also a hint of arrogance and provocation. Xiao Rongchuan's grip on the phone tightened. A somber aura emanated from his body. Something to do with you? Of course it's relevant. After all, Starlet, Sheng Knight, I advise you to value your life. Xiao Rongchuan's voice was chilly as he interrupted the man on the phone. Sheng Knight, Sheng Jun's older brother and a strong backer behind Sheng Jun. Qiao Xingye would have been forced to leave F country back then. It was because she was too afraid of Sheng Knight's infiltration of power in country F. At the time, her mother and her sister, Xiao Yu, were in his hands, and she was afraid that she might hurt them, and the threat he posed to Xiao Rongchuan at the time. These were the reasons why Qiao Xingye had to compromise. She left, and managed to distract Sheng Knight, buying Qiao Rongchuan a moment of respite. And it was also that moment that Sheng Yi regretted the most in his life. Qiao Rongchuan had even dismantled the Sheng family in the last 2 years with strong and powerful means. Qiao Rongchuan grunted and laughed. How dare you call me? Ha! Sheng Knight, it's not whether I dare or not. It's that I have to. After all, I'm worried about Xinger too. There was a provocative light laugh in the evil voice. Xiao Rongchuan, you'd better worry about yourself. Mern Vaughn is the one who even gnaws on his own people's necks. Hitching a ride with someone like that is undoubtedly like being in the company of wolves in the dark. Upon hearing what Mern Vaughn was, the breath on the phone went cold. Playfulness and provocation withdrawn. Only endless danger remains. Pull your men back. Sheng Knight no longer circled around with Xiao Rongchuan and said directly. Xiao Rongchuan's people had been staring behind him, not giving him a single chance to catch his breath. It was even known that he had hooked up with Mern Vaughn. Is this a case of Qiao Rongchuan not stopping until he dies? Thinking of those dark ambushes he encountered during this period of time, Sheng Knight's tone lost its playfulness. More danger and coldness. Qiao Xing Ye was wrapped thickly. Carry your things out of the small building, cross the Greenway Trail, and follow the signposts toward the hot springs. Ms. Zhou, Zhang Yuan's voice sounded not far away. Qiao Xingye's footsteps lurched as she looked towards the voice and saw the two of them, Qi Yan and Zhang Yuan. Qi Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he saw her, and then his face went cold. He came to Qiao Xingye in large strides. Why are you here? Ha, where did you get the news I was coming over? It's been such a big deal for a while now, and they say they don't care. You've been asking about his whereabouts and you followed him here. Qi Yan glanced at Zhang Yuan, who was following behind him, and Zhang Yuan was jolted by his look. Hurrying up, she said, Ms. Zhou didn't call me. Zhang Yuan naturally knew exactly what Qi Yan's eyes meant. He didn't betray Qi Yan's whereabouts to come here. And getting the whereabouts of Luke's heir was temporary. Basically no one at the company knows they're here. Kiran didn't look too good anymore. He looked to Qiao Xingye. Where did you get the news that I was coming this way? Joe Starleaf. What the hell? What do you mean? Did he mean that he had followed him because he had gotten word that he was over here? Still so confident after all this time? At this moment, Qiao Xingye not only suspected that Qi Yan had a problem with his brain, it was the feeling that he had a problem with this person. It only felt that he was simply amusing. If you don't properly guard your Liang Yutong, what are you doing here? But where did you get the news that I was over here again? You came to block me, didn't you? Directly, Qi Yan's confidence was returned to him in full. The man sniffed and his face darkened. The eyes that looked at Qiao Xingye were all a little sharper as a result. Zhang Yuan, who was standing behind Qi Yan, couldn't help but scratch his head. This Miss Qiao's mouth. Ah, it's so vicious. It's not even half bad. Qi Yan gritted his teeth. Qiao Xingye, I know that you have a lot of heart, but I'll tell you clearly today. If you tell me who the owner of Heerland Grove residence is, I might consider. TSK, Qi Yan, you're retarded, aren't you? Qiao Xingye couldn't listen to it anymore completely. And maybe what? Maybe consider having a follow-up with her? He thinks he's a chicken drumstick. The smell fills the air for miles. Anyone want to get up and take a bite? Kiran, you. Stars. Qi Yan was just about to say something when a voice rang out from not far away, directly interrupting his latter words. The two gazes looked over in unison, and they saw Pei Jingyao and Huang Chang walking towards them. Pei Jingyao had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and the way he looked at Qiao Xingye was as gentle as it could be. Seeing Pei Jingyao, Qi Yan's face directly darkened completely. Pei Jingyao came to Qiao Xingye's side and looked at the things in her hand. Going to the hot springs? He had a self-conscious look about him, and Qiao Xingye nodded. Pei Jingyao's tone was even gentler. Hurry up and go. It's cold enough today. P.S. Someone asked me if there is winter in Hong Kong. I don't know. I'm not writing about Hong Kong. Don't bring in the names of the places. Just think of it as me taking it out of thin air. I'm writing about summer when I'm having my own summer. And I'm writing about summer. Over winter, just write about winter. Ha ha. I don't know if it's Kiran's fault. At this moment, he actually heard a hint of doting from Pei Jingyao's tone. The face, darker. Qiao Xingye nodded. Well, I'll go over first. Wait. Qi Yan reached out and was about to pull Qiao Xingye. He still had so many questions to ask her. Now she's unavailable on the phone and hard to see. Now it's hard to see. You don't have to ask? Just as his hand reached out, Pei Jingyao took hold of his wrist. Qi Shao, are you trying to waste this hand too? As he said this, Pei Jingyao's gaze also flicked towards Qi Yan's plastered hand. This glance carried extreme humiliation for Qi Yan. After all, he hadn't broken his hand honorably. Qi Yan gave him a grim look, and at the moment, his eyes were almost eager to eat Pei Jingyao alive. Two words were spat out icily. Let go. Pei Jingyao ignored him and originally turned around to tell Qiao Xingye to hurry up and leave. As a result, where was the shadow of Qiao Xingye behind him? Long gone. Pei Jingyao, this dead girl, so worthy of being raised by Master Qiao, didn't even say thank you to him. Qiao Xingye's heart was clear as a bell. Especially now that Pei Jingyao and Qiao Rongchuan are going to work together at a critical point. She was afraid of being stained by these people. Anyway, this back door of hers, it won't open. When Pei Jingyao saw that Qiao Xing Ye was all gone, he naturally wouldn't waste any more time with Qi Yan and let go of him. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, Qi Yan called out to him, "That one, where is it?" When Pei Jingyao heard this address, the corner of his mouth twitched. "That one? You shouldn't have until now. Don't even know the last name of the person you found here to meet, do you? It's a good thing Qi Jin only has one son, Qi Yan, but if he has one more, that's a big number for practicing waste, and Ki has absolutely nothing on him. The looks are good, the aura is there, it's just such a shell for nothing, brains and all that are simply not online." Qi Yan's face was gloomy and silent, and Pei Jingyao knew at a glance that he had guessed correctly. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Ha! There was something magical about that laugh. Qi Yan blushed even more tautly. "Stop smiling, it's so ugly. Pei Jingyao, you're not capable and you think I'm ugly?" Kiran. Pei Jingyao tsk twice. "You said that, mister. Luke has been in Hong Kong City for some days, too. What have you been doing?" "I haven't seen the person, and I don't know what the person's real name is." "That's right. All this time, all his thoughts have been on Liang Yutong. I have to say that this Liang Yutong is really a demoness. I can't believe that Qi Yan is pestering him and delaying such a big thing. Then the 6 old men of this Qijia family would still eat her alive?" Qi Yan's breath sank. "What I do is none of your business. Pei Jingyao, it's really none of my business. What's he got to do with it?" "Huang Chang, let's go." "Yes, sir." The yellow court ladies followed respectfully. "People are gone." Qi Yan looked at Jiang Yuan behind him. "What's the name of the heir to the Luke family?" "There's almost nothing on the internet, but it looks like the last name is Zhou." Chapter 125. Brother, she tried to hit me. Upon hearing the surname Zhou, Qi Yan didn't look too good, but didn't think much of it because of it. "Why is Qiao Xingye over here?" he asked Jiang Yuan, his tone obviously bad. "Jiang Yuan, it should be a coincidence. After all, we're over here on a temporary basis and no one knows about it. Maybe she came with Pei Xiao?" Anyway, his side would never betray Qi Yan's whereabouts. Somehow, after saying that it was a coincidence, Jiang Yuan clearly felt that Qi Yan's aura had cooled down quite a bit, especially saying that he came with Pei Jingyao. He wasn't too convinced. "You go and find out who she came with." Qi Yan's face was cold. "Jiang Yuan, we need to hurry now to find the heir to the house of Luke. You know, if things can't be done today," the old man sighed. Jiang Yuan didn't go on with the latter words. Not only is Qi Jin's side going to be furious, but also Qi's will suffer from this. Not to mention Liang Yutong's side. So the immediate priority is to find the key man. "Mr. Luke." Qi Yan pinched his aching brow. "It won't take much time. Go check it out." Jiang Yuan, yes. Seeing Qi Yan's insistence, he had no choice but to go down and investigate according to his instructions. Qiao Xingye changed in the locker room. Listening to Qiao Rongchuan's words, the dressing room on the way to the hot springs, he also wrapped himself very thickly. Just as he exited the locker room, he collided with a woman draped in a towel. The woman didn't stand still, and with a plop, she fell straight into the foot-washing pool by the door. The bath towel wrapped around his body to keep him warm was also all wet. She yelled angrily, "How do you walk without eyes, Joe Starleaf?" It was clearly her who bumped into it. Her face sank as well. "I don't know if I've grown eyes, but you sure haven't." The woman sniffed and got even more fired up, wiping the water from his face. He stood up and looked angrily at Qiao Xingye, and the moment the two of them looked at each other, recognized each other, too. The woman's face grimaced. "It's you? Qiao Xingye, it's you. That's no eyes and no manners. That explains it." Wang Shiji, Liang Yutong's best friend. Qiao Xingye had met her once before, when she was a guest at the Liang family's home, because of Liang Yutong's reason for scowling at her. I've encountered it twice since. While shopping, she was also variously fighting for Liang Yutong to make things difficult for her. It's just that Qiao Xingye's on-the-spot vengeful nature is such that they cross paths. When Wang Shiji saw Qiao Xingye talking about her like this, her already angry face, her eyes were even more on fire at this moment. As soon as she pulled off the wet bath towel on her body and threw it on the ground, she crossed her arms. "Who are you calling rude?" The stance was as if Qiao Xingye dared to resist one more word, she was going to hit her with her hands. "Qiao Xingye, that's you talking. What's up?" Seeing Qiao Xingye's arrogance, Wang Shiji was furious and raised her hand to slap her down. Qiao Xingye wasn't a vegetarian either. The moment he reached out and caught her wrist, the other hand had also been raised to greet Wang Shiji. As a result, without waiting for her to make a move, a hand suddenly reached out behind her and directly pushed Wang Shiji away. Wang Shiji's wrist was then withdrawn from her hand, and she directly fell back to sit in the pool again. And Qiao Xingye herself was torn into an embrace. Qiao Xingye subconsciously turned back. Qiao Rongchuan's somber face was in his eyes, and he looked at Wang Shishir with a face full of ice coldness. After only one glance, he withdrew his gaze to look at Qiao Xingye. How is it? Is it hurt? Qiao Xingye shook his head. No, she tried to hit me. At this time Yan Li also came over in a hurry. He glanced at Zhou Starleaf. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. This Qiao Rongchuan's eyes were really glued to Qiao Xingye, right? So far away. I'm surprised he even saw it. Thinking of the hurried appearance of Qiao Rongchuan's back just now, he was afraid that Qiao Xingye had been bullied. This girl hasn't suffered in Hong Kong City. Look for him to worry. Qiao Rongchuan's face was not good, and he looked icily askance at Wang Shishir, who stood up from the pool. Wang Shizhi's teeth were itching with anger. This man even pushed her? Good on Qiao Xingye. No wonder you dared to withdraw from Qi Yan so much during this time. Feeling like you found someone else. What? You want to play the love-brain bittersweet scene too? Although it was evident that the man embracing Qiao Xingye at the moment had an extraordinary temperament, but I've never even seen it in Hong Kong City, so I'm sure it's not something with status. Besides, what could she, Qiao Xingye, find? A person of status can look at her? Wang Shizhi expected that Qiao Xingye was kicking elephants looking for ants. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly when Yan Li saw that the one who had clashed with Qiao Xingye was Wang Shishir. The face went straight to bad. It was only then that Wang Shizhi saw Yan Li. She, who was imposing, instantly changed her face, her eyes reddening. Yan Li, why did you just come? Zhou Starleaf, Qiao Rongchuan. Once they heard Wang Shizhi call Yan Li, both of their gazes looked towards him. Yan Li saw that the one who had clashed with Qiao Xingye was actually Wang Shishir. Also blushing, what's wrong with you? Wang Shishir's little mouth turned away, and she said aggressively, they bullied me. Qiao Xingye was filled with black lines. It's not bad to go all the way with Liang Yutong. They're both very good at acting. You're going to help me. Wang Shizhi stepped forward and was about to pull Yan Li's hand. Yan Li is too late to shake her off at the moment. Where can she still let her get stained? Straight away, he avoided Wang Shishir's outstretched hand. When Wang Shizhi saw him avoiding himself, his eyes tightened in aggravation. Yanni, how are you such a person? I could have seen it all just now. What kind of blind date did the family find him? Isn't this a proper tea tree spirit? They don't even know her well enough to act. Originally, just after the blind date to come together to soak in the hot springs, Yan Li's impression of her was not too good. Just now, when she bumped into Qiao Xingye herself and had to hit someone, Yan Li saw it all clearly. This woman, emotionally, is still a troublemaker. Yan Li stepped forward and looked at Qiao Xingye who was in Qiao Rongchuan's arms. It didn't hurt you, did it? Qiao Xingye shook his head. No. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he dropped an icy sentence. It's time for your eyes to go take a good look. After saying that, he directly embraced Qiao Xingye and left. Yan Li heard Qiao Rongchuan say that he should get his eyes looked at. Wasn't this a proper way of saying that he couldn't see people? That's not what I'm looking at. He's just on a blind date. Who has such good eyes that they can see right through a person on the first sight? Yannick didn't think he had that kind of skill. He chased after Qiao Rongchuan's footsteps and was about to follow. But Wang Shishir grabbed him. Yan Li looked back at her. The warmth in his eyes no longer there when he was drinking coffee. Wang Shizhi inhaled. You and Qiao Xingye? What? You want to pin it on her for seducing me? Ruining my relationship with you? Wang Shizhi choked. Yan Li, you women, one or two of you are one-way nerves aren't you? See a man and a woman and only think of one relationship? Wang Shizhi, okay, no more contact. After saying that, Yan Li directly drew out his hand and, indifferently, he followed in the direction that Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye had left. Wang Shishir, who hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end, didn't have a chance to explain at all. When she heard Yan Li's later sentence of don't contact, her brain directly buzzed. Although it was the first time she met him, she kinda liked Yannick. Good looking and there are also some medical achievements. What's more, she realizes that he's the genius cardiologist that Yutong needs most right now. She's still trying to get along with him. How about trying to convince him to join Liang Yutong's treatment team as soon as possible? Thinking about the fact that Liang Yutong's team of experts had changed one after another during this period of time, Wang Shizhi was also worried for her. But now, Qiao Xingye. Wang Shizhi grunted and clenched her teeth. It's all her fault. If it wasn't for her, how did he and Yanni see the light of day so quickly? This side of Yannick came looking for it. Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan were already soaking in the pool, and just as he was about to go down, Qiao Rongchuan spoke icily. Don't come down. Yannick. No. Why don't you let yourself down? How cold it was on the shore. He wanted to go down for a dip too. Chapter 126. I don't believe Qiao Rongchuan will let it go like that. Qiao Rongchuan gave Yan Li a look. Yan Li rubbed his somewhat cold hands. You just pushed people. And your anger has also come out. I don't know the people well either. so don't count me out. Although it was said that pushing that one time was already considered merciful in Qiao Rongchuan's hands, but Yan Li knows, behind the Wang family still do not know what will fall into his way. Bullying Qiao Xing Ye. He didn't believe that Qiao Rongchuan would just let it go, but it really has nothing to do with him. Qiao Rongchuan, not with you? Was here with me, but really don't know her well, only met her once. Star, you don't get along with her? Just now, the two of them were going to make a move when they met, so it was obvious that they had a grudge. Qiao Xingye, she's Liang Yutong's best friend. Yan Li sniffed. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. No wonder. This explains it. Why did Liang Yutong give Qiao Xingye a hard time? Obviously, she was worried that Qiao Xingye would steal her position in the Liang family. With that kind of mentality, surely all kinds of smearing Qiao Xingye, as long as it has something to do with her. Specify that none of them like Zhou Starleaf. What's a best friend when Liang's parents are brainwashed by her like that? Yan Li, if I had known that she and Liang Yutong had this relationship, I would have specified that I would not have gotten married. You can't offend anyone but Qiao Rongchuan, right? Looking at Qiao Rongchuan, Pei Xiao has already come over. You don't see it? Lu Ling and Old Yan went to meet. Oh, so he's here specifically to accompany Qiao Xingye to the hot springs? And to think that he asked him to bring something today. Yan Li looked at Qiao Xingye. Have you not been going to acupuncture on time for the past 2 years? Qiao Xingye Yannick, just know. This girl is afraid of needles. Besides Qiao Rongchuan, who can control her? Who else can control her? Wang Shiji sighed. Exasperated. She called Liang Yutong, who complained a great deal over the phone. I'm all set to help you get Yanni. It's all because of that Xiao Xingye. Wang Shiji was furious. A Liang family do not even treat the pro-daughter. That virtues even have people to protect. Liang Yutong's face went straight to bad after hearing that Wang Shiji and Qiao Xingye met at Quan Mountain. She wants to go to the hot springs too. In the past, every winter, the entire Liang family would go to Spring Mountain together. However, this year, because she didn't even go, just as Wang Shiji was about to say something else, he suddenly saw Qi Yan's figure not far away. She yelled, "Why is Qi Yan here too?" Liang Yutong, what? Yan is also in Quanshan? Yeah, see, it couldn't be after Qiao Xingye, could it? Liang Yutong on this side of the phone. Upon hearing this not-so-certain guess from Wang Shiji, a flash of gloom flashed under her eyes. Wang Shiji continued, Yutong, this man still needs to be watched closely, especially that Qiao Xingye. You are unaware of how much heart she has, and it almost made her marry Qi Yan before. And there's a man who was protecting her just now, and there's Yan Li who's not easy on her either. She hates you so much. Be careful, she's still hooking up with Qi Yan on the side. Speaking of Yan Li, Wang Shiji was angry. He had seen a man beside Qiao Xingye, and he had even chased after him with his eyes. Liang Yutong's face was not good. Trembled her lips and spat out 3 words through clenched teeth. Got it. Without waiting for Wang Shiji to say anything else, Liang Yutong directly hung up the phone. She squeezed the phone with a heavier force, her breathing unsteady. In the end, he couldn't bear it and directly dialed Qi Yan's phone. The phone rang a few times, but the result was that the other side of the phone directly hung up. Liang Yutong frowned. Not answering her calls? Could it be that he really went to Quanshan to look for Qiao Xingye too? As Wang Shiji said, he couldn't let go of her? Liang Yutong's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom, gritted her teeth, and continued to dial Qi Yan's number. Still hanging up, she was furious and fought again. Qi Yan, who was on this side of Quanshan at the moment, was already distracted by Qiao Xingye, plus there's the heir to the Luke family to meet, and right now the person is nowhere to be found. He was already on fire, and when he saw Liang Yutong calling again and again, he was more or less annoyed, eventually picking up, trying to sound patient. Yutong, Yan, where are you? Qi Yan, there is something on this side. Call you back. Hang up first. After saying that, Qi Yan was about to hang up the phone. However, without waiting for him to hang up, Liang Yutong spoke first. You're in Quanshan, right, Kiran? At that, the breath sank. The squeeze on the phone tightened a bit. What? What must we go to Springs Mountain to talk about? For work, isn't it at the company? Even if you socialize, you're not going to a hot spring together, are you? At this moment, Liang Yutong couldn't control her emotions, and there was an obvious questioning in her tone. Qi Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously, radiating an air of obvious displeasure. Without waiting for him to speak, he heard Liang Yutong continue. Qiao Xingye is over there too, isn't he? You went to her, didn't you? Thinking about just now, Wang Shiji said that she had gotten into a conflict with Qiao Xingye, and Qi Yan was over there as well, and the man who protects her. This Qiao Xingye, how come she's so capable? How come she's everywhere? What do all those men see in her? Anyway, the more Liang Yutong thought about it, the angrier she became. especially with Qi Yan's current attitude towards her. Originally here Lan Lingju did not get it done, which has made her lose face. And later Qiao Xing Ye mentioned, she has no place to put this face. Now that she knew that he and Qiao Xing Ye were both in Quanshan, Liang Yutong's emotions were directly a little taut. Hearing that hint of questioning in Liang Yutong's tone, Qi Yan frowned. Yutong. As soon as he opened his mouth, his tone was a bit cold. It was also this hint of coldness that caused Liang Yutong on this side of the phone to instantly return to her senses. The tone that had already taken on a stern tone was all but replaced by resignation. Yan. I'm scared. Karen closed his eyes. I know. Liang Yutong, so you went to find Qiao Xingye? No. Then you. Qi Yan pinched his aching brow. I have business on my side, so I'll hang up first. If it were before, Qi Yan would definitely have to explain things clearly to Liang Yutong, but now he really didn't have the time. If the matter with the Luke family wasn't handled properly, both he and Liang Yutong would be in trouble. Karen hung up the phone hastily. Liang Yutong on this side of the hospital heard the beeping sound coming from the phone. The whole thing was in a bit of a trance. Qi Yan he. Hang up on her? Lu Suyun entered the hospital room with a face as colorful as vegetables, and saw Liang Yutong's lost soul. Gathering her emotions she went forward. Yutong? What's wrong? Liang Yutong looked at Lu Suyun with reddened eyes. Mom, Yan and Xingxing both went to Quanshan. What? Hearing this, Lu Suyun was shocked. Don't blame her for thinking too much. In her opinion, Qi Yan and Qiao Xingye were the ones who almost got married before. Liang Yutong sniffled. Mom, Yan and I are not destined to be together after all, right? He belongs to the stars, and I'm the one who ruined them. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. The most important thing for you right now is to get well. Yan is just waiting for you. Hearing Liang Yutong say this, Lu Suyun was heartbroken. From her point of view, Liang Yutong was clearly a couple to Qi Yan. It was her own daughter, Qiao Xing Ye, who sabotaged them. At this moment, Lu Suyun once again regretted finding Qiao Xing Ye back. If it weren't for the fact that she was looking for her own daughter, making Yutong, whom she raised, an adopted daughter, the old Kishes wouldn't have objected. If they don't get Qiao Xingye back, Liang Yutong and Qi Yan should have children between them. In the end, they were the ones who were selfish at the time. But Yan, I don't think the stars can let him go. Liang Yutong choked back a sob. Qiao Xingye. Right now when she heard this name, Lu Suyun felt her brain hurt. How did they get to Spring Hill? Liang Yutong shook her head. I don't know. Sure told me that she saw stars in Yan and Quanshan. I called Yan and he hung up on me. So I guess he's with the stars. Yan still hangs up on you? Lu Suyun couldn't believe it. I don't care if you didn't buy Asakan. Now you even hang up the phone? Chapter 127, Xiao Rongchuan agrees to meet Qi Jin. And Qi Yan is there. How much position Liang Yutong had in Qi Yan's heart? They were all there for all to see. So how could Qi Yan hang up on Yuetong? Lu Suyun has a bad feeling in her heart. Liang Yutong nodded. Yes. Yan said he was busy. So he just hung up the phone. And they said they were there to talk business. At the moment this official business was being said by Liang Yutong like it was Qi Yan who was covering it up. As soon as Lu Suyun heard this, she felt that there was a problem. And her face became even more furious. Just when she was about to call Qiao Xingye to tell her not to have anything more to do with Qi Yan. As it turns out, the call simply won't go through. Ever since the mess, Qiao Xingye has been especially ruthless on her side, pulling the plug on all of the various communications. Lu Suyun was even more angry and gagged. Just as he was about to find a phone to call her, Liang Panming's call came. The phone had just been connected, and Liang Panming was splitting hairs at her over the phone. People say a woman who marries badly ruins 3 generations. I didn't believe it before. Now it finally makes sense. Is this what you look like as a mom? Have you ever treated your daughter like that? How many times have I told you that we owe it to Shinger to treat her like this? You let her be and don't get angry with her. You just don't listen and you signed a severance agreement with her. Well now, the whole company is going to be killed by you. Lu Suyun's heart trembled. What do you mean the company is going to be killed by me? The people who messed with our company this time are the same company that made Star $7 million last year. Things that check out thoroughly. Before it was just a guess. Now it's a certainty. Lu Suyun. At that, the air went straight to silence. The outside voice of the phone wasn't too small. And Liang Yutong heard it. Originally, when she heard Liang Panming accusing Lu Suyun one way or another because of Qiao Xingye, she was not too happy. Plus, Panming Liang seldom came to see her in the hospital. In that home, she felt that Liang Panming was most toward Qiao Xingye. Now that I heard Panming Liang say hysterically over the phone that the people who were now messing with Liangs, it's the same company that makes money for Joe Starleaf's studio. So, Liang is in big trouble now? And it has something to do with Qiao Xingye? So, what are they going to do next? Go and beg Qiao Xing Ye, thus allowing Qiao Xing Ye to return to the Liang family again? No, absolutely not. To think that that man is still in Port City and has come after her time and time again for money. If Qiao Xing Ye was in the Liang family, there was no guarantee that his side wouldn't reveal a crack. Never let her go back to the Liang family. Between thoughts, Liang Panming said fiercely to Lu Suyun, I don't care what you think of, and to see star, too, and to speak well to her, and to coax her well. Lu Suyun sniffed and her breath caught. She knew that the company was in big trouble right now. After all, Liang Jinzhao didn't even come to the hospital. She also called Liang Jinzhao. Now that she heard that the company's troubles were all related to Qiao Xing Ye, she was angry and anxious. Liang Panming, do you hear me? Seeing that Lu Suyun didn't speak, he spoke again, his tone full of fire. Lu Suyun took a deep breath. Are you sure that the troubles in the company right now are all invited by Qiao Xing Ye? The moment she opened her mouth, Lu Suyun couldn't help but grit her teeth. Liang Panming, what? You still want to settle the score with her? Lu Suyun, I'll tell you, if you can't even see the basics, the Liang family will end up in your hands sooner or later. Lu Suyun's heart trembled at the words. Liang Panming, if you don't want the company to be finished, and you don't want your reputation as Mrs. Liang to be lost, just learn to be a mom first. The company went bankrupt. Old man is not joking with you. It's been a busy time for the company. He's this crazy looking for what the problem is. As a result, there was also a fire in the backyard of the house and a lot of drama between mother and daughter. Liang Panming couldn't help but be angry at the thought of this. Eventually, Lu Suyun doesn't know how she hung up the phone. She barely heard what Panming Liang said afterward. Just remember two things. Now the company's trouble is related to Qiao Xing Ye. The other thing is Liang Panming telling her to go to Qiao Xing Ye to coax the person into a good mood. Cajoling people. Where is it so easy? Every time she met with Qiao Xing Ye, the swords were drawn. It took the mother and daughter to make such a mess, and it didn't take much thinking to realize that at this time, coming together in front of Qiao Xing Ye, it's about being angry with her. She doesn't want to go. Directly to Liang Jinzhao made a phone call. Now the company, really as your father said, so troublesome? Liang Jinzhao, his tone was all tiredness. Lu Suyun's heart tightened once again when she heard her son's never-before-seen exhaustion. How come? It's a mess now. Things are tough, and if that company doesn't let up on there will be more trouble on our side. That company? The company that makes Joe Starleaf money? Liang Jintao, yes. Lu Suyun, no. This, right under her nose. This Qiao Xing Ye is that powerful? How come she didn't know? Could this be just a guess on your part? Maybe it has nothing to do with Joe Starleaf at all? Mostly, she didn't want to go to Qiao Xing Ye and bow down. If that company really had something to do with Qiao Xing Ye, then what Liang Panming said, she had to do. Thinking about how Qiao Xing Ye treated herself every time, Lu Suyun was 100 times reluctant to go to her. Liang Jinzhao, she's the one who messed up. These words carried a low growl, and it was evident that Liang Jinzhao was now extremely displeased with Qiao Xing Ye because of it. Lu Suyun's heart trembled at the words. Is it really her? That's her. The one who eats the inside out. The more Liang Jinzhao thought about it, the more angry he became. Lu Suyun's face wasn't really good, and now that she heard Liang Jinzhao say that over the phone, the heart and mouth sank even further. Hanging up the phone and returning to the ward, he saw Liang Yuton lying on the bed with a pale face. Her hair had fallen out so much and thinned so much that she was afraid to look in the mirror for a few days. And then there's the expert side, who's come in 2 or 3 times and given the same answer. Ni Jin Yang and Yan Li. Now with all kinds of chemotherapy, Liang Yuton suffers endless pain every time. Yuton, mommy has to go out for a while. Lu Suyun couldn't bear to say that now. At this time, what she wanted most was to stay by Liang Yuton's side. That Qiao Xing Ye is a troublemaker. Right now Lu Suyun's side was angry at the thought of Qiao Xingye. Liang Yuton, is mom going to look for stars? Yes. You be good and mommy will be back soon. Well, there you go. In front of Lu Suyun, Liang Yuton acted good and understanding, but actually hated Qiao Xingye in her heart. Already hating it. Why just couldn't she be driven away? Why couldn't she be told to get the hell out of Harbor City? Lu Suyun just left with his front foot. Liang Yuton then received another call in the back. Still the same man, asking her for money. Money, where do I have money? I'm dying. She was completely enraged. Originally, because of Qiao Xingye she was unable to recuperate in peace. And now this. Is this going to drive her to death? No, she's not going to die. They all want her dead, don't they? She won't die if she doesn't want them to. This side of Spring Hill, Lu Ling and Pei Jingyao have already gone over the contract, and there are 2 questionable contents. Immediately have someone change it on the spot. Pei Jingyao was generous, and as soon as he heard that there was a problem, he immediately let it be changed. Change the gap in the contract. The attendant came in and whispered in Lu Ling's ear. Special Assistant Lu. Old Mr. Qi Jin is here. Lu Ling frowned and glanced at the waiter. Make him wait. Qi Jin unexpectedly came. This is completely uneasy about his son Qi Yan? It was also true that none of the brainless things Qi Yan had done during this time had saved the family any heartache. Especially with his injuries. What elder wouldn't be annoyed at the sight of him? Lu Ling looked at Pei Jingyao across the room. Pei Xiao, wait a moment first. I'm going to meet our master. Good. Pei Jingyao nodded his head. Anyway, he's got his side of the bargain and isn't worried about any changes. The waiter's voice was small, but he heard it all. Saying that Qi Jin was here. He wasn't worried at all. Now, let alone Qi Jin coming. It is not good for the old master of the Qi family to come. Lu Ling found Xiao Rongchuan. He and Qiao Xing Ye just happened to get up from the hot tub and he took a bath towel and dried the water on Qiao Xing Ye. He also quickly wrapped Qiao Xing Ye in a thick bathrobe. Lu Ling stepped forward. Master, Qi Jin is here. Xiao Rongchuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Qiao Xing Ye was also a bit surprised that Qi Jin had personally come out to. It was evident that he was also disappointed in this Qi Yan. If Qi Jin is there, Qi Yan must also be there. If the two of them saw Xiao Rongchuan, they didn't know what kind of wonderful expression would be on Qi Yan's face. Chapter 128, Wonderful is wonderful. And torment is really tormenting. After all, Qi Yan had already met Xiao Rongchuan a few times, and still remembered his likeness in that extreme way. This is the time to let him know that Xiao Rongchuan is the Luke heir. Qiao Xingye gave Xiao Rongchuan a starry-eyed look. Brother wants to see old Mr. Qi. Xiao Rongchuan, do you want me to see him? Qiao Xingye, he's a good man. Indeed. Throughout the Qi family, in Qiao Xingye's opinion, Qi Jin was a just man, especially after hearing about some of his feats in his youth. He was honored from the bottom of his heart, and her engagement to Qi Yan was inexplicably announced 2 years ago. Qi Jin even had a big fit because of this, saying that Feng Man and the Liang family were not doing things right. It was indeed inappropriate, without even asking her, the person in question, what she wanted. Xiao Rongchuan smiled and tenderly rubbed the top of Qiao Xingye's hair. You go with Yanli first. As soon as Qiao Xingye heard that she was told to go with Yanli, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Going with Yannick now. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was for Yannick to do something to himself. She carefully hooked Xiao Rongchuan's finger. Xiao Rongchuan laughed lightly. Scared? Xiao Xingye shook his head. Not afraid. You go first. They say they're not afraid, but they're actually scared to death. Otherwise every time she got sick in Hong Kong City over the years, she would only take medicine and definitely not injections, because she's really so afraid of needles. That fear, it's worse than a child's, perhaps, and too many shots as a child. She wasn't too well when she was a kid. She had little colds all the time, especially not in the winter. One of the most memorable. She was sleeping well in bed when Xiao Rongchuan came back from school and suddenly said he wanted to hug her. As a result, they let someone give her an injection, and at that time she was running a fever. But usually those who are not well as children grow up to be exceptionally well. If it wasn't for the time she was kidnapped, she wouldn't be having all these problems with her legs right now. Xiao Rongchuan's face was full of favor, and with his backhand he held her small hand and squeezed it. First go over and I'll come later. Oh, so the shot still won't escape. Xiao Xingye glanced blearily at Xiao Rongchuan. Xiao Rongchuan reached out and gathered her robe together before leaving, and Xiao Xingye obediently watched, waiting until Xiao Rongchuan's back disappeared from sight. Only then did she turn around and go over to the locker room to get her cell phone before going back to Yanni. Yannick is already making preparations, seeing her and saying, just relax. I've gotten pretty sophisticated over the years. It won't hurt. Qiao Xingye didn't believe it. Yanni, where's your brother? He was a bit surprised to see Qiao Xingye come alone. Qiao Xingye was afraid of needling. This Qiao Rongchuan didn't even follow along. It was really rare. Since coming to this harbor city, Qiao Rongchuan's whole heart was glued to Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye, Qi Jin came to see him. He went over. Yanli sniffed, and the movement in his hand lurched. Kijin? Meet him in person? Aha. Yanli thought about it. After all, Qiao Rongchuan over the years will be on who? Basically, it's all about the people who will be happy with him. But here comes Kijin. What about Qi Yan? Qiao Xingye, definitely in. She had been soaking in the hot springs for so long and Qi Yan hadn't found Xiao Rongchuan, so Qi Jin was in a hurry, right? Yanli hissed. So Qi Yan has met your brother before? Seen it all before? It's been beaten up a couple times. Yanli sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. Having been hit several times, it must have been a wonderful passage. Then this is wonderful. Having met and gotten into a confrontation like that, it was impossible for the man to have no impression at all. So what would Qi Yan's expression be when he saw Qiao Rongchuan here? Xiao Xingye was not interested. Wonderful is wonderful, and torment will be really tormenting. Yanni nodded. That's true. The Qi family has been in a hurry for a while, because the Liang family's mine has dried up. Knowing that the heir to the Luke family was coming over, the Qi family had always wanted to meet. I ended up jumping up and down and not seeing anyone. If Qi Yan found out that the heir to this Luke family was Qiao Rongchuan, who had beaten him up a few times, gee, that look is wonderful just thinking about it. Yanli glanced at Qiao Xing Ye. Aren't you going to take a look? It's a hoot. She loves to watch the fun. Qiao Xing Ye, not going. What jokes had she not seen from the Qi and Liang families? There was no shortage of them. Besides, if he was with Qiao Rongchuan, there was no telling how Qi Yan would climb on board. That's a mad dog. She's not afraid, though, but it was always the case that he didn't want Qiao Rongchuan to hear his dirty talk. Yanni, Che, don't see it. Joe Starleaf. What mentality? I just don't want to go to the joke, so I don't see the point? Just as the two were about to say something else, Wang Shiji is here. Seeing Yanli and Qiao Xing Ye together, a hint of hatred crossed the bottom of her aggrieved eyes. Yanli, you and her? Seeing Wang Shiji, Yanli was jolted. No way, right? She's got nothing to do with you, and she's still trying to get involved? Don't get yourself in trouble. If he really pissed off Qiao Xing Ye, he would be finished in front of Qiao Rongchuan. No, why did you find your way here? This is Qiao Rongchuan's private medical room. Wang Shiji glared fiercely at Qiao Xingye, then looked at Yanli. You said forget it with me. It's because of her, isn't it? Joe Starleaf. NND. Yanli, shut up you. What Xia her? I have nothing to do with you. Oh. What can she have to do with you? You. Get out. Yanli was completely out of patience. For this kind of love brain, the brain is not clear always love to climb people. He has always looked at the eyes. To put it bluntly, girls have nothing but love in their hearts. And that's stressful. It's better to use that passion to love yourself than anything else. What did you say? You told me to. Yeah, just to get you out. Yanli is really out of patience. Who meets for the first time and makes love like this? Is love so worthless? Wang Shiji clenched her thin lips and looked fiercely at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye, don't look at me. Your own love is worthless and you blame me? Wang Shiji. Yannick. This phrase love is worthless was even more infuriating as Wang Shiji's face turned green for a while and white for a while. Just as she was about to say something else, the phone vibrated. It's her father calling. I think he's asking about a blind date. Wang Shiji glared fiercely at Qiao Xingye, took the phone and turned around to go out to answer it. Dad. When she opened her mouth, her tone was all aggravation. She planned to sue Qiao Xingye severely. However, the next moment a man's low roar came from the other side of the phone. Wang Shiji. Get your ass back here. Dad, you? Ungrateful thing. Netting me trouble outside. Get your ass back here. Wang Shiji. No. What did she do wrong? And no messing with Joe Starleaf. That bit of high society that's been going on for a while now, that other people don't know about. Can these older ones still not know? The trouble Liangjia is in now, and why Pei-san was imprisoned. These people are as clear as day in their minds. Now the biggest fear is that your own family will not be able to get it together. When Wang Shiji heard her father's words, she thought she heard wrong. What did you say? Who won't she mess with? Qiao Xingye? When did that woman meet her father? And father is still defending her now? You have half an hour to come back or you lose your allowance for the next month. Upon hearing that her pocket money was being threatened, Wang Shiji instantly became anxious. No dad. What do you mean? I'm this. You have 29 minutes. Wang Shiji. This Qiao Xing Ye. What kind of foxy tactics does she have to confuse so many men? Why did father protect her so closely? Did he like her? Thinking about this, Wang Shiji couldn't calm down. You, Dad. But Mom has always been there for the family. You can't do her wrong. You're sick, aren't you? The words came out of the mouth and the phone went straight to the other side of the line. Wang Shiji. You've got 25 minutes. If you don't get back in time you'll lose your next month's allowance. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiji didn't dare to delay, yelling and running towards the entrance of Quanquan Mountain. You're going through time too fast, aren't you? I'm 20 minutes to go. Wang Shiji. Under the high pressure of the phone call, Wang Shiji completely dared not delay. She had wanted to go and settle the score with Qiao Xingye. What kind of account is this? If we keep counting, we'll lose next month's allowance altogether. This way. Lu Ling and Xiao Rongchuan came to a small building together. When Qi Yan saw Qiao Rongchuan appear in a robe, his face stiffened for a moment. Chapter 129, knowing the identity of Qiao Rongchuan, Qi Yan was directly dumbfounded. Qi Yan clenched his hands into fists and looked at Qiao Rongchuan through clenched teeth. He whooshed to his feet and looked indignantly at Qiao Rongchuan. Why are you here? To think that Joe Starleaf is here too. Good. That's really good. Now Qiao Xingye had actually gotten to the point where she and this man were so inseparable? Feeling Qiao Rongchuan full of stern oppression. This extraordinary breath. Does it say? The Luke family partnership, and he's going to stick his nose in it? In that case, who the hell is he? One Pei Jingyao was even enough, and now there's another one of him? Qi Yan's already bad face. It was even more ironic. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'm telling you, don't even think about the or with the Luke family. One Pei Jingyao is enough. And now this one. What kind of trouble is this Qiao Xing Ye causing him? Could it be that Qi's going to be working with the Luke family? Did Qiao Xing Ye reveal it to him? Now this is an intentional robbery? Once a person is skeptical, all sorts of ideas come to mind. Even though he had never revealed about the Liang family's mine and replacement in front of Qiao Xingye. Lu Ling glanced at Qi Yan. Qi Xiao, it seems that there are many things that you are still not clear about. Though look, rather like looking at a little cutie. The flavor. Master has not been in Hong Kong City for a short time. Yet now, looking at Qi Yan like this, is it true that you don't know anything? This, the heir of Kisna? Is Mr. Qi really comfortable leaving the company in his hands? It was only then that Qi Yan realized that Lu Ling was standing behind Xiao Rongchuan. Seeing Lu Ling, a trace of shock crossed the bottom of his eyes as he looked at Lu Ling, then at Xiao Rongchuan. The eyes were all puzzled, obviously not understanding why these two were together. After all, it was encountered before. He but all concluded that these two are respectively related to Qiao Xing Ye, man. And yet now this? Qi Yan's gaze kept darting back and forth between Xiao Rongchuan and Lu Ling. His mind was constantly searching for an answer. Yet at this moment Qi Yan's mind was completely messed up. Seeing that Qi Yan didn't say anything, Lu Ling respectfully stepped forward. Master, it seems that old Mr. Qi is not here. Why don't we go first? Kiran. Master? What master? After looking at the deference in Lu Ling's attitude towards Xiao Rongchuan, suddenly, Qi Yan felt a very bad premonition in his heart. Xiao Rongchuan cast an icy glance at him and didn't say anything. Just then, Qi Jin, who had gone to answer the phone, returned and saw Xiao Rongchuan and Lu Ling. He froze at first, and then he stepped forward with politeness in his seriousness. Mr. Luke. Hello. Qi Jin recognized Xiao Rongchuan at once, the heir to the house of Luke, whom he had the honor of meeting 5 years ago. After so many years had passed, Xiao Rongchuan's face had lost a trace of his youthful boyishness. Only maturity and stability remain. Qi Jin had actually been wanting to see him in person all this time, but Qi Yan always deserved a workout, especially since this was another critical period for Qi. He wanted to see how Qi Yan got through it on his own. Turns out this asshole, all day long he spends his mind on love. Love. Qi Jin reached out to shake Xiao Rongchuan's hand. Even in the position of an elder, Qi Jin's attitude towards Xiao Rongchuan was still full of politeness, especially since he had always been casual. He was especially dressed formally because he was coming to see Xiao Rongchuan. On the contrary, Xiao Rongchuan was in a bathrobe. Qi Yan saw his father's respectful attitude towards the man who beat him, and address him as Mr. Luke. Qi Yan's brain buzzed. The entire group was dumbfounded, their pupils clenching violently. Eyes darted back and forth constantly between Xiao Rongchuan and his father. Kijin, Mr. Luke, this way. Xiao Rongchuan passed by Qi Yan and never gave Qi Yan an extra glance from start to finish. The cold scent cut across his senses, and Qi Yan instantly snapped back to his senses. He looked to Xiao Rongchuan's back. Mr. Luke, is he, in fact, the heir to the Luke family? No. The brain buzzed again and simply exploded. At this moment Qi Yan was more than unable to react. His entire being was completely blank. Qi Jin was very polite and led Xiao Rongchuan inside, and the two of them talked and laughed. Qi Yan couldn't hear a word of what exactly was said. There was only the buzzing in his head, constantly disturbing his nerves. Qi Yan didn't know how he got out of it, and he stood outside the small building. Smoked cigarette after cigarette. Zhang Yuan is back. Sir, what are you doing here? Know that Kijin is coming. Zhang Yuan then felt finished, because Qi Jin hates it when Qi Yan puts effort into women's affairs, especially Liang Yutong this time. Kijin couldn't be more annoyed. After all, this is a critical time for Ki. Kiran took another drag on the cigarette in his hand. One puff straight to the end. And, you can see how irritated he really is in his mind right now. Find out? He asked in a chilling voice. Zhang Yuan, concerned about women's issues at this point? Zhang Yuan held his forehead, and it was no wonder that the old gentleman had to follow him here. At this point now, I'm afraid that the Luke family has already signed the contract with Pei Jingyao's side. The old gentleman stepped in, but only to get a piece of the action, and the greatest benefit was surely misplaced. Zhang Yuan nodded. I found out. It came with the man who beat you up. Kiran. Zhang Yuan scratched his head. Miss Qiao and the man who beat you up should be in love. Since I don't know the other person's name yet, that's all I can say. I found out that Qiao Xingye got out of the car that went into the Hearingland Forest residence. That man was along for the ride. Qi Yan sniffed and his face darkened. Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to speak again, Qi Yan's phone buzzed with a message alert. Tapping it to see that it's from Lian Yutong. There are only a few simple words. Yan, listen to Lanlin residence. I can't go there to get well, right? Kiran. Seeing this message, his face darkened even more completely. Thinking about all the taunts that were directed at Qiao Xingye some time ago, what did they say then? Saying that Qiao Xingye withdrew her marriage with him, and that she's nothing if she leaves the Liang family. It would even be impossible to live outside. And the result? To think that Qiao Xingye had been living in the Hearing Lan forest residence all this time. At this moment Qi Yan felt how ridiculous all those taunts they had once directed at Qiao Xingye were. At that point, she might have made a clown out of them in her mind. Faced with this message from Lian Yutong, Qi Yan made a direct move and typed a word on the screen, yes. Whether one wants to admit the alleged incompetence or not, one now has to admit that on the matter of listening to Lanlin residence, it was a total loss. What kind of attitude was that of Qiao Xingye? They had all seen it. As long as it was about Qiao Xingye, she wouldn't give in half the time. All this time she had been aware that he was going to buy Hearing Lanlin residence for Lian Yutong to recuperate. And she went so far as to say nothing. Just keep looking at the jokes. The more Qi Yan thought about it, the more angry he became, and his face grew darker and darker. About 10 minutes later, Qi Jin came out from inside, with a black face, and without looking, he knew that there was definitely no deal. The moment he locked eyes with Qi Yan, Qi Jin's eyes were spitting fire. After enduring and enduring, he finally couldn't help but step forward and give Qi Yan a kick. You bastard! Pissed off old man. The kick was not a light one, and Qi Yan was unsteady on his feet. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuan, who was standing behind him, holding him up, he probably would have fallen straight to the ground. Qi Jin glared at him fiercely. His face was blue. This look is not negotiated. Qi Jin still wanted to say something. However, at this moment, he was already too angry to say anything, and walked away angrily. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would kick the only son to death. Butler Su, who came with Qi Jin, hurriedly came out from inside and glanced at Qi Yan. Just hurry up and go after Kijin. However, Qi Yan called out to him, Uncle Su, how was the talk? Actually, he knew the result by looking at Qi Jin's face, but Qi Yan still couldn't help but ask. Butler Su glanced at him and sighed, shaking his head. It says that the Luke family is on this side of Hong Kong City. Only one partner will be chosen, and now Pei has been selected. Saying that only one will be chosen is actually saying, to put it bluntly, that they won't work with the Qi family. Qi Jin himself didn't even negotiate. Visible in this affair, Butler Su saw Qi Yan's face look bad, thought for a moment, and reminded, hey, young master, you said you and MS Starleaf had a falling out, and now this. Thinking about what Mr. Luke said inside just now, Butler Su couldn't help but shake his head. Young master, allow me to remind you that according to some rumors from the F countryside, this Mr. Luke is said to be most protective. Kiran, protecting the shortcomings? Whose shortcomings are you protecting? Qiao Xing Ye's shortcomings? It's just a woman. What's he got to do with it? Chapter 130 all related to Qiao Xing Ye. Really numb. Butler Su is gone. Qi Yan's face was mountainous, and Zhang Yuan looked at Qi Yan's face and didn't know what to say. When Qi Jin left just now, he could tell that he was angry. It's also pissed off. The ore on the Luke family's side should be considered their only replacement, and as a result, it's now gone. Right now QI is in big trouble. Qi Yan closed his eyes. Qiao Xingye, Luke's heir, protecting her? Zhang Yuan's heart trembled as he listened to Qi Yan's gnashing tone. Just now, housekeeper Su's meaning seemed to be saying that this was all related to Qiao Xingye. Zhang Yuan thought about it, about Liang's matter. He still reminded Qi Yan, Liang's side is in a lot of trouble right now, and it's rumored to be related to Star River International. Qi Yan sniffed and inclined his head to look at Zhang Yuan. Hashikawa International? The same company that made MS Joe millions. Qiao Xingye earned that 7 million last year. It is said that more than 6 million are earned from Xingchuan International. The ones that are really out there working together. It's just a couple $100,000. It's a studio's normal profitability. But with Hashikawa International it's a different story. It instantly sent Qiao Xingye's studio to #1 in Hong Kong City. And to think that they called Stargazer International when they tried to shut down Joe Starleaf's studio earlier, and got yelled at. How arrogant the other party was. Until now Qi Yan would still have a black face when he thought about it. Qi Yan sneered. Ha, you're saying this can have nothing to do with Qiao Xingye? Zhang Yuan, obviously, it can't be okay. Who is the president of Hashikawa International? Zhang Yuan, the president is a foreigner. Job Hogg. Kiran. Foreigners? No wonder I don't understand the people on this side of the harbor. A hint of annoyance flashed under his eyes. Really underestimated this Qiao Xingye. Really underestimated her. Job Hogg. Go find out what relationship this man has with Joe Starleaf. It's a hell of a thing. Whatever happened on their side during this recent period of time was almost always related to Qiao Xingye. There would be none that had nothing to do with her. Jiang Yuan, good. So just now, the old man was seeing Mr. Luke Kiran. It was better if he didn't mention this one, but when he did, his face darkened even more. Listen to the Landwood residents as the Luke family. Jiang Yuan, what? Then you mean, MS. Joe has recently gotten together with the Luke family? Kiran, let's not talk about it. Talking about it is even more annoying. How come this Qiao Xingye is related to her everywhere? Is she a socialite? She's related to everyone. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to say anything when he saw his annoyed face, but he was still shocked in his heart. The Luke family. What kind of family is that? If Joe Starleaf can even get close to the Luke family, then it's no surprise that she has that relationship with Hashikawa International. Qi Yan had just turned around when the phone buzzed again, this time with a message from Qi Jin. On the side of the Luke family, you find a way to fight for it again. Didn't even bother to call. It was evident that Qi Jin was now annoyed in his heart. After all, in this harbor city, there were actually few things that he couldn't handle in person. But now this is so tricky. Qi Yan was also annoyed as hell when he saw the message. Return 3 words, got it. Kijin, this time it brought heavy losses and couldn't be replaced in time on. The latter, Qi Jin probably didn't know how to describe the seriousness of this and simply didn't say anything. But Qi Yan also understood what was at stake. 2 more words came back, knowing that, but the question at hand is what the hell to do about it. And yet it's a big pain in the ass. Hospital side. When Liang Yutong saw this one yes word replied by Qi Yan, all her strength was drained out of her body in general. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe that Qi Yan would come back to her like that. It was clearly promised before. And this is? Why is that? Why? She took several deep breaths and dialed Qi Yan's number. Yet the phone hung up after only 1 ring. Qi Yan, this attitude. For Liang Yutong heart, not to mention how tormented. But at this moment, she no longer had the courage to dial Qi Yan's phone again. And Qiao Xing Ye, did she know something from a long time ago? This damn Qiao Xing Ye. The more Liang Yutong thought about it, the angrier she became. In the Springside Medical Clinic. Wawa. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. You're gentle. Qiao Xing Ye screamed in fear. At the moment, Xiao Rongchuan was beside her. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth when he saw how nervous she was. It's not tied yet. Qiao Xing Ye. No tie? No. What the hell is this Yanli doing? Just now that Needle has disliked her knee. She opened her eyes to look at Yanli. Really did not stab. The needle is still in his hand. Yanli was speechless. I'm not even stabbed here. Where exactly do you hurt? Hurry up and tell your brother. I don't want to take the blame. If this needle really stuck on Qiao Xingye's knee, he cried out in pain. Maybe Qiao Rongchuan could give him a kick in the pants. He also has to be blamed for his poor needle sticking skills. He's been wronged to death. Qiao Xingye was also speechless. If you're not stabbing, what are you doing with the tip of the needle against my knee? Yanli, then I have to look for the position to see where exactly the effect is better? Qiao Xingye, then look for it. Don't point a needle at me. I was already afraid of needles, and I watched someone wiggle the tip of a needle against my knee over and over. Who can stand that? Found it. Don't scream. It won't hurt. Whoa. Yannick. This guy, does it hurt that much? Is it that scary? Qiao Rongchuan, alright. Stop screaming. It's already done. Zhou Xingye, okay? It doesn't even feel like it hurts yet. She glanced at Yan Li, who had already picked up the second needle, and that's why Qiao Xingye is dead set against acupuncture. You say go for in 4. Well, at least it's just a needle, counting the one that draws blood at best. As a result of this, countless pins come up for you. Although Yan Li didn't feel much from that shot just now, but now Qiao Xingye still couldn't help but be afraid. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes. The man's broad palm over her eyes, while then tilting her head held straight down in his arms. Qiao Xingye's muffled voice came out from Qiao Rongchuan's arms. Brother, isn't there any other way? Take your pills too. She didn't want to get a needle. It was really scary. Qiao Rongchuan, it's going to be done soon. It's already been tied up a few times. Originally these were words of relief for Qiao Xingye, but as a result, she directly couldn't help but tremble in fear. Yanni, don't you move. Usually bold men have the guts to take a swing at it. And this? Lu Ling came in. Master. Signed? Qiao Rongchuan asked him. Lu Ling, well, it's all signed. Pei Jingyao is still considered to be a relatively straightforward partner. Saying that there is a problem with something, he immediately changed. Qiao Xingye glanced at Qiao Rongchuan. What did you say when you saw Qi Jin just now? She wasn't there to see the action, but she still wanted to know how wonderful Qi Yan was. How could Qiao Rongchuan not hear what she meant? Squeezing her little ear. Karen should be trying to find a back door right now. Qiao Xingye? Back door? Meaning looking for her? Got to be. It's designated. Knowing that Qiao Rongchuan was the heir to the Luke family, he also knew that the owner of the Hearing Lan Forest residence was him. Then he naturally knew exactly how hard he had offended Qiao Rongchuan with his previous actions. Then Qijin also knows about your beef with Qi Yan? Qiao Rongchuan, as a father, you have to know what your children are doing out there. Joe Starleaf. Gotta. Now Qi Jin must be putting all kinds of pressure on Qi Yan to set things right. Chapter 131, Qiao Xingye was drunk. Lu Ling finished reporting on Pei's side of the work and answered a phone call. And then he looked at Qiao Xingye. At this moment Yan Li was pulling out needles from Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye was too scared to look again. Qiao Rongchuan favored her by covering her eyes to keep them from looking. And even then, she still couldn't help but grunt. Qiao Rongchuan coaxed in a low voice. Okay, it's okay already. This is the last time, isn't it? Don't even think about it. It's going to take a month of continuous stabbing, and in your current condition, at least once every 3 days. Yan Li said nonchalantly. Qiao Xingye was about to cry even more. Qiao Rongchuan directly gave Yan Li a cold stare, signaling him to shut up. Yan Li was unconvinced. I'm telling the truth here. Let her be prepared. She needs it? Yannick. So, that's how it's done. You think he's going to be there every time you get a shot after this? How hard it was to coax Qiao Xingye. He had kind of seen it. Delaying this time. Might as well prepare her early. The needles have been removed. Yannick huffed and puffed as he cleaned up. Lu Ling stepped forward. Miss, the lady surnamed Lu is here and says she wants to see you. Joe Starleaf. Qiao Rongchuan. That Lu? Needless to say, I know it's Lu Suyun who's right. She came here to look for her? Why? Could it be that the situation on Liang's side has been thoroughly clarified? Not bad. More efficient than Kishan. This Qi Yan investigates a Heirlan Lingju master. Check so long did not check a name out. This Liang family had gotten to the root of the problems Liang was now experiencing in a short period of time. Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan looked at each other. Qiao Rongchuan rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair. Want to meet? Qiao Xingye shook his head. No, see. The severance agreement has been signed. And the whole harbor city knows that she has nothing to do with the Liang family anymore. If you want to sever ties, you have to do it in a clean way. What's there to see? Qiao Rongchuan looked at Lu Ling. Lu Ling nodded knowingly. Understood. Turn around and go down. Yan Li saw Qiao Rongchuan looking at Qiao Xingye's eyes and favoring him like that, and directly had no eyes to look down on him. Hurry up and take your stuff and leave without being a light bulb here. With just Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan left, the man squeezed her small, soft, boneless hand. They've been bullying you? Speaking of Qi Yan and the entire Liang family. Zhou Xingye, not really. After all, being unilaterally aggravated would be called bullying all the time. And she wasn't. When Qiao Rongchuan heard her say this, the coldness at the corner of his mouth softened slightly, squeezing her small hand to her lips. The warmth of his lips fell on his hand as it had when he was a child. When Qiao Xingye was small, Qiao Rongchuan loved her little hands. He kissed the palm of her hand every time he played with the tender spot. And now, once again, when he kissed the palm of his hand, Qiao Xingye only felt that her body's temperature had risen. She subconsciously tried to draw back her hand, yet the man let go of her first. Flicking her little nose brought her back instantly. The little face, too, was redder for it. Qiao Xingye muttered, I'm not a kid anymore. Well, grow up and be a little woman already. Joe Starleaf. Hearing the words little woman, I wondered if it was her fault that there was always a feeling that from Qiao Rongchuan's tone, he heard a hint of unusual emotions. Qiao Rongchuan, what do you want to eat tonight? This side's specialty, Qiao Xingye said without thinking. She had heard that the steamed meat on this side of Quanshan was delicious. Steamed with pickles. They say that meat is still smoked with balsam fir leaves. I hear the camphor tea duck over here is good too. Qiao Xingye said thoughtfully. Many companies buy Quanshan's camphor tea duck as a year-end gift, and Qiao Xingye wanted to eat it too. Qiao Rongchuan nodded. Good. It's all up to her. Over here, Lu Suyun saw that the one who came to reply to her was the man who injured Liang Jinzhao before. She was on fire again. If this were a normal time, it would have been designated to be issued. Just thinking about the purpose of being here now, she didn't dare to just get angry in the end. She tried to hold back her anger and looked at Lu Ling. I'm her mother, and I'm seeing her for something important. What she says she's not going to see. What's the point of seeing your own daughter go through all this trouble? Lu Suyun became even more angry. Lu Ling frowned when he saw that she claimed to be Qiao Xingye's mother. If I remember correctly, Ms. Lao has cut ties with her. No. What the hell are you to her? Lu Suyun's fire was a bit overwhelming. Even if the relationship was severed, it was still between her and Qiao Xingye. It was the turn of an outsider to say it? Lu Ling, what I am to her is not the same thing as her not seeing you. Lu Suyun, you. Lu Ling's gaze chilled. If she doesn't want to see you, you can't see her. Lu Suyun, I'm her mom. You're not. At least not on a legal level now. Qiao Rongchuan had already taken Lu Suyun and Qiao Xingye's autographs for legal effect. So now legally speaking, Lu Suyun really isn't Qiao Xingye's mom. Lu Suyun was furious, her heart heaving. I carried her for 10 months and gave birth to her. And now you're talking to me about the law? Lu Ling, the severance of the relationship was agreed to by yourself. Word. Speaking on the subject of words, Lu Ling paused his tone slightly, and then looking at Lu Suyun, he continued to add, your signature is quite big. Lu Suyun. A mouthful of old blood stalked his heart and almost came up. She was in a fit of anger, and she signed it in big letters. The thought of Qiao Xingye was just published in front of the entire Harbor City people, especially the one she signed. Still enlarged. What a face to have. Thinking about this, Lu Suyun was particularly angry. She took a deep breath. Yes, I signed it correctly. Then so did I. MS. Lu, things are pretty urgent for Liang now, right? Are you sure you want to be her mother? When Liang was mentioned, Lu Suyun's heart trembled even more violently. Thinking of what Liang Panming and Liang Jinzhou said to themselves on the phone about the trouble the company is now experiencing, she was also more burnt out. Go and say it again for me. And tell them I've got something important to do. Lu Ling, it's pointless to dwell on it excessively. You. Pissed off. Really getting pissed off. Lu Suyun was now furious, and just as she was about to say something else, shaking his eyes, he saw Qi Yan not far away. Lu Ling didn't want to say anything more to her, turned around and was about to leave. Lu Suyun still wanted to call him back. However, after seeing Qi Yan go in the other direction, she instantly couldn't care less about Lu Ling. She was going to ask Qi Yan if he really came this way with Qiao Xingye. Lu Ling is back. From afar, I saw Qiao Rongchuan holding a laptop computer and dealing with official business, and Qiao Xingye sat across from him with his computer in his arms. Looking at the picture, both men were doing their own thing, and at the moment the quiet Qiao Xingye looked at the extraordinarily well-behaved Lu Ling just couldn't understand. Such a young lady, why didn't the Liang family like it? Qiao Xingye hugged the computer and rubbed up against Qiao Rongchuan. Brother, help me look at this. A picture of how Qiao Xingye couldn't feel right about it. It's hard to say exactly what's wrong. With that, she picked up a glass of reddish juice in front of her and took a sip. Qiao Rongchuan glanced at the red bottle in the center of the tabletop and frowned. How much did you drink? Qiao Xingye, huh? Qiao Rongchuan looked over at her, only to see that Qiao Xingye's face was already red. He picked up the porcelain bottle, which was already empty. Seeing that it was all emptied by Qiao Xingye, Qiao Xingye, what's wrong? Qiao Rongchuan, this is wine from Quanshan. Ha? Is this wine? Who makes wine that is purely sweet? She thought it was juice. Qiao Rongchuan nodded his head. This is the wine. He had it sent over. Warm it up at night before drinking it. However, it was now being drunk all by Qiao Xingye. Chapter 132, Qiao Rongchuan, don't have another woman, okay? Lu Suyun hurriedly caught up with Qi Yan's footsteps. Qi Yan was a bit surprised to see Lu Suyun arrive. Why is Auntie here? Lu Suyun smoothed the air in her heart. Yan, let me ask you, did you come here because of Qiao Xingye? Kiran, Zhang Yuan, seeing Lu Suyun ask so directly. For some reason, at this moment, Qi Yan's heart was a little uncomfortable, especially the title Qiao Xingye. If he remembered correctly, Lu Suyun had always called Liang Yutong as Yutong, and Qiao Xingye, too, was her daughter, her own daughter. For the first time, Qi Yan saw in Lu Suyun the difference between the way she treated Qiao Xingye and Liang Yutong. Out of the blue, Qi Yan suddenly understood why Qiao Xingye had always had this attitude towards the Liang family. Zhang Yuan was also surprised, not expecting Lu Suyun to ask such a question. Qiao Xingye was at least her own daughter. Besides, 2 years ago, the Liang family even shoved Qiao Xingye to Mr. Now, what kind of attitude is that? Qi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yutong sent you? Thinking of the words Liang Yutong said on the phone, suddenly, Qi Yan felt that Liang Yutong was very unintelligent. He's been busy during the time she's been back for treatment. I didn't go to the hospital because I was busy at work. This Lu Suyun asked such a question? What is this? Questioning him? Lu Suyun's breathing stiffened. No, it's not. In the face of Qi Yan's sudden seriousness, Lu Suyun couldn't help but begin to stutter in her speech. What's that? Yutong's sick. She's vulnerable in her heart right now. Knowing that you and Hashiba are both at Izumi Mountain, she won't even eat her medicine. Kiran, what? Hearing that Liang Yutong was unwilling to take her medicine properly, his face sank even further. Lu Suyun saw the tension flashing under his eyes and continued. You know, she relies on you a lot. If it was good, she'd be better behaved and sensible, but not now. It's life and death that she faces at all times. Thinking about Liang Yutong's current situation, Lu Suyun was distressed, and the original displeasure under Qi Yan's eyes when he heard these words also dispersed as a result. He picked up the phone and dialed Liang Yutong. The other side quickly picked up, and Liang Yutong's weak voice came out. Yan, why don't you take your medicine properly? Qi Yan asked directly, in a serious tone, but also with a hint of caring reproach. Hearing Qi Yan's tone, Liang Yutong directly cried in aggravation. Qi Yan is really some headache. This period of time the company is very busy. You behave yourself, okay? I thought you were ignoring me. You went to Springside, and so did the stars. Qiao Xing Ye? Not mentioning Qiao Xing Ye was fine, but mentioning Qiao Xing Ye made Qi Yan especially irritated now. He patiently coaxed Liang Yutong. The company is really busy these days. You be good, okay? Now the Luke family side has signed a contract with Pei Jingyao. My own father himself couldn't even get it done. What kind of trouble Qi's side would encounter next? Qi Yan had already foreseen. He doesn't have any extra time to go to the hospital right now. After a couple more soothing words to the phone, Qi Yan hung up the phone hastily, and Lu Suyun, who had been by her side, although Qi Yan's attitude had eased, but it was also obvious to her that Qi Yan's patience was significantly less than before. Qi Yan looked at Lu Suyun. Lu Suyun, it really wasn't because of Qiao Xingye that you came here? Probably anxious and delirious. At this time Lu Suyun even asked such a question. Sure enough, the moment this question came out Qi Yan's face went straight to black. He gave Lu Suyun a deep look with his eyes and directly turned around. Lu Suyun subconsciously wanted to follow. However, Qi Yan was now overwhelmed, and he should be most concerned now that it's probably something over at Liang's company. I heard that the one who made a move against Liang was Star River International, who made Qiao Xingye millions last year. What kind of connection do you think this incident has with Zhou Starleaf? Lu Suyun sniffed and her breath caught. What kind of connection? Both Liang Panming and Liang Jinzhao had already made it clear to her. Now that Qi Yan had said so, Lu Suyun was even more suffocated than ever before. It is also well aware of the purpose of coming to Spring Hill. Get out a good distance. Qi Yan's back was getting colder and colder, and Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed. He picked it up, and I don't know what was said on the other end of the line. Just heard him say to the phone, got it. Hanging up the phone, he followed Qi Yan's footsteps. Sir, the heir to the Luke family. Real name, Qiao Rongchuan. Known as, Master Qiao. Kiran sniffed and paused. Turning back to Zhang Yuan's gaze, his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Qiao Rongchuan? Master Qiao? Mr. Zhou, the thunderous Mr. Zhou in F. The man who was with Qiao Xingye during this period of time is actually Master Qiao of the F country? Master Qiao was the heir to the Luke family? Qi Yan's blood instantly froze. Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes, finally found out the name of the one. Qi Yan's breath was icy cold. His hands clenched into fists as he chewed on the name through gritted teeth. Qiao Rongchuan. Master Zhou. Zhou Yongchuan. Also named Zhou. Qi Yan breathed in sharply. He and Qiao Xingye. Are they related? Zhang Yuan sniffed and froze, subconsciously saying, not lovers? Lovers, 2 words, harshly stimulated on the nerves of Qi Yan. Even his breathing was once again unsteady. Qiao Rongchuan didn't say that it was wine, and Qiao Xingye didn't have much of a realization yet. And now that she heard Qiao Rongchuan say this, she also realized that her cheeks were a little hot. It's a precursor to drunkenness. Oh, I don't know. I thought it was juice. The main thing is that the taste is so sweet that you don't even notice it's wine. So is this wine high proof? Qiao Rongchuan, there's a lot of backbone. Qiao Xingye was going to faint. She knew that red wine usually had a strong aftertaste. Who makes red wine that tastes like this? What a swoon. It really just tasted sweet and she barely even felt the wine. Can't smell it. Can't taste it. Qiao Rongchuan scraped her small nose. A hint of helplessness in his doting smile. Qiao Rongchuan was right. The aftertaste of this wine was really quite strong. And it didn't take long for Qiao Xingye to feel dizzy. The image in front of my eyes began to blur as well. Woo! She fell directly into Qiao Rongchuan's arms. Qiao Rongchuan smoothly took her on his lap and sat down. Hard? Qiao Xingye felt like her breath was hot as she hugged Qiao Rongchuan's neck. At the moment, it was as if she was dreaming. Or rather, it's reality and dreams that have become completely indistinguishable. Like a kitten, she rubbed against Qiao Rongchuan's neck. Brother. Qiao Rongchuan was worried about her getting winded after drinking and had someone bring a blanket over to wrap her in. Still unsure, he carried her straight upstairs, intending to return her to her room. Let's get the sobering soup going, he said favorably. Qiao Xingye could barely hear what Qiao Rongchuan was saying. That's how she is. After drinking, her brain is dizzy. At the moment, she felt like she was floating in the clouds as she was carried upstairs by Qiao Rongchuan. Like sinking into sleep, she felt a familiar scent that made her move closer. Sanity. Getting fuzzy. Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan. She suddenly called his name. And Qiao Rongchuan's face shook. And a hard place in his heart that completely collapsed. He had never heard her call his name. The magnetic voice replied with a hint of heavy and complex emotion. You don't want to have other women, okay? Don't marry them, okay? Qiao Rongchuan, breathing, for a moment, was unsteady. Looking down at the small, red-faced Qiao Xingye, his pupils wavered for a moment. For the first time, feel the truth of her heart. Speaking again, his tone was a little gentler. Why? Chapter 133, do you like your brother? Or do you like Qiao Rongchuan? A word of why. Floating down the stairs, Qiao Xingye rubbed against his heart again. Because I like my brother. Like. Sentence after sentence of fondness echoed in Qiao Rongchuan's ears. Like a mountain river thunder ruffled through. So that his pupils once again could not stop tightening. Do you like your brother? Or do you like Qiao Rongchuan? In the magnetic voice. Even a sober person probably couldn't hear his emotions at the moment. Not to mention Joe Starleaf. But this time, Qiao Rongchuan didn't hear her answer again for several seconds. Qiao Rongchuan, who didn't get a response, looked down and saw Qiao Xingye's small mouth slightly open, breathing evenly. The small white hands, which had been clutching the shirt on his chest. The force was loosening little by little at the moment. She's, asleep. Looking at her flushed little face, Qiao Rongchuan smiled somewhat helplessly. Carrying her upstairs to her room, Qiao Xingye woke up when he placed her on the bed. However, those eyes were still disoriented and not half awake. Qiao Rongchuan. What? To cuddle. There was a hint of aggravation in the muttered voice. To cuddle all the time. Okay, cuddle. Meeting her aggravated eyes, where could Qiao Rongchuan refuse? He sat helplessly on the edge of the bed. Holding her in his arms, afraid that she would catch a cold after drinking. He directly grabbed the quilt and wrapped her up. A gentle kiss landed on Qiao Xingye's forehead. Good boy. Go to sleep. At this moment, it was as if they were back in their childhood. When she was young, Qiao Xingye was most dependent on Qiao Rongchuan, and she needed him to put her to sleep every night. If Qiao Rongchuan was at school, she would have waited. That's why Qiao Rongchuan in middle school and high school, and even college, had to be picked up by a driver every night, because the school was a bit far away. Mrs. Luke was distressed about Qiao Rongchuan, wanted him to have a house near the school. As a result, Qiao Rongchuan also took Qiao Xingye away and hired a nanny to take care of her in the house across the street from the school. It wasn't until Joe Starleaf needed to go to school as well, that the two of them moved back home together. Look at her reddish lips. The knot in Qiao Rongchuan's throat rolled, and the light under his eyes grew hotter. Finally, he lowered his head and rolled over her soft, cold lips, intensely alcoholic, with a hint of grapey sweetness, intoxicating, and one can't help but covet it. Qiao Xingye opened her disoriented eyes and saw that it was Qiao Rongchuan in this familiar scent, making her feel like she was in her sleep. Her slender arms wrapped around the man's neck with utter abandon. Qiao Rongchuan, who received her response, stiffened, just for a moment. His response was also more passionate and forceful. P.S. You guys don't love the passion here, and I don't dare to write deeper than that. You guys just brainstorm. Oh, intersection. Oh, buzz. The phone vibrated. It was Zhou Xing. Yes. Qiao Rongchuan also came to his senses in this instant and looked at Qiao Xingye, who was already asleep. There was also a tingling sensation coming from his lips as he laid Qiao Xingye on the bed under the covers. A finger gently ran over the lip, holding it in front of his eyes to see that there was a hint of blood. Couldn't help but screw on Qiao Xingye's face. Little tiger. Those little teeth are pretty sharp. The phone still kept ringing. Qiao Rongchuan picked it up and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. He didn't want to take care of it. Hang up straight away. Key in on this side of the phone. He dialed Qiao Xingye's number. Qiao Rongchuan, over and over again. Surprisingly, the heir to the Luke family. So, the Qi family's cooperation this time is yellow. To say that Qiao Xingye didn't play a trick in it, he doesn't even believe it. This Qiao Xingye, it's really capable. Hearing the hang-up sound coming from the phone, he angrily dialed her number again. This time, unlike in the past, there was no blackout. And this time, the other side of the phone picked up. Qiao Xingye, I'm asking you right now, what exactly is your relationship with Qiao Rongchuan? Without waiting for the other side of the phone to speak, Qi Yan opened the door and asked. There was suppressed irritation in his tone. What do you think our relationship is? The man's low voice came from Qiao Rongchuan. Qi Yan pinched the phone's force cannot help but heavy. Strong pressure hard anger. Do not dare to send. This kind of suffocation. Qi Yan grew up so big or the first time. No wonder Qiao Xing Ye dared to be so strong to withdraw from the marriage with himself. So, it's leaning on the Luke family. Zhang Yuan hadn't thoroughly investigated the relationship between Qiao Xingye and Xiao Rongchuan yet. However, Qiao Xingye had been living in the Hearing Lan forest residence this entire time, and Xiao Rongchuan also lived over there. From this point on, the two must be very close. And under Qiao Xingye's pillow talk, the cooperation between the Qi family and the Luke family was completely yellow as a result. Qi Yan suppressed the anger in his heart. His tone as respectful as possible. Master Qiao, can we meet and talk? His father's side was pissed off today, but Qi Yan knew that he had to see Qiao Rongchuan's side. If Qi's current affairs were not handled properly, he might end up in the same predicament as the Liang family. However, what responded to Qi Yan at this moment was the beeping sound coming from the phone. Qiao Rongchuan on the other side of the phone had already hung up the phone. Kiran pinched the phone and grimaced. Zhang Yuan stiffened. What did Master Qiao say? It was Qiao Rongchuan who answered the phone. So Qiao Xingye must be with Qiao Rongchuan right now. Kiran closed his eyes stoically. How do I say it? Just don't say it. Just hang up the phone. He was a bit enraged and forced his anger to dial Qiao Xingye's number again. However, the phone was blacked out again. The call is still from this Spring Hill waitress. Qi Yan kicked the green edge of the foot in anger. Damn it! How are these two the same in terms of hanging up the phone and pulling the plug? The more he thought about it, the angrier Qi Yan became. Zhang Yuan saw Qi Yan's face look bad and knew that Xiao Rongchuan's side definitely didn't agree to meet. Kiran pinched his aching brow. Figure out their relationship as soon as possible. When he thought of the phrase protecting the shortcomings that Butler Su had said before he left, the bottom of Qi Yan's eyes became even more icy cold. What kind of relationship was it that even made Xiao Rongchuan protect Qiao Xingye for a short time? Zhang Yuan, actually, what's important now isn't the relationship between Miss Qiao and Master Qiao. As he said this, Zhang Yuan was a little apprehensive. As far as he was concerned, Qi Yan and Qiao Xingye's marriage was already yellow anyway. Qi Yan's side couldn't lose Liang Yutong either, so it didn't matter what exactly the relationship between Qiao Xingye and Master Qiao was. The important thing was that right now, this Master Qiao was being protective of Qiao Xingye. The most important thing right now is still to figure out how. How what? When he said this, Zhang Yuan directly paused his tone. They all know very well now that to lift the crisis of this collaboration, the main root cause is in the Zhou Star leaf. Who would have thought? Liangs and Qi's crises were surprisingly associated with Qiao Xingye. Thinking of the things Qi Yan and the Liang family did to Qiao Xingye some time ago, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. After thinking about it, he finally added, Miss Qiao's side is still a trouble right now, though reluctant to admit it. But it had to be said that the troubles of Qi and Liang were now all just a matter of Qiao Xingye's words. Qi Yan sniffed and cast an icy glance at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, the main thing is that none of them thought before that the one who was with Miss Qiao was actually Master Qiao. Master Zhou. Just hearing the title now was enough to take one's breath away. It's no wonder that during this time, whether it's Qi Yan or Liang, trying to teach Qiao Xingye a lesson was futile. Turns out it was Master Zhou's protection all along. In fact, at this time, even if we don't let Zhang Yuan go to investigate, Qi Yan probably guessed what relationship Qiao Xingye and Xiao Rongchuan had, but he didn't want to admit it, and even deep down, there was a vague sense of resignation. Go find out exactly when they started. He couldn't believe that Qiao Xingye had such a skill. Just a few days. Just lean on a character like Nation. This side of the wooden building, Qiao Xingye fell asleep and kept pulling on one of Qiao Rongchuan's fingers as Qiao Rongchuan was on the phone. The voice was muffled. I only heard him say in a low voice to Pei Jingyao on the other side of the phone, right, not half of it can flow in from Qi's side, or our cooperation ends. Pei Jingyao understood, knowing that Qi Yan treated Qiao Xingye so well, and Xiao Rongchuan was so protective of his shortcomings. How dare he distribute the ore to Qi? Besides, he won't. With Qi Yan's virtue, let him rush to his death. Chapter 134. How much does Xingye like me? Pei Jingyao has returned to the city. At this moment, he had just come out of a meeting, and after answering Qiao Rongchuan's call, the smile on the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed straight away. When Huang Chang came in, she saw Pei Jingyao bloating out of the corner of her eye. Mr. Pei, this is the information you need to sign. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pei Jingyao's phone rang, and after looking at the caller's number, the smile at the corners of his mouth intensified. Qian called. Pei Jingyao picked up. Hello, you're out of contract with the Luke family? Through the screen, Pei Jingyao could feel Qi Yan's gnashing of teeth on the other side of the phone. The schadenfreude in his laughter is not hidden at all. Or what? I wait for you to talk first? You can't talk about it and I'll sign it? Mostly you're tripping over women here. You can afford to procrastinate. I'm an impatient one. Kiran. Hearing Pei Jingyao's words, Qi Yan's breathing was unsteady. He gritted his teeth again. Why did the Luke family choose you? Pei Jingyao, naturally, I'm not in love. Kiran. Yellow female court officials. Just say this reason. Angry or not. Qi Yan now also had the heart to tear Pei Jingyao apart. Favorably, Pei Jingyao continued to stab him in the heart. If you ask me, you don't really have time to worry about working with or against the Luke family right now. After all, Liang Yutong's life is important. This latter statement is particularly ironic. Qi Yan was so angry that he just hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Pei Jingyao shrugged his shoulders indifferently. How much time has Master Qiao spent in Hong Kong City in the meantime? I can't believe he didn't even know who the hell they were. And he fought with them. Not only did he suffer a wound himself, but he also offended someone. Simply put, it's that he took those beatings for nothing. Looking at the yellow court lady, you go pick out a piece of jewelry or something that girls like better. When court lady Huang heard this, she was jolted. Is it to send Ms. Qiao? Pei Jingyao said as he flipped open the document. This sister of Master Qiao's. We can make an effort to be nice to her. Pei Jingyao sort of saw it. This Qiao Xing Ye had an unusual position in Qiao Rongxuan's heart. The corners of Huang Chang's mouth twitched. Still giving it away? You really want to send Qiao Xingye? She hadn't forgotten the embarrassing scene of giving Qiao Xingye a gift earlier. Pei Jingyao, so let you go and choose. Don't pick the one that makes people misunderstand. The yellow court ladies were even more afraid. A man giving a woman a gift. That's easy to misunderstand no matter what you give her, right? Without waiting for Huang Chang to say what she thought, Pei Jingyao's phone rang again. This time it was Pei San. Receiving Pei San's call, Pei Jingyao's tone wasn't good. How did you get the phone? These are critical days for working with Master Zhou. Pei Jingyao was afraid that Pei Sun would be ungrateful and mess with Qiao Xingye again. So not only did they lock her up, they had all the cell phones taken away. Brother, I beg you, just let me out. I really know I'm wrong. Hearing Pei San admit his fault, Pei Jingyao had nothing good to say. Pei San continued, I swear, I won't mess with Qiao Xingye. I really won't. After knowing Qiao Xingye's identity, Pei Sun felt a bit unwilling in her heart. I didn't realize that the bumpkin they used to think of as a bumpkin was now overpowering her instead. Obviously the Liang family treats her worse than a dog. Why is she that? Brother, can I ask, what is the relationship between Qiao Xingye and Master Qiao? Pei Jingyao sniffed, and a thought passed through his eyes. Straight back, don't pry in children's homes. Is it a lover? She's really good at this. How dare she hook up with someone like Master Qiao? How in the world do you think Master Zhou saw her? And what exactly did she use? Several consecutive questions slammed into Pei Jingyao. Pei Jingyao's breath went directly cold. Is this the skill you've learned over the years by getting involved with Liang Yutong to discredit others? Pei San, no. I'm here. She's Qiao Rongxuan's adopted sister. Ha? Hearing Pei Jingyao's words, Pei San's mouth directly opened into an O shape. No. Pei Jingyao doesn't want to talk to Pei San so much. When exactly will he start? He gets a headache just hearing her talk. It seems like it's because of Liang Jinzhao, who started to befriend Liang Yutong. From the time she frequently entered the Liang family, this mouth also began to be unclean. Pei Jingyao had been in a pretty good mood, and now his mind exploded from Pei Sun's anger. Keep shutting it down, you. With a mouth like that, putting it out there is designated to get him into something. Now Pei Jingyao was certain that he wanted to keep Pei San locked up until Master Qiao left Hong Kong City with Qiao Xingye, although the contract is now signed. But if Qiao Rongxuan were to back out, he wouldn't be allowed to say the word no. To be on the safe side, it's also important to keep Pei San locked up. Hanging up Pei San's phone, Pei Jingyao then called the housekeeper. Let her get the phone again and, you just don't do it. Yes. The butler on the other side of the phone returned. Flustered and respectful, Pei Jingyao hung up the phone. Looking at the yellow court lady, she thought for a moment and said, you'd better not go picking out a gift. A girl who has been raised so well by Master Zhou. What good things have she not seen that did not please her? Instead, they upset Master Zhou. I don't want to steal a chicken without getting it back. Ms. Wang, good. And she was always relieved to hear it. This side of Spring Hill, Qiao Xingye tossed and turned in bed and fell asleep. She was sleeping very dishonestly, and Qiao Rongxuan was worried that she would be unwell after getting drunk. So keep watch in her room. The man sat on the couch with his laptop, working on papers, and as soon as Qiao Xingye rolled over, she mentioned the quilt directly to one side, and her calves under her nightgown were exposed, and slender and white. Especially those ankles are pinkish and round and lovely. Qiao Rongxuan's gaze swept over and a trace of heat crossed the bottom of his eyes. Setting his laptop on the low table, he stepped forward, reaching out to try to tuck the covers over her. As a result, Qiao Xingye directly pressed the quilt down and couldn't tear it. Qiao Rongxuan was helpless, bending down to pick her up before pulling the covers out of her. Qiao Xing Ye was awakened by his movement. Opening her misty eyes, she softly cried out, "Brother!" As soon as she opened her mouth, it still smelled like wine, and she had just been given a sobering tonic. It doesn't seem to be working for her. Qiao Rongchuan tucking the quilt over her, covering her slender calves, just as he was about to get up. Qiao Xing Ye, however, threw her arms around his neck. Qiao Rongchuan, huh? Do you like me or not? Qiao Rongchuan's eyes were still for a moment. Still not sober? Like it or not? Qiao Rongchuan, love it. How much? Qiao Rongchuan. He found Qiao Xing Ye especially difficult to deal with after drinking, especially now in his small form. He crouched down, his warm breath pouncing on Qiao Xing Ye's neck at the same time that it also touched her hot little face. There was a hint of huskiness in the magnetic voice. How much does Star like me? There's so much more. Qiao Xing Ye's voice responded softly, still with a hint of drunken haze. Yet even so, Qiao Rongchuan still had the hardness of his heart completely softened by her words. Much more. Chapter 135, Mrs. Luke fixing Liang too? Anger from an adoptive mother. Lu Ling's phone call came in. Qiao Rongchuan got up, and Qiao Xingye had already closed her eyes. The drunken kitten simply unable to hold up her spirits. Pick up the phone. Speak, master. As expected, Lancelot is hiding in Port City. Find someone? No, but Kaku has been seen showing up next to him today. In the dimly lit space, the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's consistently cold eyes flashed even more dangerously at this moment, only to hear him say in a chilling voice, "Keep an eye on him." "Yes, and," said Qiao Rongchuan, pausing his tone, glancing at Qiao Xingye who was huffing and puffing on the bed, "send a few more people to covertly follow around her." She, naturally, was talking about Qiao Xingye. Lu Ling thought for a moment. Should I tell the lady not to go to the studio for a while? Qiao Rongchuan, no need. Lu Ling, good. He naturally knew that Qiao Rongchuan meant that he didn't want Qiao Xingye to feel a hint of danger. He wanted her world, peaceful and ordinary, and didn't want her to be on edge at all times. That year, after she saw Qiao Rongchuan kill someone, she almost went autistic. After that, Qiao Rongchuan never let her know too much about the family business. Until Jun Sheng and Night Sheng screwed that up. Hanging up Lu Ling's phone, Qiao Rongchuan walked outside the balcony, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. Buzz the phone vibrated. Qiao Rongchuan looked at the phone and picked it up. "Mother, did you know that So Mim hooked up with Mern Vaughn?" "No. You know how he feels about Star. Protect Star. The boy is timid." Qiao Rongchuan. Timid? At those words, he turned back and looked through the glass door at Qiao Xingye, who was still sleeping inside. The corners of his mouth lifted into a doting smile. That little thing wasn't timid now. Still, to the other side of the phone, he said, "Got it. I've gotten word that Sheng Knight is heading over to Hong Kong City right now. Do you have enough men with you?" "Naturally. Should Xiao Yu go over and stay with Xinger?" 3 years ago, they let the gang take advantage of the situation, and Qiao Xingye was forced to leave the Qiao family as a result. Luke Lottie still has a heart attack to this day. Qiao Rongchuan, no need. Compared to Sheng Knight, Xiao Yu's side wasn't anything to be trifled with, hiding people most of all. If she were to let her steal Qiao Xingye at this time, there was no need to think about what Qiao Xingye would suffer. When he was taken away by Qiao Yu for training, no one could find him. In the end, Qiao Xingye had lost a layer of skin before returning. Also, that dead girl is the most tossed off. Mrs. Luke's head hurts when she talks about this daughter. A nice girl who acts like a boy and tans her face so much. Not at all as cute as Starlet. How well behaved she was in her goody-goody dress. She was so happy to have this daughter. The idea is to dress your daughter up. And what happened? People just don't wear dresses. They wear pants. And she doesn't like any of the clothes she buys. Then protect Starlet yourself. And bring her back early when things are done. What's there to stay in that harbor city? I know all about it. And her own father and mother are no good. Knowing where Qiao Xingye was, Mrs. Luke also sent someone to investigate. Investigated the Liang family to the bone. And the trouble Liang encountered this time wasn't just brought on by Qiao Rongchuan. There is also Mrs. Luke's handiwork in it. Got it. The two spoke on the phone a few more times before hanging up. When Qiao Rongchuan entered the house, he saw that Qiao Xingye had kicked the covers off again, and that little face was flushed. Qiao Rongchuan went up and touched her forehead. There seemed to be some low fever. I'm not sure, so I asked Yanli to come over. Yanli looked at her temperature, and sure enough it was a bit. What's going on with you siblings? Drinking is drinking. What's the fever? While saying this, he took out a medicine from the medicine chest and handed it to Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan didn't pick it up, but just looked at her with an icy glare. Yanli met his icy gaze and subconsciously swallowed. What's wrong? Qiao Rongchuan, brother and sister? Yanni? No, what's wrong with that, isn't it? Yanli's brain was directly stuck. Xiao Rongchuan took the medicine in his hand. Don't speak after you can't speak. Watch your mouth get sewn up. I'm not saying anything here, am I? Is it wrong to say that? Their siblings have a fever every time they drink and it's hard to get a hold of them. Yanli was directly confused. Xiao Rongchuan once again cast an icy glance at him. Yanli, come on. I'll stop talking. Hurry up and zipper your mouth. Totally confused as to what exactly it was that irritated this one's nerves. By the way, that one surnamed Lu. He hasn't left yet, and has been trying to find a way to meet Xinger's sister. As soon as those words came out, Xiao Rongchuan gave him another icy look. Yannick, no. What's wrong with that? It's crazy to think that you can't talk to this guy without breaking up the words. See which word is wrong? Xiao Rongchuan icily withdrew his gaze, stuffed the pill into Qiao Xing Ye's mouth, and fed her water. You don't have a sister? Yannick, I'm a sister? A cinder block? The last time I saw it, it was so black it was unbearable to look at. Hey, you said she and Joey Feather were pretty much a match made in heaven, huh? After all the years of watching the two compete, their habits are pretty much the same. One thing that wasn't quite the same was that his sister was hot and liked to wear dresses, and Joey Feather, simply a man-child of the True Clan. Xiao Rongchuan, if this were to reach Yan Qing's ears, you'd be crippled. Yannick, why don't you just not tell her? I can't believe you still want to gossip. When it comes to Yan Qing, Yanli is painfully aware of it. Everyone else's sister was soft and cuddly, the one he had chased him around since he was a kid. He's good at everything, but he's good at fighting. When I was in school, the school side screwed mom and dad. He's also been there to deal with the 2 fights she's had. Yanli still remembers to this day the scene of being pointed at and yelled at by her teacher. You can go. Xiao Rongchuan saw that Yanli was still unwilling to leave and directly drove people away. Yanli hurriedly packed up his things. He was starving and had to go find a place to eat something. That Lu, you're not going to find someone to get rid of? Lu Suyun came from the afternoon and waited until now. Thinking of that mother of Qiao Xingye's, a hint of darkness crossed the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Send off what? Waiting. Most torturous. Especially or now Liang family that situation. Do not need to think to know. The whole Liang has been people. Yanni nodded. Gotta. So do you want to go eat? Qiao Xingye is probably not going to be able to eat with this look. Xiao Rongchuan, you go first. He glanced at Qiao Xingye, whose little face was still flushed, to wait until her temperature had receded. Yanli stopped caring about him and took his things with him and went out. There were only Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye left. The man reached out and once again touched Qiao Xingye's somewhat hot little face. Qiao Xingye opened her eyes in a daze. Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan's heart drummed. He'd never known before what it was like to be called by her name. Chapter 136, she's the only one who's going crazy. As Qiao Rongchuan thought, Liang's in a straight-up mess now. Liang Panning made 2 more phone calls to Lu Suyun, and all he asked was whether he had seen Qiao Xingye. He called Qiao Xingye himself, but of course he couldn't get through. Having been blacked out long ago, Lu Suyun originally planned to go back first if she couldn't see Qiao Xingye. She didn't feel comfortable with Liang Yutong being alone in the hospital. As a result, Liang Panming called again and again, and she was directly anxious. At the moment she's in the front lobby of the lodge messing with the receptionist. I'm trying to see my daughter. Why can't you give me her information? She had been looking for the front desk for information on where Qiao Xingye lived. However, a full 2 hours passed. The front desk did not give her. This time Lu Suyun completely fire. This damned girl. She really wants to kill the Liang family, doesn't she? That's a piece of. I should have known she'd turn her elbow so far out. Shouldn't have gotten her back then. The more Lu Suyun thought about it, the more angry she became. The receptionist was also pestered and got a little fired up. Lu, if we're not mistaken, you had already announced a few days ago that you had severed your mother-daughter relationship with Ms. Zhou, hadn't you? Lu Suyun. At that, the breath caught in his throat. Immediately afterward her eyes spewed fire. What does this have to do with you? In that case, you can't check Miss Zhou's residence information as a relative. That means you're in no position to find out where she is right now. The front desk's 2 simple sentences directly exasperated Lu Suyun. Almost fainting. You, as angry as it was, I had to admit that the receptionist was telling the truth. This information age, when it's really scary, but anything that's a little something will be spread so far. Lu Suyun was breathing heavily. Without waiting for her to say anything else, the phone rang. It was Liang Yutong calling. Yutong. Mom, when are you coming back? Liang Yutong's pitiful voice came from the other side of the phone. Lu Suyun, I've asked Wang Ma to send food over for you, and the caregivers are there. I miss my mom. I know. I'll be back to stay with you after I take care of a few things on mom's end. So be good. To Liang Yutong, Lu Suyun was extremely placating. The heart also hated Qiao Xingye even more. It's all her fault for causing so much trouble for Liang this time, and making a mess for everyone. She's had all the breaks she wanted. What the hell does she want? The more Lu Suyun thought about it, the more angry she became. And she hung up after placating Liang Yutong on the phone for a couple of sentences. Just after hanging up, Liang Panming's call came over. Have you seen the stars? She doesn't even see me, Lu Suyun said without any good humor. That damned girl. Speaking of her own birth, or her own daughter. As a result, it's still as difficult for him to see her as it is for the president. Or you can come to her. There was really nothing else he could do, and he had thought of everything he needed to think of this afternoon over here. Liang Panming was already angry now. Now hearing Lu Suyun's words, she also came straight to the fire. You yourself made things like this. Let me? Lu Suyun. Is she alone in this? Is the daughter hers alone? Without waiting for her to retort, Liang Panming on the other side of the phone had already hung up. Hearing the beeping sound on the phone, Lu Suyun was even more furious. Can't see Joe Starleaf. She then called Qi Yan and learned that Qi Yan was still on this side of Quanshan, and she immediately rushed over. Qi Yan's brows tightened when he heard her say she wanted to see Qiao Xing Ye. Zhang Yuan saw Qi Yan's face look bad. Going up to Lu Suyun, he said, our gentleman can't see her now either. What? Can't you see Kishan too? Zhang Yuan, ever since the row over the withdrawal, Miss Qiao has pulled the plug on Mr. Now we can't even get our calls into her cell phone anymore. And she moved, so it's almost hard to see now. It was only when Qiao Xing Ye went to the studio, but she hadn't been going over to the studio much lately. As long as she didn't go to the studio, they couldn't find her in person. Lu Suyun looked at Qi Yan in shock. It was completely unbelievable that Qiao Xing Ye had done such a desperate thing to Qi Yan as well. So you didn't see it today either? Zhang Yuan, I saw them, didn't say a word. Lu Suyun was once again shocked. I can't believe you didn't say 2 words? Previously, she had always thought that Qiao Xingye would pester Qi Yan, so-called making a scene and withdrawing from the marriage. It's just that she's having a tantrum. Was making a fuss about sending Yutong away. But now this. Lu Suyun's gaze tightened as she glanced at Qi Yan, moving her lips to say something. Yet at the moment, she couldn't say a word. Liang. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening, and the whole of Liang hasn't gotten off work yet. Liang Panming and Liang Jinzhou looked exhausted throughout. They hadn't been back for days on end. Liang Panming lit a cigarette and took a drag, and Liang Jinzhou also had a cigarette in his hand. I'm going to take a trip to Springs Mountain, Liang Panming said after a moment's thought, standing up directly, fishing for his suit jacket to the side and leaving. Liang Jinzhou, I'll go too. He's going to ask Qiao Xingye what he's trying to do, that he's helping outsiders together against Liang. It's really giving her the ability to grow. Liang Panming's face sank as he looked at him. What are you going for? Looking for her to argue? Liang Jinzhou, Liang Panming, in the 2 years since she came back, have you treated her like a brother? And trying to question her. Liang Jinzhou, he blushed even more at being told that. Is it because he doesn't want to be a good brother? Then Zhou Xingyi never gave her a chance. Look what she looks like. When she came back, the whole Liang family was in chaos. How many people could treat her with patience? Liang Panming is gone. Liang Jinzhou subconsciously wanted to follow. However, the phone vibrated at this time. When he pulled it out and saw the 3 words Zheng Xiaolu, he felt his temples explode. He hung up straight away. Immediately after the message came in, if you don't answer the phone, I'll go to Liang's first thing in the morning to look for you. Once he saw this message, Liang Jinzhou had no choice but to call the phone back. What's going on? Now the company. I thought you were coming to explain things to me? What do you mean you won't even answer the phone now? On the phone, the woman was blistering in her questioning, and hysterical. Liang Jinzhou, do you really want my son and I to live in disgrace? He's going to kindergarten next year. Where exactly does the account go? Angry tone, and sharp words, which made Liang Jinzhou's head hurt even more. He took a deep breath and said, something's come up with the company right now, so we'll talk about it in the past few days. A few days? Wait a few more days, you and other women are married, right? Liang Jinzhou, have you forgotten what you promised me? The woman was unforgiving. Originally, Liang Jinzhou hadn't rested well in the past few days, and now that he was being pestered like this, his temper directly exploded. How can you believe a man's promise? Zheng Xiaolu, don't be naive, okay? You know very well in your heart how the child came to be, and I, Liang Jinzhou, even told you today. There's no way I'm marrying you. Zheng Xiaolu, Liang Jinzhou, a roar that pierced the airwaves. Liang Jinzhou was annoyed to death and was about to hang up directly. At the end of the day, Zheng Xiaolu's last words came back. This is your true face, isn't it? You wait. Liang Jinzhou disdained it and directly hung up the phone. He wasn't quite the same as Qi Yan. The company and the women always came first. In Liang Jinzhou's opinion, women is happy to tease a couple of pastimes. If you don't listen and misbehave, there's absolutely no point in that kind of coming. Thinking about the company's current troubles, Liang Jinzhao was even more anxious. Qiao Xing Ye, chewing on those 3 words, they all hated to give them away. Chapter 137, what's that wound on your mouth? Brother? You bit it. Qiao Xingye slept until 10 o'clock at night before waking up. Still waking up hungry. The wine had naturally sobered up since the afternoon, and she opened her eyes in a daze of thirst. She was alone in the room. Got up, and rolled out of bed. Just 2 steps out, he heard the sound of Qiao Rongchuan's phone call coming from over the balcony. Do away. The voice was lowered, but Qiao Xingye still heard the coldness and danger in his tone. Do away with it? Get rid of what? In fact, she had always known about the danger of the Qiao family. Plus Qiao Rongchuan was the heir to the Luke family. This inherited bloodline and all that stuff. Between thoughts, the glass door was pulled open and Qiao Rongchuan came in from outside, dimly lit by the 4 eyes. In just a moment, the danger in the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes was all but hidden, leaving only the warmth that belonged to Qiao Xingye, Buddha and devil. In that instant of transformation, even the aura of his body has changed to a warm int. Qiao Rongchuan went forward and touched her small face. Awake? The forehead is no longer hot, and his voice, too, was noticeably gentler than it had been a moment ago. Qiao Xingye's spirit was still in a bit of a trance, and she subconsciously hugged Qiao Rongchuan's lean waist. Brother. I'm thirsty and hungry. Qiao Xingye muttered. The body is already hard after drinking. Plus I hadn't eaten anything at that point in the afternoon. Now Qiao Xingye was really thirsty and hungry. Qiao Rongchuan rubbed the top of her hair. Go, eat. I want to eat steamed pork over here. Fried bacon with mountain bamboo shoots. And camphor tea duck. Qiao Rongchuan smiled. Good memory and can remember what you want to eat after a good night's sleep. Qiao Rongchuan answered one by one, turning the lights on completely and finding thick clothes for her to put on. Qiao Xingye obediently zipped up. Qiao Rongchuan, it's going to snow over here tomorrow. Really? Then I'm so happy. It's snowing. She loves it. Qiao Rongchuan put on his jacket, a black medium-length coat on him. More than that, it allows the warmth to combine with the darkness of the devil. Qiao Xingye looked a little dumbfounded. Qiao Rongchuan turned around and was met with her flamboyant eyes. What are you looking at? He suddenly opened his mouth, and Qiao Xingye instantly returned to her senses, shaking her head. No, it's nothing. Not. What's wrong with your mouth? Suddenly realizing that Qiao Rongchuan's mouth seemed to be injured, Qiao Xingye went forward and reached out to touch it. Qiao Rongchuan grabbed the slender wrist. Don't move. Qiao Xingye, it's really rare that someone could injure you in this position. Brother, do you have a woman? The moment he said this, Qiao Rongchuan's face stiffened while Qiao Xingye's heart shook. She had been wounded in the mouth more than once, so naturally she knew how that wound had been inflicted. Did Qiao Rongchuan really have a woman? Thinking about this, Qiao Xingye's breathing was a little unsteady. Qiao Rongchuan hit her on the side of the head with a chestnut. What brain? What nonsense? Qiao Xingye, did I say something wrong? Is that wrong? Asking this question, Qiao Xingye regretted it. Let's go. Let's eat. Without waiting for Qiao Rongchuan to reply, she took Qiao Rongchuan's arm and headed out. Or rather, was afraid to listen to his answer. Qiao Rongchuan looked down at the top of her hair and felt the obvious lassitude in her breath. At this moment, Qiao Xingye's nose was sour, and tears started to rush through the tear ducts without any fight. The corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth lifted into a helpless smile. Reaching out, cupping her tiny chin and lifting it, Qiao Xingye's bag of tears also caught him off guard. Meeting her wet eyes, Qiao Rongchuan's mind moved. Why are you still aggravated? Qiao Xingye, not at all. She, dare not say, but she just couldn't help it. And the moment she opened her mouth, even her tone was thickly nasal. That voice just sounds like it wants to cry. Looking at this aggrieved look on her face, Qiao Rongchuan laughed lightly. You really don't remember? Ha! Qiao Xingye's eyes, which were filled with mist, looked blankly at Qiao Rongchuan at the moment. Don't remember anything? Qiao Rongchuan pulled up her small hand and sharpened it on his lips. Here, you bit it. Joe Starleaf. What? No. This. She bit it? Qiao Rongchuan, you really don't remember? Qiao Xingye's brain buzzed, and her small face reddened in this instant. No, she really doesn't remember. Did she bite it? I didn't. She subconsciously argued. Did she really bite it? But she doesn't remember anything. Qiao Rongchuan didn't donkey her. Did he? Qiao Rongchuan pinched her little mouth, and Qiao Xingye couldn't help but open it directly. Oh, what are you doing? Qiao Rongchuan, let's see which little pointy tooth it is. Woo. Qiao Xingye hurriedly struggled away and closed his mouth. She looked at Qiao Rongchuan in disbelief. Really I bit it? Or what? Who do you think can bite? Joe Starleaf. Who can bite? That's who knows? She hadn't been around Qiao Rongchuan for years, spying on him occasionally. It's also all about getting what he did in F again. As for women and stuff of such a personal nature, No one would dare to spread rumors about him. Qiao Xing Ye gulped, her small face completely red. Qiao Rongchuan stopped teasing her. Go, eat. He didn't say anything. However, Qiao Xing Ye didn't dare to bring it up again. The air in Springside is good. Qiao Rongchuan took her directly to the restaurant side, and there were only late-night snacks at this point in time. But when Qiao Xing Ye wanted to eat, Qiao Rongchuan would naturally let it be done. The restaurant was empty at the moment. Qiao Xingye carefully looked at Qiao Rongchuan, his gaze falling on the injury on his lip. I can't help but wonder what I've done. At the time, did she really just bite? Wait, did she just straight up dominate him? Thinking of this, Qiao Xingye observed the color of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes, and also observed more carefully. See what? Qiao Rongchuan broke her thoughts. Qiao Xingye rubbed his little hands together. Was seeing if you were angry. What has she done? She's just straight up tarnishing their sibling bond, isn't she? All these years she kept her thoughts about Qiao Rongchuan well hidden. And now, it's completely tainted up there. Qiao Xingye couldn't bear to think about it anymore. And in his heart, he directly gave himself 120 blows. Qiao Rongchuan picked up the glass of water in front of him and took a sip. Does Xinger think I should be angry? The deep tone of voice made it impossible to hear the emotions. Qiao Xingye's brain was a mess. I didn't mean to. That what? The words that followed were directly unspeakable to Qiao Xingye as she realized that underneath Qiao Rongchuan's eyes, there was a distinct chill. How dare she say that? And I don't know what I'm missing in that statement. Wanted to cry. I really didn't mean it. Qiao Rongchuan grunted and put down his glass of water. So how does Xinger plan to handle this? Qiao Xingye's brain went straight taut at the words. Listening to Qiao Rongchuan's meaning, he really wasn't just biting. He was really kissing up. Hey, what's wrong with a little wine? You just pounced on something you were afraid to do before? No. Against Qiao Rongchuan's deep eyes, at the moment Qiao Xingye's brain was chaotic, completely unable to see. Nor could he read the emotions crossing the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Heart weakens, head bowed. So what does brother say? What to do about it? Oh, the bond between them? It seems unclean. Chapter 138. Your brother will only get a fever after drinking. Not delirious. Lu Ling, Yan Li, and Hull came together when he saw Qiao Xingye sitting across from Qiao Rongchuan like a child who had made a mistake. Head down. That Baba looked so pathetic. Yan Li stepped forward. Why are you disciplining the child again? People have grown up. Qiao Rongchuan directly gave him a cold stare. Yannick choked. Well, the man hates it when he's disciplining a child who puts in a good word for the child. Yan Li gave Qiao Xingye a look of self-seeking, and when Qiao Xingye saw them coming at the moment, he was even more afraid to raise his head. Hell pulled Joe Starleaf. Go sit by your brother. Qiao Xingye didn't dare to move. Just now, she thought it was just her and Qiao Rongchuan, so she sat across from Qiao Rongchuan. Hull saw that Qiao Xingye didn't move and didn't dare to sit directly next to her. Every time anyone sat next to Qiao Xingye, Qiao Rongchuan's face. Don't mention it. Just say something. Kids are too old to be lectured all the time. Hull also spoke up in favor of Joe Starleaf. Look how scared the kid is. He's sitting in his chair, afraid to move. Qiao Rongchuan spoke in a low voice. Come here, Joe Starleaf. You sound pissed off, don't you? Had he upset him by kissing him? Did that count as touching his bottom line? Qiao Xingye got up sheepishly and sat next to Qiao Rongchuan. Weak, and helpless. The food is coming up. Qiao Rongchuan and Hell both had already chatted. Hell asked, what are you going to do when you find Lancelot? This time Lancelot moved Earth to the Luke family. This matter Qiao Rongchuan certainly will not just let it go. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he clipped chopsticks of bacon and put them into Qiao Xingye's small bowl. Eat first. Hell sniffed and subconsciously glanced at Joe Starleaf. That's really being a greenhouse flower. Saying something like that in front of her isn't allowed? Hell nodded and said to the waiter, wine. A man can't just eat. He has to pair it with wine. As soon as Qiao Xingye heard Hull call for wine, her gaze subconsciously looked at Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan had a hint of coldness in his brows. And I don't know if it was because I kissed him or because of the mention of Lancelot. This person Qiao Xingye is not a stranger. In the past few years in the F country jumped very happy, who dared to rob the business. However, he had never been at odds with Qiao Rongchuan before, and this time he had actually faced off. The wine is coming up. Hell opened the bottle straight away and gave it to Qiao Rongchuan with the bottle, then opened one for himself. When it was given to Yan Li and Lu Ling refused. He has to be on top of his game at all times. When she saw that Qiao Rongchuan was going to drink again, Qiao Xingye's body tightened up all over. Small fingers gently tugged on Qiao Rongchuan's sweater. Qiao Rongchuan looked at her. What? Qiao Xingye, I'm not feeling too well tonight. I can't make you a sober soup. Hull, Yannick. The two men sniffed and looked at each other. Yan Li laughed. With your brother's drinking capacity, He still needs you to cook sober soup? The moment the words fell, Yanli felt a pain in his calf. The latter words teasing Qiao Xingye also came to an abrupt end. Qiao Xingye looked at Yanli with uncertainty. What do you mean? The corner of Yanli's mouth twitched as he looked at Qiao Rongchuan, only to see Qiao Rongchuan hand him a cold stare. Yannick. No. What's wrong with that? How come you can't even talk properly in front of Qiao Xingye now? What kind of reasoning is that? I know you have a fever every time. But you. Before the words were out of his mouth, there was another pain in his leg. Yannick. No. This. Qiao Xingye looked at Yanli with a bewildered expression. Then at Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan looked at Yanli with her hands around her chest, and Yanli met her eyes like this. Straight up. No more talking. He's right about that too. He's only had a fever every time, and is as sane as can be. Good grief. Qiao Xingye looked at him at this time and even asked. He what? Looking at her innocent and bewildered face, and then looking at Qiao Rongchuan's cold-eyed look. How did Yanli feel like he would be kicked in the legs by Qiao Rongchuan if he dared to say one more word right now? Nothing. Please pick up the intelligence of the $7 million you've angrily earned. The words came out. Yannick felt something was wrong. Qiao Xingye, you're the one without intelligence. Yes, I have no intelligence. It's better to admit to not having an IQ than to kick your leg off. Goo. It hurts. This Qiao Rongchuan really wants to waste him, right? Yannick felt his legs aching. The next couple of men went off talking about their topics. All business stuff. Occasionally a sentence or two would involve Junefire, or the big families in F. Qiao Xingye sat next to Qiao Rongchuan and obediently ate while Qiao Rongchuan chatted. All the while, he gave her food every now and then. She was generally very good at dinner, and as long as Qiao Rongchuan chucked it to her, she basically ate it all. Near the end, suddenly there was a rowdy noise outside. Lu Suyun complained with dissatisfaction. How can you blame me for all of it? Aren't you also her father? Qiao Xingye subconsciously glanced towards the door. He saw a line of people. Lu Suyun and Liang Panming, as well as Qi Yan and Zhang Yuan both coming in. Qi Yan didn't look good either. Liang Panming, I've been busy with the company. Shouldn't you be handling things at home? Lu Suyun, I'm the one who handles it. So don't I report to you every time there's something about her? And you don't have a problem with that? Speaking of Joe Starleaf, Liang Panming and Lu Suyun just had a headache. Liang Panming, so what do you think we should do now? She can't get through on the phone. And Yan has also said that. She's now involved with the Luke family. Liang Panming's gaze suddenly flicked to Qiao Xingye, and the word rise that followed ended abruptly. Zhou Xingye? Qiao Xingye had already withdrawn his gaze, giving him half a look in excess. Stars? Liang Panming subconsciously shouted. Lu Suyun sniffed and also followed Liang Panming's gaze, and sure enough, she saw Qiao Xingye. Qi Yan also saw Qiao Xingye. Seeing her sitting right next to Qiao Rongchuan, his heart suddenly felt like it was stuffed with a piece of cotton. Both hands also subconsciously clenched into fists at this moment. Liang Panming stepped forward. Star. That. Qiao Rongchuan handed Lu Ling a look, and Lu Ling got up and directly stopped Liang Panming. Qiao Rongchuan glanced down at Qiao Xingye, his tone gentle. Have you eaten? Zhao Xingye nodded. Aha. Let's go then. Liang Panming was stopped by Lu Ling and panicked a bit. He subconsciously shouted to Qiao Xingye. Xinger, Dad has something to tell you. Qiao Rongchuan had already taken Qiao Xingye's hand, and the two of them didn't even give Liang Panming an extra look. Qi Yan had been looking for Qiao Rongchuan. Now that he saw it, he also subconsciously stopped forward. Master Qiao, let's talk. For Qiao Xingye, Qi Yan was now pressing fire, especially when he saw her hand being held by Qiao Rongchuan. A dark aura flashed under his eyes and was quickly suppressed by him. Qiao Rongchuan looked icily askance at Qi Yan. In the moment when his eyes met, Qi Yan caught the flash of regal coldness underneath Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Breathing, there was a moment of stillness. Qiao Rongchuan hummed and laughed, glancing at Qiao Xingye by his side. Is Xinger tired? Aha. Qiao Xingye nodded her head like a chicken pecking at a rice. Qi Yan breathed heavily and looked at Qiao Xingye. What do you mean? The next moment, he heard Qiao Rongchuan say, let's go then. Back to rest first. Kiran. Business matters. What's it got to do with whether Qiao Xingye is tired or not? No. This. When Liang Panming saw Qiao Rongchuan like this, he was also shocked, especially Lu Suyun not to mention. Who would have thought that Joe Starling, who they had so casually suppressed before, would be the one to do it? And now they're going to suffer greatly because of her words? Chapter 139. Qiao Xingye grew up in the Luke family? Qi Yan was confused. Lu Suyun's breathing was a little unsteady. Seeing Qiao Xingye about to leave, Liang Panming was completely anxious. Xinger, what are you still standing for? Seeing Lu Suyun dumbfounded and immobile, Liang Panming gave her an exasperated look. Lu Suyun also reacted at this time and hurriedly went after Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan had already arrived at the door. Lu Suyun hurriedly stepped forward and pulled on Qiao Xingye's other hand. Shenger, Mommy and Daddy have something to tell you. The two men paused. Qiao Xingye looked slightly sideways. Mom and Dad? The tone, at the moment, sounded more than a little sarcastic in the chilly air. Lu Suyun's heart was a little tight. She subconsciously looked at the man beside Qiao Xingye and felt the dangerous aura of the man. Lu Suyun took Qiao Xingye's hand and subconsciously tightened it. Mom was wrong. Mommy shouldn't have done that to you. Starlet. Qiao Xingye gave her a mocking sidelong glance. She pushed to draw back her hand. Lu Suyun would not let go. Qiao Xingye raised an eyebrow. What's this for? Lu Suyun, let's talk, shall we? Lu Suyun's heart was irritated at this moment. She also didn't expect Qiao Xingye to be so capable. Liang Panming and Liang Jinzhao both said that this time the company's trouble was brought about by her. How did she get so big? Lu Suyun forced her heart to hold back the pain in her mouth, trying to be patient. What happened to the company? Did it really have anything to do with you? Even though everyone said so, Lu Suyun still didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Qiao Xingye could really be so capable. Joe Starleaf, what do you think? Lu Suyun. She thinks. Never mind. No matter what, she can't be allowed to go on with her nonsense. Tell Mommy to. What the hell do you want Mom to do to stop? Liang Panming had already scolded her several times today. She also wanted to get it over with quickly. Just a shame. Now that things had flipped up, it was no longer something she could fix just because she wanted to. Joe Starleaf, how do I do it? 2 years ago when I said that the car accident that almost killed me was done by Liang Yutong, you also asked me what I had to do to believe it wasn't her. MS. Lu, you're helping her pay off her debt. Qiao Xingye smiled innocently, yet the words that came out were despairing. Liang Yutong, that sickly child, is now lying half dead in the hospital, and she doesn't even bother to make a move. But what had been put on her? Qiao Xingye. She always had to get back. Since this Liang family is so precious to Liang Yutong, it's not a big deal to help her pay off her debt, right? Lu Suyun sniffed and breathed. You mean? Qiao Xingye grunted and laughed as he shook off her hand that was pulling him and looked at Qiao Rongchuan. At this moment, Qiao Rongchuan's brows were all frosty. Qiao Xingye, let's go. Lu Suyun subconsciously wanted to pull Qiao Xingye's hand again, and the two bodyguards pulled her away. It was no longer easy for her to get any closer to Qiao Xingye. Looking at Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye's backs, Lu Suyun was completely anxious. Shenger, you can't. I know it makes you uncomfortable to have her there, and we've talked about how, when she gets better, we'll send her away. Her anxious voice drowned in the darkness. What responded to her was only Qiao Xingye's icy cold back, until the backs of Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan disappeared. It was only then that Lu Ling and the bodyguard released Lu Suyun and Liang Panming. Qi Yan stood still with a cold body, eyes open to this farce, especially with Qiao Xingye's icy attitude just now. His whole body froze. The group took off. Liang Panming and Lu Suyun were both in a bit of a mess, especially with Liang Panming's always meticulously groomed hair. It also looks a little messy at the moment. He looked hard at Lu Suyun. You. He wanted to say that he shouldn't have anything to do with Liang Yutong in the future. Qiao Xingye was obviously angry about Liang Yutong. However, when his eyes touched Qi Yan still, he finally swallowed his words back. After all, he was aware of Qi Yan's thoughts about Liang Yutong. Although Qi Jin's side is now very cold towards the Liang family, but Kiran's side could be an opportunity to continue working together. Lu Suyun was furious. You said she. Why is she like this? It's not you yet, but whenever you're nice to her after you get her back, things didn't have to turn out the way they did. Lu Suyun was already angry, and just now, Qiao Xingye had treated her that way, and now Liang Panming is still criticizing her. The two argued directly. How did I treat her badly? Was I not nice to her when I started? Can she afford to treat me badly? Kiran turned away with his body full of ice. Zhang Yuan also hurriedly followed. The argument behind him grew more and more intense, and Zhang Yuan apprehensively followed behind Qi Yan. Sir, what now? The old gentleman's side gave a death order to let Qi Yan's side take care of Master Qiao's business. However, just now, to think that Qiao Rongchuan didn't put the slightest bit of stock in Qi Yan, when it was obviously such a major collaboration, also because of Qiao Xingye's sentence of tiredness directly left the scene. Qi Yan paused and closed his eyes. What can be done? Now Qiao Xingye. Speaking of Joe Starleaf, Kiran just straight up didn't know how to go on and on. It's clear that the key point now lies with Joe Starleaf. There was a buzz and the phone vibrated with an email that had entered the cell phone mail. The sender, the housekeeper Sue beside Qi Jin. Kiran clicked on it and looked at it. The moment he saw the contents of the email, his pupils clenched violently, and even as he breathed, it also draws tight at the moment. Zhang Yuan felt his sudden stiffness and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" Kiran's knuckles had turned white as he squeezed the phone. I only heard him breathing heavily. Zhou Starleaf, grew up in the Luke family? Zhang Yuan, what? No. Didn't you say you grew up in the country? You said you were adopted by the countryside. So you've been taught to be vulgar. Ha? Is the news true? Zhang Yuan subconsciously asked. Luke's family grew up, so therefore her relationship with Master Zhou, wouldn't that be brother and sister? Master Zhou's sister? Zhang Yuan's brain was directly jerked. Qi Yan's gaze tightened as he looked toward Zhang Yuan. Who said this? Qian, from Butler Su. Zhang Yuan, the old gentleman personally went out to check the news? Then this is indeed true. Then those confrontations between Qi Yan and Master Qiao before? Sir, then those confrontations you had with Master Zhou earlier, and the things you said. When he said this, Zhang Yuan directly could not bear to say anymore. So now it looks like what happened before. Is Mr. Qiao still MS? Qiao's brother? Qi Yan's breathing was also a bit unsteady. Stop it. His face, which was already bad, sank even more completely when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. When I saw them together before, at Jinjiang Sky City, and in front of her studio. What did he say? Scolded Qiao Xing Ye. Words all about the dirty relationship between them? Kiran ran a hand through his hair, annoyed as hell inside. So what the hell did he do before? This side of the wooden building. As soon as he entered the house, Xiao Rongchuan scooped up Qiao Xingye and held her small shoulders in both hands. The force was a bit heavy, and Qiao Xingye's little heart tightened as she met his serious gaze. How? What's going on? Xiao Rongchuan, you had a car accident when you came to Hong Kong City? Chapter 140 Master Qiao's anger. Liang Yutan's last place to save her life is going to be gone. Liang Panming and Lu Suyun were quarreling in Quanshan. Lu Suyun was always relieved to see Liang Yutang in the hospital, and she thought about wanting to go back earlier. However, it was now up to Qiao Xingye to resolve Liang's affairs. It's hard for them to even see Qiao Xingye right now. Liang Panming blamed Lu Suyun for all the faults, so much so that Lu Suyun couldn't go back to the hospital even if she wanted to. 1 o'clock in the morning. Lu Suyun and Liang Panming were both still awake, both thinking about how they would meet Qiao Xingye tomorrow. The phone buzzed and vibrated. It was Lu Suyun's, the caretaker from the hospital side. Sister Chen. What's wrong? Ma'am, why has Missy's team of doctors been evacuated? Sister Chen sounded anxious on the phone. Lu Suyun sniffed and her breath caught. What? She subconsciously looked at Liang Panming. Liang Panming is now full of tiredness and irritation. Could it be him? Lu Suyun's breathing was a little unsteady. Without waiting for her to ask Liang Panming, she heard Sister Chen on the other side of the phone continue. Miss is in terrible pain. I wanted to go get her some painkillers, but all the professors on duty that have been left for her at night before are gone tonight. Lu Suyun's face completely darkened. What's going on? All gone? What's that supposed to mean? She gave the hospital all that money and this is how they do it? Sister Chen and the nurses station over there also said for you to discharge the young lady first thing in the morning. They said they were discharged. But the attitude of the nurses at the time was actually no different than telling them to get lost and let out of the hospital? No. What does that mean? Lu Suyun's eyes blackened and her heart jumped in anger. Sister Chen said a lot more on the phone. In short, Liang Yutong is not doing well right now. The attitude on the hospital side was also cold. This means that they are going to be kicked out of the hospital. Lu Suyun instructed over the phone. You take care of her first. I'll be right back. Hang up. Lu Suyun looked fiercely at Liang Panming. You did it, didn't you? What the hell? Liang Panming's face sank and his tone was unpleasant, clearly not understanding what exactly Lu Suyun was talking about. Lu Suyun, for Qiao Xingye, you're going to give up Yuatong, aren't you? She's still sick right now. You gave the hospital the go-ahead to remove her treatment team, and you discharged her from the hospital. Are you going to let her die? The more she said, the more anxious Lu Suyun's tone became. Liang Panming sniffed and looked confused. What did you say? Look at that face. It's not him. Lu Suyun's breath sank. You don't know? I've been with you the whole time. What do I know? Lu Suyun. All over, completely frozen. Yeah, she's been with Panming Liang, and he hasn't arranged for anyone below him to do that. Besides, he didn't have the ability to do that. Could that be the Kish? The Kishes. Thinking about Fengman's current attitude towards Liang Yutong, Lu Suyun felt that it might be the Qi family. The Qi family, after all, is definitely capable of such things. Thinking of this, Lu Suyun even choked on her breath. This Fengman, she's just crazy. Lu Suyun found Qi Yan in a hurry. Qi Yan wasn't sleeping either. Thinking about Qiao Xingye's relationship with Xiao Rongchuan made him anxious as well. When Lu Suyun found him to make her intentions clear, he blanched as well. The medical teams are pulling out? Yes. How could your mother do this? Now that Yuatong is so sick, she's trying to get Yutong to die. Hearing that Liang Yutong's team of experts had all withdrawn, and that the hospital had asked her to be discharged first thing in the morning. A hint of anger crossed the bottom of Qi Yan's eyes. He immediately dialed Fengman's phone, and the person there had probably already gone to bed with the phone off mute. He called 2 in a row and couldn't get through, so he finally called his home landline. When the maid heard the talk of waking Fengman up, she was a bit embarrassed. "Young master, it's already this time of the day. Mrs. Hurry up and call." Qi Yan interrupted the servant in a cold voice, his tone carrying an icy harshness. The maid had no choice. "That's fine. I'll go right away. I'm afraid that Fengman will be woken up and cursed, but I'm also afraid that Qi Yan will get angry." About 10 minutes later, Fengman's somewhat fiery voice came out. "Qi Yan, you have a problem, don't you? It's a big night for this toss. Qian, Yutan's team of experts. You withdrew? What? You put pressure on the hospital side?" Kiran asked directly, his tone holding back. "Von Man, you're sick, aren't you? Mother, how long will she live with all that sickness? Do I still need to go through all that trouble to straighten her out?" Von Man's anger came up and his words were not at all kind. After giving Qi Yan a chop, he directly hung up the phone. Qi Yan heard a beep coming from the phone and, with a tightly wrinkled brow, she glanced at Lu Suyun. It shouldn't be her doing. Not from what Von Man just said. Lu Suyun, then who else? Aside from Fengman, who now hates Liang Yutong to die immediately. Who else is there? Oh yeah, there's Zhou Starleaf. Thinking of Qiao Xing Ye, Lu Suyun's face instantly turned white. It's Zhou Starleaf. It must be her. It must be her, all right. The one who could screw Liang all over. The one who screwed Yutong must be her as well. Qi Yan's breath was even colder when he heard it was Qiao Xing Ye. Lu Suyun was completely anxious. "Yan, you must save Yutong. This Qiao Xing Ye, what does she want? Isn't it enough to bring Liang so much trouble? Does she really want Yutong to die?" "Qian, I'll take care of this." Lu Suyun was completely anxious. It was not until this moment that she completely reacted to the what kind of a being was Qiao Xing Ye to her nowadays. She'd always assumed that Qiao Xing Ye had just been raised by a family in the countryside, and didn't have much to offer. Uneducated and dirt. Such a useless being, and now she's even letting her. Thinking about this, Lu Suyun's face grew white. "Qian, you go back first. The hospital side is letting Yutong be discharged tomorrow morning." "Ah Yan, she's letting Yutong die." Lu Suyun choked. Kiran nodded. "I know." At this moment, Qi Yan also tried his best to hold back his anger, and for a while, he persuaded Lu Suyun to leave. He called for Zhang Yuan. "Where do Qiao Xingye and Master Qiao live?" "Zhang Yuan, a single wooden building on the hillside." "That wooden building on the hillside? That place has never been open to the public. No less than the heir to the house of Luke. The best everywhere you go. And this Zhou Starleaf." Thinking that Qiao Xingye had grown up in the Luke family, Qi Yan felt even more gusty and suffocated. He had just forgotten to tell Lu Suyun about this. "So let's deal with Yutong first. Go." Kiran got up and fished out his jacket to put it on. Zhang Yuan looked at him blankly. "Where to? He's not going to see Zhou Xingye, is he? At this hour? Then Master Qiao is there, too. Sure this isn't a death wish?" Qiao Xingye probably had been drinking in the afternoon. After returning, Qiao Rongchuan received a phone call and went out, and she lay down on the bed and began to sleep softly again. She does it every time. As soon as she's had a drink, the body always feels limp and can't lift itself up. In a daze, she as soon as seemed to hear who was calling out to her from outside, but she was so sleepy she rolled over and went back to sleep. And downstairs, Qi Yan and Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan saw Qi Yan shouting directly and couldn't help but remind, "Sir, that would piss off Master Zhou, wouldn't it? Kiran, or what? You have another way?" What happened at the hospital must have been Qiao Xingye's doing. And her phone call. You can't even get through on your own right now. There's really no other trick but to yell with your mouth. "Zhou Starleaf," he shouted. "Zhang Yuan, I feel like I'm going to die here tonight." Qi Yan continued to shout for 3 minutes. There was no movement, which was even more Qi Yan angry. Just as he was about to shout, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from behind him, and strong lights hit him. Qi Yan turned around and saw Lu Ling getting out of the car and respectfully opening the door for the man in the back seat. Qiao Rongchuan stepped out of the car full of austerity, followed by Hull, Kiran, Zhang Yuan. Finished. Seeing Qi Yan here, Qiao Rongchuan's eyes, which were already somewhat chilly, flashed even more dangerously, only to hear him ask in a chilling voice, "What are you doing here?" Qi Yan's thin lips pursed as he sized up Qiao Rongchuan. At last his eyes fell on the drops of blood on the scarf on his chest, and Qi Yan's breath. The instant stiffness. Chapter 141. This is something that can be solved by a cup of sober soup from the stars? Zhang Yuan also saw the blood on Qiao Rongchuan's scarf. Even if Qiao Rongchuan didn't say anything at this moment, he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. It even makes one feel a strong sense of killing intent. Seeing that Qi Yan didn't say anything, Qiao Rongchuan gave him a dangerous sidelong glance. Come to harass Xinger? Qi Yan came back to his senses and subconsciously stared at his breath. I have something to ask her. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped away from his slender legs towards Qi Yan, full of oppression. Even Qi Yan couldn't help but take half a step back at this moment. Qi Yan himself was tall, about 5'8". At this moment, facing Qiao Rongchuan, who was over 1'9", he clearly felt the intimidating power from him, especially since it was close at the moment. Qi Yan could more clearly smell the mixture of blood and wine on Qiao Rongchuan's body, and the unusual red under his eyes. Qi Yan raised his head, his breathing a little unsteady. Master Qiao, there was something between us before. Before the words were finished, Qiao Rongchuan suddenly reached out and strangled Qi Yan's neck. Qi Yan's face sank. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, Sir, this is killing me. Qi Yan's face turned blue. He subconsciously wanted to counterattack. However, Qiao Rongchuan's hand exerted a force that, then he lost all his strength. At this moment, Qiao Rongchuan's body was filled with killing intent. Who gave you the nerve to harass her over and over again? The force in his hand tightened, and Qi Yan felt suffocated while his strength seemed to be drained out of his body. Zhang Yuan saw the flash of killing intent underneath Qiao Rongchuan's eyes, and cold sweat continued to pour out of his spine. He made his way up with all his strength. A hand grabbed Qiao Rongchuan's wrist. Master Qiao, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's icy cold eyes were dangerous. The thin lips lightly opened and spat out two words. Misunderstanding? Qi Yan also truly felt that Qiao Rongchuan had a murderous intent towards him at this moment. He closed his eyes and spat out three words with great effort. Yes, misunderstanding. The moment the word misunderstanding came out, somehow Qi Yan felt a hint of humiliation. No one had ever dared to do that to him in the harbor city. Qiao Rongchuan was already carrying anger tonight, and now that Qi Yan crashed into him, this anger of his instantly exploded. Just as the force in his hand grew tighter, Qi Yan also felt that sense of near death. He subconsciously wanted to counterattack, yet Qiao Rongchuan's force seemed to have drained all his strength. Zhang Yuan breathed in sharply. Master Qiao, is Mr. really going to give up his life here tonight? Just as Zhang Yuan was sweating furiously, Hell stepped forward and, whispering in Qiao Rongchuan's ear, he said, when that's over, this is, after all, Qi Jin's only son, just such a son. If folded Qiao Rongchuan hands, even if he knew that he was striking a stone with an egg, Qi Jin would surely have risen to the occasion and touched it. Qiao Rongchuan knew what Hell was talking about and grunted. What do you think the Qi family is? This phrase Qi family is nothing more than anything else. Zhang Yuan feels that tonight is in the end. Qi Yan's face is already blue. His gaze towards Qiao Rongchuan had an angry look. No one in Hong Kong City has dared to treat the Qi family with such contempt, and he even, but then thought of Qiao Rongchuan's identity. The breath in Kiran's chest was getting worse. Hall, it really doesn't count for much, but that matters. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. With a grunt and a laugh, he simply threw Qi Yan away. Hall's right. The kiss, or the Liangs. It's all just a bunch of nothing. The Liang family, in particular, was now just struggling laboriously, unable to stand up. Finally getting fresh air, Qi Yan gasped loudly and lifted his head to look at Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan slowly and methodically straightened his cuffs. If you dare to harass her again, I can afford to take this life of yours. A word full of dangerous threats. Qi Yan's face sank. He knew that Qiao Rongchuan wasn't joking with him. Qiao Rongchuan raised his steps inside. Lu Ling followed closely, while Hell, who stayed at the end, glanced at Qi Yan and stepped forward and patted Qi Yan on the shoulder. Kishore, grow a pair. With Qiao Rongchuan present, he even dared to come to Qiao Xing Ye. If he hadn't stopped himself just now, Qiao Rongchuan would have really killed Qi Yan. Hall went in too. There were just Qi Yan and Zhang Yuan left. Zhang Yuan hurriedly went forward to help Qi Yan up. Sir. Qi Yan closed his eyes and clenched his hands into fists, his body trembling with rage. As soon as Qiao Rongchuan entered the small building, directly slamming the door, Lu Ling, who was right behind him, was directly shut out. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the door panel would have nearly fallen on his face. Hell followed. Should I call Yannick over? Lu Ling's breathing froze, thinking of the cup of questionable stuff that Qiao Rongchuan had just drunk, hurriedly pulling out the phone and about to dial Yan Li. But when he thought of Qiao Rongchuan's action of shutting him out just now, he was a little uncertain. What do you mean? Just now, the master shut him out directly. Lu Ling looked at Hell. We have to ask what master wants. Hull, what does that mean? Why do you need to ask him that? You think he can carry it? Lancelot. How dare he let someone drug him? He deserves to have his left arm broken tonight. Hull said through gritted teeth. Qiao Rongchuan was drugged. Although it had happened before, Yan Li had been by his side every time. Lu Ling thought about it and dialed Xiao Rongchuan's number first. Just after the phone was connected, Lu Ling hurriedly asked, "Master, should we call Yan Li to come over?" Roll. Lu Ling. This. Without waiting for him to say anything else, the other side of the phone simply hung up. Paul looked to him. "How so?" "Lu Ling, let me roll." The corner of Hell's mouth twitched. "So he can really carry it? That's no joke. That drug isn't normally overbearing. You can't joke about this kind of thing." Not waiting for Hull to say anything else, Lu Ling directly turned around and walked away. That speed is really similar to rolling. Hell stood his ground. Is this something the stars can fix with a cup of sober soup? Lu Ling left without saying anything, and Hull was a little uneasy about it. After thinking about it, he still pulled out the phone and dialed Yan Li's number. Upstairs, Qiao Xing Ye was sleeping in a daze. It always felt like there was a pair of beast-like eyes staring at him in the darkness. The gaze was so burning that she was unsettled even in her sleep. Opening her eyes in a daze, she saw Qiao Rongchuan sitting on the edge of her bed. In the dim light, the man's gaze was obscure and deep with a hint of aggression. Qiao Xingye instantly woke up from his slumber and sat up from the covers. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why don't you go to bed at night and sit by her bed?" And Qiao Rongchuan's eyes, why did they feel a little off? She got up and crawled toward him, getting close enough to reach out and touch his forehead. The forehead rolled, and even the skin on his face was hot. The two of them came extremely close together, and Qiao Xingye could clearly smell the mixture of blood and alcohol on his body. "Brother, where have you been drinking again? And you're hurt?" Smelling this strong odor of blood, Qiao Xingye's heart panicked and a trace of worry crossed her eyes. She hurriedly reached out and was about to turn the bedlight on. However, just before turning around and touching the switch, the slender waist was then held in one of the man's broad palms. Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to react, his entire body flung itself on the quilt. "Brother!" she exclaimed out in shock. Subconsciously, he was about to get up, yet the man behind him attached himself. She would have been wearing a silk nightgown, thin and, the moment Qiao Rongchuan came close to pressing his chest against her back, she clearly felt how hot the man's chest was. There were also those solid packs that showed their hardness in close proximity. Qiao Xingye's brain was a bit stuck. No. It seemed more like a drug than just a drink. 2 years ago she had fallen for Liang Yutong once again, and her skin was this warm all over. "I'll call Yannick right away." Qiao Xingye was a bit flustered. She stammered and said. Felix rolled over and was about to rush to find a phone to call Yannick. However, she had just rolled over when the man's hot palm cupped her small face. A dominating kiss pressed down. Breath rolled in, even as the man's lips were appallingly hot. Qiao Xingye's pupils clenched and his breathing contracted violently. "Brother, wake up. Sheng, sober up." The latter words were all but swallowed by the man. What was drowned together at the same time was not only Qiao Rongchuan's sanity, but also Qiao Xingye's. Her sanity was on the verge of collapse as well. Chapter 142, Take off your scarf and show me what's around your neck. Qiao Xingye liked Qiao Rongchuan a lot. Exactly when she developed feelings for him beyond brother and sister. She didn't know. The fondness accumulated over the years has long been deep in the bone. Meeting Qiao Rongchuan's somewhat mesmerized gaze, Qiao Xingye's heart trembled. Brother. Oh, if she were sober, she'd be. But he's not sober right now. Especially since he doesn't remember what happened at all whenever he's drunk. If they did that at this point, even though he initiated it, she more or less took advantage of the situation. "I'm not a gentleman, wow. Come to your senses and stop it," Qiao Xingye whimpered. The next moment, however, her small hands were easily shackled above her head by the man. The moment the nightgown was pushed up, Qiao Xingye felt like her blood was frozen. She took hold of the man's strong, powerful wrist. Brother. However, in the next moment, the man held her hand back, making her completely lose the space to struggle. The temperature in the room was as hot as the rolling breath emanating from the skin on Qiao Rongchuan's body. Lust sprinkled throughout the air, and Qiao Xingye's breathing became more and more rapid. "Starlet, be good." The man's voice was low, with a hint of huskiness, and Qiao Xingye's brain instantly buzzed at the sound of this shinger. He knew who he was kissing? Qiao Xingye looked at Qiao Rongchuan's good-looking face with misty eyes. It was a picture of the only supreme beauty she had ever seen since she was a child. From no one else. "Brother," she murmured softly, and her sanity went completely taut in the moment. Qiao Rongchuan held her wrist in one hand and gently sharpened the contours of her cheek with the other. So good. The mesmerized eyes were like a treasure. Warm breaths intertwined, and Qiao Xingye was met by the man's warm and bewildered gaze. The last vestige of sanity was completely extinguished. P.S. You guys probably won't like it here. And writing it out probably won't help with the scrutiny and brainstorming. Come on, let's use your powerful brainstorming powers. No thinking. Ha, alright. Oh, intersection. Oh ha. One night, no sleep. At 6 in the morning, Qiao Xing Ye looked at Qiao Rongchuan, who was already asleep, and was completely dumbfounded. She looked down at her chest, her arms. The bruises and purple marks were all indicative of how intense that last night's travesty had been. Phew, take a long breath. It's over. What has she done? Then look at the gray scarf that was stirred up underneath him in the chaos. That's Qiao Rongchuan's. The bright red on it at the moment. More than anything else, it reminded Jia Xingleaf's nerves of what she'd really done last night. Qiao Xingye covered his face. It's over and done with. The tone was also completely panicked. The fiery passion fades and all that's left is the panic-inducing sanity of what's to be done. Buzz, the phone vibrated. Qiao Xingye picked it up and looked at it. It was Yanli calling. Looking again at Qiao Rongchuan, who had fallen asleep on the bed. Picking up the phone, he went to the restroom and picked it up. Brother Yanli. Yanli's exasperated voice came from the phone. No. Are you all sleeping to death? I almost rang the doorbell. How's your brother? Joe Starleaf. What else? Looking at those marks on her neck in the mirror, Qiao Xingye marveled even more in her heart. It's over. She really gave Qiao Rongchuan last night. What to do? Starlet. Starlet? Ha? I asked how your brother was doing. Hull said someone drugged him. Qiao Xingye choked. It really was drugged. You can't even be sober when you're drinking. So if you're drugged, you're not going to remember anything, either? Thinking that Qiao Rongchuan might not remember anything. At this moment, Qiao Xingye didn't know whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. Her world, in short, blew up. He's fine. I found the medicine and gave it to him. At Yanli's worried voice, Qiao Xingye hurriedly pulled a random lie. Yanli, medicine? Where's the medicine? Who can just get their hands on this kind of medicine? Qiao Xingye, just found in the medicine cabinet. She couldn't believe it herself when she said that. Who would have that in their medicine cabinet? Not to mention the fact that they're still in Springs Mountain. Yannick, this was in the medicine cabinet? Yeah, right there. The effort was a serious one, said with a particular earnestness that almost made her believe it herself. Yanni, open the door for me first. I'll take a look at him. Don't mess around. Joe Starleaf has finished fooling around. You wait, right away. Hanging up the phone, Qiao Xingye once again looked at herself in the glasses. At this moment she was really going crazy. I slapped my face. Egu, my ancestors, how to do what to do. What's to be done about it? How was last night? No, this. Was she taking advantage of the situation? After all, Qiao Rongchuan was in an unconscious situation. Qiao Xingye's brain was completely numb at the moment. Quietly, he opened the bathroom door and poked his little head out to look outside at the bed. Seeing that Qiao Rongchuan was still in the same position as just now, he was obviously exhausted. It's also exhausting. At least 2 hours, right? She felt like her legs were going to give out. So sore and achy. Now she needs a doctor more than ever. Even knowing that Qiao Rongchuan might not wake up that easily now, Qiao Xingye still gently put her clothes back on. He even gently tidied up Qiao Rongchuan. And last but not least, take that gray scarf to the bathroom and hide it first. The room is still organized. Open the door. Yanli was seen constantly rubbing his frozen hands, obviously having been here for a short time. What Yanli saw was Qiao Xingye wearing a very tightly covered set of robes. There was also a furry scarf around his neck. The corner of Yanli's mouth twitched. What kind of costume are you in? Do you sleep so tightly? Qiao Xingye, I'm afraid of the cold. Okay? Yannick, is that a good reason to use it at a point in time when you're not even out of bed yet? Although puzzled, Yanli didn't ask too many questions and directly said, Where's your brother? In my room. Yanli sniffed, and when he looked at Qiao Xingye again, his heart was obviously shaking a little. It's a case of not asking more questions. Qiao Xingye was also a little weak from the look he was giving her. Just so what? He just went in there and got drunk out of his mind back there. I can't move him here either. That was a little hard to believe herself, but she was still trying to make Yanni believe it. Yanli didn't say anything, just looked at her wordlessly. The look made Qiao Xingye a little weak. Yanli suddenly took a step toward her, reaching for the scarf at her neck. Qiao Xingye's breath tightened in fear. One grabbed the scarf. What are you doing? No? You really suspect? If Yanli suspects, then when Qiao Rongchuan wakes up, won't he? Thinking about this, Qiao Xingye's breathing became even more irregular. She was so scared. Yanni, what kind of drug did your brother get hit with? What concept you should know, right? I'm just going to leave him here as a cutie. Like he's a cutie? Qiao Xingye, no not all told you well. Medicine or looking for him to eat. Trying to be righteous, but actually being weak inside. Yannick wouldn't stop. Show me your neck. You, Yanni, hurry up and give me a look. Joe Starleaf, how do you get a heart attack? Probably from the ups and downs of being scared like this right now. Chapter 143, Shinger, how did I get this injury? Qiao Xingye slapped Yanli on the back of his hand. What are you looking at? You want to molest me? Be careful, I'll tell my brother. Yanli, hey. I say you girl, I can tell you. Qiao Xingye, what's that? Are you going to see it or not? I still want to sleep if I don't go. She was really tired, but the sleepiness, now have been Yanli scared out. Yanli looked at her, then in the direction of the stairs, and finally gave her a look that turned straight around and went upstairs. Seeing that Yanli didn't continue to pester him, Qiao Xingye was finally relieved. But this she thought of the way Yanli had just looked at her, and her heart kept wailing. The sky is falling. Following Yanli's footsteps up the stairs together, he ended up finding Qiao Rongchuan awake once he entered the room. At the moment he was sitting on his bed smoking a cigarette. The covers slid off his chest and the collar of his robe was slightly open, vaguely revealing a half-dozen scratches. Yannick, breathing, momentarily tight. Qiao Xingye's heart wasn't much better. No, where did that come from? She doesn't remember grabbing him on the chest. How did she get hurt? The moment the four eyes met, Qiao Xingye's heart couldn't stop trembling. Yanli gulped and subconsciously glanced at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye was going crazy at the look he was stuck with. You hurry up and look. Didn't you say you'd look at Qiao Rongchuan's Chinese medicine? What are you looking at her for? Yanli's brain, somewhat numb, looking at Qiao Rongchuan's face. At this moment, there was no longer the dissimilarity of being drugged on his face. The four eyes met each other, before meeting the glint of cold light in the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Yanli brain even more wooden. Nowhere to provoke this living god. Hull said you were drugged? Qiao Rongchuan pressed the cigarette into the ashtray and extinguished it as he faintly Yannick, so how do you feel now? It feels as if the body is a little weak and feeble. Joe Starleaf. When I heard this, my heart was once again in my throat. No. This. Yanli heard Qiao Rongchuan say that it was a bit weak and looked at Qiao Xingye again. Qiao Xingye was already weak. Seeing Yanli looking at her again, she felt her heart popping out of her throat. What are you looking at me for? Probably the effects of that drug are too strong? Yannick, Qiao Xingye hurriedly added. The medicine that you were given was too strong, and the antidote you ate was also strong? Is that a good explanation? Yanli and Qiao Rongchuan, the two of them just looked at Qiao Xingye without saying anything, facing two pairs of gazes. Qiao Xingye's small pair of hands, hidden in her sleeves, clenched tightly. She stammered. Since my brother is fine, do you want to go back first, brother Yanli? I'd like to sleep some more. Can't let Yannick stay here. She couldn't handle one mouth, but if she had one more, she'd be exposed in minutes. Yanni, you're kicking me out? This girl was so obvious. To say that she didn't have a ghost in her heart, he wouldn't believe it anyway. Qiao Xingye, no, I'm here. Go ahead and go home. I'm not doing anything here. Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to finish speaking, Qiao Rongchuan spoke. Yanli looked at Qiao Rongchuan and wanted to say something else. However, Qiao Rongchuan directly gave him a shut-up look. Yannick, why are you so ungrateful? And Zhou Xingye, she definitely has a ghost. Looking at Qiao Rongchuan and then at Qiao Xingye, Yanli had wanted to say something, but looking at the two of them, those words that were on the verge of their mouths were just swallowed back. Gotta. He'd be redundant. Yannick picked up his things and turned toward the door. Seeing Yanli go, the stone in Qiao Xingye's heart finally fell. However, Yanli was so dead. He turned back to Qiao Rongchuan. Does your body have any other sensations? Qiao Xingye, stone, re-blocked up. She now really had the urge to rip Yanli's head off. How can he feel? It's been said that he's been given pills. The tone was a bit ruthless, as if Yanli said one more word, she would really go up and beat him up. Yanli, no. As a healer, can't I just ask about the situation? That's no ordinary medicine. There might be after effects. What's wrong with me asking? Joe Starleaf. Was that just a question? The implication in that tone is just too obvious, isn't it? Yanli looked over at Qiao Xingye, his eyes falling on the scarf around her neck. I said you. Yannick. Before Yanli could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qiao Rongchuan's chilling voice. Yanli met Qiao Rongchuan's deep eyes, and in that instant his brain clicked and understood. This is going to be child discipline again. He was a grown man. If he didn't understand this feeling, he really looked down on him. Yannick is gone. There were just Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan left, and Qiao Xingye's heart was so weak. That little heart felt like it could pop out of my throat at any moment. Brother, do you still feel sick anywhere? Stammering, he controlled the uneasiness in his tone as best he could. Qiao Rongchuan looked deep into her eyes. Seeing that the man didn't say anything, Qiao Xingye carefully raised her eyes and looked at Qiao Rongchuan. Her heart skipped a beat again when it met the depths of the man's eyes. You? Why are you looking at me like that? He's so scary when he's serious. Even Qiao Xingye, who had grown up beside Qiao Rongchuan, couldn't stop being afraid of him. Qiao Rongchuan, come here. Joe Starleaf. Inside, She was all scared. But facing the serious Qiao Rongchuan, Qiao Xingye still didn't dare to disobey. Taking small steps, he moved to the bed. The closer he got, the more he felt the hint of regal aura from the man. Qiao Xingye no longer dared to step forward and, carefully, she looked at Qiao Rongchuan. Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable? The instant the words fell, Qiao Xingye's wrist was shackled by the man's hot palm. Without waiting for her to respond, she fell right back onto the bed. Qiao Xingye's breath shook uncontrollably. Brother, you, starlet, how did I get hurt here? Qiao Rongchuan ripped the collar off his chest, and the large scratches were clearly reflected in Qiao Xingye's eyes. The blood in her body, in this instant, froze. No, she really didn't scratch? How come there are several bloody marks? Yeah, how did this hurt? She looked at Qiao Rongchuan with a blank expression. Qiao Rongchuan took her hand and put it in front of his eyes to look at it. Qiao Xingye saw him staring at his nails, though nothing had been done to. Still, the heart can't help but be weak. Subconsciously, he drew back. So what? The fall? Falling out of this mark? And so many? Joe Starleaf. His eyes subconsciously looked towards Qiao Rongchuan's chest. How did the blood marks look like scratches? The excuse of falling is really something that even she doesn't believe. Qiao Xingye wanted to cry. How does that hurt? She was really careful not to grab him, even when she was in a rush of pain just now. So where did he get this chest wound? Anyway, Qiao Rongchuan, why am I in your room? The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. That's a question that's even more unexplainable. Wait, what does he mean by asking that question? Did he forget again? Thinking about this, Qiao Xingye was a bit nonplussed. Chapter 144, Starry. Why is there blood on this? But at the same time the heart seemed relieved. It's good that you don't remember. Remember, then this is even more unexplainable. Without waiting for Qiao Xingye to speak, Qiao Rongchuan's voice sounded again. What are you doing with the scarf? He said, and subconsciously reached out to pull her scarf off. Qiao Xingye panicked in her heart and covered it with a hand. Don't. I'm cold. Messed up. This night happened one after another, and now Qiao Xingye's brain was a messy mess. She looked at Qiao Rongchuan again. She could no longer see what lay beneath the man's deep eyes at the moment, and her brain was even more confused. Since you're awake, you go back to your room? The tone of his voice stuttered. At this moment, Qiao Xingye had difficulty even saying a complete sentence. All she wanted to do now was to hurry up and get rid of Qiao Rongchuan as well as the chaos in this room. She had just packed it up in a panic earlier. If he let Qiao Rongchuan stay here any longer, there was no guarantee that Qiao Rongchuan would not see anything in a while. Thinking about this, Qiao Xingye's brain was going straight to the fork. Will you go to your room first? Living ancestor, yeah, hurry up and go. If not, this heart will not be able to stand. Qiao Rongchuan, you seem to be in a hurry? Joe Starleaf. Temper. It's all going out the window. Even if she was in a hurry, being pressed by Qiao Rongchuan like this, her temper was probably going to disappear. What's my hurry? What are you thinking? Shouldn't you be sleeping at this hour? Sleep? Well, it's exhausting. The fortress of the heart, to be completely collapsed. And once it is completely collapsed, all that will be revealed will only be the weakness of the heart. Qiao Xingye didn't want to face Qiao Rongchuan right now. Luckily, Qiao Rongchuan didn't give her a hard time, nodding and lifting the covers to get up and out of bed, just when Qiao Xingye thought he was going to just leave. Instead, the man cupped her small face in his hands, his handsome face zooming. In front of him, Qiao Xingye's breathing plummeted, just as she subconsciously closed her eyes. However, the man's gentle kiss but it landed on her forehead. What followed was Qiao Rongchuan's voice with a low chuckle. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Qiao Xingye's brain buzzed and her small face burst into red. The what's it? It's the tired, sleep on your feet kind of thing. You know? Qiao Rongchuan laughed lightly. Then hurry up and go to sleep. People. Finally gone. The moment the door to the room closed, Qiao Xingye felt like her strength had been drained from her body. At this moment, she realized that her back was wet and full of cold sweat. First Yan Li gave her a fright, and then Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Xingye stomped her foot, couldn't help but anon and flung herself directly under the covers. There is still the smell left by Qiao Rongchuan just now in the quilt, and a hint of a woozy scent that hadn't completely dissipated. Qiao Xingye hammered the covers, itching to just dig a hole through them and hide in there and never come out again. But she didn't dare just go to sleep. The room wasn't too bright just now, so Qiao Rongchuan shouldn't have seen anything. She had to get up and clean up in a hurry, and the scarf hidden in the bathroom that's up there. Ah! Joe Starleaf yelled again, got up, and turned on the light, the moment the legs hit the ground. At the moment she was very aware of the aching sensation coming from the base of her leg. It hurts. The drugged Qiao Rongchuan lost all reason, and the whole process was like a wild beast taken by force. Qiao Xing Ye felt a terrible pain in her retreat, and forced herself to endure the discomfort to clean up the room. What should be eliminated is completely eliminated. Finally, I went to the bathroom and had just retrieved the bloody scarf when there was a knock on the door outside. Qiao Xingye moved one pair of legs gently to the doorway, just now having Yan Li and Xiao Rongchuan under the shock of the pain in the body is not yet so pronounced. It's all coming through now. Who? Me. Xiao Rongchuan's voice came from outside the door. Qiao Xingye's heart, which had just loosened up, choked again at this moment. What? What's wrong? Xiao Rongchuan, the shower in my room is broken. I'll take a shower. Zhou Starleaf. No. This. Looking at the scarf in her hand, she panicked. You wait. After saying that, he didn't care about the pain in his legs and hurriedly folded back to the restroom to hide the scarf. Everything is done before you come out and open the door. Xiao Rongchuan looked at the scarf still tied around her neck, a hint of intrigue crossing the bottom of his eyes. Not sleeping? What's with the scarf? Zhou Starleaf. Can't get past this scarf talk tonight, right? I don't know who did this to her, to leave such a large area of marks on this neck. Don't even think about a bare neck for the last week. When Xiao Rongchuan saw that Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, he stepped forward and was about to help her take the scarf off. However, Qiao Xingye's small body, as flexible as a monkey, directly popped out a long way. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. Ha? I'm cold. How many times can I ask again? It's still cold. Her mind couldn't come up with another suitable reason other than the cold. Xiao Rongchuan, it's really cold. Not. As he said this, the man suddenly paused in his tone and looked into her eyes. With a hint of a smile. Sure you're not hurt? Zhou Starleaf. Breathing, jerking stiffly. Originally, her brain was a bit stuck, and now that she heard Xiao Rongchuan's words, she felt like her mind was spinning straight away. No, not really. For a moment, Qiao Xingye actually wondered if Xiao Rongchuan hadn't forgotten, but the suspicion was only momentary. Every time he drank, he forgot all about what happened after he got drunk. How could he possibly remember that situation last night with all the booze and drugs? No? Qiao Xingye nodded. No. Oops. I'm going to bed. So hurry up and wash. She couldn't talk to Qiao Rongchuan any longer, and if she did, this heart of hers was really going to explode. Xiao Rongchuan looked at her fleeing back, directly into the quilt look. The smile at the corners of his mouth grew a little thicker. Sleeping out and covering up is not good for you. After saying that, Xiao Rongchuan went directly into the restroom. It wasn't until the sound of water clattering that Qiao Xingye's little head came out from under the covers. OMG. Is she going to have to cover her scarf all week? Then Xiao Rongchuan asked her about the scarf every day. How long could she carry it? Once is scary enough. There is also a Yan Li. For Yan Li's medical skills Qiao Xingye is recognized, but that emotional intelligence, it's really not very good. The more you don't want to relative the question, the more he's going to ask it. Thinking about the massive bruise I just saw in the mirror, Qiao Xingye couldn't help but anon again. What a way to go. Could she tell Qiao Rongchuan that she was going back to F country early? Just say you miss your mom and feathered sister? No, I can't. If mom asks, what will she say? You can't tell her that the daughter you raised as your own daughter slept with your own son. If that happens, will you be kicked out of the house? Xiao Xingye's brain was about to explode. The bathroom door opened and Xiao Rongchuan's voice came. Xinger, what is this? Qiao Xingye uncertainly lifted the covers and looked towards Qiao Rongchuan. Upon seeing Qiao Rongchuan holding the scarf he had hidden in his hand, Qiao Xingye's brain went bam and he was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 145, Qiao Rongchuan remembers everything? Qiao Xingye's eyes looked straight at the scarf in Xiao Rongchuan's hand and the bright red bloodstains on it. Qiao Rongchuan looked down at the blood on it. Frowning, I said, this is my scarf, isn't it? Why is there blood on this? What's going on? Zhou Starleaf. There wasn't enough brains in the first place. Now that she heard Xiao Rongchuan ask her how she got it, she felt like she was losing her breath. Even with the smartest brain in the world, she couldn't find a suitable reason right now. Oh, this is really... Wait, come to think of it, it's my nosebleed. Qiao Rongchuan, huh? Qiao Xingye, yes, it's a nosebleed. I accidentally bumped my nosebleed when I was helping you. Just rub it on the scarf? Is that a good reason? I just don't know if Qiao Rongchuan believes it or not. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow, the bottom of his deep eyes at the moment carrying emotions that made Qiao Xingye unable to see. Nosebleed? Qiao Xingye subconsciously swallowed. Nosebleed. Yes, it's a nosebleed. How dare she say anything other than a nosebleed? Meeting Qiao Rongchuan's gaze, Qiao Xingye's heart felt even more suffocated than ever before. Qiao Rongchuan sniffed, striding forward and scooping her up from the bed. The man pinched her nose favorably. Nosebleed? Zhou Xingye, wipe it clean. She felt like her heart, literally, was going to jump out of her chest, struggling to escape from Xiao Rongchuan. "Ah, can you let me sleep first? I'm getting really sleepy. It's to be scared to death. If we keep this up, we'll really scare her to death. So why torture her like this?" Because the movement was too large. The moment Xiao Rongchuan plucked Qiao Xingye out of the comforter, the scarf around Qiao Xingye's neck was loosened as a result. The large bruises were reflected in Xiao Rongchuan's eyes, and his deep eyes were hiding an unknown. "What's wrong with your neck?" Joe Starleaf. Brain exploded with another bam. "Anan, please don't ask. Getting to heaven. If one is guilty, let the police arrest her. Why be so tortured?" Qiao Xingye, who had been looking for excuses all night, was now faced with this question from Xiao Rongchuan. It stuck straight away. She carefully met Xiao Rongchuan's eyes. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Rongchuan's warm fingers had caressed those dots on Qiao Xingye's neck. The scorching heat made Qiao Xingye's body stop trembling. Her heart choked. If I do something wrong, will you forgive me, brother?" In saying this, Qiao Xingye really wanted to cry. "Xiao Rongchuan, that depends on what Xinger did wrong. Qiao Xingye, put you to sleep this thing, can still be forgiven?" But she didn't actually sleep there. He initiated it. It's just that this ancestor can't remember anything when he's drunk. So is there any chance that he'll be beaten backwards when the time comes? Qiao Xingye's brain was mush. Seeing that she didn't speak, Qiao Rongchuan continued. "If Xinger falls in love with any man, that's not excusable." Qiao Xingye's eyelids jumped hard. Her small face stiffened as she looked at Qiao Rongchuan, thinking, "Can I be forgiven for falling in love with a man like you?" It would have been a mess in the heart. Now because of Qiao Rongchuan's words, Qiao Xingye was going to explode inside. "I want to sleep." Couldn't answer. Simply avoided it by going to sleep. Just where would Xiao Rongchuan let her off the hook so easily? His broad palm cupped her slender waist, giving her nowhere to run. "Star hasn't told me how you got this neck injury." Joe Starleaf. "I fell." That's not a credible reason. But according to Qiao Xingye's current brain, there was absolutely no extra space to think of another reason. Don't ask. If she asked again, she really couldn't carry on. So she just told him. And then brother and sister don't get to do it anymore. Okay? No. She couldn't afford to part with it herself, and was completely afraid to gamble. Xiao Rongchuan, fell? Xinger, do you think this reason can be convincing? Qiao Xingye, really still continue to ask ouch. Please have a police officer take her first. She is willing to spend time in jail for any offense at this moment. Starlet. The man's magnetic voice continued to pound on Qiao Xingye's taut nerves. Qiao Xingye couldn't carry it completely in his heart. Forget it. Brother and sister don't do it. Try to chase him, okay? Qiao Xingye's heart is crossed. It's about to go straight out the window. However, without waiting for her to speak, Qiao Rongchuan's phone vibrated and, directly interrupting the two, Qiao Xingye's already stiff figure looked at the cell phone. As if seeing a savior, "Your phone is ringing." Xiao Rongchuan looked at her and eventually put her down, turning around and picking up his cell phone to look at the number on it. It's Lu Ling calling. The point. Xiao Rongchuan's face didn't look too good as he walked to the side and pressed the answer button, coldly spitting out a word, "Say." Seeing that Xiao Rongchuan had gone to answer the phone, Qiao Xingye's heart was still beating wildly. She had a feeling that this was definitely not over. Just a minute. Xiao Rongchuan then came in from the balcony with his cell phone. His face not looking too good. Not sleepy? Still not sleeping? Qiao Xingye, sleep. I'll sleep right away. Saying that, Qiao Xingye went straight into the quilt. Just don't ask, but don't ask again. But what about tomorrow? This neck bruise won't go away for a week. When Xiao Rongchuan saw her arching her little quilt, he, who was originally full of coldness, a hint of helplessness crossed his face at the moment. He came forward, picked her up and put her straight down flat on her back. "How many times have I told you not to sleep on your back like that? It's bad for the heart." Qiao Xingye, "I just want to ostrich for a bit now. Wouldn't I have to flip over if you left?" But that was something she didn't dare say. Xiao Rongchuan pulled the quilt over her and before he got up, his fingers also touched the bruise on her neck. Joe Starleaf. Inside his already nonchalant heart, his breath lifted even more at this moment. Xiao Rongchuan's tone was meaningful. "So much, it won't go away without a week." Qiao Xingye, "Is it necessary to stimulate her nerves so much?" Wait. What does that mean? Why did she feel that Xiao Rongchuan actually remembered everything? The moment Xiao Rongchuan got up, Qiao Xingye grabbed the lapel of Xiao Rongchuan's robe. Because she was in too much of a hurry, she accidentally scratched her nails on Xiao Rongchuan's chest, and his existing traces, directly commensurate. Qiao Xingye's breathing tightened instantly. Xiao Rongchuan felt a pain and also looked down at the injury on his chest. Xinger, Qiao Xingye, this, Qiao Rongchuan, did Xinger scratch this wound? Qiao Xingye, I didn't. It's over. She can't really tell. but in good conscience. He really didn't scratch himself with those injuries he just had. Xiao Rongchuan looked at her deeply. The meaningful eyes seemed to hide a hint of heat like fire at the moment. Qiao Xingye breathed in sharply. Brother, is it really unforgivable to fall in love with a man? Especially in love with you as a man. She really can't carry on. Forget it, she'd better tell him. Sooner or later she'll die. Chapter 146. You took the initiative. Not me. Just then, Lu Ling's call came back. Xiao Rongchuan looked down at Qiao Xingye's grip on his hand, and Qiao Xingye subconsciously let go. Well, go ahead then. Oh, too much torture. Go away. Hurry up. But don't torture her here. Xiao Rongchuan saw that she was about to go under the covers again with her head, and fished her out. Those marks on her neck covered the door of his heart like brilliant roses. Laughing out softly, a gentle kiss landed on her forehead. Be good. Get a good night's sleep. With that, the man got up and left. Qiao Xingye's heart was bouncing. Her brain was racing at the moment. And suddenly, it was aggravating. When you're aggrieved to the extreme, that's when you go out on a limb. The guts flew straight up in this instant, right at the moment when Xiao Rongchuan's hand was on the doorknob. Qiao Xingye, brother, you put me to sleep last night. The air, in this instant, was quiet. Qiao Xingye herself felt her breathing unsteady. Her pupils clenched as she stared at Xiao Rongchuan's back. It was hard to see his expression, but at the moment she was really giving it a go. The heart had been hidden from her for so many years. When she was in F country, she was afraid that people would see that she liked Xiao Rongchuan. Every time Xiao Rongchuan's friends on the road said, "Your sister is so cute and understanding, coming to get you," etc. Words to that effect. All of this was a constant reminder to Qiao Xingye that she was Xiao Rongchuan's sister. Even if she wasn't related by blood, everyone thought she was his sister. The kind of entrenched determinations that she wasn't confident could be completely changed. Along with the families, Qiao Rongchuan is in a position where his future side, there is bound to be a significant other who is his equal, both in terms of identity and family background. These, all the time, reminded Qiao Xingye of her little adoration, like a candle flame. The insignificant. In the face of this love, she was too scared to show it. It was also because of her fear that it also kept her at a distance from Xiao Rongchuan. But last night the distance was completely shattered. Is she going to hide it for the rest of her life? Brother and sister relationship. She long ago did not want to maintain. Qiao Xingye's eyes reddened and she sniffled. Seeing that Xiao Rongchuan didn't turn around, her voice was a little muffled. She was ready for all the storms. Xiao Rongchuan turned around. His face was unreadable in the dimly lit space. His long, slender legs striding to the side of her bed. Feeling the sense of oppression on him, Qiao Xingye subconsciously tried to hide. Yet the next moment her waist was gripped by a man's hand that had reached under the covers and, immediately after the whole thing was fished out. Brother, are you angry? But you had to. I didn't seduce you. Qiao Xingye's tone was flustered, stuttering out the facts. In fact, she doesn't initiate, but she doesn't resist either. The man's cool lips pressed down. Joe Starleaf. Breathe, draw tight again. With her thoughts at a standstill, the man's kisses turned more and more ferocious, forceful and predatory. Gives her nowhere to run. The man's breath enveloped her completely, along with the softness of his lips. Qiao Xingye's pupils clenched and he breathed heavily. The mind, too, was thoroughly confused. For a long time, it was only when Xiao Rongchuan's phone vibrated again that the man let go of her and there was displeasure at being disturbed under his eyes. Their foreheads rested against each other, and the man's voice was husky. I forced myself on you and, is that what it means? Qiao Xingye's brain was still a bit wooden, and he nodded mechanically. Xiao Rongchuan, so what is Xinger going to do? The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. Ask her what she's going to do? No. Isn't that something you should be responsible for? What's the point of asking her? Could it be an attempt to pin the pot on her? Other pots she can carry, but this pot, certainly not. It's something you're responsible for. What do you say? Qiao Xingye's tone was whimpering and tinged with tears, obviously in a hurry. She's worried about Xiao Rongchuan's anger, and also about all this. Xiao Rongchuan also wants to make himself his sister. She wouldn't be able to stand it if that happened. Listening to her anxious look, the smirk under the man's eyes became a bit more intense. So I'm in charge? You're definitely responsible. And I'm telling you, I'm not done with you if you're not. Qiao Xingye's tears could no longer be controlled as they slid down and cried out with a wow. They have been carrying the burden for so many years, and all of them have been dumped on Xiao Rongchuan. It's taking too long. No one knows how she's gotten through all these years, especially after leaving that distant return. She doesn't know when she's gonna get back to her. She wondered how much influence the Sheng family still had over him. The unspeakable hang-ups and thoughts tormented her all the time. You have to take responsibility. Tears slid down Qiao Xingye's face. All the aggression was now like a flood, and the floodgates had completely broken. Qiao Rongchuan gently patted her back. Okay, I'm responsible. No more crying. Ha, Qiao Xingye, you would have been responsible. She grunted, her tears wiping directly on Qiao Rongchuan. Wet. Qiao Rongchuan, dirty little thing. Qiao Xingye, that's yours too. She didn't return the favor. Qiao Rongchuan pinched her little face. Not waiting for him to say anything, Lu Ling's phone call came again. It looks like Qiao Rongchuan is in a hurry. He snapped the phone, but didn't delay much with Qiao Xingye. It's still light out, so hurry up and go to sleep. Qiao Xingye, are you going out? The man gave a faint hum and kissed her forehead getting up. Qiao Xingye thought about the scarf, which had a few drops of dried blood on it, in addition to his own. The moment Qiao Rongchuan turned around, she tugged on Qiao Rongchuan's clothes. Is it dangerous? She knew what business the whole Luke family was in. He also knew what kind of dangers Qiao Rongchuan was facing at all times on this road. Even if he was strong enough, she would still be scared and worried. Qiao Rongchuan turned back and met the worry in her eyes, and a spot in his heart turned softer and softer. At ease. He spat out 2 words before he yanked the dress out of her hands and tucked her in, turned and went out of the room. Qiao Rongchuan is gone. Qiao Xingye buried herself under the covers with an ung, her heart still beating fast at the moment. Just now, Qiao Rongchuan said that he would be responsible, and he didn't know how he was going to be responsible. Yes, marry her? In the midst of her fantasies, she had fantasized countless times about a wedding between her and Qiao Rongchuan but never thought it could be realized. And Qiao Rongchuan, will he marry her? Can he marry her? Thoughts confused. Qiao Xingye rolled around on the bed for who knows how long. Eventually sleep came. It was already snowing heavily outside the house and warm inside. This sleep, Qiao Xingye slept straight through until 10 o'clock in the morning. And once 10 o'clock had passed, the phone is automatically turned off and muted. Qiao Xingye hadn't woken up much when the buzz vibrated. Confused, he picked up. Hello, Leafy. Tang Crisp's staggering voice came from the phone, and Qiao Xingye made a sleepy aha sound. Sort of a response. Tang Crisp, it's this time of the day you didn't get up even if it's okay. Why do you still have a kind of tiredness of being ravaged? When Qiao Xingye heard the word ravaged, he was directly jolted. She wasn't just ravaged. Don Crisp, here's some exciting news. Want to hear it? Qiao Xingye, is there anything more exciting in this world than her sleeping with Qiao Rongchuan? But when Don Crisp said it was exciting, it was definitely pretty exciting. What's exciting? Wait, I'll come closer and you can hear for yourself. Qiao Xingye, listen to what? Soon, after Tang Crisp's footsteps, Liang Yutong's cries came from the phone, and the hysterical anger of Lu Suyun. She's in such a state of health, and you're letting her out of the hospital? Why are you discharging her? Do you want her to die? Mrs. Liang, there's nothing we can do about Ms. Liang's body. I'm sorry, Lu Suyun angrily roared. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? I spent so much money before to get so many expert teams. Where are they? Where did they go? They're all gone. What came over the phone was a heated conversation between the doctor and Lu Suyun. It was only a few short sentences, but Qiao Xingye had heard the whole picture of what was going on. The hospital means to discharge Liang Yutong. Hear that? Just tell me if it's exciting? Don Crisp's voice came again. Qiao Xingye, that was so exciting. But what happened? Just now. That means the hospital forced Liang Yutong to be discharged? Chapter 147, Show me if I'm hurt. What do you want to see? Lu Suyun and Liang Yutong's voices were getting farther and farther away, and it was obvious that Tang Crisp was far away from the rush battlefield. To Joe Starleaf's question, Tang Crisp smiled gloatingly. How do I know what happened? It should be that the hospital can't cure it. Don't want to screw them out of their money? Joe Starleaf. Who's going to believe that? She doesn't believe it anyway. Tang Crisp TSK twice. You said that this Liang Yutong at least has the Liang and Qi families behind her, right? How do you think this hospital forced her to be discharged? You didn't see that scene. It's the kind where you can't get out of the hospital without being discharged. Not letting her stay a minute longer. This is the first time I've seen such a conscientious hospital. Joe Starleaf. This, Don Crisp, with a body like hers that was never meant to live. Why waste the money that? Wouldn't you say so? Qiao Xingye's sleepiness had been lost to Tang Crisp's gloating. Rolling over. Why do I get the feeling you're not helping the Liang family heart the money? I'm heartbroken about the money, not the Liang family. That, I guess, sounds like there's nothing wrong with it. But then something didn't feel right. Not waiting for Qiao Xingye to speak, Tang Crisp added, yeah. Hey, what are you doing grabbing my cell phone? Qi Yan, you give it back to me. Qiao Xingye? Immediately afterward, Qi Yan's voice came from the phone. Qiao Xingye, did you do this? He carried the grimness of gnashing teeth. Across the airwaves, Qiao Xingye still heard the hatred. Hearing his voice, Jia Xingye, what an unmitigated disaster. She doesn't even know what's going on over at the hospital. Now Qi Yan is saying that she did it. He's such a scum. I beg God to lock him up with Liang Yutong. This but any other girl would have been zapped with 1,000 holes if she had come forward. Qiyan, what unmitigated disaster. You dare say it wasn't you who tried to drive a wedge into her? Qiao Xingye, I already know about you growing up in the Luke family. But get this straight. What's different between you and Yutong? You're nothing more than an adopted daughter of the Luke family. And you're using your power to oppress people like this. Be careful they all end up hating you. And then what footing will you have? Word for word. Qi Yan's blistering words were all sharp. Qiao Xingye, damn you. Qi Yan, you have the guts to give me over. She wanted to beat this Qi Yan to death right now. How come nothing is good enough for her? Is this thing cursing her? Qiao Xingye was a little fired up, itching to rip Qi Yan's head off. Qi Yan, that's my advice to you. Don't abuse your power. Abuse of power? Hey, he's still trying to come on strong. Qiao Xingye directly did not have a good mood. Started blah 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 on the line, saying as if you haven't used it for Liang Yutong. Qi Yan, have you forgotten how you suppressed me for Liang Yutong before? You're going to shut down my studio and stop my living expenses because of her, to make me go off the deep end. What? I deserve it if you abuse your power and authority to cut off my money and my life. Now that I'm pressing you guys, you're going to give me advice? What do I care if you give me advice? What are you? You don't have to look at yourself in the mirror to see what you look like. Do you have the right to do that? And giving her advice, and what with everyone hating her and eventually not having a leg to stand on. That's just not looking forward to her at all. Asterisk. What a brain up the ass. Joe Starleaf blah 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 a whole lot. Qi Yan was furious and his heart was heaving. Don't you talk to me about this kind of thing. Qiao Xingye, just tell me. What exactly do I have to do to let Yutong go? Did you guys ever think about how to leave me alone back then? Kiran. The air on the phone, straight away, went quiet, listening to the man's rapid breathing. Qiao Xingye laughed out softly. You all didn't think of sparing me back then. And naturally, when I'm doing these things now, I don't think of the word spare either. You. Qi Yan's heart heaved in anger. Now both the Liang family and the Qi family have suffered major losses because of you. That's not enough? Joe Starleaf. Hearing Qi Yan mention the Liang and Qi families, so this Liang Yutong business, it probably has something to do with Qiao Rongchuan too. Wait, it seems like Qiao Rongchuan was upset when he heard about the car accident. Qiao Xingye, you're even horizontal. Qi Yan, I admire you. It's amazing that he can sound so cross with her on the phone when he knows it has something to do with her. Qiao Xingye, let me remind you, Liang Yutong took half of my life 2 years ago. I'm a person. I have a big disadvantage. That is, someone owes me. Not to give me some interest, I feel uncomfortable. So cross, making it seem like she's a vicious bully. They were noble when they tried to bully her? Qiao Xingye grunted and continued to add, half a lifetime's too. Pretty fair. Qi Yan was completely enraged. Qiao Xingye, he roared out in anger. Just without waiting for his latter words to come out, Qiao Xingye directly hung up the phone. It's Qiao Rongchuan, isn't it? Whether it was or not, that was Liang Yutong's due. Originally, Jin Yang said that Liang Yutong really had those diseases, and Qiao Xingye didn't even bother to take a shot at her. I didn't expect Qiao Rongchuan to. I can't stop warming my heart when I think of how he's defended himself since he was a child. Not sure about this one either. What direction will it take them? Qiao Xingye felt limp and powerless, and when he touched his forehead, it seemed like he still had a fever. She rolled out of bed and tried to get a drink of water. As a result, when his legs had just stood on the ground, his feet went limp and he directly fell to the ground. It's so soft, it hurts. The pain in the heart of her leg made it hard for her to even stand up. When Qiao Rongchuan came in, he saw Qiao Xingye sitting paralyzed on the floor, unable to get up. Hearing the door open, Qiao Xingye turned around. Seeing that it was Qiao Rongchuan, she first froze, and then her eyes were all pitiful. Brother, Qiao Rongchuan was still wearing a windbreaker, and there were still a few unmelted snowflakes on his shoulders and hair. Obviously just got back from being out. He took a big step forward and scooped up Qiao Xingye from the ground. What's going on? Qiao Xingye cried out with a wow. I'm in so much pain. I don't have any strength left in my body. It hurt and was soft, a taste I'd never known before. The moment Qiao Rongchuan picked her up, he also felt the unusual temperature on her body. Laying her back down on the bed, he felt her forehead, and it was really hot. 10 minutes later, Yannick was called over. When I took Qiao Xingye's temperature, her temperature had reached 39 degrees. Why are you burning so high? Are you hurt? Joe Starleaf. It was fine if she didn't talk about being hurt, but she couldn't help but stiffen her stance at the mention of being hurt. The little face also bursts red at this moment. More than just an injury, it's an injury in a pretty awkward position. When Yanli saw that she didn't speak, he asked again. Ask if you're hurt. said this with more or less no goodwill. Especially now that Yan Li was looking at Qiao Xing Ye. Any way he looked at her, he felt that she had done something bad to Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Xing Ye swallowed and nodded. Well, but I'm not too sure. It looks like it's hurt. That place hurts. Yannick, Qiao Rongchuan. Hearing her say she wasn't so sure, both eyes looked at her in unison. Qiao Xingye was a little numb from the two men's gaze, especially Qiao Rongchuan, whose gaze was sharp as if it had X-rays that could directly sweep her through. Qiao Rongchuan turned back to Yan Li and said, "You go out first." "Huh?" Yan Li was a bit confused. "What? He's a doctor. What can't he know?" "It's this." Qiao Rongchuan's gaze. "Forget it. It's better to go out first." Rarely, Yan Li did not get to the bottom of the matter this time, and went out without asking any more questions. It was just Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan, and the man came up to sit on the edge of the bed and, reaching out, he lifted the covers. "Show me, Qiao Xingye. Look, what are you looking at? Brother, what does he want?" Chapter 148, She grew up in the Luke family and knows it all. Hospital side. Qi Yan was so angry that his face turned blue, and a nuisance cold air was rising from his entire body. He took Tang Crisp's phone and dialed Qiao Xingye's number again and again. Qiao Xingye would pull the plug on anyone's phone, just not on Tang Crisp's. Tang Crisp was so angry that she kicked Qi Yan. "Damn, you're enough. Hurry up and return my cell phone." In the past, following Mom's words, she couldn't mess with the Qi family too much, but now Tang Crisp really couldn't bear it. "What's the point of hogging your cell phone all the time? Robbery?" Qi Yan avoided it, and Tang Crisp's toes brushed past his calf, but it still hurt like hell where it was rubbed. "You woman." Kieran gritted his teeth. Worthy of being Qiao Xingye's friend, this virtue was exactly the same. Tang Crisp was so angry that her head was smoking. "Qi Yan, you've had enough. She heard your voice from my number just now, and you think she's going to pick up?" Kieran. Upon hearing these words, the breath around him instantly cooled. Tang Crisp took the opportunity to step forward and snatch back her cell phone. "You just deserve it. The way you look at people. It's just not typically outrageous. Who doesn't know that Liang Yutong is not a thing in the circle of 1,000 gold celebrities? That big white lotus flower." Qian's hardened belief that people are true and good is absolute. Don Crisp is gone. Lu Suyun's exasperated argument came from the ward. "We won't be discharged from the hospital anyway. Don't you even think about it. In that case we can only ask someone to send Mrs. Liang and Miss Liang back." The head nurse's words were also serious and icy. "Lu Suyun, let your dean come and talk to me personally." "Mrs. Liang, there's no use looking for the dean in this matter." Qi Yan came to the door of the ward, and what caught his eyes was the mess in the ward at the moment. "I don't know what just happened here." The whole ward was in disarray. Liang Yutong sat on the messy hospital bed, her whole body looking pitiful and helpless. Qi Yan's heart ached. Liang Yutong also saw Qi Yan at this moment and choked up and shouted, "Yan!" Qi Yan stepped forward and gathered her into his arms. "It's fine. I'll take care of it." He looked icily to the nurse practitioner waiting off to the side. "Get out. Head nurse, Qi Xiao. Why are you making things difficult for us like this? This matter. Roll." Qi Yan was completely furious. The head nurse looked at Liang Yutong, who was cowering in Qi Yan's arms, frowned, and didn't say anything else. Turned around and went out. But that gives the impression that this is clearly not over. Zhang Yuan had just stepped into the hospital room when he heard Qi Yan say, "You go and take care of it." Zhang Yuan's heart trembled. The Qi family still has shares in this hospital. Liang Yutong can't even continue to live there. Where else in Hong Kong is there a hospital for her? The person behind this, the power is too strong, so that the hospitals in which the Qi family has a stake are doing this to Liang Yutong. Meeting Qi Yan's gaze, Zhang Yuan nodded with a trembling heart. "Good. Zhang Yuan is gone." Liang Yutong raised her head, tears overflowing her eyes. "What have I done wrong? Why would Star do this to me?" When these words came out, Qi Yan and Lu Suyun were confronted with the name Qiao Xingye. It also carries more fire, especially Lu Suyun. The thought of how Qiao Xingye was treating her right now made her incredibly uptight. "Yan, have you seen Qiao Xingye again in Kwanshan? And the heir of that Luke family. Where did she get the ability to get the heir to the Luke family to do this for her? First, he suppressed the Liang family, and now he forcefully cut off Yutong's way of life. To be able to make the heir of the Luke family do this for her, she had really underestimated this Qiao Xingye." The more Lu Suyun thought about it, the more rapid her breathing became. Speaking of this matter of Qiao Xingye and Master Lu Jiaqiao, Qi Yan couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. Without waiting for him to speak, Liang Yutong in his arms said first, "Xinger is doing this to suppress me." "Sold yourself completely to the Luke family? If that's the case, I'll leave the Liang family, so she doesn't cheapen herself so much." Lu Suyun, Yutong. Her tone was outright urgent. In his heart, he was even angrier at Qiao Xingye. Surely he was raised by a country bumpkin. Anything for money and power. For some reason, hearing Liang Yutong say that, Qi Yan felt especially uncomfortable in his heart. There was even an inexplicable resistance. Liang Yutong didn't notice anything wrong with Qi Yan, and went on to add, "Mom, she's your own daughter. I can't bear to see her like this because of me. Speaking here, Liang Yutong's tone directly choked up. This pro-daughter, Lu Suyun is even more angry heart-jumping. She wanted to say that she was now cut off from Qiao Xing Ye, but thought that the company was now listening to Liang Panming, the whole company's life and death now. It's all in the hands of Qiao Xing Ye. Liang Yutong sobbed uncontrollably. I've always treated her as my sisters. I don't want her to become like this. Okay. Kiran opened his mouth to interrupt. At the moment, his temples were thumping. Liang Yutong and Lu Suyun heard the displeasure in Qi Yan's tone and both looked at him with puzzled faces. Qi Yan's heart was a little stuffy. Qiao Xingye was raised in the Luke family. Liang Yutong, Lu Suyun. The two of them sniffed and their faces froze directly. Lu Suyun's breath froze. What do you mean? What do you mean she grew up in the Luke family? Liang Yutong also looked at Qi Yan without understanding. Yes, Yan, what do you know? Grew up in the Luke family? Joe Starleaf? The Luke family of F? The one that everyone hears and fears. Qi Yan closed his eyes, and at this moment, just the thought of Qiao Xingye being a member of the Luke family, he just couldn't stop stiffening. Zhou Xingye is Luke Yongchuan's sister. Luke Yongchuan, Qiao Rongchuan? It was a name they had heard before, but at that time they didn't know it was the famous Master Qiao. His father was from Z and his mother was from F, and his father was in F. Back in the day. It also has great achievements. Luke Yongchuan, Master Zhou? Liang Yutong reacted, breathing heavily as she looked at Qi Yan. Her pupils clenched in utter disbelief that the Qiao Xingye turned out to be the younger sister of the famous Master Qiao of F country. Liang Yutong secretly sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air in her heart. Raised in the Luke family in F. Luke heir, the one known as Master Zhou. Sister? Liang Yutong and Lu Suyun looked at each other. At this moment, Lu Suyun's breath froze directly. Liang Yutong raised her head. Yan, are you sure? At this moment, Liang Yutong's heart was turning over with jealousy. How not to believe that Joe Starleaf grew up in the Luke family? Qi Yan's breath grew cold. 1,000 times over. One can never go wrong with one's own father in person. Joe Starleaf said. Surprisingly, it was Qiao Rongchuan's sister. Upon learning this news, Qi Yan's brain went dang at that moment. Even now, he was still a little unresponsive. Lu Suyun breathed heavily. How could this happen? How can it be? She gave Karen a look of disbelief. Didn't you always say you grew up in the country? How did you become a Luke? Wait, a few years ago the Luke family said they lost their little princess. Was it her? At that time, the whole F country was in an uproar. Even they had heard about it. At that time, the whole country of F was turned upside down, and she was still lamenting the fate of that little princess. Liang Yutong also knew about this matter, and she was the one who told this to Lu Suyun. The two stared at each other, their breathing all confused. If Joe Starleaf grew up in the Luke family, then this time, I have to say it's real trouble. This side of Spring Hill. Qiao Xingye hid under the covers and said nothing about coming out. A muffled voice came from under the covers. You get out. Get out now. Starling, there's no joking about this injury. Hurry up and show it to me. And you say I'm ignoring you. The tone is more or less you annoyed. Qiao Rongchuan was helpless, reaching out to pull the quilt off her head that was covering her head. Joe Starleaf curled up tight. And you're pulling. Oh, I'm going to call Mom and tell her. When Qiao Rongchuan heard this, his hand first froze, and then directly afterward, he picked up the person with the covers and sat the person down on his lap. Oh, that hurts. Qiao Xingye's whimpering voice came as Qiao Rongchuan lifted the covers off her face. What came into his eyes was Qiao Xingye's small face that was already suffocating redness. Qiao Rongchuan was full of seriousness. Qiao Xingye looked at him blearily, with a hint of tears under those eyes, looking so pitiful. Qiao Rongchuan was helpless inside. It hurts? Qiao Xingye nodded. That looked resigned. Chapter 149. You're sober now. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Qiao Rongchuan forcibly examined Qiao Xingye. He was indeed injured, but the injury was not serious. After being examined, Qiao Xingye hid under the covers again. You hurry up and get out. Qiao Rongchuan laughed out softly and stepped forward, pulling the quilt off her head once more. Qiao Xingye grabbed up with him like crazy. The next moment, however, her movements came to an abrupt halt. The man's cold lips reflected on hers, and Qiao Xingye's pupils tightened violently. This, that, and them. In just an instant, Qiao Rongchuan was about to get up, yet Qiao Xingye tugged on his lapel. Qiao Rongchuan, not enough? Qiao Xingye's small face was already a little red from the fever. And now when she heard Qiao Rongchuan's words, it's more like the next moment it's dripping blood. Qiao Xingye struggled to look into the depths of his eyes. The toes kept curling and the little mouth stammered. Brother, you, but you're awake now? Do you know what your behavior is now? She sniffed hard, and at the moment didn't smell half a bit of alcohol from Qiao Rongchuan. He's not drinking, he's sober. And just now, the thought of him holding down his back and lying on the bed, instantly, caused Qiao Xingye's heart to continue to rise and fall. This distance between them seemed to be so much beyond normal siblings. So, what about them? Qiao Rongchuan rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair. What? Scared? Qiao Xingye grabbed his hand. You really initiated last night. She said it word for word, very firmly. Said he. Actually said it in the heat of the moment. Last night that kind of situation, she could no longer escape. But in fact, deep down she was more or less in denial. Qiao Rongchuan squeezed her small hand and placed it on his lips and kissed it. Well, I took the initiative. His tone was doting, and he did a good job of soothing Qiao Xingye's inner panic. No one knows that when that completely happened with Qiao Rongchuan last night, how much of her heart was in a state of flux. Plus Qiao Rongchuan was herbal and drunk. With him not remembering anything, she was really worried about him not recognizing it afterward. Hearing his words at this moment, Qiao Xingye's eyes instantly reddened. Jumping out from under the covers, she threw her arms around the man's neck. Oh, you scared me. I thought you'd deny it. I thought you'd still call me names. Oh. When Yanni had to rip her neck open to see what was going on, she panicked then. She was afraid of being known that last night, she and Qiao Rongchuan were in a windy and snowy night. Really did a wind-up. Qiao Xingye cried in aggravation. Qiao Rongchuan gently patted her back. Silly girl. The tone was doting and more or less meaningful and helpless. Qiao Xingye whimpered. You're bad. Qiao Rongchuan snorted out a laugh and ripped her slender arms off her neck and put them under the covers. I'll go get your medicine. This time, Qiao Xingye is genuinely safe. Repeated confirmation to see Qiao Rongchuan are recognized. Those 7 buckets in her mind finally fell into place. Yannick had been waiting downstairs in the living room. Seeing Qiao Rongchuan come down, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Where is she hurt? You're good enough. Being around you and getting hurt? Those people looking for this place? With the phrase those people, Qiao Rongchuan directly raised his eyebrows and gave Yanli an icy sidelong glance. You think it's possible? Yanni gulped. I told you it wasn't possible either. With Qiao Xingye here, how could Qiao Rongchuan let those people appear here? But, then how did she get hurt? Qiao Rongchuan, anti-fever medicine. And medicine for the wound tear. Yannick, what the hell? The medicine that rips. Torn somewhere? Rip? Hiss. Yanli couldn't believe it and looked at Qiao Rongchuan, thinking of the old thick scarf wrapped around Qiao Xingye. Is it the place he thinks it is? Qiao Rongchuan, you enjoy getting to the bottom of things? The tone clearly had a coldness to it. Yanli was jolted by his eyes, subconsciously swallowing his saliva. Then the brain was about to explode. Qiao Rongchuan, you're such an ***. That's what you raised. She's been calling you her brother for 20 years. There was a thud, and something hit Yannick on the side of his head. It directly slammed him with the words that followed. Yannick, no. Is it wrong to curse? And you hurt someone? I told you how no one answered the door when I rang the bell last night. Feeling you were in that situation. Do you know that's dangerous? If nothing else, there was nothing like that between Qiao Xingye and Qi Yan. After all, that girl had a high vision and could never look at a man who had someone in his heart. So Qi Yan and she were engaged for 2 years. Not to mention that, probably didn't even hold hands. And Qiao Rongchuan, Yanli once again hissed. Feeling that you have been raising it for yourself for so many years? I told you how you were so nice to that girl. Take her wherever you go. Joey Feather stole her away. You'd hate to tear Joey Feather apart. Feel like you're not raising a sister here, but a little daughter-in-law? At this moment Yan Li was an afterthought. Also finally realized that when he was in F country, Qiao Xingye was not even allowed to have a male mosquito around him. The boys who pursued her, and the ones who wanted to join forces, ended up not being able to do so. This Qiao Rongchuan as a daughter-in-law raised little girl, who pry away. Qiao Rongchuan cast an icy glance at Yan Li. If you say one more word, I wouldn't mind letting you try your skill with a surgical needle. Yanni, again with the trick, right? All these years on the matter of Qiao Xingye, but whoever said one more word, he was this look. No wonder he was bossy when he and Hell called Joe Starleaf's sister sometimes. Feeling that this from the beginning is for him to raise alone. Anyone even in words. Don't even think about taking advantage of it? Yannick took a deep breath. You enough can Then Auntie sighed. Speaking of which, Yan Li paused his tone. She has raised Xinger as a little girl over the years. And Joey Feather. If she finds out you've turned her lovely sister into a sister-in-law, watch out for her anxious eyes. You know, if she gets pushy, she'll just hide someone for you. Don't you ever want to see Starchild in your life? It's so exciting. This Qiao Rongchuan even. After all these years, I can't believe I didn't realize that you were hiding such deep feelings for little Starlet. You're quite the male fox. Yanli became more and more agitated as he spoke. Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye. The whole country knows about it. Qiao Rongchuan was very precious to this found sister. It's a sister. It's a sister. Qiao Rongchuan, medicine. Ice coldly spat out a word, obviously no longer wanting to continue talking with Yanli. Yanli's face went numb. He mumbled as he got the fever-reducing medicine out of the medicine chest, and as for that he had no. It never occurred to me in the first place that Qiao Xingye would be injured in that kind of place. Besides, Qiao Rongchuan hasn't had any women around him all these years. That medicine doesn't even seem to work in Yanni's opinion. Now it's wanted so urgently, where he has. Directly throwing the fever-reducing medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine together to Qiao Rongchuan. I'll have someone go buy the medicine for the rubbing. You're a real beast. I can't believe I hurt someone. Used to look so nice to people. Feelings were all faked. Qiao Rongchuan got up and kicked Yanli before turning to head upstairs. Yanli was kicked backwards. You did something like this and you're not allowed to be scolded twice. MD. So mean. He's got another bruise on this leg designation. A good 2 chunks from those 2 feet last night. Qiao Rongchuan directly took the medicine and entered the room. Qiao Xingye had fallen asleep because of the fever, and his breathing was a little unsteady, huffing and puffing. Should still have some cold. As she was picked up by Qiao Rongchuan and stuffed the pill into her mouth, she murmured, "Bitter. Qiao Rongchuan, be good. Take the medicine." Chapter 150, so much reaction. Is he so unattractive? Soon after, Yanli had someone buy the medicine over and reminded Qiao Rongchuan when he handed it to him. Don't you move her for a while. As soon as these words came out, the entire air went quiet, and Qiao Rongchuan gave Yanli a cold stare. Yanni, I'm serious. And the fact that she can't take a dip in the hot springs in her condition right now. It's still strangely cold in the past 2 days in Quanshan, so it's better to take her back to the Hearing Lawn Forest residence. It was supposed to be because of Qiao Xingye's leg that he brought to soak in the hot springs, but now he's injured. We'll have to bring it back for the needle. It's cold in the mountains on a snowy day. Qiao Rongchuan, got it. You rub this medicine on her. By the way, that Liang Panming came again early in the morning. Qiao Rongchuan, not since last night? Went away and now he's here again. Keeps giving Lu Ling that he wants to see you. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ling hadn't delivered the message to his side, so he must have known that he wouldn't see it. Yanli tsk twice, kissing father and mother. This Liang family, lard blinded, right? That Liang Yutong dated 4 or 5 boyfriends in just 2 years when she was in country F. This Qi Yan is really eating it up too. Qiao Rongchuan icily gave him a look. You're a big fan of gossip? Yanli, no. I'm not letting you know in your heart. Knowing that, he is the one who doesn't care about anything about other women except what happens to Qiao Xingye. But isn't this a little bit related to Zhou Xingye as well? Qiao Rongchuan didn't want to say anything else to Yanli, and directly turned around full of ice and went upstairs. Yanli looked at his back and couldn't help but tsk 2 more times. I'd be damned if I'd be happy when I just started eating meat and then suddenly a ban was put on me. Over here, Liang Panming went back to the company early in the morning for a meeting. After realizing that the company situation was getting worse after the night passed, he was thoroughly anxious, and this time, he came to Quanshan again in a hurry. Lu Ling's tone wasn't considered good. Mr. Liang, it's pointless for you to pester like this. Liang Panming was in a terrible hurry. Just now he inquired about the building where Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan lived. It turned out to be full of bodyguards outside when I arrived. He tried to call Qiao Xingye's number, but it was long since blacked out. The previous Liang Panming probably would not have believed to death that such a large Liang. Surprisingly, he would face life and death because of Qiao Xingye. Mr. Lu, please be accommodating, said Liang Panming. Looked left and right and slipped the first envelope into Lu Ling's hand. Please, speak to Master Zhou for me, please. Qiao Rongchuan struck hard, making them completely unable to see any hope of dragging it out any longer. In less than a week, the whole of Liang will be directly exhausted. Lu Ling looked down at what Liang Panming had handed over. His face sank. Does Mr. Liang know what our master hates the most? What? Liang Panming, because he was in a hurry, didn't hear the hint in Lu Ling's tone at all, and subconsciously asked. Lu Ling, master hates people who take and give bribes, and he is most disgusted by those who want to go through the back door. You had to dig your own way out of the main road, and now you want to go off the beaten path? Here in Qiao Rongchuan, there are no more big roads, there are no more trails. Liang Panming, this, not waiting for him to finish. The phone rang. It was Lu Suyun calling. Now that he saw Lu Suyun's phone call, Liang Panming felt annoyed, especially now that he was facing Lu Ling. He was about to hang up the phone, yet Lu Ling had already turned around and walked away. Liang Panming was in a hurry and finally picked up the phone. What the hell are you doing? Liang Panming was now directly not kind to Lu Suyun. Lu Suyun, Qiao Xing Ye. She grew up in the Luke family. What do you mean? She's Qiao Rongchuan's sister, just like Yutong and Jinqiao. Panming Liang. On the phone, it suddenly went quiet. Liang Panming's brain also went straight blank after the boom sound. You mean to tell me that Starlet was raised by the Luke family? By the Luke family? Lu Suyun, yes. We're really going to be killed by her this time. If she can't clear up his misunderstanding of us in front of Master Qiao, Liang will definitely be finished this time. And Yutong? Now the hospital side is forcing Yutong to be discharged. And her medication has been stopped. She's trying to get us all killed. Are we that sorry for her? On the phone, Lu Suyun said furiously. No wonder no one's ever landed in her hands these days. She grew up in the Luke family. Surprisingly, I didn't say anything either. The more Lu Suyun thought about it, the more angry she became. Panming Liang, breathing, instantly sharp. Even his breathing, at this moment, became more and more unstable. Luke family. Zhou Xingyi surprisingly, is the sister of the big-name Master Zhou and F. Like, Yutong and Jinqiao have a relationship like that. So, then they. You asshole, what did you do to her before? Reacting. Liang Panming's fire was directly unable to be suppressed. His heart continued to rise and fall in anger. Lu Suyun, what do you mean I did something? She didn't tell me either. She grew up in the Luke family. One always thought she was raised by country people. I was thinking of teaching her well before slowly taking her out, but who knew that she would be completely disobedient at the back? Thinking about how Qiao Xingye had treated herself before, Lu Suyun was furious. Liang Panming held his forehead. I said you. He was so angry and incoherent that he now didn't know what to say about Lu Suyun, but they all realized. This time, as long as Qiao Xingye's side didn't let up, Liang would definitely end up in Qiao Rongchuan's hands. You've gone to Spring Hill now, haven't you? You go and see her and you give her the benefit of the doubt, Lu Suyun said without thinking. With that attitude of Qiao Xingye towards himself, he was going to meet her, and he couldn't even see her. Not to mention making it clear. Liang Panming, you think she's willing to see me now? Talking about it makes your lungs hurt even more. Not wanting to talk nonsense with Lu Suyun anymore, Liang Panming directly hung up the phone in anger. He then rushed directly to the building where Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan lived. This way, after Qiao Xingye took the medicine, the fever had slowly receded, and feeling the difference in his body, she opened her eyes in a daze. She saw that Qiao Rongchuan was rubbing medicine on her. Qiao Xingye was jolted and grabbed Qiao Rongchuan's wrist. What are you doing? No, where is he smearing? Qiao Xingye had originally been burned to a crisp, but now her entire body was awake. Qiao Rongchuan glanced at her. Yanli said that if you don't rub medicine on this injury, it'll be hard to heal and you'll get another fever. Brother Yannick knows about it too? No. Qiao Rongchuan frowned. What do you mean? That's a big reaction. He's so unseemly? Qiao Xingye heard the displeasure in his tone and subconsciously swallowed. Brain is a bit mushy. Can't think of any at all. Qiao Rongchuan removed her small hand. Be good. Don't move. Qiao Xingye stiffened all over. She tried to resist, but thinking about how forceful Qiao Rongchuan was when he examined her wounds, there was no way she could resist. Eventually, little by little, the hand was loosened. When Qiao Rongchuan saw her compromise, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew a little thicker. So good. Relax. It's just a rub. It was fine if he didn't say this, but as soon as he did, Qiao Xingye's breathing became a little unsteady. She's hurt like this. What else can he do besides rubbing her? What else can he do? Qiao Xingye was uncomfortable, pulling over the quilt to cover her face, her eyes not seeing red. Seeing her like this, Qiao Rongchuan laughed out even more softly. Xinger is being shy? Zhou Xingye, please don't say anything, especially with this kind of talk, which she simply couldn't muster right now. Qiao Rongchuan, the hot springs definitely can't be soaked where you're injured. We'll go straight back to the Hearingland Forest House. This little building is too small to move around at all, and it's colder in the mountains, so it's better to go back. Qiao Xingye. Qiao Rongchuan didn't say anything. She also knew that she would definitely not be able to soak in this hot spring. After rubbing the medicine, Qiao Rongchuan coaxed her to drink another bowl of porridge. Only after checking that her temperature was still normal did Qiao Rongchuan wrap her thickly in a ready to bring back to Hearing Lane Woods residence. Chapter 151. Do you remember everything? You've been lying to me all along? In the morning, Qiao Xingye hadn't felt much pain. Now when she hit the ground, her legs couldn't stand, and Qiao Rongchuan saw that it was difficult for her to walk. It hurts? Qiao Xingye's tears came out in pain. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Qiao Rongchuan and gave a resigned. A hint of guilt crossed the man's eyes at the moment as he hugged her and kissed her forehead. I'm sorry, I wasn't too sane at the time. You remember? Ha? Wait, remember? He says he's not too lucid, but he remembers what he did to himself, doesn't he? Qiao Xingye's temples jumped suddenly as he looked at Qiao Rongchuan. The smile that lifted at the corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth seemed to have already said everything to Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye's brain was directly wooden. You really donkey me before? He clearly remembers everything. Yet he still asks her how the hell she got that cut on her mouth? Qiao Xingye's mind instantly collapsed. You've been bullying me. Good gas. Combined with the pain at the base of her leg, Qiao Xingye bit down on Qiao Rongchuan's neck with an exasperated bite. You're pissing me off. I'll bite you. Qiao Rongchuan let out a low laugh. A pinch of her small chin. Alright. Qiao Xingye, how dare you pretend not to remember? You. Qiao Rongchuan, it's Xinger who's too stupid. Qiao Xingye. So it's still her fault? Qiao Xingye looked at him with an air of terror, and a hint of aggravated tears in her eyes. Qiao Rongchuan cupped her tiny chin and kissed her still somewhat hot lips. What can Star do? Stupid like that. Qiao Xingye, humph. Who says I'm stupid? I've done well for myself in the 3 years without you, and we made $7 million last year. Who's the fool who makes millions a year? Dozens of piles of such fools, please. When Qiao Rongchuan heard the words 7 million, a deeper smile crossed the bottom of his eyes. Good. My star is not stupid. Silly cute. Qiao Xingye grunted. There's no way I can walk. When she got out of bed just now, the area of that wound hurt like hell, and she couldn't move at all now. Qiao Rongchuan picked her up in a hug. Qiao Xingye looked at his perfect jaw and couldn't stop her heart from poofing. Until now, she had actually been dreaming in general about last night. It's all like a dream. How many times had I fantasized about it, and always decided that it was unattainable, but it had come true. And looking at Qiao Rongchuan's meaning, he didn't reject this change in their relationship. Downstairs, Lu Ling was there, and when he saw Qiao Rongchuan carrying Qiao Xingye downstairs, he respectfully stood up. Master, Qiao Rongchuan, go back to listen to Lanlin residence. Lu Ling looked at Qiao Xingye's appearance and probably guessed what happened last night. After all, he was told to roll last night. Plus Yannick was all sorts of bug in letting people go get medicine. After so many years of repression, it completely exploded. Hearing that Qiao Rongchuan was about to take Qiao Xingye back at this moment, Lu Ling subconsciously stepped forward. Liang Panming is outside. Qiao Rongchuan, Zhou Starleaf. The two men looked at each other. Qiao Xingye glanced at Lu Ling. Standing outside? It's not a cold day out there, especially with the wind blowing all the way up here in the mountains. Inside, they all heard whirring outside. Lu Ling nodded. Yes, Qiao Xingye. And it didn't freeze him to death? Qiao Rongchuan glanced down at Qiao Xingye. Xinger see? Lu Ling, he's here to see the master. Qiao Rongchuan frowned. Hearing that Liang Panming had come to see himself, there was some displeasure in his eyes. 2 words were spat out icily. Not seen. The expected answer. The things that the Liang family had done to Qiao Xingye. What else did Qiao Rongchuan's side not understand? After learning of that car accident, the present-day Qiao Rongchuan is even less likely to make their days easier. Now it wasn't. The entire Liang family was thrown in a frying pan and fried. Qiao Rongchuan carried Qiao Xingye out the door. Liang Panming couldn't work on Lu Ling's side, so he stayed outside waiting for Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan. Man, it's cold. The snowy wind blew on his face like a knife. Liang Panming didn't know how long he would have to wait, but he knew that he had to see Qiao Rongchuan and Qiao Xingye today. Just when he couldn't take this cold, the door to the small building finally opened. Seeing Qiao Rongchuan come out holding Qiao Xingye, who was wrapped in a beige down jacket, the head was also covered by a hat. Because of the height difference between her and Qiao Rongchuan, at the moment, Qiao Rongchuan's hand seemed to be carrying a little girl. Liang Panming didn't think too much about Qiao Xingye being held in Qiao Rongchuan's arms. It didn't occur to me that something was wrong or amiss either. Rubbing his stiff, cold hands together, he was subconsciously about to step forward. At this moment, however, he realized that his legs were cold and insensible, and the moment he took a step, one stumbled and almost fell in the snow. Master Zhou, Starlet. Liang Panming stabilized himself and staggered about to reach Qiao Rongchuan's side. However, he was stopped by the bodyguard. Liang Panming was shocked. Starlet. Seeing Qiao Rongchuan's icy face, Liang Panming directly cast his gaze for help towards Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye's face was always buried in Qiao Rongchuan's arms, not responding to him at all. Master Zhou, we must talk. And Starlet, you've really misunderstood Mom and Dad. Tell me exactly what you want, and Mommy and Daddy will satisfy you, okay? Liang Panming said in a somewhat anxious tone. Damn. This Lu Suyun as much as give him these moths. especially at this moment when Qiao Xingye didn't even give him a look. Liang Panming in his heart. Even more, he was dissatisfied with Lu Suyun to the peak. Xiao Rongchuan directly put Qiao Xingye into the car that was already starting to heat up. Just as Liang Panming was still about to call out to Qiao Xingye, Xiao Rongchuan had already closed the car door. His gaze cast an icy glance at Liang Panming, and the moment he met his eyes, Liang Panming subconsciously swallowed. Master Zhou. Under Qiao Rongchuan's icy cold eyes, there was a hint of sarcasm. Mr. Liang thinks that what does she need from you to fulfill? Panming Liang. Hearing this, his breath tightened again. Yeah, what else does Zhou Xingye's need from them to fulfill today? Growing up in a place like Luke's family, probably since childhood, there's no shortage of anything, right? Thinking about the card that dropped after Qiao Xingye returned to Liang's house, Liang Panming was a bit groundless at the moment. Xiao Rongchuan grunted. Everything that's happening at Liang right now has nothing to do with her. Don't look for her again. She, too, has nothing to do with you. Panming Liang. It doesn't matter much. These words further sent chills down Liang Panming's body. To put it more carefully, Qiao Xingye and them had nothing but that relationship in blood. It doesn't seem, and it really doesn't have anything to do with it. Especially in the years since they got her back, they've all treated her badly from Zhao Xingye's point of view. But how naughty was she then? Thinking of all the things Lu Suyun had said about her earlier, Liang Panming couldn't help but feel a headache again. Xiao Rongchuan turned around and was about to get into the car. Liang Panming broke away from the bodyguards to come to his side at this time, and almost fell during the process. He grabbed Xiao Rongchuan's clothes. Master Qiao, can you be magnanimous and let Liang off the hook? Xiao Rongchuan lowered his eyes, and when he looked at Liang Panming again, the coldness under his eyes could no longer be concealed. Liang Panming was a bit choked by his gaze. We are Xinger's parents after all. Ha, parents? Parents who almost killed her? Mr. Liang even has the face to beg for this friendship. Xiao Rongchuan's tone had taken on a dangerous tone. With just one glance, the smiles under his eyes were all withdrawn, replaced by a regal danger. Liang Panming's heart trembled at his gaze. But that thing wasn't done by Yutong. It was Xinger who misunderstood. Liang Panming explained sharply. However, just after the words were said, his hand was empty, and Xiao Rongchuan got into the car with his body full of ice. With the car window halfway down, Xiao Rongchuan looked at him with regal eyes. Since Mr. Liang thinks it's a misunderstanding, then this misunderstanding always needs to be covered by someone. Since you are her parents, naturally you are also even more unforgivable. What does Mr. Liang think? The person who should have taken care of her the most, pushed her into life and death and almost kept her from coming back. Panming Liang. This unforgivable sentence was like a thunderbolt landing on Liang Panming's heart, the face that was already a little white from the cold. At this moment, hearing Qiao Rongchuan's words, it's even whiter and more complete. Just as he was about to say something else, the windows were up and the car had started, and he subconsciously stepped forward, yet his foot slipped and almost fell on the floor. By the time he was on his feet again, all that was left in front of him was the back of the departing car. The wind outside the car was chilly. It's warm and cozy in the car. Xiao Rongchuan somewhat suffocated as he held Qiao Xingye in his arms. You didn't just kill her then? Qiao Xingye sucked in her little nose as she looked at Xiao Rongchuan. At that time, I was alone. With so many people on her side, I can't kill them. This sentence kill but, let Xiao Rongchuan heart double eye sank. In the angle that Qiao Xingye couldn't see, even more endless coldness erupted. Chapter 152 Brother, do you think mom will cut me if she finds out? Liang Panming doesn't know how he got back to the office. At this moment, he is full of disheveled face. Liang Jinzhao last night was another all-nighter, plus Zheng Xiaolu kept looking for him. He's burnt out right now, too. Seeing Liang Panming return, he hurriedly went forward. Father, how is it? Did Qiao Xingye go and make it clear to Master Qiao? This damn thing even joined hands with outsiders to deal with Liang. This eating thing. When he thought of the trouble Qiao Xingye was causing Liang now, Liang Jinzhao hated to tear her apart. Liang Panming looked at Liang Jinzhao and moved his lips to say something. Yet at the moment he couldn't say a word in annoyance. Liang Jinzhao saw that he was holding back his emotions on the verge of an outburst, and the veins on his forehead couldn't stop bulging. Is she really out to get back at us? As Yutong said, going out of her way to sell herself to Master Zhou? Speaking of this, Liang Jinzhao became even more furious. If that's the case, Liang Jinzhao, will pretend that I don't have her as a sister in my life. Disgraceful stuff. How dare she sell herself to an outsider in order to deal with her own family? So what if Master Qiao is in a position of power? She's just a plaything for him. In time, when Master Zhou gets tired of it and dumps her, let's see what we can do about her then. The more Liang Jinzhao thought about it, the more angry he became, and now he couldn't wait to cut Qiao Xingye into 1,000 pieces. Liang Panming already had a bad look on his face, and now that he heard Liang Jinzhao's words, he also came to fire. Did you ever think of her as a sister? Do you think she's rare now? Yutongs, what exactly did Liang Yutong say to you guys? At this time Liang Panming also thought about it. Every time something messy happens in the family, no matter if it's Lu Suyun or Liang Jinzhao, it all comes with a line, what Yutong said. This is true for anything that concerns Qiao Xingye. He suddenly roared such a sound, Liang Jinzhao breath could not help but stiffen. At this moment, he clearly heard Liang Panming's displeasure. Did Yutong say something wrong? Dad, is this defending Qiao Xingye? That white-eyed wolf who united with outsiders and suppressed his own family. Liang Jintao was breathing heavily. Liang Panming's face wasn't much better. Humph. Xinger grew up in the Luke family. She's sort of Master Qiao's nominal sister. Just like the relationship between you and Yutong. When did it get so bad in your mouths to slander her? Is this how Liang Yutong has been letting you and your mom speculate about her so much? This last sentence, Liang Panming directly roared out. He was utterly enraged. Anger spread throughout the entire office. And Liang Jinzhao also had his brain go bam at this instant. Something exploded in his head. Not different from them. When he heard this news, Liang Jinzhao also looked at Liang Panming in complete disbelief. What did you say? Panming Liang, she grew up in the Luke family. Do you hear me? Next time I hear you slurring at her, I'll tear you apart. It's been a busy time for the company. Liang Panming still didn't know that Lu Suyun and Liang Jinzhao had actually been treating Qiao Xingye like this. Slurs, speculations with malice, and Liang Yutong. Thinking of Liang Yutong's pitiful eyes, at this moment Liang Panming, the mind cleared instantly. Eyes and breath, at the same time, carried a coolness. Liang Jinzhao looked at him in disbelief. How could that be? Didn't it always say she grew up in the country? Her adoptive parents, Qiao Xingye, also vainly feel ashamed. Never want to mention in front of them. Now this, how come it's the youngest daughter of F. Luke? Liang Jinzhao's brain was directly stuck. Liang Panming was also breathing heavily when he heard that a family in the countryside had raised him. Did she say that before? Liang Jinzhao. The brain went bam again. In retrospect, where exactly did Qiao Xingye grow up? And to the family that raised her was that? She never mentioned it. So where the hell did you find out? Liang Panming, did Yutong say that? Liang Jinzhao. Yutong? Right. Come to think of it, the first time I learned that Zhou Starleaf had been raised by a countryman, it was the first birthday she had celebrated since returning to the Liang family. It was the first time her mother had prepared a gown for her, because the gown is sheath. After seeing that gown at that time, Yutong said, Xinger grew up in the countryside all her life. She'll be shy if you let her wear this. What happened then? What happened? It seems like that gown was worn by Yutong, and Qiao Xingye's gown. It was a more conservative one from previous years that was chosen from Yutong's closet. Thinking back carefully, Qiao Xingye hadn't really said anything. Seeing that Liang Jinzhao didn't say anything, Liang Panming probably knew that it must be related to Liang Yutong. His face was even more furious. Let me tell you, now that Master Qiao hasn't been properly taken care of for the past 2 years in Hong Kong City for Star's sake, very angry. All the trouble our company is in right now is due to Master Qiao's anger. In other words, it was that if Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, this matter would definitely not be so easy to uncover. Liang Jinzhao came back to his senses. His face was even more ironic. What should we do then? Do we have to get down on our knees and beg her? Didn't we treat her quite well when she first came back? She's the one who doesn't know what's good for her. It has to be Yutong's trouble. Speaking of the battle between Qiao Xingye and Liang Yutong 2 years ago, although they ended up preventing not letting Qiao Xingye send Yutong to jail, but at that time, she also almost took half of Liang Yutong's life. Almost all of them crippled people. When he thought of Qiao Xingye's stance at that time, he was almost like a little shrew. Liang Panming, you still say, you really pissed off old me. This matter is left to you. Thinking about how he almost froze to death on Quan Mountain today, and now Liang Jinzhao still has this demeanor. Liang Panming came straight to the fire. Liang Jinzhao's face sank. He handled it? How is this going to be handled? Is he really going to kneel down for Qiao Xingye? Can she afford it? This side of Spring Hill, Qiao Rongchuan brought Qiao Xingye back. Her temperature still stable as she was placed on the bed. Qiao Rongchuan dotingly touched her forehead. How is it? Is it still hard? Qiao Xingye nodded aggressively and looked at him blearily. It hurts. That area is particularly painful. I didn't expect that Qiao Rongchuan, who was usually as gentle as a gentleman, would be as crazy as a wild beast in that aspect of bed. He wouldn't even let her go when she screamed her voice out and kept begging for mercy. Qiao Rongchuan laughed softly, dotingly pinched her little nose. If it hurts, just lie obediently on the bed, he said. Seeing that Qiao Xingye's face was not right, Qiao Rongchuan pampered and pinched her little face. What are you thinking about? Qiao Xingye eyed him, wondering if mother would be angry if she knew. Speaking of which, Qiao Xingye was a bit groundless. When she first woke up in the morning, the person she was most afraid to face was Qiao Rongchuan. After Qiao Rongchuan had passed this hurdle, the thing she was most afraid of now was facing Mrs. Luke Ng. I wonder what mother's expression will be when she finds out. Might get angry and ignore her? Qiao Xingye was more or less afraid in her heart. The smile at the corner of Qiao Rongchuan's mouth became even softer. Scared? You don't look scared at all. Why isn't he worried? Qiao Rongchuan kissed her little nose. If she knows, just say it's me. Won't you? Qiao Xingye was stunned at first. Is that okay? But in the end, she just looked at Qiao Rongchuan with a face full of little stars. I worship you. Qiao Rongchuan rubbed her forehead. Get some sleep. Ha! When he finished, he got up and tucked her in. Joshing Leaf curled up tighter in a smooth motion. You're going out? Qiao Rongchuan, not going out. To meet someone, who's probably already here. Oh, go ahead then. Qiao Xingye's entire body was a bit groggy because of the fever. And all in all, she felt a bit tired. It wasn't long after Qiao Rongchuan left the house that she was in a daze and about to fall asleep. It resulted in a phone call from Don Crisp. Yi, I tell you, really exciting. Today Qi Yan even with Qi family pressure hospital. As a result, Lian Yutong was still kicked out of the hospital. Qiao Xingye, really kicked out? Don Crisp, what's wrong with that? There's a lot of security at the hospital. I watched Lu Suyun cry and take Lian Yutong out of the hospital. Joe Starleaf. Tang Crisp, hey, you said that with her body. She'll die not long after she's discharged from the hospital, right? Zhou Xing, yeah, and she won't find another hospital? Even if it's not in that hospital anymore, what about another hospital? Tang Crisis, big sister, please use your brain to think about it. This time, someone is trying to mess with Lian Yutong. If Qi Yan can't even suppress it, do you think there's any other hospital in Hong Kong City that dares to take her in? Chapter 153, If you've never eaten meat, have you never seen a pig? I've never seen it. Also, since Qi Yan's appearance couldn't even be handled, then there must be no hospital in Hong Kong City that Lian Yutong can get into. Qiao Xingye thought for a moment. So she's out of the country? There's only way to leave the country. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to survive here in Hong Kong City. She's all sick like that. Can't you see? She's still in a wheelchair when she gets out of the hospital. She's weak like that. I can't believe she's fighting you. How do you think she's going to use it if she snatches Qi Yan over? Don't even have that body. Qiao Xingye, you're a dirty talker. Aren't you? Not even a boyfriend and a yellow accent. Tang Crisp chirped. What? You don't understand? If you've never eaten meat, haven't you ever seen a pig? No knowledge. Joe Starleaf. It was so obvious that she couldn't even refute it. But before last night you could say she hadn't seen it all. But not now, because she was already a proper woman. I'm telling you, the Liang family will definitely be looking for you in various ways next, annoying the hell out of you. After all, whether it's Liangs or Lian Yutong's treatment now, it's all tied up with Joe Starleaf. Qiao Xingye grunted. They can't find me. That's dry and heartless. Don Crisp, sister, I appreciate you being a human being. What kind of person rushes up to be the subject of human trial and error, right? What exactly the Liang family did to Qiao Xingye in these 2 years? Tang Crisp was seeing it in her eyes and angry in her heart. But it's a good thing that Qiao Xingye isn't that uptight. They used to be nose to nose, but now they have the balls not to beg for mercy. But in the case of Qiao Xingye, the cranky sister, it was pointless to dwell on it. If you pester them too much, you might even get a beating. As Don Crisp said, now the Liang family is jumping up and down in a hurry to find Qiao Xingye. Listening to Lanlingju Qi Yan failed to buy it. Lian Yutong was still being forcibly discharged from the hospital, and Lu Suyun directly brought her back to the Liang family. However, without hospital medication, Lian Yutong simply couldn't take it. Mom, Starlet did all this right? She let that foster brother of hers do it to me. Lian Yutong forced herself to endure the pain, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Seeing her like this, Lu Suyun was heartbroken. She'd been trying to figure out how to contact Qiao Xingye ever since she got back, but I've used every phone in the house that I can, and all of them have been blacked out. Yutong, don't worry. Mom will think of something. Mom will definitely think of something. Lian Yutong was trembling. Mom, I'm going to die, aren't I? I don't want to die. Mom, you save me? I really don't want to die. Lian Yutong at this moment was completely flustered. How could she not expect that Qiao Xingye had pinched her lifeblood? Where the hell did she get that from? Listening to Lian Yutong saying sentence after sentence that she didn't want to die, Lu Suyun's heart clenched together. Okay, Mommy will save you. Mommy will save you. Don't worry, Mommy won't let you die. It won't be. But now you can't even get into the hospital. They didn't come straight back after being discharged from the hospital. Instead, he took Liang Yutong to another hospital to try to get admitted. But once those hospitals heard that the patient was Liang Yutong, just refused on all sorts of excuses. Just now, Lu Suyun also made several consecutive phone calls, wanting to invite the doctor to her home. It all turned out to be a failure. Now, what the hell is this going to be? Lu Suyun was furious. Without medication for a long period of time, Liang Yutong simply can't carry on. Mom, I know it's wrong, and I'm giving you back to Star. If that's what Star wants, you tell her I gave it all back to her. I don't want anything, I'll give it all back to her, Liang Yutong said with teary eyes. At the moment, she was truly panicking. Mom, you tell Star, you tell her I know it's wrong. I'll never steal my mom from her again. Lu Suyun hugged Liang Yutong. Yutong, Mom, I really know I'm wrong. I'm bad. I'm the one who hurt Starlet. I admit it. After going to 4 hospitals in a row, none of them accepted her for admission. At this moment, Liang Yutong completely realized what had happened. And she, too, was completely flustered. Lu Suyun and Liang Yutong were anxiously jumping up and down on Qiao Xingye's phone. It hadn't been working, and they were anxious when Qiao Xingye's phone call came. She was calling directly to Liang Yutong's cell phone. You didn't move into hearing Lanlin residence, and you lost the bet. Remember to call me for $1 million. Liang Yutong, breathe, sinking hard. At the moment her face was pale, and her heart was a stifling weight of concealment. Where are you? Listen to Lanlin residence. I live over here. Qi Yan really useless. Even did not find out to tell you? Hearing that Qiao Xing Ye lived in hearing Lanlin residence, Liang Yutong was even more breathless. This was undoubtedly a hard stab in Liang Yutong's heart. Previously, she had been showing off to the public in all kinds of ways because Qi Yan was going to buy her the hearing Lanlin residence to recuperate from her illness. It even irritated Qiao Xing Ye in various ways. However now, you've been living over there since you moved out of Jinjiang Sky City? Yeah, so you have to remember to give me $1 million. In just a few words, she mentioned $1 million twice, which irritated Liang Yutong even more. That's not all. Qiao Xing Ye even came at this time. When are you going to give me the money? We had an agreement. No tea sales in this case. Originally, Liang Yutong had already looked at Lu Suyun, and a pitiful look came out of her eyes. As a result, Qiao Xing Ye suddenly came to such a sentence, which was even more in her heart to make up a hard knife. She shuddered. I don't have that kind of money. Where's she gonna get that kind of money now? With that murderer coming after her for 3 days and a half, she could barely hold it anymore. Joe Starleaf on this side of the phone, forking up a piece of orange and shoving it in his mouth. No money. Ha? That's not what you said before when you wanted to bet me. Liang Yutong, when the bet was made earlier, she was certain that she would win. She had overestimated Qi Yan's ability. That's when the idea was to get a piece of that 7 million that Joe Starleaf made last year. Who would have thought that a few times down the line, it would not be possible to steal a chicken? Just thinking about this made Liang Yutong's liver hurt with anger. Qiao Xing Ye, what? Are you trying to renege? When Xiao Rongchuan came in, he saw Qiao Xing Ye lying on the bed holding a fruit plate and eating oranges. He's the one who had it delivered. I had previously overheard from a doctor that when a person has a fever, eat more fruits that are high in vitamin C and you will also get better quickly. Qiao Xing Ye was about to hang up the phone when she saw Qiao Rongchuan come in. As a result, Liang Yutong's pleading voice came over the phone. Xinger, I was wrong before. I'm sorry. Please, will you leave me alone? Joe Starleaf. What's this? What does it mean? Really want to renege on your debt? This Liang Yutong is good enough to pull this kind of face down for not paying the money. That's a lot of flexing. Qiao Xingye didn't want to tease her anymore and was about to hang up the phone after mending the knife. Xinger, I really know I'm wrong. Liang Yutong choked and said, I'll return both mom and dad to you, and I'll leave the Liang family. Please, don't get your hands dirty with the hospital, please. With her lifeblood completely pinched, Liang Yutong was completely flustered. When Qiao Xingye heard Liang Yutong say that she would return those people to herself, she directly exploded. But don't, you'd better keep that group of scourges to yourself. After saying that, Qiao Xingye simply hung up the phone. Thinking that the Liang family's bunch of extremists, who are all like her Liang Yutong, as a treasure, fear of being robbed. Xiao Rongchuan was sitting right next to Qiao Xingye's bed. Seeing that she hung up, he dislodged the fruit plate in front of her. You're not allowed to eat like that from now on. It's bad for the stomach. Jia Xingye deflated. How do you manage to eat? Qiao Rongchuan, Qiao Xingye, okay, I know. What a lot more control than mom. Jia Xingye muttered inwardly. Qiao Rongchuan, who did you just call? Liang Yutong. She made a bet with me that if she didn't move to Hearingland Forest residence, just give me $1 million to come. Qiao Rongchuan raised his eyebrows. You're $1 million short? Qiao Xing Ye, not bad. Then I'm not winning. Gotta have it. Whether it is poor or not is another story. But it should be taken. And the most important thing is that Lian Yutong will be stimulated. Wasn't she arrogant before? Then we must kill her. Xiao Rongchuan laughed lightly. She doesn't have $1 million to give you right now. Ha? How do you know? The guy who hit you with his car. He's been asking her for money anytime lately. And he just asked her for $1 million today. Qiao Xingye sniffed, the corner of his mouth twitching. This, how did you know? He sent someone to spy on Lian Yutong? At this moment, Qiao Xingye was completely certain that Qiao Rongchuan was truly angry over the matter of his car accident. It's that murderer who asked Lian Yutong for money that's a bit off. Qiao Xingye approached Qiao Rongchuan. Brother, are you hiding something from me? Chapter 154, for a moment, Xiaoyu suspected that Qiao Xingye had starved to death outside. Xiao Rongchuan looked at her askance and touched her forehead. The temperature hadn't reared up. His eyes were warm. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Did you do what happened to Lian Yutong? Thrown straight out of the hospital overnight. To say that this wasn't Qiao Rongchuan's handiwork, Qiao Xingye believed it. As soon as Qiao Rongchuan scooped her up in his arms, Qiao Xingye was unsteady and sat across his lap. Woo! It hurts. I can't tell you how sour this tastes. Qiao Rongchuan saw her small face knit into a ball. It hurts again? Qiao Xingye, you're gentle. It really hurts. Xiao Rongchuan, sorry, I forgot. Zhou Starleaf. Forgot? When she heard him say the words forget, Xiao Xingye couldn't help but feel a jolt in her body. No, how can you forget that? You can't forget that. It was also a good thing he hadn't said he'd forgotten about last night, or he'd really have no place to talk about it. Can't find a place to take charge. Xiao Rongchuan helped her rub her leg. Does it hurt here? Zhou Xing, yeah, it's sour here. One leg doesn't even look like his own now. Xiao Rongchuan gently rubbed her. How delicate. Zhao Xingyi deflated. Xiao Rongchuan, no exercise all these years? As soon as she heard this, Xiao Xingye became a little weak, and Xiao Rongchuan's meaning that 1 hour of exercise time must be checked each day. Her whole life has been a pendulum swing since she left F. No? Xiao Xingyi nodded sheepishly. Xiao Rongchuan, when you're better, run for an hour every day. Xiao Xingyi wailed directly in her heart. An hour. This was killing her. So you really did what happened to Lian Yutong? Last night Lu Ling went to see the driver who hit you in a car accident 2 years ago. What was said is not known to me. Zhou Xingye didn't believe it. He'd be damned if he didn't know. Qiao Rongchuan, what? Xinger has gone soft on her? Do I look like the white lotus in full bloom to you? Xiao Xingye couldn't help but roll his eyes. Soft on Lian Yutong? Is she that kind of person? The only one in her life who can hold her heart. It's just the Zhous, too. As for the others, no one has ever come into her heart. Xiao Rongchuan snorted out a laugh. Xiao Xingyi, then she's in a hurry here. So she must be going abroad for treatment. She can't leave the country. When Xiao Xingye heard this, he gave Qiao Rongchuan a shocked look. The man's face was still warm. Yet the words he uttered at this moment were meant to trap a person. Is this going to trap her alive? In Hong Kong City, Lian Yutong would definitely not be able to find a doctor to treat her now. If she knew again that she could not get out of Hong Kong City now, she must not die of despair? Xiao Rongchuan accompanied Xiao Xingye for a while before leaving. When Xiao Xingye was left alone, he fed her some punch before he left. Xiao Xingye had just re-nested under the covers when the phone vibrated. She glanced at the number. Her heart hit hard, and she just pressed answer and put the phone to your ear. In a small voice, he called out, Sis? The moment the words fell, Xiao Yu's growl came from the phone. Come pick up the plane for this sister in 3 hours. Xiao Xingye's heart trembled. You came to Hong Kong City? It's over. It's over. What would she say if she saw herself with these injuries? And say it's a bug bite. Or fell. Xiao Yu's tone was full of fire. Dead girl. Humph. Let's see how I'm going to clean you up this time. You little pussy is still weirdly good at running, huh? I've been looking for it for the past 2 years and I'm on fire. Big brother has found you. And you still dare to play hide and seek with me, don't you? When it came to the matter of finding Qiao Xingye, Xiao Yu was especially on fire. Her people had turned the world upside down in the past 2 years, and they hadn't found the dead girl. This time, Big Brother went to Hong Kong City for such a long time. The feelings are to find this dead girl, looking for him to ask for his phone number and still not giving it to himself, in order to check Qiao Xingye's phone number. Xiao Yu was again on fire. Anyway, right now, she just wanted to rip people apart. As soon as she heard Xiao Yu say that she wanted to clean herself up, Xiao Xingye's heart trembled once again. Then where is it now? You'll be in Harbor City in 3 hours? Meaning it's already out of F? When he thought of this, Xiao Xingye had a jolt in his body. It's really over. The female devil is coming. Xiao Yu, what for? You still want to report to Qiao Rongchuan? If you tell him about me running out, you're dead. Joe Starleaf. Woo. So scared. Xiaoyu, I'll be in Hong Kong City in about 3 hours, and I hope to see you as soon as I get off the plane. This threat was exactly the same as Qiao Rongchuan's last visit to Hong Kong City. Worthy of being from the same mother's womb, this threatening stance all felt equally dangerous. Qiao Xing Ye rolled under the covers. So you want to be out of F now? Qiao Yu hummed. You really want to report to Qiao Rongchuan? Be careful, I'll break your little legs. Now Qiao Yu really wanted to break Qiao Xingye's little legs. Even if you ran so fast 3 years ago, how dare you hide? Qiao Xingye, I wouldn't dare. Oh, demonesses are scary. Qiao Yu, humph. Better not dare. See how I can get you this time. Dead girl enough to be able to hiding so far away. Why don't you just hide out in outer space? How come you didn't starve to death out there? Joe Starleaf. See you in 3 hours. Xiao Yu crackled before hanging up the phone directly. In her mind Qiao Xingye was the weakest one, when she hadn't been able to find her for the past 2 years. For a moment she suspected that Qiao Xingye had starved to death out there. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Qiao Xingye endured the pain and got out of bed. It's impossible not to tell Qiao Rongchuan. How was she going to account for her injuries when she came? She certainly can't handle her now. Qiao Xingye put on his jacket and went out the door of his room. After going to the study and looking around, there was no sign of Qiao Rongchuan. And then to the living room. There was none either. The housekeeper saw Qiao Xingye and respectfully stepped forward. Miss, my brother went out? Master didn't go out. He's over in the billiard room. A billiard room? You got one of those over here? Having just moved here not long ago, Qiao Xingye didn't even know what was over here, and hadn't even taken a close look. Which way is the billiard room? Just keep going straight this way. I'll take the lady there, the butler said respectfully. Qiao Xingye shook his head. No, I'll go there myself. With that, he turned and headed over to the passage to the left of the living room. The snow is especially heavy tonight in Portland. Qiao Xingye walked down the warm, glassy gallery of the. Through the glass he saw that the snow had accumulated thickly under the reflection of the light outside. The billiard room arrived quickly. Qiao Xingye had just reached the door when he heard a muffled, heavy sound of bang coming from inside. It was followed by the sound of a man crying out in pain. Qiao Xingye's heart trembled, and she stiffened her hand and pushed open a crack in the door. It was then that he saw Lu Ling stomping on the back of a man covered in blood. An F nation. At this moment, Lu Ling's eyes were full of viciousness, that killing intent, as if it was going to crush the man at his feet the next moment. Qiao Rongchuan sat on a sofa not far away, his legs crossed and a cigar in his hand. There was a natural aura of danger, with a hint of lethargy in it. The man who was stepped on the ground was terrified and begged, Master Qiao, forgive me. I really don't know the whereabouts of our gentleman. Please spare me. As soon as the words fell, Lu Ling's feet once again exerted a force. It was only at this moment that Qiao Xingye saw clearly that what Lu was stepping on at this moment happened to be that person's injured back. Blood continued to gush out of the wound under his exertion. Kaka, do you really want to give your life away tonight? After saying that, Lu Ling had already skillfully touched the snatch from his waist. It was directly on top of the man's head after a click. The man known as Kaka was trembling. Master Zhou, I really don't know. I. Thump dash came an abrupt end to the mournful pleas for mercy. Qiao Xingye's heart trembled, and her hands couldn't stop shaking. The door was directly moved by her. The people inside are extremely vigilant. Although the commotion was extremely small, Qiao Rongchuan and Lu Ling's gazes looked towards the door in unison, and several bodyguards. Lu Ling retracted her foot from the man and strutted toward the gatehouse. The moment Qiao Xingye subconsciously stepped back, the door had already been opened. Seeing that it was Qiao Xingye, Lu Ling froze. Miss? Hearing that it was Qiao Xingye who had come, Qiao Rongchuan's eyes sank, and he raised his eyes to look at Qiao Xingye. At the moment there was still the coldness under his eyes that he had not been able to put away. This was not the first time Qiao Rongchuan had seen such a Qiao Xingye, but it's been so many years since the last time. Seeing it again at this moment, Qiao Xingye could still recall how dangerous he was at that time. Qiao Rongchuan's breath sank. Xinger. Qiao Xingye's breath shuddered, and she withdrew her gaze from the man covered in blood. And Qiao Rongchuan locked eyes. This time, she didn't turn and run at the sight of someone covered in blood like she did last time. She stood frozen in place and mechanically called out, Brother! This brother! In the midst of such a chaotic scene, the coldness in the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes was all but hidden. Come here. He spoke gently, no longer as dangerous as he had been a moment ago. This time, she didn't run away, and he didn't have to chase after her to appease her as anxiously as he did last time. She was going to be by his side for the rest of her life. It's some scene that you have to see sooner or later. She must know from the bottom of her heart what kind of person he Qiao Rongchuan is. Qiao Xingye was a little stiff as she took a step towards the man. A meter away, Qiao Rongchuan pulled her into his arms and sat down. Warm fingers cupped her little chin. Scared? Chapter 155. Seeing Qiao Rongchuan treating Qiao Xingye that way, Lu Ling was confused. Scared? In fact, having encountered such scenes again and again at Zhou's house, Qiao Xingye had long since lost the fear she had felt when she first saw Qiao Rongchuan wanting someone dead. His eyes glanced faintly at the man on the ground who had lost his breath. Is that one of Lancelot's men? Lancelot. Heard Qiao Rongchuan and Hull talk about this guy at Quanshan. Qiao Rongchuan and then kissed her cold lips, rolling them tenderly. Qiao Xingye's brain first buzzed and subconsciously pushed against Qiao Rongchuan. People. Come on brother. There's a dead one around here. And Lu Ling and the others are there. What does he mean by that? Letting it be known directly and squarely. He took the girl he'd been raising for years and made her his? Lu Ling saw Qiao Rongchuan treating Qiao Xingye like this, even though he had never shown his emotions easily. At the moment the brain followed the wattage. Although for what happened last night, Lu Ling had more or less guessed some. But now Qiao Rongchuan is just so square with Qiao Xingye, which, his brain was a bit unable to keep up, and he hurriedly turned his back with a group of bodyguards. Not to mention Lu Ling's brain couldn't keep up, neither could Qiao Xingye. She didn't think she was too honorable about what happened last night. She also thinks that she and Qiao Rongchuan need some time to sort it out. But this was not giving anyone time to react now, including her. Qiao Xingye was just about to struggle when her small hand was grabbed by Qiao Rongchuan. The magnetic voice, colored with a hint of lust at this moment. Still dare to hide. Ha, Qiao Xingye, no. This, stammering, he could no longer speak a complete sentence. After a while, just as Qiao Xingye was a bit out of breath, Qiao Rongchuan finally released her. At this moment, Qiao Xingye was breathing heavily and her small face was flushed. Qiao Rongchuan rested his forehead against hers. Why did you come over? She needs to sleep and eat more to get better every time she has a cold. And I just finished giving her fruit. Qiao Rongchuan thought that she was going to get a good night's sleep before he asked Lu Ling to bring Kaku over. Qiao Xingye's small face rubbed against his arms. A muffled tone came from his chest. Sister is coming. Qiao Rongchuan. At those words, his heart sank. Called you? Qiao Xingye. She asked me to pick her up at the airport in 3 hours. Just now on the phone. Xiao Yu variously threatened her not to tell Qiao Rongchuan. Yet the moment Qiao Xingye turned around, he betrayed her cleanly. A hint of displeasure crossed the bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. Lu Ling, he shouted in a chilling voice. Lu Ling's back was to them at the moment, and when he heard Qiao Rongchuan call out to him, he respectfully turned around. Master, Qiao Rongchuan, go find out where the dead girl is now. In the past 2 years, Xiao Yu had searched for Qiao Xingye, looking for the sky, that on fire. Both Qiao Rongchuan and Lu Ling knew that once they let Xiao Yu find Qiao Xingye, definitely not as good as Zhou Starling Leaf. That girl has a quick mind and makes you defenseless. Lu Ling nodded. Good. When you find her, have her sent back straight away, watch her closely, and have whoever is watching her on this occasion get your own punishment. Xiao Rongchuan's tone was particularly unpleasant. Xiao Yu had been clamoring to come to Hong Kong City after knowing that Qiao Xingye had been found, so that every day she asked her for Zhou Xingye's phone number. She had the audacity to forcefully sneak out, which she could really do. Lu Ling nodded. Yes. Lu Ling turned to go down, and Qiao Rongchuan got up with Qiao Xingye in his arms, striding out of the billiard room. He didn't stop when he passed by the now breathless Kaka. However, the movement in his hand subconsciously pressed Qiao Xingye's face down into his arms. Qiao Xingye felt the power in the back of his head and obediently didn't move. Qiao Rongchuan carried her through the glass gallery and kept her back to her room. What do you want to eat tonight? He asked softly. Zhou Xingye, anything. She was being good now, and with the scene she had just seen, her answer was a little distracted. Qiao Rongchuan, it's snowing so hard today. Why don't you? How about a hot pot? The man's words were picked up by Qiao Xingye before he could finish. Before, whenever the weather was particularly cold, she had to go eat hot pot with Tang Crisp. Qiao Rongchuan tapped her forehead. You think it's okay now? Zhao Xingye skimmed his lips. Fine. Now that she's still wounded, and her injuries are in such a specific location, spicy things are definitely off limits right now. Qiao Rongchuan lowered his head and felt her temperature against her forehead. The body temperature isn't quite stable yet. Qiao Xingye subconsciously backed up, and the hands that were supporting him were unsteady, directly lying on the bed. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. What does Xinger mean by this? Qiao Xingye's small face instantly stiffened. What? I was just careless. Going crazy. He was next to his forehead and laying himself right down, which looked more or less inviting to him, but it really isn't. Qiao Xingye's small face reddened again. Everything that had happened from last night until now seemed like a dream. She hadn't even reacted to this change in the relationship between herself and Qiao Rongchuan until now, subconsciously tugging at the covers to pull them up. However, Qiao Rongchuan was leaning down, rolling over the mouth of Hu. P.S. When you see these kinds of typos in the future, Please spell them out automatically. The moment it landed on Qiao Xingye's lips, it carried a strong sense of longing. The coveted goodness seems to have been held back for years and is finally getting what it wants. He was greedy and nostalgic for her. Just as the scene was about to get completely out of control, Xiao Rongchuan suddenly let go of Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye was already nervous and her little face was flushed. Now that she saw Qiao Rongchuan suddenly pull away, she couldn't help but freeze. A pair of watery eyes looked at Qiao Rongchuan, especially innocent. The man's warm fingers brushed the corners of his eyes. That kind of look, better save it for looking at me like that later. Qiao Xing Ye, huh? People are still a little confused. Qiao Rongchuan let out a helpless sigh and hurriedly stood up and turned around to go out, not responding with another word. As he got up, however, Qiao Xingye saw that he had also deliberately pulled his shirt out and put it down. It's as if they're deliberately covering something up. In the evening, Qiao Xingye was better and went straight to the restaurant for dinner. When she went downstairs, Qiao Rongchuan hadn't come down yet, and after about 10 minutes or so, the men are coming down the stairs, in a robe, with her hair dripping. Seeing Qiao Xingye come down, he wrinkled his brows. Why did you come down? Have someone send you to your room. I want to come down and eat. She doesn't like to eat in her room, and if she sent it to her room, Qiao Rongchuan must have had someone ration it for her. She needs a lot of nutrition even more now that her body is all injured and she has to eat more. Sure enough, as soon as he got to the table, Qiao Xingye started to eat a lot. Qiao Rongchuan looked at her with a faintly sidelong glance and didn't say anything. Qiao Xingye, why are you looking at me like that? Qiao Rongchuan, you've already eaten 2 bowls. Joe Starleaf. See, as soon as it's nighttime it's all about her food. Qiao Xingye, I'm all injured now. I need lots and lots of nutrition. Of course I have to eat more. Qiao Rongchuan froze at first at his words, and then the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile as he nodded. Not bad, that's a good reason. Qiao Xingye muttered, I'm telling the truth. After saying that, he directly picked up a chopstick of beef and put it into his small bowl. Ever since Qiao Rongchuan came over here, she basically never had enough to eat at night. Today's dishes were all very light, yet they didn't affect Qiao Xingye's appetite at all. After the meal, Qiao Rongchuan sent her back to her room. Turning around, he took the box of medicine to be smeared from the cabinet and walked towards Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye's breathing froze. I can do it myself. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. Yourself? Qiao Xingye nodded furiously. Yes, I can do it myself. Qiao Rongchuan laughed, and there was a hint of playfulness in the doting that had never been there before. Qiao Xingye had some foreboding. Chapter 156, doesn't a relationship really need to be covered up again? From the time he was kicked out of the hospital in the morning until now, Liang Yutong can only rely on the medication she takes to ease her pain, because she was given medication every day at the hospital by specialists and professors. The amount of oral medication prescribed down the line isn't much. They brought it back today, and it's only been 2 days, and the medication that was taken didn't seem to have much effect, and since returning from the Liang Yutong hasn't eaten anything all day. It hurt so much she couldn't eat at all. After being completely discharged from the hospital in the morning, Lu Suyun called Liang Jinzhao and Liang Panming. As a result, the two didn't return until the evening. Qi Yan also knew that Liang Yutong had been discharged from the hospital, but he hadn't shown up until now. Lu Suyun called him and again Feng Man answered. Invariably, Von Man gave her another chop on the phone. Liang Jinzhao's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth at the question. So now, the entire Hong Kong city can no longer find a hospital that will admit Yutong? There's not even a doctor who comes to see her? Nice Joe Starleaf. It's not even a problem if she's doing it to the company, but now she's even reaching out for Yutong's medical treatment? What in the world had the Beamer done in the last 2 years that was 10 times worse, besides caring less about her? How dare you make her want to do this to them? Lu Suyun choked and nodded. Yes, not only does Qiao Xingye want to drive the company to extinction now, she also wants Yutong's life. There's not a single doctor in the whole harbor city who will come to the door right now. Even our previous family doctor has offered to resign. As she said this, Lu Suyun's tone was full of hatred for Qiao Xingye. She's not willing to be her own daughter properly herself. And now you want to take away the daughter you raised. Too, she's really too mean. Liang Jinzhao's forehead veins popped in anger, then send Yutong out of the country for treatment. Lu Suyun, Panming Liang. When they heard Liang Jinzhao say that Liang Yutong would be sent abroad for treatment, they all thought it was a good idea. Ever since Liang Yutong came back, Qiao Xingye had made a big mess. Now that the person is sent away and she can't see it, she probably won't make such a fuss. Liang Panming nodded with a serious face. Then send her abroad as soon as possible. In fact, he had never advocated for Liang Yutong to come back. At that time, when Liang Yutong said on the phone that she was sick, he then proposed that she be treated directly abroad. It was Lu Suyan who said that she should come back and take care of herself in Hong Kong. If I'd known that bringing her back would create the situation we're in now, Liang Panming wouldn't let her come back no matter what he said. Thinking about the company's current losses, he was even more furious. And he now sensed that Liang Yutong, whom they had been keeping close by, it may not be as simple as they think. Liang Panming looked at Liang Jinzhao. You go handle this matter. Liang Jinzhao nodded. Good. The family discusses sending Liang Yutong away. At the end of the day, Liang Panming received another phone call and said that he had to rush back to the company immediately and left first. When he left, he also told Liang Jinzhao to stay at home tonight. Liang Jinzhao was uneasy about Liang Yutong, so he naturally agreed. He went to Liang Yutong's room. Just one short day, Liang Yutong's entire body looked a lot weaker. Brother, you're finally back. Her tone was choked with so much aggression. After all, Liang Jinzhao and Qi Yan had accompanied her when she was in the hospital before. But after coming back today, cold and quiet, Lu Suyun, that woman is still a 6. So far not even a doctor had been called for her and she was in pain. Liang Jinzhao looked at her like this and went forward. Have you taken your medicine? There was no need to ask if it was still good. Looking at Liang Yutong's face right now, one could tell how bad her situation was. Liang Yutong choked. Brother, I'm in pain. Really in pain. Those medicines don't work at all. Am I going to die? She was really in pain. And Lu Suyun kept telling her to eat. So where could she eat? Liang Jinzhao, no. Fool, don't talk nonsense. But I'm really in pain and I can't eat anything. Liang Yutong's tears barred down. Can you think of an expert to come to the house to give me a look? She's really going to be in pain and can't stand it at all right now. The medicine brought back from the hospital didn't work with the fluids and didn't help at all. Liang Jinzhao, when he heard Liang Yutong say that he would let the doctor come to his home, he was a bit helpless. I didn't expect Qiao Xingye to be so capable of driving the entire Liang family into a desperate situation in just a few days. I'll arrange for you to leave the country as soon as possible, and when you do you'll be able to stay in the hospital straight away. Who would have thought that this time, Zhou Starleaf would have made things so? It has become a luxury to have Liang Yutong hospitalized in Hong Kong City. Liang Yutong's pupils shook when she heard the word abroad. Abroad? Liang Jinzhao nodded. Well, right now things are a bit tricky over here in Hong Kong City. Mom called every doctor she could mobilize and no one came to the door. The Luke family? To go this far for Star Child? But she's just an adopted daughter of the Luke family? What did she use? When she said the word method, Liang Yutong instantly stopped her later words. No, this is not the time to let Liang Jinzhao and the others think wrongly about Qiao Xingye. At this time, if they went after Qiao Xingye's trouble again, it would only be themselves who would suffer. However, Liang Jinzhao had already thought the wrong way. Yeah, it's just an adopted daughter. How could you let Master Qiao deal with the Liang family like that? What the hell did she use? Liang Yutong thought about the current situation in Hong Kong City. Liang Yutong finally nodded. Then I'll go abroad. She, after all, compromised. Qiao Xing Ye. Just wait, when the disease is cured, I'll clean her up later. Liang Jinzhao hooned. I'll make arrangements on my side immediately. The two of them chatted a couple more times before Liang Jinzhao went out. When Liang Yutong was left alone, a fierce look appeared under her eyes. Qiao Xing Ye, you're really good. If she hadn't been sick now, would she have had the chance to do this to herself? Wait, when you're better, you'll make sure she dies. This side of Shallow Bay. Qiao Xing Ye looked at Qiao Rongchuan pitifully. The whole process of applying the medicine was not pleasant for her. It's better to say it's on the medicine than to say it's, why are you still here? Seeing that Qiao Rongchuan was still not leaving, Qiao Xingye muttered. At the moment, her little face was as red as a boiled shrimp. And don't mention that medicating process just now. The last person she wanted to face right now was Qiao Rongchuan, and she just wanted to hurry up and be alone. However, Qiao Rongchuan had no intention of leaving, and he took off his outside robe. Only the silk pajamas inside were left. Turning to bed. Sleep. Zhou Xingye? No. What does he mean by that? To sleep with her? Wait. No. You're this. Qiao Rongchuan, problem? Qiao Xingye. No. No problem? Thinking about how he treated himself so well in the billiard room in front of all those people before dinner. Was he? The relationship between the girls took a leap from originally growing up together to this. Doesn't he, really, need to be covered? Think what? Seeing that Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, Qiao Rongchuan reached out and pinched her little nose. Zhou Starleaf, wondering, is it really okay for us to be like this? She rubbed her small hands together, the words coming out carefully. Qiao Rongchuan, what's the problem? Zhou Starleaf. There's something wrong with the question that's being asked. Last night and at that point in the morning, her mind just gave out on a whim. But now that he thought back, the entire country of F thought they were brother and sister. And Qiao Xingye wimped out again. Even if there's no blood relationship, Thinking about Qiao Rongchuan's identity, she was genuinely a little afraid of how this relationship would affect him. In the past 2 years in Harbor City, she had lived a wanton life. She never cared what others thought of her. It also didn't matter how Liang Yutong was actually corrupting her reputation, because she doesn't care. But when it comes to Qiao Rongchuan, she's really worried about the people's words, the bad words. It will be aimed directly at him. She didn't care, but she didn't want anything to hurt him. Starlet. Seeing that Qiao Xing Ye remained silent, Qiao Rongchuan pulled her into his arms. One rolled over and was cradling her little head buried in his chest. The man's magnetic voice. To Qiao Xing Ye it carried a peculiar soothing agent. Wasn't it noisy in the morning that I was responsible for you? What's the matter now? Ha, brother, have you ever heard of a man's word? Qiao Xing Ye said in a tight tone. In front of Qiao Rongchuan, she was the one who couldn't hide her heart. Even if he had the intention to hide it, it would eventually shake out completely under Qiao Rongchuan's effortlessness. Chapter 157. Liang Yutong is restricted from Hong Kong City and is in a hurry. Qiao Rongchuan pinned her down with a roll. So Xinger is worried about this? Qiao Xingye was pressed against him, and very abashedly shrunk downwards. Looking at her like a quail, Qiao Rongchuan laughed out softly and pecked her lips. Who would dare to drown us in spit? Star thinks? Qiao Xingye remained silent. Qiao Rongchuan rubbed her little head and rolled down, gathering her into his arms. Silly girl. The tone was patronizing, with a hint of helplessness at her fear. Qiao Xingye rubbed against his arms and found a comfortable position to lean against. She knew that it was impossible for her to kick Qiao Rongchuan out right now. Solely whatever he says. It's been that way since I was a kid. In her world, it was always Qiao Rongchuan who had the final say. And he, too, has never been a man of his word. They've come this far in their relationship, and no longer was she at liberty to do so. Qiao Rongchuan mouth neglected her forehead. Not enough at all. With just a slight touch, he lusted after her, wanting more. Qiao Xingye stiffened as she felt his change. Qiao Rongchuan, I'm still injured. In a hurry, he called out his name directly. As Qiao Rongchuan listened to her call herself in an apprehensive tone, the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more suppressed. He never thought his name would sound so good coming out of her mouth. The voice spoke magnetically. I know. So you're still not going out? According to what he felt now, if he didn't leave, he might not be able to finish behind him, especially his behavior toward her after that herbal medicine last night was rusty and overbearing. You can tell he's only feeling the flavor of it in that area. So, at this time, Qiao Rongchuan will only be more greedy. Felt probably more than he could suppress himself. It was just medicated and it kinda hurts. Seeing that Qiao Rongchuan was still not leaving, Qiao Xingye whispered, Qiao Rongchuan, so what? There was a distinct hint of something wrong in the magnetic voice. Possibly. It has been difficult to control myself. Zhou Xing Ye, huh? What do you mean what to do? Of course you're rushing out. You're still hurt. Qiao Xingye's tearful eyes pitifully locked eyes with Qiao Rongchuan. I'm scared. That teary-eyed look, however, drew the fire under Qiao Rongchuan's eyes to become even more intense. What a petulant bag. Qiao Xingye's tone choked. That's also because you're spoiled. She was truly afraid that Qiao Rongchuan would come hard on her at this time. And if that happened, she wouldn't be able to escape. Qiao Rongchuan kissed her forehead. Yes, I'm used to it, all of it, including this lawless little nature, all of which he had spoiled since childhood. Qiao Xingye pushed against his chest. Then hurry back to your own room. Sleeping definitely can't be done together. If we continue to be together like this, something is definitely going to go wrong. She didn't want to get hurt. It was too much of a pain in the ass. However, Qiao Rongchuan still had no intention of leaving. At one point Qiao Xingye wanted to drive Qiao Rongchuan away. Instead, the man grabbed her small, soft hand. Zhou Xing Ye? Liangs sighed. Liang Yutong said to Liang Jinzhao, the Luke family is an arms dealer in country F. Black-white is not that simple. Star will face all sorts of threats in their house too. Brother, that's your own sister after all. You might as well find a way to get her to pull away from the Luke family. Liang Jinzhao, Yutong you. Liang Yutong, it's okay with me. No matter what, Zhou Starleaf can't be allowed to remain in the Luke family. She really wouldn't be able to survive on her own if she kept turning her back on the Luke family. At the moment for Qiao Xingye being in the Luke family, Liang Yutong was going crazy with jealousy. Liang Jinzhao frowned. How could that white-eyed wolf be willing to come back to the Liang family? You know. Then we have to find a way to pick her up. 2. The road is full of people who carry their heads on their hips. Who knows which will come first, tomorrow or the accident? Stupid. It's not easy to get someone back from the Luke family? Seeing Liang Jinzhao like this, Liang Yutong was simply furious. She thought that maybe Qiao Xingye would come back to the Liang family, and she'd be a good sister again at that time. Maybe she'll stop embarrassing herself? Speaking of leaving the country, At the moment she also had a bad feeling and wondered if the trip would go well. Liang Jinzhao, forget it. Let's not talk about her now. I'll do the business of you going abroad first. For Qiao Xing Ye, Liang Yutong's influence on the entire Liang family over the years was extremely deep. As for Qiao Xing Ye, too many things had happened during this period of time, and Liang Jinzhao simply did not have a good feeling towards her. He didn't even want to care if she lived or died. After coming out of Liang Yutong's room, Lu Suyan had been talking to Liang Jinzhao about how Qiao Xingye was now making things difficult for Liang Yutong. Liang Jinzhao had no choice but to say, I will send Yutong away as soon as possible. Things are already in motion for the assistant. No surprises there. Liang Yutong is leaving from Hong Kong City tomorrow. What else can we do but send them abroad? They were at the very beginning of the... It probably didn't occur to Joe Starleaf how he was the same little princess that the Luke family had grown up with. And from the way the Luke family has been looking for someone in the past few years, they should be quite precious to Qiao Xingye. Lu Suyun was so angry that her heart hurt. Why did I give birth to such a thing? I should never have gotten her back. Growing up in the Luke family, not to mention the fact that we didn't get half the benefits, we brought so many disasters upon ourselves. When she thought that all the company's troubles during this time were brought about by Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun was especially angry. Liang Jinzhao moved his lips to say something. Just then his phone rang and picked up. Hello, sir. Liang Yutong's assistant's voice came from the phone. The tone wasn't too good, and even a bit gruff. Liang Jinzhao spat out a word icily. Speak, miss. It's probably not possible to leave the country. Liang Jinzhao. The moment the words fell, Liang Jinzhao's pupils shrank. He subconsciously looked at Lu Suyun, and then in an increasingly depressing tone, he said to the phone, What do you mean? What do you mean Liang Yutong can't leave the country? Now no country will accept the lady over and passports have been restricted from buying tickets. Liang Jinzhao's heart rose and fell violently. He's not a cutie. He's not a cutie pie. Now that Liang Yutong couldn't leave the country, it must have something to do with her as well. She, actually, made it this far? Is it true that she's trying to trap Yutong now, as mother said? Then go to another city. Liang Jinzhao said through gritted teeth. Since I can't leave the country, I'll go to another city. Anyway, as long as I don't stay in the harbor city, it's better for them to think about it when they go somewhere else. It doesn't work in other cities either. And right now the lady is restricted from the harbor city. I've tried. Liang Jintao, what? Miss can't go anywhere now except to stay in harbor city. By land, water, and air. There isn't a way out. Liang Jinzhao's heart sank again. There isn't any road? Now the hospital won't accept Liang Yutong for hospitalization either. And no doctor comes to the house. Qiao Xingye, this is really killing her. Liang Jinzhao's face turned blue and hung up the phone. Lu Suyun also heard the voice outside the phone. Now Yutong cannot leave the country? And you can't go to another city? Liang Jinzhao closed his eyes, carrying a hidden anger in his body. He nodded. Yes. As soon as Lu Suyun heard this, she became completely enraged. How could she do this to Yutong? She really wants to kill her. I'm going to call your dad. Saying that, Lu Suyun had already taken out her cell phone and dialed Liang Panning. However, the phone just rang twice. It was hung up. Lu Suyun angry, and then call. It ended up hanging up again. At this time Liang Jinzhao's cell phone also rang. It's from the company. Just after connecting, the tone of the project leader's grave voice came from the phone. Mr. Liang, that project of ours, Deepening, says it's going to stop working together. What? The other party has a tough attitude and is not willing to pay the liquidated damages, saying they want to file a lawsuit. Liang Jinzhao. This, Deepening is one of the few items worth money in their company right now. If this keeps up, will people still be able to live? What about my father? Is there already a meeting going on now to work out a solution? Counting the time, my father should already be at the office. The chairman? He's not at the office. The project leader fretted. Liang Jinzhao. No, this is not counting the time should have long arrived at the company? Liang Jinzhao breathed heavily and subconsciously glanced at Lu Suyun. At the moment, Lu Suyun is all heartbroken over Liang Yutong's inability to leave Hong Kong City. Didn't listen carefully to the outside voice of Liang Jintao's phone anymore. Liang Jinzhao's brain was about to explode. I'll come over right away. His father had said before he left that he should be at home tonight, and had thought he was rushing to the office first thing. Where is he now? This side of Shallow Bay. Qiao Xingye looked at Xiao Rongchuan resentfully, and Xiao Rongchuan pinched her little face favorably. A smile of contentment. Qiao Xingye directly gasped a terrified humph and glanced her little face to the side. A look that has been poorly coaxed. Xiao Rongchuan took her in his arms. So good. Sleep. He's letting go to sleep now instead. Qiao Xingye grunted. I'm ignoring you. I can't believe I let her do that. Xiao Rongchuan, that's not up to you. Xiao Xingye was so angry that she directly rubbed her little head hard against him and, Qiao Rongchuan's low laugh came from overhead. Okay, stop. Qiao Xing Ye grunted and huffed. You can't do that next time. Qiao Rongchuan didn't answer and just kissed her forehead. Qiao Xing Ye, did you hear that? What's the point of not answering? Does he want to do it again? Qiao Rongchuan, if you don't sleep, there might be other tricks in a while. Qiao Xing Ye? What worse tricks could he possibly have up his sleeve? Qiao Xing Ye was furious, but didn't dare to say any more, truly afraid that he would use bad tricks against himself again. Chapter 158. Is that longevity noodles? That's killing us, isn't it? The next morning, Qiao Xing Ye woke up in a daze and moved to. It just feels like it's being circled so tightly. As soon as she turned around, she met Qiao Rongchuan's eyes full of laughter. Why are you here? Qiao Xing Ye was a little dazed from her sleep, and when she saw that Qiao Rongchuan was here, her entire body was a little dumbfounded. Qiao Rongchuan raised his eyebrows and pinched Qiao Xingye's little face. Forgot? Joe Starleaf. The mind instantly flooded with those images from last night before going to sleep, and the little face reddened at first. So, then why are you still here? Joe Xingye? Well, she remembered. Qiao Rongchuan must sleep together. The pros and cons she also told him. He won't listen. After last night, Lu Ling and the housekeeper here, both have known the sea change in their relationship. There was nothing she could do about it. Leave it all to him. Buzz. The phone kept vibrating. Qiao Rongchuan picked up the phone and looked at it. It wasn't his. It was Qiao Xingye's phone. Qiao Xingye also grabbed his cell phone and saw that it was Qiao Yu calling. She gave the phone directly to Qiao Rongchuan. That's a call she wouldn't dare answer. When Qiao Rongchuan saw that it was Qiao Yu calling, his brows wrinkled and he directly pressed answer. Without waiting for him to speak, Qiao Yu's growl came from the other side of the phone. Damn girl, you're really good at this, huh? After running for 3 years, you've gotten fat, haven't you? How dare you sue? I'm telling you this isn't over. You, don't go back to F country in your life if you have the guts. I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off. You dare to sue me. Good for you. You're really out of your league. Joey Feather screamed in exasperation over the phone. It doesn't take much to figure out that she's been resent back to F. Qiao Rongchuan, you're threatening her? Zhou Yu. On the phone. It went straight to silence. Qiao Xingye nervously grabbed the lapel of Qiao Rongchuan's robe. Qiao Rongchuan, speak. His voice was low, with a serious intimidation. Qiao Yu stammered and spoke. Brother, that what? Seriously. When Qiao Rongchuan was serious, Qiao Yu was still quite terrified of him. At the moment she stammered a complete sentence. Unable to speak, Qiao Rongchuan's icy breath penetrated the airwaves and went straight to Qiao Yu's heart. Joey Feather was all jazzed up. I was just kidding her. You know, I miss her. Thinking is also really thinking. When he was young, Qiao Rongchuan brought Qiao Xingye to live in a house near his school. At that time Joey Feather also wanted her little star and wanted to follow along. Now she had to go to school at that time. So much so, that for a long time, many of Zhou Yu's delicious food will be spared period, because it's going to be reserved for Zhou Starleaf. It was just that Qiao Rongchuan's home time had been less regular since he had taken Qiao Xingye by his side. But the anger is also really angry. He loves her so much. She even betrayed himself. Qiao Rongchuan grunted coldly. Is that how you think of her? The idea of mouthing off threats is pretty chic. Qiao Yu, then I'm not angry. I miss her so much. Do not let me come to Hong Kong City. Humph. Joey Feather is really pissed off. Knowing that Qiao Rongchuan found Qiao Xingye, she was always trying to get to Hong Kong City. But Qiao Rongchuan was all kinds of obstruction. This time, it was so hard to sneak out from F country, only to be carried back halfway by Lu Ling's people. Just give Qiao Xingye a call of effort, to say that it is not Qiao Xingye sued. She doesn't even believe it. This dead girl, have learned to betray her. So angry. No, counting the time. It's just dawn over there in Hong Kong City, right? Can Star get up so early? Meaning Qiao Xingye's cell phone. How is it in Qiao Rongchuan's hands at this time? Joey Feather asked full of doubt. Qiao Xingye's heart went straight to his throat when he heard Qiao Yu's words from the outside voice of the phone call. The small hand that gripped Qiao Rongchuan's lapel also tightened more and more at this moment. Qiao Rongchuan glanced down at her, seeing the panic in her eyes. A hint of interest suddenly came to his eyes. As soon as she caught her little hand, she tucked it into her lapel. Qiao Xingye felt the solid feel of his hand, and his palm stiffened, then subconsciously had to draw it back. Yet the man's teasing grip on her hand wouldn't let go. Qiao Xingye anxiously pouted. You quickly let go of me. Brother, what are you guys doing? A questioning voice from Joey Feather came over the phone. When Qiao Xingye heard this tone of Qiao Yu's voice, his brain was even more buzzed. She had forgotten that Qiao Rongchuan was answering her call at the moment. Damn it. Qiao Rongchuan caught Qiao Xingye while saying coldly to the other side of the phone. You're curious? Zhou Yu? No. This. Qiao Xingye? Teasing her with that attitude? hearing Qiao Rongchuan's displeased voice. Where did Qiao Yu dare to ask any further? No, I'm not curious. No one in the entire country of F probably dared to wonder about him. Qiao Rongchuan, and as her own sister, also very afraid of those tactics of his. The last time I went to the desert I was dry for 2 months. An unforgettable non-bath experience. She never wanted to experience it again in her life. I'm really not curious. Afraid that Qiao Rongchuan wouldn't believe it, Xiao Yu continued to add. But right after that she came back with, can Starlet really get up this early? Joe Starleaf. Qiao Rongchuan. In Xiao Yu's impression, Qiao Xingye was extremely fond of sleeping. I had trouble getting out of bed when I was in school. She had to arrive almost an hour later than the school required. It was also Qiao Rongchuan who spoiled her. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Yu. Hey, this girl is good enough to go out for 3 years and become hardworking. Is this a social beating? Alas. Brother, is she a good girl now? Does she know how to cook? Don't be like before. People who have never cooked before still have to make us long life noodles. Is that longevity? That's going to kill us, isn't it? Eating one takes half a person's life. Qiao Xing Ye? This and that. Xiao Yu, she's been so diligent. And she's been socially poisoned like this. If you're going to get better at cooking, don't put me in the hospital again. You remember that time you had diarrhea and vomiting? Or I'm going to take care of yours. Shut up. Xiao Rongchuan couldn't bear it. Qiao Xingye was also shocked as he looked at Xiao Rongchuan. I'm just saying that her cooking is poisonous, so you can eat it yourself. And every time, they make me and mom have to eat it too. And that time it killed me and threw up all over me. The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched, looking at Xiao Rongchuan in complete disbelief. Was the longevity noodles she used to cook for them that poisonous? She can't cook, but since she was 14 years old, occasionally, I learned that my classmates would personally make longevity noodles whenever someone in their family had a birthday. She followed suit and tried to express herself. Is it that poisonous? Qiao Rongchuan's face was not good, and he directly said to the other side of the phone, go look at the brain. Xiao Yu, it's been so many years and you still don't let her know? She should know. If she doesn't grow in her cooking skills, don't make me anymore. I don't want to throw up and get diarrhea. Joey Feather chattered on the phone. Qiao Rongchuan hung up the phone directly. The room was finally quiet. Qiao Xingye looked at Qiao Rongchuan blearily. Did all the longevity noodles I used to make put you guys in the hospital? I can't believe I didn't know about such a big deal. Qiao Rongchuan squeezed her small hand that was still on his chest. Qiao Xingye reacted to the position he was touching at the moment. The little face reddened once again and subconsciously had to shrink back. You let go. She grunted and forced her hand back to hide it. Chapter 159. When did that part of you for me start? Breakfast table. Qiao Xingye's head was buried low as she ate breakfast. Lu Ling came over and the housekeeper was there. At this moment, she had not completely reacted to this change in her relationship with Qiao Rongchuan. However, Qiao Rongchuan had already messed with everyone here. The only sounds in the dining room were the sounds of eating. It was so quiet that Qiao Xingye felt like he could even hear his heartbeat. Not long after, Yan Li came over. Seeing Yan Li, Qiao Xingye's head buried even lower. Yan Li directly sat down beside Qiao Xingye. Star is very good today. It's so rare to be so good at breakfast. There was a bit of flirtation in his tone anyhow when he said that. What's with the scarf for breakfast? The heat's so good. Come on. Brother Yannick will take it down for you. Qiao Xingye shuddered and opened Yan Li's hand with one hand. Does this dude really not know? Or does he really have a low emotional quotient? Qiao Xingye was so angry that she cursed him in her head. Sick. Which pot to piss in? Yan Li smiled with an impish face and looked at Qiao Xingye. Then at Qiao Rongchuan. You, too. Be gentle in your love for Star. Joe Starleaf. The brain exploded with a boom. Already stiff. At the moment her head was about to fit into the bowl that. I can't wait for there to be a hole in the bottom of the bowl for me to go right through and hide. As soon as Yan Li's words fell, there was a pain in his leg under the table. Yannick. No. This. Without waiting for Yan Li to speak, Qiao Rongchuan gave him a cold stare. What are you doing over here? I'm coming to dinner. Yannick rubbed the spot on the pole of his leg where he had been kicked while doing so. Looking to one side, the butler signaled for additional dishes. However, Qiao Rongchuan spoke icily. There's nothing you like to eat here this morning. Yan Li looked at the hearty breakfast on the table. Who said I don't love it? I do. Qiao Rongchuan lifted his eyelids to look askance at him. You don't like it? Yanni? I said I love it. What does he mean by that? Yan Li drew back a breath of cold air. Did I say the wrong thing again? No. You've got this going on here. Aren't you allowed to have a couple of jokes about it? I say you the man. Before the latter could be said, there was another pain in his leg. Yanni. Well, Star's jokes couldn't be taken lightly. He could sort of see that. This Qiao Rongchuan really will be her baby. Bystanders half a little joke cannot open a Pampered in such a greenhouse. How could this girl live without him? Seeing that Yanli still didn't understand, Qiao Rongchuan gave him a sidelong glance. Still not leaving? The corner of Yanli's mouth twitched. You really don't let me eat it? Not big brother. It's freezing out here and I want something hot right now. Where wouldn't he be able to fix a meal if this were normal? It snowed here all night last night and he can't even drive well from here now. Just as Qiao Rongchuan was about to give Yanli another kick, Zhou Starleaf spoke. She said in a small voice, Brother, don't make it difficult for brother Yanli. Let him just eat here. It's freezing outside, and there's a stretch of road out of Shallow Bay that goes along the beach, so it's not easy to walk. Yanni, it's still Sister Starlet. Boom. Another pain in the leg bar. Yanli really can't stand it anymore. How does someone so violent have the patience to raise a girl this way? Now to say that Qiao Xing Ye was raised by Qiao Rongchuan, Yanli simply didn't believe it. For eyes relative, Qiao Rongchuan eyes are all sharp. Yanli cannot stand. Line. I'll eat in the kitchen. Always? He felt how stiff Qiao Xingye's form was beside him. This Qiao Rongchuan is also really. This is what embarrassed cannot see people for life? I've never seen anyone baby someone like that. Once she heard that Yanli was going to eat in the kitchen, Qiao Xingye's head lowered even more. This time, without waiting for Qiao Rongchuan to kick, Yanli hurriedly and neatly rolled. There were just Qiao Xingye and Qiao Rongchuan left, and Qiao Rongchuan looked askance at Qiao Xingye, further down the line. Beware of getting your face stuck directly on the bowl and not being able to pull it out. Zhou Starleaf. Raising his head, he gave Qiao Rongchuan a resentful look. Only the corners of the man's mouth were smiling. Where was the ferocity he had just shown to Yanli? Qiao Rongchuan, come here. Qiao Xingye blearily walked over to him and sat down. And Qiao Rongchuan reached out and just untie the scarf around her neck. Qiao Xingye covered it with a hand. Brother, what are you doing? We can't take this. If we take it down, everyone will see it. What would she say if they all asked questions like Yanni? Qiao Rongchuan, you think if you cover it up, no one will know? Zhou Starleaf. So it's all known now? As she said this, Qiao Xingye looked at Qiao Rongchuan with pitiful eyes. It's all known, and that news will surely get back to the F side soon. By that time, once mother and sister Qiao Yu knew. The more Qiao Xingye thought about it, the more her brain became confused. She tugged at Qiao Rongchuan's clothes and, at the moment, Qiao Rongchuan was putting a small fried bun into her small bowl. Feeling her small movement, the man laughed softly. What? I'm scared, Qiao Xingye muttered. She was telling the truth. She was really scared now. The others were fine. It was the mother's side that wasn't too easy to account for. Qiao Rongchuan picked up the milk in front of him and took a sip. Didn't the methods all tell you? Let's just say you had to. Qiao Xingye looked over at him. At the moment Qiao Rongchuan was also looking at her. The man's deep eyes that, like the vastness of the universe, it is difficult to explore. Qiao Xingye couldn't stop gulping. So I really said that? It's not good, right? How much it must tarnish your reputation. As she said this, Qiao Xingye apprehensively lowered her head again. In fact, she had never been sure of Qiao Rongchuan's feelings all these years, and she had hidden her heart well, not daring to show it. Much of this is due to the fear that it will misrepresent the reputation of the two great families, the Lukes and the Zhous in F. She was not related to Qiao Rongchuan by blood. Nominally, however, they have always been brother and sister. And that's how people on the outside have always identified them. Especially whenever her mother took her out to meet the wives or to play. They say this is my little girl. Little daughter. Biggest son. Just thinking about this relationship over the years, Qiao Xingye felt a gust of suffocation. The man's warm fingers cupped her chin and lifted it, lowering his head and mouth to snub her lips. Who do you think dares? A simple sentence with Qiao Rongchuan's unique dominance and strength. Qiao Xingye's heart pounded and her eyes instantly reddened. Qiao Rongchuan mouth neglected her eye sockets. Xinger, just so do not believe me? No one in the entire country of F is in that position to put a finger on what's going on with the Luke family. Zhou Starleaf. The heart and mouth, once again, shook. Yes, Qiao Rongchuan is right. There's no one in the whole F country who is qualified, putting a finger on what happened to the Luke family. And since Qiao Rongchuan dared to do those things to her, naturally no one dared to criticize half a word. Qiao Xingye sniffled and looked up into the man's eyes. So that's what I'm going to say if Sister Joey Feather asks? Qiao Rongchuan pinched her small earlobe and smiled lightly. Good. Qiao Xingye, since when? When did you start having that kind of mind for me? Before, he even pretended to be drunk. Thinking about this one, Qiao Xingye did not want to forgive him. At that time, I really scared myself to death. And every time he did that to me, my heart really went up and down. Originally hiding your mind was hard work. Being that he had left traces on himself, this hiding of his own had become more of a walk in the park. As it turned out, he knew everything and kept teasing her. Thinking about it, Qiao Xingye wanted to bite him again. It was only when his eyes touched the bruise on Qiao Rongchuan's neck that he finally let it go. Chapter 160. Is his girl that tough? After breakfast, Qiao Rongchuan then went to the study first, and Yanli came out of the kitchen after breakfast and looked over at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye hurriedly turned around, pretending not to see him. Run, and run. Yanli wrapped his arms around his chest, his tone extremely disgruntled. Qiao Xingye also knew why Qiao Rongchuan had let Yanli leave just now. It's really just seeing how uncomfortable she is. Seeing Yanli specifically arresting himself at this moment, Qiao Xingye turned around and weakly shouted, "Brother Yanli." Yanli stepped forward and hummed, "Is the injury better?" Joe Starleaf. Hearing him say that, cerebellum shriveled right down, where she was injured. Yanli naturally knew, and it was extremely natural for him to ask, "It is yourself this answer." Qiao Xingye's little face directly burst into red, not daring to look up again at all. Yanli saw that she didn't say anything and hey, asked you, okay, better. No, why would he ask that question? Is this something he should care about? Yanli, girls have to love themselves. Although Qiao Rongchuan has always loved you and indulged you, but men are not human beings in that respect. Much of the time. Joe Starleaf. At this moment, Yanli was constantly admonishing Qiao Xingye. He doesn't know the difference between light and heavy, but you can't help but know how to protect yourself. That kind of injury is no child's play. You don't say. Qiao Xingye finally managed to hold it in, totally embarrassed to look at Yannick. Yannick, you. This dead girl. She's doing her own good. Joe Xingye, I don't know any better. Do I? Yes. So please don't say anything. The corner of Yanli's mouth twitched. I said you. Qiao Xingye, I'll get out right away so you can see out of sight. After saying that, and not waiting for Yanli to react, Qiao Xingye directly turned around and ran away in a puff of smoke. That snappy back. Don't mention how good this gym would be if you put it in school. Yanli stood still winded, running so fast. Qiao Rongchuan has been worrying for nothing all these years. No one can even whisk away from the enemy if they run away from him at that speed. In a puff of smoke, the man was gone. Seeing as how that's not bad for the meds I let myself go by. It's all working so well with my legs. Yanli scratched the back of his head and turned back, just to meet a pair of sinister eyes. Qiao Rongchuan stood at the stairs, coldly meeting this gaze. Yanli was directly terrified in his heart. No. What are you looking at me like that for? Want you to care? Qiao Rongchuan's tone was unpleasant, with a hint of coldness. Yannick, I'm sorry, I was being nosy. He thinks that a brother and a husband are two different kinds of men. Lu Ling came from the other side. Master, say, Miss Yan Qing has secretly arrived in Hong Kong City. Yannick, Qiao Rongchuan, Lu Ling, the ones following around are Mrs. People. The ladies' man, Joey Feather. The corners of Yanli's mouth twitched. How so? Lu Ling glanced at Yanli before looking at Qiao Rongchuan. It should be Miss. Let her come and steal Miss Starling away. Yanli's heart skipped a beat. No way. Is his girl that tough? Qiao Xingye wasn't as simple as Qiao Rongchuan's sister now. If she dared to steal this, she was afraid she didn't want to live. Misunderstanding? This is definitely a misunderstanding. Mr. Lu's special assistant. You can't just rely on the fact that she brought Qiao Yu's man to. Just presume that she's here to steal someone. You're not right. Qiao Rongchuan's face was grim as he cast an icy glance at Yanli. Yanli was flustered in his heart by this look. No, I'm here. This Yan Qing couldn't really have been instigated by Qiao Yu and was here to find a way to steal Qiao Xingye away, right? That's not right. They've always been at odds. You know? Yan Chang and Qiao Yu have not gotten along for many years, and when they meet, it's heaven and earth. If you look at it that way, it's completely impossible for Yan Qing to listen to anything Qiao Yu has to say. Lu Ling, it's precisely because it doesn't fit that it's better to hide it. Yannick, Lutetsa helps you. Yanli was outright anxious, but one had to admit that Lu Ling was right. In accordance with Qiao Yu's efforts to find Qiao Xingye in these 2 years, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had long since gone crazy trying to find Qiao Xingye. Yanli drew back a breath of cold air. Looking to Qiao Rongchuan, big brother, listen to me explain to you. I think there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. I'll get to her right away. Yanli was in a hurry. That man-child. She just goes around making trouble for him. Although he was furious, but it was his own sister in the end. What could he do? Should she really be allowed to be killed after making a big mess in front of Qiao Rongchuan? At this juncture, if Qiao Xingye was really stolen, Yanli didn't want that consequence at all. Yannick turned around. Behind him came Qiao Rongchuan's 2 icy words. Beat away. Lu Ling, good. Yanli was jolted. No, big brother, leave this to me. I'll take care of it. Don't bother. Besides, Starlet, she just doesn't like your brutal side, and you know it. Seeing you kill people back then almost made her autistic. At this moment, Yanli didn't know that Qiao Xingye had crashed that scene again last night. It didn't run away as it did that time. and it didn't close itself off. Qiao Rongchuan braced his hands on the handrail, and the moment his four eyes met, Yan Li's body shook again. I only heard Qiao Rongchuan say, "It's time for Yin Qing to be properly disciplined." Yani? Discipline? He has a way of disciplining that not many people can handle. Qiao Rongchuan turned around and said to Lu Ling, "Let her learn a lesson." "Yes, master." Lu Ling nodded. The corner of Yan Li's mouth twitched. Letting Yin Qing grow a memory? What is Qiao Rongchuan's general way of making people remember? Even if you don't die, you'll still be without half a life. Ego my grandma. This Yin Qing. This time how also in Xiao Yu stirred on. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. Lu Ling turned around and left, and Yan Li grabbed him by the hand. That, Special Assistant Lu, how are you going to make her remember? How about a bruised and battered nose? Yanni's eyes fluttered. That's it? Lu Ling, for your sake. It's not a good idea to be ruthless. Yannick, why does that sound so wrong? Wait, Yin Qing is as dark as that. It's not easy to give her a bruise, is it? If this could make Yin Qing's black face look blue and swollen, how heavy a hand would it be? Maybe he escaped from Qiao Rongchuan's people and turned around to go to H to fix his face. Well, don't be so hard on her. I've only got one sister. I'll take care of her. I promise I'll clean her up this time. Lu Ling drew out his own clothes with one hand. Dr. Yan can't even get in touch with anyone right now. How do you plan on convincing her? Yannick, this dead girl. Lu Ling is gone. Yan Li pulled out his cell phone and hurriedly dialed Yin Qing, and it was just as Lu Ling had said. The phone is in an unreachable state, as is the other number. Yan Li spun in place. This ancestral god. When did she shake hands with Xiao Yu? You're helping Joey in such a big deal? What had happened to Xiao Yu and Yin Qing during the time they were not in F country? Qiao Xing Ye returned to his room shortly after. Qiao Rongchuan then came, and when he heard the man enter, Qiao Xing Ye turned around and, the little face was still red. It was obvious that he hadn't slowed down from what Yan Li had just done. Qiao Rongchuan leaned against the doorframe, his arms wrapped around his chest. Just that scared? Qiao Xing Ye looked at him blearily and didn't say anything. Qiao Rongchuan was a bit helpless, stepping forward and pulling her into his arms. You little thing. Qiao Rongchuan turned around and sat down, directly holding her down on his lap. With four eyes, he leaned over and mouth snubbed her lips. No need to hold back from now on. Ha! Joe Starleaf. Chapter 161. I can't make the call on this. You have to find my brother. Qiao Rongchuan accompanied Qiao Xingye for a while before leaving. Not long after, the maid came knocking on the door, and Qiao Xingye externally shouted one word, enter. The maid pushed the door in. Miss, there is a gentleman named Liang who wants to see you. Joe Starleaf. Surname Liang? Young or old? Young. The younger one. That would be Liang Jinzhao. Thinking about what Panming Liang said yesterday at Quanshan. And what else? Anything to satisfy her. That's hilarious. Do they really think they care about their little thing? Question. It never comes out of uneven distribution of resources. She didn't care how much they favored Liang Yutong and how they cold-shouldered her. All this is happening now, with whether or not they're being good parents and brothers to her. Qiao Xingye. No semblance of a relationship. Seeing that Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, the servant respectfully asked. See, of course, she was never the one who should have been avoided in this relationship. Liang Jinzhao waited at the gatepost and didn't let him enter Hearing Lanlin residence at all. This is even more angry him, this white-eyed wolf. Old son at least is her brother. That's what she did to me. Liang Jinzhao said angrily to Qi Yan. In the past, Liang Jinzhao, at least, maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. That was given the fact that he was highly respected in this harbor city for so many years. Even though the Liang family was inferior to the Qi family. But no one has ever dared to do that to him. Not even letting him in the door. Facing Liang Jinzhao's complaint, Qi Yan frowned and didn't say anything. In fact, the entire Liang family in the heart of Qiao Xingye never counted a dish. When Qiao Xingye came over, he heard Liang Jintao still complaining. She even wants Yutong's life, and wants to trap Yutong here in Hong Kong City. Why is she so mean? The more he said, the more angry Liang Jinzhao became. He stayed up all night last night working on this Liang Yutong thing, yet no matter what he tried to do, couldn't even send her out. Qi Yan was also burnt out all night, dealing with this as well. Now it's all the countries you can't go to. Seeing that Qi Yan has been silent, Liang Jinzhao, Yan, you have to think of a way. If we keep dragging this on, Yutong will really be dragged to death. She was supposed to be the one who needed chemotherapy now, and now all of a sudden she is cut off from her medication. Kiran clenched one hand into a fist, and one hand was still in a cast, which hadn't even been removed yet. Yutong's medicine will be gone after today. The hospital just gave 2 days of oral medication, which wouldn't have topped anything. Now even this oral one is gone. Qi Yan's face grew heavy. Don't say it. This is Shallow Bay after all. All of them are Master Zhou's men. Liang Jinzhao was in a fit of anger. Where did he listen, this mischievous Qiao Xingye? I'll pretend I don't have her as a sister in my life, and when the Zhous get sick of her, I'll see what she's still a thing. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. And now Liang Jinzhao prayed that Qiao Xingye was disliked by the Qiao family. Let's see him stomp on her then. Qiao Xingye made a turn and appeared in front of the doorpost. You're afraid you won't be able to wait for that day. Liang Jinzhao. Kiran. Seeing Qiao Xingye suddenly appear, Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao's heart shook inexplicably. Liang Jinzhao's face stiffened. Meeting Qiao Xingye's gaze, he made a U-turn and deadened his anger. The moment he opened his mouth, however, his tone was less than favorable. What do you want? After all that fuss, what do you really want? Liang Jinzhao was completely anxious. At this moment, he was hoping that Qiao Xingye would make an offer. As long as there were conditions, everything was fine. Qiao Xingye wrapped his hands around his chest, the corner of his mouth raised in a sarcastic smile. This is the attitude you begged me for? It seems that Liang Yutong is not good in your heart. Liang Jinzhao, you. Qiao Xingye, by the way, before, Liang Yutong made a bet with me over the matter of whether or not she could live in Shallow Bay. The bet is $1 million. As her brother, an admirer, which of you pays? Liang Jinzhao already had a bad look on his face, and now he saw that Qiao Xingye's opening was $1 million. The face was completely green. How dare you ask for money? What has she gotten herself into? You still want money? How did you meet such a shameless person? Liang Jinzhao's liver hurts from anger. Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, just looked at him so nicely. Qi Yan looked at her icily. This money, I'll give it. Qiao Xingye hadn't given him a single glance since he came in. The woman who had been his fiancé for 2 years. At this moment Qi Yan suddenly felt that the Zhou Starleaf is not what the outside world says he is. At least not as much as rumored in the relationship department. Liang Jinzhao saw Qi Yan say give. Anxious, Yan. As far as this face of Qiao Xingye is concerned, Liang Jinzhao doesn't want to give a single point. She just doesn't deserve it. Qi Yan ignored Liang Jinzhao and met Qiao Xingye's gaze. I'll give. Can we get her out of the country now? Last night until now, they couldn't get Liang Yutong to leave Hong Kong City even with all their efforts. It was obvious what kind of death order Master Qiao had given to both Qi Liang's family and Yutong this time. Right now, Qiao Xingye, in the Qiao family, had some status. Qi Yan didn't want to mess with her at this time. After all, she had the time to mess with her. Yutong couldn't afford to spend it. Qiao Xingye, you give me the money first. Kiran, no. Given the last time I fell for her, this woman, she's used to pulling some tricks. Qi Yan knew all about it. She swiped her own card that day and bought something for all the people in her studio. That makeup is over $10,000 a set. One set for each hand. It's really not her own money. It doesn't even bother her. Qiao Xingye, oh, take it or leave it. She couldn't see it anyway. Just teasing. Liang Jinzhao, say your conditions for letting Yutong leave the country. At this moment Liang Jinzhao is not in the mood to talk to her at all. He only wanted to hurry up and get Liang Yutong's matter settled. Qiao Xingye, you guys aren't even willing to give $1 million. And you're asking me to say the conditions? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Liang Jinzhao, Kiran, this woman. Liang Jinzhao boiled with anger. You're simply too much. Qiao Xingye, I'm telling you, Yutong must go abroad. Oh, it's out of my hands. Liang Jinzhao, Zhou Xingye, you'll have to go to my brother for that. This brother directly made Liang Jinzhao zap his heart. He was in a trance for a moment, and reacted before realizing that the word brother in her mouth. Said Xiao Rongchuan, not him. For some reason, the heart was suddenly a little stuffy. Qiao Xingye stepped forward, reached out, and straightened Liang Jinzhao's tie. Wonderingly, he said, if Zheng Shelu knew that you've been circling around Liang Yutong and neglecting her and her son all this time, do you guess she'll take the baby and go jump off Liang's building? Liang Jinzhao sniffed and his breath shook. He grabbed Qiao Xingye's wrist. What do you know? That mother and son. He's been hiding them well. The smile at the corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth was kind. You're quite bold. Dangling Pei San on one side. The kids on one side are over 2 years old. Liang Jinzhao's breath shook again. He subconsciously glanced behind him at Qi Yan. The security room was not much space to begin with. Qiao Xingye's voice wasn't exactly small. Qi Yan had heard it all. And at the moment, his eyes were full of shock. Liang Jinzhao's breathing was unsteady. You're checking on me? Qiao Xingye, Zheng Xiulu doesn't know yet. You're very precious about this sister who's not related to you by blood, aren't you? The extent of this, but it overshadows even that son she gave birth to. And you think as a mother that would be willing? Zheng Xiaolu, what temperament? Qiao Xingye's side of the investigation of 1 or 2 clear. If she finds out about this, she'll turn the world upside down. Liang Jinzhao felt like he was going to suffocate. He never dared to let the outside world know that he was being pestered as a lover by a woman from a nightclub. Even bore him a son. Qiao Xingye drew out his wrist and rubbed it, all red and, after giving Liang Jintao a dose of shocking medicine, not wanting to continue the conversation, he simply turned around and walked away. If you dare to let Zheng Xielu know, I will definitely cut you alive, Liang Jinzhao said viciously, and this was just enough for Qiao Rongchuan, who had appeared at the door of the security room, to hear. He swept Liang Jinzhao without the slightest temperature under his eyes. How do you plan to scrape her? At the same time, Qiao Xingye had already arrived in front of Qiao Rongchuan. As soon as Qiao Rongchuan pulled her through, he picked up her wrist and looked at it. Only the place that was just held by Liang Jinzhao was reddened. The bottom of Qiao Rongchuan's already temperatureless eyes. At this moment, when he looked at Liang Jinzhao, he was even more dangerous. You did this? Liang Jinzhao was already in a state of anger. And now he was facing Qiao Rongchuan, who was full of danger. He subconsciously gulped. The whole person was like a frosted eggplant in an instant. Directly wilted. Chapter 162, Who is related to you? Silly. Qiao Rongchuan's body is full of natural intimidation. At this moment, even if he has a look, it also gives a bloodiness that is unique to men. Even if Liang Jinzhao and Qi Yan were considered the pride of Hong Kong City, they couldn't help but bow their heads at this moment. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ling. Yes, Master. The Liang family now. Master Qiao. Liang Jinchao's heart trembled as he hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt Qiao Rongchuan's later words. Can't beam home again. Now the entire Liang family is going bankrupt, and the company's only worthwhile project is now called off. Liang Jinzhao choked. Master Qiao, you've misunderstood. While saying this, he also hurriedly gave a look to Qiao Xing Ye, who was in Qiao Rongchuan's arms. You can't tell the difference between close and distant, can you? It's amazing to be on the side of outsiders completely when your own family is pitted against you to the death. Liang Jinzhao's heart was on fire, but his face was apprehensive, not daring to show his inner emotions at all. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. You mean, I'm deaf? Liang Jinzhao, no, meeting Qiao Rongchuan's increasingly chilling gaze, Liang Jinzhao's heart shook once again. Subconsciously, he looked at Qiao Xingye. That eye was flashing to the point of cramping. This dead girl, if she doesn't say something, is she going to let this one get herself killed? When his eyes touched the cold thing pinned on Qiao Rongchuan's waist, Liang Jinzhao gulped again, especially since Qiao Xingye had been silent. Liang Jinzhao was really anxious. Shinger. The moment the words fell, only a bang could be heard, and, immediately followed by Liang Jinzhao's muffled grunt of aha, a sharp pain came from his stomach, and he felt his internal organs shatter. Qiao Rongchuan's kick wasn't light. Liang Jinzhao was on the spot, holding her stomach and hating to curl up on the ground. Qi Yan, who was present at the scene, stiffened even more when he saw Liang Jinzhao like this. He wasn't in a good position to help right now. He was still all bruised up here himself. Then again, this is Shoal Bay. Now Qi's many problems also need to rely on Qiao Rongchuan to solve. Knowing his identity, how dare one continue to offend him? Liang Qi Liang Yutong's life is almost all held in the hands of Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Who gave you the guts to hurt her? Liang Jinzhao's heart choked. He was in so much pain that he could barely get his breath back. Qiao Rongchuan once again looked at the red marks on Qiao Xingye's wrist. What does Shinger think should happen? Qiao Xingye, who was suddenly named, was confused. What should I do? Ask her? Qiao Xingye subconsciously looked at Liang Jinzhao, whose face was pale with pain. With only one glance, he withdrew his gaze to meet Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan raised his eyebrows. How about SHA? Zhou Starleaf, Qi Yan, Liang Jinzhao. Those present, especially Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao, the two of them glanced at each other, and panic surfaced in the bottom of Liang Jinzhao's eyes. Such cruel words, he just spat them out icily. At this moment, Liang Jinzhao clearly felt that this Qiao Rongchuan did not look like he was joking. He was really going to kill himself. Shinger. Liang Jinzhao was completely flustered. The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched as he looked at Qiao Rongchuan. That, brother. What? Star can't give it up? No, I'm not shedding. Go ahead. Can't give it up? You're kidding. For these people and things in the Liang family, Qiao Xingye did not dare to say half a word wrong in front of Qiao Rongchuan, afraid to let this one misunderstand how rare he was to return to the Liang family. Liang Jinzhao, Shinger you, I'm your own brother. Kissing what? Who's kissing you? Silly, is this thing out of its mind? Saying it's her real brother in front of Qiao Rongchuan. He's not dying fast enough, is he? During those years in F country, how many buddies around Qiao Rongchuan who wanted to be his brother together? There isn't a single one that hasn't been kicked by Qiao Rongchuan. Yannick that leg pole. It probably hasn't been good for a few days, knowing that it's your own brother before life and death, and not knowing who it was before. For Liang Yutong to suppress herself endlessly. Even today, he came to the door for Liang Yutong to live. Also pro-brother. I don't know what kind of bad luck I practiced in my previous life, to have this kind of blood relationship in this life. Xiao Rongchuan's hand has reached his waist. Liang Jinzhao, no. Xinger, listen to me to explain to you things. Xiao Rongchuan's movements were also seen by Qiao Xingye. She hurriedly came out of Xiao Rongchuan's arms. What's that? I remembered that my little rabbit hasn't been fed yet. I've got to hurry up and feed it, so you guys take your time. With her here, the scene will only get more out of hand. Kiran. Liang Jinzhao. No, his life is almost gone. She is going to feed the rabbit? Seeing that Qiao Xingye had already left the door, Liang Jinzhao was completely anxious. Qiao Xingye. Hearing him shout, Qiao Xingye's steps were windy, and he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kiran. Liang Jinzhao. She really wants to die here, doesn't she? Liang Jinzhao looked at Xiao Rongchuan in horror. At this moment Xiao Rongchuan was playing with a chang in his hand. It flew in circles in his hands. Liang Jinzhao didn't even see his movements clearly. When he heard a caw sound, it was immediately followed by a press against his forehead. Master Qiao, calm your anger. You, listen to me. Liang Jinzhao had already begun to stutter even as he spoke, and cold sweat continued to ooze from his forehead. He especially regretted coming to find Qiao Xingye at this moment. Why did he come to find Qiao Xingye? Isn't this a death wish? Qi Yan also stepped forward at this moment. Master Qiao. Bang. The air was quiet for just a split second after the sound of. Immediately after that, Liang Jintao's mournful hissing completely erupted. Qiao Xingye was still walking on the main road to the main building when he heard this screaming voice. She shuddered at first. A sigh of relief followed immediately. Still able to scream out. It seems that it did not take Liang Jinzhao's life, but half of his life should be gone. This way. Liang Jinzhao covered his hand in pain, and Xiao Rongchuan looked at the Chang muzzle. Voice like Hades, 2 years ago, you used this hand to drop her, right? Liang Jinzhao. At the moment, his heart was clenched together. Hearing Xiao Rongchuan's words, he still remembered in this instant that he was talking about the time that Qiao Xingye had beaten Liang Yutong. The scene was chaotic at that time, and he was so furious that he directly grabbed Qiao Xingye with one hand and flung him away. At that time, Qiao Xingye's back even hit the corner of the cabinet, and her face went white. How did Xiao Rongchuan find out about this matter when it was so confusing? Did Qiao Xingye tell him? And this robbery by Qiao Rongchuan at the moment was just to avenge himself for pushing Qiao Xingye that time? Liang Jintao was breathing heavily. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiao Rongchuan's chang was aimed at his other hand. This hand. And tried to slap her? Liang Jinzhao's breath shuddered, hastily shaking his head. No, I didn't. It didn't hit Qiao Xingye then. And with her little tiger-like appearance, who could have hit her? She was stirring up the scene. Except for the one time he shook her off and hurt her. He never hurt her half as much after that. Looking at Xiao Rongchuan's chang pointing at himself, Liang Jinzhao breathed heavily. Master Qiao, she is at least my sister. Bang. Another scream. Liang Jinzhao was completely unable to say the words behind him. Qiao Xingye had reached this side of the main building at the moment, because it was rather far away and, naturally, she didn't hear Liang Jinzhao's miserable screams. When she heard the chang sound again, her heart was even more dumbfounded. And did it end up taking Liang Jinzhao's life? Chapter 163, I'm going out. Come out quickly, don't cover it up. Qiao Xingye doesn't care about Liang Jintao, but this was Hong Kong City, and she was worried if Qiao Rongchuan would get into unnecessary trouble because of it. Unable to sit still, she got up and headed out the door again to go over to the security janitor. Out the door. His feet had just stepped in the snow when Xiao Rongchuan returned, followed by Lu Ling. The man stood in the snow in a trench coat, naturally reserved and cold, and the austere winter just right. Seeing that Qiao Xingye was wearing furry slippers, Xiao Rongchuan frowned. In such a hurry? Qiao Xingye took a few steps forward, crunching on the snow. She tugged on his shirt. You cut him up? Qiao Rongchuan, Xinger is worried? No. I'm just afraid you'll stall. This side of the world is not the same as F. And it's not the same in a big way. When Qiao Xingye said this, there was worry in his tone, but it wasn't towards Liang Jinzhao. Liang Jinzhao's dog's life was nothing in her heart. All she cared about was whether Qiao Rongchuan would be in trouble for it. The man's cold, solemn brow, when he heard her say this, stretched out and, with one hand, he scooped her up and took her inside in stride. Next time you don't come out wrapped up, see what I'll do to you. Qiao Xingye, then you. All these people, it's too cheap to die. Joe Starleaf. Too cheap? So he's trying to make life worse than death? True to Qiao Rongchuan's words, the current Liang Jinzhao was really in pain to the point where life was worse than death. At the moment they are in the car on their way to the hospital. Zhang Yuan drove the car. Zhang Yuan was in the car just now, completely unaware of what was happening inside. But when he heard the Chang ring, he still rushed out to check. As a result, he saw Qi Yan come out from inside with the injured Liang Jinzhao. After getting into the car, Liang Jinzhao had been grunting and screaming in pain. He was in real pain. Injuries to the right arm and a bloody hole in the palm of the left hand amounted to both hands being given away. Kiran took his clothes and wrapped them around the injured area in a death grip. How long until we get to the hospital? Liang Jinzhao was in pain. His body was going numb. The pain, which went straight to his heart, felt like his entire heart was gripped together at the moment. Extra special pain. Zhang Yuan, the road is icy. You can't drive too fast. Come on. I can't take it anymore. Pulling at the wound in a fit of excitement. It hurt even more and he grimaced. Zhang Yuan was alarmed. How dare you drive too fast? Especially now that you're still walking on the water's edge. If one of them accidentally washes into the sea, this weather is really not going to have the life to get up. Qi Yan, this kind of road is not good to drive. You first endure. Wasn't it fitted with a skid chain? Kiran. In the face of Liang Jinzhao's exasperation, he simply stopped talking. Originally, they went together to settle the matter of letting Liang Yutong go abroad for treatment. As a result, the matter was not accomplished. And now Liang Jinzhao is still so seriously injured. The group rushed to the hospital. Lu Suyun and Liang Panming got the news and also rushed over. Yan, how did you get hurt? Didn't you guys go looking for Qiao Xing Ye? Where did he get hurt? Hearing that her son was injured, Lu Suyun was especially anxious. Qi Yan told the story of what happened. That process, to the point that when he thought back now, Qi Yan still felt that the situation was thrilling. He had but one more word at that time, and Xiao Rongchuan's Chang would probably have been aimed directly at him. Lu Suyun was furious when she heard that Liang Jinzhao had almost destroyed one of his hands. Almost fainted. Qiao Xing Ye. She what? Lu Suyun almost couldn't lift her breath, and when she did thoroughly, again, not a word could be said. Didn't you guys go looking for Yutong because of her? How did you get into conflict with Master Qiao? Master Qiao, the man who picked Qiao Xingye back up. At this moment, Lu Suyun couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How could she be so lucky? Such a good family. They can't get half of it now. Look at it this way. Might as well have been raised by a country bumpkin. If they were raised by country people, at least they wouldn't have caused them so much trouble. Speaking of Liang Yutong's matter, Qi Yan directly fell silent, because it wasn't done. Lu Suyun, then, at that time, Master Qiao even pulled out his Chang and pointed it at Jinzhao. And she went off like that? That's her own brother. How come Qiao Xingye is so cold-hearted and heartless? They didn't take her side because of what happened 2 years ago? But that incident really had very little to do with Yutong. Yutong explained it all to her. They couldn't just let her send Yutong to jail because of her words, could they? The more Lu Suyun thought about it, the more angry she became. Kiran nodded. Yes. Hearing this reply, Lu Suyun once again almost fainted. She said she's going to feed the rabbits. Are the rabbits more important than her own brother? That ing dead girl. The more Lu Suyun thought about it, the more angry she became, hating the fact that she never had Qiao Xingye at all. Yutong is now trapped in Hong Kong City, and Jinzhao is now hurting. What is this called? Now Lu Suyun's heart was in her mouth to kill Qiao Xingye. This side of Shallow Bay, Qiao Rongchuan gave Qiao Xingye another dose of medicine, and Qiao Xingye was still unwilling to obediently cooperate. At the moment after the medication she huddled directly under the covers and did not want to come out. Qiao Rongchuan ripped the covers off and, favoring her, he pinched her flushed little face. But you have to get well soon. At this moment, he completely lost the cold viciousness he had towards Liang Jinzhao. Qiao Xingye muttered, get better for what? What do you say? Qiao Xingye's small mouth twitched. No, I didn't mean that. I wasn't going to ask about that. She said it a little sharply, and her little face reddened even more. Qiao Rongchuan laughed out loud and whispered something in Qiao Xingye's ear. It made Qiao Xingye's already reddened little face stiffen, and then gave him a hard stare. I'm ignoring you. Turning around, he lifted right into the covers to hide, and the muffled voice came, no more pulling. You hurry out. She couldn't see Qiao Rongchuan now, and when she saw him she wanted to bite him again. What about his noble seriousness? Where's his proud, inviolate distance? Where has it all gone? Surprisingly so immodest Jing. Qiao Rongchuan smiled and got up. Well, I'm going out. Don't cover up. Walk. Qiao Xingye's voice was tinged with anger. For a while, hearing no more movement outside, it was only then that Qiao Xingye quietly lifted a corner of the quilt and got out. However, Qiao Rongchuan stood beside the bed with his arms around his chest. Qiao Xingye, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you? Qiao Xing Ye subconsciously tried to shrink back under the covers again. Only this time Qiao Rongchuan didn't give her a chance. One scooped her up. Qiao Xing Ye subconsciously hugged his neck, and Qiao Rongchuan's mouth snubbed onto her lips. Qiao Xing Ye was furious. You! Be careful, I'll bite you. Qiao Rongchuan laughed lightly. Good. This person did not leave. Feelings waiting to take advantage of their own? Qiao Xing Ye struggled and was about to come out of his arms. Yet the man's warm breath completely enveloped her. Qiao Rongchuan lifted his eyelids to look at her and smiled more and more warmly. What a silly girl. It was also the silly aura of hers that rarely cleansed him of all that blood and gore from his body. Chapter 164, Get ready. We're going back to F. For a while, Qiao Rongchuan was thoroughly satisfied before letting Qiao Xingye go. Qiao Xingye's water-filled eyes looked at him resentfully. My mouth hurts. It's true that it hurts a little bit. He just doesn't have the experience. Qiao Rongchuan bent over and looked at the skin of her mouth, which was indeed a bit broken. A bit chagrined. Next time. Be lighter. You want it next time. It hurts. Qiao Xingye grunted and burrowed back under the covers. I had planned to go to the studio today to give Yang Tingting an account of some work, but it's freezing cold and I don't want to go out at all. Plus there were still injuries, so she didn't need to think about it to know that Qiao Rongchuan would definitely not let her go out. Staying in bed on a snowy day is the best. Qiao Rongchuan looked at her lazy appearance and laughed. Take care of that studio thing of yours as soon as possible. We're going back to F. Qiao Xingye turned back. When? Suddenly saying that she wanted to return to F country. The bottom of Qiao Xingye's eyes were full of anticipation. Wait, can you wait until all the marks on me here have faded before you go back? After all, if we just go back, whether it's mom or sister Joey Feather asking about it, it's not even easy for her to explain. Qiao Rongchuan got up. About half a month. Qiao Xingye nodded. That's enough. Half a month. That's enough time for everything, but also to ensure that this half-month Qiao Rongchuan has to be a gentleman. If he is not a gentleman, the traces will cover one after another. Will she dare to go back to F country? Qiao Rongchuan seemed to see what she was thinking, bent over, and suddenly opened wide against his face. Qiao Xingye subconsciously shrank back. What for? Qiao Rongchuan, whatever they ask, just tell them truthfully. Qiao Xingye's eyes instantly lit up at the words. May I? Why not? Joe Starleaf. Hearing Qiao Rongchuan's words, which carried a sense of power, the way Qiao Xingye looked at him, more constantly bubbling with adoring stars. I adore you. If she said this truthfully, that scene, TSK, Qiao Xingye didn't dare to think about it at all. At that point, if you can carry yourself without running out of F again, it's all absolutely pugnacious. Qiao Rongchuan went out. When Qiao Xingye was left alone, in her mind she began to wonder what to do with that studio. At that point, because I didn't know when I'd get back to him, nor do they dare to contact State F at will, since she was going back to F country. There might be fewer times when she could come to this harbor city in the future. That's really something to deal with. Taking out his phone, he called Yang Tingting and said that he would go to the studio for a meeting tomorrow, and then a call to Don Crisp. Tang Crisp was in the hospital at the moment and received a call from Qiao Xingye. Tang Crisp went TSK twice straight away. Retribution. What retribution? What do you think this Liang family has messed with someone they shouldn't have? Zhou Xingye, you're at the hospital again? Don Crisp, hey, don't mention it. The kid got sick again after he got out of the hospital. It's giving me a whole lot of heat. These days Tang Crisp was especially on fire for this little niece. Last time, she was the one who went to see her little niece and ended up meeting Liang Jinzhao and Zheng Xiaolu with their child in the hospital. Qiao Xingye, you saw the Liang family? Don Crisp, yeah. You say coincidence. God always sends me the gossiping jokes I love to read. Qiao Xingye, sisters so obviously gloating? But it's really quite good. Tang Crisp whispered. I heard it's a Chang injury, and both hands are ruined. How much does this enemy hate him? Zhou Xingye, a pair of hands? Qiao Rongchuan wants Liang Jinzhao's hands? Speaking of which, this is already Qiao Rongchuan's most merciful opinion, according to his temper. That's killing me. Tang Crisp, yeah, Mrs. Liang is all pissed off. She used to be close and distant between her adopted daughter and you. So which do you think is important this time? Your own son or your adopted daughter? Joe Starleaf. Which is important? Qiao Xingye wasn't interested in hitching a ride. Who cares who is important? This time the Liang family is going to be a mess. On Zheng Xiaolu's side, she already knew that Liang Jinzhao had been busy with Liang Yutong all this time. That woman originally thought that by bringing the child back, she would succeed in entering the Liang family's door. If she knew that her son, Lu Suyun's own grandchildren were no match for her adopted daughter in her heart. Wait and see. Alright, Liang family jokes are plentiful these days. We won't be able to finish them for a while. Let's get down to business. Don Crisp, huh? You're looking for me for business? What? Can't? Tang Crisis, can. What business you say? Is it to organize the Liang family or to organize Qi Yan? Just send me anything fierce. The corner of Qiao Xing Ye's mouth twitched. In Tang Crisp's mind, it's the right thing to do to fix yourself? Qiao Xing Ye, the Qi family didn't pressure you last time? Daring to expose the Qi family's affairs to the whole city so bluntly, Tang Crisp would surely be pressurized as well. Tang Crisp grunted coldly. Sis would be afraid of them? Qiao Xing Ye, I'm not worried about Auntie's side. Don Crisp, it's not like my mom is a vegetarian. Qiao Xing Ye, this, well, Tang Crisp's mother, a woman with a child, was able to put together her own place in Hong Kong City. It's not just gentleness and kindness. If you don't have some ability, can you set up a night dawn group that big? Who the hell are we going to screw? Qiao Xing Ye, not whole. Yo, so what's up? Qiao Xing Ye, I'm going back to F. Are you interested in that studio next? Tang Crisp, what? You're leaving Hong Kong City? When? Qiao Xing Ye, about half a month. Thinking about it, she's not sure about the others. But stay. It wasn't a place she'd frequent, either. So that studio? For sure. Can't stay in your hands. Don Crisp, so suddenly? Not suddenly. The moment Xiao Rongchuan had sought her out, she had a deadline to return to F country. Don Crisp, then I have no experience with this one. If you use the original crew from the studio and pay them on time, the rest of the business doesn't need you to worry too much about it. Until now, every single order that studio has taken on has been made with heart. The customers who can find their way to the door also come by name. Don Crisp, then I'm here. Or how about this? I'll take care of it for you. How about you being the biggest shareholder in it? Qiao Xing Ye? Don Crisp, take it back when you still want it? Joe Starleaf, it doesn't really need to be. Star, you're just the adopted daughter of the Luke family. 2. Who knows what the road ahead will look like? Before Qiao Xingye could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Tang Crisp. She wasn't cursing how she was in the Luke family. Rather, really thinking about her. Didn't you secretly set up this studio at the time to give yourself a way out? I can see what that brother of yours has in mind for you. The latter words didn't come out of Don Crisp's mouth. For not understanding what kind of existence Qiao Rongchuan really is in the Qiao family, she was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect Qiao Xingye. Liang Jinzhao has not been able to get his son's account up to now. After all, the Luke family is that kind of a being, that kind of a powerful family with a heritage of. There's a lot of focus, too. Plus I wonder what kind of attitude Qiao Xingye's adoptive mother has towards Qiao Xingye. Don Crisp was planning for her. Qiao Xingye's heart shook as he listened to Tang Crisp's words, and then his heart warmed. Baby, it's still you who's good to me. This was the first person in the harbor city who had a true heart for her. It was oddly ironic to say that it was not even half related to the Liang family. Don Crisp, so do as I say? Qiao Xingye, there's really no need. My mom isn't as complicated as you think. I've got it covered. Having grown up around her since childhood, she naturally knew what to do. Or, if not, just use the same methods she used to teach herself. She said girls don't have to be so cross when things go wrong. Crying, pouting, begging for hugs. Don Crisp didn't care. Listen to me anyway. She was really worried about what would happen to Qiao Xingye when she returned to F country this time. In accordance with Qiao Rongchuan looking for her to find a raging, I feel that this time to go back will not be so simple. Qiao Xingye, alright then, listen to you. Heartwarming. Jia Xingye slept all morning. When he went downstairs, he saw Qiao Rongchuan on the phone, and he didn't look too good. Yanli followed him carefully, the dog sneaking around. That look of weakness. When Qiao Xingye took a look at this, it was related to Yan Cheng. Seeing Qiao Xingye, Yanli was like seeing a savior and hurried over. Xinger, you must put in a good word for Yan Cheng. Qiao Xingye, Lu Ling's people didn't intercept her? Speaking of this, Yanli felt like he was going crazy. That dead girl's face is too long and black. It's well hidden. Qiao Xingye, isn't it better to hide a black face at night? It's still daytime? Especially if it's still snowing. Don't be too conspicuous. Qiao Rongchuan had hung up the phone, and he was sitting on the sofa, biting a cigarette in his mouth. I thought you said you were going to clean her up. That's what Yanli said in the morning. In order to keep Qiao Rongchuan from taking a shot at Yan Cheng, he said he'd find Yanqing and clean up the mess. As a result, now that Lu Ling's people hadn't been found, let alone him, Yanli was about to blow up directly, constantly giving Qiao Xingye a wink. How could Qiao Xingye know what to say? After all, that Yan Cheng had brought along Qiao Yu's sister's people. Isn't it obvious that he's here to steal her? I'll be damned if I can talk. When Yanli saw that Qiao Xingye didn't say anything, he became anxious. Why don't you say something? Qiao Xingye muttered. Have you forgotten that Yanqing came to steal me? Yannick, brain went straight bam. Is that a hoe? That is here to steal Joe Starling's leaves. He actually expected Qiao Xingye to put in a good word for her, but if she falls into the hands of Qiao Rongchuan, she is absolutely finished. Chapter 165, When She's Serious. Why is she blushing? Hull came in from outside and saw Yannick in a hurry, and talking to Joe Starleaf about something.
Qiao Rongchuan's face had darkened to the extreme.
Hull said, as he unwrapped the scarf from around his neck, if you say any more, mouth really needs to be sewn shut.
Casually taking off his jacket he tossed it aside to the servant.
Hull was also extremely good-looking, with a western face and gold-rimmed glasses, cold and ascetic. It was just that he couldn't speak, and when he did, he revealed a personality that didn't match his cold, stern face. Yanli saw him and was not in a good mood. Go go go. It's not your sister. Of course you're not in a hurry. Hull raised an eyebrow. Your sister? Yannick. Hull, Yanqing, a bit pugnacious. Hull also knew about Yanqing's visit to Hong Kong City and knew that she was bringing Qiao Yu's people with her. Qiao Yu Gan was carried back to country F by Qiao Rongchuan's men.
Yanqing appeared in Hong Kong City with Qiao Yu's people on the back foot.
What the hell is this going to be? Everyone knows. Yannick's heart shook again.
Hell stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder.
Isn't it good for the two of them to be rivals? Have to be some kind of sister? Yanli, no. This is definitely not a sister. Yanqing and Qiao Yu? How many years have these two been at odds? How can they be sisters? Hull, oh?
Then why did Yanqing bring Qiao Yu's people to Hong Kong City this time?
Yannick. He was surprisingly speechless in the face of this question. How does he know?
He had also been on this side of Hong Kong City with Qiao Rongchuan and was completely unaware of what was happening in F country.
How did Yanqing and Qiao Yu get mixed up? They used to be lucky if they didn't fight when they saw each other. How can you be sisters? Yannick felt like he had a headache now. Starlet. There was nothing to do but look at Qiao Xing Ye. After all,
Qiao Rongchuan had never conceded 2 words when it came to Qiao Xing Ye.
Qiao Xing Ye also had a headache.
And seeing Yanli in such a hurry, he pulled on Qiao Rongchuan's clothes.
Qiao Rongchuan looked down at her. What? Qiao Xing Ye, after finding sister Yanqing,
just have someone send her back directly. After so many years of relationship with Yanli, Qiao Xing Ye couldn't bear to watch him get so fired up. Yanli was relieved to see that Qiao Xing Ye had finally said something human.
Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow and attached himself to Qiao Xing Ye's ear and said, Does Xinger know that? To intercede for someone else, that's a favor to be given? Zhou Xing Ye? Benefits 2 words, Qiao Rongchuan said meaningfully. Yanli and Hell were some distance away, and neither of them heard what Qiao Rongchuan was saying to Qiao Xing Ye. It's this whispering he's doing right now.
Yanli couldn't help but jump out of the corner of his eye as he watched.
What was he saying to Qiao Xing Ye? Especially Qiao Xing Ye. What about talking about Yanqing? What is she blushing about?
Qiao Xing Ye glared at Qiao Rongchuan with full of resentment.
However, this look was in Yanli's eyes, but it was full of anger. Qiao Xing Ye stammered. Anyway, so what? Don't you hurt anyone? Thinking about what happened to Liang Jinzhao, Qiao Xing Ye just couldn't help but feel scared in her heart.
She didn't want Qiao Rongchuan to do the same to those close to him himself. The Liang family, he'd kill her without saying a word.
But the people around him, no. However,
Qiao Xing Ye thought too much. If Qiao Rongchuan ever laid a hand on someone close to him,
then there must be something wrong with the people around you as well.
Without waiting for Qiao Rongchuan to answer,
Qiao Xing Ye's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number and she didn't answer it. Just hung up. The next moment, however, the phone rang again. Qiao Xing Ye got up. I'm going to take a call. Goo. This is a depressing atmosphere. She hurried upstairs under the pretext of answering the phone.
Qiao Rongchuan looked askance at Yanli,
didn't say anything, and directly took out his phone to call Qiao Yu.
The other side picked up quickly.
Brother, why did Yanqing bring your men to Hong Kong City? Zhou Yu. On the phone, it went straight to silence. Qiao Rongchuan's tone was overly serious,
causing Qiao Yu's breath to be unsteady for a moment.
For this sister, Qiao Rongchuan was a headache.
Qiao Yu had been like a tomboy since she was young,
especially skinny, getting into trouble at school. That was a regular occurrence, and my mother went to deal with it many times. Even to the back are afraid to go to her school. And then, later, Qiao Rongchuan is just like Yanli, and to help my rebellious sister clean up her mess. To say why Qiao Rongchuan loved Qiao Xingye so much? Probably in a wolfish family like the entire Qiao family. Qiao Xingye was as gentle as a lamb.
She's so meek and soft that she and Zhou Yu are 2 extremes at school.
Qiao Rongchuan had a headache of Qiao Yu getting into trouble at school, and an equal headache of Qiao Xingye possibly being bullied at school. Seeing that Qiao Yu didn't speak, Qiao Rongchuan's tone grew a bit colder and more solemn. Speak.
Daring to steal from his side so undeadly.
This Gaul is not normally fat.
Qiao Rongchuan had already thought about how he was going to clean up Qiao Yu when he went back to F country this time.
Joey, that that what? I'm not. No. How does brother know? Has Yanqing found Qiao Xingye? This can't be right. If he found it, he wouldn't tell her? If that's the case,
then Yanqing is too unkind to take so many good things from her.
You don't even tell me when it's done? Qiao Rongchuan, Qiao Yu. Brother, I really didn't. When faced with Qiao Rongchuan's seriousness, Qiao Yu was so abashed, where she dared to admit, I swear to God, I didn't. Oh, Joey, That what? Qiao Rongchuan, is that so? 2 months ago when Lu Ling went out on an errand, I met someone who looks a lot like that one. I just don't know if it is. Zhou Yu. The air on the phone suddenly went quiet. When Yanli and Hel heard Qiao Rongchuan's words, their gazes also swiped at him in unison. In the bottom of his eyes, all of them were shocked. The one who's been hiding in Xiao Yu's heart? But isn't that person already dead? What does Qiao Rongchuan mean now? Quiet for a moment. The moment Zhou Yu opened his mouth, his tone was visibly choked. Where is it? Yanqing, I don't want her to stay in Harbor City. I'll contact her right away, Xiao Yu said without thinking. And at this moment, he no longer said that he didn't know about this matter of Yan Chang. The phone was hung up. Yan Li's heart pounded as he stepped forward. Tricking her with that guy? That's too unethical of you, isn't it? What kind of position that person had in Xiao Yu's heart? Yan Li and the others knew best. At the time when the man wasn't there, Joey Feather almost went crazy. No one has ever dared to mention it in front of Joey Feathers in all these years. Now Qiao Rongchuan is so pitiful in order to keep Yan Chang from hiding in the shadows and interfering? Qiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette and took a drag. I didn't lie to her. It was Lu Ling's people who did see it. Yanli couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air. No, that man, I personally did the operation at that time. You didn't see it with your own eyes, did you? That surgery to remove the subdan from the heart was done by Yan Chang himself. And because that botched surgery almost drove Joey Yu crazy, it also kept Yanli in psychological shadow. So he's been working on this part of the heart all these years. That surgery, the first and only one, he failed. Qiao Rongchuan flicked the ashes off his cigarette and looked askance at Yanli. Is it possible that he didn't die at that time? Yanni, what are you saying? How is this possible? Whose intelligence are you insulting? Upon hearing Qiao Rongchuan's words, Yanli directly exploded. How humiliating is it for a doctor to rule a patient dead without dying? Are you kidding me? Yannick almost jumped up. Qiao Rongchuan, 100% similar. Except for being older than back then, even the blood type is the same. Yannick, this, fizzles, could it be that this was really his own fault back then? Wasn't Qiao Rongchuan deliberately humiliating himself? That's not right. It was really dead at the time. Yannick thought back to the time. Wait, actually, at that time, he was trying to check further, but Xiao Yu rushed in and cried all sorts of things. Chapter 166, Liang Jinzhao had been put in a sack by Qiao Xing Ye. Yannick's brain went numb and numb. He looked at Qiao Rongchuan in disbelief. Then if he's still alive, why haven't you been looking for Joey Feather all these years? Qiao Rongchuan. Why? At this moment, a somber depth crossed the bottom of his eyes. Room. That unfamiliar phone call was from Lu Suyun, who once again borrowed a cell phone to call Qiao Xing Ye. This is already unknown how many cell phones the Liangs have borrowed. Anyway, their own has long been unavailable. On the phone, Lu Suyun roared hysterically. That's your own brother. Why are you so cruel? Qiao Xing Ye, is your heart made of stone? How come it's cold like this? I can't believe you asked your own brother for a pair of hands. You. Lu Suyun had already fainted once in anger. The moment the call was answered, she questioned Qiao Xing Ye like a madwoman, laying on the accusations. Qiao Xing Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Whether my heart is stone or not, you guys haven't covered it. How do you know? People say that a heart like a stone cannot be muffled, and her heart is not covered by the Liangs. Not only have they never covered it, but they've let Joe Starleaf see it through from beginning to end. Blood kinship. It's amazing how cold it can be. Lu Suyun, you. Qiao Xingye, why Liang Jinzhao's hands were wasted. He knows in his own heart. Zhou Xingye. Lu Suyun was completely enraged. Qiao Xingye, after Liang Yutan was sent out of the country, he laid his hands on me more than once. Mrs. Liang knows, right? Lu Suyun. At those words, his breath hitched hard. What did you say? Qiao Xingye, I was almost kidnapped that time. You said I was paranoid. In fact, you do know that it was Liang Jinzhao who did that, right? You want to defend him. The tone. It was light. However, the words that came out made Lu Suyun on the phone directly draw a breath of cold air. You actually. Surprisingly, you know? Zhao Xingye picked up on her words. Listening to Lu Suyun's stuttering tone, Qiao Xingye probably knew that he had guessed correctly. This Liang family. Qiao Xingye laughed softly. But it's normal, being so defensive about all of your adopted daughters, not to mention a real son. Lu Suyun, no. He was confused that time. I criticized him later. I really. Zhou Xingye, what would have happened to me if I had been kidnapped away that time? Lu Suyun's later words. Qiao Xingye really couldn't listen anymore. What a nice phrase, criticized. Is Liang Jinzhao a 3-year-old child? He did something wrong, just to be criticized? And, More than once? Mrs. Liang has criticized all of them?
Lu Suyun was breathing more and more rapidly. Qiao Xing Ye, I called the police. And it was you who suppressed it by means.
Wasn't it? Lu Suyun.
The air on the phone was awfully quiet.
For that matter, you expect me to put in a good word for him today? Save his hands that should have been broken a long time ago? The break is long overdue. Actually, it's been broken once.
It was after she called the police and realized that there was no follow-up investigation. She knew it was the Liang family that had silenced things. On the evening of the day it was known, Liang Jinzhao came out of a bar and was put in a sack by Qiao Xingye.
Broke his hand on the spot with a baseball bat.
Before she had left F country, she was a little delicate flower under Qiao Rongchuan's wing.
After going through that incident with the Sheng family and leaving F country,
she also grew up quickly, abandoning all the pettiness she once had. She kept telling herself to protect herself. At least when Qiao Rongchuan came to pick her up,
she was fine. She, who did,
and all these people who hurt her,
she zapped them. You, even if he was in the wrong, didn't I stop him back there? You were not harmed in any tangible way.
Lu Suyun said painfully.
Qiao Xingye hummed and laughed.
Yes, so in your heart all the time wrong or I chant.
I'm obnoxious. Lu Suyun, I.
When she heard Qiao Xingye's words, her heart was a little stuffy.
I've always wished you well. Why must you do this to me? I'm already trying to balance your relationship. Yutong can't get medical treatment now.
And your brother now has a broken hand and his company is about to go bankrupt.
Is this the price I pay for getting you back? Qiao Xingye, you say. What the hell else are you going to do to us?
Lu Suyun roared hysterically.
Qiao Xingye saw that even now,
she still looked like it was all her fault.
That kind of person, to be her mom.
Ha! Qiao Xingye snorted coldly.
The one who pays the price first, is me, right?
I've nearly died at your hands more than once.
Liang Yutong that one time. After that,
Liang Jinzhao moved against her 3 times. The 3rd time she broke one of her hands before it completely subsided as well. I'm a man who has no other skill,
but I have to get back at whoever hurt me.
If you really feel sorry for Liang Yutong and Liang Jinzhao,
from now on, let them go around me when they see me. And don't make friends.
They weren't friends in the first place.
It's going to end up in a reckoning. And the reckoning will end up in me getting my ass kicked. Right. And saying I'm wrong. Gee.
That's how Qiao Xingye summarized the Liang family. Every time Liang Yutong approached her, she looked close but was actually full of schemes.
And after being beaten up so many times, still no memory at all. You half a day you do not come up with a name. Qiao Xingye, completely out of patience, directly hung up the phone. Beamer.
The price they paid for each other is now largely even, but when they returned to F, the gang would surely think of various reasons to contact them as well. Now Qiao Xingye had no more patience to deal with them.
Directly finding Lu Ling, Special Assistant Lu,
meeting Lu Ling's and Qiao Rongchuan's chilling eyes as one. The way he dialed the Chang to kill people flashed in his mind, and Qiao Xingye was actually still quite terrified of him in his heart. When Lu Ling saw that it was Qiao Xingye, the coldness under her eyes instantly dissipated and she respectfully said, Miss Qiao Xingye, help me change my calling card when you're free. She thought about it for a moment.
It wouldn't do to change the phone. I don't know where on earth this Liang family got the ability to borrow so many phones.
I've borrowed no less than 100 cell phones to call her in that time.
By my count, pulling the plug won't solve the problem anymore.
All Qiao Xingye wanted to do now was to pull the plug and send them completely to the outer space of communication.
When Qiao Rongchuan came up, he saw Qiao Xingye pulling Lu Ling, who had come up to get the documents, to change the phone, go to the study and get her a new cell phone. When Qiao Xingye saw Qiao Rongchuan coming, he let go of Lu Ling and walked towards him. Brother. Qiao Rongchuan reached out and rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair, his long arms smoothly hooking her into his arms. Just remembered to change your number?
The man's magnetic voice carried a hint of seductive lust,
and Qiao Xingye's heart tightened a little, nodding his head like a chicken pecking. Not just now that I remembered.
Was thinking there were things to take care of over at the studio.
After all, this phone is kind of a work phone.
Now that she was about to hand over all her work,
she would be able to do without the number.
Qiao Rongchuan laughed lightly.
Yes, you're a boss now too.
That's.
Qiao Xingye became arrogant. Last year, we even made $7 million. It's okay not to talk about this $7 million. Once he said it, the corner of Lu Ling's eyes twitched. The master is really teasing the kitten. And I don't know how long he plans to do it. Chapter 167, You've gotten fat and dare to scold me to my face? The atmosphere of Shallow Bay, not affected in the least by Liang Jinzhao and Qi Yan coming that way. On the contrary, on the hospital side, Lu Suyun and Liang Panming felt that the sky was about to collapse. Liang Jinzhao has a hand injured in a special location. The doctor concluded that the approximate degree is to be wasted. The moment she heard this news, Lu Suyun almost fainted again.
Liang Panming was also furious because of this. Why does he still want to go to her? Or to Shallow Bay? Or even for Liang Yutong? Everyone knew how much Qiao Xing Ye resisted in the matter of Liang Yutong. Now it's surprising that because Liang Yutong looked to go to Shallow Bay, something so big has happened. Lu Suyun's heart ached. Then am I not in a hurry? Yutong has run out of medicine at home today. There was nothing she could do about it. Yesterday Yutong was in too much pain to overdose on oral medication last night, and today it's completely unbearable without it. Plus, he can't leave the country. So Liang Jintao found Asa can. Once Liang Panming heard that it was because of Liang Yutong again, the anger went up even more. Lousy, see, you want to kill a family for Liang Yutong, forget it. See, Liang Panming was furious. Lu Suyun's face stiffened. You? What do you mean? Liang Panming, Lu Suyun, are you really stupid or demented? You really don't know why Liang has become like this all this time? Lu Suyun. Why? Wasn't it Qiao Xing Ye who messed up? She hates us. Revenge on us? I was wrong to have her. I shouldn't have had her. Panming Liang. Seeing Lu Suyun even say such words at this time, Liang Panming directly exploded. His face was blue with anger. It all started with that conflict between Shinger and Liang Yutong. Master Qiao is dealing with Liang during this time because we didn't take care of Shinger during the past 2 years or so. Aren't you aware of that? Surprisingly, he even went for Liang Yutong and asked Liang Jinzhao to go to Shallow Bay to look for Qiao Xingye. Now it's good. It made Master Qiao furious. And the person even came back in this state. Lu Suyun's face turned pale. That conflict, didn't I give her everything she needed to say? She's the one who's going to keep biting. Am I going to watch Yutong die? Lu Suyun was completely going crazy. When Liang Panming heard her talking about Liang Yutong, there was still intolerance in her tone, and she was thoroughly exasperated. Raising his hand, he slapped her across the face. Splat! Of a sound in the air. The air in the entire corridor was silent, and Qi Yan subconsciously looked towards Lu Suyun and Liang Panming. Lu Suyun was directly confused by this slap. His pupils clenched as he looked at Liang Panming. You hit me? Liang Panming, what kind of existence is a motto in the family? Aren't you clear about that? It's even if you disregarded your own daughter for Liang Yutong. Now you've even destroyed your own son. Lu Suyun, that Qiao Xingye thing, is I alone disregard? Speaking of Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun's mind directly went blank. Yes, one can't stand Qiao Xingye's temper. Even if she is one's own daughter, she wasn't very nice to her either. But Liang Panming and Liang Jinzhao didn't treat her well either. Is it their fault alone? Don't they make mistakes all the time? Liang Panming, I don't want to talk to you that much right now. You get out of here right now. Liang Panming didn't want to see Lu Suyun at all. Liang Jinzhao, who has always been trained as his successor, is also the most suitable. Now being victimized by Lu Suyun because of Liang Yutong, an adopted daughter. Lu Suyun, you get lost. I don't want to see you again. Aren't you precious to Liang Yutong? Then go back and stay with her. Word by word, Liang Panming growled and gnashed his teeth. He was now disappointed in Lu Suyun. She had been giving her greetings before. Don't mess with Qiao Xingye. Don't be afraid to go. Not only did she not listen, but now she made Liang Jinzhao get hurt too. Lu Suyun, my son is here. I'm not leaving. From today onwards, he's not your son anymore. You only have Liang Yutong as a daughter. At this moment, Liang Panming didn't care that Qi Yan was present. The company sees no hope now, and he's gotten the message that the Qi's company has also been in disarray because it missed out on the replacement mineral source in Master Qiao's hands. The Kishes can't be relied on anyway. As expected, Qi Yan couldn't help but wrinkle his brows when he heard Liang Panming's words. Lu Suyun, what do you mean? You want to cut ties with me? Liang Panming, you are simply. The Liang family really had bad luck in their 8 lives for marrying a woman like you. Get lost. Hurry up and get out. Xiao Chen, take the people away. Liang Panming was completely unable to care about messing with Lu Suyun. Lu Suyun was reluctant to leave and was finally forced to leave by Xiao Chen. As for Liang Panming, he approached the dean to find the best team of specialists for Liang Jinzhao. No matter what was said, his hand could not be wasted. Throughout the entire process, he didn't pay any more attention to Qi Yan. Qi Yan and Liang Jinzhao went to Shallow Bay together, and Liang Jinzhao came back injured at the end. He resented Qi Yan a little in his heart. It snowed all day today, as he couldn't get out of this side of Shallow Bay either. Qiao Xingye sat on the floating window of his room and looked at the snow outside. It was extremely cold outside and warm inside. When Xiao Rongchuan came in, he saw her eyes shining brightly as she looked outside with longing. She had clamored to go out to play in that afternoon session, and was denied by Xiao Rongchuan. Yannick says she has an injury and is especially careful not to catch a cold right now. Xiao Rongchuan embraced her from behind, and Qiao Xingye turned back as she felt the warmth of the embrace. Their breaths intertwined and Xiao Rongchuan pecked her lips. Thinking about what?
Qiao Xing Ye, build a snowman. Childish.
Xiao Rongchuan laughed out softly and kissed her forehead. Qiao Xingye grunted and tried to wriggle out of his arms.
He was especially bad now. Getting close. Who knows what's going to happen next? Xiao Rongchuan, what's with the fidgeting? Let me hold you for a while.
Xiao Xingye, Brother Yanli said that I have to learn to love myself now.
Men aren't human in that way a lot of the time. Qiao Rongchuan. The air, for a moment, was quiet. Xiao Rongchuan's breathing was noticeably off. He told you that? This little ninny, calling him inhuman? Joe Starleaf, that's what I thought. Xiao Rongchuan smiled playfully and lowly, gently biting her earlobe. Qiao Xingye rushed to hide in fear. Gee, don't you?
Xiao Rongchuan laughed more and more playfully.
Bold and fat. Dare to scold me to my face? Humph. I can hurt. Qiao Xingye grunted.
His own voice was hoarse when he begged him at the time.
If you ask her. Yannick was right. Not a human being. Xiao Rongchuan's hold on her tightened.
Xiao Xingye hurriedly changed the topic.
Did Yan Qing find it? Xiao Rongchuan, no. Ha?
Yan Qing but came to steal her.
This did not find people. This. Won't it be hard to go out tomorrow?
But it does seem like it's not going to be a good idea to go out tomorrow.
Looking at this damn weather.
Without waiting for Qiao Rongchuan to answer her,
the phone rang. Xiao Yu called. On the phone, Xiao Yu was jumping up and down anxiously. Brother, you should hurry and send someone to find it.
I can't reach Yan Qing right now either.
Qiao Rongchuan. At that,
his face darkened. The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. It was her and Yan Cheng who were working together with the intention of collaborating inside and outside.
And now she says she can't contact Yan Cheng?
When Xiao Yu saw that Xiao Rongchuan didn't say anything,
she became anxious. I really can't get in touch. Don't misunderstand. What? I was actually asking her to pick up my little star and bring her back. Not to hurt the little star. Chapter 168, without seeing him burned to ashes. Who knows if he's dead? Joey Feather spoke with some urgency.
She was afraid that Xiao Rongchuan wouldn't say anything,
because once he didn't speak, he was definitely pondering a big one in his heart. You know, I miss Starlet too. Joe Starleaf. Touched to hear that.
Xiao Rongchuan grunted coldly.
You colluded with Yan Cheng, and now you're saying you can't contact her? Xiao Yu, I don't know She gave me a number, now can't contact at all. Joey Feather is going crazy. What the hell is this Yan Qing up to?
I don't care if others can't reach her.
Himself is now her boss. Took so many favors for myself,
and now the boss has instructions.
What's the point of trying to come to contact her when you can't even come to contact her as a result? Brother, just have Lu Ling send someone to cut her off. What about me? Where is he? Where is he? Joey Feather asked carefully. How many years had passed? Never spoken of it, and no one had touched the scabbed spot in her heart. In her mind, she had even long accepted death as a serious sacrifice to those who were in her heart. Now Qiao Rongchuan said, see, lifted violently, Xiao Yu's emotional space, which had been dead for years, seemed to have been injected with vitality fluid. It came to life in an instant. Qiao Rongchuan frowned. You caused this yourself. Brother, I'm your own sister. Do you really want to see me widowed for the rest of my life?
That's what Joey Feather was going for earlier.
The one inside died.
She also plans to widow for him for the rest of her life.
Qiao Rongchuan's breath froze.
Qiao Xingye heard Xiao Rongchuan's words, although she didn't quite understand what he and Xiao Yu were talking about.
But hearing the careful tone of Joey Feather's voice, Qiao Xingye carefully pulled Xiao Rongchuan's sweater. Xiao Rongchuan glanced down at her, only to see that in Qiao Xingye's large, watery eyes, with a hint of prayer, he instantly understood what Qiao Xingye was asking for. To Qiao Yu on the other side of the phone, he said, you really can't contact Yan Cheng? Can't really get in touch? Trust me, I wouldn't joke around with him. Talking about the man. Xiao Rongchuan thought about it, but Qiao Yu wouldn't. Eventually,
meeting Qiao Xingye's watery eyes, Xiao Rongchuan reached out and pinched her small face while he did so,
while spitting 3 words into the phone. Flying Sands City. What? Flying Sands? The one that's deep in the desert, 200 kilometers away from all the surrounding cities? No. Why is he over there? That place? Xiao Yu had been there once before, but didn't have a very good impression of that place, regardless of location, or the people in that place. Xiao Rongchuan, it doesn't have to be him. You should know that. The words fell silent on the phone. Seeing that Xiao Yu didn't say anything, Xiao Rongchuan, Lu Ling and him have met. He doesn't know Lu Ling. From some of the information, it looks a lot like that guy, but he didn't know Lu Ling. Even the trysts didn't seem to have anything to do with that person. Joey, I'll confirm it myself. He died right in front of you back then. Joey, so I haven't watched him burn to the ground yet? Qiao Rongchuan. Joe Starleaf. When you hear it, you know who they're talking about. That was 5 years ago.
The man who made Zhou Yu completely switch from liking neutral clothes to women's dresses. The man had a profound effect on her, but was gone when Joey Feather moved the deepest.
Qiao Rongchuan held his forehead. I'll send a few people to you. The situation over there is complicated. Because of the distance from the neighboring cities, that's where the underground people often gather. Joey, no need. Xiao Yu.
Qiao Rongchuan's tone heaved.
Ever since the incident with the Sheng family, he had been overprotective of almost everyone around him, especially the people who matter most to you. Joey Yu, no, I've got people. Naturally, she wouldn't be foolish enough to go to a place like Flying Sand City all by herself. It wasn't like she didn't know how dark that place was. Hearing her say that,
Qiao Rongchuan hummed in agreement.
The phone went quiet. Qiao Xingye looked at Qiao Rongchuan. Mr. Murray is still alive? Murray Dan.
Joe Starleaf remembers to this day. The first time Joe Yu brought him to himself.
P.S. I used to write foreigners' names all the time, and I used to put my last name in front of it.
You guys just don't dwell on it. Indulge my smooth hands.
Woo.
The man had a sharp short hair,
thin lips pursed, and those phoenix eyes were as if they could speak. The character of the detained and arrogant, and Qiao Rongchuan's cold and solemn formed a very sharp contrast.
Therefore it was very impressive in Qiao Xingye's memory. She met him 3 times, and the 4th time she got the news that he was gone.
Together,
they also snuffed out Joey Feather's heart.
Qiao Rongchuan, it doesn't have to be him. Zhou Xingye, let's hope for a miracle.
She was heartbroken at the feelings Zhou Yu had gotten caught up in that man. Qiao Rongchuan played with her somewhat cooled little hand.
It's cold? It's not cold. It doesn't even feel cold in there. But Qiao Rongchuan still brought a furry lab coat for her to put on.
Knowing that Qiao Xingye doesn't like to wear too much thickness in winter,
especially since his arms require flexibility,
so her closet is a variety of lab coats.
Qiao Xingye, I'm really not cold. Be good.
The man's voice doted on him, and Qiao Xingye finally compromised and obediently put it on.
For dinner,
because of the heavy snowfall today, Qiao Xingye's favorite thing to do at this time of year is to cook all sorts of things. The pot on the dining room table was cooking and gurgling, though there was no chili.
Still, Qiao Xingye ate contentedly.
Qiao Rongchuan had been helping her cook something.
Qiao Xingye, you eat too. Qiao Rongchuan, why do you like to eat like this? He doesn't really like to eat like that. Soupy. Zhou Xingye, it's hot.
Cold?
It's not cold, but seeing it snow outside and eating like this makes it very emotional. Qiao Rongchuan laughed. You still know how to feel now? So much drama for a meal. Zhou Xingye, where are brother Yanli and brother Hel?
Both were surprisingly absent.
Qiao Rongchuan, Yanli went to look for Yanqing. Her didn't know. Speaking of Yanli's search for Yanqing, swallowing a piece of radish in his mouth.
You scared brother Yanli a lot today.
She, too, was frightened. After all, Liang Jintao had an incident on the shallow bayside only today. Who would dare to mess with him recklessly at this time now? Qiao Rongchuan, what's so scary about it?
It's just for Lu Ling to beat people out of Hong Kong City.
Joe Starleaf, fighting out of the harbor city? To a girl?
The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched.
No, that's not good, is it? What are you going to let Lu Ling beat Sister Yanqing into? Let me tell you, Sister Yanqing is just a girl. It's not good for you to be like this. People say you have to be gentle with girls. Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. Yanqing is a female? How come I didn't know?
Joe Starleaf.
Well,
in terms of what Yanqing has been wearing all these years,
there really isn't much difference between him and a man. Sometimes when she stood with Xiao Yu,
she would even be in a trance and think that the two of them were quite compatible.
Then also tell Lu Ling not to lay a heavy hand on her, even though she doesn't look like it on the outside. She's actually a girl's.
Qiao Rongchuan, at least the nose is bruised and swollen.
Qiao Xingye, just like that. Ha!
Then she was relieved.
No, wait.
The skin color of Yanqing flashed in his mind.
Apprehensively looking towards Qiao Rongchuan again. Sister Yanqing's skin. It doesn't seem to be too easy, does it? In Qiao Xingye's memories,
Yanqing was a very sun-loving girl.
Go to the beach in the summer and tan on the balcony in the winter. Anyway, a day without sunshine is like mold. And because of her love of sunshine, combined with a long-time penchant for wandering around outside, that skin is really dark. The black kind of degree is not as bad as an African, but to beat the snot out of it, it's still not easy. Just then, Lu Ling returned. Master, how?
Qiao Rongchuan's thin lips lightly opened and spat out 2 words.
Lu Ling, Mrs. People all found and brought back. Miss Yanqing didn't join them. Qiao Rongchuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ling.
Lu Ling, they said that Miss Yanqing dumped them when she got off the plane.
Yanli came in from the wind and snow outside, just in time to hear Lu Ling's words. The heart shuddered again. No, what does she mean she dumped Joey Feather's guy? What's she up to?
Yanli felt bad about the whole thing.
In his heart, he cursed all of Yanqing's ancestors, and after that, he felt that something was wrong. but it doesn't come to mind at all. Chapter 169 Brother, my biggest gold master has run away. Can you give me a hand? Qiao Rongchuan's long, slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the dining table. It was also the rhythm that added to the inexplicable fear in his heart. And Yanli glanced at Qiao Xingye. Qiao Xingye's eyes were on the ground. Why are you looking at her? She wouldn't dare speak up for Yan Chang. Ever since she was little, Qiao Rongchuan had taught her that she had to be ruthless to those who wanted to hurt her. Yan Qing is here to steal from her. And she's saying nice things here. He can't tell you how he's going to talk his ear off when no one's around. Yanli is going crazy. I don't think that girl has the brains to make a mess. Oh, is that so? So what's the big deal about her dumping Joey Feathers guy? Yannick. He wanted to cry. He wanted to go straight to his grandmother's knees. That is, why did she dump Qiao Yu's people? What exactly does this Yan Chang mean? Qiao Rongchuan didn't want to bother with Yanli anymore and looked at Qiao Xingye. You've been following me around these past few days. That Yanqing girl is tough. If she had been allowed to steal Qiao Xingye away at this point, she'd have dumped all of Qiao Yu's people. Who knows where she's taking Qiao Xingye? It might not be impossible to take Qiao Xingye all over the world just to fool Qiao Yu. Qiao Xingye nodded her head obediently. Good. After answering, it didn't feel right. I'm going to the studio tomorrow. Miss doesn't have to go to the studio. Ha? Lu Ling's sudden words caused Qiao Xingye's brain to be directly confused for a moment. What do you mean you don't have to go? Why does that sound like her studio is collapsing? Qiao Xingye's heart stuttered. Without waiting for Lu Ling to answer, her cell phone vibrated. It was Yang Tingting calling. Qiao Xingye picked up. Ting Ting. Boss, something big has happened. Star River International won't work with us anymore. Yang Tingting's anxious voice came over the phone. Qiao Xingye? How's that for a big deal? He's going to run away from the gold master who gives millions a year. Qiao Xingye, in his excitement, rose directly from his chair, for he had risen too quickly and the chair fell straight to the floor with a thud. It didn't matter that right now Qiao Rongchuan and Yan Li and the others were there. Qiao Xingye was a bit on fire as he took the phone to one side and answered it. What's going on? Didn't we all work well together before? And aren't the booking design fees all paid for? What's with the non-cooperation? And you've always been happy with the designs you've given before, right? Yang Tingting, I don't know. Just received a call from the other side of the Ministry of Commerce. Say the cooperation is terminated. May a reason be given? No. Isn't it a living hell to bankrupt her studio when a client that big runs away? Qiao Xingye let out an ouch. Is it because you think our draft is too delayed? You give it to the other side. Do it in 3 days. Just 3 days. Blame it on Qiao Rongchuan, who injured her, and she lost this big gold master. You can't live without this studio. So many designers. Tina Yang, the other side just said they stopped working together. And the reason was, they don't need it anymore. Zhou Xingya, no more? What kind of reason is that? Qiao Xingye, then do we still have to refund the design fee to them? The other side said there was no need to return it. The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. No need to return it? This Xinchuan International is really a big enterprise. Big hundreds of thousands of dollars of the first payment said don't want? So bossy? Did they get their money from the wind? Qiao Xingye hissed and bit his nails. There's no room for maneuver? Tina Young, no. Joe Starleaf, you're just going to lose the partnership? You don't even have a serious reason? At least such a big enterprise. Even if you terminate the contract, you have to be decent, right? There was no telling what was being said over at the restaurant, and both Yan Li and Qiao Rongchuan didn't look too good. Qiao Xingye vaguely heard a sentence. MD, I don't have a place to reason with right now. The people came with your sister's people, and now your sister's people are here and my sister is lost. Yan Li was also anxious. Now that Qiao Rongchuan had this horrible attitude, he didn't care. He first directly counter-blackmailed up. Anyway, Qiao Xingye didn't lose it. It was his Yan Li's sister who lost it. On the phone, Yang Tingting was still saying, Boss, without Xinchuan International, that's a big loss for us. Qiao Xingye, huh? This, eyes retracted from the restaurant side. Big is a little big, but she'll give the studio to Don Crisp. Actually, it's also because of thinking about Hashikawa International. Now without the cooperation of Hashikawa International, is there any need for the studio to exist? Thinking of Yang Tingting's dedicated work over the past 2 years, and those designers. In fact, not to mention Xinchuan International, right now the studio those small orders are also enough to feed them. Why don't you come down to Shoal Bay tomorrow? Qiao Xingye said after some thought. Tina Young, Shallow Bay? Shallow Cove, was it the place she thought it was? Qiao Xingye, bring along some of the company's relevant business type documents. If she goes out, she probably won't get out tomorrow. Now that Yan Sheng had dumped Xiao Yu's sister's people, there was no telling what she would do next. She'll just stay in Shallow Cove.
Hanging up Yang Tingting's call, Qiao Xingye returned to the restaurant. I heard Qiao Rongchuan say to Lu Ling, find someone tonight.
Good. The person is in the harbor city, it's easy to check.
Seeing Lu Ling turn around and leave, Yan Li hurriedly followed, I'll go with you. At that point in the morning, Lu Ling ran off on his own, and he didn't even follow him here.
All day long, my heart was in turmoil.
Fearing that Lu Ling would find Yin Chang and really give her a bruised face. Mom still has a little bit of a fantasy that she'll be able to get her skin back to being white as snow.
You can't ruin your face. Yan Li went out with Lu Ling.
Qiao Rongchuan looked at Qiao Xingye, the seriousness under his eyes was gone from earlier, and his tone was warm, come here.
Qiao Xingye moved over in small steps.
The moment he approached, Qiao Rongchuan pulled her into his arms and sat down. Qiao Xingye subconsciously struggled.
What are you doing? There's someone else.
Although Yan Li and Lu Ling had left, there were quite a few servants in this shallow bay.
Qiao Rongchuan laughed out softly, didn't I say that? No need to hide, huh? Qiao Xingye's small face was slightly red.
Qiao Rongchuan pinched her little face, does it still hurt?
Joe Starleaf.
The small face that was already starting to redden slightly, at this moment, when she heard Qiao Rongchuan's words. The brain exploded with a buzz.
It's only been a while, you shouldn't.
Qiao Rongchuan hugged her slender waist, his head buried in her small shoulders, very much.
Joe Starleaf. This man. You hurry up and let go of me.
Because she was thinking about the studio, Qiao Xingye really didn't have the heart to mess with him right now.
Qiao Rongchuan also noticed that her mind was not right. Who just answered the phone? Joe Starleaf, Studios. Qiao Rongchuan, then an unhappy what?
Qiao Xingye, the biggest gold master, ran away. After all, we've been working together for so long, since the studio first opened last year. And now all of a sudden, for no reason at all, they're not cooperating. Qiao Xingye was more or less unhappy in this heart.
Qiao Rongchuan straightened up and gently pressed her head to his heart, the biggest gold master? Star River International. Speaking of which, that company has been kind to me. Because then they chose my little studio and quite a few of them worked with us back there. Otherwise, which one of the studios that just opened up would want to work with her? Hearing the words Xingchuan International, Qiao Rongchuan smiled lightly. It's not all going back to F. If you don't cooperate, you don't cooperate.
Qiao Rongchuan said indifferently.
Qiao Xingye, no, there are still so many designers in the studio, it can't just be gone. I feel I need to make a personal trip to Hashikawa International. If you say you won't cooperate, you still have to give her a reason, right?
Wait, she doesn't actually have to go in person.
Lifting his head, brother, I remember you saying earlier that you know the president of Hashikawa International?
Hearing Qiao Xingye's this brother, which hit Qiao Rongchuan's heart at the moment.
Obviously it's a different feeling than before.
Although their relationship was further along, Qiao Rongchuan still liked it when she called him that.
Well, recognizing Qiao Xingye, then ask for me. It would be nice to have a couple of kind words. However, Qiao Xingye didn't say this latter sentence because she knew that Qiao Rongchuan hated whoever went through the back door the most.
Qiao Rongchuan's broad palm cupped the back of her head downwards, and Qiao Xingye's head naturally lifted.
The moment the four eyes meet.
Qiao Xingye caught the flash of derision under Qiao Rongchuan's eyes. It's okay to ask, how does Xinger plan to thank me?
Qiao Xingye? What's with the thank you gift? Don't I get all mine from you? What do you want? Qiao Rongchuan, you, okay? Qiao Xingye's breathing tightened.
Without waiting for her to speak, Qiao Rongchuan leaned down. The moment their breaths intertwined, it made the whole winter day seem a little warmer. Chapter 170. Yan Cheng didn't dare pit Qiao Rongchuan, but pitted Xiao Yu's good things.
The next morning Lu Ling went upstairs intending to wait for Qiao Rongchuan in the study. He saw Qiao Rongchuan coming out of Qiao Xingye's room. It seemed too late to turn around and pretend he hadn't seen anything.
Having no choice, Lu Ling respectfully shouted, Master. Qiao Rongchuan was wearing a robe, and in the half-open lapel, there were still hidden scratches. On closer inspection, it looks like a new catch.
Lu Ling's body is directly tight. I knew that I would come over
later, but now it is already 9 o'clock.
Qiao Rongchuan, go wait in the study. Yes.
Lu Ling sniffed as if he had been pardoned and hurried to the study.
About 10 minutes later, Qiao Rongchuan came.
He had changed into a smoky gray housecoat, and the whole person looked cool and reserved.
With him came Yannick.
Looking at Yan Li's tired face, it was obvious that he hadn't slept all night last night. Originally, he was going to go after Lu Ling, but his physical strength was not good, and he almost fell when he chased him out. By the time he stood up, Lu Ling was gone. All night long I was worried that Yin Sheng was really beaten up by Lu Ling. After all, Xiao Rongchuan's people didn't have any lightness of hand. Xiao Rongchuan walked to one side of the sofa and sat down, pulling out a cigarette. I only heard him ask Lu Ling in a chilling voice, "How is it?" This how to, naturally, asked if Yin Sheng had found it. Yan Li also looked at Lu Ling with a tightened face. Lu Ling, Miss Yin Sheng, has left Hong Kong City. Xiao Rongchuan. Yanni, what the hell? Yan Li's spirit instantly had a jolt. What does it mean? He left Hong Kong City? How? Beaten away? Your people sent it away? That damned girl, found so soon? Sent away, that must have been sent away with a beating, right? Is it true that you've been beaten black and blue? Thinking about this, Yan Li couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. How did you send them away? A beating? Now Yan Li was a little fired up. He looked at Xiao Rongchuan in exasperation. Big brother, you really beat up everyone, don't you? Lu Ling, Yan Xiao. You shut up and don't talk. Yannick is the real deal now. Even though that sister had a headache, it was his sister, no matter how much they both usually messed up. But on the outside, he should be protected, or protected. Xiao Rongchuan looked at him askance. You want to go to heaven? Yanni, I'm talking about you, I'm really pissed off, haha. Lu Ling, I didn't punch. In the midst of the chaos, the air suddenly went quiet. Yan Li looked at Lu Ling. How in the world did that person leave Hong Kong City? In the end, he fought his way out of. Or thrown out. Xiao Rongchuan also looked at Lu Ling. Lu Ling, it was Miss Yin Cheng who directly left Hong Kong City after dumping Our Lady's people. The corner of Yannick's mouth twitched. What the hell? What's the meaning of this? Xiao Rongchuan frowned and glanced at Lu Ling. What do you mean? Ditching Joey Feather's men and then just leaving Harbor City? Lu Ling, it's just that the people left and stayed in Hong Kong City before and after just getting off the plane and getting on the plane. Yannick. Xiao Rongchuan. Yan Li scratched his hair in a somewhat tangled manner. What kind of airplane was this Yan Xing up to? You're really just going to leave? Or is this her tactic? There's more to come? Yanni, are you sure you're gone? Take Joey Feather's people to the Harbor City and hang out for a while. And then after doing nothing and ditching the guy, walk off on your own? That's unlikely, isn't it? Or is she not having some kind of deal with Joey Feather? Wait. Yan Li looked at Xiao Rongchuan. Xiao Yu asked Yin Cheng to come and steal Xiao Xingye. Did you give Yin Cheng any favors? Lu Ling frowned. If there was no benefit, Miss Yin Cheng shouldn't have made this trip. The two were already at odds. How could Yin Cheng listen to Xiao Yu if there wasn't an absolutely tempting benefit? It's also bringing in Joe Feather's men. Yan Li slapped his head. Done. This is really over. You think this girl is going to kill one of us? If she doesn't dare to kill Xiao Rongchuan, she'll kill Xiao Yu? Is this her taking a favor from Joey Feather and running away? Yanni. Hiss. This sister of his can really not change at all. Caught the benefits of Xiao Yu to the bald. Xiao Yu's favor is so good grip? She is so many years half of the lesson did not eat enough. Yannick was numb again. Xiao Rongchuan lit a cigarette and took a drag. Yanni, so what, where is Joey Feather now? And where did this Yin Xing go after leaving Hong Kong City? He's back in F at this time. She's planning to be hunted to death by Joey Feather, isn't she? Xiao Rongchuan, unsurprisingly, she's gone to Flying Sand City by now. That's good, that's good. Hearing that Xiao Yu wasn't in F country, Yan Li was sort of relieved. Then don't give it to her yet. At this time to tell Xiao Yu, Yan Sheng again pitched her good things. According to Xiao Yu, this temper. The two are going to tear each other to pieces again. This Joey Feather is really something too. Little Starlet was by her brother's side. Could she still run away this time? Surprisingly, he reached a partnership with Yin Cheng. The two of them have been fighting for so many years. Who is she bad at trusting? She had to trust Yin Cheng. Lu Ling, Miss will know sooner or later. Yannick, I beg you to keep quiet. He could kind of see it now. This Lu Ling didn't speak and had a svelte look. As soon as he opens his mouth, he increases one's anxiety in all sorts of ways. Yan Li was now most afraid of listening to Lu Ling. This sister of his, why is she such a wolf? It's not good to mess with anyone. Why did she have to cross Qiao Yu all these years? There was also that Qiao Yu as well, who was like a cockfight when he saw Yin Qing's shadow. Now it's good to be hacked for good. It's not clear what exactly Qiao Yu gave Yin Qing. But what could make Yin Qing run a trip for her was definitely not the benefit of any trinket. It was almost 10 o'clock when Qiao Xing Ye got up. There's a glass of water on the nightstand, warm from a thermostat cup. The quilt was no longer warm from Qiao Rongchuan, so he should have gotten up early. Qiao Xingye sat on the bed still in a bit of a trance. Although in her childhood, she had often gotten tired of being with Qiao Rongchuan. But now that they were sleeping together, the feeling was completely different, especially when he was holding her. The body changes with impunity. Awake? The man's magnetic voice came, interrupting Qiao Xingye's thoughts. Qiao Xingye looked to the door and saw Qiao Rongchuan come in wearing a smoky gray housecoat. It's so true that good-looking people wear everything. Even if Qiao Rongchuan is so casual. However, he could not hide the cold solemnity and innate reserve of his body in the slightest. Qiao Xingye hadn't completely woken up yet, and shouted in a daze, "Brother!" Qiao Rongchuan stepped forward and fished her out from under the covers and held her down at her heart. "Call my name and listen." His heart fluttered slightly. The feeling, when she called her name, was completely different. "Qiao Xing Ye, huh? Qiao Rongchuan, call it. Qiao Xing Ye? Now." Right now she couldn't scream, only when she was completely pissed off at him. When one was awake, she habitually called him brother. She's been used to it since she was a kid, so where's the easy way to get her to change her mind now? "Ah, Qiao Rongchuan, what are you doing?" Suddenly there was a pain in his neck and Qiao Xingye shouted anxiously. She tried to hide, yet there was no escape in the man's arms. The man's low chuckling voice came from the nape of his neck. "Star is just not good." Qiao Xingye was instantly on top. She felt a pain in her neck. "Are you bleeding from your bite? We have half a month before we have to go back to F. What do you want me to tell you back there? Going crazy." Looking at the ones on her neck earlier, she was thinking that they would fade in half a month and he was still coming. Looking at her furious as a tiger cub. Qiao Rongchuan dotingly kissed her forehead. "There's no need for you to explain." "Qiao Xing Ye, why? I've just called my mother." "Joe Starleaf, oh? Said what?" Chapter 171. Don't worry, she won't eat you. Said? Was it the kind of thing she thought had been said? "Qiao Xingye, what did you say, ah? But don't be what she thinks." Qiao Xingye's heart was in his throat at this instant. Qiao Rongchuan pinched her little nose and turned to pick up the clothes about to change them for her. "What do you think was said?" "Qiao Xingye, you told mom?" Qiao Rongchuan looked at her with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Qiao Xingye, so what did you say?" "God! How did he report such a thing to his elders?" "Qiao Rongchuan, that's what I said. Hurry up and get dressed, I'll take you out for dinner." With that, Qiao Rongchuan began to help her take off her pajamas. Qiao Xingye's brain stuck straight down. "Just say it." "So what did mom say?" "That's what he said." "How did he say it?" "Forget it. I don't know what he said." But now Qiao Xingye was wondering about her mom's attitude. "Qiao Rongchuan, just like that. It's still the same." "Qiao Xingye? Mom, that's what it says?" "What exactly did it say?" Qiao Xingye was directly anxious. Then what exactly is her attitude? After the night before, she'd been on fire about it, thinking about what the hell she was going to tell her mom when she got back. Between thoughts, Qiao Rongchuan had already helped her change into her clothes. What little he did the whole time again, for Qiao Xingye's thoughts were too heavy with pressing on. Instead, it was Qiao Rongchuan who had a hint of triumph crossing the bottom of his eyes. "Qiao Xingye, why don't you tell me?" Hearing Qiao Rongchuan say that he had already called his mother over this, Qiao Xingye's brain was numb. The heart got even more fired up. Qiao Rongchuan pinched her little face. "Don't worry, she won't eat you." The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched. "What do you mean you won't eat yourself? Could it be that the mother didn't respond? Is that impossible?" "That's absolutely impossible." "Qiao Rongchuan, gone." "Qiao Xingye, where to eat? It's freezing outside. I don't want to go out. And Don Crisp is going to come back for me later. Tang Crisp is coming, and so is Yang Tingting." Qiao Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. "Really not going? I've got a lot more going on here." Ever since he came to Hong Kong City, her trips to the studio had begun to become irregular.
It's about to go back to F. She wanted to get the studio out of the way as soon as possible. And yeah, you said you'd ask the president of Star River International for me, did you? Even though she was leaving, she wanted to do it for the people who had worked so diligently with her for the past 2 years. Consolidate the rice bowl a bit. Xiao Rongchuan, aren't you going back to F country? The studio is not going to close? Qiao Xing Ye, off what? There are so many people in the studio, I'm looking for Tang Crisp to take over. People can't break the bowl when they leave. Besides, she's hardly had a talent drain at the studio in the last 2 years. Even one of the receptionists was the one who came in at the beginning. Xiao Rongchuan rubbed the top of her fine, soft hair, got it. Qiao Xing Ye, then you help me ask you just say that although I do not do it. But my designers are top-notch and will never let them down. Good. Xiao Rongchuan laughed. How in the world did the Beamers miss such a kind side of her? Completely backed themselves into a corner. During the time he came to Hong Kong City, Xiao Rongchuan could see that Qiao Xingye was to the Liang family, That's a half-hearted sentiment not intended to remain. Because Qiao Xingye didn't want to go out, Xiao Rongchuan answered a phone call and left on his own. Yesterday there was talk of not moving an inch from today. As a result, Qiao Xingye realized during dinner that Yin Cheng had left. Yannick is all sighs when he talks about it. Qiao Xingye picked up a piece of ribs, leaving right off the plane? Hearing this news, Qiao Xingye was a bit incredulous. Yannick, not really. Breathless tone. Qiao Xingye, isn't that a good thing? You know, no one can protect her if she angers my brother. There were times when this Qiao Rongchuan spoiled Qiao Xingye for real, but she had to put in a good word for someone. It's not that easy. After all, he hated it when someone took the back door, even if the one who opened the back door was Qiao Xingye. Yanni, but she messed with your not-so-nice sister again. Speaking of which, Yanli had a headache. Qiao Xing Ye? That's a lot of head stretching and head shrinking. What did she do to mess with my sister again? Yanni, she took Qiao Yu's favor and ran away. Qiao Xing Ye? Well, that Yenqing really isn't normally pugnacious. Surprisingly, he took Zhou Yu's favors and ran away without doing anything. Although the consequences were mitigated a bit from angering Qiao Rongchuan, Sister Qiao Yu is also difficult to deal with. Is this Sister Yenqing not going to stay in F country? Qiao Xingye's heart directly nodded wax for her. This play who is not good, have to go to play Qiao Yu, really forget those years how to end up losing? Don't say that, every time these two tore up the process dimly, but the result was that Yenqing suffered. Yannick, don't mention it. Speaking of his own sister, he also thought she was nervous this time. Qiao Xingye, why do you have to mess with one? Started talking about her bringing Zhou Yu's people to Harbor City. Thought it was ironclad to pop in Qiao Rongchuan's minefield. What a surprise that this turned out to be a reversal. Anyway, this time in F, it must be dark again. Yanni, yeah, why do you think you have to mess with one? Wait a minute. You still call Qiao Rongchuan brother now? Zhou Starleaf. This man, can the focus not always take such a leap? Is that what he should be focusing on right now? Qiao Xingye's face stiffened a bit, and he gave Yanli a sentence in a bad mood. It's better to worry about your sister. Yanli, I'm not asking. Hey, how is Qiao Rongchuan in bed at night? What about stamina? Haven't touched a woman in all these years, you should be skilled in that area. Ahem. Probably Yan Li's words were too shocking. Qiao Xingye choked directly on a mouthful of water and coughed violently. Qiao Rongchuan had forgotten something, and as soon as he returned and entered, he heard Yan Li's words behind him. Seeing Qiao Xingye choking again, his face went straight to green. A few steps forward and he gave Yan Li a kick. Yan Li was suddenly kicked, people almost fell off the chair, ITM. Just about to start cursing, when he saw that it was Qiao Rongchuan, the words behind him were directly stifled. Rubbing his slightly sore back, did I say something wrong again? Intermittent amnesia, completely forgetting what question he had just asked Qiao Xingye. More than just asking, he also made up a long paragraph about that aspect of Qiao Rongchuan. Qiao Rongchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Want to know what news I have in bed? You're curious? Qiao Xingye had just coughed up almost as much as she could, and when she heard Qiao Rongchuan's words, she choked on her saliva again. Twice in a row, coughing made her throat hurt. And his face was red as hell. Yannick, this. Xiao Ronchuan came to Qiao Xingye's side and gently patted her back. However, Qiao Xingye reacted and wasn't a vegetarian. He glared at Yan Li. Didn't I tell you to get all the medicine? Yannick. Xiao Ronchuan. The corner of Yan Li's mouth twitched as he looked at Xiao Ronchuan and his gaze returned to Qiao Xingye. Okay starlet, you're good enough. Qiao Xingye directly buried her little face in Xiao Ronchuan's abdomen. It was only now that she reacted to what she had said. It's a straight-up cancer, the kind that's contagious. Yan Li was straight male, and forced Qiao Xingye's reply to him into a straight female style. Xiao Ronchuan gave Yan Li a cold stare, and Yan Li gulped, I was wrong. Yan Sheng, this matter has not yet passed, this time do not mess with this living hell. Yan Li hurriedly ran away with a sense of humor. Qiao Xingye reached out and twisted hard on Xiao Ronchuan's body, it's all your fault. It's so well known that now anyone who sees her teases her. Xiao Ronchuan hissed in pain as he grabbed her small, haphazard hand. Chapter 172, Arrange for Liang Jintao to leave the hospital. When Xiao Ronchuan left, he directly carried Yan Li away with him. He's got this mouth that sometimes I want to sew him up and glue him over with 502. After lunch, Qiao Xingye was waiting for Tang Crisp directly in the tea room. The tea room is warm and cozy, with floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, and white fluffy snow outside. The branches of the trees were also wrapped in ice. The butler came into the tea room, Mississippi. What's wrong? A lady by the name of Lao is over in the security room and would like to see you. Lu? Lu Suyun? Qiao Xingye, Lu Suyun? Yes. The butler nodded. Qiao Xingye raised his eyebrows, coming at this time? There was no need to think to know that it was for Liang Jinzhao. Or rather, it was for Liang Jinzhao and Liang Yutong to come together. Zhou Xingye, not seen. Now that she doesn't use that phone anymore, she can't get through even if she borrows more phones. After I changed my number last night, I only told Yang Tingting and Tang Crisp. These two, on the other hand, would never give their number to the Liang family. Butler, okay. Hearing Qiao Xingye say that he couldn't see, the housekeeper was directly about to call the security side. However, as soon as his call was dialed out, Qiao Xingye's phone rang, and it was Tang Crisp calling. Yi Ci, Lu Suyun is kneeling in front of my car. Zhou Xingye? Sniffing, he looked at the butler. Tang Crisp continued, and crying and screaming. I'll go. Before that she kept saying you were raised by hillbillies and spunky. Look at it this way, who's really the shrew? Qiao Xingye had already heard Lu Suyun's crying voice from the phone. The sound of voices moving was pretty hard to hear. Qiao Xingye's eyes narrowed slightly, bring her in. Good. Before Don Crisp hung up the phone. Qiao Xingye also heard her disdainfully say to Lu Suyun, to meet her own daughter in this way, only you as a mother have this treatment. If you ask me, it's all your own doing. Everything else is motherly and loving. Originally, the Liang family lost this matter of Qiao Xingye, and it would only be more precious to find it back. As a result, this mom is hard to get along with her daughter like this. To say she can't be a mom, but she's doing a good job for Liang Jinzhao and Liang Yutong. Not much longer. Tang Crisp and Yang Tingting both came, and Lu Suyun was with them. Qiao Xingye looked at Tang Crisp and Yang Tingting, wait for me. Don Crisp nodded, good. The butler told the servants to take them to the flower room over there, but he had no intention of leaving. Before Qiao Ronchuan left, he explained that if Qiao Xingye met the Liang family, he had to be present. It had to be said that Qiao Ronchuan had predicted correctly that the Liang family would definitely try to find a way to see Qiao Xingye. Instead of reflecting on themselves in this scene now, the Liang family is in a hurry. Yesterday, Liang Jinzhao was injured, and Lu Suyun looked quite old again. Qiao Xingye picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, not giving Lu Suyun a proper look. Lu Suyun was sitting across from her, and looking at Qiao Xingye like this, she was harboring even more fire in her heart. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, he spoke first, I know all about what happened. Joe Starleaf, oh? So? Her careless response further lit the fire in Lu Suyun's heart once again. Speaking again, there was a hidden gnashing of teeth in his tone, even if he's wrong, he's still your own brother, he said. How dare you let an outsider hurt him like that? Do you realize that he has one arm wasted with no possibility of regaining his strength? The more she said here, Lu Suyun could no longer suppress the fire in her tone. Obviously, on the way here, she kept telling herself that she had to speak to her properly. Now Yutong is in dire need of medical resources, and now that she's injured and the company is like that.
Himself and Liang Panming also had a falling out. And the person who caused this was Zhou Starleaf. So no matter what, one has to talk to her, too. She's the one who can put an end to all this conflict. But when she saw Qiao Xingye in this state, Lu Suyun's fire could not be suppressed. And this outsider of hers had undoubtedly pierced Qiao Xingye's nerves at this moment. Boom! The teacup in Qiao Xingye's hand knocked heavily on the root-carving coffee table. The water in the teacup spilled directly onto the table from the vigorous shaking. Qiao Xingye cast an icy glance at her. Is Mrs. Liang here to lecture me? Or is it a question? The tone, as cold as the eyes. Lu Suyun's repression completely exploded. Qiao Xingye, tell me, what do you want? Without opening his mouth, Qiao Xingye had already made Lu Suyun unable to endure this anger. Now the opening of her mouth angered her even more. Qiao Xingye's eyes were cold as he grunted. Without talking nonsense with Lu Suyun, he directly looked at the butler on the side, arranged to go down and discharge Liang Jintao from the hospital. The butler nodded, yes. Lu Suyun's breath shook and she stood up with a whoosh. Are you crazy? That's your own brother. It wasn't enough that you pushed Yutong to this point, but now you want to do this to your own brother? Lu Suyun was trembling with anger. Qiao Xingye lifted her eyelids to look at her. Does Mrs. Liang not remember? There's nothing between us anymore. Lu Suyun. The face, once again, was pale. You. Qiao Xingye picked up the teapot off to the side, and then re-grabbed a small teacup to pour for herself. While rambling, he said, don't you guys love to use power over people? They had a bout with themselves a while back. Both hated to hold her completely down in the mud, even to the point of killing her. Qiao Xingye, you haven't used this way to oppress people much over the years, have you? The Qi family has deep roots in Hong Kong City, and the quality of these people in the Liang family. There was no need to look to know that by relying on the Qi family in Hong Kong City, they must have been rampaging for years as well. Especially this Lu Suyun, let alone her reputation in the wife's circle. Lu Suyun breathed in sharply. You can't do this, you've already made Yutong sick and incapable of being cured. Do you still want? I advise you to swallow back the word pro-brother. Qiao Xingye looked at her icily. Eyes with a sharpness never seen before. Before Lu Suyun could say the words that followed, she was directly interrupted by Qiao Xingye in a stern voice. What she loathed the most right now was the Liang family saying the word pro to her. It made her loathe it from the marrow of her bones. Since she was a child, what is blood kinship, what is kinship, the Qiao family let her carved into the marrow of her bones. Loved it to bits too. But the Liang family, it gave her a new interpretation of the word blood. Do you know why I didn't save Liang Jinzhao yesterday? Lu Suyun, 4, why? Zhou Xingye, because he said I was close and distant and said he was my own brother. The word pro-brother, Qiao Xingye was biting extremely hard at the moment. Lu Suyun's breath hitched violently, somewhat failing to understand what Qiao Xingye meant by saying this. Zhou Xingye, don't you get it yet? Lu Suyun didn't get it. Qiao Xingye, I am sick of your faces and your self-proclaimed kinship. And pro-brother, heh. It would be fine if there was true kinship, but this Liang family's kin was a sharp blade. Hate to cut the flesh alive on you. Qiao Xingye, it's also thanks to the fact that I'm your own daughter, but wherever another person comes along. Even if you don't get run over by the car accident arranged by Liang Yutong, you'll be forced to die by your so-called real mom. Lu Suyun, am I that bad in your heart? At this moment, Lu Suyun was tingling all over, and even at this instant, She mentally asked herself this rhetorical question as well. Himself, in the end, what did he do to Qiao Xingye? How could he be so bad in her heart? Had she incurred her hatred even for her normal disciplinary tactics? Meh. Qiao Xingye sneered out. The eyes that looked at Lu Suyun were sarcastic to the extreme. I had thought that you had gotten some lessons. It's a shame to know more or less how to reflect on yourself. Qiao Xingye didn't continue with the latter words, his gaze once again looking at the housekeeper. The butler nodded. I'll get right on it. No, don't. Lu Suyun got up and blocked the doorway of the tea room herself. She looked at Qiao Xingye in horror. No, you can't do this to him, he is your. After all. The word dear brother suddenly caught in his throat. This was because Lu Suyun thought of the disgust that Qiao Xingye felt when he said the words dear brother just now. She doesn't like them and even loathes the entire Liang family. It's really a born white wolf. Why on earth are they treating her badly?
Isn't it her own doing?
It's amazing that they are now being blamed for all the faults. Lu Suyun still had anger in her heart. But thinking of Liang Jinzhao lying in the hospital, she didn't dare to be stubborn with Qiao Xingye anymore in the end. How once stepped on Qiao Xingye, at this moment she endured what nesting.
Chapter 173, Jesus Christ, where is she? Lu Suyun is gone.
She had originally wanted to fight for a ray of hope for Liang Yutong in the end.
However, when seeing Qiao Xingye's ruthlessness and wanting to cut off even Liang Jinzhao's medical treatment,
she didn't dare to say more at the end of the day.
If Liang Panming knew that she came to look for Qiao Xingye and dragged Liang Jinzhao into it, she and Liang Panming will probably be finished too. Lu Suyun is gone. Qiao Xingye looked at the butler. Go and do it. The butler nodded, yes. Liang Chiu.
How long ago had Qiao Xingye wanted to clean him up, and now it was just right. Xiao Rongchuan made a move and she stepped on it again. Anyway, they are putting all the blame on her for what has become of the Liang family.
All without introspection.
In that case, she had nothing to be polite about. Lu Suyun went out of Shallow Bay and just got on the car when Liang Yutong's call came. Mom.
Hear the weak voice.
Lu Suyun's heart was clenched together. In a short period of time, the entire Liang family has become weak and powerless. To a Qiao Xingye who dared to be completely powerless against him.
Liang Yutong, Mom, help me, I really hurt, it hurts so much.
At this moment in the Liang family's Liang Yutong, everyone was away, only Liang Yutong and the servants. Suffering from the disease, her hair fell out. She was really hurting so bad that she couldn't sleep, so bad that she was convulsing and it hurt so much that there is nothing but pain in every limb.
Has Starlet promised me to go abroad?
At this moment, Liang Yutong felt an unprecedented despair. She really felt the passing of life. Especially last night, she hadn't been able to sleep and had been having nightmares in her days.
Joe Starleaf, everything is Joe Starleaf.
It's not even enough that she's letting herself be sick and incurable, but now she's letting herself.
Lu Suyun, Yutong.
Mom, I really can't take it anymore. I was up all night last night and I'm really sore and please talk to Star properly and tell her to leave me alone. I admit it all.
Lu Suyun.
Liang Yutong, let her spare me this time. When I get better, she'll slowly torture me again.
Yutong. Lu Suyun was even more heartbroken.
Liang Yutong, I'll confess to whatever she wants me to confess. I'll confess to everything. I'll confess to all of it. I'll confess to everything.
Whatever she wants to settle, let's wait until I get better, okay?
This feeling of being trapped here in the dark, Liang Yutong really couldn't stand it anymore. She was so desperate that she wondered if she would ever see the sun tomorrow.
Mom, tell her nicely, I'm begging you, just as I'm begging you, oh.
Liang Yutong cried out in despair. Now even the basic falling asleep to escape the sickness was out of the question, and she was really hurting. It turns out that the sickness in birth, old age and death can hurt to the bone marrow. At this moment, when Liang Yutong said such words, Lu Suyun naturally would not believe that she really did those. As a result, she hated Qiao Xingye even more in her heart, believing that she was the one who had pushed Liang Yutong to this point.
Mom. Yutong, my poor child. Not to mention Liang Yutong feeling desperate, now Lu Suyun was also desperate.
Her heart ached for Liang Yutong being tortured by her illness, and she hated herself even more for not being able to do anything about it.
Listening to the tea room at the Lanlin residence.
The shock under Yang Tingting's eyes hadn't dissipated since she saw Qiao Xingye.
Or rather, from the moment we entered Shoal Bay.
From afar, her heart was beating wildly at the sight of the luxury of the Hearingland Forest residents standing grandly in the snow. When the studio first started, before they started making money, the owner was very generous with them.
At that time, I thought it was the Liang family's money that I was spending.
But with the Liang family's attitude towards Qiao Xingye at the back, Yang Tingting felt it was impossible again.
Have absolutely no idea where she got that kind of money. The feeling that behind this, she's actually the little princess of a Sagwan? It's related to the man who picked her up, isn't it? It's definitely not from the Liang family.
If Liang Jia had that status, he wouldn't have been jumping up and down all this time.
What are you looking at? Stupid? Qiao Xingye placed a cup of tea in front of Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting's eyes gurgled, Boss, you'll have to compensate me for the mental damage. Zhou Xingye? Yang Tingting, I was heartbroken when the Liang family treated you so badly before. Turns out the boss needed her heartache?
She's a girl on a salary, living in a rented house. What kind of reasoning is it to feel sorry for a princess who lives in a castle and is aggrieved? For humming or whimpering. Tang Crisp snorted out a laugh. I should also ask for moral damages. When Qiao Xing Ye and the Liang family had a complete falling out, he saw that the Liang family had even stopped Qiao Xingye's card. At that time, Tang Crisp was also heartbroken.
Qiao Xingye, just your skins. Looking to Yang Tingting, do you have all the papers with you? Yang Tingting nodded, bring it all.
With that, he handed the document to Qiao Xingye, who took it and flipped through it for a few moments.
Just hand it directly to Don Crisp. Don Crisp, really going back to F? A bit of a giveaway. Qiao Xingye nodded, sooner or later, I'll have to go back. In fact, Xiao Rongchuan looking for not looking to come to Hong Kong City, Qiao Xingye has always been looking for an opportunity to go back.
She's been keeping an eye on what's going on over in F for the past 2 years.
Always looking to go back. I didn't expect Xiao Rongchuan to come first. Yang Tingting heard that Qiao Xingye was leaving. Boss, you're leaving? What about the studio? She's going to lose her job? But don't. It's such a stable job with good pay. Qiao Xingye, isn't this a new boss for you guys?
Yang Tingting looked at Tang Crisp.
Don Crisp, work hard from now on and she'll give you the same treatment. Boss. Yang Tingting's eyes turned a little red as she looked at Qiao Xingye.
He's leaving, but he's paved the way for them.
Where can we find such a good boss?
Qiao Xingye, alright, there's no such thing as an endless banquet. At least the time they spent together was cherished by each other.
While signing the formalities, Yang Tingting's phone rang and she went straight out of the tea room to answer it. Only then did Tang Crisp look at Qiao Xingye's neck. What are those marks on your neck?
Qiao Xingye, huh? Reaching up, he subconsciously pulled the collar of his sweater up. Don Crisp, don't cover it up, I saw it all. Originally, if she didn't cover this, Tang Crisp might still think that it was a mosquito bite, but now that she did.
There's no need to explain anything. Qiao Xingye was a little embarrassed. Don Crisp, you guys are together? Qiao Xingye nodded, aha. To Tang Crisp, she didn't hide it. Tang Crisp's eyes, however, were a little worried. Then what's the situation over there in F country, do you know? He can guard me.
Zhou Starleaf said. No matter what the scene was, Xiao Rongchuan would definitely be able to protect her.
Tang Crisp raised an eyebrow, you trust him a lot. The confidence in that tone.
Qiao Xingye, you wouldn't understand this kind of trust. The kind of guardianship, the kind of trust, that he'd always nursed her back to adulthood. It doesn't change no matter what time it is. Hearing her say that, Tang Crisp nodded, anyway, I'll help you run this studio properly. But where that won't be the way you need to go.
It's naturally best to go back to F to have a good time. Couldn't be good, then this was her Qiao Xingye's way back. Qiao Xingye was touched again. Tang Crisp, okay, don't look at me like that. I'm just like Yang Tingting. Taungu's heart aches for the princess to be aggravated.
At that time, Tang Crisp was really worried about what the Liang family had done to Qiao Xingye. As it turns out, man, this is backed up by a big brother.
Qiao Xingye gave her an angry look, okay, auntie is going to hear and pull your ears. Tang Crisp stayed for 2 hours before leaving with Yang Tingting. They were just about to go out when Xiao Rongchuan returned.
Returning with him were 2 other men he didn't recognize, several with extraordinary auras. Don Crisp thought he had seen a lot of the world over the years.
Yet on Xiao Rongchuan, and the aura that emanated from the man with him.
From a distance it all felt like a regal danger.
Tang Crisp and Yang Tingting naturally didn't dare to greet them, with this oppressive aura that let them try to weaken their presence.
However, both parties were on the wrong side of the road, as there was snow on the ground.
Don Crisp slipped a foot.
Ow, came the feeling of weightlessness in her body, and she grabbed something haphazardly in her hand. Sitting on his butt on the ground, Tang Crisp was in pain before he could react, followed by a bang. The sense of weight was all over Don Crisp, who slept directly on the floor. There was a muffled umph of pain. It was so crushed that she almost lost her breath.
Yani? Egu, what's this for?
Seeing Hull and Tang Crisp fall together, Yenli rushed forward to help, and Xiao Rongchuan turned back to watch coldly. Hell was originally pressed up against Don Crisp, and now Yannick was helping him to prop himself up.
Feel the power in your abdomen. He bowed his head.
Just saw Don Crisp's hand gripping his belt buckle.
Don Crisp. Hull. Tang Crisp's brain went bam when she saw where her hand had grabbed.
I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, Jesus Christ, where is she? Still not loose? Hell gritted his teeth, a regal undercurrent crossing his eyes. Chapter 174, with that mouth of yours, prepare to be a widow for the rest of your life. Hull has a western face with perfect contours. His glasses fell off, and the frost in those deep pupils made it all the more obvious to see. Plus, how many of the people Qiao Rongchuan dealt with were simple and kind? Especially the hidden tattoo on his neck gave off a dangerous aura about him. Tang Crisp was so shocked that he directly forgot to react. Hell's eyes narrowed slightly. Yanli grabbed Tang Crisp's wrist. This girl of yours isn't reserved at all. Where do you grab someone's man's belt the first time you meet him? Why don't you just take his pants off and save the hinting part for better? I didn't. No, what is she implying? Yanli saw Tang Crisp's hand still gripping so tightly and felt that she wanted to die. Yang Tingting was also shocked by the scene, especially when she saw that it was Hull's belt that Tang Crisp was grabbing. She was scared silly too. Tang Crisp looked at Hell in a panic. I really didn't mean it, I'm sorry. Yanni, so you're not letting go? This girl is stupid, isn't she? What's the point of not letting go while saying you didn't mean it? Tang Crisp met Hell's deep eyes, and his brain jammed in direct fright. I'm sorry. Yang Tingting reacted at this time. Hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed Tang Crisp's hand. Okay, I've apologized many times already. You can let go. Don Crisp? Qiao Xingye saw that Qiao Rongchuan's car came back and never went in, so he came out to take a look. The result was to see Hull down on one knee on the slippery ground, and Tang Crisp's small white hands gripped his belt tightly. Qiao Xingye? What is this? Crispy you? Qiao Xingye suddenly appeared, and it was only at this time that Tang Crisp completely reacted to it. Scaldingly, he retracted his hand. The little face brushed red. I really didn't mean it. What the hell is this she's lost today? Hell got up and slowly straightened his somewhat disheveled clothes. Not looking too good, he turned and headed inside. Qiao Rongchuan frowned when he saw Qiao Xingye come out. Why did you come out? Still wearing so little? Qiao Xingye, I saw that you never came in, so I came out to see. With that, he headed in Tang Crisp's direction. Crisp, what's wrong with you? Tang Crisp's little face was already red. Flustered, she stood up, not waiting for Qiao Xingye to approach her before saying, I'm leaving. Bye. Not daring to meet Qiao Xingye's eyes, he fled. Qiao Xingye? Yang Tingting hurriedly followed along. Everyone around the boss is so dangerous, and that man just now had eyes like he was trying to kill someone. Yanli looked over at Qiao Xingye and smiled a thieving smile. Xinger, this friend of yours is fierce. Qiao Xingye, what fierce? Yanni, she almost took Hull's pants off. Haha. Qiao Xingye. At this moment, Tang Crisp had not gone very far, and hearing Yan Li's words, one stumbled and almost fell to the floor again. Hell turned back to Yannick with a look that knifed him. It was the first time he showed this dangerous look, and he used to be just as dude as Yan Li. The corner of Qiao Xingye's mouth twitched as he looked at Tang Crisp's back as she kept running away, then at Qiao Rongchuan. She's certainly not like that. Qiao Rongchuan rubbed her little brain. You also believe Yan Li's words? Qiao Xingye glared at Yan Li. You mouth, prepare to be a widow for the rest of your life you. I've never seen anyone more direct than Yan Li, it's really great. Yanni, hey, it's not like I'm saying anything here, I'm telling the truth. Just now, Tang Crisp almost took off Hull's pants in front of the public, didn't he? Qiao Xingye, that's the road is slippery did not stand firmly, just Hull close to her okay? Even if he wasn't present, Qiao Xingye could have guessed 7 or 8 points. When people fall, their hands always try to grab something haphazardly to stabilize themselves. It's just that this Don Crisp caught something that I didn't expect to be so special. Yannick was going to say more. Qiao Rongchuan turned around and gave him a look. How dare you joke about Hell? Who in F doesn't know that only Hull jokes about other people? Anyone who dares to joke about him is prepared to go out in the middle of the night and be put in a sack. Yan Li nuzzled. I didn't say anything here. Qiao Xingye, you've said less. This is not to say, the moment you speak, a word can make people find a crack in the ground, Lord. Yan Li gave Qiao Xingye an odd look and simply shut his mouth. Come on, he shouldn't have grown a mouth. After going in together, Qiao Xingye's slippers on her feet were wet and Qiao Rongchuan glanced at the housekeeper. Why isn't the entrance cleaned up? When I got out of the car earlier, there was still ice on the road. The butler's face stiffened, his eyes all terrified. Master, this
Qiao Xingye pulled on Qiao Ronchuan's clothes. I just cleaned it up and it's just too cold outside to do that. Hearing Qiao Xingye say that, the butler looked at Qiao Xingye with gratitude. She's right, it was cleaned up just half an hour ago. Actually, it's been cleaning up today. As Qiao Xingye said, the temperature was too low and it kept snowing, so that's what happened. Qiao Ronchuan looked at Qiao Xingye's feet. Change your shoes. Yeah. Qiao Xingye nodded curtly. The maid rushed to find her new slippers. Qiao Ronchuan and Hall still had things to talk about and went straight to the study. Qiao Xingye was just about to go upstairs when Tang Crisp's call came. Don Crisp was on the phone for a good while. Qiao Xingye, I know you didn't mean it, I just don't know if that's what Hell thought. Huh? What do you mean? She was really going crazy just now. Never been so embarrassed in my life. Qiao Xingye, anyway, if you see him in the future, you'd better take a detour. The man who looks like a dude, but is actually dangerous. Tang Crisp, huh? I didn't do it on purpose, did I offend him too much? You'll have to put in a good word for me, star. She could see that the men around Qiao Xingye today were not good people. Liang Jinchao was still Chang injured and admitted to the hospital. Qiao Xingye, okay, I know, but you guys shouldn't have a chance to see it in the future. Kind words are to be said. It's just that myself and Qiao Ronchuan are going back to F country. As long as Qiao Ronchuan wasn't over here, Hall most likely wouldn't stay in Hong Kong City either. Don Crisp, Egu, my god, you don't know, I couldn't stabilize myself when I slipped. I just grabbed it randomly. Who knew I'd actually grab him by the belt buckle? I'm glad I didn't rip his pants off. Otherwise I really can't tell. Qiao Xingye, you still say that? I really didn't mean it. Don Crisp kept saying on the phone that he didn't mean it. Qiao Xingye, I know you didn't mean it. I was straight up dumbfounded. That's true. At that time that situation, not to mention Tang Crisp was dumbfounded, even the people watching were dumbfounded. The two spoke on the phone for a while before the topic came to Lu Suyun. Tang Crisp asked Qiao Xingye, what did Lu Suyun want to talk to you about? Is it still about Lian Yutong? Her own son is lying in the hospital right now. If Lu Suyun could still find Qiao Xingye for Lian Yutong at this time. I really don't know what to say about her. Doesn't Liang Panming have a problem with her tossing around like this? Don't let her tear the family apart. And to blame you. Qiao Xingye had walked to the tea room. The tea in the tea room was still warm and brewing, and Qiao Xingye poured himself a cup. Grievance. It doesn't matter to me, Liang Jintao is going to be discharged anyway. Huh? Qiao Xingye, you know what kind of person I am. Not something they can change with a couple of accusations. Also. This time tearing dimly, Qiao Xingye this half-hearted nature. Don Crisp could see it too. So when Lu Suyun came to find Qiao Xingye today, there was no need to think that. Must be all sorts of accusations against Joe Starleaf again. How dare she at this point? And if she dared to make accusations, Qiao Xingye naturally dared to make even more excessive ones. No? I don't need to think that Liang Jinzhao is the one who suffered this time. Existing beams today. Even if Liang Panming had a good temper, he would have to flip out. The Liang family falling apart doesn't really have much to do with you. Qiao Xingye, huh? Don Crisp, that what? Speaking of this, Tang Crisp didn't know what to say to Qiao Xingye for a moment. That Liang family, in the end, is a what place, what root species, as much as out of that kind of moth. Listening to Don Crisp stammer. Qiao Xingye took a sip of tea. What did you see again? Gee, let me tell you, and you know I'm not the gossiping type. But the gossip just wants to come to my eyes, so I really can't help it. Qiao Xingye, what exactly did you see? Listening to Tang Crisp's meaning, Qiao Xingye probably understood that this seeing of hers was definitely not a good thing. Don Crisp, just so what, on my way here, I guess, when I passed the cherry blossom tongs. See Liang Panming. Qiao Xingye? Don Crisp, he and a woman, the woman pushing a stroller, with bodyguards and servants. Joe Starleaf.